Family, the spirit hall encountered a beast tide, and a greenish firelight instantly eliminated the beast tide. Everyone rushed over and found it was a 6 or 7-year-old child awakening his martial soul, and he had dual martial souls with innate full soul power. The bishop shouted at the top of his lungs to summon the Pope. This child was Xiao Yan, who later became a disciple of Bibi Dong. I tell you, that day I almost didn't make it. Our bishop, a soul sage over level 70, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Quick, quick, summon the Pope." Do you know why? Just because of a child who looked like he was at most 6 or 7 years old. This story needs to start from the beginning. Xiao Yan opened my eyes and wow, I directly started at hell level. There was blood everywhere, and the air was filled with the smell of rust, making my head hurt. Did I cross over? Before I could figure out, I saw 2 ghostly wolves that looked like huskies with meat strands hanging from their mouths, looking at me like I was a buffet, saliva almost dripping. Does anyone understand? I was about to be treated as a snack by wolves, right at the start. Not to mention me, at that moment, the brothers from the spirit hall were almost overwhelmed. The soul beasts in the Stardow forest went crazy and started a beast tide, all of them 10-year soul beasts, but the sheer numbers were overwhelming, charging at us like they were free. Our deacon, a great soul master, led dozens of people, exhausted like dogs, and it looked like we were about to collapse completely. At that moment, with a loud boom, a greenish firelight appeared. I tell you, it was like God turned on a flash, and in an instant, the whole world turned white. The temperature, my goodness, it felt like the air was about to catch fire. When we opened our eyes again, the previously dark beast tide had evaporated. All that was left on the ground was a charred area tens of thousands of meters long, and when the wind blew, even the ashes were blown away. Everyone was stunned, and the soul beasts were so scared they fled in all directions. Our 2 deacons also had expressions of who am I, where am I, but being professionals, they quickly organized people to clean up the mess. They were also puzzled, wondering what kind of powerful figure had passed by and casually set off fireworks. Were they friend or foe? About an hour later, our main force finally arrived. Leading them was Bishop C. Lin Tian from the Stardow City branch, a level 72 soul sage. As soon as the big shot arrived, the remaining little soul beasts were so scared they lost control. This wave of beast tide was finally over. Bishop C. Lin Tian looked at the vast area of charred land, his brows furrowed tightly. He asked Deacon Wen Sheng what happened, and Wen Sheng, pale-faced, tremblingly described the terrifying firelight from earlier, saying that if he got any closer, he would have become part of the scorched earth. Well, when those words came out, C. Lin Tian couldn't sit still. Wen Sheng was at least a level 33 soul venerable. He couldn't be lying. To cause such an effect with one move, it couldn't be just a title Douluo, could it? Without delay, the bishop directly pointed at 2 soul emperors, one named Sisis, a muscular man like a tower, and the other named Luo Yun, a support type, and they headed straight for the center of the scorched earth of village that had been leveled. The further they walked in, the hotter the air became, and the invisible burning sensation made everyone increasingly nervous. The muscular man Sisis, usually fierce, was now as timid as a quail, quietly asking, "Boss, are we really going in?" Luo Yun, on the other hand, was tough, mocking him for being cowardly, saying that someone capable of such a move must be one of their own, perhaps an elder from the main hall passing by. But when Sisis heard title Douluo, his legs went weak. C. Lin Tian remained calm, saying that regardless of who it was, they must pay a visit from the spirit hall. Then, passing through the silent scorched earth, they arrived at the center of the village ruins and saw me. Yes, just me, a child as thin as a bean sprout, lying there, and the source of that terrifying burning sensation was me. Everyone was dumbfounded, exchanging glances, and I felt like the air had solidified. C. Lin Tian, being the bishop, hesitated for a moment but still bravely approached to check on me. Sisis shouted from behind, "Boss, be careful. That fire can kill tens of thousands of meters. It can take us out like it's a game." C. Lin Tian ignored him, crouched down to touch me, and used his soul power to probe, finding that aside from my body being a bit too hot, there was no other danger. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly seemed to be shocked, sitting down with a thud, and blurted out 4 words: "Martial soul awakening." The people behind were about to have their eyes pop out. A martial soul awakening could cause such a commotion? This was more absurd than a pig climbing a tree. C. Lin Tian himself thought this idea was too ridiculous and let the support type Luo Yun test me. Luo Yun's martial soul was satin, which looked a bit effeminate, but he was a solid soul emperor. When that satin lightly wrapped around me, there was a buzzing sound, and a giant black ruler appeared above me. Xuanzhong ruler. Those 3 words slipped out of my mouth, and I was startled myself. C. Lin Tian nodded, saying this combat martial soul was not bad. But Luo Yun's face turned pale in an instant. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Wait. This kid's martial soul is not just one. Dual martial souls." The entire venue erupted. This thing was only supposed to belong to the current pope. Si Lin Tian panicked. "What is the other one?" Luo Yun didn't answer, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, feeling his soul power being crazily absorbed, like a faucet that had been turned on. He used all his strength to shout 3 words. "Pull me away." Si Lin Tian and Sisis instantly reacted, releasing their soul rings and forcibly pulling Luo Yun back. Just as they withdrew, I unleashed an even more terrifying power. Si Lin Tian and Sisis martial souls, one being an iron rod and the other a lion, trembled like they were scared of something. In the next second, a wisp of green flame emerged from the palm of my right hand, instantly burning their martial soul phantoms completely clean. Finally, that flame slowly shrank, leaving just a small handful the size of a palm, quietly hovering beside me. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Luo Yun trembled as he stated the final fact. This is his second martial soul, flames. And this child has innate full soul power. Si Lin Tian gasped, using all his strength to let out a piercing scream. Quickly summon the Pope. When I woke up again, I found myself lying on a soft bed that could sink in. As soon as I opened my eyes, I met a pair of extraordinarily dignified and beautiful eyes. The woman had an incredibly noble aura, with a presence of 2 meters and 80. Simply the walking sister is the Queen BGM. Seeing that I was awake, she coldly asked, "What is your name?" At that moment, my mind went blank, and I instinctively asked back, "Who are you? Why am I here? Right now, I am the one asking you." She raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. Goodness, the pressure. I dare say she was the Pope of the Spear Hall, Bibi Dong. But I really couldn't remember anything, clutching my head and trying to recall, but the more I thought, the more it hurt, and I couldn't remember anything. Bibi Dong glanced at the anxious Si Lin Tian beside her, snorted coldly. "Bring out his martial soul. Let me see. Here we go again." This time, the ones making an appearance were Juke Douluo and Ghost Douluo, 2 titled Douluos. Juke Douluo Yuegwan, looking exceptionally striking, but as soon as he made a move, my Xuanzhong ruler popped out on its own. As soon as the ruler appeared, Yuegwan's expression changed, saying that this thing had a strong suppressive effect on his martial soul. Bibi Dong's expression began to change, from suspicion to curiosity. Yuegwan gritted his teeth and continued to channel his energy. I could feel my body getting hotter, and then, in the palm of my right hand, the blue lotus earth fire erupted again. Just a small amount, and the surrounding temperature instantly soared. Even the titled Douluo felt it was unbearable. Yuegwan was so startled that his soul power backfired, and he took several steps back before stabilizing himself. At that moment, a scene of a sea of molten lava flashed through my mind, and a name slipped out: Blue Lotus Earth Fire. Then, I suddenly looked up and met Bibi Dong's fiery gaze, saying with absolute certainty, "I remember now, my name is Xiao Yan." Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned, then smiled. She personally guided me to retract my martial soul, her demeanor completely different from that of the Icy Queen just moments ago, resembling a teacher who had just discovered an extraordinary talent. She asked if I had a sect, and I shook my head in confusion. Of course, I didn't even know what the Spear Hall was. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong smiled even more joyfully, her expression almost shouting, "I've struck gold." She patiently explained to me what a Soul Master is and what the Spirit Hall is, and finally, she extended an olive branch. Join the Spirit Hall and become my disciple. I thought about it as an amnesiac, all alone. Now the leader of the strongest organization in Dou Continent wanted to take me as a disciple. What was there to hesitate about? I nodded. "I agree, but I have one request. Help me regain my memory." "I promise you," Bibi Dong replied without hesitation, then looked me up and down, noting my ragged appearance, and said, "However, as my student, you can't look like this." The nearby Silin Tian immediately understood and eagerly took me to bathe and change clothes. Goodness, he was as nervous as if he were escorting some treasure, his sweat soaking through his clothes. I was taken by 2 maids to a large pool to wash up and changed into a splendid new outfit. When I came out, Ghost Law personally came to greet me. The Soul Masters from the branch hall watched from a distance, discussing among themselves. "Who is that kid? Ghost Douluo is personally accompanying him? I heard he was picked up by the Pope." "Wow, the Pope is here too? Anyone know? I really want to be the Pope's dog." Another guy was even more excited. "You seem to have stopped your training, but I'm different. I want to be the dog of the Soul Sage." "Well, it seems like you're focusing on awakening an XP system, right?" As for Ghost Law, he does have a challenging aesthetic, but he seems quite curious about me. On the way, he even asked who I thought was stronger between him and the soul sage. I thought about it and honestly replied, I don't know, but you're really ugly. Ghost Douluo's fist tightened, but looking at my innocent face, he eventually let go. When I met Bibi Dong, she was already sitting at her desk. The soul sage was whispering something to her, and I vaguely heard words like confidentiality, elder hall, and leaving no trace. Then the soul sage came out, glanced at me as he left, and that smile, how should I put it, was quite creepy. The room was left with just me and Bibi Dong. She asked me to call her teacher. To be honest, when I uttered those two words, I felt a strange twitch in my heart. Bibi Dong looked at me, her eyes filled with satisfaction and contemplation. She must be thinking that my talent seems too extraordinary for this world. She might even be imagining that I was a powerful figure from the divine realm who made a mistake and was banished to the mortal world, which caused my memory loss and left me with a bunch of burdens. Sure enough, the next moment, she got straight to the point, revealing that she wanted me to be the sharpest knife under her command, helping her to completely control the entire spirit hall. What can I say? I'm just a forgetful child. I can only respond with an O. As a result, she was still not satisfied, frowned, and started to intensify her words, saying things like master and disciple are one, sharing life and death together, absolutely cannot betray, otherwise I will tear you to pieces. Goodness, let me tell you, my heart sank at that moment. 1 second, we were deeply connected as master and disciple, and the next second, she was talking about physical annihilation, right? The speed of that change would make a Sichuan opera master hand over a cigarette. On the surface, I was as steady as a rock, continuing to respond with an but inside I was already starting to wonder if this teacher had some antisocial personality traits. She saw me acting like a block of wood and probably felt helpless, so she squatted down to meet my gaze and asked me if I understood what it meant to share life and death and what betrayal meant. I shook my head and looked at her earnestly. Teacher, can you teach me? To my surprise, she actually continued my line of thought. I can teach you, but I absolutely will not teach you betrayal. Why not? My curiosity mode was activated, and I couldn't stop myself. You can't learn bad things. She touched my head, and a hint of affection flashed in her eyes. Family, who understands? She must think I'm as pure as a blank sheet of paper, ready to be drawn on. Little does she know what has been written on this paper before. She can't even imagine. But it's fine. The more she thinks I'm easy to control, the safer I am. So this matter was settled. She held my hand and said she would take me to hunt a soul beast tomorrow, to obtain my first soul ring and officially become a soul master. Just as I was about to sleep, on the other side, let me tell you, it was a bloody storm. In the dungeon of the Star Dou Palace, the palace lord named Si Lin Tian turned green as he looked at the corpses all over the floor, all of whom were his carefully nurtured confidants, 5 soul kings. Just like that, gone. The attacker with a sissy clad in golden armor, who I later learned was Zhu Guanyu. He even licked the blood off his fingers and said to Si Lin Tian that everything was for His Majesty the Pope. Si Lin Tian was so furious he was trembling, questioning whether he was too cruel. As a result, Zhu Douluo patted his shoulder, using both soft and hard tactics, threatening him while also promising to let him choose 4 experts below the title Douluo level from the Pope City, and guaranteed that he would also be promoted to title Douluo within 10 years. Who can withstand that? No matter how angry Si Lin Tian was, he could only swallow his anger. After all, this was Bibi Dong's intention. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to explode. Early the next morning, Bibi Dong took me along, followed by 2 gatekeepers, Zhu Thuo and Fei Thuo, and we headed straight for the Star Dou Forest. That place, let me tell you, is a paradise for soul masters and also a large-scale life-risking scene. As soon as we entered the forest, I felt all the hairs on my body stand up, surrounded by unfriendly gazes. Bibi Dong, however, was very calm and asked me to try using my blue lotus earth fire. I obeyed, and a small burst of blue flames emerged from the palm of my right hand. As a result, let me tell you, a dramatic scene unfolded. When that terrifying temperature spread, the soul beast that had been glaring at me just moments ago instantly scattered and fled as if they had seen a ghost. Howling in panic, the scene was like high-end ingredients seeing a Michelin 3-star chef so scared that they fled overnight. I was stunned at the time, thinking to myself, these guys look fierce, but why are they even more timid than me? Those few titled Douluo were also exchanging glances, and I guess Bibi Dong just wanted to test the power, but she didn't expect it to clear the scene directly. She patted my head, told me to put the fire away, and then very seriously said to me that in the future, this flame martial spirit must not be casually revealed in front of others until I can fight 10 by myself. I asked why. Isn't this my strength? She sighed and said that because I am her student, the higher I stand, the more I need to learn to hide my cards. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died. Although I only partially understood, I nodded anyway, since she is my teacher and would never harm me. Then, we got to the main topic, finding soul rings for me. Douluo was quite enthusiastic and asked what Bibi Dong was interested in. He would go and catch it directly with Old Ghost. However, Bibi Dong waved her hand and said, "No rush, let's walk further in." "So, looking for 100-year-old? "No." Bibi Dong astonishingly said, "Let's find 1,000-year-old." Let me tell you, at that time, the expressions of Douluo and Douluo were just like they had heard someone wanted to use chopsticks to pry the earth apart, filled with shock and disbelief. Other people's first spirit rings are usually 10 years, at most 100 years, but for me, it was like going straight to the main course. Starting at 1,000 years, Bibi Dong explained that all of my martial spirits are aggressive types, so I need one that can enhance defense and speed, and I have my eyes on a 1,000-year soul beast called the Black Gold Demon Snake. What can I say? I nodded in a way that seemed to understand, but wasn't quite sure. Anyway, with the big boss backing me up, whatever they said was what it was. It didn't take long to find that unfortunate snake. Douluo quickly locked onto one that was over 1,000 years old. When I delivered the final blow with my heavy ruler, a black soul ring floated out. Let me tell you about the absorption process. It felt like my soul was being thrown into a meat grinder, being ground back and forth. That snake's soul was frantically biting in my mind. But hey, what kind of scenes haven't I seen? This little pain was nothing. I gritted my teeth and didn't make a sound, forcefully extinguishing it. When I opened my eyes again, I had successfully broken through and became a level 11 Battle Soul Master. I tested my first soul skill, amplification, and wow, my speed surged more than tenfold. Combined with my big ruler, it felt like even someone at level 17 or 18 would have to take a couple of hits from me. Douluo next to me looked on with envy and said that it truly deserved to be a 1,000-year soul ring. Douluo understood the situation and remarked that the pain I just endured was something most people couldn't withstand. Bibi Dong saw me succeed once and also breathed a sigh of relief, but she still pretended to be calm on the surface, nodding and saying, "Not bad. You didn't disappoint me." I wiped the blood off my face, completely ignoring the blood seeping from my body, and directly asked her, "Teacher, what about my other martial soul?" Bibi Dong probably didn't expect me to recover so quickly. She was stunned for a moment before saying, "That martial soul is too strong. Absorbing soul rings now will be even more painful." I smiled and, not knowing which nerve was out of place, blurted out, "For some reason, it feels like I'm familiar with pain, as if I used to be like this too, enduring these pains to become stronger." As soon as I said this, I felt the air freeze. The way the three of them looked at me was like staring at a resurrected prehistoric giant beast, filled with seriousness and curiosity. Bibi Dong even issued a strict order, saying that today was the end of it, and I was not allowed to think about the spirit rings anymore. She explained to me that cultivation cannot be rushed, and my foundation was too weak. I asked how long I would have to wait, and she thought for a moment and said, 3 days. I will help you consolidate during these 3 days and aim for level 12. Douluo, who was listening beside us, shook his head, probably thinking to himself that while others were eager for quick success, reaching level 1 in just 3 days for me was like riding a rocket. During the next 3 days, under Bibi Dong's rigorous training, I really did reach level 12. Douluo and Douluo had to leave for something, and before they left, Bibi Dong had them call over another person named Hulaina. The first time I met Hulaina, she looked about 13 or 14 years old, quite charming, but her gaze towards me was off. It was scrutinizing, and there was a sense of hostility. Upon seeing Bibi Dong, she immediately asked, "Teacher, I heard you found me a junior brother?" The tone was rather sour. Bibi Dong smiled and replied, "Yes, you are all my students, but the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall is still you." "He can't be the Holy Maiden." Hulaina pouted and turned to me, firing off 3 questions. "What's your name? What is your martial soul? What is your innate soul power level?" I wanted to show my martial soul to scare her a bit, but I was held down by Bibi Dong. She told me that Hulaina is one of the few people she can trust. Seeing me as just a little kid, Hulaina probably thought it wasn't challenging. So she waved her hand and said it wasn't interesting to bully a child. I scoffed in my heart, believing you is ridiculous. Bibi Dong noticed the atmosphere was a bit awkward and directly said, "Perfect, today Xiao Yan is going to add a spirit ring to his second martial soul. You can practice on the man-faced demon spider." "Second martial soul?" My senior sister didn't react at first. "Right, he has a twin martial soul, just like me." As soon as Bibi Dong said this, her tone became serious, warning Hulaina that this matter absolutely must not be told to anyone. Seeing her teacher's attitude, Hulaina also realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly nodded to promise to keep it a secret. But she still didn't understand. Wait, what level is he? Why is he using the man-faced demon spider? Isn't that for his first spirit ring? I already mentioned. It's because his martial soul is special. Bibi Dong teased. You'll find out when the time comes. We searched for several hours and finally located a top-quality human-faced demon spider over 3,000 years old. Bibi Dong even deliberately asked Hulaina about their chances of winning against this creature. My senior sister is also a master at boasting, stubbornly saying 50%. Who understands, right? Her expression management was almost breaking down at that moment, clearly just bragging. Bibi Dong smiled and couldn't be bothered to waste words. With a sharp glare and a pinch from a distance, that 3,000-year-old giant spider shattered like a crispy shrimp with a crunch, directly ending its life. Lying there gasping for breath, she told me to get ready, saying that absorbing this thing would be even more painful than last time, and then instructed me to use the blue lotus earth fire to deal with it. I nodded, and with a flick of my hand, a flame burst forth, directly breaking through Bibi Dong's soul power barrier. In almost an instant, it turned the faceless demon spider into ashes. My senior sister, Hulaina, was stunned beside me, probably having never seen such a domineering martial soul. A purple soul ring appeared. I took a deep breath, preparing to face a new round of pain. I pushed the azure lotus earth fire directly towards that soul ring. As a result, let me tell you, something outrageous happened. My blue lotus fire, when it touched that purple soul ring, went poof in an instant, just like ignited alcohol cotton, completely burned away, not a trace left behind. I was stunned. Hulaina was also stunned. Even my teacher, who usually remains unperturbed even in the face of a mountain collapsing, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Where did my big soul ring go? The conclusion came quickly. My fire is too picky and too domineering. It looks down on 1,000-year-old ones and simply dismisses them. Bibi Dong shook her head helplessly and said it seems I can only wait until I reach the soul sage level to try for a 10,000-year soul ring. This matter was thus settled. Then I was brought back to the Pope City, and wow, that grand hall was magnificent. I stood next to Bibi Dong, and below us, a sea of people was kneeling, which made my CPU almost overload. In front of everyone, Bibi Dong rewarded that Temple Lin Tian generously, directly promoting him to elder. Then she changed the subject and said I should go to the Wuhuan Academy at the Star-Dou border to gain some experience, and asked Temple Lin Tian to take care of me in the future. Temple Lin Tian was shocked. He must have thought, why would the Pope's personal disciple, instead of being kept close like a treasure, be thrown into such a desolate place? But little did he know, Bibi Dong was protecting me. Although the Pope's city looked glorious, the old guys in the Elder Hall had sharp eyes. Placing me under their watch would eventually lead to trouble. The safest choice was to throw me into the most remote place they cared the least about. Then, with a blink, 5 years passed. In the Star-Dou Great Forest, I was covered in blood, one hand supporting myself on a tree, the other clutching a bloody hole in my chest, with black gas seeping from the wound, clearly poisoned by an evil soul master. Fortunately, I had the Qinglian earth fire protecting me, preventing the poison from entering but my injuries. Not far away lay 3 corpses, all evil soul masters at the Soul King level. I had one, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. At that moment, I had only one thought. It's over, I'm finished, my illustrious name, Xiao Yan. Won't he end up feeding wolves here, right? Ultimately, I still couldn't hold on. My vision darkened, and I collapsed. Just as my consciousness blurred and I felt I was about to die, a shadow cat came over, drawn by the smell of blood, and opened its mouth to bite my neck. At the critical moment, a water blue light flashed and scared the cat away. Then, I heard a group of chattering girls' voices. Teacher, it's him. I saw him kill those 3 evil soul masters. A blue-haired girl exclaimed. Then, a gentle voice whispered in my ear. Binger, quickly check his injuries. The girl named Binger began to examine me, saying my lung was pierced and I needed to quickly transfer soul power to save my life. They all started transferring soul power to me, and my pale face finally regained some color. Then, the girl named Shuei Binger wanted to use soul power to help me repair my internal organs. I was startled and used my last bit of strength to grab her hand tightly. She was stunned, and I forced my eyes open and said intermittently, Don't do that. Just help me stop the bleeding. Please don't. Are you kidding? If she circulated her soul power in my body and discovered my Qinglian earth fire martial soul that hadn't yet been attached to a soul ring, wouldn't the secret of my twin martial souls be exposed? This was the trump card that Bibi Dong had warned me countless times to never reveal. So at that moment, I dared not let her touch me at all. As soon as I opened my eyes, I was stunned to see a bunch of beautiful girls who all looked the same, making me think I was seeing double. After a while, I realized they were from the Tianshui Academy. Their leading teacher came over to thank me, saying I had avenged their friend who had died tragically. I thought to myself, please don't be so polite. I was just protecting myself. Then, we exchanged introductions. Upon hearing that I was from the Wuhuan Temple, the teacher's gaze towards me changed completely, calling me a genius, which made me quite embarrassed. At that time, I was quite humble and said that I was only 15 or 16, a rank 39 Soul Master, and that I had only managed to exchange a few moves with the Soul King through some small tricks. As a result, these sisters surrounded me tightly, their gazes. Family members, who understands, it was as if they wanted to devour me alive. My small frame couldn't handle it. Seeing this situation, the teacher quickly dispersed them and left only Shui Binger to take care of me. I originally wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but then I thought about how I still had to travel tomorrow, and it would be safer to go with them, so I didn't decline. The next day on the road, I found they were walking too slowly, so I said I wasn't that fragile and urged them to speed up. Otherwise, at this pace, we wouldn't be able to get out of this cursed place in 10 days. Just as I was about to pick up the pace, a little girl in the group suddenly screamed. Following the direction she pointed, I saw a half-corpse faintly visible in the grass. The teacher told us not to meddle and to hurry up. Let me tell you, at that moment, I felt a twitch in my nose and knew something was wrong. The faint sweet and bloody smell in the air was definitely poison. Quickly retreat. There's poison in the air. As soon as I finished speaking, several shadows suddenly sprang out from the surrounding forest. 1 Soul King and 4 Soul Masters. These evil Soul Masters were like rats in a sewer, swarming in groups. The teacher immediately charged toward the Soul King, while Shui Binger and her sister Shui Yuer took the remaining students to deal with the 4 Soul Masters. What happened next? As soon as that poisonous mist spread, their strength was directly suppressed, and within a few exchanges, they were forced to retreat step by step, on the verge of being completely annihilated. I just woke up and haven't caught my breath yet, and now I have to drag this broken body to work. At that moment, I couldn't think too much. I activated my 3rd soul skill, Dark Shadow Clone, directly. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. With 6 clones stacked on top of my main body, my speed and power surged 42 times instantly. Just as Shui Binger and the others were about to be finished off, they felt a gust of wind sweeping past. In the next second, those 2 Soul Masters were smashed away by my heavy ruler with a thud, like bowling pins, rolling dozens of meters away. It was all about efficient kills, not giving the opponents a chance to react. The remaining 2 Soul Masters realized what was happening and wanted to defend against me. Too late. I used my 2nd soul skill, Stasis, forced to stand still for 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds, I had enough time to send them on their way. Another 2 strikes of the ruler, and their heads burst like watermelons, shattering into pieces. For kills. Done. Then, with a puff, I couldn't hold on any longer. The wound on my chest opened up, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Everything went black, and I collapsed. Fortunately, Shui Binger was quick and caught me. She's experienced. She started to channel soul power into me. The look she gave me was like she was looking at an alien, stammering and asking if that was a 10,000-year soul ring. What could I say? I could only weakly nod and pretended to be cool. She cleaned my wound, and it hurt so much I gritted my teeth. I was thinking, has the technology tree of Douluo Continent gone awry? All they do is fight. Why hasn't anyone made some pills? Just one would instantly revive me to full health. How nice would that be? Shui Binger thought I was daydreaming. She had no idea that I had secretly tried over 1,000 kinds of herbs like Shun Nong, tasting hundreds of grasses, all to create this thing. While we were arguing, the teacher over there finally took care of that Soul King. I hurriedly urged them to run, no time to waste. Heading straight to the Star Doe branch hall, my people were there. I was too heavily injured to walk, so Shui Binger simply carried me on her back. As a result, just as I feared, something came after us. Lying on her back, I felt like there was a tail following us. Before we could run out of the forest's edge, a loud bang erupted ahead, and a ball of black fire blocked our path. I was stunned at that moment as 6 figures in black robes slowly walked out of the woods. 6. All Soul Kings. Behind them were 5 Soul Ancestors. This lineup could wipe out a boss in any game. Shui Binger turned pale and instinctively asked me what to do. What can I do? Fight for it. I asked her to put me down and pulled out the last bottle of my self-made, strong medicine from my pocket. A powerful painkiller that could temporarily make me forget my injuries and restore my peak combat power. But the side effects were also severe. I downed in one gulp. I stood at the front with a ruler in hand, telling them to deal with the Soul Sect behind while I held off these 6 Soul Kings. It was a joke. I definitely couldn't win in a head-on confrontation. Without hesitation, I unleashed the blue lotus earth core fire, igniting it immediately. The terrifying temperature forced the 6 Soul Kings to retreat in an instant. Taking advantage of this moment, I conjured a large fireball and shot it into the sky. With a loud bang, it exploded into a blue lotus in the air. This was the signal. My people were nearby, but when I turned around, I saw that Xiao Yan, that silly girl, had actually come over to look at me instead of attacking the soul sect, completely revealing the secret of my twin martial souls. I exploded in anger, asking why she was here, before I could finish scolding her. An overwhelming attack came from the opposite side. I could only grab her and use my 3rd soul skill to run for our lives. 3 Soul Kings chased after us, and just as my 3rd soul skill's duration ended, our speed slowed and we were surrounded. There was no choice. I activated the blue lotus earth core fire again, forming a fiery barrier that protected us both inside. At that time, the effect of the medicine was wearing off, and the intense pain from the wound came in waves, making me shiver. I could only hold on. Xiao Yan also realized she had caused trouble and quickly sat behind me to provide me with soul power. However, she was of the water attribute, which was incompatible with my fire, making the conversion extremely difficult, but anything was better than nothing. Outside, the attacks came in waves, and the flame barrier was on the verge of collapse. I felt like I couldn't hold on much longer. On the other side, the group from Tian Shui Academy was also being nearly wiped out by the remaining 3 Soul Kings. Just when everyone was in despair, suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended from the sky. The few evil soul masters turned pale. They wanted to run but couldn't escape, being pushed back several meters by a beastly roar. In the distance, a giant man like an iron tower, accompanied by a giant lion that looked like a small mountain, was glaring menacingly in our direction. At that moment, the heavy stone in my heart finally fell. Reinforcements had arrived, and it was a Soul Emperor. Let me tell you, this Soul Emperor brother didn't come alone. Behind him, there's a whole crowd, all from the Spirit Hall, and the one leading them is called Luo Yun, a soul sage. As soon as he arrived, I felt the sinister aura in the air lightened by a third. This is the aura of a big shot? Incredible. With a single command, more than a dozen Soul Kings rushed in, and the scene was chaotic. But on my side, I was almost at my limit with Xiao Yan. The barrier powered by my blue lotus earth fire was flickering like a bad Wi-Fi signal, about to go down. At that moment, I only had one thought. It's over. We're done for. I quickly held Xiao Yan's hand and told her to call it quits and save some energy for a self-destruct at the end. That girl had red eyes. Who understands, right? Usually so calm, but at the moment of life and death, she couldn't hold it together. I had to force myself to act cool, saying, "Don't panic, it's not the last moment yet," while inside I was freaking out. As soon as the firewall disappeared, we were like a buffet laid out before those evil soul masters. I supported Xiao Yan to help her stand up and pretended to be calm, asking those bastards, "Hey guys, before I die, can you let me know why you want to mess with us?" And guess what? The guy on the opposite side started laughing sinisterly, saying that they were called the Spirit Hall, aiming to take over the entire Douluo continent, treating us soul masters as their nourishment. When I heard the term Spirit Hall, my mind buzzed. I felt like I had heard it somewhere, but couldn't recall. Just as the evil soul master was about to make his move to send us on our way, let me tell you, divine intervention. With a loud clang, a golden iron rod fell from the sky, directly stunning him. Xiao Yan was startled and instinctively shrank back, pulling me into her embrace. I was feeling weak and could only tell her, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. This is the martial soul of the main priest Sherlin Tian. Our savior has arrived. This guy is a level 78 soul sage, controlling a weapon from afar to save us. What a breeze." Xiao Yan then realized, her face flushed red, and she quickly helped me sit down. As this commotion was happening, I spat out a mouthful of old blood. My internal injuries were too severe. Just when Xiao Yan was in a flurry, 2 huge light rings suddenly lit up beneath us, one gold and one white, warm and comforting. 2 big shots in platinum robes appeared beside us. Without saying a word, they unleashed the 5th soul skill, Golden Blessing, and the 6th soul skill, Holy Sanctuary. A top-tier healing package slapped right onto my face. My injuries stabilized immediately. I looked and was delighted. Weren't these the guardians Ming Guang and Sheng Tang? The top-tier support of the Spear Hall, specializing in exactly what we needed? At this moment, the main character, Sherlin Tian, also arrived, wielding his big stick and giving those evil soul masters a beating, leaving them half dead, then casually tossing them to his subordinates like garbage. He turned to look at me, and his face was as dark as a pot bottom, scolding me fiercely. You little brat. You have such a big fate. If you die here, I would have to bury this branch with you. I could only chuckle foolishly and point to Shui Binger beside me, saying, Senior, thanks to this young lady, otherwise I would have really met my end in the forest. Only then did Si Lin Tian and the others notice Shui Binger. They praised her a few times and then arranged for someone to escort the students from Tianshui Academy to leave first. Lastly, they didn't forget to point at my nose and say, And you, get out of here too, and don't you dare come back into this damn forest. So, under the layered protection of the Wuhuan Hall's army, I walked out with Shui Binger. Once we exited the forest, the outside was also a scene of devastation. Many soul masters were complaining, saying it was all the Wuhuan Hall's fault for driving the evil soul masters into the forest, which caused them to suffer. Shui Binger was a bit confused and asked me if it was true. I nodded and explained to her, what they said is not wrong. But this situation is a top-level manipulation. If it weren't for the Wuhuan Hall's intervention, the two major empires would have already turned into a mess, and the borders would have been soaked in blood. This little trouble is nothing. Only then did Shui Binger understand. When we reached Dou City, the people from her academy were eager to return and report, even neglecting their injuries. They called for a few carriages and were ready to leave. I bid farewell to Shui Binger, and seeing her reluctant little eyes, I couldn't help but feel a pang in my heart. In this world, who isn't struggling desperately? I returned to the sub-hall and had several auxiliary system soul masters take turns treating me all night. By the next morning, not only had most of my injuries healed, but my soul power had also naturally broken through to level 40. I was just contemplating what kind of fourth soul ring to obtain when Tian Shan came in with a worried expression. He told me that most of the evil soul masters had been dealt with, but a small portion had escaped deep into the forest, where there were only 10,000-year soul beasts, and they didn't dare to pursue them. Moreover, the border relations between the two great empires were tense, so they had to shift their focus back. Hearing this, I felt deflated. What about my soul ring? He shot me a glance. I've already reported your situation to the Pope. If you keep being this reckless, His Holiness will probably summon you back directly, just in time. It saves me from worrying about you. After saying that, he told me to focus on recovering and prepare for the Soul Master competition in 4 days. The Soul Master competition? I shook my head. Compared to real life and death battles, that thing felt like child's play. 4 days later, I still stood on that gladiatorial arena. In the preliminary rounds, over 100 people were crowded in a large venue, fighting chaotically. My first opponent was a level 45 soul master named Lu Xing, muscular and looking at me as if I were a little pastry. At the host's command, the whole venue erupted into chaos. That guy instantly transformed into a werewolf, for soul rings shining blindingly, howling as he pounced towards me. I, calm and unhurried, felt a flash of dark light, and the Xuanzhong appeared in my hand. With 2 purple and 1 black, the 3 soul rings shone brightly, and the entire venue instantly fell silent. Immediately after, there was a wave of astonished exclamations. Wow! 10,000-year soul ring. Not only the audience, but even the host was stunned. Soon, someone recognized me. It's him, the boy who wielded the black and severely injured the 10,000-year soul beast 6 months ago. Now I had become the center of attention. That werewolf guy was also taken aback, but with the arrow already on the string, he could only charge forward. I didn't even take him seriously. When his wolf claw was about to touch the tip of my nose, I swiftly dodged and appeared behind him, bringing the Xuanzhong down with immense force. With a loud bang, his massive body was pressed to the ground, and I had a special effect that obstructed the flow of his soul power, rendering him useless right there. The referee announced my victory, but that guy was still unconvinced, cursing and grumbling. I smiled and asked him, how about we have another match? I still have 2 soul skills left to use. Upon hearing this, his gaze immediately darted away, and he mumbled about having family matters to attend to, then ran away in shame. Actually, I didn't want to be here either. It was all due to the orders of Bibi Dong, saying that I had to win the championship in Dou City to qualify for the finals at the Pope's Palace. Just as I was thinking about this, there was another commotion in the arena. Following the gaze of the crowd, I was taken aback to see another person with a 10,000-year soul ring, and she was a level 50 soul king. It was a charming girl with enchanting eyes, my little senior sister, Hulaina. She saw me too and stuck her tongue out at me. I felt a bit troubled. It was one thing to fight others, but her? In front of so many people, I couldn't possibly pull out the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, could I? That would be pointless. I pretended to be dismissive and scoffed, turning to leave, but as soon as I stepped outside, I quickly climbed up the high wall and hid behind some plants to sneak a look at how she fought. I saw her use her second soul skill, Bewitching, against her opponent. The guy's eyes immediately went blank, as if he had lost his soul, and the battle was over in an instant. I curled my lips. This move wouldn't work on me, as then my body was naturally a nemesis to mental attacks. But the real trouble was that her speed, attack, and defense were all above mine. My only advantage was the combat experience I had gained from years of living on the edge. It seemed she was intentionally hiding her strength, wanting to surprise me. I chuckled helplessly. Fine, bring it on. I wanted to see if my third soul ring could match up against you. I didn't return to the spirit hall, but instead went back to the small courtyard I rented by the city wall. As soon as I pushed open the courtyard door, I smelled a familiar fragrance, and my heart skipped a beat. When I opened the door to the house, sure enough, Bibi Dong was sitting by the tea table, looking at me with a half smile. And beside her stood Douluo and Ghost Douluo. I quickly went up to bow. Teacher, what brings you here? Douluo chuckled. Oh, little ghost. It's been over a year, and you're already at level 40. Quite an improvement. Bibi Dong put down her teacup and looked at me sharply. The reason for this visit is your soul ring. I heard from Si Lin Tian that you went to hunt 3 soul kings by yourself a month ago. I nodded. They escaped into the Dou forest, where it was convenient for me to use my. So how did you come back with injuries? Bibi Dong's figure flashed and appeared in front of me, her hand pressing on my shoulder. Under this clothing, you still have bloodied bandages wrapped, right? I can't hide it anymore. I can only come clean. Those 3 soul kings fought back fiercely at the moment of their death, and I accidentally got injured, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. As I broke through to level 40, Bibi Dong sighed. I sent you to train, not to risk your life. You can win countless times, but as long as you lose once, I said softly, so I will never lose even once. Teacher, becoming stronger is my own choice. Whether it's to help you or for myself, I must do this. I don't want to hide and shy away in front of that group of elders anymore. After listening, Bibi Dong's gaze softened a lot. Although she didn't say much, I knew she understood. She told me that my training here was almost over, and I could go back anytime. I shook my head and said, Teacher, there are still evil soul masters lurking here. I won't feel at ease until we deal with them. I told you, if this matter isn't resolved, I won't be able to sleep peacefully. Besides, as the future face of the Spirit Hall, your proud student, I have to take charge of this. Last time in the forest, I still have the scene in front of my eyes where those evil soul masters killed dozens of soul masters. If we don't take them down, how can we show our face as the Spirit Hall? After hearing this, my teacher nodded, which meant she agreed, but she also pointed out a major issue. She said, all right, it's good that you have this intention, but don't be reckless. Moreover, there's a big trouble in the depths of the forest. I was surprised. There's trouble? With you personally handling it. Isn't that like walking sideways? But then the teacher said that she herself is a giant spirit beast taunting device, especially with those 200,000-year heavyweights, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, who have a grudge against her. As soon as she enters the core area, those 2 big guys will definitely rush over like dogs smelling a scent. By then, let alone hunting soul rings, Hulaina and I would probably be treated as snacks on the spot. Goodness, I realized at that moment that even the Pope has her troubles. This is a high-end level of trouble. The next day, we prepared to set off. My teacher was incredibly efficient, leaving the 2 living treasures, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, to the Bishop Si Lin Tian of the Dou Spirit Hall. I guessed that the bishop had encountered some tough opponent and needed 2 title Douluo to handle the situation. But that didn't concern us anymore. My teacher took me and Hulaina directly into the Dou forest. At night, I was alone in the room, unbuttoning my clothes to change the dressing. Who understands what family means? That wound from my chest to my back was a penetrating injury that nearly took me out at the time. I carefully peeled off the blood-soaked gauze, and the gruesome sight made me gasp. No choice. I'm a tough guy. What does this little injury count for? I took out the ointment, ready to apply it, while using my own blue lotus earth fire to expel the residual toxins in my body. Just then, the door slammed open, and Hulaina stormed in, shouting, At your young age, why are you engaging in such evil practices? It smells strange in here. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw me bare-chested with that hideous wound, and she froze, her tone instantly flipping 180 degrees. What? What happened to you? Who did this? I gritted my teeth and endured the pain, saying it's nothing, just a few scraps. They've already gone down to feed the soul beasts. Don't make a fuss. I'll clear the poison. I'll help you, she said, pressing one hand directly next to the wound on my back. I jolted and exclaimed, What are you doing? But then a particularly gentle soul power flowed in, and it actually felt quite nice. I quickly reminded her, this poison is deadly. My constitution is special, so I'm not afraid, but don't mess around. Guess what happened next? She smirked, looking quite pleased, and said, "Did you forget what my fourth soul ring is?" It hit me then. Her fourth soul ring was the 10,000-year sky silkworm, which naturally restrains most toxins. She was practically a walking antidote. She also casually mentioned that when she found the silkworm, there were piles of fruits that looked like potatoes nearby. I couldn't help but laugh. The name was plain and unpretentious, yet very fitting. With her help, the detoxification process was incredibly smooth. 2 hours later, all the toxins in my body were completely cleared, and the wound didn't look so frightening anymore. Once I had re-bandaged myself, Hulaina started to interrogate me, insisting on knowing how I got injured. I could only downplay it and say I had taken down 3 soul king-level evil soul masters, but accidentally got ambushed. She exploded at that. "Are you crazy? You came out of the Star Dou forest with injuries like that? Fighting 3 soul kings at the same time? I wouldn't even dare to say it's a sure win." I scratched my head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, actually it wasn't. At that time, I was almost done for. And I happened to run into the girls from Tianshui Academy as they were passing by, and they saved me. This girl rolled her eyes at me and then changed the subject, starting to make grand plans. She leaned in mischievously and said, "Hey, Xiao Yan, can we discuss something? Since the teacher cares about you so much, could you help me persuade her?" As soon as I heard it, I knew it was trouble. Sure enough, she was still thinking about that enchanting red fox that almost took her out, wanting to use it as her 5th soul ring. I looked at her like an old man on the subway, checking his phone. "What are you talking about?" Expression. "Are you kidding me? You want me to persuade the teacher? I'm afraid if the teacher hears this, she might slap me right away. She has done that before." I quickly refused. "Don't even think about it. That fox got burned by me and has probably run off to some corner of the world. We'll deal with it if we encounter it again." The next morning, the 3 of us officially entered the depths of the Star Dou forest. Let me tell you, that forest was as quiet as a library. It was eerie. Normally, this place should be teeming with 1,000-year soul beasts. But now it was hard to even spot a rabbit. As soon as I sniffed the air, I understood. There was a faint, almost imperceptible aura of evil soul master toxin in the air, scaring all the soul beasts into the core area. We marched quickly for 3 days before finally reaching the middle of the forest. As dusk approached, the teacher suddenly stopped and said, "No, we need to find a place to rest and also buy some medicine to mask our presence. Your fire might scare off low-level soul beasts, but when we encounter a seasoned one that's been around for thousands of years, they will just think you are preparing a meal." I was stunned at that moment. Teacher, didn't you bring it?" The teacher sighed and said helplessly, "I haven't worried about such small matters for many years." I was completely stunned. So the great Pope goes out with such nonchalance, huh? There's nothing I can do but grit my teeth and head to those temporary gathering places in the forest. To be honest, after searching for a while, we actually found a soul master camp in a valley. Hulaina, with her experience, covered her face tightly with her cloak early on. After all, this place is a mix of dragons and snakes, and being good-looking is a sin. Once we entered the camp, I felt that the atmosphere was off, eerily quiet. After asking around, I learned that recently evil soul masters have been going crazy, specifically targeting such gathering places, causing widespread panic. No one dares to go out at night. We found a shop selling medicine, and I pulled out an extremely rare shadow owl's beak as currency to exchange for 3 packs of top-quality beast repellent powder and some powerful hemostatic medicine. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up when he saw this treasure. The most outrageous part came later. We looked for a place to stay, and they led us to the entrance of a small cave, saying it was the only room available. When I looked inside, I was shocked to see just one bed. This left me at a loss, and Hulaina and I exchanged glances, while our teacher stood by with a smirk. In the end, it was the teacher who spoke up. "All right, stop being dramatic. I don't need a rest. You 2 sleep. You still have injuries." Hulaina and I were so exhausted that we didn't care about anything else. We lay down in our clothes and almost fell asleep instantly. I don't know how long I slept, but later the teacher told me that in the middle of the night, the show began. Dozens of dark shadows appeared in the center of the camp silently, as if they had materialized out of thin air. 5 soul kings and 7 soul emperors came in without saying a word and immediately unleashed poison across the entire map. The black toxic gas spread instantly, reducing the combat power of all the soul masters in the camp by 20%, and those with weaker abilities couldn't even muster their soul power. The deputy commander of the camp, a soul emperor over level 60, roared and swung an axe, only to be easily blocked by several soul kings on the opposite side. Immediately after, more evil soul masters surged in from all directions, at least 50 or 60 of them, and began to hack at the mercenaries who hadn't yet reacted. It was nothing short of a premeditated massacre. I tell you, the noise was so loud that it woke me and my junior sister up in the room. I jumped out of bed with a flip, wondering why the camp was as lively as a blind box party. When I looked outside, good heavens, it was a complete mess out there, full of dark, shadowy soul masters, chopping at anyone they saw as if it were free. I was anxious at that moment and said to the teacher, "Teacher, aren't you going to take action? If we keep watching, those people outside will be gone." Guess what my teacher said? She calmly sat there without even raising her eyelids and said, "Let's wait a bit longer. I want to see how many big fish can jump out of this pond." Family, who understands? These are real lives at stake. I was so anxious I was pulling my hair and said, "If we wait any longer, the food will get cold." The teacher replied lightly, "The lives of the weak don't matter. What's important is to pull out all the rats hiding in the gutters at once." Let me tell you, is this the mindset of a strong person? It's simply unbelievable. She sits there calmly like a fisherman, watching the number of evil soul masters outside soar from dozens to nearly 200. Inside, there are a whole bunch of soul kings. And what about our camp? There are only 2 leaders who are soul emperors, and the rest are all small fries, completely being pressed down and rubbed into the ground. The leader named Myriad got anxious, jumped onto a big rock, and shouted, "Heroes, stop watching the show. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Let's all go together." As soon as he shouted, the soul masters who were taking shelter in the camp finally reacted, and a few of them rushed out. But let me tell you, this number of people is just a drop in the bucket. I was sweating for them when my teacher suddenly pointed at a dark cave nearby, implying that we shouldn't rush because they were experts. Sure enough, the next second, 2 powerful soul forces erupted from a cave, and 2 soul empresses rushed out with several soul kings. My junior sister explained to me, saying, "Look at the badge. They are from Tianxue Academy." She then pointed to another corner. "There are also mentors from Qihua Academy over there." Wow, 2 of the 5 elemental academies have arrived. This is finally getting interesting, right? But guess what? It still wasn't enough to watch. The soul kings on the opposite side were pouring out like dumplings. As soon as these 4 soul empresses charged in, they were surrounded by dozens of soul kings. Not to mention there were over 100 evil soul masters at the soul master level, biting at people like mad dogs. The few girls from Tianxue Academy that I knew, including Xiao Yan, also charged in with swords, but as soon as they engaged, they were overwhelmed by 3 soul masters, creating a perilous situation. Just when it seemed that these righteous people were about to be completely wiped out, the 4 soul empresses finally realized that fighting alone wasn't enough. They gathered together and began unleashing their ultimate moves. 5th soul skill, 6th soul skill, they were throwing them out like they were free. Ice blocks mixed with rocks flew everywhere, and that scene instantly overwhelmed the 40 or so soul kings on the opposite side, with the first few unfortunate ones turning to ashes on the spot. My junior sister looked at this and smiled. We won. It seems we won't need the teacher to intervene. But guess what? My teacher's frown deepened. I also felt something was off, and I pointed to the top of the canyon. Look over there. I saw a man in a black robe standing on a mountaintop, his face pale, eyes sunken, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, smiling as he watched the massacre below. As if he were enjoying a show, he directed himself. Just as the 4 soul empresses in the camp were preparing to pursue their advantage, a sudden change occurred. A massive iron chain, emitting black gas, fell from the sky with a bang, embedding itself where they had just stood. Following that, hundreds and thousands of iron chains rained down, each one precisely piercing through a corpse, whether it was a mercenary or an evil soul master, not missing a single one. Then, the man in the black robe at the mountaintop began to walk down step by step from the sky. Damn, fly in the air. Soul Saint. Everyone present was stunned, their hearts instantly dropping into an ice pit. That guy walked while letting out a sinister laugh typical of a villain, his voice echoing throughout the valley. Thanks to you all, this emperor has been provided with so much excellent nourishment. As soon as he finished speaking, all the evil soul masters stopped and knelt down to worship him. It was insane. The energy from the corpses was drawn into his body through the iron chains, and his aura surged significantly in an instant. The leader Muja from the camp still wanted to get closer, shouting, "May I ask which esteemed person you are?" The soul saint didn't even glance at him. 7 soul rings suddenly lit up. Let me tell you, everyone gasped in shock. 7. All of them were black 10,000-year soul rings. This configuration was simply outrageous. With a wave of his hand, the remaining evil soul masters had a flash of red light in their eyes, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, and they began a new round of slaughter. Meanwhile, the 4 soul emperors were too intimidated by the soul saint's aura to even move. I could see that Shui Binger and the others were about to be unable to hold on, How could I stand by and watch? I told the teacher, "Teacher, I have to go down." Without waiting for her response, I jumped out of the hole directly, activating my first and third soul skills to the maximum, rushing into the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. My teacher sighed and said to my junior sister, "Just follow his lead." Then my junior sister jumped down as well. I dashed over to Xiao Yan, swinging the Xuanzhong ruler in a circle, and with a loud crack, I smashed the head of an evil soul master who was lunging at her. I placed the ruler in front of her and joked, "Why is it always you guys? Is there a mine in this Star Dough forest? Coming here every day." Xiao Yan was stunned, and tears streamed down her face. I understood that feeling of surviving a disaster. I quickly dealt with the few soul zones surrounding them and said helplessly, "You soul zoons, why are you joining in on this chaos? Can't you just hide properly?" Xiao Yan was almost in tears, saying, "Who knew a soul saint would pop up? We're doomed." I scratched my head and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, my teacher is really strong." As soon as I finished speaking, my junior sister rushed over and said, "Hey, you little guy, not bad. I'm behind the teacher providing support, and you come here to play the hero. Family. Who understands my pure battle friendship is real." I quickly explained, "Senior sister, don't talk nonsense. A life-saving grace must be repaid." Xiao Yan and the others were already dumbfounded. She recognized Hulaina as the saintess of the spirit hall, and when she connected that to my shout of teacher, her expression was like she had seen a ghost. Just then, an indescribable divine pressure surged from the direction of our cave, overwhelming us. It felt like the server administrator had personally entered the game, and everyone's souls trembled, unable to muster even the slightest thought of resistance. I saw my teacher, Bibi Dong, in full battle attire, walking step by step through the void. Soul rings appeared one after another around her, purple, black, and finally a blinding red. 100,000-year soul ring. Title Douluo. The entire battlefield fell silent. My teacher only snorted coldly, her voice seeming to come from the horizon. "I've been in the hall for too long, and such evil has appeared outside." The mental pressure in her voice, I tell you, was like activating a full map instant kill hack. Those lower-level evil spirit masters covered their ears in pain, their bodies twisted, and some burst into a puddle of blood on the spot. The soul saint was also stunned, but he surprisingly wasn't afraid. Instead, he chuckled. "Your strength is only slightly stronger than these ants." My teacher squinted his eyes and asked, "Answer my question. Who are you? What is the Soul Palace?" The man in the black robe became even more arrogant and said, "Who I am is not important. You just need to know that the Soul Palace is about to descend, and my Soul Clan's revival plan has already begun. What I left here is merely a clone." As he spoke, his gaze suddenly pierced through the crowd and locked onto me. "Hey, Flame Emperor, let's see who can save you this time." The moment the words Flame Emperor left his mouth, I felt a buzzing in my head, as if I had been struck by tens of thousands of volts of high-voltage electricity. Countless blurry images flashed through my mind, causing me to clutch my head and kneel on the ground in pain. My junior sister and Xiao Yan were both terrified and rushed over to ask me what was wrong. My teacher in the sky also noticed my condition, his expression turning cold, and he immediately unleashed his seventh soul skill. The body of that soul sage was instantly bound by an invisible force. Clarify, who is the Flame Emperor? Upon hearing the name Flame Emperor, the expression on the soul sage's face instantly shifted from mockery to overwhelming hatred. He growled, "Flame Emperor. Flame Emperor. Xiao Yan." With that roar, a terrifying energy completely different from soul power erupted from him, instantly breaking free from my teacher's binding. He struck towards my teacher with a palm, and the two forces collided, causing the entire canyon to shake violently. My teacher was actually knocked back several steps. At that moment, colorful light erupted from my body, and an intensely scorching aura soared into the sky. I felt like I was out of control, and a pair of cyan fire wings suddenly sprouted from my back, allowing me to fly straight into the sky. I uncontrollably shouted a name. "Soul Emperor." The man in the black robe across from me also spread a pair of black wings and charged at me. Then, let me tell you, I completely lost consciousness. When I became aware again, I heard them say that I had conjured a blue fire lotus in my hands and was battling that guy called Soul Emperor in the sky, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter, with the space being torn apart, everywhere filled with spatial rifts. It was like a 2025 remake of Godzilla vs. King Kong. That scene left everyone below, including my teacher, completely dumbfounded. After about 10 minutes of fighting, I fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string and fainted. It was my teacher who flew up to catch me. When I woke up, I found myself lying on the ground, with my teacher and junior sister staring at me with extremely complicated expressions, making me feel very uneasy. The first thing I said when I woke up was, "Teacher, I think I just ascended?" The junior sister replied irritably, "Not just ascended. Your burst of power even surpassed the teacher." I was stunned and looked at the teacher for confirmation. The teacher nodded, his expression unusually serious. At that moment, "Your power surpassed that of anyone I had ever seen. It was a kind of power that we cannot comprehend." I sighed, my mind blank, with only a faint impression remaining. After a long time, the teacher suddenly asked, "Is that evil soul master who calls you Yendi still alive?" I was taken aback and shook my head instinctively. "I don't know, but he probably is dead." The teacher's expression became more serious. "If he appears again, can you still match him? You and he clearly do not belong to this world. If the evil soul master comes again, perhaps even I won't be able to stop him." Her tone suddenly became very unfamiliar and distant. My heart sank a little, feeling somewhat disappointed. I knew what she was worried about, because my existence had attracted such a world-destroying level of enemy. I quickly expressed, "Teacher, I will work hard to become stronger." Bibi Dong fell silent, and I could sense her fear. This woman, standing at the pinnacle of Douluo Continent, felt fear for the first time. But soon, it seemed she understood something, and suddenly gave a cold smile, shaking her head. "I see. I can be afraid too. After all, I'm not a god yet." I was confused, wondering what the teacher was talking about. But the next second, she returned to her usual calm tone and smiled at me. "Since your body is fine, we should go get the soul ring. Let's go." I am completely baffled by her mood swings. What was she really thinking just now? On the other hand, the junior sister came over with sparkling eyes, probably already considering me some kind of reincarnated deity, pulling me along and saying we should hurry up and get a soul ring. As soon as I stepped out, it was astonishing. I was immediately left speechless. Outside, there were crowds of people everywhere, like a top star making a surprise appearance for a concert in 2025. It was a sea of people. My teacher's face instantly turned dark. I could imagine them cursing wildly in their mind. Let me tell you, when there are too many people, all kinds of strange characters start to appear. The most eye-catching were two old men and women. Their presence was quite strong. Upon closer inspection, they looked like characters from Contra. As soon as these two big shots saw my teacher, their legs turned to jelly, and they stumbled over, almost kneeling down in humility. They immediately started showering her with compliments, claiming to be legendary figures here to help their granddaughter get a soul ring, and unexpectedly encountered Her Majesty the Pope. "What a stroke of luck, blah blah blah. Who is my teacher? She is a top-tier PUA master," and with a swift move, she treated these two as security captains, saying, "All right, enough chit-chat, do me a favor and clear this crowd of onlookers." The Dragon Lord was also a sensible person. He jumped onto a big rock and started shouting, "Everyone disperse. There's nothing here, it's all rumors. Evil soul masters? They've already been dealt with by the Spirit Hall. Don't just hang around here. Let me tell you." This wave of public relations was simply a textbook-level official refutation. Whether people believe it or not isn't important. What matters is the attitude is on point. Once we sorted out this mess, we could finally get to work. Along the way, my teacher directly gave us a task list. I, being level 40, needed a hard control, so I was going to get a 10,000-year-old Spirit Ming Xian turtle, which simply means I need to stack armor. Now, my junior sister's situation was interesting. She was level 50, and my teacher assigned her a 10,000-year-old Ice Ning snow moth, saying it could combo with her next soul ring for explosive damage. However, my junior sister wasn't having it. She pouted and said, "No way. I want that 30,000-year-old illusory red fox. Family, who understands? It's like when your mom picks out a warm-down jacket for you, but you insist on buying those torn jeans for winter." I thought I'd say a few words for her, mentioning that the fox has strong poison resistance and could coordinate with her brother. But then my teacher shot me a cold glance and retorted, "Do you know? That thing is life-threatening to absorb. What will you do then?" "All right, I'll keep quiet." Then she shifted the topic and added another task for me, saying my green lotus earthfire also needed a ring, with the target being the dark golden flame demon in the volcano. Finally, she dropped a harsh remark. "I'm just a bodyguard. I'll make sure you don't die. And for fighting monsters, you're on your own." Great. Confirmed as a tool. First stop, let's tackle my junior sister's task. We headed straight to the snow mountain. Wow, that big moth was fluffy, looking like a giant dandelion. Quite unique. The plan was simple. I would set fire circles to attract the monsters while my junior sister would charm and lead the boss away. A smooth operation. I directly used Shadow Clone and Time Pause, and with a couple of hits, I stunned that big moth's wings. My junior sister quickly followed up with a set of Heavenly Silkworm Binding Play, keeping it under control. In no time, The big moth exploded with gear, and a dark soul ring floated out. The sky turned dark, and my junior sister sat down to absorb it while I started a fire to cook. But when I looked at my teacher's expression, something was off. She had been troubled these past few days, and her gaze towards me was strange. I couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, do you think I am not myself anymore?" She was silent for a long time before saying she wasn't doubting me, but was afraid. Afraid that the world destroying me from that night was not really Xiao Yan. Let me tell you, at that moment, her gaze had lost the Pope's dominance, and it was quite heartbreaking. At that moment, I was also fired up. I stood up and made a military order. "Teacher, don't worry. No matter who I was before, I will remember your kindness for a lifetime. If anyone dares to touch the spirit hall, I will be the first to take them down. If you want to be the boss, I will be your sharpest knife." My teacher was taken aback and immediately pulled me into her arms. It was, warm. I took the opportunity to make it clear that I knew she had been secretly protecting me. Otherwise, I would have been dead a long time ago. She didn't deny it. The atmosphere had reached this point, so I had to express myself. I directly summoned a flame from my innate fire and created a small flame for my teacher, essentially giving her a shared account. From now on, she could also use my abilities. My teacher was generous and gave me 3 rings in return. Let me tell you, those things are called storage rings. Space soul guiding devices. One can hold living creatures, and the other was filled with all kinds of rare herbs, making it my mobile alchemy room. I instantly became rich. I was happily wearing my ring when I heard my senior sister's faint cry for help. "Xiao Yan, do you want me to experience the Ice Age?" I turned around and realized I had messed up. I got so caught up in chatting with the teacher that I forgot the fire. And my senior sister's eyebrows were already frosted over, almost turning into an ice sculpture. I quickly rekindled the fire. The teacher also set up my shared account, and I got a lotus tattoo on my arm, looking pretty cool. The next morning, my senior sister was fully revived, skyrocketing to level 51 Soul King. She immediately showcased her new skill, Polar Ice Seal, creating a flurry of ice spikes everywhere, both cool and powerful. Once my senior sister was taken care of, it was my turn. The target was the mirror lake in the central area of the Stardow Forest, the spirit abyss Xian turtle. The teacher said the place is close to the lair of 10,000-year soul beasts, and she has a grudge with those big shots. So I had to hide my presence and suppress my strength to level 95. I tell you, this starry forest is full of surprises. I just climbed up a tree and found a millennial-old turtle, ready to make my move, but then a 10-meter-wide, big black stone next to it moved. Family, it moved. It even grew a head and limbs. It's a 30,000-year-old, ghostly, giant turtle. Now I'm in trouble, since I was young. The old one will definitely fight me to the death. That huge creature is at the Soul Emperor level, and I can't afford to mess with it. I hurried down to find my teacher for help, and guess what? She spread her hands and smiled slightly. "You figured out, I'm just here to watch." Unbelievable. Is this a test for me? All right, if it's a test, then I'll give you a challenge. I thought to myself, isn't it just an old turtle? How smart could it be? I immediately came up with an idea. Let me tell you, I rummaged through my ring and found a bunch of fruit that made my mouth water just by smelling it. Holy Na was mumbling beside me, saying that such an obvious trap. Would a 10,000-year soul beast fall for it? I shot her a look that said, "Just watch. Come on, I'm Xiao Yan, a seasoned player in the Stardow Forest. These soul beasts might look impressive, but their brains are as small as walnuts, one-track-minded." When I found that unfortunate Xian Gui, it was happily munching on fruit. Without saying a word, I conjured a small fireball and flicked it at its shell. Note that it wasn't my Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, just a regular soul power fireball. Minimal damage, but highly insulting. That old turtle was indeed stunned, raising its head and staring at me with its little green bean eyes. The show was about to begin. I pulled out a fragrant fruit and, right in front of it, took a big bite and then spat it on the ground, even crushing it with my foot, being so arrogant. I tell you, the fragrance of that fruit exploded immediately, like spraying a top-tier perfume. The old turtle's saliva was almost dripping down, but it had the dignity of a 10,000-year soul beast and wouldn't eat the rotten fruit on the ground. However, my actions were, in its view, a blatant provocation. Silly giant, haven't you seen this before? I kept going, pulling out several more and smashing them right in front of it. Family, you know what? That guy was definitely getting riled up. It let out a roar and charged at me like a small mountain, smashing all the trees and rocks in its path. I quickly smeared some oil on my feet, activating my first soul skill for a speed boost, crazily pulling it away, leading it over 10 kilometers from the lake. I saw the ghostly face pattern on its shell starting to darken. "Hey, I know you're running low on energy." At this moment, Holy Na and my teacher caught up with me. Holy Na asked what to do. Should we burn it directly? I said no. We need to play it smart. I shot Huolina a look and said, Sister, it's your turn. Your fifth soul skill, Polar Ice Seal, understand? She got it. After discussing, we realized our combo was simply a shell-breaking artifact. She first used extreme cold ice to rapidly freeze the turtle's shell. Then I followed up with a Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. I tell you, this is called the duality of ice and fire, the holy sort of physics, understand? Thermal expansion and contraction. With her fifth soul skill, Polar Ice Seal, Huolina struck. Dozens of ice blades pierced into the turtle shell, instantly covering it with a thick layer of frost. I shouted now, gathering the Blue Lotus Fireball in my hand. I dodged its last water cannon and jumped onto its back, pressing the Fire Lotus down hard. With a loud boom, that solid turtle shell cracked like a spider web on the spot. An opportunity had come. I immediately activated my clone, swung my Xian Zhong Qi, and smashed at the crack. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, splattering all over me. But I couldn't care less. I knew this thing would definitely fight back fiercely when dying. I couldn't give it any chance. As long as it dared to stick its head out, my ruler would greet it. Just like that, under my relentless bombardment. This big guy quickly kicked the bucket. I was still afraid it would play dead, so I went up and hit it several more times before feeling relieved. Quickly, while it was still fresh. Oh no, while that old one hadn't noticed, I immediately sat cross-legged to absorb the soul ring. Huolina watched, her eyes wide, probably thinking why absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring was as easy as drinking water. A few hours later done, I got my fourth soul ring. 2 purple and 2 black. This configuration, who wouldn't be confused when I told them. My Xian Zhong Qi also leveled up, with more complex patterns and a heavier aura. But wait, there seemed to be a clearer handprint on it. Damn it, my obsessive-compulsive disorder kicked in, which idiot pressed it. I also got my 4th soul skill, called Spirit and Underworld's Armor, a soul power armor that covers my whole body, greatly increasing my defense. I was feeling smug when suddenly the ground shook, and a cluster of towering trees fell like dominoes in the distance. Good heavens, that Soul Emperor-level old turtle, along with its dozens of 10,000-year offspring, came crashing toward us. This situation was a disaster. We were surrounded. Let me tell you, the scene at that moment was overwhelming, filled with 10,000-year soul beasts brimming with killing intent. My teacher couldn't unleash full power, relying solely on me and Huolina. We couldn't even run away. But who am I? I thought quickly, grinning. Pulled out 2 handfuls of purple-black stinky grass from my ring, crushed them with soul power, and a soul-piercing stench instantly spread. Huolina and my teacher both frowned from the smell. I sprinkled the grass powder on the freshly dead Xian turtle's corpse, then redirected the smell in another direction, and dragged the 2 of them to flee in the opposite direction. As I ran, I explained, this thing is called remnant crabgrass, which grows next to the dung of a soul beast called the big remnant crab. Once the smell is out, those turtles will think it was done by those crabs, and the blame will be shifted to the big crabs in the neighboring lake. The teacher couldn't help but nod, praising my knowledge. Just like that, without any danger, we finally approached our destination, the Demon Flame Volcano. The teacher said that to save time, she would directly help me deal with the soul beast this time. The target was the 80,000-year-old Dark Golden Flame Demon. If that didn't work, she would even take down the Dark Golden Flame Demon King for me. Huolina and I gasped in shock. A title to a level powerhouse could kill it as easily as slaughtering a chicken. On the way, the teacher suddenly called me to a halt, looking at me seriously, and threw out a shocking theory. She said that my Blue Lotus Earth Fire was not actually a martial soul. I was dumbfounded at the time. She said that what I used to control the fire was not mental power, but something more advanced and purer called soul power? Goodness, did I just ascend on the spot? She said this thing was innate, which is why I was immune to various illusions, because it was burning my soul. She said if this thing could be developed, the entire cultivation system of the Douluo continent would have to be rewritten. Huolina and I were both stunned. If this discovery is real, it would be absolutely explosive. The teacher said that when I absorbed the soul ring later, she would help guide me to see if we could truly observe this power. Soon, we arrived at the Magic Flame Volcano. That place was like a hell on earth, with rivers of lava everywhere. One wrong move, and it would be over. The teacher took us and flew straight to the entrance of a lava cave. The heat wave inside, let me tell you, Huolina couldn't handle it and turned pale. I quickly shared a small cluster of Blue Lotus Earth Fire to protect her and told her to wait for us at the cave entrance. As soon as my teacher and I entered the cave, we heard a series of low growls coming from inside. Deep within the cave was a massive lava lake, and in the center of the lake was a small island where a dark golden flame demon, over 5 meters long, was trembling behind a rock. It was terrified by my fire and my teacher's aura. And guess what? That big monkey actually spoke. Family, who understands? Soul beasts can now speak human language. This world has finally gone crazy in a way I don't recognize. It was making threats, saying that we would be in trouble when its king arrived. But with its shivering appearance, it had no credibility at all. My teacher snorted coldly. Your life ends here? Just as the words fell, 18 soul rings suddenly lit up. I didn't even see how she moved. She just slapped it, and that arrogant, dark, golden flame demon, along with a giant rock behind it, was directly turned into a puddle of mud. A dimensionality reduction strike. Pure dimensionality reduction strike. Although it felt a bit strange to kill a soul beast that could talk. My teacher was right. This is the fate of soul masters. I stepped forward, closed my eyes, and used a blue lotus core fire to end its suffering. The black 10,000-year soul rings slowly gathered, and I sat cross-legged, beginning the most bizarre soul absorption of my life. I slowly fused the blue lotus earth fire with the soul ring, and at first, it went quite smoothly. But just at the moment when the two completely combined, my head buzzed, and it felt like there was a nuclear bomb about to explode inside. An indescribable mental pressure burst from my head, causing even the teacher beside me to grunt in shock. It hurt. It was the kind of pain that felt like my soul was being torn apart. I couldn't control myself at that moment, rolling on the ground while holding my head, and the blue lotus earth fire went completely berserk, becoming indistinct. In the end, it wrapped around me and plunged straight into the nearby boiling magma lake. But who would have thought that as I was about to dive in, my teacher, Bibi Dong, without a second thought, grabbed me. Is she crazy? That's the blue lotus earth fire, and it was so hot that smoke was rising from her arm. Yet she didn't let go. What happened next? Well, she was directly pulled into the magma lake along with my uncontrollable fiery momentum. I tell you, in that moment I was dazed, but I still caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye that my teacher was really amazing. She was being dragged down by me, yet she was able to instantly summon her spider emperor martial soul. One of her spider legs snapped into the nearby rock wall, bringing us to an emergency stop. But it was useless. I was too caught up in my frenzy and with the rock being baked crispy by the high temperature. We continued to slide down. To make matters worse, the fire on her body was still burning, and she was almost cooked alive. Just at that critical moment, my teacher suddenly discovered a shocking secret. The lava lake was actually avoiding the primal chaos fire on me. The molten lava that could melt steel was retreating like mice fleeing from a cat. Family, who understands? My teacher's mind was working incredibly fast. She furrowed her brows, made a tough decision, and actually let go of my hand to jump down with me. Her reasoning was simple. I was engulfed in fire, so I would definitely be fine. She herself was a limit Douluo, capable of taking hits and wouldn't die easily. As it turned out, she was right. The moment I fell into the lava, the surrounding molten rock instantly retreated, creating a large open space for us, almost like Moses parting the sea. My teacher floated beside me, and with a surge of soul power, extinguished the flames on her body. She looked at me, her face full of concern, probably wondering to herself, this script doesn't team match. Why is it making such a big commotion? At that moment, the color of the fire on me was getting lighter, but the temperature was skyrocketing as if I was on a rocket. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the flames shot up into the sky, forming a huge dome that enveloped both of us along with the entire area. The surrounding lava was instantly swallowed clean by this newly born flame. My teacher was in shock. She realized the fire was no longer burning her. However, she also discovered an even more embarrassing problem. Her clothes had long been burned away. I had completely passed out at that time, but somehow, a mysterious spiritual power was controlling everything. My teacher felt it too. She tried to use her spiritual power to probe, but found that she couldn't get in at all, as if there was a firewall blocking her. Just as she was puzzled, the flames actually transformed into a giant python, coiling around us tighter and tighter. Outside the cave, Hulaina was bored and picking at her feet, holding a small flame I had given her for self-defense. As she momentarily lost focus, a red shadow suddenly sprang out from behind her and snatched the flame away. Hulaina was startled and looked closely. To her surprise, it was a completely crimson fox. A 30,000-year soul beast, the illusory scarlet fox. That fox was quite the character. Without a word, it swallowed the flame it had stolen. Then it surprisingly spoke to Hulaina, asking, "Hey little girl, where's that guy who gave you the fire? Can you get him to give me some more? Once I eat enough, I can turn into a human." This fox was quite the charmer. It told Hulaina that if she helped it, it would reveal a huge secret to her. It knew where a 100,000-year soul beast, the Qingqiu fox demon, was. Family, a 100,000-year soul ring. and it perfectly matched Hulayina's martial soul. Who could resist such immense wealth? Hulayina was immediately tempted, but she was still clear-headed enough to say that she would have the final say in this matter. The fox wasn't in a hurry. It just waited at the cave entrance. Out of curiosity, it peeked inside using its spiritual power. Just that one look nearly scared its soul out of its body. The fire giant python inside lunged at its spiritual power, and if it hadn't run away quickly, it would have turned into a foolish fox right then and there. It rolled and crawled back, collapsing on the ground, trembling and muttering, "The things inside are too terrifying." Of course, the two of us inside the cave had no idea about this drama outside. My teacher looked at the vortex formed by the fire giant python. The temperature so high that even the clothes stored in her spatial ring turned to ash instantly. She was completely helpless. To make matters worse, she discovered that an unnamed evil fire was rising within her body. I tell you, this was bizarre. Later we found out that it was the charm soul skill of the fox that had failed to attack Hulayina, which got sucked into my fiery vortex, and, unfortunately, she was hit directly. As for me, I was in a mysterious state at that moment. My azure lotus earth heart fire was actually merging with another kind of intangible flame, the fallen heart flame. This was a combination of two exotic fires. But this process was hellishly difficult for me. My consciousness could perceive the outside world, and when I looked, I saw my teacher. Well, her perfect body without a single thread. I was still a young lad at that time. Family, who understands? My CPU was burning out. I had to desperately control the flames while also fighting to avert my gaze from places I shouldn't be looking at. My teacher saw me frowning and thought my soul power was insufficient, so she kindly transferred her surging soul power to me. This transfer was no small matter. As soon as we made contact, her body trembled even more violently, and the effect of her soul skill fully erupted. Finally, with her help, the fusion of the two types of was successful. But at the moment of success, an indescribable soul pressure exploded from my body, causing my teacher's spirit to momentarily freeze. Then, my eyes turned into a terrifying crimson color, completely controlled by the newly awakened. I looked at her and struggled to squeeze out a few words. "Teacher, hurry, stop me." In my hand, a fire lotus containing the energy to destroy the heavens, and the earth is slowly taking shape. My teacher also realized that if this thing exploded, not only would she be gone, but the entire mountain would be wiped out. She didn't care about her image anymore and pounced on me like a hungry tiger, pinning me down and pressing my hands firmly to the ground. Her soul power had been sealed by the previous soul shock, but the physical prowess of a limit Douluo was still there, and her strength was astonishing. Just as I was pinned down and my vision cleared, I witnessed the most outrageous scene of my life. My teacher, with a flushed face, was pressing down on me. Her eyes dazed yet fervent, breathing heavily, and her body was trembling uncontrollably. I was stunned at that moment. "Teacher, what happened to you?" She tightly shut her eyes, as if using all her strength to endure. The grip on my wrist was so strong it felt like my bones were about to be crushed. The fire in my heart began to rise as well. Her breath was right next to my ear, warm and intermittent. The last thread of rationality in my mind snapped with a pop. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying in a soft embrace. I was stunned for a second before realizing it was Bibi Dong's arms. Her eyes were tightly closed, her face flushed, but there were two dried tear marks at the corners of her eyes. When I looked down again, I realized that we were both lying completely naked at the center of this fiery vortex. My mind went blank with a buzz. I only remember that I succeeded. And then? What happened next? What exactly did I do? My mind went blank with a buzz, and I didn't dare to turn my head to look. My first reaction was to quickly find something to cover her up. As a result, let me tell you, I pulled out a piece of clothing from the ring, and just as I took it out, it disappeared with a hiss. It was then I remembered that damn falling heart flame was still fueling the fire nearby. I was furious at that moment, and with a swift backhand, I dispersed the fiery vortex. Looking at the obedient little flame in my hand, I was so angry that my teeth itched. If it weren't for this damn thing, would I have lost control and caused such a mess? I scolded it, but I still had to get things done. I quickly took off a piece of clothing to cover the teacher, and I put on one for myself as well. Then, feeling like a thief, I turned my back and didn't dare to look at her. I tell you, my heart was pounding like a drum, thump, 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 and I felt like the power within me had increased significantly. But why was I so flustered? This soul power was so strong that I was scared of it myself. It was ridiculous. I am desperately trying to calm myself down when suddenly, a pair of soft and slippery arms, like a water snake, wrapped around my waist from behind. Immediately after, a warm breath blew by my ear, and a single sentence made all the hairs on my body stand on end. Your heart is in turmoil, and it has nothing to do with the power of the soul. Oh my God, it's the teacher's voice. I froze completely and stammered, Teacher. She gently hugged me from behind, her voice carrying the kind of lazy tone of someone who just woke up, saying, "You're still just a child," getting so worked up over such a small thing. Let me tell you, her state was even more impactful than if she had slapped me. My mind was almost crashing, and I could only squeeze out a single phrase, "I'm sorry." But she was so carefree about it, saying, "What are you sorry for? I should be thanking you." Then she dropped a bombshell, saying, "You probably don't know, but I have a daughter." What the heck? I was completely stunned. She had never mentioned this before. Not even Juliana knew. Seeing my lack of response, she even self-deprecatingly asked if I felt disappointed. I quickly shook my head and said it was all my fault, leaving it up to her to handle. As a result, she sighed and said, "Then let me finish telling you my story. Who understands family matters?" What I heard next was simply a top-tier, melodramatic ethical drama from a wealthy family. She said that when she was young, she fell in love with a man who had very poor talent, and as a result, her beastly teacher, the previous Pope, Qin Shi actually forced himself on her to break them apart. At that time, I was so shocked that my fists clenched. What was even more explosive was that later she gave birth to the daughter of Qin Shi, but she completely denied it, feeling that it was a mistake, a product of shame, and a man she loved deeply. She thought he was scared away, but in reality, he just felt unworthy of her, his eyes filled with pity. She said the thing she couldn't stand the most was that look in his eyes. As she spoke, her body was trembling, and I could feel the hatred that seeped from her bones. She said, "What's even more ridiculous is that I still can't forget him. He is now a high-level soul master in his 20s. I was left speechless after listening and could only sigh that fate really knows how to play tricks on people. Then she sneered and said, if I were strong enough, I would be the one writing the book. Wow, that's so powerful. She said that in the end. She personally killed Qin Shi, finally avenging herself. After saying this, she suddenly asked me, "Do you think I'm a cruel person?" I nodded and honestly said yes, but not for us. She seemed to smile and then whispered in my ear, thanking me for helping her completely get rid of the shadows of her past. She said that when she was entangled with me in the fire, all she felt was vitality and strength, which was what she desired. I'm feeling a bit lightheaded listening to her. She changed the subject and said, "Xiao Yan, promise me that after we leave here, we'll treat what happened last night as a dream and no one will mention it again. At least not for now." At that moment, my heart sank, and I felt empty. I couldn't help but ask, "What can't you do?" She said it was nothing, just that I should remember it. She mentioned that I wasn't strong enough to protect the people I cared about. She wanted to define this matter as a spring dream, saying she was no longer pure and couldn't hold me back. As soon as I heard this, I got angry. I stood up and looked at her, saying, "Teacher, I am not satisfied with this result. Are you satisfied?" She laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "What can I do if I'm not satisfied? When you reach the rank of title Douluo, come back and talk to me about these things." Title Douluo? All right, that's what you said. I've set this flag for you. I feel like she's just using this as an excuse to give me some time to calm down and to give herself a chance to catch her breath. But for me, the more pressure you put on me, the more motivated I become. To prove that I'm not joking, I directly plunged my Xuanzhong ruler into the ground and said to her, "Teacher, since you want to see me get stronger, then take this move from me. I, Xiao Yan, don't want to be a heartless man in this life or the last." She let out a cold laugh and said, "You want to challenge me now?" Without saying a word, I activated my third soul skill and jumped into the air. That large ruler flew back to my hand in an instant. Let me tell you, when my soul power surged, some vague memory fragments suddenly appeared in my mind. I can't recall much, but there is one combat skill that I remember clearly. A flame suddenly engulfed the entire ruler, and that scene was simply too cool. Bibi Dong also became serious, with 2 martial souls and 18 soul rings all shining brightly. A title law was going all out against a soul zone like me, which meant she also sensed the danger. The entire cave was illuminated by my flames, and I felt that what I shouted out wasn't just the name of skill, but a mysterious code from ancient times. Flame Splitter Wave Ruler. I told you. That enormous flame shadow struck down with a devastating force. Bibi Dong's pupils contracted for a moment, and her 2 spider martial souls desperately pushed forward, barely managing to block it. However, the gap was still too large. This move drained all my soul power, and I fell from midair, my shoulder bone dislocated, blood flowing down my arm, and a metallic sweetness filling my throat. Bibi Dong hurried over to support me, feeling both heartbroken and helpless, saying, "You child, fighting so hard just to prove this?" I gave a wry smile and said, "It seems it's still not working." While she helped me treat my wound, She checked my body, and the next second, her pupils went wide with shock. Dude, can you guess what level I am? Level 49. In just one day, I jumped straight from level 41 to 49. The speed of this upgrade is simply extraordinary. I explained to her that this falling heart flame comes with a cultivation enhancement feature, and I have completely mastered it now. I can turn an area within 300 meters around me into a cultivation acceleration zone. After hearing this, Bibi Dong probably felt numb and was too lazy to be shocked. She also noticed that my soul seemed incomplete, and that as my strength grew, my soul would become more complete, allowing me to recover all my past memories. We stayed in the cave for more than 3 days, and we definitely won't make it to the Soul Master competition in Heavendou City. Bibi Dong said it doesn't matter. The competition in Stardou City is originally easy and meant for beginners to practice. Hulaina is just here to test my strength, and we can go to other cities to participate. She asked me to find a few talented teammates to form a team and venture into the big cities. Then, she suddenly gave me a secret mission, to take the opportunity of the competition to probe the attitudes of the major sects in the upper 3 sects towards the Spirit Hall. But I must not expose my identity. As soon as I heard this, isn't it just asking me to be a spy? The difficulty is a bit high, but I still agreed. She said she wanted to establish a Spirit Hall that was absolutely unified and only listen to the Pope's orders, to completely end the chaotic disputes on this continent. After explaining all this, she finally warned me seriously once more. Not a word about what happens in the cave is allowed to be spoken outside. I feel so frustrated. It seems to me that in her eyes, I am still too weak and not qualified for her to take this matter seriously. We walked out of the cave one after the other, and as soon as we stepped outside, we were stunned. Hulaina was waiting for us outside, and beside her was a bright red fox, which was watching us with a vigilant expression. My teacher was extremely decisive. Thinking that Hulaina was enchanted by the 30,000-year-old illusionary red fox, without saying a word, he used his power from a distance, and the fox immediately floated up and started twisting in the air. Don't kill me. The fox actually spoke human language. Hulaina quickly came over to stop him. After a while, it turned out that the fox was there to negotiate with me. It said that as long as I used my to help it cultivate, it would tell me the whereabouts of a 100,000-year-old Qingqiu fox demon. What kind of person is my teacher? The Pope. She hates it when others talk conditions with her. And at that moment, I just wanted to crush her. I hurriedly stopped her and analyzed the pros and cons for the teacher. I said, this 100,000-year fox spirit ring is so important for senior sister. Moreover, if this red fox also cultivates to 100,000 years, wouldn't that be like getting a title Douluo level fighter for free? The fox, being clever, immediately pledged loyalty, saying it would definitely serve us in the future. Bibi Dong thought for a moment before loosening her grip, but her intention was clear. Keep it alive for now, and once Hulaina reaches level 60, she would kill it for the spirit ring. I had a sudden inspiration and added, that's perfect. Before we slaughter it, let's use it to fatten it up. Let's raise it for 100,000 years before we take it down. That way we maximize our profits. Teacher, don't you have a fire seed I gave you in your body? It's perfect for you to practice with and get familiar with how to use it. As soon as Bibi Dong heard this, she laughed. Your calculations are quite good. After saying that, she exerted some force, and the red fox immediately fainted. The fox, after hearing our conversation, probably felt completely dazed. It thought it was coming for a trade, but unexpectedly ended up in a slaughterhouse, and now it had to be force-fed. Bibi Dong, holding the unconscious fox, told us that soul masters and soul beasts are natural enemies, and that there is no such thing as a trade. However, she also assured Hulaina that once they returned to the Pope's Hall, she had plenty of ways to make the fox speak. Having delayed for so long, we needed to return to the Spirit Hall immediately. As we walked away, Hulaina, being her curious self, couldn't hold back any longer and kept poking me on the way, asking, hey, what exactly were you doing in the cave? The noise was so loud. It sounded like a demolition. And what was that soul energy all about? I tell you, my face at that moment flushed all the way to my neck. It was simply a major social death scene. I sneaked a glance at Bibi Dong, and wow, her gaze was like 2 ice daggers. I dared not say a word. If I did, I would have to leave the Spirit Hall sideways today. I could only vaguely mumble something about soul power and uncontrolled, different fire, and other nonsense anyway. I just wouldn't mention the main topic no matter what. Hulaina actually believed it, looking all sentimental, saying, Xiao Yan, you're amazing. She seemed a bit disappointed, saying, it probably won't be long before you catch up to me. I laughed at that moment and teased her on purpose. Are you talking about cultivation level or real combat power? She immediately got irritated. What do you mean? Who can withstand your Qinglian Earth Heart fire? As a result, Bibi Dong next to me delivered a fatal blow, saying ly, even if Xiao Yan doesn't use. His combat power isn't determined by level. Nana, you still don't know his true level, right? Hulaina looked confused. Isn't it level 41? I shook my head and casually reported the number. 49 levels. Although my foundation was still a bit shaky, it was genuine. Who understands this among my family? Hulaina looked like she had been struck by lightning, jumping up from the ground and pointing at me, shouting, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Her expression was as if she had just witnessed her beloved idol's downfall. However, we were still on our way, and the outside world had already erupted into chaos because of the commotion we caused. Let me tell you, the energy explosion that Bibi Dong and I created in the cave was earth-shattering, directly alarming the old fossils in the Elder Hall, far away in the Pope City. They thought a peerless old beast had appeared, and without a second thought, they sent 2 tidal Douluo, the porcupine and the snake spear, along with hundreds of elite soldiers with soul power above level 50, charging into the Star Dou forest. We traveled for 3 days and then ran into a large group from the Spear Hall. Bibi Dong's expression changed immediately. She told me that the people in the Elder Hall were unaware of my existence and that I was her hidden ace, which absolutely could not be exposed. Well, plans couldn't keep up with changes, and the 3 of us had to part ways on the spot. She and Hulaina went to find those 2 titled Douluos to act, while I had to slip away on my own. To be honest, this constant hiding and sneaking around really wasn't pleasant. Ultimately, it was because I wasn't strong enough. If I were level 90 right now, I could just ride on top of those old guys in the Elder Hall and do as I pleased. Who would dare to say a word against me? Without the evil soul masters, the outskirts of the Star Dou forest felt like my backyard. I unleashed all my firepower, cycling through my soul ring skills, draining my soul power again and again, then meditating to recover, pushing myself to the limit. You know what? It actually worked quite well. What would have taken 2 days? I managed to complete in just 1 day, and I felt like my level had solidified quite a bit. When I burst out of the forest gate and saw the human world again, wow, it was a sea of people. Right at the entrance, I saw a mercenary group recruiting. A woman who looked like a female gorilla was shouting at the top of her lungs, "We're hiring. Escort into the forest to hunt soul beasts, must be above level 50, priority given to attack type." I glanced at the people they were supposed to protect, and oh, here comes a familiar scene. A handsome blonde guy was smiling like a human sun, accompanied by a few young boys and girls. Among them, a kid in a blue outfit had a face that looked like the whole world owed him money, with a fierce expression that screamed classic, overpowered character. They were chatting, so I leaned in to listen. They were talking about how teacher Zhao had a bad temper and offended someone from the Wuhuan Hall. So now the teacher couldn't enter the forest with them. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't that just perfect? I walked straight up and asked, "Excuse me, are you all going into the forest to hunt soul rings?" A chubby guy glanced at me sideways and replied impatiently, "What a stupid question. Are we here to tour, if not to hunt soul rings?" I'm not angry either, and I directly looked at the strongest presence in their group, a long-haired woman, and asked, "Which academy are you from? Is this your teacher?" The woman completely ignored me, being extremely aloof. It was still that blonde handsome guy who was more polite. He smiled and said, "Hello, we are from Shrek Academy." I was taken aback. Shrek Academy? Where did that come from? I've never heard of it before. But looking at their setup, they're all over level 40 at such a young age. Their strength is not bad. Just when I needed a team to compete. They have come right to my doorstep. I'll get straight to the point. To be honest, I've been practicing on my own and wanted to join a team for the Soul Master competition. As a result, that kid in blue, Tang San, stepped forward and raised his chin high, looking down at me. "Sorry, our Shrek 7 monsters are a whole, and we can't accommodate an 8th person. Moreover, to join us, your strength is not enough." I almost couldn't hold back my laughter at that moment. Not enough strength? Let me tell you, those 4 words are simply the funniest joke in my life. I scratched my head, looked at him, and said slowly, "As for strength, I think it's probably enough." As soon as I finished speaking, the soul rings within me erupted instantly. Yellow? Purple? Non-existent. I started with 2,000-year soul rings, followed by 2 dazzling 10,000-year soul rings, 2 purple and 2 black. In that moment, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place, their eyes nearly popping out. The big sister of the mercenary group had her mouth open wide enough to fit an egg, unable to say a word. I looked at the colorful expressions on the faces of the Shrek group, especially that of Tang San. His shocked face was even more impressive than the eternal soul ring I had just obtained. I smiled slightly and introduced myself. I am Xiao Yan, 16 years old, a level 49 strong attack system soul master, and my martial soul is the Xian Zhong Qi now, the Shrek crowd, who had just been indifferent to me, suddenly surrounded me, their eyes looking at me as if I were some rare treasure. Their teacher, a level 78 soul saint named Lu Erlong, even came over to talk to me and invited me to join Shrek Academy. I directly refused. Just kidding, my teacher is Bibi Dong. Why would I go to your little broken academy? They even boast that the dean is a soul sage, which makes me want to laugh like crazy. A soul sage? Sorry, to me, that thing is as common as cabbage. There are plenty of them in the spirit hall. Seeing my indifference, both Tang San and that blonde handsome guy Dai Mubai looked a bit uncomfortable. In the end, they discussed it and decided to let me be a temporary mercenary, following them into the forest to test my strength. How to test it? By having a fight, of course. They brought in the leader of the mercenary group, a strong man named Tai Sun, a level 60 assault system soul king with a martial spirit called the Awakened Lion. When he stood in front of me, he looked like an iron tower and declared that as long as I could last 10 minutes under his hands, I would pass. 10 minutes? I looked at him and smiled faintly. All right, then 10 minutes. Tang Sin was still whispering to Dai Mubai behind me, saying something about me being mysterious and needing to be cautious. I could even sense the faint murderous aura on him. He probably had a lot of hidden weapons in his belt, ready to backstab me at any moment. Childish. Tai-san didn't say a word, activated his martial spirit, and a huge shadow of an angry lion roared behind him, with 6 soul rings shining brightly. He roared and charged at me like a small mountain. And me? I didn't even activate my soul rings, just stood there quietly, slowly lifting my Xian heavy ruler. Lu Erlong and Dai Mubai were stunned, exclaiming, "He wants to take the Soul King's assault head-on." That's right, that's exactly what I was thinking. With a loud clang, the iron ruler and the lion's claw collided fiercely. I used the force to roll back twice to dissipate the impact, while Tai Sun, that level 60 Soul King, was actually pushed back a step by my strike. He was shocked, and I was a bit disappointed too. Dusting myself off, I looked at him and said, "The difference in levels is indeed significant. Without using soul skills, it's probably hard to win against you." As soon as I said this, the audience was in an uproar. A soul master, facing a soul king who was over 10 levels higher, instead of thinking about how to save his life, was actually considering how to win? Tai-sen's face turned dark immediately. As a strong man, he couldn't stand being provoked by a kid like me. 5th soul skill, Angry Lion Charge. He no longer held back and directly unleashed his ultimate move. I let out a cold laugh, and my soul power erupted violently within me. The 4 soul rings, 2 purple and 2 black, instantly lit up, and the terrifying sense of pressure caused those around me to hold their breath. 4th soul skill, Spirit's Embrace. The blue soul power armor covered my entire body, and I charged forward with my ruler in hand. Once again, there was a cataclysmic collision, and the shockwaves sent people around me tumbling in all directions. After that, the situation completely spiraled out of control. Iron Forest attacked me, frantically, but I would not retreat even an inch. He became increasingly alarmed, completely unprepared for how long I could hold my ground against him. I could feel him starting to gather stronger soul power. He was really getting serious. But I was still injured and couldn't afford to wear him down. There was only one chance. 2nd soul skill, Stasis. The moment Taishan made his move and hesitated for an instant, I struck. My 1st soul skill activated, boosting my speed and power dramatically. The heavy Xuanzhong ruler in my hand whistled through the air as I unleashed a frenzied assault on that massive lion spirit. Bang, bang, bang. Taishan was stunned. He wanted to counterattack, but found that every time my ruler came crashing down, his soul power would momentarily stagnate, preventing him from unleashing a complete soul skill. I had him suppressed. A peak soul king at level 60 was being ground into the dirt by me. A soul zone at level 49. I saw him expose a flaw due to his impatience. Opportunity. I smiled and cleverly struck his arm and elbow with my ruler, instantly breaking his offensive. Tai-sun quickly recoiled, looking at me in shock. In fact, at that moment, the time for my 1st spirit ring was also running out, and my soul power was depleting significantly, with my wounds starting to ache. I could have chased after him and knocked him down in one go, but after thinking it over, I decided against it. There was no need to completely tear apart someone I had just met. I gave him a way out, and he understood, probably feeling quite grateful to me. For the next few minutes, we acted like we were in a play, exchanging blows back and forth. And in the end, it seemed like he had the upper hand. Dai Mubai and the others breathed a sigh of relief, saying that the Soul King is indeed the Soul King, with stronger endurance. Only Lu Erlong shook her head, looking at me with a complex expression, and softly said, "You all didn't understand at all. Xiao Yan hasn't shown his true strength yet. I tell you, back then, those people were analyzing it, and that Tang San, seriously acting like Sherlock Holmes, said, "Brothers, have you noticed? Xiao Yan's martial soul is clearly summoned by his right hand, but he always fights using his left hand. This doesn't make sense." When Ning Rongrong heard this, her eyes widened. Wow, does he have some unspeakable secret? Lu Erlong, the big sister, directly put an end to it. What's secret? It's just that his right arm is injured. Otherwise, how could his strength suddenly weaken in the middle of the fight? It must be an old injury acting up, and he can't hold on anymore. Goodness, when Dai Mubai, the golden-haired Lion King, heard this, he was surprisingly happy. An injury? That's great. It shows he's really a wild boss, without any backing or sect. Otherwise, he couldn't be fighting like this all alone with an injury. I was thinking at that moment, your way of thinking is quite unique. I'm injured and you're actually happy about it, right? Oscar weakly asked beside me, so, will his injury hold us back? Ning Rongrong gave him a glance. Are you blind? With those 2 moves he just made, even with an injured arm, he's still way stronger than an average Soul King. Besides, with my 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda and your sausage, we can get him back on his feet in no time. While they were chatting, my spar with Taishin was also coming to an end. I put away my ruler and politely clasped my fists in salute. Taishin, although looking surprised that he lost, still acknowledged my strength. Then, let me tell you, the funniest part came. Just as the crowd watching was about to disperse, they all gathered around me again, just like a large job fair. A big guy came up and said, "Hello, young man, have you heard about the Giant Elephant sect? Our sect is all about toughness." Immediately, a middle-aged woman squeezed over, smiling brightly. "Hey, handsome, come check out our Harmony sect. We have all beautiful sisters in our sect, guaranteed satisfaction." Next to her, a wealthy uncle chimed in, "Old hag, all you know is to use beauty tricks. Don't listen to her. Come to our wealthy sect. We focus on financial power, a life of luxury. You can have as much as you want." Various academies like Songxing Academy, Plan Academy, and even HR from the Spear Hall were mixed in, handing out flyers. I was completely stunned by this scene. Who understands, it was my first time experiencing being snatched up like this. The Shrek group realized this wasn't good. The person they had their eyes on was about to be taken away. That fat guy Ma Hongjun, relying on his size, suddenly barreled him like a bowling ball, knocking several people over. Dai Mubai and Taishin quickly came to help clear the area. After all, with a Soul Saint and a few Soul Kings standing here, who would dare to cause trouble? Finally, it was quiet again. Oscar came over and patted me on the shoulder. "Big brother, you really are a lucky star?" I waved my hand and said, "No, I'm just here to join in." Now, with my strength, I finally qualified to join the team. Right? Yes. Absolutely. That chubby Ma Hongjun was very friendly, hugging me and saying, "Why don't you just join our Shrek team? With our master guiding you, you'll definitely take off." I shook my head, thinking to myself that my teacher is much stronger than you masters. I still politely said, "Let's team up for now, as long as we can compete together." Lu Erlong finally made the decision and smiled at me, saying, "Xiao Yan, welcome. Although we're just temporary teammates, the door of Shrek will always be open for you." As she spoke, I happened to raise my right hand to return her greeting, but my arm hurt, causing the muscles in my face to twitch. Wow, this big sister's eyes are really sharp. She immediately caught on. Is that injury really nothing? Next to us, Tai-sun furrowed his brows, probably thinking, what the heck? Did I just compete with an injured person? I can only awkwardly smile. "Senior, you really have sharp eyes. It's just an old habit. It's no big deal." "This won't do," Lu Erlong said with a serious expression. "The Stardew Forest is not very peaceful right now. There have been evil soul masters appearing recently, and your condition is too dangerous." As soon as I heard about the evil soul masters, I casually asked, "Don't worry. That issue with the evil soul masters has already been resolved. However, I just heard someone shouting that the Spirit Hall is recruiting. Is something going on?" As soon as I said that, I tell you, Lu Erlong's expression instantly changed. His aura completely erupted, like a mother Tyrannosaurus Rex that had been provoked, exuding a murderous intent. Even Brother Tyson beside him was so scared that he took a half step back. I felt a jolt in my heart. Oh no, did I step on a landmine? Dai Mubai quickly came out to mediate. "Teacher Lu Erlong, please calm down. Let me explain to Brother Xiao Yan." Lu Erlong took several deep breaths and waved her hand. "No need. This matter must be addressed. Those bastards from the Spear Hall are really going too far." And she explained the whole story. It turned out that 10 days ago, people from their academy went to hunt for soul rings, but they were blocked by the people from the Spirit Hall. The 2 deans, Flanders and Zhao Wujin, went up to reason with them, but they were directly beaten into serious injury. Not only did they have a soul Douluo on the opposite side, but there were also 2 titled Douluos stationed there. They were called the spiked porcupine Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo. As soon as I heard the time, I realized what was going on. This was the day after Hu Liena and I caused a big commotion in the forest. It seems that the spirit hall was scared and directly sent heavy troops to seal off the forest. Lu Erlong was both angry and anxious, with two main forces in her family severely injured, and as a soul saint leading a group of little kids, she really didn't feel safe, which is why she came out to hire a mercenary group. So, are you planning to charge in again? I asked. That's right, Lu Erlong nodded. We're setting off right away. Can your body keep up? Can I say I can't keep up? I nodded, then took out some paper and a pen from the ring and quickly wrote a letter. I called a messenger and gave him a few gold soul coins. Just leave on the table at the small courtyard outside Tiando City. Watching the messenger run off gratefully, I couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. I didn't even know when Bibi Dong had stuffed hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins into this ring. Being rich is really nice. Just like that, our group marched back into the Stardow Forest. On the way, I found out that several people in the team were waiting for their soul rings. Tang San, Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and I also had to help Brother Tyson get one. Brother Tyson's original target was a 5,000-year-old lion, but along the way, he kept eyeing my 2,10,000-year soul rings, pestering Lu Erlong every day, saying he also wanted a 10,000-year one. During a break, he came over and asked me, Xiao Yan, can you help me see what kind of 10,000-year soul beast I should hunt? His wife, that strong lady named Tong Tietue, slapped him on the back of his head. Enough of you. What do you want a bicycle for? Just honestly get a 1,000-year one, or 10,000-year soul beast that easy to find? I watched them banter and, after thinking for a moment, I chimed in, actually, there is a 1,000-year soul beast nest in the lake at the center of the forest. The central area? A 1,000-year soul beast? Wow. In an instant, everyone gathered around, their eyes shining with excitement. Lu Erlong shook his head. I know you're talking about the spirit abyss Xian turtle, but that place is too dangerous. There are the ghost bone giant turtles guarding it, and those turtles come in groups. We can't mess with them. Dai Mubai also said with a look of fear. Yes. Yes, yes, and there are titan giant apes nearby. Last time they almost wiped us out. Tang Sen added from the side. Xiao Wu was even captured, but she managed to run back on her own later. I was stunned at the time. Ran out from the titan ape? Is this little girl King Kong? No, wait. Who is King Kong again? Why would such a strange name pop into my head? Anyway, in the end, Lu Erlong made the decision that the place was too dangerous and forbade us from going. By nightfall, we set up camp. Just as I was about to sprinkle the powder around to drive away the soul beasts, the guy Tang Sen stopped me. He actually said, don't sprinkle it. Night is when the soul beasts are most active. Let's wait and see. They might come to us, and we might just find a suitable soul ring. I was stunned at the time. Buddy, your idea is quite bold. Treating our camp like a spirit beast buffet? What if a big guy shows up? Wouldn't we become a midnight snack? But seeing their nonchalant expressions, I didn't say much. At this moment, Lu Erlong spoke up. Xiao Yan, just in time. Let Rong and Xiao Ao help you take a look at the injury on your arm. Fine. I'm curious about how amazing that legendary 7 treasures glazed tower really is. Once I entered the tent, I took off my outer robe and arm armor, rolled up my sleeves, and let me tell you, Ning Rong and Oscar both gasped. My arm was covered with old and new wounds, looking like a centipede, with the longest one stretching from my shoulder to my elbow. How long have you had these injuries? Ning Rong asked cautiously. Almost a month, to be honest. The old injuries Haven T healed well, and now I've added new ones, so it's like this. Then Ning Rong summoned her beautiful 7 treasures glazed tower. And Oscar also conjured a big sausage. The soft light shone on me, which felt quite comfortable. But after a while, Ning Rong's brows furrowed. What's wrong? Oscar asked. His injuries are too severe, Ning Rong said helplessly. The damage has reached the tendons. Just the two of us won't be able to treat it properly in a short time. I wasn't surprised by this outcome. After all, even a soul saint level support type, soul master couldn't handle it. I waved my hand. It's fine, don't worry about it. I can refine some pills to adjust my condition. Pills? They both looked at me with puzzled expressions. I simply explained that I usually enjoy studying flowers and plants, and that by mixing them together, I can create effective pills. Oscar became excited upon hearing this. Wow, you're just like Tang San? He also likes to tinker with these. Ning Rong's eyes lit up, and she said to me, it seems that Tang San doesn't think highly of you right now, so you can use this as a topic to communicate with him more. He is the core brain of our team. After saying this, the girl was quite considerate and left her 7 treasure glazed tile in the tent. saying that keeping her martial soul active could help relieve my pain. Once they went out, I was alone in the tent, quietly using it to dry the medicinal materials. And then I took a small and lit a small flame. Just as I was holding and walking out of the tent, I found that a group of people outside were still awake, surrounding me like they were watching a gorilla. "Xiao brother, are you going to refine an immortal pill?" SummonsBibi asked with curiosity. I smiled and placed the stove and the dried herbs on the ground. "Let's try to make a healing potion." Tang Sen leaned against a nearby tree, arms crossed, with a look on his face that said he was curious about what I was up to. Brother Tai-san and the others were even more curious, coming over to ask me how effective this elixir was and if I could make some for them too. I thought this was a good opportunity to get closer, so I generously copied a few copies of the prescription and handed them out. I wrote down all the medicinal ingredients, most of which are easy to find. But the last one, called Heart-Piercing Lotus, is quite rare, so everyone keep an eye out for it on the way. Oscar looked at the prescription and was stunned. Wow, over 30 kinds of medicinal ingredients? This is so complicated. Most people had the same expression as him. But only Tang San's gaze changed as he looked at the prescription in his hand. His look at me also changed. He must be thinking, finally, it's my turn to enjoy this wealth, and wants to learn from me. This person really is something. I gave him the prescription so generously. Yet he still suspects that I have some ulterior motive regarding his Xiantian skill, truly judging a gentleman's heart with a villain's mindset. I told him that my furnace had too little fire and it was slow, taking 6 to 7 hours. As soon as Lu Erlong heard this, he immediately understood and exchanged a glance with Tang San. The next second, I watched in disbelief as Tang San, with an unkind smile, pulled back Ma Hongjun, who was just about to sneak off to sleep. "Fatty, it's your turn to perform. Give everyone a fire show." SummonsBibi cheered from his side. Ma Hongjun looked completely disheartened, but still summoned his evil fire phoenix. Let me tell you, once that phoenix appeared, the temperature of the entire camp rose several degrees. That flame was indeed much stronger than ordinary fire. Of course, compared to it was still far off. It was like the difference between a lighter and a forest fire. With the blessing of the phoenix flame, I estimated that I could refine the pill in 2 to 3 hours. I began to methodically crush the herbs, wrapping them in soul power and tossing them into the furnace, my movements flowing like water. Once everyone else had gone back to rest, Tang Sen could no longer hold back and leaned over to ask me, "Xiao brother, where did you get this recipe?" As soon as I saw his eager little eyes, I felt happy inside. I researched it myself. I ate hundreds of different plants one by one, observed my body's reactions, recorded their medicinal properties, and then combined them in proportions. After hearing this, Tang San frowned even tighter. He was probably stunned by my hardcore research method, like Shennong tasting hundreds of herbs. How much effort must that have taken? I tell you, this is really not a matter of putting in effort. It's purely a personal hobby. My teacher often nags me, saying that I'm indulging in distractions. After hearing this, Tang Sen couldn't help but laugh in anger, shaking his head and saying, "If that's considered indulging in distractions, then wouldn't all the doctors in the world be unemployed? That's not the same. I'm a soul master." I sighed and said, "Being a soul master means either fighting soul beasts or being on the way to fight soul beasts. Where's there time for these things?" "That's true." He sat down next to me and finally couldn't help but start probing into my background. "Brother, who exactly is your teacher? Come on, give us a hint. You're so mysterious. We really have no clue." I smiled at him mischievously and pretended to be profound, saying, "She's very strong. Once we win a championship, you'll naturally know." I'm not boasting. My teacher Bibi Dong arranged it this way. The goal is for me to make a stunning debut in the Soul Master competition, and then she can officially announce me as her student. Just imagine that scene. TSK, TSK. A championship? I'll definitely get it. That kid Tang San, while saying it, was staring at me intently, and there was a sense of, how should I put it, a feeling of threat? Anyway, he regarded me as a formidable opponent. Well, he was looking at me, and I was looking at him too. Let me tell you, that little girl Ning Rong Rong wasn't wrong. Tang San is truly the core of Shrek. He seems harmless, but he's actually very cunning, like a cold briquette with 800 eyes. As a control-type soul master with a sharp mind, he's the most terrifying presence in team battles. He still didn't believe that my skills were self-taught and asked me again. I could only shrug. It's not entirely true. I know a few doctors at the Stardew City Hospital and have consulted them about some things. But in the end, it all comes down to interest. We chatted casually as I continued working, controlling the fire, adding materials, and refining everything in a smooth flow. 2 hours passed, and I had extracted all the essence from the herbs in the alchemy furnace, leaving only the final step, forming the pill. I concentrated my soul power and forcefully expelled the last bit of impurities, then kneaded all the essence into a single mass. During this time, I also taught Tang San a lot about herbal knowledge, even sharing the formula for the pain-numbing, soul power-boosting drug I had taken when being chased by the evil soul master. I warned him that the side effects of this thing were huge and that he should never touch it unless absolutely necessary. Guess what happened? Tang San treated the formula like a treasure, and his gaze towards me became much more favorable. He truly is a battle maniac. It's done. I let out a long sigh. As soon as I spoke, a rich and overwhelming fragrance of medicine exploded in the air, filling the entire camp. Wow, this smell is intoxicating. Liu Erlong and the others, who hadn't slept, came over upon smelling it. And even the Shrek team members and mercenaries sleeping in the tent were awakened by the aroma. They all gathered around me, watching intently as I carefully took out a small green pill, about the size of a fingernail, from the alchemy furnace. Wow, it's so beautiful. Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. The pill had natural patterns on it, which indeed looked quite nice. But I shook my head. Who understands, family? It's clearly a divine pill, I refined myself, yet I still found it lacking. There's no helping it. The fire in this forest isn't good, and the temperature was slightly off, resulting in a pill that didn't meet my expectations. If I had used my own, the grade of the pill would have at least gone up a level. What's wrong? Did you fail? Tang San looked puzzled when he saw me shaking my head. I sighed and said in a Versailles manner, "Hey, it's not a failure, just not reaching perfection. In my imagination, the perfect elixir should be crystal clear, but I guess I wouldn't be able to produce even one after refining it 100 times. I took out the remaining dozen pills, first giving one to Liu Erlong and one to the mercenary leader, Thai senator. Then I said, the efficacy isn't that pure, but compared to those ordinary healing medicines on the market, it's much stronger. As a result, Liu Erlong, roaring like a tiger, before I could finish my sentence, she tilted her head back and swallowed the pill in one go. The next second, she froze. A faint golden light began to emerge from her eyes, and a warm current rushed wildly through her body. She excitedly grabbed my arm and exclaimed, "So warm. I feel like the hidden injuries I had years ago are showing signs of healing." This effect lasted only a few seconds, but Liu Erlong's gaze towards me completely changed. It was so fervent, and the grip on my arm grew stronger, almost shaking me apart. "Can you refine some more?" I was startled by her sudden outburst and quickly backed away. "Teacher, please calm down. With my current injuries, I need to heal first. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely practice again." I divided the remaining pills. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, the two kids, have a good relationship with me on the way, so I gave each of them one. The rest I gave a few to Liu Erlong and Tai Sun, letting them divide it among themselves. Ning Rongrong was so happy to receive the pill that she jumped up, shouting, "Hooray! Thank you, Xiao Yan." The mercenary leader, Tai Sun, also tried one, and the effect stunned him right away. He sincerely told me, "Little brother, this medicine is amazing. As mercenaries who often walk on the edge of danger, we really need this. Do you think we would like to purchase it in bulk?" I couldn't help but laugh and cry. "Uncle Tai-san, this thing requires thousands of medicinal materials to produce just a dozen or so, and I don't have enough for myself. Mass production is impossible. However, once I improve the recipe and get more skilled, I might consider handing it over to the Spirit Hall to promote it to pharmacies nationwide." As soon as I finished speaking, Liu Erlong beside me snorted coldly. "Why give it to the Spirit Hall? They only know how to do evil everywhere." I helplessly shrugged my shoulders, too lazy to argue with her. I returned to the tent and swallowed a pill myself. The astonishing potency of the medicine dissolved in my mouth, instantly spreading throughout my organs. I felt the blood in my body start to flow faster, and my soul power began to operate automatically, feeling incredibly comfortable. After days of traveling, I was exhausted like a dog. Once the medicine took effect, I tilted my head and fell asleep. I don't know how long I slept, but in the middle of the night, it suddenly sounded like a party outside, chaotic and noisy, which woke me up. Rubbing my eyes, I stepped out of the tent, and to my surprise, the entire camp was in disarray, with several hundred-year-old soul beasts fiercely battling the mercenaries. When Tai-san saw me come out, he helplessly explained, "The medicine to attract soul beasts took effect, but unfortunately, they're all just a bunch of 100-year-old small karamis." I nodded. This was quite normal. We chatted briefly about the upcoming goals. Ning Rongrong needed a spirit beast called the Four-Eyed Phosphor Beast, while the others hadn't made up their minds yet. Those mercenary big shots quickly dealt with the incoming spirit beasts as if they were chopping vegetables. Zhu Zhuqing's little face was cold. She kicked the corpse of a spirit beast in front of the tent and said unhappily, Is this really useful? They're all just small fry. We can't expect to catch any big fish like this. Tang San, however, remained calm and said he had a backup plan. If necessary, he would use a celestial herb to attract the spirit beasts. I returned to the tent, intending to continue sleeping, only to find that I was still wearing that set of leather armor. The armor had already sustained several cracks from the fight with the evil soul master, significantly reducing its defensive capabilities. I thought it was time to change my gear. There were quite a few good items in the spatial ring my teacher gave me, including a platinum bishop's robe, which had max defense, but it was too flashy, with a red background and gold accents. Wearing it out would be like announcing to others that I was from the spirit hall. I decided to remodel it overnight. I carried a recently deceased soul beast corpse to the small creek beside the camp, opened it up, and used the beast's blood to dye the creek water red. Then I threw the robe into the water to soak. This material is special. It can only be temporarily softened using this method. After soaking it thoroughly, I took it out, laid it on the ground, and used a small knife to make a few cuts to shorten the robe. Then I put my original black robe over it, creating a perfect disguise that was low-key yet luxurious and meaningful. Just as I was admiring my masterpiece, I suddenly heard a faint sound coming from deep in the forest. My ears are sharp like radar, and I immediately became alert. I flicked my finger, and a blue fire lotus floated over, illuminating the dark forest. Goodness, it turned out to be Zhu Zhuqing, that girl, who was playing with a cat alone in the middle of the night. What are you doing here so late? I walked over. Upon seeing me, her expression was still cold. I don't want to sleep. That's because you're not tired enough. Hurry back and rest. I waved my hand to leave. Wait, she suddenly called out to me. I turned back, a bit confused. What's wrong? She hesitated for a moment and asked, what level is your current strength? Really? On the surface, it's level 49, but that's just boosted by external forces. The foundation is unstable, and my actual combat power is probably at level 45. I answered honestly. She gasped in surprise. The strongest in their team, Dou Bai, is only at level 41. She clenched her fists as if she had made a decision, and suddenly said, I also want a 10,000-year soul ring. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard that, so I directly gave her a lesson. Little sister, do you think a 10,000-year spirit ring is as common as cabbage? A normal spirit master's body can only absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring after obtaining the 5th spirit ring. You're only at the 4th ring now. Your body simply can't withstand that kind of soul impact. What I did was special, an exception that can't be replicated, understand? Why? If you can absorb it, why can't I? She was very unconvinced. Is there really no way? She looked particularly unwilling. I looked at her expression and sighed. The road to becoming strong has never been easy, so take your time. But I can't wait that long. Suddenly, she became emotionally agitated, and 2 tears rolled down the corners of her eyes. As soon as I heard this, I knew there was something juicy going on. I quickly asked, what do you mean by that? She realized she had lost her composure and hurriedly wiped away her tears, but her mood was still very low. Shaking her head, she said, my situation. No one can solve it. I can only rely on. That person? Who? I instinctively asked. She fell silent for 2 seconds, then slowly uttered a name. Dou Bai. Then, she revealed her dramatic backstory that was comparable to a soap opera. Let me tell you, it was explosive. Both she and Dou Bai were from the Luo Empire, one a noble and the other a prince. Their families had intermarried for generations, but the method of selecting heirs was a highlight of a Squid Game. They trained qualified siblings as deadly rivals from a young age, with only one allowed to survive. The victor inherits everything, while the loser is directly erased. Who understands family dynamics? Isn't this just a real-life version of Battle Royale? If you lose, you're out for good. I was shocked at that moment and said, what era is this? Why are we still engaging in such futile nonsense? I told them, why not just run away? With such a vast Douluo continent, are you afraid there won't be a place to stay? It's unavoidable. She shook her head in despair. What we are about to face is the entire family's pursuit. I was a bit cheeky at the time and asked, where's the mystery in that? Is your family from the upper 3 clans or the royal family of the 2 great empires? How can you have such great power? As a result, she just stared at me in silence. I instantly understood true royalty. This was a big deal. My mind started racing. Didn't my teacher ask me to investigate the attitudes of the 2 great empires? The Luo Empire is so twisted, and the royal family is hostile towards the Spear Hall. Isn't Zhu Zhuqing just a ready-made breakthrough? I looked at her and suddenly got inspired. Taking a deep breath, I quietly asked her, have you ever thought about doing something big? What? She replied, looking confused. I leaned in closer and said word by word, for example, to become an emperor, since I don't want to leave my fate in the hands of others. I must become the true ruler. At that moment, she was so scared that she stepped back several times, looking at me as if I were a madman, and screamed, "How is this possible? This is a coup. If it fails, it will be an abyss of no return." Young lady, I watch her turn to run, and I directly threw out the trump card. Look at the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Isn't she also a woman? With her presence, the Spirit Hall has intimidated the two great empires for decades, for hundreds of years. The borders of the two great empires have never been as stable as they are now. She can do it. Why can't you? Zhu Zhuqing turned around and shouted at me in anger. How can I compare to her? I was directly speechless. I said, "Sister, get it straight. Are you comparing yourself to her? You're elevating her. Let me tell you, your talent is miles ahead of hers. That Dai Mubai only reached level 40 at 17. And look at you, 13 years old and already level 40. Who understands this? Your cultivation speed is like riding a rocket. Dai Mubai can't even compare to you. Even if he cheats, and she's still there wallowing in self-pity, saying she has no ability." I thought to myself, after all this build-up, it's time for the main course. I cleared my throat and laid it all out, saying, "The Spirit Hall can help you." As soon as I said this, she was completely stunned, with a look on her face like, "Are you kidding me?" I laughed and said, "Let's stop hiding things from each other. You've told me your secrets, so let me share mine. How about we trade information?" She was clever and had already noticed that the rings on my hand were not ordinary. She knew I had a significant background and wanted to gain some benefits from me, so she immediately nodded. She even asked me what my purpose was in getting close to them. I thought to myself, what purpose could I have? I'm just a poor guy who wants to compete, but can't find enough teammates. I directly threw out my trump card. My teacher is the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Good heavens! Zhu Zhuqing's little face instantly turned pale, and I bet her mind was already playing out an epic drama of family feuds. She trembled and asked, "Why is the Pope's student mingling with us small fries?" I replied, "What's the big deal? The Prince of the Star Luo Empire is also here." The weight of the title Pope was too heavy. She fell into deep thought. Her brows furrowed enough to kill a fly. I didn't rush her. She needed to figure this out on her own. In simple terms, my plan was to support her rise to power and become the Empress of the Star Luo Empire. The cost? Quite simple. The Star Luo Empire would have to listen to the Spirit Hall, and if anyone dared to cause trouble, we could take them down in an instant. After hearing this, she let out a cold laugh and said, "We at the Spirit Hall are truly domineering." I shrugged and said, "That's not my fault. I never meddle in the Spirit Hall's affairs." She still didn't believe me and asked if I wasn't the future Pope. I replied, "You're overthinking it. I have a senior sister above me, the Saintess Hulaina, and the Pope's position belongs to her. Unlike you royal families from the Star Luo Empire, we don't play those exhausting internal competition games. My relationship with my senior sister is good." After pondering for a while, Zhu Zhuqing finally sighed and said this matter was too significant concerning the fate of the entire empire, and she needed to think it over. I nodded and said there was no rush. She could come find me any time once she figured it out. My teacher might even be quite happy to take on another talented disciple. After saying that, she silently walked back to the camp alone. That night, however, there was suddenly a commotion outside Stardew City. Let me tell you about the scene. A night brigade hundreds of meters long. A luxurious carriage pulled by 5 horses in the middle, resembling a moving castle, with 2 titled Douluos standing guard as bodyguards on either side. I hadn't reacted yet when I heard Yue Guan mumbling, "They've returned, His Holiness the Pope is inside." Wow, my teacher Bibi Dong actually came back. At that moment, in the carriage, my teacher was sitting with her eyes closed, lost in thought. She was probably still reminiscing about that little incident in the cave. Who understands what we went through? This whole thing has left both of us with a bit of PTSD. Wei Yuhao noticed she hadn't spoken the whole way and asked her what she was thinking. My teacher sighed and said it was nothing, just go straight into the city. She was tired and didn't want to see anyone. Wei Yuhao relayed the message, and the people outside immediately made way. The onlookers were still guessing why I didn't come back with them, wondering if something had happened. Elder Tian Chong from the temple hurriedly explained that I had written to inform him I was returning to the forest for some business, and my identity needed to be kept confidential. They speculated it must be because of the energy fluctuations in the forest a few days ago that the Pope was in a bad mood. The next day, I woke up feeling much better, my injuries healed quite a bit, and I felt my soul power had stabilized at level 49. We continued deeper into the forest, aiming for a place called the Sandstone area. Along the way, Tang San was like a pesky fly, constantly trying to subtly pry secrets from me about how to refine pills. Let me tell you, no matter how well he hid his little thoughts, I could see right through them. I got annoyed and tore out a few pages of my introductory notes and tossed them to him. Enough for him to study for 10 days or half a month, and finally got some peace. When we arrived at the sandstone area, it was hot as a steamer. I was fine since I had Their target this time was to hunt a soul beast called the four-eyed phosphorescent armor beast for Ning Rongrong. How to find it? That kid Tang, Sam pulled out something called the fragrant silk fairy treasure, claiming it had a deadly attraction for soul beasts. I thought to myself, dude, isn't that a bit too loud? Isn't that like shouting through a restaurant loudspeaker for soul beasts to come enjoy a buffet? Sure enough, as soon as the fragrance spread out, within seconds, the surroundings began to rustle. I swung my Xuanzhong hammer, and bam, a 10-year-old beast-faced centipede flew out. Before anyone could see clearly, I slammed the hammer into the ground again, and with a crack, a 100-year-old armored sandworm was pinned to the ground. In an instant, the place erupted. Soul beasts came rushing from all directions, acting like they had gone mad. Lu Erlong went into full-on battle mode, chasing a group of soul beasts and beating them mercilessly. We protected the Shrek kids in the middle while the mercenaries and Lu Erlong fought fiercely around them. Just then, the main event arrived. A hideously ugly four-eyed phosphorescent armor beast, the size of a small truck, squeezed through the herd. I had just shouted, "It's coming," when Lu Erlong was still caught up in slaughtering the smaller beasts. Oscar whispered, "Teacher Erlong is so scary," and was nearly scared to death by Lu Erlong's death glare. I was just about to say there was only one, and it wasn't a big deal. But then I took a closer look, and lo and behold, another one appeared. This one was even mutated, with a fiery red body and breathing fire. Ma Hongjun, that fat guy, lit up and said it was simply tailor-made for him. I glanced at it, shook my head, and said this one is only 2,000 years old. Just as I finished speaking, a third one showed up, then a fourth. Right after that, two even more terrifying beasts followed behind. When I sensed them, my scalp went numb. They were at least 30,000 years old. I shouted directly at Tang San. "Quickly put away your broken grass. This time it's gone wrong." Who could have thought that such a big shot would be hiding in this broken place? The two phosphor beasts below, 10,000 years, the mercenaries could still handle. But those two behind, even Lu Erlong found them troublesome. I made a quick decision and shouted, "Retreat." But it was already too late. A dark shadow zipped past in an instant. It was so fast that I couldn't see it clearly. Dai Mubai was directly slashed with 3 bloody wounds on his back. And Tang San was knocked to the ground. When that shadow finally stopped, I could see clearly. It was a 50,000-year-old crocodile armor-cloud leopard. "Get back." I quickly pulled the others from Shrek away. But then, the two silly girls, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, saw that Tang San and Dai Mubai were pinned down and actually charged forward again. I was really exasperated. Lu Erlong tried to save them, but was knocked away by another 30,000-year-old forest cloud leopard. Apparently, they were a couple. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao were no match for it. They were knocked down in one exchange. Tang San seized the opportunity and shot out his Yama's order. Who understands this, right? To detoxify itself, the leopard opened its mouth and bit off its own foreleg. That kind of ferocity was incredible. It bit off its own leg and then viciously picked up the unconscious Xiao Wu and the downed Zhu Zhuqing, turning to run. Tang San's eyes turned red, filled with helpless rage. Dai Mubai also covered his wound, his face full of despair. I sighed. "Well, the script of a hero saving a damsel in distress has fallen on me again." I said to Ning Rongrong, "Take care of them. I'm going to chase." Ning Rongrong was almost in tears, saying that it was a 50,000-year-old soul beast. I said I would do my best, then activated my soul skill, maxed out my speed, and with a boom and sonic boom erupted, I turned into a shadow and disappeared. The crocodile arm cloud leopard was fast, but still not enough in front of me. I crashed through countless large trees and caught up with it in just a few minutes. I threw out the Xian heavy ruler and thrust it fiercely in front of it, directly plowing a trench several meters deep into the ground. It was startled by me, probably unable to understand how a soul ancestor could catch up to it. To be honest, I was also incredibly nervous at that moment. My acceleration soul skill was about to expire, and I was just holding on. The crocodile arm cloud leopard saw that I was not to be trifled with and threatened, saying that Xiao Wu had the celestial item it wanted, and that Zhu Zhuqing's family had a grudge with it, so both of them had to die today. Zhu Zhuqing was already in despair, using her last bit of strength to say to me, "Go, just go, this is my life." I really hesitated at that moment. Was it worth risking my life for 2 girls I had just met 2 days ago? I silently stepped aside, seemingly giving up. The crocodile armor cloud leopard snorted coldly and prepared to leave with the person in its mouth. At that instant, something strange happened. I felt as if my teacher was watching me. Across thousands of miles, I knew she wouldn't allow me to back down. The within me erupted instantly. I took out a jade bottle and downed the powder inside in one go. A wave of heat engulfed my body. Flames erupted from my left hand, and the surrounding forest within dozens of meters was instantly reduced to ashes. First soul skill, amplification. Third soul skill, shadow owl clone. Fourth soul skill, spirit nether's victory. All buff stacked, I transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged behind the crocodile armor cloud leopard, just as it turned its head. Second soul skill, stasis. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Now is the time. Flames split, devouring wave scale. I have no idea how this move works. It's as if it's engraved in my soul. The massive shadow of the ruler, accompanied by flames that could burn everything to ashes, struck solidly against the waist of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard. With a crisp crack, its bones shattered, and before the blood could even spray out, it was evaporated by the strange fire. It flew out dozens of meters like a broken sack. I was gasping for breath. Taking advantage of its illness to take its life, I charged forward with a ruler in hand. The leopard's lower body was broken, its insides probably shattered, and it crawled forward with fear in its eyes. And guess what it said? Kid, don't bully too much. 30 years in the east of the river. 30 years in the west of the river. Don't underestimate the soul beast when it's down. I was living in Bungbu at that time. Good heavens, isn't that my phrase? Are you playing with me here? I went up and slapped it with a ruler. Sorry, I raised the ruler. If you don't die, I won't feel at ease. Just as I was about to send it on its way, Zhu Zhuqing rushed over and shouted, "Wait a minute." She ran in front of me and said to me with unwavering determination, "Let me do it." I was stunned. "What are you here for?" "Let me kill it." She repeated again. I was dumbfounded at the time, unable to believe. I asked, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" She actually wanted to absorb the soul ring of this 50,000-year soul beast. I want it. Zhu Zhuqing stared at me fiercely. "If you can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, I can too." "You can't." I directly rejected her, thinking she was insane. "I can." She clenched her fists and said fiercely, "This is my chance to become stronger. There's nothing more suitable for me than this." I was so angry that I laughed, shaking my head and saying, "What are you thinking? If it were that simple, wouldn't everyone be hunting 10,000-year soul beasts? No one has tried it. So how do we know it won't work? It's because those who tried have all died." I shouted angrily, "I risked my life to save you, not to let you commit cyber-suicide here." I immediately raised my Xuanzhong ruler, ready to give that crocodile armor cloud leopard a quick end. But before I could strike, let me tell you, something outrageous happened. Zhu Zhuqing, that girl, directly used a ghostly slash to steal my kill. Goodness, with a flash of black light, the throat of that crocodile armor cloud leopard was instantly slit, and it didn't even make a sound before it kicked the bucket. I was so dumbfounded, standing there with a ruler in hand, thinking this girl must be really crazy. In the end, she smiled at me proudly, saying that a 50,000-year soul ring shouldn't be wasted, and that I had given her hope, making her feel capable again. I was so angry that my head hurt. I closed my eyes and sighed, saying, "Are you serious?" She nodded firmly, setting a flag for me, saying that if she succeeded, she would come to the spirit hall with me to repay her gratitude, and if she failed, I should bury her, and she would repay me in her next life. Family, who understands? This is not gratitude. This is simply asking for trouble. What else could I say? I could only let her be and told her, "All right, whether you become a dragon or a phoenix is up to you. Your life and death depend on your own fate." After that, I stopped caring about her because I was about to reach my limit. The effect of the potion that forcibly increased my soul power was about to wear off. Earlier, forcing out that flame-splitting wave-measuring stick caused my meridians to crack again. If I didn't get treatment soon, I would end up performing a heavy injury and collapsing on the spot. I quickly took out 2 healing pills from the ring and stuffed them into my mouth without thinking. The medicinal effect began to heal me, but the speed was too slow. I steeled my heart and swallowed all the remaining elixirs in the bottle. Goodness, the overwhelming power of the medicine almost blew me apart on the spot. I knew that this would definitely shorten my healing time. This was the Stardow Forest. After all, full of dangers. If I entered deep meditation, Wu Ti, I become a buffet for soul beasts. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiao Wu woke up. She looked around in confusion, saw the corpse of the crocodile armor cloud leopard, and the two of us sitting cross-legged, and her CPU must have been nearly overloaded. As soon as I saw she was awake, I felt a sigh of relief in my heart. Don't be fooled by her low level. This girl is quick on her feet. With her helping to keep watch, Zhu Zhuqing and I can finally feel a bit safer. Xiao Wu is also sharp, and immediately noticed that something was off with us. When she saw the blood seeping from my body, she realized I had just gone through a fierce battle. But when she spotted the deep purple soul ring above Zhu Zhuqing's head, she was completely stunned. She was actually absorbing a 50,000-year soul ring. What was going on? Xiao Wu panicked. As a soul beast herself, she understood better than anyone how dangerous this was. It was no different than running headfirst into a massive truck, right? Zhu Zhuqing even smiled at her and said, "Xiao Wu, could you please help us keep watch for a bit?" "Stop. You have to stop." Xiao Wu was so anxious that she was stamping her feet. "If this continues, you'll be turned into an idiot from the soul impact." But Zhu Zhuqing was determined, ignoring her and starting to absorb the ring on her own. Xiao Wu wanted to pull her away, but interrupting forcefully at this point would only lead to disaster. With no other choice, she could only anxiously stand by, acting as our temporary bodyguard, while I was consuming medicine like it was food, and Zhu Zhuqing was desperately absorbing the soul ring. On the other side, Tang San and the others were in a state of despair. Lu Erlong, with her fiery temper, had finally chased away the other leopard after much effort, but she couldn't catch up, nearly exploding with anger. Tang San and Dai Mubai, relying on Oscar and Ning Rongrong support, managed to recover a little. The atmosphere in the entire team was extremely oppressive. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had been captured, and although I had chased after them, they probably thought I was also facing a grim fate. That crocodile armor-cloud leopard was a 50,000-year soul beast, comparable to a soul Douluo. For me, a soul master. To chase after it. Well, in their eyes, I was just someone going to deliver my head, right? Tang San and Dai Mubai clenched their fists tightly, gritting their teeth and saying they wanted to rescue them. Lu Erlong directly splashed cold water on them, saying the most important thing now was for Ning Rongrong to absorb the soul ring first. They couldn't afford any more mishaps. Oscar was still there comforting them, saying I was fast and might really be able to catch up. But who would believe that? Even if I caught up, what could I do? Could I turn the tables? They probably all thought that if I were smart, I should have run back by now. With no other option, Ning Rongrong could only start absorbing the mutated four-eyed, phosphorescent beast's soul ring with tears in her eyes. It must be said, this 1,000-year soul ring was gentle. She finished in just an hour. Then came the moment of witnessing a miracle. When Ning Rongrong's martial soul appeared, wow, it was the evolved 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. As the fourth soul ring lit up, she chanted, 9 treasures are famous. 9-colored exquisite heart, heed the call of the light. I tell you, that scene was incredible. A holy light shone down, and everyone's fatigue instantly vanished. Tang San and Dai Mubai's wounds visibly began to heal. This support was like a walking spring, primarily focusing on instant revival. Although the injuries weren't fully healed, they were no longer serious. Ma Hongjun was still happily saying that he wouldn't be afraid of getting hurt in future matches. But Tang San was anxious, asking Lu Erlong when they would go look for someone. Lu Erlong immediately made the decision to split into groups. She took Ning Rongrong and Oscar, while Tang San and the others followed the mercenary group, splitting into 2 paths, and they would regroup in 10 days. They followed the direction of the woods I had knocked down while chasing earlier, while Tang San went in another direction based on his instincts, probably still thinking about Xiao Wu and waiting for me. Time flew by, and when I opened my eyes again, it was already noon the next day. The first thing I saw was Xiao Wu sleeping against a tree, still injured, probably exhausted. I sighed and took off my black robe to gently cover her. Then I hurried to check on Zhu Zhuqing, and the situation was very grim. She was soaked, as if she had just been pulled out of the water, her face as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down her face, and her whole body was shaking. I thought to myself, this is bad. We have to fail. The best outcome would be to save her life, but lose all her cultivation, and the worst would be to lose her right here. I was extremely anxious, but when it came to absorbing the soul ring, outsiders couldn't help at all. I could only continue sitting cross-legged, refining the remaining medicinal power in my body, but this time I didn't dare to enter meditation, keeping a portion of my awareness. At that moment, while checking my body, I suddenly discovered that my soul power seemed to have increased a little. I tried to release my soul power, and let me tell you, that feeling was incredible. Everything around me, the flowers, the grass, the trees, and even the flow of soul power within Zhu Zhuqing's body, became crystal clear to me. I suddenly realized that I seemed to have activated a God perspective cheat. Just then, I saw a transparent shadow of a crocodile-armored cloud leopard above Zhu Zhuqing's head, fiercely attacking her spiritual world. It turned out that this thing was up to no good. I tried to interfere with it using my soul power, but it was completely ineffective. Just when I was about to give up, the fallen heart flame within me suddenly stirred. That's right. The fallen heart flame is a heart fire, which is related to the soul level. Thinking of this, I immediately stood up. But there was a problem. This strange fire couldn't be exposed. I glanced at the sleeping Xiao Wu beside me, and to keep it a secret, "I'm sorry, Sister Xiao Wu." I walked behind her, and with a swift motion, I knocked her out with a hand strike. After taking care of that, I immediately walked up to Zhu Zhuqing, snapped my fingers with my left hand, and an invisible flame appeared in my hand. I spread the fallen heart flame around her, controlling it with my soul power to prevent it from burning anything else. The temperature around us skyrocketed in an instant, and the corpse of the 50,000-year soul beast was turned into a mummy within minutes. All the moisture evaporated. I was left speechless. The power of this was even more formidable than I had imagined. I quickly used my soul power to look, and the leopard soul body was still attacking Zhu Zhuqing. It seemed that they couldn't take it down. However, the effect of the fallen heart flame was not here. I discovered that under the refining of the heart flame, the soul power within Zhu Zhuqing was circulating several times faster, and the meridians that were blocked by the soul impact were actually opened. There's hope. This is simply a timely assistance. Although it only reduced the absorption difficulty from 50,000 years to 30 or 40,000 years for her. This is the difference between life and death. Sister, this is all I can help you with. Whether you succeed or not depends on you. I looked at her, feeling a bit anxious. She seemed to have heard my words, her cat ears twitching. Amidst the endless soul impact, I could feel her like a sharp sword, pushing back the leopard's soul again and again. Countless images flashed before her eyes. The pressure from her family, the confusion about the future, but more than anything, there was a sense of unwillingness. It was the shock she felt when she saw me charging towards that invincible soul beast with a heavy ruler. She didn't want to rely on anyone anymore. "You are not my end yet." Suddenly, I seemed to hear her roar from the depths of her soul. In the next second, the mental impact of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard dissipated with a bang. As night fell, I lit a pile of bonfire. Suddenly, a terrifying soul power erupted from Zhu Zhuqing's body, and the shockwave directly overturned the bonfire, even sending me flying several meters away, unprepared. I looked up and saw black light gathering above her head, quickly forming a circle. A shiny black 10,000-year soul ring. It's done. She really succeeded. I was so excited that I almost jumped up, and for some reason, I was happier than when I leveled up myself. I quickly collected the falling heart flame, helped Xiao Wu up, and eagerly walked over to Zhu Zhuqing. But just then, something even more outrageous happened. Her newly formed 50,000-year soul ring shone brightly and started to suppress the 3 soul rings in front of it. Her first and second soul rings were 100-year ones, and the third was a 1,000-year one. Compared to this 50,000-year one, they were simply insignificant. I watched as that black soul ring crazily siphoned the soul power from her body. If this continued, she would be drained dry. Just as I was about to channel my soul power to help her, the anomaly stopped. I breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, my eyes nearly popped out. Her purple 1,000-year soul ring, under the influence of the 50,000-year soul ring, actually began to darken slowly, turning black. Soon after, the 2 yellow 100-year soul rings below also started to change color. In less than 10 seconds, swish, 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 they all turned black. Four 10,000-year soul rings. I was completely stunned, my mind filled with question marks. Is this in the river? Zhu Zhuqing slowly opened her eyes, and 4 black 10,000-year soul rings pulsated around her, exuding a terrifying aura. She felt the surging power within her body, too excited to speak. "Congratulations," I said with a smile. "There's an unexpected gain. My soul ring evolved." She found it hard to believe herself, and her soul skill was more than 10 times stronger than before. Impressive, I sincerely admired, to be honest. I wouldn't have had the confidence to handle a 50,000-year soul ring. "You're better than me." She felt a bit shy after hearing that, and said, "If it weren't for you, I would have died from the soul impact long ago. Only by experiencing it myself do I know how terrifying it is." Yesterday, I was impulsive. I also scratched my head and said, "I take back what I said earlier. Your talent and perseverance are stronger than my senior sister's. If it were someone else, no matter how much I helped, it would be useless. Only you can do it." As we chatted, she saw the little dance I had knocked out, and I quickly explained, which made her feel relieved. I encouraged her to try the new soul skill, but she shook her head and mysteriously said that once her 4th soul skill was activated, she would have to engage in high-intensity battles without stopping. Well, Since she wouldn't show me, she became curious about my flame-splitting wave-measuring stick instead. I could only explain to her that it wasn't a soul skill, but a power on the soul level, and currently, only I could use it. She seemed to understand a bit, but then started to feel conflicted. She had promised me that if she succeeded, she would go to the Spirit Hall, but she had grown up in the Douluo Empire and had a negative impression of the Spirit Hall. I noticed her hesitation, so I directly laid it out. You can choose where to go. I'm a student of the Pope, and of course, I hope you come. The Spirit Hall has the best resources, and with your talent, other academies simply can't teach you. Moreover, I'm just a nominal student. If you're willing, you can also become a student of the Pope like me, right? She was taken aback and said that the Pope can have at most one student. I shrugged. I'm just the second one. My teacher isn't a rigid person. Seeing your 4 eternal soul rings, she will definitely be moved. As soon as I said this, Zhu Zhuqing fell into deep thought. Being a student of the Pope is something that many people wouldn't even dare to dream of. But she didn't like the way the Spirit Hall operated. Just when she was struggling with her thoughts, that sentence suddenly echoed in my mind. If you don't want to hand over your fate to others, then you must make yourself the true ruler. I didn't pay attention to her anymore and continued to refine the medicinal power while waiting for Xiao Wu to wake up. Before long, a drop of dew fell on Xiao Wu's face, causing her to shiver and wake up. Zhuqing, you succeeded, Xiao Wu said, instantly wide awake upon seeing her. Zhuqing nodded, still feeling a bit scared, and said, thanks to Xiao Yan, otherwise I would have been done for long ago. Xiao Wu looked at me in disbelief. This crocodile armor cloud leopard was defeated by him? Yes, Zhuqing replied emphatically. With one move, it lost its combat capability. At this moment, I also opened my eyes and smiled, asking Xiao Wu how she was feeling. She said that after taking my medicine, she was fine, just too tired and fell asleep. All right, since we're all awake now, let's head back. I stood up. Your classmates must be going crazy with worry. We just realized that we have been gone for 2 days. Zhu Zhuqing sighed and said that it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find the main group now. Xiao Wu was quite anxious. She was still worried about Tang San's injury. It's better than just waiting here, I said. Let's go back the way we came. If we can't find them, then we'll figure it out. The 2 girls had no objections, and we set off immediately. The scene along the way was chaotic. The trees I had crashed in were scattered all over the place. I felt embarrassed to admit it was my doing and blamed it all on that unfortunate leopard. We walked all night without seeing a single shadow. Just as we were about to take a break, suddenly, a sharp gust of wind shot out from the forest. I reacted quickly, swinging my Xuanzhong staff fiercely, and the resulting wind directly deflected that attack. A deep beast roar echoed before us, and squinting my eyes, I saw a gigantic leopard-like soul beast hidden among the dense foliage. What was happening? Before Xiao Wu could react, Zhu Zhuqing had already blocked her. Before she could figure out, I saw a large creature emerge from the grass. Good heavens, it was a forest cloud leopard, and it was massive. Its gaze was locked tightly on Xiao Yan. It spoke, human brat, you are the one who killed the leopard king. I was stunned at that moment. I recognized that leopard well. It had injuries on its legs, one of which was even limping. It was clear that it had previously fought with Master Lu Erlong and didn't come out on top, and then it returned home only to find it had been robbed. So, it followed the scent to seek revenge. The key point was that despite its injuries, it was still coming at us. Xiao Yan, that guy, was also quite bold. Facing a 30,000-year-old soul beast, he wasn't scared at all and was even greeting it. Oh, it's you. He knew full well that this leopard was just a paper tiger. Its combat power had already been severely diminished. But Zhu Zhuqing was sharp. She quickly grabbed Xiao Yan and said, something's not right. It feels like there's more than one. No sooner had she spoken than several smaller, clouded leopards sprang out from all directions and charged straight at me and Zhu Zhuqing. At the same time, the limping leopard king also moved, heading straight for Xiao Yan. Its claws were about to grab Xiao Yan, but he sidestepped, activating his first, third, and fourth soul skills all at once. The Xianzhong Qi came down like a red-hot iron block, smashing right into the leopard's waist. Xiao Yan had been hanging around the Douluo forest for a long time. He was practically a walking encyclopedia of soul beasts, and he knew that a leopard's waist was its weak point. This strike didn't cause much damage, but was extremely humiliating. The big leopard let out a howl of pain and quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing was wreaking havoc on her side. As soon as her 4 black, shiny 10,000-year soul rings appeared, they completely suppressed the 3,000-year soul beasts, like an adult beating up children. On my side, dealing with 1,000-year soul beast was still a back-and-forth fight. The leopard king was already starting to feel apprehensive. It was probably thinking its CPU was burning out trying to figure out what was going on with these two young people, and how their soul ring configurations were so outrageous. Xiao Yan didn't give a chance. He ramped up his speed and chased after it, landing several strikes on its old waist. In just a few moments, he had broken its bones. The leopard didn't even touch the corner of Xiao Yan's clothes. Its combat power was practically zeroed out. Just then, Xiao Yan's third soul skill expired. He saw an opportunity, stepped back, and while we weren't paying attention, secretly conjured a small flame and threw it at the leopard. With a loud bang, the leopard caught fire all over. The fire was quite troublesome. It tried to run into the forest to extinguish itself with moisture, but it was completely ineffective. I tell you, that was different fire. It could turn you to ash even if you jumped into water. Xiao Yan even deliberately controlled the temperature, letting it run further away before dying. This guy was really clever, afraid we might discover his trump card. Just as he used his soul power unconsciously spread out, and everything around him was within his perception. At that moment, my battle was also coming to an end. I had used my second soul skill to entangle the leopard, but accidentally, a red flower fell out of my arms. Who understands, right? In that instant, when Xiao Yan swept his soul power over, he saw me transform into a rabbit. Not a martial soul, but my actual body. He must have had just one thought in his mind. What the hell? A soul beast? He quickly pulled back his soul power, and when he used his soul power to look again, I was still a person. He was completely stunned, but his gaze immediately fell on the flower on the ground. Qing Si Duan Chong Hong, a flower symbolizing deep love. His mind raced, and he instantly understood that this thing could conceal the aura of a soul beast. He used his soul power again, and it confirmed it. I, Xiao Wu, was a 10,000-year soul beast in human form. At that moment, his mind must have been in chaos, this immense fortune. No, this overwhelming soul ring had suddenly hit him in the face. He even considered the idea of directly abducting me to give to his brother, Lin Tian, as a soul ring. At that time, I still didn't realize I had been exposed and was still struggling with the soul beast. Zhu Qing couldn't stand it anymore, so she quickly moved over and, with a few swift strikes of her ghostly claw, took care of the soul beast. After the battle, Xiao Yan walked over and picked up the red flower of longing lying on the ground. Zhu Qing, with her sharp eyes, asked, "Isn't that your flower?" I touched my body and my heart sank. Oh no, it's really gone. Xiao Yan looked at my panicked expression with a strange look on his face, handed me the flower and said, "Here, you drop this." I quickly nodded and thanked him, feeling relieved that he was a decent person and not greedy. However, Zhu Qing noticed something was off and asked Xiao Yan, "What's wrong? Did you scare off the forest cloud leopard?" Xiao Yan shook his head, but his eyes were fixed on me as he asked, "Do you know?" Zhu Qing looked confused and replied, "Know what?" Xiao Yan pointed at me and said, "Who exactly is she?" I was immediately drenched in cold sweat. "It's over. I'm done for," he figured it out. Zhu Qing, still clueless, said, "She's just Xiao Wu." Xiao Yan shook his head and said, "It seems you all don't know." Seeing that we both looked confused, he probably felt there was no way to explain and finally waved his hand. "It's nothing. I just mistook her. I was feeling anxious, afraid that he would tie me up in the next second." In the end, this guy hesitated for a long time, unexpectedly put away the ruler, and turned to leave. He was probably also torn inside, wondering whether to treat me as a walking 10,000-year soul ring or as a living person. I quickly leaned over to Zhu Qing and whispered, "How about we split up and walk separately? I'm a bit scared." Zhu Qing directly rejected me, saying, "Are you crazy? This place is so dangerous. Splitting up is just asking for death." As a result, Xiao Yan, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and turned around with a helpless expression. "Ladies, I have two pieces of news, one bad and one not so good." Zhu Qing mocked him. "You could just say they're both bad news." Xiao Yan sighed. "The bad news is we're lost. The other bad news is, it seems we've entered the territory of the golden armored scorpion." I was dumbfounded along with Zhu Qing at that moment. A golden armored scorpion, a boss from 50,000 years ago, extremely poisonous. Even Contra would be scared of it. This guy Xiao Yan was so preoccupied with thinking about me that he led us straight into a ditch, the kind that navigation couldn't save us from. When we looked ahead, there was indeed a giant scorpion shell in the bushes, freshly molted. Now we were completely at a loss, so we decided to head back. But that would just lead to going in circles. Xiao Yan said the only option now was to climb a tree and hide. As a result, the three of us looked up and nearly fainted on the spot. Hanging high up in the tree were 6 or 7 faceless demon spiders. They were densely packed with eyes, looking like relatives of Cthulhu, just like my mental state. Zhu Zhuqing and I were so scared that we screamed out loud. Fortunately, these spiders seemed uninterested in us. They glanced at us a few times and then went back to spacing out. Xiao Yan said these spiders weren't very intelligent and wouldn't attack unless provoked, so the tree became the safest place. So the three of us started climbing the tree like monkeys. Halfway up, we were less than 20 meters from the closest spider, and that thing opened its big mouth to warn us. Xiao Yan was clever. He pulled some fruit from his ring and threw it over. The spider tasted it, found it delicious, and immediately relaxed its attitude. Xiao Yan looked at the scorpion's territory below and the spider nest above, and a bold idea popped into his head. He said, maybe we can use these spider friends. His plan was to lure the golden-armored scorpion over. As long as he could make the scorpion take some damage and bleed, these bloodthirsty spiders would definitely go crazy and turn it into a spirit beast battle. After saying that, he insisted on going down alone to be the bait. Zhu Zhuqing quickly stopped him, saying it was too dangerous. Xiao Yan waved his hand, acting as if he would be back shortly, and disappeared into the forest. After searching for over 10 minutes, he finally found signs of a fight, and even sensed the spirit power of Ning Rongrong and the others from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. His heart tightened, and he quickly followed the traces. Not long after, he heard sounds of battle. Teacher Lu Erlong was actually fighting the golden-armored scorpion head-on. The scene was incredibly intense, with energy fluctuations blowing the surrounding trees away. Taking advantage of the blurry vision while the two bosses were clashing, Xiao Yan activated all his enhancement spirit skills, coated his ruler with strange fire, and flashed to the back of the golden-armored scorpion. The scorpion sensed him and tried to retract its poisonous stinger to deal with Xiao Yan. But Xiao Yan activated his second spirit skill, Stasis, and froze it for half a second. That half second was enough. With a snap, the Xian heavy ruler came down, and the scorpion's most lethal poisonous stinger was severed. Poison sprayed everywhere, and Xiao Yan dodged it with his speed, landing steadily in front of Teacher Lu Erlong. Everyone was stunned. Teacher Lu Erlong was both surprised and delighted, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar looked at him like he was a savior. Xiao Yan simply stated, "They are fine. Let us deal with this big guy first. Its tail is broken, and it will definitely go berserk. So let us lure it to a place where we have help." After saying that, he turned around and made a face at the scorpion, causing all 12 of its eyes to turn red in an instant, shifting all its hatred toward Xiao Yan. A life-and-death chase began. Xiao Yan ran for his life in front, with a golden-armored scorpion madly pursuing him from behind, its massive pincers grazing past Xiao Yan several times. Teacher Lu Erlong was supporting from the side, and the scene was incredibly thrilling. After running for over 10 minutes, Teacher Lu Erlong was almost losing patience, and Xiao Yan pointed ahead, saying, "We're almost there." We were waiting in the tree when we saw dust rising in the distance, and an enraged golden armor dragon scorpion was chasing the disheveled Xiao Yan. "It's Teacher Long Air," I shouted excitedly. Xiao Yan leaped up to our tree, and the stench of blood and venom from the golden armor dragon scorpion immediately stimulated the group of thousand-faced demon spiders on the tree. Family. Those spiders were like cats that had smelled catnip. Their eyes turned green, and they screeched as they pounced down from the tree. "Run!" Xiao Yan shouted, taking advantage of the golden armor dragon scorpion being besieged by the spiders. We quickly jumped down from the tree and ran wildly with Teacher Lu Erlong and the others, finally escaping that place of turmoil. Once we reached a safe spot, the scene was chaotic, with people crying and hugging, resembling a dramatic reunion after life and death separation. Oscar foolishly asked me how Zhu Zhuqing and I survived. Zhu Zhuqing pointed at the exhausted Xiao Yan beside her and said, "He saved us." Then she recounted how Xiao Yan had instantly defeated the crocodile-armored cloud leopard, and how he had outsmarted the forest cloud leopard. Teacher Lu Erlong and the others were left in disbelief, their faces full of astonishment. Xiao Yan remained humble, claiming he had taken advantage of the situation. Unable to stand it any longer, Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, and as she circulated her soul power, four dazzling black soul rings suddenly emerged. I tell you, at that moment everyone fell silent, and the only sound in the air was the sound of gasping. Zhu Zhuqing said calmly, "I absorbed the soul ring of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard, and then all my previous soul rings evolved into 10,000-year ones." Teacher Lu Erlong was dumbfounded and said, "This is not scientific." Xiao Yan took out a page of notes from his ring and explained to them that the gap between soul rings was too large, and that higher-level ones would carry the lower-level ones to ascend. Oscar, that lively character, upon hearing that they could level up, turned green with envy and immediately wanted to go back to pick up a bargain, hoping to snag the soul ring of the golden armor dragon scorpion to complete a full set of 10,000-year soul rings. As a result, he was physically calmed down by a punch from Teacher Erlong. Are you trying to get yourself killed? I couldn't stand it at the time, so I quickly went up to mediate between the two of them. I said, buddy, come on, do you really think a 50,000-year soul ring is as common as cabbage? Even someone as talented as Zhu Zhuqing, with a willpower comparable to Iron Man, almost died right on the spot while absorbing it. If I hadn't helped her at the last moment, her mental world would have turned into ruins by now. Zhuqing nodded and said that if she had to do it again, she wouldn't be confident about it either. With that splash of cold water, Oscar's unrealistic fantasies were instantly shattered, and he wilted, sighing and saying that it was all over, that our team's internal ranking was going to be reshuffled, and that Dalu would definitely have a hard time ahead. Zhuqing snorted beside him, saying he deserves it. Family, who understands? The essence of this CP suddenly came alive. At that moment, Teacher Erlong pulled Zhuqing aside to check her physical changes after absorbing the soul ring. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Xiao Wu, that little bunny, sneaking up like a startled hamster. Hey, I knew very well that this little girl was afraid of me. No wonder, after all, just a second ago I was still thinking about how to pack her away. But then I thought, now that she has transformed into a human, there's not much difference between us. It's not right to casually take someone's life just to become stronger. Xiao Yan, won't do such a thing. Once Teacher Erlong left, Oscar, that little gem, became emboldened again and leaned in closer to me, his gossip's soul burning brightly. He quietly asked, Yinggu, tell me honestly, are you really just a soul master? With your combat power, they would have to carry you into the spirit hall on a palanquin, right? I leaned against the tree, lazily shrugging my shoulders. It's true without a doubt. So, compared to Teacher Erlong, who is stronger? Ning Rongrong also leaned in, her eyes wide open like grapes. I said, you two are really not afraid of death. Discussing the teacher behind their back, wanting to be spiritually transcended by physics, right? Ning Rongrong pouted her little mouth, full of tsundere attitude. She wouldn't want to hit me. Oscar, shivering beside her, said, but she would be willing to hit me. However, this kid's curiosity is really strong, still stirring the pot. Big brother, why don't you just spar a bit with Teacher Erlong? No matter win or lose, you're still my big brother. I really can't stand these clowns. But to be honest, young people, who doesn't have a bit of pride? When I saw that these two were genuinely curious, I thought, why not satisfy them? I pulled their heads closer and said in a low voice, listen up, I'm only telling you two. If it's just a friendly spar, I can't win. But if it's a life or death situation, she'll definitely die, and I can survive. Wow, as soon as I said that, Oscar's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg, and his eyes almost popped out. I felt so good inside. I'm not bragging. The fire lotus produced by my fusion is a serious weapon of mass destruction. Forget about soul saints. Even titled Douluo would have to kneel. Just then, I felt a surge of energy and blood in my body. The after effects of enduring that big move hit me, so I quickly took out my alchemy furnace to get ready. To start refining. But then Ning Rongrong stepped forward and said, Xiao Yan, don't move, I'll do it. I was puzzled at the time. You as support, struggling with guasha, could still heal my internal injuries? But the next second, I was completely taken aback. When her martial soul activated, wow. That was no longer the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. 2 more layers sprouted from the top, turning it into a 9-layered pagoda. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. At that moment, I had only one thought. Did Shrek Academy stumble upon a nest of mutated martial souls? Each one of them seemed to be on steroids. Ning Rongrong was chanting, 9 treasures are famous. First is strength, second is speed. That holy light poured into me as if it were free. Let me tell you, that feeling was more satisfying than having a top-tier spa. All the meridians in my body were smoothed out, and old injuries started to heal. It was simply like a cybernetic hua ta. I quickly sat down cross-legged, cooperating with this power to repair my body. When I opened my eyes again, more than an hour had passed. Oscar and Ning Rongrong looked completely drained, collapsed together, and fell asleep. I felt so touched without saying a word. I quickly transferred some soul power to them and sincerely said thank you. Oscar, still dazed, said to me, what are you being polite for? We, the Shrek 7 monsters, are indispensable. After saying that, he completely fell asleep, while Ning Rongrong was resting on his chest, sleeping soundly. I don't know why, but looking at this scene made my heart feel sour, and my mind suddenly flashed with the image of my teacher Bibi Dong. Sigh, fate is a strange thing. Just as we were enjoying our peaceful time, let me tell you, at the Spirit Hall, the sky was about to collapse. My teacher Bibi Dong was sitting on the Pope's throne, listening to reports from her subordinates. When the words Haotian Hammer 100,000 Year Soul Ring came out, the air in the entire hall froze. The two old foxes, the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo, turned pale, while the Haotian Douluo, who had been missing for many years, re-emerged. This was a major event that could change the world. But who was my teacher? She remained unperturbed, like a mountain collapsing before her, and calmly said, "Go check, don't make it public." Then she simply clocked out and returned to the small courtyard where we used to live, looked at the letter I left, and even sighed, starting to reflect if she had pushed me too hard in the past. The scene cuts back to me. In the middle of the night, I was on watch when I saw Xiao Wu floating out of the tent like a little ghost. I immediately spoke. "Stop." She shivered in fright. I sighed and said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you." She was still testing me. You won't take me away, will you? I was just teasing her. For now, there's no need for 100,000-year soul beast as a soul ring. You should have seen how scared she got. I finally confided in her, saying I wouldn't harm her, but she needed to be more cautious. Places like the Continental Soul Master Competition are practically just delivering takeout to titled Douluos. It's purely courting death. I also advised her that since we are family, she should be honest about her identity with the person she trusts the most. Otherwise, if it gets exposed one day, it could be a messy situation. Xiao Wu's eyes turned red from what I said, and in the end, she didn't say anything, returning to the tent in a daze. I figured she wouldn't be able to sleep that night. The next morning, everyone woke up, fully revived, and started thinking about finding a soul ring for Oscar. This kid is quite bold. He immediately asked for a 10,000-year soul ring, but after a scolding from me and teacher Erlong, he reluctantly changed it to 8,000 years. As I walked, I pondered, and suddenly a light bulb went off in my head. I remembered. I slapped my thigh and told him, "Stop looking. I know of a soul beast that's simply the perfect cheat designed specifically for Oscar." The crowd was stunned, and when Oscar heard this, his eyes lit up, and he rushed over like a husky, asking, "What soul beast is it? How many years old?" I waved my hand at him and said, "Don't rush. The soul beast is not far from here. It's about half a day's journey away." Oscar, anxious, scratched his head and said, "Don't keep me in suspense. I tell you, that kid Xiao Yan really knows how to keep us in suspense, making us all anxious." Zhu Zhuqing beside us couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, saying that it would be better if he didn't say anything at all. Only then did Xiao Yan point ahead and say that beyond this forest is the northwest area of the Star Dou Forest. He said there grows a type of 1,000-year soul beast called the starry mist grass bug, which is basically tailor-made for you. As soon as I heard this, I was amazed. 1,000-year soul beast. Oscar's eyes lit up instantly. But then he changed his tone and said that this thing was too easy to catch and had no offensive capability, so it was almost hunted to extinction. Oscar's face just fell, as if he was on a roller coaster. Lu Erlong also nodded, saying that we had considered this a long time ago. But the imperial officials had declared it extinct. Where could we find it? No, they haven't gone extinct. That kid Xiao Yan started his classic twist again, saying they just moved to a different place, hidden away by even more powerful soul beasts. We were all stunned. Can this still be a secret love nest? Xiao Yan explained that he accidentally discovered while gathering herbs last time that these Xinglan grass bugs do not live on the ground or in the trees, but hide among the scales of a 10,000-year soul beast, the white phosphor forest python. Moreover, there's more than one bug on a single snake. The white phosphor forest python? We all gasped in shock. Who among our family understands this? Although this thing is a 10,000-year soul beast, it has a huge drawback. It has a partner. And that partner is a 50,000-year phosphor-armored white dragon. These two, oh no, these two snakes are almost like conjoined twins in the forest. If you move one, the other will come immediately. Zhu Zhuqing's throat was dry as she said, "So, we have to face off against a 50,000-year soul beast for a 1,000-year bug?" Oscar had a mournful expression, and that phosphor-armored white dragon is not monogamous. It has at least 4 or 5 white phosphor forest pythons in its harem. Sometimes even more than 10. With just us, isn't that just asking for trouble? Guess how Xiao Yan responded? He looked indifferent and said, "What's there to be afraid of? Just grab it and run. The bugs aren't growing on the snake's flesh. It's a symbiotic relationship." I really can't believe it. Talking about it as if it's as easy as sneaking into the neighbor's garden to steal a cucumber. Lu Erlong furrowed his brows and asked what his plan was. Xiao Yan mysteriously held up 2 fingers, saying he had 2 plans, and he felt at least one would work. Oscar excitedly grabbed his hand, as if holding onto a lifeline, urging him to hurry and speak. The first plan is simple and straightforward. We go directly to negotiate with that 50,000-year-old phosphor-scaled white dragon. Xiao Yan said that dragon has a high IQ, and as long as we offer it something it can't refuse, it might agree. The boss nodded, and its little wives naturally wouldn't dare to object. After hearing this, Lu Erlong shook his head like a rattle drum, saying it was unreliable, and asked for the next one. All right, Xiao Yan spread his hands and said the second plan is to forcefully take it. Of course, not in an overt way, but through a sneak attack. While they aren't paying attention, we sneak the bugs out from between the scales. But there are two problems. First, how to attract their attention. Second, how to determine where the bugs are. We can't just flip through each scale one by one, unless we knock them all out with poison. Poison. Lu Erlong's eyes lit up. Good idea, let's use poison. Xiao Yan turned pale, estimating that he was just saying it casually. He quickly explained, Sister, do you understand poison? That's a 50,000-year soul beast. What kind of strong poison could take it down? Moreover, snakes naturally have high resistance to poison. They're different from other soul beasts. I think we should try the first one first. As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. Zhu Zhuqing weakly asked, Then, who will try it? Ning Rongrong shook her head first. Definitely not me. Oscar scratched his head and pretended to be deep in thought. Well, it can't be me either. Lu Erlong waved his hand even more. I hate snakes the most, and this plan was never reliable, forget it. Xiao Yan became anxious. Come on, this might be the simplest way. If we really go to steal or rob, who knows if we can succeed? But being chased by a pack of snakes for hundreds of miles is certain. Just as everyone was pushing the responsibility onto each other, the quiet Xiao Wu suddenly stood up. Let me do it. We were all stunned. Ning Rongrong grabbed her shoulders and shook her vigorously. Xiao Wu, are you crazy? Has your mind gone bad? Oscar was also anxious. Xiao Wu, don't force yourself. It's not worth it for a soul ring. After all, among us, apart from the support types, she had the lowest level. But Xiao Wu was particularly determined, shaking her head and saying, Let me go, I believe I can do it. Xiao Yan looked at her with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I guess he didn't expect this girl, who usually seemed to have no opinion, to stand up at this moment. However, he thought about it and realized that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast, so she might have a natural advantage in communicating with soul beasts. Let her go might indeed be the best choice. Zhu Zhuqing was still worried and asked, But what do we have to exchange with that dragon to make it agree? Xiao Yan gave us a reassuring look, rubbing his hands and saying a bit awkwardly, Of course I have a way. It's just, I'll explain when we get there. It's not convenient for too many people to know. Lu Erlong was not happy. We are a team. Why hide a good plan? Zhu Zhuqing was also puzzled. This isn't like you. Just say it if there's something. You're acting shy. Do I really have to say it? Xiao Yan asked with a mournful face. Of course you have to say it. We replied in unison. Xiao Yan sighed deeply. His expression was as if he was about to go to the execution ground. He pulled out a lump of something elongated from his storage ring. Let me tell you, when that thing came out, it was still connected to two bloody flesh balls, and a strong stench suddenly filled the air. I almost vomited my leftover meal on the spot. Oscar pinched his nose and exclaimed, What the hell is this? Where did you dig it out from? That thing was about a meter long, and Xiao Yan said with an embarrassed face, I thought this thing was a treasure at the time, so I took it casually. I didn't expect it would really come in handy today. Lu Erlong and several girls had already retreated more than 10 meters away, still feeling overwhelmed by the smell. Zhu Zhuqing asked with difficulty, What exactly is this? Xiao Yan replied seriously, This is the leopard whip of that crocodile-armored cloud leopard. It's a great tonic for soul beasts. Snakes are inherently lustful, and that phosphor-armed white dragon has so many mates, mating more than a dozen times a day, which adds up to thousands of times a month. With that many times the quality. Stop. Enough. Lu Erlong's face turned red, quickly calling for a halt. I get the point. If we continue, we're going to corrupt the children. Ning Rongrong wanted to ask what mating was, but was glared back by Lu Erlong. All right, can we put that thing away now? Lu Erlong said with a look of disgust. Xiao Yan awkwardly nodded and put that thing away. Xiao Wu recalled the disgusting scene from just now, and her face was not good either. But for Oscar, she still decided to give it a shot. After thinking it over, Lu Erlong could only nod in agreement. After all, risks and rewards coexist. Let's go, let's try our luck, Xiao Yan sighed. If it really doesn't work, we can only steal it. We walked for another day before finally reaching the habitat of the white phosphorus python. Goodness. It was a swamp filled with toxic miasma. Xiao Yan said he had to protect himself, making him immune to all poisons, but we couldn't say the same. He had detoxifying pills on him, but unfortunately, there were only enough for 2 people. Lu Erlong was worried and said, I'll go with you. In case of an accident, we can retreat together. Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Wu and chuckled, shaking his head. Teacher Erlong, if you go, the chances of an accident happening will be much higher. His words were almost a reverse manipulation. He knew Lu Erlong had a fiery temper and could easily turn negotiations into a fight. Lu Erlong was momentarily taken aback by him, surprisingly not getting angry, and merely asked with frustration, "Then who do you think should go?" Xiao Wu stepped forward. "I'll go. Don't worry, we will definitely succeed." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing both pulled her back, looking worried. Oscar even wanted to go himself, but Xiao Wu refused him. She clenched her little fist confidently and told Oscar, "Don't worry, I will bring back the starry grass bug for you." Xiao Yan nodded. "Trust her. Letting her go with me is the best choice." Lu Erlong looked at Xiao Wu with a complex expression, then suddenly turned around, grabbing Xiao Yan's shoulder and seriously saying, "You must protect her. If anything happens to her, I won't let you off." Xiao Yan sneered, grabbing her wrist in return. "Firmly, but not too harshly. I will protect her without you reminding me. But this time, I am assisting you, and we are not in a teacher-student relationship. So please speak more politely. Even the most beautiful lady needs to be reasonable." Lu Erlong was stunned on the spot, forcefully pulling back her arm, her face turning red, and her voice becoming much softer. "I understand. You two hurry back." Xiao Yan nodded, gave Xiao Wu a fiery red pill, and the two of them walked into the toxic miasma together. I tell you, we were all dumbfounded at the back. Oscar lowered his voice in amazement. "Oh my God, what did I just see? Teacher Lu Erlong actually got taken down." Ning Rongrong also found it hard to believe. What kind of magic did Xiao Yan use? Only Zhu Zhuqing had a smug expression, as if Xiao Yan belonged to her, radiating a buff aura. Later, I learned that when Xiao Yan confronted Lu Erlong earlier, he secretly used some soul power, just as Lu Erlong was anxious and her mental defenses were weak, directly overpowering her in momentum. This kid is really clever. The two of them entered the poisonous fog, where the mist was particularly dense. Xiao Wu missed her step and almost fell into the swamp, but was quickly pulled into Xiao Yan's arms. Xiao Yan told her to stay close and hold onto his clothes. Xiao Wu obediently nodded, for some reason. Ever since Xiao Yan accepted her after learning her identity, she developed a strong sense of dependence on him, a trust that came from being recognized. They wandered around for a long time before finally finding the group of white phosphorus giant pythons. My goodness, there were giant white pythons with a diameter of over a meter coiled there. The scene was incredible. Xiao Yan signaled for Xiao Wu to be quiet and pointed to the distance. Xiao Wu nodded. Although she was trembling with fear, her gaze was resolute as she said, "We need to find a phosphorus-armored white dragon." Xiao Yan told her not to rush, judging by the situation. That dragon was probably busy with some little wives and would come out once it got dark. While waiting, Xiao Wu suddenly thanked Xiao Yan for accepting her identity. Xiao Yan said he just regarded her as a human, but reminded her that once her identity as a 10,000-year soul beast was exposed, she would definitely be hunted down by powerful soul masters. Xiao Wu's expression dimmed immediately. She said that being a soul beast had no future, and only by becoming a human could she live on. Her mother had always told her that only by becoming a title Douluo among humans could she be truly safe. Unfortunately, her mother was killed while trying to save her and became someone else's soul ring. Hearing this, I felt a jolt in my heart. It was truly tragic. Xiao Yan asked her, "Since that's the case, why don't you hate soul masters?" Xiao Wu wiped her tears and said her mother told her that since she had become human, she should see herself as one. She didn't hate the group of soul masters, but she hated those who killed her mother. Just as they were talking, the ground suddenly shook. Xiao Yan pointed in one direction. The phosphorus-armored white dragon is coming out. Good heavens! A giant snake 3 meters thick and over 100 meters long emerged from the cave, and it already had dragon features on its head. Just its emergence made the entire ground tremble. Xiao Yan said that this creature, in its own territory, had strength comparable to a soul Douluo. Xiao Wu took a deep breath and resolutely walked out. As soon as she stepped out, she released all the aura of her 10,000-year soul beast. The phosphorus-armored white dragon, who was busy with its little wives, was startled by Xiao Wu and immediately wilted, falling to the ground. It got up and weakly asked, "Human, what do you want?" Xiao Wu replied with great momentum, "Look closely and see who I really am." The phosphorus-armored white dragon rubbed its eyes and finally realized Xiao Wu's true identity. But it seemed to have a good temper and didn't get angry. It just asked what she wanted. Xiao Wu said she wanted to make a deal for a star mist grass bug. The dragon, however, was very impatient. With a flick of its tail, it swept down several bugs from a nearby snake, saying, "Is that all you want? Hurry up and pick one, then leave me alone." Xiao Wu was stunned, not expecting it to be so easy to talk to. She awkwardly said, actually, I have something to trade with you. The dragon roared, I don't need your stuff. Get lost. It seemed to have noticed Xiao Yan hiding in the shadows and became furious. There's someone else? Sneaking around. Come out. Xiao Yan had no choice but to walk out obediently. Just at that critical moment, Xiao Wu immediately took out the treasures from her spatial ring and shouted, Look what this is. The familiar rancid smell instantly filled the air. The phosphorus-armored white dragon was instantly captivated, and, after sniffing it, its expression changed from anger to ecstasy. Xiao Yan quickly stepped forward, boasting that this was the essence of a 50,000-year-old beast, the crocodile armor cloud leopard, specially offered to it. The dragon leaned in to sniff, looking intoxicated, and suddenly opened its mouth to gulp down the essence. After swallowing, it joyfully rolled on the ground, twisting its body and saying, This is indeed good stuff. I feel energized again. In its excitement, it waved its hand, saying, You can take all these bugs with you. Xiao Yan was very understanding, saying they only needed one, as greed was not a good habit. He picked the one with the highest age, about 8,000 years, and was ready to take Xiao Wu away. But as they turned around, a gust of wind suddenly hit them. Xiao Yan reacted quickly and pulled Xiao Wu away. I focused my gaze and saw that the attacker was actually a humanoid monster made of poisonous gas. The phosphorus-armored white dragon was startled, saying that this was a gathering of poisonous gas, and it would be troublesome for it to get involved. The monster, seeing it couldn't hit Xiao Yan, turned and charged at Xiao Wu instead, moving at an alarming speed. Just as it was about to strike, Xiao Yan shouted, Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire. I tell you, a blue fire lotus instantly exploded in his hand, forming a vortex of flames that directly burned away that cloud of poisonous gas. As soon as the flames emerged, the toxic gas in the entire swamp was pushed back by over 100 meters, and the surroundings instantly became bright. The scene was simply spectacular. The toxic gas entity, unwilling to back down, still wanted to attack. The color of the flames in Xiao Yan's hand changed, and with the fusion of two types of, their power became even more formidable, directly turning that monster into nothingness. Xiao Wu, standing nearby, was stunned when compared to Ma Hongjuan's phoenix flames. This was like the difference between a firefly and the sun. Xiao Yan turned around and seriously told Xiao Wu, Forget everything you just saw. Xiao Wu nodded in understanding. Just then, the phosphorescent armored white dragon, which had been watching the show, suddenly spoke up, its tone extremely respectful. This human, please wait a moment. Xiao Yan smiled and asked what else it wanted. The dragon didn't beat around the bush and directly said, Can you use that technique again? I have tens of thousands of years of toxins in my body that I can't expel, affecting my cultivation. Your fire can help me expel the toxins. Xiao Yan was taken aback for a moment, then began his performance, shaking his head with a troubled expression. Oh, this kind of flame has a huge cost for me. I can't use it lightly. After using it this time, it will take a long time to recover. Let me tell you, that old dragon wasn't buying my act at all. He waved his hand and said, Don't worry, if there's nothing else, I've got plenty of immortal goods. As long as you can cure me, you can have as much as you want. Goodness, I was a bit skeptical at the time. Immortal goods? Do you think they're cabbages? But then he gave a look, and the few white phosphorus snakes nearby seemed to get a command, darting off in a flash. When they came back, their tails were wrapped around a big pile of red and blue immortal herbs, looking crystal clear. The old dragon was so proud, showing off to me. See? Zhuman Shahua. The blue one is 10,000 years old, and the red one is 30,000 years old. I also have golden and black ones, 100,000 years old. Those are my treasured secrets. I was completely stunned at that moment. Who among my family could understand? Does this Dragon King have a bit of social anxiety? Being isolated from the world for so long, his thought process is quite unique, treating immortal treasures like wild grass. Just one of these things, if taken out, would be enough for me to live comfortably for the rest of my life. I was calculating in my mind, while pretending to be modest. Oh, senior, this is too precious. I don't have the capability. But that old dragon was very straightforward, saying, Stop the nonsense. As long as you can cure me, you can pick whatever you want for 10,000 years. With such overwhelming wealth being thrown my way, how could I refuse? I immediately patted my chest and assured him, Senior, don't worry. I can't guarantee a complete cure, but I will definitely do my best. The deal was settled. But Xiao Wu was still nearby, and she couldn't stay in this poisonous mist for long. Just as I was about to say I would take her out first, the old dragon directly called over a large white phosphorus snake next to him, saying, No need for you. Let my beloved concubine take her out. I was completely taken aback. Good grief, a concubine? How can you even talk about love when you belong to different species? I glanced at Xiao Wu. Although she said she wasn't afraid, her little arms were trembling while holding the starry grass bug, betraying her. However, she insisted she could handle it. And that big snake even winked at me, as if to say, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Well, after all, Xiao Wu was a transformed soul beast from 100,000 years ago, so she should have a natural affinity for these soul beasts, and it should be fine. Before sending Xiao Wu off, I made an agreement with the old dragon that I could only stay for a week at most. The old dragon was reluctant and wanted me to completely heal it before I left. I straightened my face and said, "If that's the case, forget it. I'm leaving." I was joking. Although the immortal products were tempting, my time was also very precious. When the old dragon saw I was serious about leaving, it immediately backed down and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Then, it took me into an underground cave. Let me tell you, that scene was like a real-life version of the Golden Country. The entire underground world was as big as a city, filled with glowing immortal plants and sparkling ores. I was stunned and asked it, "Is this what you usually eat?" Guess what it said? With a look of disdain, it replied, "These things aren't very useful to us. We only nibble on them when we're too lazy to hunt. They just look nice." Listen to that. Listen to this Versailles. It confessed to me that it had just taken over this territory as the new king, but after fighting with the old Dragon King, it got injured, and the toxins in its body couldn't be contained anymore. If it didn't get treated soon, it would be finished when the old Dragon King came back to kill it. All right, saving someone to the end. I gave a heads up. Let me tell you, this process is not a joke. I have to use to burn through your entire meridian system. The feeling will be one of being unable to live or die. Are you sure you want to go through with it? The old dragon, being a tough guy, gritted its teeth and said, "Bring it on." This king is not afraid of pain. Without saying a word, I jumped onto its head, and in my hand quickly drilled in. The next second, the old dragon's massive body began to shake violently, as if it had been electrocuted, with pain so intense that its eyes were about to pop out. I quickly shouted, "Don't move. If you move even a little, your meridians will go out of whack, and you'll be turned to ashes." Just thinking about that feeling made me wince. An hour later, I withdrew my hand, and it still hadn't recovered from the excruciating pain, rolling around in turning the once beautiful garden into a complete mess. After it was done thrashing about, it gasped for air and said, "This fire of yours is truly impressive. I feel like a large portion of the poison in my body has disappeared, and I even have a sensation of about to transform into a dragon." I pretended to be extremely tired and quickly sat down cross-legged, casually stuffing 2 eternal red manjusaka flowers into my mouth, claiming it was to restore my soul power. In reality, I was using the opportunity to solidify my own cultivation. It felt great. Meanwhile, Xiao had also been safely delivered to the edge of the poisonous mist by that giant snake. She found Lu Erlong and the others and told them I would be staying inside for 7 days. To my surprise, Lu Erlong nearly exploded with anger and almost rushed in to rescue me. Xiao Wu had to explain the situation in detail, of course, without revealing the secret of the... Although everyone was worried, they had no choice but to wait for me. After settling everything, Xiao Wu quietly sent a rabbit out, apparently to find Tang San. It seemed she was ready to reveal her soul beast identity. By the time I finished my cultivation and recovered, it was already the next day. When the Dragon King saw that I was awake, his massive body visibly trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear as he weakly asked me, "Bro, can we do this another way? Yesterday was too intense, and I was really afraid I wouldn't be able to hold on and would just die." I shrugged my shoulders. There are ways, but it's a bit and even more dangerous. Her eyes lit up. "Does it hurt?" I said, "If everything goes smoothly, you won't feel anything, just sleep it off." "What if it doesn't go smoothly?" I chuckled and said, "If things don't go well, you'll just turn into cosmic dust, leaving no trace behind." It was so scared that it flicked its tail and said, "I don't want to feel pain, and I definitely don't want to die." "What do you actually want?" I summoned both types of and explained to it, "I will merge these 2 fires into a more powerful entity, like a time bomb, and stuff it into your brain. It will continuously help you cleanse toxins, once and for all." What do you think? A high-risk, high-reward deal? What are the chances of failure? I just thought of it, and I haven't tried it. However, theoretically, as long as I control it well, it shouldn't be a big problem. I shrugged honestly. The old dragon hesitated for a long time, and finally made up its mind, gritted its teeth. "Let's do it. Use the second one. Compared to the torment from yesterday, I would rather take a gamble." All right. For the next few days, I directly entered seclusion to refine pills. Oh no, fire mode. This thing was much harder than I thought. When the 2 met, they acted like enemies, violently clashing and almost blowing up my underground treasure vault. The old dragon was so scared that it had already slipped up to the surface. I tried again and again. My soul power was almost drained, and finally, on the last day, an exquisite yet dangerous fire lotus slowly took shape in my palm. It floated quietly, absorbing all the surrounding violent heat, looking harmless, but I knew the energy contained within could instantly obliterate a title Dalu. I gave it a dramatically over-the-top name, Destruction Fire Lotus. At this moment, the old dragon also felt the temperature in the cave drop and cautiously peeked its head down. When it saw the little fire lotus in my hand, it was so scared that its voice changed. What are you doing? Quickly throw that thing away. I smirked and said if I drop it, it will explode immediately and we'll have to go together. It was so scared that its massive body shrank back, huddling behind a rock, trembling. I stopped teasing it and reassured it repeatedly that this thing was completely under my control now. As long as I wrapped it in my mental power and put in its mind, it could turn into an automatic antivirus system, safe and efficient. After some psychological preparation, it finally accepted it, albeit trembling. After all, who wouldn't risk their life at this level of cultivation? The fire lotus slowly entered its head, and the creature was so nervous that all its scales stood on end. But soon, it felt a warm current spreading throughout its body, itchy and particularly comfortable. Completely the opposite of the excruciating pain it had felt before. It was so pleased that it let out a howl to the sky. And the light on its body changed, the dragon horns on its head becoming pure, clearly on the verge of evolution. Once it finished enjoying itself, it still felt a bit uneasy. Its huge head leaned in closer, staring at me and asking, "Kid, are you sure this thing won't go out of control?" I laughed at the time and said, "Don't worry, big brother, this thing is surnamed Xiao. Just listen to me. I have it locked down with my mental strength. Without my nod, it's just a high-end hand warmer, absolutely safe. But I must say up front, this thing consumes a lot of blue energy. At most, I can control one at a time. If I try to control two, my legs will start shaking. Three? If I try three, I'll just ascend right here for you to see." When the big white dragon heard this, it was delighted, and with a huge swish of its tail, pointed to the ground covered with rare herbs, meaning, "All expenses here will be covered by young Master Xiao. Take whatever you want, go wild." Goodness, family, who understands? This sudden wealth and fortune just fell on my face. Let me tell you, down there it was simply a super plant garden plus version, with thousands and even hundreds of thousands of years old celestial herbs growing like they were free cabbages. However, I have principles. I can't exploit everything, right? Even if I pluck a feather from a passing goose, I can't take all the feathers, can I? So, I took a symbolic amount of what I needed, recorded the characteristics of each, and then plucked a few leaves and petals from those super celestial items that were hundreds of thousands of years old, just enough for me to study when I returned. However, I couldn't resist two specific plants. One was called the miraculous mushroom chrysanthemum, and I thought if that old guy Chrysanthemum Douluo saw it, he would drool all over the place. I had to pack it up and take it with me. The other was even more impressive, called Crimson First Class, praised in ancient texts for its incredible effects, claiming it could revive the dead. I was so excited that I pricked my hand on the thorns of the flower, and blood started to flow out. The big dragon foolishly came over to ask me what happened. I thought to myself, what do you know? This isn't just a flower. It's practically a walking resurrection coin. Without saying a word, I dug it up with the roots and soil, and filled a large jar with the local poisonous miasma to use as a natural air humidifier, then happily stored it in my storage ring. After I finished collecting the items, I prepared to leave and told the big white dragon, "The fire lotus energy in your body is still plenty. Don't mess around. Wait for me to come back and take it." It was so reluctant, like a big dog afraid of being abandoned, constantly asking me when I would return. I said, at the shortest, 2 months, at the longest, half a year. "Don't worry, buddy, I always keep my word." Only then did it let me go, looking back 3 times as I walked away. What happened next? Just as I had finished my performance of dancing with the dragon, I hurriedly rushed out of the miasma. And when I looked up, wow, I was completely confused. There was the camp of Lu Erlong and the others. But next to them was a large group of people, the mercenaries from Tai Sun. I was puzzled. What was going on? Didn't these two groups act separately? How'd they end up here together? Later, I found out that during the few days I was gone, things on the other side were quite dramatic. Tang San and the others couldn't find Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, and were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Especially Tang San. Let me tell you, at that time, he had already imagined me as a human trafficker who abducted young girls, getting so angry that he was pounding on trees. Then, the most ridiculous thing happened. In the middle of the night, he actually received a voice message from a rabbit. Yes, you heard it right, a rabbit alive and fluffy. hopped into his tent, and told him the coordinates in Xiao Wu's voice. By the time I heard this, I was struggling to contain my laughter. What was this? A fantasy version of Matewan delivery or Bluetooth transmission in the spirit beast world. Anyway, they relied on this rabbit for navigation, running for 2 days until they finally found their way here. After I returned, everyone seemed quite polite on the surface. Oscar successfully absorbed the soul ring and broke through to Soul Master, constantly thanking me. Lu Erlong looked at me with disdain, like a resentful woman, but didn't really lose her temper. But let me tell you, beneath this calm surface, there are hidden currents. That night, the big show began. Tang Sen pulled Xiao Wu into the tent for a heart-to-heart talk. Xiao Wu is also a sincere child. After holding it in for a long time, she revealed that she was a 100,000-year soul beast. Tang Sen was stunned at that moment and took several steps back, sitting on the ground. But once he recovered, he was so moved, saying things like, "No matter whether you are human or beast, you are my sister. And whoever dares to touch you must step over my dead body," swearing left and right. However, the next second, Xiao Wu said, "Actually, Xiao Yan also knows my identity." Goodness, I felt like Tang San's CPU was burning at that moment. His first reaction was not trust, but rather that this guy knows my secret. He is a threat. This logic highlighted a perfectly closed loop. He immediately warned Xiao Wu that this matter must be kept secret. No one can know, fearing that others would leak the information. Then, even more explosive news came. Daimu Bai, due to Zhu Zhuqing getting close to me, was also feeling suspicious. He sent the fat Ma Hongjun to keep an eye on things, and, as a result, the fat guy eavesdropped and only understood part of it, hearing me say something about the Spirit Hall and joining. He then rushed back like he had discovered a new continent, rolling and crawling to report. Not good. Boss Dai, third brother. That Xiao Yan is a spy for the Spirit Hall. I tell you, Tang San and Dai Mubai didn't have a second of doubt and believed it right away. Tang San even imagined a shocking conspiracy, saying that I approached them to split Shrek, and that even the previous appearance of the crocodile-armored cloud leopard was a ploy I arranged. If I had known at that time, I would have to applaud him. Such imagination is a pity not to write novels. They decided on the spot to make me a public issue and then drive me away. That kid Tang Sen even had his hand on his belt. I saw it clearly. That look in his eyes really wanted to kill me on the spot. He directly came over to confront me, and in front of Zhu Zhuqing, he coldly threw down a sentence. "This is what we need to ask you, person from the Spirit Hall." I was stunned at that moment and instinctively turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing, who also had a shocked expression. Tang Sen didn't give her a chance to explain and directly said, "Zhuqing, don't be fooled by him. Come with us." When I followed him back to the camp, wow, what a scene it was, a three-way interrogation. Lu Erlong had a grim expression, and Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun looked like they had caught me. As soon as Tang Sen mentioned the evidence that the fatty had overheard, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. But what I didn't expect was that the first person to stand up and speak for me was actually Xiao Wu. She said that I had been in the poisonous mist for over half a day and had no intention of harming her. I couldn't possibly be from the Spirit Hall. Soon after, Ning Rongrong and Oscar also stood up, shaking their heads, saying, "We believe him. He's not that kind of person." From the very beginning, he had shared the pill formulas with us, and later he even risked himself to bring back the star anise ice worm for Xiao Ao. He couldn't possibly be from the Spirit Hall. Oscar added, "Exactly, if Xiao Yan were from the Spirit Hall, how could he have such serious injuries? We can't just assume he's from the Spirit Hall, just because he persuaded Zhu Qing to join." And guess what? Lu Erlong, the headmaster, started to get confused too. She frowned and asked Dai Mubai irritably, "Do you have solid evidence for what you're saying?" I tell you, that scene was simply like a werewolf game. Dai Mubai immediately pointed at Ma Hongjun and said him. He heard it with his own ears. Just then, Tang Sen returned from outside, and, like a prophet revealing his identity, he shouted loudly, "I can testify, too." As soon as Dai Mubai saw Tang San, his back straightened instantly, as if he had found his backbone. Tang San, looking back calmly, said, "He's here, you can ask him yourself." No sooner had he finished speaking than Xiao Yan and Zhu Zhuqing walked in. I could feel that Xiao Yan was so tense that his scalp was numb. The atmosphere was so thick it could be cut. Lu Erlong's gaze, let me tell you, looked like she wanted to eat someone, and she restrained her anger to ask, "Xiao Yan, tell me the truth. Are you from the Spirit Hall?" Xiao Yan glanced around at the group, some looking gloating, some full of expectation. He probably felt a chill in his heart, sighed, and said two words, "Not from." Lu Erlong just breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good." I hadn't finished speaking when Xiao Yan directly interrupted her. At that moment, I felt this guy really didn't want to indulge these people anymore. He continued, although I'm not from Spirit Hall, I do have connections with them. I sent Zhu Qing because only the Spirit Hall can train her to the best level. You understand? Ma Hongjun exploded on the spot, jumped up and cursed. What nonsense, Spirit Hall? Can't we from Shrek do it? He was about to make a move. Tang San pressed him down. His gaze was so cold, staring at Xiao Yan, and said, Xiao Yan, clarify your relationship with the Spirit Hall. What do you want to do coming to us from Shrek? Xiao Yan was speechless and said, what do I want to do? I've said it many times. It's all fake. Dai Mubai jumped out again. You came here to break us apart from Shrek. Xiao Yan was so amused he laughed in anger, retorting, what benefit is it to me to break you apart? Ma Hongjun's line of thought was unique, directly saying, you're afraid we will take you down in the Soul Master competition. So you sent you here as an undercover. Good Lord, I was stunned when I heard that. Xiao Yan also had are you kidding me? Expression, rolling his eyes at him, then turned to Lu Erlong and asked, do you think so too? Lu Erlong sighed and said, I don't want to believe it, but you sending Zhu Qing to the Spirit Hall makes it hard for me not to doubt. Ning Rongrong also chimed in, yeah, Xiao Yan, your mysterious teacher has been hiding things. How can we trust you? At that moment, I felt that Xiao Yan's mindset had completely collapsed, and he directly laid it all out. He said in a low voice, all right, since you insist on listening, I'll just say it directly. With your level of talent, you might be okay out there, but in the Spirit Hall Academy, you would at most be considered above average. They have no reason to send someone to deal with you, a little-known small academy. Little-known? Small academy? I have to tell you, as soon as that sentence came out, it really stirred up a hornet's nest. Everyone present, including Lu Erlong, instantly darkened their faces. Lu Erlong directly exploded. So arrogant. When our golden iron triangle made a name for itself back then, you didn't even know where to play in the mud. Dai Mubai also shouted, and our teacher, the unmoved King Zhao Wujia, and the master, these people are not to be underestimated by your Spirit Hall. As a result, Xiao Yan's next sentence directly silenced them. He smiled and said, oh, are you talking about those few lying on the hospital bed in Stardew City? Zhu Zhuqing saw that things were going south and hurriedly went to pull Xiao Yan, but her action completely triggered Dai Mubai. That guy's eyes turned red, and without saying a word, he threw a punch right at Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan was no pushover. The Xian Zhongqi appeared in front of him with a clang. Dai Mubai couldn't stop in time and landed a solid punch on the ruler. Ugh! With a cry of pain, Dai Mubai was knocked back several steps, and his entire arm went numb. Then, the most explosive sentence of the night came. Xiao Yan retracted the ruler, looked at everyone, and said calmly, aren't you curious about my identity? It's no harm telling you. My teacher is none other than the current Pope. The Pope? I tell you, the few mercenaries watching the excitement beside us were so scared that their legs went weak, almost kneeling on the spot. The Shrek gang was also startled, but no one expected that when Lu Erlong heard this, her face turned as black as a pot bottom, and her gaze was as if she wanted to eat someone. So you are her student. Lu Erlong suddenly exploded, and that killing intent scared Ning Rongrong into stuttering. Teacher Erlong, what's wrong with you? Xiao Yan was also confused, thinking, does this big sister have a grudge against my teacher? Since that's the case, don't leave. As soon as Lu Erlong finished speaking, she rushed in front of Xiao Yan in a flash, her hand transforming into a dragon claw, aimed directly at Xiao Yan's vital points. Who understands a soul sage? One moment still pretending to be a master, the next moment going for a sneak attack. Xiao Yan didn't react at all. If this claw connected, he would be done for on the spot. Just at that critical moment, Zhu Zhuqing grabbed Xiao Yan and forcibly dragged him back several meters. Only then did Xiao Yan come to his senses and rolled away to avoid the attack. Lu Erlong missed her strike and didn't pursue, just staring coldly at the embarrassed Xiao Yan, saying, don't let me see you again. I felt the disappointment and anger in Xiao Yan's eyes from a distance. He stood up, staring straight at Lu Erlong without fear of her soul sage pressure, shouting, I didn't expect it. A dignified soul sage would actually sneak attack a junior like me. Is this the gratitude of the mentors of Shrek Academy? Lu Erlong looked up at the sky, a bit helpless, saying, forget it, this is my matter with your teacher. It has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with me? Xiao Yan laughed angrily. You just tried to take my life. Lu Erlong showed no sign of apology and said, I told you it has nothing to do with you. Are you still not leaving? Leaving? Do you think I will leave so easily today? Xiao Yan stepped forward, getting closer to Lu Erlong until their faces were almost touching. The atmosphere was so tense that I didn't even dare to breathe. Zhu Zhuqing wanted to step in to mediate, but was stopped by Dai Mubai, who shouted at her, Zhuqing, which side are you on? Zhu Zhuqing, anxious, pushed him away, furious. Do you want to cause a death before you're satisfied? The people around felt the chilling aura, and Xiao Yan glanced around, coldly saying, "Everyone, settle down." Lu Erlong threatened, "What? Do you want to make a move against me? Do you have that strength?" Xiao Yan snorted coldly. "Although I don't know what grudge you have with my teacher, I don't mind solving you here for her today." Xiao Yan, Zhu Zhuqing, was almost scared to tears. Lu Erlong was completely enraged, shouting, "Then let's give it a try." She threw a punch forward. This time Xiao Yan was prepared, using his Xin Zhongqi to block it, and he was sent flying more than 10 meters by the immense force. Lu Erlong gave no chance to breathe, reaching her maximum speed and charging again. Tang Xin watched from the side, enjoying the show, nodding. Teacher Erlong is indeed a soul sage. Xiao Yan is doomed. Dai Mubai said to Zhu Zhuqing, "Did you see that? He is just a soul master. Fighting Teacher Erlong is just looking for death." Oscar was extremely anxious. "Stop talking. Even if Xiao Yan is from the Wuhuan Hall, he hasn't harmed us." Tang Xin shook his head, his words simply outrageous. "Little AO, do you have to wait until he harms us before you understand? Teacher Erlong is eliminating danger in the cradle. I'm telling you, among these people, the one who wishes for Xiao Yan's death the most is this Tang San." In the middle of the battlefield, Xiao Yan activated all 4 of his soul rings, directly using his first and third soul skills, swinging his big ruler to confront Lu Erlong's martial soul true form head-on. Boom! A huge sound erupted, and the shockwave knocked everyone around over. Dai Mubai and Tang Xin stared wide-eyed. The result was a jaw-dropping scene. Under Lu Erlong's storm-like attacks, Xiao Yan actually did not fall behind even once. Dai Mubai and Tang Xin were dumbfounded. How could a level 49 fight evenly with a level 78? Xiao Yan's combat experience was simply astonishing. He was just fishing, intentionally leaving openings to lure Lu Erlong into thinking she had the upper hand, making her more anxious and creating more flaws. Sure enough, when Lu Erlong swung a claw, she exerted too much force, and Xiao Yan deftly dodged. Just as she was about to adjust her stance, Xiao Yan struck her back with his ruler. "Now's the time," Xiao Yan shouted in his heart, and the long-awaited big move finally found an opportunity. Flame Division, Devouring Wave Ruler, a massive ruler light, carrying overwhelming pressure. Slash down. As Lu Erlong turned around, Xiao Yan's second soul skill activated, freezing her for half a second. This half-second determined the outcome. Poof! Lu Erlong's martial soul true form instantly shattered, and she flew out like a kite with a broken string, bleeding. The Shrek gang was all dumbfounded, rushing to catch the seriously injured and unconscious Lu Erlong. A level 78 soul sage was taken down by a level 49 soul master. Xiao Yan himself was not feeling well either. His body swayed, also at the end of his strength. He felt a blockage in his chest. Why should this be? Why should he be misunderstood by these people? And why should a madwoman sneak attack him? Just as he weakly sat down to recover, Tang San had seen everything. "You think it's over?" Worse was yet to come. Tang San, taking advantage of Xiao Yan just finishing his big move and recovering his spirit, directly pulled out his unique hidden weapon from behind and shot it over in an instant. "No!" Zhu Zhuqing screamed in despair. That poison needle, called Yin Wang Tai, was incredibly fast and instantly embedded itself into Xiao Yan's body. Tang Xin was so pleased, walking over and saying, "You got hit by my Yin Wang Tai. It will take 3 seconds to poison. Even a god would have to stop. Just wait to turn into a puddle of blood." Xiao Yan frowned and asked him, "We have no grievances. I even saved your friend. Do you really need to use such lethal methods?" Tang San sneered. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking the wrong person." Zhu Zhuqing cried as she shook Xiao Yan, urging him to think of a way. Xiao Yan was shaken to the point of spitting blood, irritably saying, "What are you doing? Trying to kill me?" Then he circulated his energy and forced the poison needle out. It was clean, with no poison at all. Now it was Tang San's turn to be EMO. He looked at Xiao Yan in disbelief. Xiao Yan stood up, brushed off the dust from his body, and disdainfully said, "This little poison of yours is just a toy to me. Not worth mentioning. I grew up tasting 100 herbs. Your 49 poisons, 1 tea, even have time to take effect before they are burned clean by my." Tang San was completely stunned, mumbling, "Impossible. Impossible." Xiao Yan's gaze turned completely cold. "Since you want to kill me, then you should be ready to be killed as well." Dai Mubai sensed something was wrong and pulled Ma Hongjun, shouting, "Let's go help Xiao San." When Tang San saw reinforcements coming, he became energized again, whispering, "He is at the end of his strength now. If we hold him back, I can kill him with my hidden weapon." Xiao Yan looked at these 3 clowns, too lazy to waste words, and walked over with his ruler. Dealing with you three in my current state is more than enough. White Tiger Wuxiang slash. Spider web binding. Phoenix sky soaring. The three of them activated their ultimate moves simultaneously, and the scene was filled with golden light, flames, and blue silver grass, all crashing toward Xiao Yan. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her ultimate move. The fourth soul skill, Domain of Shadow Strike. A black domain instantly enveloped everyone, and then a miraculous scene occurred. Everyone's soul skills became completely ineffective. Zhu Zhuqing appeared beside Xiao Yan, pulling him and saying, "Let's go. Your body can't take any more fighting." Xiao Yan shook his head and coldly said, "That Tang, San must die today." Zhu Zhuqing was almost in tears. "Can you stop being so stubborn? Teacher Erlong is unconscious, even if they pay the price." Inside the domain, Dai Mubai was still shouting, "Zhuqing, are you helping outsiders against us?" Zhu Zhuqing replied, "I don't want to see you fight anymore. In my domain, no one can use soul skills." Xiao Yan sighed and said, "All right, for your sake. But that Tang San, if I can't kill him today, I will definitely take his life another day." Only then did Zhu Zhuqing withdraw the domain. "I thought this matter was settled, but then that Tang San, like a dog, wouldn't he let go?" Seeing Xiao Yan turn to leave, he coldly snorted, "He must not leave alive." After saying that, he used his Shintian skill, moving as fast as lightning, charging back in. The hidden weapons in his hands flew toward Xiao Yan's back as if they were free. Xiao Yan had long been on guard against him, coldly snorting as he dodged with a few quick movements. Then he directly pulled out a small pill from his pocket and swallowed it in one bite. In the next second, his weak aura instantly surged, as if he had been resurrected on the spot. Third soul skill, Shadow Owl Clone. In an instant, there were 7 Xiao Yans. Let me tell you, that scene was like opening the Shadow Clone technique, charging at Tang San from all directions. Tang San was instantly stunned, unable to run away, and was slapped to the ground by one clone. Following that, 2 large rulers smashed down. Tang San was struck so hard that several of his bones broke, and Xiao Yan's clones merged into one, preparing to deliver the final blow. "I originally thought you were just cautious, but I didn't expect you to be truly blind," Xiao Yan said coldly as the heavy ruler fell. "No!" Xiao Wu shouted desperately from behind. Just as the giant ruler was about to smash Tang San's head, suddenly, a loud bang came from the forest, and a large rock flew toward Xiao Yan like a cannonball. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted, and he quickly swung the ruler to shatter the giant rock into pieces. My ruler just smashed the stone into pieces, and guess what? A loud roar exploded like thunder. "Who dares to touch my son?" I have to tell you, I didn't even react at the time. Everything went blurry in front of me, and a scruffy-looking middle-aged man, looking as if he hadn't slept in 3 days, suddenly appeared right in front of my face. He didn't give me any chance at all, just threw a punch. A simple punch. Good grief, I flew back like a cannonball for dozens of meters, and the Xian heavy ruler in my hand shattered into pieces with a crack. Like glass, I could clearly hear my bones popping like frying beans, and with a sweet taste in my throat, I spat out a mouthful of blood. I fell to the ground, completely limp like a pile of mud, unable to muster any strength at all. It was at this moment that everyone finally saw clearly that beside this uncle, wow, there were 9 soul rings. 9 soul rings swirling around, and the last one, for those who understand, was dark red. That color was definitely from 100,000 years. Title Douluo. Just then, the badly beaten Tang San, with his bloodied eyes squinting, actually shouted, "Dad? Wow, it's really a father-son drama." The father looks at his son's miserable state, feeling heartbroken, and grits his teeth, saying, "Don't be afraid, son. Dad will avenge you." Just as they're showing their deep father-son bond, Oscar, that loyal kid, sneaks over like a mouse and swiftly darts to my side. Without saying a word, he directly activates his 4th soul skill, rolls up a big sausage, and shoves it into my mouth, lowering his voice to shout, "Big brother, this thing works wonders for internal injuries. Hurry up and eat it, then run." I swallowed it whole, and I really felt warm inside, regaining some strength. I propped myself up and pushed him. "Thanks, brother, but you should go. I think I'm done for today." This old guy, a title Douluo, actually resorted to ambush. I can only say, not everyone from the same family belongs under one roof. Oscar panicked. "What should we do then? Just wait to die?" I let out a cold laugh. "If he wants to kill me, he'll have to lose a couple of teeth first. At worst, we'll go down together." Honestly, I was already prepared. If it really came to it, I could unleash the Fire Lotus, and we could all enjoy a grand fireworks display together. Just as I was about to pull out and blow him up, a hand gently placed itself on my shoulder. A familiar voice, tinged with a hint of teasing, came from behind me. "Silly boy, Have you pushed yourself into a corner again? I froze completely and suddenly turned around. What the heck, the teacher? Bibi Dong. I didn't even know when she arrived, not wearing her luxurious pope robe, but dressed in simple attire. Yet that aura of a female emperor was unmistakable even from 800 meters away. I almost cried at that moment, stammering. A lady teacher? You haven't left yet? Bibi Dong smiled lightly, gently poking me to check my injuries, saying, I went out, but after thinking about it, I couldn't rest easy leaving you, troublemaker. So here I am again. With her words, my heart instantly felt like it was pulled out of an ice pit. With the teacher here, let alone a title, duh, even if the king of heaven himself showed up, today's matter could be settled. Tang Hao across from me looked incredibly grim, as if he had swallowed a fly. He had been hiding in the shadows and hadn't noticed such a powerful figure was present, while others might not see it. He was a titled Douluo and could sense that this woman's strength was unfathomable, absolutely above his level. Bibi Dong took a step forward, shielding me behind her, looking Tang Hao up and down with disappointment in her eyes. So you are the Haotian Douluo? TSK, you don't look so good. Those old injuries of yours. How many more years can they let you live? As soon as this was said, everyone around exploded. Haotian Douluo, that was a legendary figure. Back then, he single-handedly confronted several titled Douluos from the Spear Hall. Everyone thought he had long been eliminated by the Spirit Hall, but unexpectedly, he was standing here alive today. Tang Hao's expression was as dark as could be, staring fiercely at Bibi Dong. You are also a titled Douluo, aren't you? You can see through my injuries at a glance. Your level is not low. This is a private matter between my son and this kid. I hope you won't interfere. Bibi Dong laughed at that with a mocking tone. What a joke. Your son has sneak attacked multiple times and ended up heavily injured due to his lack of skill. And you still have the face to defend him? Let me tell you, if my student were at peak condition, your son wouldn't stand a chance even if he had 8 legs. Seeing that this woman was impervious to reason, Tang Hao's killing intent began to rise. What? Can't resist the urge to take action against me? Bibi Dong's lips curled into a smirk, and in the next second, the most explosive scene unfolded. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, a total of 18. Who understand this, folks? 18 soul rings lit up around her. 9 purple, 9 black, swirling around her like 2 strings of neon lights. Oscar shouted from the back, wow, unbelievable. 18 soul rings? What kind of operation is this? Tang Hao's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. 18 soul rings. The only explanation is twin martial souls. And on the entire continent, there's only one peak powerhouse with twin martial souls. Got it? Bibi Dong stepped forward again, and the unparalleled pressure of her soul power rolled towards Tang Hao like a tsunami. Tang Hao also unleashed his own aura to counter it, but it was clearly not on the same level. Bibi Dong's voice was as cold as ice. You don't intend to use the same tactics you used against King Sunji back then on me, do you? Tang Hao clenched his fists tightly, fully aware that this woman's strength was many times stronger than King Sunji back then. If it came to a real fight, even if he revealed all his trump cards, the best outcome would be to injure her severely, while he would definitely die here. He backed down, genuinely afraid. Taking 2 steps back, his voice softened. You, as a pope, why bother to stoop to my level? If you don't harm my student, I naturally won't bother with you. Bibi Dong glanced at the Haotian hammer in his hand, saying lightly, you don't even need to say that. Tang Hao was obviously taken aback, still holding on to his stubbornness. I'm not your match, but if you want to take me down without any injuries, it's not that simple. If you get severely injured, it won't be good for you either. Bibi Dong laughed dismissively. In the past, she might have been wary of Tang Hao's explosive ring skills, but now, she had my blue lotus earth fire. Is she afraid of boasting? Bibi Dong's aura surged again, and the soul power suppression from her twin martial souls directly pressed Tang Hao until he couldn't breathe. Tang Hao was probably cursing Bibi Dong 1,000 times in his heart. This madwoman really meant to kill. He couldn't fight back, and he still had his son here. He could only step back, raising his hand. Wait. Bibi Dong couldn't be bothered with him. Her soul power surged, and the surrounding space began to distort, revealing part of her martial soul. It looked both beautiful and terrifying, like a jade-faced Azura. You really want to kill me? Tang Hao panicked, speaking without thinking. Don't forget, if I hadn't heavily injured King Sunji back then, how could you have ascended to the Pope's throne so quickly? Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned, then revealed an extremely dangerous smile. If you hadn't said that, I would have truly forgotten. But, since you know so much, today you must die. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Hao realized there was no way out and could only fight desperately. The two titled Douluos instantly clashed together. Dai Mubai and the others on the other side were already shocked silly by this scene. Ma Hongjun stuttered. Boss Dai, this pope is a madwoman. We should get out of here quickly, otherwise we'll be done for if we get caught in the crossfire. Dai Mubai thought about it and agreed, quickly signaling everyone to retreat. But just as they were about to run, someone wouldn't let them. As they prepared to escape, a tall man in golden armor suddenly appeared among them like a ghost, pressing one hand on Ma Hongjuan's head, speaking in a sharp voice. Where do you think you're going? Immediately after, from another direction, a figure cloaked in black robes also appeared. 9 rings. Another 2 titled Douluos, the Jiu Douluo Yueguan and the ghost Douluo Gueme. Lu Erlong's face turned pale at the sight of these two, his heart chilling. Now, they were completely surrounded. Not one of them could escape. The ghost Douluo saw me in a half-dead state and laughed. Little ghost, you almost fell again this time. I pursed my lips and said, yeah, I ran into the Xiao Yan. I wonder who was back then. Following the former pope and almost getting killed by him alone? As soon as I said this, the faces of the 2 titled Douluos turned dark. They couldn't care less about arguing with me. Their attention was entirely focused on the battlefield between Bibi Dong and Tang Hao. Let me tell you, that scene was a complete dimensional suppression. Tang Hao's Xiao hammer, which is said to be the #1 weapon spirit in the world, was like a firewood stick in front of Bibi Dong's blue lotus earth fire, being suppressed mercilessly. Tang Hao was truly anxious in the end, detonating all his soul rings in one go. He tried to use this power to fight desperately, but it was useless. In the face of absolute strength, everything was in vain. Bibi Dong's attacks were devastating. With a loud bang, the Xiao hammer, the continent's #1 weapon spirit, was directly burned to pieces. Tang Hao spewed out a mouthful of old blood 3 meters away and fell from the sky like a broken sack, completely losing his combat ability as his martial soul was shattered. Bibi Dong slowly descended in front of him, her gaze as cold as looking at a dead person. Today, you shall leave your life behind. However, I want to know, how did you know that Qian Xuanji was killed by me? Driven to the brink, Tang Hao was still bargaining. If I tell the truth, will you spare my son? Bibi Dong's eyes turned icy. If you dare say another word, I will kill him right now. Tang Hao completely collapsed, clenching his fists and squeezing out a few words through his teeth. It was the people from the Spirit Hall who told me. The Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong's eyes sharpened instantly. She pressed for the whereabouts of the Spirit Hall. But Tang Hao laughed wildly, pointing to the sky and saying, don't think that your Spirit Hall can cover the sky with one hand. The Spirit Hall is a force from the divine realm. It will eventually overthrow you. After hearing this, a look of disdain remained on Bibi Dong's face. The great Xiao Yan, actually associating with evil soul masters, truly disgraces the name of the Xiao Yan sect. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven. Before her voice fell, the poisonous fangs of her spider emperor martial soul unhesitatingly pierced Tang Hao's neck. The venom spread instantly, and Tang Hao writhed in pain on the ground, black blood oozing from his mouth, and in just a few moments, he completely ceased moving. The legendary Xiao Yan was gone just like that. Bibi Dong waved her hand, and a ball of blue lotus earth fire flew out, directly incinerating his body to ashes, leaving no trace behind, clean and neat. But something outrageous happened. In a black giant tower 1,000 miles away, a man in black with closed eyes suddenly opened them, sneering. And Tang Hao's illusory soul figure actually appeared before him. The man in black only had a thick mist flash in his eyes. And Tang Hao's body became solid again, revived on the spot. Folks, he was revived right there. This was just absurd. The man in black also gave Tang Hao a new mission, asking him to take 7 strange young people to participate in the Soul Master Tournament, to win the championship, and to make a name for the Spirit Hall, attracting more people to join them, facilitating future wars, and collecting souls. Wow, the KPIs of the Spirit Hall are quite hardcore. Meanwhile, after dealing with Tang Hao, Bibi Dong returned to my side. She looked at me and said, your standard for no big deal is really low. Is it that as long as you're not dead, it's considered no big deal? Why don't you come back to my side? If this continues, sooner or later you'll die out there. I could only force a laugh. At that moment, Zhu Law came up to take credit and casually mentioned that Zhu Zhuqing wanted to be a student of the Pope. Bibi Dong didn't think twice and directly refused, coldly saying, wishful thinking, kill everyone here, leave not a single one alive. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was terrified. I hurriedly said, teacher, please take a look at her first. Zhu Zhuqing mustered all her courage and stood up, meeting Bibi Dong's gaze. Then, With a buzz, she revealed her 4 soul rings. When Bibi Dong saw those 4 pitch-black 10,000-year soul rings, she was also taken aback, especially upon learning that Zhu Zhuqing had withstood the soul impact of a 50,000-year soul beast with her own will. She rarely showed a look of regret. Your talent and character are indeed strong. If it were a few years earlier, I would have accepted you. But now, I'm not interested. She added, moreover, you have a close relationship with the royal family of the Douluo Empire, and I cannot take that risk. Zhu Zhuqing became anxious, and I quickly chimed in, saying she wanted to join the Spirit Hall just to break free from her family. Bibi Dong stared at Zhu Zhuqing and suddenly smiled. Want to prove yourself? Fine, go kill him. She pointed at Dai Mubai. To make sure there was no suspense in this matter, Bibi Dong casually waved her hand, and the Spider Emperor's claw pierced through Dai Mubai's shoulder bone with a puff, rendering him instantly incapacitated. The entire place fell silent. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the terrified Dai Mubai, then glanced at me. I could only pretend not to see, as I really couldn't get involved in this matter. Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath and walked in front of Dai Mubai. She had negotiated with Bibi Dong that as long as she killed Dai Mubai, everyone else could live. She closed her eyes, raised her hand, her voice trembling but resolute. I'm sorry, Mubai. Goodbye. The Yomi slash, filled with a resolute killing intent, came down fiercely. Just as the claw was about to touch Dai Mubai's neck, a crisp sound rang out, and a tremendous force directly knocked Zhu Zhuqing away. The Spider Emperor's exoskeleton had unknowingly appeared in front of Dai Mubai. Bibi Dong looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was utterly bewildered, with a half-smile. Your Majesty, what is this? Zhu Zhuqing was completely stunned. Bibi Dong calmly spoke. I thought about it, and it might be a bit troublesome if this gets out. However, considering that you are determined to cut off your past, I can consider letting you stay. Zhu Zhuqing stood there in a daze, still unable to react. I hurriedly nudged her and reminded her, quick, thank the teacher. Your classmates have survived. It was only then that Zhu Zhuqing reacted, trembling as she prepared to give my teacher a big bow, but my teacher quickly supported her. Let me tell you, she has her tricks up her sleeve. She directly painted a picture for Zhu Zhuqing, saying, want to be my student? Sure. But first team up with Xiao Yan and bring me a championship from the Soul Master competition, and then you'll be qualified. Goodness, when Zhu Zhuqing heard this, tears instantly flowed down like an open dam. Both excited and scared, she was almost overwhelmed. My teacher turned around and smiled at me, as if to say, kid, you're quite sensible, you know when to keep quiet. Then her gaze swept over to Ning Rongrong, and she directly ordered, you, come here and heal him. Ning Rongrong. The little girl shivered in fright, but who would dare disobey the Pope's command? She could only slowly walk up to me, her expression looking worse than crying. I quickly comforted her, don't be afraid, it's okay now. Only then did she nod and bring out her 9-treasure glazed tile. Let me tell you, when that thing appeared, it was like a holy light shining down, leaving my teacher and the Spirit dumbfounded, probably wondering in their hearts. What kind of divine little talent has the 7-treasure glazed tile sect produced this time? On the other side, the Spirit began to urge, saying, Your Holiness, Tang Hao has already passed away. Shouldn't we head back to the city? My teacher nodded, and his expression instantly turned cold as he said, Perfect timing. There's something I need you to handle. And he squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. Soul Hall. Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo exchanged a confused glance. Soul Hall? Didn't Snake Spear and Spiked Porcupine Douluo already go investigate? Investigate? They haven't even made a peep yet. My teacher was clearly displeased, saying this matter would wait until my apprentice had healed. The 2 titled Douluos immediately fell silent, understanding that there were outsiders present, and course secrets couldn't be discussed. Ning Rongrong was also impressive. With a 4th soul skill, most of my internal injuries were healed. Normally, her soul power would be depleted by now, but with my teacher standing nearby, like a supercharging treasure, it was impossible for her to run out of energy. The minor external injuries, I could brew some medicine for and fix in half a day. Zhu Douluo was astonished at my recovery speed and started praising Ning Rongrong profusely, then began to dig his own grave. Little girl, are you interested in developing with our Spirit Hall? Ning Rongrong was immediately put on the spot. Her father was Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. I quickly smoothed things over. Teacher, she has her own sect. It's not fair for us to poach her like this. My teacher let out a hum and then gave up. After dealing with us, her gaze finally fell on Lu Erlong. Let me tell you, that scene was really intense. Lu Erlong was in a terrible state at the time, but he still held his ground. My teacher asked her, so, that useless Yu Xiaojang is here too? Lu Erlong immediately retorted, "What business is it of yours?" At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. Who understands what family means? This sister is really bold. She started playing with X-literature right in front of my teacher. My teacher said, "He has my things on him, and I want them back." Lu Erlong sneered, "Huh, you crazy woman, don't even think about taking him away from me. Since the day he left the Wuhuan temple, you two have been finished." As soon as these words were spoken, my teacher's killing intent exploded instantly. She glanced at Zhu Zhuqing beside her, and, probably out of consideration for my future junior sister, she didn't strike directly, but coldly told Ghost Daw, "Cut out her tongue. Don't let her speak again. Remember, leave her breath." Yes, Ghost Daluo was incredibly decisive. Zhu Zhuqing was terrified and quickly pleaded, "Your Holiness, this is too cruel." My teacher shot me a glare and said, "Do I need you to teach me how to do my job?" I quickly pulled Zhu Zhuqing behind me and hurried to defend my teacher. The teacher's decision is of course correct. This woman is like a mad dog, biting everyone indiscriminately. If we let her continue to spout nonsense, we won't be able to keep our lives. Right now, just pulling out her tongue is already a huge mercy. This statement was meant to give my teacher a way out and also to protect her reputation. After hearing this, my teacher indeed nodded in agreement. The next moment, Ghost Daluo made his move. The scene was wow, too bloody, as he forcibly tore off Lu Erlong's tongue. Xiao Wu and the others wanted to rush in to save her, but were immediately suppressed by the aura of a tidal Douluo, unable to move at all. Zhu Zhuqing quietly asked me from behind, "Why is your teacher so cruel?" Her worldview must be shattered. I told her expressionlessly, "Cruel? Sister, broaden your perspective. Openly insulting the Pope is a capital offense that warrants the extermination of entire clans in both empires. The fact that she is still breathing means she should be grateful." In the end, my teacher looked at the Shrek group, who were trembling like leaves, and coldly said, "Take her away and tell Yu Xiaojiang that if he wants to save her, he must trade for her with my things." Zhu Douluo even added a warning, using his sharp voice to caution everyone. As for today's events, apart from the fact that Hao Ian Douluo is dead, not a single word is allowed to be spoken outside. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Don't think we can't find you. The Spirit Hall spies are everywhere. After saying this, my teacher and the others turned and left. Zhu Zhuqing stood there, stunned, not knowing where to go. My teacher glanced back at her. "What's holding you back?" Zhu Zhuqing swallowed and said, "I'm a bit unaccustomed to it." I sighed and walked over to pat her. "You'll have to adapt sooner or later. The path is yours to choose, so keep up. My teacher won't disappoint you." Only then did she grit her teeth and follow along. The atmosphere along the way was incredibly tense, with the presence of 3 tidal Douluos fully unleashed, and not a single shadow of a soul beast could be seen around. After a day and a night, we returned to Heavendo City. This girl, Zhu Zhuqing, also had a firm will. Although she was like a startled bird the whole time, she managed to hold on. My teacher was watching her performance closely, and I bet she earned quite a few points in his heart. Upon arriving at the temporary palace of the Pope, it was resplendent and magnificent. Zhu Zhuqing tidied herself up a bit and was led to her room by a maid. Well, I had been waiting there for a long time. When she saw me, it was like she had seen a family member. "Xiao Yan, why are you here too?" I'm also a bit surprised, as this place is a core area, and it's impossible for trusted aides to enter. The maid next to me explained, "This is His Holiness the Pope's intention." I suddenly realized and said to Zhu Zhuqing, "It seems that my teacher is not as indifferent to you as he appears on the surface." But Zhu Zhuqing was still frightened. The bloody scene from yesterday with Lu Erlong was still playing in her mind. Before long, my teacher came in. I quickly got up. "Teacher, I had a fight with Tang Hao. Are you okay?" She smiled. "Thanks to you. In the past, it wouldn't have been so easy to deal with him." I casually flattered her, saying, "How would I know that my Azure Lotus Heartfire is so powerful in your hands? Much stronger than when I use it myself." In fact, I was testing to see what her attitude towards Zhu Zhuqing was. As a result, my teacher completely ignored this hint and shot me an annoyed glance. "All right, stop playing tricks on me. Since I called her here, she's one of us now. In the future, just speak your mind directly. No need for all those twists and turns." I nodded quickly, feeling relieved. Then she became serious again, "But this time you should understand how big the gap is between you and the title de law. If they really wanted to kill you, you wouldn't even have time to react." She told me that the reason she could arrive in time was because of the green Lotus Heartfire I gave her, which allowed her to sense my location and even my emotions. So, she suddenly leaned close to my face and whispered, "You mustn't be too nice to other girls, or else if I find out, I might get upset." I was stunned at that moment and inexplicably asked, so the teacher can feel my feelings now, right? She nodded, but then softly declined, saying, I'm sorry, not yet. All right. Even though I was rejected, I still had a lingering thought. So it wasn't a loss. She adjusted her emotions and then turned to Zhu Zhuqing, asking, do you know why I called you here? Zhu Zhuqing honestly shook her head. She was confused seeing how my teacher spoke to me in one way and to others in another, but there was also a hint of longing in her expression. My teacher got straight to the point. Are you resenting me for hurting your teacher, Liu Erlong? This directly scared Zhu Zhuqing into a cold sweat, but she still mustered the courage to say, it's not resentment, just confusion. I was just about to explain when my teacher raised her hand to interrupt me. She wanted to personally give the first lesson to her future disciple. The authority of the Pope is not to be offended. If Liu Erlong said one more word, everyone present would have to accompany her to the grave to keep the news from leaking. I pulled her tongue out to save all of your lives. Do you understand? Zhu Zhuqing remained silent for a long time before nodding. I understand. Here, there is no Pope, only Bibi Dong. My teacher's tone softened as she continued. I do indeed intend to take you as my third student, but I have always had a concern. Zhu Zhuqing quickly asked, what is your concern? In the future, who should I hand over the spirit hall to? As she said this, my teacher's eyes were fixed on me. I can't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Teacher, this is really not interesting. You just had to speak my mind, and now you're starting to criticize me again. You know I'm not interested in that position, and besides, there's a senior sister there. How can I compete with her? My teacher's azure lotus mark on her arm remained unfazed, and she smiled with satisfaction. Well, it's the truth. Zhu Zhuqing quickly expressed her stance. I also have no desire for the position of Pope. What I want is just an opportunity to change the star Luo Empire. Then, she revealed the imperial inheritance system of the star Luo Empire, which was like raising a puppet. She said what she needed was a force to counter the royal family, and only by becoming a titled Dou and relying on the spirit hall could she rewrite her destiny. Oh no, as soon as she said that, my teacher's expression instantly darkened. It didn't sound like she was seeking a teacher. It was clearly a transaction. All right, you can leave for now. I'll consider your request. She waved her hand to dismiss her. Zhu Zhuqing looked at me with a confused expression, and I could only frown at her, signaling her to leave first. As soon as she stepped out the door, my teacher coldly said, just now, she was using the etiquette of the star Luo Empire's nobility. I nod. After all, she comes from a noble background, and it's not something that can be changed overnight. I don't need someone like her. My teacher is very firm about it, and her intentions are too strong. Just like those old foxes in Xinghua, I don't plan to take her in anymore. I quickly spoke up for Zhu Zhuqing, but her talent and disposition are top-notch. However, I don't need a trading partner. My teacher shook his head. I need you. I need Nana, not just to train you to fight against the Elder Hall, but also because you're my family. I fell silent. I understood what she meant. In the end, she decided, let you go on, teacher. I reminded him. The star Luo Emperor is a peak Douluo at level 98. An Elder Yueguan might not be able to hold the. As I spoke, I took out my trump card. However, I just happened to have something to give to Elder Yueguan, a 10,000-year celestial product, the Wonder Mushroom. My teacher was taken aback and asked where I found it. I had already prepared a lie and said it was a treasure I stumbled upon in a poisonous mist. The blue lotus mark on her arm didn't move at all. She looked at me with a half-smile, didn't expose me, and just went along with my story. Well, you must have gained quite a bit. What did you get? Show me. I awkwardly cleared my throat, forgetting about this matter. After all, we were now both hooked up to a lie detector. However, since she didn't expose it, I took the opportunity to bring out some celestial items, most of which were the Zhu Shaoa. I casually remarked in a Versailles manner, this thing is too potent. I only took 2 and almost couldn't keep my level from skyrocketing to level 50. My teacher listened, but her gaze seemed a bit wandering as she said softly, yes, some people spend their whole lives unable to attain what you can easily have. Suddenly, she changed her tone and began to mock you, Xiaojiang. Compared to you, some people who call themselves theoretical masters are simply a joke. I wonder if after all these years, he has broken through level 30. I immediately reacted and asked in surprise, teacher, you can't be talking about. Yes, it's exactly the person you're thinking of. She openly revealed all of you Xiaojiang's background, saying he was just a useless person who plagiarized the records of the Spear Hall and couldn't upgrade due to his mutated martial soul. Seeing that my expression was off, she even asked, he is currently in Stardew City. If you're uncomfortable, I can send someone to deal with him. I quickly shook my head. Forget it. Why bother with a useless person? I still couldn't help but ask, how did you? She confessed. I grew up in the Pope's palace and have never seen the outside world. It was he who painted a beautiful dream for me. But ironically, before you appeared, I felt like I was being controlled by an inexplicable force, always thinking of him. An inexplicable force? I didn't understand. Xiao Yan, don't you think this world is very unreasonable? She suddenly raised the stakes and started talking nonsense, like a mentally immature kid drawing a story full of plot holes. I was shocked at that moment and reminded her, Teacher, your character is a bit broken, isn't it? It's like you've awakened. Forget it. I won't say more. She sighed. Perhaps I can only see through all of this after I inherit the divine position. Becoming a god? That's still too far away for me. At that moment, an extremely crazy thought suddenly popped into my mind. I looked at the scattered all over the ground and thought, yes, I want to level up. Right now. Immediately. I want to refine all these into pills and push myself to the peak Soul Emperor in one go. My teacher watched me in silence for a long time and reminded me, by the way, you still need to participate in the Soul Master competition. This time, don't go wandering in the forest looking for teammates. Just go find those girls from Tianshui Academy to team up with. Why? I asked. With your strength. You could win a championship even with 6 pigs, she said helplessly. Are you about to reach level 50 and need to absorb soul rings again? Are you going to create a new? This is indeed a question. I immediately shared my crazy idea with her. Alchemy. Taking medicine. One step to success. Produce. It's solid and has no side effects. After hearing this, she felt it was unreliable. Is that really possible? I am extremely determined. Teacher, I think it's fine, if possible. I would like to enter the Star Dou forest once more. She hesitated. If this plan succeeded, it would be more meaningful than winning 100 Soul Master competition championships. But she was about to return to the Pope City and couldn't leave. I guarantee with confidence, with my current strength, soloing is not a problem. A 50,000-year soul beast can be taken down as long as I prepare adequately. I calculated the time with her. Give me a swift horse, and I'll definitely be back in 20 days at the shortest, or a month at the longest. You're pushing yourself into the fire pit again, she said worriedly. Is it that hard for you to stay calm for a few days? I looked at her and said seriously, Teacher, I want to become stronger quickly so that I can keep up with you. She fell silent in an instant, her throat choking up a bit. She knew that all my was because of her. Xiao Yan, please promise me. She used honorifics for the first time, her eyes filled with deep emotion. No matter if this method works or not, you must come back safely. Power is important, but I hope even more that you can always stay by my side. I suppressed my excitement and nodded heavily. Don't worry, teacher. If I succeed this time, I can fly with all the Soul Masters of the same rank. At least from Soul Zone to Soul Emperor, there will be no more bottlenecks. Later, I found out that while my teacher and I were planning for the future, Lu Erlong, who had her tongue cut out, was taken to a secret location. At that time, she had lost too much blood and was on the verge of death. The one responsible for saving her was a guy named Luo Yun, who was quite remarkable. He was an extremely rare support-type soul sage in the entire continent, and was said to have a story of overcoming a waste martial soul, focusing on inspiration. It was also during that time that Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo found the bishop of the Star Dou branch, Si Lintian. This old guy had just come out of seclusion and had broken through to level 80. The two Douluos directly informed him, hurry up and get ready. His Holiness the Pope is about to arrive, and the matters here need to be wrapped up. Si Lintian quickly reported that everything was settled and the border was as stable as a rock. However, Zhu Douluo poured cold water on me, with a serious expression. He said that the shadow of the spirit hall was still there, and the Haotian law had already shown himself. This matter was not over. There might be a major conflict breaking out right here in Star Dou City. I have to tell you, when he said that, both Guadalaw and I felt a chill down our spines. Just then, His Holiness the Pope and Xiao Yan walked in. The Pope glanced at me and directly asked, You're level 80 now. Were you going to get a new ring? I replied, Boss, I'll go tomorrow. She nodded and asked who I would bring. I said, I can go alone. I've already locked on my target, a 50,000-year-old soil rat. It'll be taken care of in no time. And guess what? The Pope smiled at Xiao Yan and said, Perfect, you take him along. I was stunned at the time. Who to bring? Xiao Yan? Yes, bring Xiao Yan. Let him be a personal bodyguard for a month. Not a single hair can be missing. Who understands? I'm a bishop, just out of seclusion, ready to challenge the Soul de Law, and the Pope directly assigns me a task. Be a bodyguard for Xiao Yan? Didn't he, this kid, just come out of the Star Dou forest, playing extreme comeback here? Xiao Yan was quite polite, cupping his hands towards me, saying it's a hassle for the temple bishop. I could only smile wryly and say, You've practically made that forest your second home. The emperor also said he was being unreasonable, but with me around, she felt at ease. Then she asked me, Who will manage this sub-temple when I leave? I said it was all arranged. Luo Yun will take charge. At the mention of Luo Yun, both Zhu Huaguan and Gue Douluo nodded. He is a treasure. A level 70, auxiliary soul, sane under 30. The entire spirit hall has to cater to him. The Emperor felt reassured, saying although my strength wasn't impressive, I was reliable in handling matters. Finally, she reminded me again that the issue of the evil soul masters wasn't over, and I must remain vigilant. Then, the Emperor asked Gue Douluo to report on the situation in the Slaughter City. Gue Douluo said there was no movement there, and this time evil soul masters had nothing to do with them. But the Emperor was sharp, directly ordering that such a place was a breeding ground for evil and more personnel must be dispatched, with Gue Douluo personally going to maintain order. After the report, the Emperor suddenly said, "You two step down first. I have matters to discuss with you, Guan." Good heavens, Gue Douluo and I were left dumbfounded. I still remember the bewildered look on Gue Douluo's face, probably thinking, is our Iron Triangle friendship about to end today? But he didn't dare to ask, and could only leave with a face full of questions. Once we left, only the Pope, Zhu Huaguan, and Xiao Yan were left in the hall. The Emperor immediately asked Zhu Huaguan, "What do you think of the little girl we brought back?" Zhu Huaguan thought for a moment, and said that the girl is a genius, but unfortunately, she is a noble from the Star Luo Empire. Afraid she won't be raised properly. As a result, the Emperor directly gave him a death order. Therefore, I need you to take a few years, 10 years, or even decades to turn her into my person. I tell you, when this task was assigned, Juhua Pass was stunned. The Emperor continued, saying that the girl was coming for her reputation and couldn't just find any title de law to fool her, so this job was entrusted to him. Just as Juhua Pass was still digesting this information, Xiao Yan suddenly laughed and said, "Elder Yueguan, I prepared a big gift for you this time in the forest." Juhua Pass was even more confused, wondering what these two master and disciple were up to. The Emperor also smiled and said, "Let him see it, Elder Yueguan. Don't get too excited." Suddenly, a ring in Xiao Yan's hand flashed, and two flowers appeared in front of him. I tell you, at that moment, Juhua Pass's eyes almost popped out. He couldn't even speak clearly. This is 100,000-year celestial product. Rare heavenly chrysanthemum, brother. 100,000-year celestial product. It's rarer than 100,000-year soul beast. Xiao Yan directly handed it over, saying this thing was the most suitable for him. Eating it would directly grant a 100,000-year soul ring. Although the soul impact was more intense than hunting a soul beast, as long as he could endure it, his strength would leap qualitatively. Juhua Pass trembled as he accepted the flower, excited like a child. He only had an 80,000-year soul ring at the highest level, and he couldn't even dare to think about 100,000 years. He looked at the Emperor and asked, is this really for me?" The Emperor nodded, saying it was specially brought by Xiao Yan for him, and he should thank him. Juhua Pass was so moved that in 1 second he was still a title Douluo, and in the next second he was bowing down, patting his chest, and assuring Xiao Yan, "Kid, if anyone dares to touch you in the future, I'll be the first to block for you." Xiao Yan remained calm, waving his hand and saying, "Just don't throw out your old back." He also reminded Juhua Pass that this thing was not only for absorbing soul rings, but also for reshaping the 9th soul ring. If successful, it might evolve just like Zhu Zhuqing's. The Emperor added that with his qualifications, he couldn't reach the peak Douluo, but this celestial product could completely transform him and even straighten out his androgynous aura, directly upgrading his hardware. He also used Zhu Zhuqing to encourage him, saying that his future disciple could withstand a 50,000-year soul beast at level 40, and he, as a title Douluo, must not lag behind. At this point, Juhua Pass was completely fired up. If successful, Xiao Yan would be his benefactor, and his strength would surge, even allowing him to compete with Qian Dalu. But wait, Xiao Yan took out another 100,000-year celestial product called Crimson First Class, saying it could bring the dead back to life. But he didn't have time to study it and was afraid it would wither, so he asked Juhua Pass, the botany expert, to help take care of it. Juhua Pass held the 200,000-year celestial products, so excited he could hardly sleep. On the other side, the woman named Lu Erlong had already been sent to Luo Yun. She was severely injured, and Luo Yun had to tear her leather armor to shreds to treat her wounds, almost exposing her legs. While treating her, Luo Yun lamented how such a good physique could be beaten to this state. At that moment, I happened to go to Luo Yun to hand over work. I told him I would be going to the Star Dou Great Forest for a month, and I would also be Xiao Yan's bodyguard, so this subchamber would rely entirely on him. Luo Yun helplessly said that he had just been in office for 2 days and was already becoming a hands-off manager. He also asked me who the female soul saint that was sent over was and how she got so injured. I quietly told him that this matter concerned the Pope's reputation, and he just needed to know that it was Xiao Yan who did it. Luo Yun was shocked, saying, "Xiao Yan is that fierce?" We could only sigh that this younger generation was truly impressive, and we old fellows were quickly falling behind aversion. After I finished my explanation, I left. When Luo Yun returned, he found that the person on the bed was gone, just as he sensed something was wrong. A figure flashed by, and Lu Erlong's hand, like an iron clamp, swiftly locked onto his throat. In a weak voice, she asked, "Who are you? Where's this?" However, Luo Yun didn't even lift his eyelids, and said, "You're still bleeding. Moving around will only make you die faster. Everything I just did to treat you will be in vain." He easily broke free and pinned Lu Erlong to the table, as if he were petting a cat. Introducing himself, "This is the Spirit Hall. I am Luo Yun, a level 73 auxiliary soul saint. If you want to live, just lie still." When Lu Erlong heard it was the Spirit Hall, she was stunned, knowing she couldn't escape, so she could only cooperate obediently. Luo Yun instructed her to remove the armor and clothing embedded in her flesh, which was extremely painful, causing Lu Erlong to tremble all over. While treating her, Luo Yun curiously asked, "What exactly did you do to offend our Pope?" Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's eyes filled with hatred as she gritted her teeth and replied, "Isn't it because of that man?" Meanwhile, at the gate of Stardow City, the Shrek gang finally returned, looking absolutely miserable, as if they were fleeing from a disaster. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. The worst off was Tang San, who looked like a pig's head, his face swollen beyond recognition, with blood still dripping from his nose, speaking with a garbled voice. "Ooh, ooh, ooh." Ma Hongjun asked him, "Third brother, what are you saying? Your face is fatter than mine." Xiao Wu was carrying Tang San, and she seemed to be doing all right. Dai Mubai urged them to quickly find Master to treat Tang San. They entered the inn, where Yu Xiaojiang was having tea with Flinder and Zhao Wujia, happily saying that the little monsters were coming back and would surely all be above level 40. But when the door opened, a group of beggars came in for a meeting. Upon seeing Tang San's miserable appearance, Yu Xiaojiang was heartbroken and rushed forward to ask what happened. Tang San could only let out a series of mournful sounds. Flinder and Zhao Wujia were stunned. If it weren't for Yu Xiaojiang calling him Little San, they would have thought a wild boar had turned into a spirit. Yu Xiaojiang then asked, "Where is Erlong?" Tang San became even more anxious. "Ulu, ulu, 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 ulu." In the midst of the chaos, a voice rang out, "Hello, everyone." The crowd turned to see Xiao Yan. Dai Mubai and the others' eyes turned red, and they rushed up, shouting, "Xiao Yan, you despicable little man, where did you take Xu Qin?" Xiao Yan just smiled and said, "She found a better place to belong. Much better than your broken academy." Maong Jun shouted, "Bah. Quickly tell us where you took teacher Erlong." Xiao Yan completely ignored them, scanned the room, and asked, "Who is the master here?" Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward, looking impatient. Xiao Yan said he wanted to ask a question, but Yu Xiaojiang arrogantly replied, "I'm busy. I don't have time to waste with you." Zhao Wujia tried to push Xiao Yan away, but found he couldn't budge him at all. Xiao Yan looked at Yu Xiaojiang and asked, "May I ask, Master, why can soul rings evolve?" Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang exploded like a cat with its tail stepped on. "Nonsense. Are you making fun of me? How could soul rings possibly evolve?" Dai Mubai quickly whispered, "Master, it really is possible. Zhu Qing's soul ring has evolved." Yu Xiaojiang became even angrier. How could a level 40 soul master absorb a 50,000 year soul ring? Nonsense. I was right next to him, almost laughing out loud. "Dude, a theoretical king, but a practical silver." Xiao Yan then asked, "Master, have you heard of soul ring reshaping?" Yu Xiaojiang jumped up and cursed. "Why do you keep asking such ridiculous questions?" Xiao Yan responded with an "Oh," probably already scoring the master in his mind. Then he got down to business. "We've invited Lu Erlong as a guest, and my teacher, the Pope, wants you to take her something." "What?" Yu Xiaojiang suddenly grabbed Xiao Yan's arm. "What have you done to Erlong?" Xiao Yan looked disgusted and kicked him away. "Speak properly. Did you show your health code to get this close to me?" This completely blew up. Dai Mubai shouted that they had injured Erlong's teacher, and Zhao Wujia and Flinder surrounded them, wanting to take Xiao Yan as a hostage. As the two moved, before they could even touch the hem of Xiao Yan's clothes, Juhua and Ghost Law appeared as if they had teleported, each grabbing Flinder and Zhao Wujia, pinning them down like catching little chicks. The appearance of these two titled Douluos stunned everyone. Flinder, knowing the situation, immediately begged for mercy. But Yu Xiaojiang didn't care, seeing the urgency. He summoned his martial soul, and charged at the two titled Douluos with a roar. Flender was infuriated. Are you an idiot? Do you want to get us killed? And what happened? The titled Douluos couldn't be bothered with him, while the onlookers, thinking he dared to attack titled Douluos on the Wuhuan Temple's territory, swarmed in and lifted Yu Xiaojang up, giving him a cyber parade. Tang San was also anxious. He pulled out the Zhuge crossbow from his treasured belt and randomly shot into the crowd, injuring several on the spot. Now it was complete chaos, and the Wuhuan Temple's enforcement team rushed over, surrounding everyone from Shrek. At that moment, Yu Xiaojang stood up with a face full of shoe prints, pulled out a token from his pocket, and shouted, I am an honorary elder of your Wuhuan Temple. The enforcement team was dumbfounded. Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo shook their heads, uninterested in this farce. Xiao Yan watched from the side and casually remarked, His Majesty the Pope said, if you don't arrive within half an hour, you can forget about seeing Lu Erlong forever. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojang froze, hurriedly put away the elder token, and ran out. While running, he shouted, Erlong, don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you. Watching his panicked and reckless appearance, I couldn't bear to look. There was not a hint of the master's demeanor. He was simply a clown. I tell you, I couldn't even be bothered to look at that clown again. I just turned and walked away. The two titled Douluos behind me were efficient in their work. Zhu Douluo cleared his throat and pointed at those guys, saying, one soul saint and one soul emperor, intentionally injuring others but failing. Take them to jail for 3 months to calm down. The captain of the enforcement team nodded and said, understood. Then he pointed at the pig head lying on the ground. So, what about that pig? Zhu Douluo rolled his eyes, too lazy to even look at him. How many people did he injure? You need me to teach you this? Do the math yourself. After saying that, he knocked out Flender and Zhao Wujia and left directly. Goodness, someone immediately reported, Captain, that pig head injured 7 people. 7? All right, then lock him up for 7 years. Let's keep it symmetrical. Take him away. The captain waved his hand, and Tang San was taken away just like that. Dai Mubai wanted to step in and stop it, but what happened? Buy one, get one free. He was also taken away. Xiao Wu was quite open-minded, thinking that Tang San indeed injured someone, so he could sit inside for a while and later find a way to bail him out. I'm strolling back leisurely, sparring with that useless Yu Xiaojang for a couple of rounds, and all the tension in my heart has vanished. I even vaguely guessed what teacher Bibi Dong wanted me to do. It's probably just to retrieve that broken elder token. Just as I was walking, suddenly a voice floated over. Brother Xiao, having a good time? I turned around and my heart skipped a beat. Wow, isn't that the prince, Xue Qinghe? He was so handsome, even more delicate than a woman, but his demeanor was particularly approachable, clearly a person of high status. I quickly cupped my hands and said, Your Highness, oh dear, I've been in the forest for too long these past few days and my eyesight isn't quite right. He smiled and walked over to pat my shoulder, saying, It's all right, I saw you back at the post station just now. What's wrong? Do you have a grudge against that old beggar? I was taken aback, and then realized he was talking about Yu Xiaojang. Who among the family understands? This description is simply too accurate. I quickly waved my hand. Your Highness, you must be joking. What feud could I possibly have with a beggar? I'm just delivering a message for my teacher. Your teacher? She is here too? Will you introduce me? Xue Qinghe's eyes lit up. My teacher is just an ordinary person, older, and doesn't like meeting strangers. I hurriedly made up an excuse. As a result, he directly wrapped his arm around my shoulder and leaned close to my ear, his voice sounding like he was whispering. Really? Then how did I just hear you say that your teacher is His Holiness the Pope? I was sweating coldly at that moment, and could only force a smile. Your Highness, you really know how to joke. If my teacher were the Pope, would I have to cultivate here on the border for so many years? Oh, he looked disbelieving. The Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo are the Pope's right and left arms. Would they come out to cause trouble with you without the Pope's orders? My mind was racing, and I quickly changed the topic. Your Highness, what brings you here all alone? You didn't even bring a bodyguard. It's quite chaotic around here. What would happen if something went wrong? He smiled like a fox. If I brought a whole crowd of people, how could I hear your little secret? I was feeling distressed in my heart, but I could only continue to make excuses. Your Highness, please don't tease me. I was just joking. The two seniors, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo, were left behind by the Pope to guard the border. As for me, I have a good relationship with the local Catholic Church, you know, so I asked him to help summon the two seniors. After all, the other side has a soul sage, and I can't compete with that. Really? This can't be fake? I pretended to be calm. You mustn't let this leak out. If the Pope finds out, I'll be in big trouble. Don't worry. He tightened his embrace, smiling wickedly. If she wants to kill you, I'll protect you. On a business, I specifically came to find you. Looking for me? I was confused. This crown prince is so busy. What does he want with me? What level are you now? 49. Heavens. He almost lost his balance. In just over a year, he had skyrocketed from level 30 to level 49. That speed was indeed astonishing. As soon as I saw his expression, I knew what he was thinking. You can't be wanting me to participate in that Soul Master competition, right? He nodded vigorously. Exactly. Representing our Tiando Imperial Academy. With your strength, winning the championship should be a piece of cake, right? By then, wealth and honor, high positions and generous salaries. You'll have whatever you want. I shook my head directly. Sorry, Your Highness, I can't go. Why? He became anxious, looking at me as if I were an incapable person. This is a huge opportunity. I laughed. Your Highness, do you think it would be difficult for someone with my talent to get a good job at the Spirit Hall? He was taken aback. Indeed, with my qualifications, I would be treated like a treasure wherever I go. The only explanation is that my ambitions lie elsewhere. He started to paint a grand picture. I understand you don't like power, but don't you want to become stronger? The Royal Academy has abundant resources. I guarantee you will advance to title Douluo before you turn 30. What a tempting offer. Anyone would go crazy over it. But I still shook my head. It's precisely because of that I want to go. What do you really want? He was completely at a loss. Gold will always shine. I looked at him seriously and said, but it's just not my time to shine yet. He sighed, probably thinking I'm like a rock in a cesspool, stinky and hard. Finally, he extended his hand. All right, think it over. I will be the Emperor of the Tiando Empire in the future. If you agree to my proposal this time, I can grant you a wish. I was taken aback for a moment, shook his hand, and I have several wishes, but the only one you can fulfill is this. What is it? He asked, staring into my eyes. I hope that after you become emperor, there will be no more wars along the borders of the two great empires. As a result, he shook his head directly after hearing this. I can't do it. Without external threats, there will be chaos internally. We need war to maintain our rule. I immediately withdrew my hand and sneered. I knew it. None of you who play with power have pure hearts. He was still trying to argue with me about order and the bigger picture, which was getting on my nerves, so I waved my hand and said, enough. I won't talk to you anymore. My teacher once told me that sometimes reasoning with women doesn't work. Who among my family understands? I was just casually probing him, but it turned out he was completely rattled. His hair stood on end, and his voice changed. How did you know my identity? I laughed out loud. I just said it casually, but I didn't expect you to admit it yourself. What does that mean? I felt something was off about you for a long time, I explained. Just now when I shook your hand, the feel of it was exactly like a woman's. Soft and smooth. But don't worry, I understand. You, as a woman, want to make a name for yourself in the royal family, and you can't do it without cross-dressing. I won't tell anyone. I thought my understanding words would make him relax, but what happened? The look in his eyes, that smile was full of murderous intent. I know I messed up, but as a prince, he dared to lay a hand on me here, which would be a huge deal. He stared at me for a good few minutes and finally said helplessly, all right, you can go. I came here for nothing. I cupped my hands in salute to him and turned to leave. However, just as I turned around, he suddenly made a move. A flash of golden light appeared before my eyes, and I was enveloped by a gigantic golden wing. The aura coming from it was undoubtedly at the Soul Saint level. I was furious on the spot. First, third, and fourth soul skills activated instantly, and my power was fully unleashed. I swung the heavy Xian Zhong in my hand violently. Tearing a gash in his broken wing, I directly soared to the top of the tower dozens of meters high, looking down at him. Wow. He even revealed his six-winged angel martial soul. This Xueqinghe is really hiding deep. As soon as he saw that his attack was ineffective, he immediately backed down, raising his hands in a salute to me. Brother Xiao is indeed impressive. I was just testing you just now. Please don't be angry. I sneered. Your Highness is joking. How could I dare to be angry with you? He knew that the enmity had been established, and it was too late for regret. He could only quickly remedy the situation, withdrew his martial soul, and threw me a ring. Brother Xiao, come to my residence another day, and I will apologize to you. This ring contains a celestial-grade herb and 100,000 gold soul coins. Consider it my apology. When I took a look, it was indeed a good thing. I knew in my heart that if I hadn't shown this skill today, I would probably be in deep trouble by now. He didn't dare to make a move again, and I couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Killing a prince was no different from declaring war on the entire Heaven Dou Empire, which was too troublesome. See you. He left those words behind and turned to disappear. His words carried a threat. You'd better keep my matter a secret, or even the Spirit Hall won't spare you. I just finished a friendly exchange, and on the other side, the real show has begun. Speaking of which, after Lu Erlong was rescued, a support-type soul, saint named Luo Yun treated her injuries. This guy is quite straightforward, but a bit of a typical guy. Lu Erlong was seriously injured, and her clothes were stuck to her skin, so they had to be cut off. After treating her wounds, Lu Erlong had no clothes to wear, and this guy directly took one of his long robes from the wardrobe for her. Family. The image of her wearing a men's robe without anything underneath is just something else. The two awkwardly started chatting. Lu Erlong discovered that Luo Yun's martial soul was actually satin, which is recognized as a useless martial soul. Yet he managed to cultivate it to the level of soul saint. That determination is even more impressive than Tang San. After hearing this, Lu Erlong was so moved that she couldn't help but quote Yu Xiaojiang's famous saying, "Indeed, there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters." I am really speechless. The person you love is the biggest waste of a soul master, sis. After Lu Erlong finished speaking, she realized it and started self-hypnotizing like she was having a mental breakdown. Xiao Gang is not a waste. Xiao Gang is not a waste. Xiao Gang is a waste. Just as it was getting awkward, someone came in saying the Pope wanted to see her. When Lu Erlong was brought to the main hall, Yu Xiao Gang was kneeling on the ground like a dead dog, not daring to lift his head. Teacher Bibi Dong was sitting above, looking like she was watching a joke. "Lift your head. Let me see what kind of person you've become over the years." "Oh, you look like a beggar." Yu Xiao Gang still tried to be tough. "I don't know what you've been through to become so cold-blooded." Bibi Dong laughed. "This is my true self." Just then, Lu Erlong came in. She immediately saw Yu Xiao Gang kneeling on the ground and felt heartbroken. When Yu Xiao Gang lifted his head and saw Lu Erlong wearing a loose men's robe, clearly without anything underneath, his eyes turned red instantly, blood rushing to his head. And he angrily questioned, "Erlong, what happened to you? What kind of attire are you wearing?" I have to tell you, that scene was simply a top-tier battleground. Even Bibi Dong didn't bother to watch, waving her hand to shoo them away. Yu Xiaojiang had been kneeling for so long that his legs went numb, and when he tried to stand up, he stumbled and fell, looking utterly ridiculous, and he wouldn't even let Lu Erlong help him. Just as they were thrown out of the main hall, I happened to run into them. Yu Xiaojiang looked like a defeated rooster. I casually asked, "Oh, master, wasn't the negotiation successful?" He shot me a fierce glare and retorted, "What does it have to do with you?" Lu Erlong was following behind. When she saw me, her gaze was evasive, probably recalling the embarrassing incident of being taken down by me in one move. Yu Xiaojiang forced himself to stand up, trying to regain his so-called master demeanor, took Lu Erlong's hand, and was about to leave while declaring his love. "We never care about the prejudices of the world." I shook my head, too lazy to comment. As a result, Lu Erlong suddenly shook off his hand and asked sadly, "Are you just going to leave like this?" Yu Xiaojiang became anxious. "What else do you want? This is the Spirit Hall, a place of cold blood." Lu Erlong retorted, "If they were cold-blooded, could I have lived until now?" As soon as I saw the situation, I was about to sneak away. But then I noticed that Zhu Douluo and Fei Douluo were also peeking from a corner. I leaned over and quietly asked, "Hello, seniors, are you enjoying the show? Watching a drama?" Gu Douluo made a shushing gesture to me, and Zhu Douluo explained, "His Holiness the Pope wants us to see if their relationship will fall apart." Wow. It turns out this was the annual big drama directed by the Pope himself. I decided to stay and enjoy the gossip. I heard Yu Xiaojiang take the lead, his eyes turning red. "Lu Erlong, do you think I'm useless? Who do you think this outfit belongs to?" Lu Erlong was at a loss for words when asked. "You won't say." Yu Xiaojiang grabbed her arm, looking as if he were about to eat someone. Are you with someone else? Tell me, is there anyone?" Lu Erlong hurriedly broke free. "Xiaojiang, what are you thinking? I would never betray you. Then how do you explain this outfit? What's under this robe? What is it?" Lu Erlong was forced to retreat repeatedly, only able to explain that it was from a healing support spirit master, because her own clothes were torn. Yu Xiaojiang didn't believe it at all, acting like a detective. "But what about your wounds? Your legs are completely clean, not even a scar. It was healed by him." "Hey, you're lying," Yu Xiaojiang said firmly, exuding confidence. "I've studied medicine too. With that kind of injury, it's impossible to recover completely in one day. Not even a scar?" I tell you, Lu Erlong just laughed at that moment and shot back. "Oh? Just because it doesn't exist in your world doesn't mean it doesn't exist at all." Goodness, Yu Xiaojiang's face couldn't hold up at that point, and he shouted with a stiff neck, "Is my title of master just for show? I've studied martial souls my whole life." As a result, Lu Erlong naively replied, "Isn't that just bragging?" Let me tell you, the people from the Spirit Hall who were watching, including Zhu Douluo, almost laughed out loud. Family, who understands? This is even more exciting than watching an annual drama. Yu Xiaojiang's expression went from disbelief to utter disappointment, and he finally exploded with anger, pointing at Lu Erlong and cursing you. You woman who doesn't keep to your duty. He raised his hand, looking like he was about to make a move. But Lu Erlong just stood there, not even blinking. In the end, his hand didn't come down. He just waved it weakly and started acting all sorrowful. Forget it. Forget it. I won't even take the position of guest elder of the Spirit Hall for you. I've given so much. You should reflect on yourself and come back when you've thought it through. After saying that, he walked away without looking back. I tell you, that back view exuded a vibe of being a PUA master who was doing it for your own good. But as Lu Erlong watched him leave, a look of relief appeared on her face. Just then, my teacher, Bibi Dong, appeared behind me like a ghost, suddenly pushing me and making me stumble. You little rascal. What were you thinking just now? If you dare to slander your teacher again, beware me kicking your butt. I stood up like a carp, feeling a bit displeased, and asked her, Teacher, what exactly are you after? Bye-bye Dong was as inscrutable as ever, and she said softly, Aren't you curious? Lu Erlong is at least a soul saint, over 40 years old, and has the potential to become a title Douluo in the future. How could you be interested in someone as useless as you Xiao Yan? How would I know? Love is just something that has everything a pure love warrior should have. Then the teacher made a surprising move, smiling as she said, So, when she was about to die, I took her to one of our guardians in the branch, named Luo Yun. That young man, let me tell you, is exceptionally talented, ranking among the top 10 in the support system across the continent. Just think about it. A handsome and talented young man pulls her back from the gates of hell. How could she not have some thoughts about it? I even specially gave them just the right amount of time to get to know each other better. Hearing this, I already felt a chill down my spine. And it got even more shocking. Bibi Dong pointed at Lu Erlong. Her smile was simply devilish. She has many injuries, and I just added some more to her. The leather armor is embedded in her flesh. To take it out, you must first cut her clothes inside, then slice the leather armor piece by piece from her bloody flesh. I gasped in surprise. My teacher's methods are truly ruthless against the enemy. If you fall into her hands, dying quickly would be a blessing. She saw the shock on my face and continued to explain. Yu Xiaojiang is fundamentally an insecure freak. All his confidence is built on his so-called theoretical master persona. But the core achievements of that theory were all stolen from the Spirit Hall, so he can't verify them himself. Once that veil of shame is pierced, he'll be completely defenseless. So your grand scheme is to make their relationship fall apart? I still didn't understand. Am I that boring? Bibi Dong shot me a glance. This is a twofold strategy. First, Luo Yun is purely supportive, with no combat power, while Lu Erlong perfectly complements him. If they can get together, that's a good thing. Second, if Lu Erlong really follows Luo Yun, wouldn't our Spirit Hall just gain a soul sage for free? Plus a future title Douluo? Wow, I get it now. This is the high-level play. Zhu Douluo beside us was dumbfounded, constantly praising Luo Yun, saying that he awakened his martial soul at only level 5, and it was a useless martial soul. To have developed to this level today is simply legendary. We were chatting when Lu Erlong over there finally couldn't hold on any longer. She leaned against the stone pillar, tears streaming down her face. Her mind fluctuating between Yu Xiaojiang's manipulative face and Luo Yun's gentle yet determined handsome face. She felt disoriented, her head tilted, and she fainted directly to the ground. They took her to Luo Yun. Bibi Dong waved her hand, and both the Judo and Gaitlaw immediately understood, arranging for someone to carry Lu Erlong away. When Lu Erlong woke up again, it was already dark. As she opened her eyes, she saw Luo Yun's handsome face right next to her. His voice particularly gentle. You're awake. She tried to sit up, but found she couldn't move. Luo Yun quickly explained, Your blood pressure spiked, and your wounds all reopened. I had no choice but to temporarily stop your blood flow, so you can't move right now. You, what did you do to me? Lu Erlong's voice trembled as she guessed that she had been exposed. Luo Yun, being a straight man, cleared his throat and said, The situation was urgent. I was only responsible for stopping the bleeding. The cleaning and changing of clothes were all done by the maids. However, I did see you, but this was to save your life. Neither of us owes anything to the other, so you can't hold this against me. Lu Erlong turned pale, wanting to get angry, but not knowing how. After holding back for a long time, when she was finally able to move her body, she quietly said, Thank you. To her surprise, Luo Yun responded directly, No need to thank me. His Holiness the Pope said you can leave anytime you want. Hearing this, Lu Erlong's mind immediately flashed to Yu Xiaojiang's face, sending a chill down her spine. She bit her lip and said, Can I stay here for a few days? Luo Yun was taken aback for a moment, then nodded sincerely. Sure, just remember to pay rent. On the other side, I was in my teacher's bedroom, cleaning my precious medicine bottles. My teacher looked at my pile of bottles and was quite curious. She knew that my powders could push my body to the limit at critical moments, but the side effects were significant. I proudly said to her, "Teacher, this medicine is still useful, right? When I come back from the Stardow Forest, I guarantee that the combat power of our Wuhuan Hall's mid-level will double." The teacher lightly flicked my forehead and replied, "Steady, and steady wins the race. Your idea is too ambitious." I don't care. I'm confident in myself. This time, I'm going to Starry Forest to find the Demon Flame volcano. And at most a month, I can produce a batch of potions to level up. But my teacher is obviously very worried. Last time, I almost got into trouble absorbing the Fall Heart Flame, and now I want to deal with a new. The risk is too great. She held my face and said very seriously, "Xiao Yan, if something happens to you, I would rather not be this pope than see you in danger." I told you, at that moment my nose felt a bit sour, and I almost couldn't hold it together. I quickly turned my head away and pretended to be calm, saying, "What are you talking about, teacher? It's not like we're parting forever." "Never," she said firmly. "Of course." I nodded emphatically, then quickly made my escape. I went back to rest, leaving early the next morning. "Don't see me off. I'll see you in a month." I run very fast, and I'm really afraid I won't be able to leave if I stay any longer. The next day, before dawn, I set off with Catholic Temple Forest. The mounts we rode were a type of century-old soul beast called Horse of the Sun. At that time, I joked, "Is there also an elephant flying field?" Temple Forest replied very seriously, "Yes, that's the mount of the elephant armor troops of the two great empires." I am speechless, and I always feel like this setting is implying something about me. We rushed all the way and reached the depths of the Starry Forest in just one day. This time, the goal for Silantion was a 50,000-year soul ring. I said this would be easy and took out my Qi Luo Yuxiang celestial item. This thing is like Hextech in the soul beast world. As soon as I took it out, everything came rushing over. Silantion is also a tough guy. He took the celestial item and went to solo it while I set up camp and waited for him. The next day at dawn, he came back and wow, his aura was completely different, exuding a powerful vibe of his soul Douluo. He successfully hunted a 50,000-year red rock golden wolf spider and officially advanced to soul Douluo. Then it was my turn. In the following days, Silantion witnessed what a miracle looks like. First, I refined a rough pill to break through to level 50. Then I hunted a 10,000-year dark golden flame demon for a soul ring. Next, I spent 20 days conducting over 100,000 experiments and finally found the best formula for the Zhuman Sha Hua celestial item. I called them Soul King pills and Soul Emperor pills. Then the show began. Silantion watched in awe as I, in just 2 days, skyrocketed from a level 51 Soul King to the pinnacle of level 60 Soul King by popping pills. Then we teamed up to take down a 30,000-year dark golden flame demon king, and I got another soul ring. After 4 more days, I went from a level 61 Soul Emperor to the pinnacle of Soul Emperor again by popping pills. This upgrade speed is even faster than AI drawing. This time, my target is deep within the Demon Flame volcano, the king among 50,000-year soul beasts, the Flame God. That guy is ridiculously strong. Even Silantion could only fight it to a draw. But I'm not the same person I was a month ago. I directly activated all my spirit abilities. With my 5th spirit ability, the Flame of Destruction, I trapped it, and under the restraint of it couldn't fight back at all. Then, I used my 6th spirit ability, the Flame Demon King transformation, and a fire giant over 10 meters tall engaged it in close combat, actually overpowering it. Silantion beside me was stunned, probably wondering what kind of stand attack this was. In the end, I didn't hesitate and unleashed my ultimate move, Flame Divide. Devouring Wave. Boom! 1 hit and it was down. What I didn't expect was that this Flame God actually dropped a soul bone. And it was the most precious torso bone. I picked it up and took a look. This thing can enhance the body and summon flames. But it's not very useful for me, since mine is much stronger than its fire. So I handed it over to Sherlin, the Catholic. He was so excited that his hands were shaking and asked me why I didn't use it myself. I said, "This thing is better for support or for you to use. If you absorb it, it can at least increase your strength by 20%. After receiving the soul bone, Sherlin looked at me with admiration. However, I felt something was off. The way the fire god looked at me before dying had no hatred, but rather a sense of relief. Moreover, when I absorbed the soul ring, there was no soul impact at all. After hearing this, Sherlin was also stunned and said, "There is only one possibility. It was a voluntary sacrifice." What a joke. It was just fighting to the death a moment ago. No matter. I'm already a level 71 soul saint. 2 purple, 5 black, and 7 soul rings. That's quite impressive. I immediately tried my 7th soul skill, Flame God True Body. I told you a giant flame over hundreds of meters tall rose up behind me, several times larger than the 6-winged angel martial soul of Qianrengshu. With every movement, the heavens and earth seemed to collapse. The momentum was simply astonishing. Moreover, this thing had no time limit and consumed very little. It felt like I was cheating. Sherlin Tian was sweating beside me, completely stunned. So this is a soul sage? It felt like a dream. He asked me if I could continue taking the pills. I took out a golden red pill from my ring and said, Soul Sage Pill, made from 30,000 year old Jumansha flowers and 50,000 year old celestial herbs. It can elevate a soul sage by 3 to 6 levels, but this is the only one I managed to refine. Sherlin Tian was utterly shocked. He knew that if the pill in my hand were to be spread, the entire continent would go crazy. I asked him to withdraw from the area of the Demon Flame volcano first, because I was about to do something even more dangerous, adding a soul ring to my Blue Lotus Earthfire. If this thing goes out of control, the area within a few hundred miles would be leveled. The Celestial General was skeptical, but seeing my determined attitude, he had no choice but to comply. As soon as he left, I directly swallowed that Soul Sage pill. A surge of medicinal power 10 times more intense than before instantly swept through my body. 2 days later, I opened my eyes, and my aura had increased by more than 5 times, with my level skyrocketing to level 76 Soul Sage. Moreover, my foundation was solid, with no signs of instability at all. Let me tell you, that feeling was incredible. A surge of energy exploded from my body, and the entire sea of magma was cheering for me, as if it was boiling. At that moment, I truly felt like the king of this volcano. Forget about being titled Douluo. Even if a god came, I would dare to challenge them. All right, my level is set, and the next step is to feed my. I was thinking, last time I got a falling heart flame, I swallowed a 10,000-year soul ring. So this time for an upgrade, shouldn't I go for a luxurious package? But there are only about 200 dark golden fire demons in this broken volcano, and they're all scattered, making it as hard as finding a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, my soul power is ridiculously strong now. Let me tell you, that Bibi Dong woman can barely cover 2 to 3,000 meters, but me? I can start from 10,000 meters and light up the entire map. Before long, I managed to catch 2 stragglers. With my current strength, fighting these 10,000-year soul beasts was like chopping vegetables. Within 10 moves, I had them both down. Guess what happened next? These 2 creatures still had some spirit left, lying on the ground and shouting at me. Human Soul Master, you will face retribution. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I walked over with my large ruler, sighed, and said, Buddy, don't be so tragic. Do you understand the law of the jungle? I have no choice. To become strong, I have to step over you to climb up. Today, just leave your life behind. As soon as I finished speaking, I swung the ruler, and the 2 soul rings slowly floated up. I immediately unleashed the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire and the Falling Heart Flame, swallowing them one by one. At the moment the soul rings were devoured, my head buzzed. Countless shattered images flashed in my mind like a PowerPoint presentation. One moment, it was the Soul Palace minions in black robes exuding dark energy. The next, it was a beautiful woman with a snake tail whose face was unclear, seemingly biting her finger and glaring at me. The Soul Palace, snake people. My head was pounding, and I kept muttering, but I just couldn't remember who they all were. Just then, my spiritual world exploded. A gigantic purple-black flame dragon appeared out of thin air. My 2, the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire and the Falling Heart Flame, which usually acted so arrogantly, were like 2 QQ pets facing Godzilla in front of this giant. They rushed up and were knocked down in an instant, without even the strength to fight back. I looked at the 10,000-meter-long purple-black giant dragon, which had wings all over its body and 5 claws. Instinctively, I shouted, Ancient Void Dragon, 3,000 flames of yin-yang. Damn, the fragments of memory are coming back again. I seem to see, in the endless starry sky, my former self, just a little thing, surrounded by this vast purple-black flame. Yet not afraid at all. The version of me in the picture suddenly turned around, looking straight at my current self across time and space. Who understands, family? In that moment, I was completely stunned. The me back then was so many dimensions stronger than I am now. I suppressed the excitement in my heart and looked at my 2, which were almost falling apart from a beating. I let out a cold snort. Back in the day, You were also my defeated foe, and now you think you can turn the tables here? With a wave of my hand, I summoned my two little brothers back. The giant dragon called Sanxian Yin Fire finally noticed me, the little one. But when it clearly saw my face, its arrogant demeanor vanished instantly, shrinking back like a husky that had done something wrong, and then it stammered out two words. Flame Emperor. I was stunned at that moment. What the heck? This fire can talk. And from the tone, it seems to know me. I cautiously asked, are you talking about the Flame Emperor, me? The huge dragon head nodded wildly like a chick pecking at rice. Then it said, yes, that's right. However, it seems your current strength has dropped to the spirit fighting level, and you might not be able to control me. I frowned, my voice turning cold. Do you want to rebel? I dare not. I dare not. It trembled in fear, its dragon body shuddering, retreating repeatedly. I figured it out. This guy's terrified of me. Every time I take a step forward, it takes 3 steps back. I simply waved at it and said, all right, don't be scared. Come over. Since I used to have you, you can keep serving me. With a command, that towering dragon obediently transformed into a 2-meter-long little fire dragon. Floating in front of me, I looked at it, feeling a mix of emotions. What kind of extraordinary person was I before? I asked it, Yindi, was that really me? It nodded. So how much stronger was I back then compared to now? It thought for a moment and replied, the difference is like heaven and earth. Seeing that I wasn't quite satisfied, it added, let us put it this way, the you now wouldn't even be considered a soldier in front of the you back then. At most you could be called a super soldier. Me? Wow, this metaphor leaves me speechless. I asked it a bunch of questions again, but it was just as clueless, only remembering that I seemed to have summoned all the back then and unleashed a devastating move, and then it didn't know anything anymore. A storm surged in my heart. Who was I before? If I am not a person of this world, will I, after becoming a god, end up like last time, playing myself out of existence? After thinking for a long time, my head felt heavy. I decided to stop thinking and directly extended my hand to the little fire dragon, saying, no matter who I was before in this lifetime, I will absolutely stand back at the height I once was. Become a part of me. The 3,000 flames nodded, transforming into a ball of purple-black flame, which I grasped tightly and pressed directly into my body. Boom! In the real world, purple-black flames instantly ignited on my body, raising the temperature of the entire demon flame volcano to the point where the space began to distort. The soul beasts in the volcano were so scared that they wet themselves, desperately running down the mountain. Sari Lin, who was guarding me outside, was dumbfounded, watching as the volcano erupted, with magma shooting up to 10,000 meters high, creating a mushroom cloud. The scene resembled the apocalypse. He was extremely anxious, but did not dare to come up. As for me, right at the center of the volcano's mouth, I was feeling what it truly meant to be engulfed by strange fire. Let me tell you, it felt like every cell in my body was dancing, and it was the kind of death metal. It hurt, but it felt great. I don't know how long it lasted, but the volcano finally calmed down. Seeing that there was no movement, Sari Lin, worried about my safety, was just about to climb up. Suddenly, with a whoosh, my Xuanzhong ruler fell from the sky, crashing into the ground in front of him, warning him not to come up. At the mountain's peak, I spread my hands, and a ball of purple-black flame danced in my palm. I succeeded. I regained control of the 3,000 flames. Now, just relying on this and soul power, I could suppress most tidal Douluos. But that wasn't enough. 3 types have required 3 soul rings. I jumped directly into the magma at the volcano's mouth, where a type of soul beast called the lava giant lizard lived. Those lizards, seeing me as an outsider, were about to swarm and beat me up, but they were scared into immobility by the flames on my body. I sneered, come on. Then I directly unleashed my ultimate move, the 7th soul skill, Flame God True Body. A gigantic flame giant stood up from the magma, and with a single slap, it instantly wiped out dozens of them like swatting flies. Dozens of soul rings emerged, and I released the 3 types of letting them feast. My soul power surged again. New was about to arrive. I quickly sat cross-legged, but this time in my spiritual world. 1 second, it was the flame mountain, and the next second it directly turned into the Antarctic. A bone-chilling cold surged in, and a ball of icy white flame quietly burned in the center of the ice. At the same time, the figure of an old man appeared in my mind. His body was ethereal, like a soul, and he smiled at me with encouragement, then stood in front of a massive explosion, and the scene changed. And he was again imprisoned by huge black chains, his aura weak, but his gaze remained fixed on me. Family, who understands? My heart twisted at that moment. I remembered. Teacher, Yao Lao. That was my true teacher. An old and familiar voice echoed in my mind. Little one, this time the teacher can no longer help you. Everything depends on you now. I felt a warmth in my eyes as I looked at the white flame and reached out my hand. Bone Spirit Cold Fire. This flame was unlike the previous ones. It offered no resistance at all and was incredibly docile, just like the last tenderness left to me by my teacher. At that moment, I was completely certain I am definitely not a person of this world. I felt a bit anxious and confused inside. If I regain all my memories, will I still be the current Xiao Yan, or will I become that unfamiliar flame emperor? The Bone Spirit Cold Fire in my hand seemed to sense my wavering and began to flicker uneasily. I suddenly jolted awake, looked at it, took a deep breath, and my gaze became resolute again. Sorry, I was overthinking. This is my memory. I will never allow it to be lost forever. After saying that, I clenched my fist and swallowed the Bone Spirit Cold Fire into my body. A piercing cold instantly swept over my entire being, and the ice and fire clashed wildly within me. But I gritted my teeth, and my mind was filled with the image of Master Yao Lao. I swore I would definitely find him. This time, it only took me a day to fully master the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. I also understood that subduing these different fires was like opening a blind box, each with special effects. The 3,000 flame fire could absorb the power of the stars to heal wounds, making me nearly immortal. And this Bone Spirit Cold Fire would make my body stronger through the tempering of ice and fire. Next, I went to the magma to slaughter a wave of lava giant lizards, feeding the 4 types of different fires with soul rings. Sure enough, my soul power increased again, and the 5th different fire appeared. This time, it was an ocean made of water, with a deep blue flame swaying within it. The scene shifted to the imperial city of the Dou Empire. The Soul Master competition was about to start, and it was crowded with people. Tang San and the others from Shrek Academy were also there, but each one had a gloomy face, clearly affected by the psychological shadow I cast on them. Master Yu Xiaojiang looked particularly despondent, as if he had lost his soul. On the other side, in the spirit hall, Bibi Dong was sitting restlessly on her throne. She could sense through the mark I left that my side was filled with thrilling events, almost dying at one moment, and then recalling important people at another. Just then, Ghost Douluo came in to report that the traces of the spirit hall had been found in the extreme northern region. Bibi Dong immediately ordered the Porcupine Douluo to provide support, arranged the defense for the Soul Master competition, and finally inquired about the situation of the Chrysanthemum Douluo. Hearing that the Chrysanthemum Douluo's strength had greatly increased after reshaping his soul ring, she nodded in satisfaction. As for me, I had successfully obtained the 5th different fire, the Ocean Heart Flame. Although its power was somewhat reminiscent of a young person's first different fire, and wasn't much stronger than the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, it was still a new addition. The subjugation process went smoothly, and I completed it in just a few hours. Then I, Xiao Yan, rode my little horse and trotted into the bustling imperial city. Let me tell you, the imperial city of Douhuang is quite impressive, spanning over 100 kilometers. It's basically the CBD of Douluo Continent. I'm thinking that the Continental Soul Master Elite competition is about to start, so I split up with that guy from Silention. He went back to the branch hall, and I headed straight to the Imperial City. Honestly, since I'm here, I might as well find a team to join and have some fun. After all, I have an agreement with Teacher Bibi Dong to stroll around the competition. But the problem is I don't know anyone in these crowds. Everyone looks at me like I'm a thief, afraid I'm a commercial spy sent by a rival faction. I walked around the streets with my little horse all day, my legs almost giving out, but I still couldn't find a place to take me in. Does anyone understand that feeling? It's like you have a max level account, but can't find a party in a newbie village to run a dungeon with. And people reject you because your gear is too good, fearing you'll steal their monsters. I was exhausted at that point, just wanting it all to be over. So I decided to give up and found the most luxurious hotel in the city, handed the reins to a waiter, and said, "I'm not staying here today. Do whatever you want, I'll deal with it tomorrow." I went into the hotel and booked the top-tier room. You can't deny it, big cities are different. Even the waitresses are beautiful and well-groomed. Just as I was about to open the door and lie down, I suddenly heard a voice next to me, sounding sharp like a monkey's call. "Hey, buddy, are you from out of town?" I turned around and saw a skinny guy with a sharp face, looking at me with eyes that scanned me like a radar. I thought to myself, what is this about? Is it some new special service offered by the hotel? I replied, "Is there something?" He immediately leaned in and asked, "Are you here to participate in the Soul Master competition?" I thought to myself, isn't this nonsense? Otherwise, why would I come here to travel? So I retorted, what else? A person can't participate alone. He chuckled and said, "Why not join our white hair sec battle team? With your strength, you'll definitely shine." As soon as I heard the name, I thought it was unreliable. White hair sect. Does everyone in your sect have white hair? Or do you all just love playing Devil May Cry? I looked him up and down. A soul king who looks like he could be my grandfather. With that level, I felt a bit reluctant to strike him down. I asked him, what level is the strongest in your team? He looked quite embarrassed, rubbing his hands, and said, we're just a small sect. The participating disciples are probably around level 35. The best one is at level 37. As long as you join, we guarantee to make into the top 100. I almost laughed out loud. Level 37? Dude, I could blow him into outer space with a fart. I shook my head. Too low, not interesting. The guy sighed, probably used to being rejected. I thought I couldn't chat for nothing, so I casually asked him, bro, do you know if there are any impressive teams in this competition? As soon as he heard I wasn't joining, his interest immediately dropped by half, and he replied perfunctorily, just a few. The Royal Battle Team is a shoo-in, and then there's the 5-Element Academy, along with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus from the top 3 sects. The rest are just there to make up the numbers. The 5-Element Academy. I suddenly remembered. Teacher Bibi Dong had mentioned it before, saying I should look for the Tianshui Academy. I'm familiar with those girls, and they have enough strength to breeze into the finals. But there's a problem. Tianshui Academy only accepts female students, and second, they only take water attribute martial souls. This is quite awkward. Folks, who understands? I'm just a big guy, and I'm a fire-type user. Going to join a water-type beauty squad. It's like throwing a husky into a girl's dormitory. The vibe is completely off. When I step on stage, people would see, wow, Tianshui Academy has hired a male foreign aide. Where would I put my face? But right now, I have no other choice. I can only grit my teeth and give it a try. I asked that guy again, do you know which hotel Tianshui Academy is staying at? The moment he heard that, his gaze toward me changed instantly, like he was looking at a pervert, with a look of disdain. Kid, are you after them? I advise you not to go. Those girls are all top-notch, not someone like you can reach. I was speechless at the time and said, dude, is your thought process a bit too unique? I'm just looking for a strong team. Do you think I'm going to a beauty pageant? But I couldn't be bothered to explain it to him. After getting the address, I thanked him and left. That place had tight security, and with my identity, I definitely couldn't get in. After thinking it over, I realized I had to go through official channels. Where to go? Of course, it was the Wuhuan Hall branch in Tiando City, to ask the bishop there to open a back door for me. You can't deny it. The Wuhuan Hall is really arrogant. The branch is directly across from the royal palace, with hundreds of temple knights standing at the entrance. The aura they exude makes one wonder if they're the true rulers of this country. I pushed through the crowd and walked to the entrance, shouting at the group of knights, please inform the Star City branch, Xiao Yan, requesting to see the bishop. A guy who looked like a knight approached, sizing me up from head to toe, his gaze as if he were judging a criminal. Which branch? What do you want? I patiently repeated it again, and even mentioned Bishop Salas's name. As a result, he exploded on the spot. How dare you? Is the name of the esteemed bishop something you can casually mention? I thought to myself, your official authority is quite impressive. I cupped my hands and said, sorry, could you please give me a heads up? And guess what happened? This guy tilted his head, grabbed his right shoulder with his left hand, and stretched his right hand out in front of me, making his meaning perfectly clear. He smiled with a fake grin and said, little brother, when asking someone for a favor, there has to be a bit of human touch, right? I was stunned at the time. No, is the Spirit Hall really doing this for revenue now? What kind of new paid work model is this? I confronted him. Aren't you Knights of the Spirit Hall? Isn't reporting part of your job? Hey, kid, don't use the rules from your poor place to impose on our imperial city. He had a mocking expression, saying it would cost 100 gold soul coins for me to get a report. As for whether the bishop would see me, that was another story. Fine, I'll let it go. After all, a strong dragon doesn't suppress a local snake, and I didn't want to make trouble. I directly handed him 100 gold soul coins. He weighed it in his hand, his eyes lit up, and he immediately sent a lackey inside. Less than 10 minutes later, that lackey came out with a businesslike expression and said, the bishop has ordered not to see any guests. Please leave. I was familiar with this trick. I directly asked, do I have to pay another 100 if I come back tomorrow? A knight nearby heard this and immediately drew his sword, trying to intimidate me. Stop. That knight pretended to scold him, then put on a smile again and said to me, Brother Xiao Yan, you see, the bishop is really busy. However, since I'm the captain of the knights, I still have some face. If you can put up a bit more money, I can personally make a trip for you. What do you think? I couldn't help but laugh. Wow. Are you putting on a show for me? That guy probably hasn't even touched the door of the main hall. All right, let's see how big your appetite is. I asked him, how much do you want? 1,000 gold soul coins. I nodded. maintaining my composure as I pulled out another bag of gold soul coins. When he took the money, his hands trembled slightly, and his eyes were fixed greedily on my spatial ring, a look so avaricious it was hard to watch. He licked his lips, probably thinking of me as a walking ATM. Don't worry, this time it will definitely work. He patted his chest in assurance and turned to go back into the main hall. However, he was gone for a quarter of an hour, and the sun was nearly setting. My patience had completely run out, and I lifted my leg to barge in. 2 knights at the entrance immediately stopped me. Just then, the knight captain suddenly darted out from behind the door like a ghost, his face filled with worry. "Oh no, brother Xiao Yan. Sorry to keep you waiting. The bishop still wants to see you and even scolded me. But don't lose heart. I just ran into the protector, and he is willing to help you plead your case." As soon as I heard it, I thought, the plot has thickened. The middle management is making an appearance, right? I directly asked, how many personnel does this esteemed protector need? He held up 3 fingers, 3,000 gold soul coins. With such a noble status, isn't that amount reasonable? I was directly amused by his outrageous move. It's not excessive, of course it's not. The appearance fee for the protector of the Spirit Hall is only 3,000. It's simply a conscience of the industry. That knight commander probably sensed the sarcasm in my words, but when he saw me nonchalantly pull out 3,000 gold soul coins, he immediately swallowed back that bit of doubt. He was holding hundreds of pounds of gold coins, nearly drooling and trembling as he said, "No problem, of course no problem. But if you add another 3,000, I can invite another protector to come along, ensuring that the bishop will see you immediately." Another 3,000? I realized that these guys are heavily into a companion-style corruption, treating me like a pig to be slaughtered. I didn't waste much time and took out 3,000 gold soul coins, casually handing over a jade token while coldly saying, "Go, deliver this to your bishop. He will understand once he sees it." The knight commander looked at me as if I were pulling out candy, his eyes turning red. He smiled obsequiously and ran inside, probably calculating how to squeeze a bit more profit out of me. After another quarter of an hour, the sky had completely darkened. My patience had finally worn thin with this group of fools. I looked at the massive palace door, and the only thought in my mind was, all right, no more acting. It's time to reveal my cards. I took a step forward, and the surrounding Knights Templar immediately surrounded me. "Get out of the way." I snorted coldly, and the pressure of a soul sage instantly erupted. 7 soul rings, 2 purple and 5 black, suddenly lit up on me. The brilliance nearly blinded these bastards. The entrance of the Spirit Hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded, and passing soul masters stopped, staring at me as if I were a monster. Those Knights Templar, who had been flaunting their power just a second ago, turned pale the next moment, their legs trembling as if they had seen a ghost. They had never encountered such a young soul sage, let alone this absurd configuration of 2 purple and 5 black soul rings. The 7th soul ring even glowed with a red light. This strength was enough to stand on equal footing with their bishop. The greedy knight commander, Hodu, probably heard the commotion outside and stumbled directly out of the door, collapsing to the ground, his face ashen. As a soul king over level 50, he never expected that today he would kick a piece of iron plate that could crush a titan giant ape. He must be regretting it deeply now, frantically running deeper into the main hall to find his backing. I stood at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, looking at these terrified knights, and coldly spoke. Today's events have truly opened my eyes. Is this behavior granted to you by Bishop Salas? No one dared to say a word. You better be careful. I dropped this remark and directly walked into the Spirit Hall. The patrolling knights inside saw my imposing demeanor and wanted to put on a show, but were immediately intimidated into standing at attention by my mention of the Stardew City branch and my soul rings. A knight commander who looked a bit higher in rank, named Miles, hurried over to respectfully ask me to withdraw my soul power, and then took me to meet the bishop. On the way, I asked him about that guy at the entrance. He said that guy was named Hodu, and he had just slipped him 2 gold coins to mind his own business. I shook my head. The Spirit Hall was rotten to the core from top to bottom. Soon, I arrived outside the bishop's grand hall. As expected, I was stopped by a group of knights again. The captain leading them scrutinized me from head to toe. Looking quite skeptical, I directly started to shout, "What? You want me to pay 7,000 soul coins just to get in?" Miles next to me trembled in fright and quickly explained my strength to him. As soon as the captain heard that I was a soul saint, his face turned pale, and he immediately ordered all his subordinates to get lost. I kicked open the door to the main hall, and the scene inside was simply unbearable. The place was filled with singing and dancing, a pool of wine and a forest of meat. It was sheer extravagance. Bishop Salas was embracing a beautiful woman while drinking. I shouted with great vigor, "Bishop Salas, what a great interest!" Everyone in the hall was stunned and turned to look at me. The guy named Hodu was hiding next to an old man, trembling in fear, probably frantically reporting me. Salas looked at me, a bit confused, but still pretended to ask, "Who are you, sir?" "Xiao Yan from the Starry City branch." I stepped forward, staring at him. "It's really harder to meet you than to meet the Pope." Upon hearing the name Xiao Yan, Salas clearly froze for a moment. He must have received orders from teacher Bibi Dong and knew of my existence, but obviously, he didn't take me seriously. He waved his hand, ordering all the bystanders to get lost. I pointed at the fleeing Hodu in the crowd and sneered, "Captain Hodu, why not stay for a moment?" That guy immediately knelt down with a thud, crying out for mercy. "My lord, I didn't recognize the great mountain. If I were just an ordinary person, would you regret this?" My words left him speechless. Soon, only I, Salas, and the old man protecting Hodu remained in the hall. That old fox Salas was clearly eager to watch the drama unfold and test my limits. The old man, named Hui Cheng, was of the same clan as Hodu and also a soul sage at level 78. He stepped forward to mediate, smiling as he said, "This matter isn't too serious. Let Hodu return your money and apologize, and we can consider it settled. Young man, I see you have good talent. If you have any issues with your cultivation in the future, feel free to come to me for guidance." His words sounded as if he was offering me a tremendous favor. I scoffed coldly on the spot, staring at him intently. "You old bastard. Do you think I'm that easy to deal with?" The fake smile on his face instantly froze. I completely ignored him and directly pointed my accusation at Salas. "Bishop Salas, as the master of Hall, do you have no responsibility in this matter? I am determined to take charge of this today." Salas's expression changed, as he probably didn't expect a young person to speak to him like this. Next to us, Hui Cheng exploded in anger, pointing his finger at my nose and shouting, "Arrogant brat, what qualification do you have to manage the affairs of my branch hall?" I shot him a fierce look and retorted, "Qualifications? Of course I have. This Wadu dares to ask me for 7,000 gold coins today. Who knows how many people he has oppressed in the past? The only reason he has survived until now is because of people like you supporting him from behind. Kid, do you dare to say another word?" Hui Cheng was so furious that he trembled all over, and his soul power began to fluctuate. I don't care about him at all and continue to press Saras. "Bishop Saras, according to the teachings of the Spirit Hall, what punishment should this matter receive?" Saras was silent for a moment and then uttered two words, "Death penalty." Hearing this, Hodu was so scared that his soul almost flew away, and he rolled and crawled behind Hui Cheng. Hui Cheng was also anxious and quickly pleaded, "Bishop, Hodu has contributed to the Spirit Hall. He shouldn't be heavily punished." I watched them sing in harmony and sneered twice, saying to Salas, "If the bishop can't bear to do it, Xiao Yan can take over. Kid, do you dare to make a move?" Hui Cheng's eyes instantly became dangerous. "I told you." As soon as his expression changed, I laughed. I stepped forward and said to that Hui Cheng, "Hey, brother, could you step back a bit? When things get rough, I'm afraid this waste of space's blood might dirty your clothes." Huidu was still there crying for mercy, begging me to spare his life. Hui Cheng, as the older brother, was so angry that he scolded him for being a coward, saying that a soul king like him shouldn't be afraid of a mere soul master. Family, who understands? Which of his eyes could tell that I'm a soul master? I have completely lost my patience, and didn't he give them a chance to act at all? In the blink of an eye, I had him in my grasp. That Hui Cheng's eyes were almost popping out, shouting, "This speed. You're not from the soul sect." Nonsense, when did I ever say I was? I held onto the trembling Huidu, sneering. "Hui Protector, have you forgotten the rules of the Spirit Hall? No worries, today I'll help you remember, with an immersive experience." Arrogant. This old man finally broke under my pressure and unleashed his martial spirit. Good heavens, 1 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, 7 rings, soul saint. A big red sword came charging at me. At that moment, I thought, is this it? Are they just pretending to be tough? I casually threw Hoda back and didn't bother with any nonsense. As soon as I unleashed my soul ring, it revealed 2 purple and 5 black. Instantly, it left the 2 old guys across from me in silence, especially that Bishop Salas, who had been sitting there watching the show. His expression was like he had seen a ghost, and he was probably relieved that he hadn't said anything reckless earlier. Hui Cheng was also taken aback, but with the arrow on the string, he had no choice but to shoot. Relying on his level 78, he thought he could bully me, a young one, and lunged at me with his sword. I tell you, I couldn't be bothered to hide, so I went straight in and grabbed it with a snap. As the chilling aura of the bone spirit's cold fire surged, guess what happened? That sword shattered into a pile of glass shards. just like the frost flowers on a winter window, with a crunch. Huacheng was completely stunned. His worldview collapsed on the spot, mumbling, "How is this possible? My martial soul." I tapped the ice shards on my hand and coldly asked him, "Protector, why are you getting physical just because we don't agree?" Now it was Saruth the old fox's turn to be restless. If he didn't come out, I might really destroy this city. He laughed heartily and ran over to mediate the situation. "Xiao Yan, little brother, you are indeed impressive. Truly impressive." I glanced at him sideways. "Bishop Salus, are you satisfied with my strength?" "Satisfied. Very satisfied." He quickly stood between us, then started to berate Huacheng, saying that Huadu had committed a capital crime and that the rules of the Spirit Hall must not be broken. That old guy Huacheng was also a smart man. As soon as he saw his support had turned, his change of expression was almost at the level of a Sichuan opera master. 1 second, he was protecting his own, and the next second, he was cursing Huadu. "Beast, you caused such a huge disaster and still want to live? You brought disgrace to the Hua family." Goodness. It seemed he had figured out the survival rules of the workplace. Once Salus saw that the situation was under control, he cheerfully sentenced Huadu, "Take him away, and in 7 days, we'll set up an oil pot at the city gate to cook him." After those 2 nights dragged the paralyzed Huadu away, Salus finally got to the main topic and asked me why I was there. I didn't get straight to the point at first. I turned around and, pointing at the resplendent hall, coldly asked him, "Bishop Salus, is this chaotic mess the result of your governance?" The old fox quickly invited me to the seat of honor and began to explain, saying that the power dynamics in the imperial city were intricate and complex. He was tying the interests of his subordinates together, making them earn money while working hard, and he held their weaknesses to maintain control over them. I couldn't help but laugh. This trick is quite elaborate. I decided to stop beating around the bush and intentionally brought it up. "I believe your actions are already well known to my teacher." Before I even finished my sentence, that old fox started sweating. He must have guessed that my teacher is Pope Bibi Dong. This is what I call shaking the tree to scare the tiger. Then I revealed my true intention. I want to participate in the Soul Master competition. This is a task from my teacher, aimed at testing various major powers. However, I can't reveal my identity and need to find a team to affiliate with. I specifically requested to go to Tianshui Academy, and as soon as Salus heard this, he immediately patted his chest and guaranteed that it was all on him. He had the leader of the Xiangjia sect, Huyan Jun, take me into the royal welcome event. I was a bit surprised. This old guy has some clout, being able to mobilize even the Xiangjia sect. 10 minutes later, as soon as I arrived on the main street of the royal city, a strong man came to pick me up. He introduced me to Huyan Jun, the leader of the Xiangjia sect, an 89th level soul Dalu. Goodness, he was so polite to me, calling me Brother Xiao Yan repeatedly. I guess Salus had explained my background to him. Under Huyan Jun's guidance, I smoothly blended into the royal gathering. I quickly found an excuse to part ways with him, then released my soul power to scan the entire hotel. Hey, there really were quite a few experts. The girls from Tianshui Academy were arranged in a small corner, each looking worried, probably fretting about the competition. I mustered up my courage and walked over. Shui Binger was quite happy to see me, and her sister, Shui Yue, even came up to ask if I remembered her. How could I remember? The situation became quite awkward. Their dean, Ruo Haixin, was initially very alert. Seeing me pulling and tugging with Shui Binger, she grabbed my arm and questioned who I was. It was only after Shui Binger explained that I was their savior that her attitude softened. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I got straight to the point and said I wanted to join their team for the competition. Ruo Haixin was taken aback. She never expected me to make such a request. She looked troubled and said they had many rules. First, they only accepted female students. Second, they had to have a water element, martial soul. Could this dump me? I immediately conjured an ice flower with my hands and calmly told her, "Sorry, I have a twin martial soul." The whole place fell silent, and everyone looked at me as if I were a monster. Then I added, if I join, I guarantee a top 3 finish. This got Ruo Haixin more excited than anyone else, and she immediately declared, "Rules are dead, people are alive. Xiao Yan, welcome, welcome." And just like that, it was settled. To avoid being too shocking, I only mentioned that I was a level 43 soul master. After chatting for a while, I noticed it was getting late and prepared to take my leave. Ruo Haixin even asked Shui Binger to see me off, just as we stepped out of the crowd. Shui Binger couldn't help but ask why I chose to come here instead of the Martial Soul Hall Academy. I glanced at the unfriendly gazes around us and whispered, "There are too many eyes here. Let's talk outside." Just as we were about to reach the main hall's entrance, to my surprise, the Imperial City Guard surrounded me and said that the Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, wanted to see me. I was really angry at the time. Isn't this putting pressure on me? I'm currently in hiding. What do I need to see him for? I said with a cold face. Tell him to visit another day. It's not convenient today. But the captain of the guard was also stubborn and insisted that the prince had ordered me to go over. I clenched my fists tightly, worried about how to get out. Shui Binger, this girl, is really impressive, embodying an Oscar-winning actress. Suddenly, she leaned on me with a pained expression and said, "Brother, let's get out of here quickly. My head is splitting and it feels like my previous injury is acting up again." I understood immediately. I rushed to the scene, supporting her as we dashed outside, shouting at the guards, "Get out of the way. Can you bear the consequences if anything happens to my sister?" The guards were momentarily stunned, unsure whether to stop us or let us pass. Not far away, in the seats of the Heaven Dou Royal Academy, a figure saw me and was also taken aback. Guess who it was? Zhu Zhuqing. She looked at me holding Shui Binger, her expression a mix of emotions, a bit sour. Next to her, Dou Yan curiously asked, "Zhuqing, do you know him?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded, yes. Dou Yan curled her lips and disdainfully said, "Who is he?" The prince himself sent someone to invite him, and he doesn't even want to meet. Truly ungrateful. I told you. As soon as I finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing shot back directly, saying, "He's very strong, much stronger than me." Goodness, Yu Qianheng and the others were stunned at that moment, saying it couldn't be possible. You already have 4 40-level soul rings. This configuration is simply against the heavens. Who among your peers can compete with you? As a result, Zhu Zhuqing added, saying that person's identity is actually not inferior to that of the prince. This immediately silenced everyone, and they exchanged glances. She then realized she had let something slip and hurriedly laughed it off, saying, "Oh, I'm not too sure anyway, he's just really strong." Just when the atmosphere became so awkward it could be cut with a knife, there was a loud bang outside, and the entire hotel shook 3 times. We all leaned out to look, and wow, a ragged old man was fighting with the royal guards. Someone recognized him on the spot, saying, "Isn't that the number 1 criminal from Tiando prison? A level 78 soul sage." As soon as I heard it, I thought, wow, a live jailbreak movie, right? That old man became a soul sage 10 years ago and was arrested for offending the emperor. It's said to be related to the spirit hall, so the royal family has never dared to kill him. When the first prince, Shui Qinghe, saw this situation, he immediately waved his hand and ordered all the guards to catch him. The guards blocking us at the door heard the order and, forgetting about us, rushed out yelling. Seeing this opportunity, Xiao Yan grabbed Shui Binger and ran away decisively. I thought this guy knows how to blink. After getting far away, Shui Binger gasped and asked who that person was. Xiao Yan shook his head, saying he didn't know, but looked like a royal mess, so he shouldn't get involved. Shui Binger was curious and asked how he knew the first prince. Xiao Yan just said 2 words, scheming. He said that person was insincere and had too many tricks, so it's better to keep a distance. Shui Binger laughed and said others would want to curry favor, but he was good at rejecting opportunities. Xiao Yan replied, "This is not an opportunity. Because of his special identity, he doesn't usually interact with anyone outside the spirit hall." Shui Binger then asked, "What about me?" Xiao Yan directly said, "You're my only friend." I was shocked to hear that. Does this guy have such a small social circle? He seriously told Shui Binger that some secrets he would only tell her, and she mustn't spread them. He then started spilling major gossip, saying his teacher sent him to participate in the Soul Master competition just to officially take him as a student, because historically, each pope only takes 1 disciple. But his teacher's situation is special, and the Spirit Hall is not a united front. When Shui Binger heard this involved internal strife within the Spirit Hall, her face turned pale, and she quickly interrupted him, saying, Okay, don't say any more. This kind of secret is enough to make me embroider a red flag overnight. I don't want to know." Xiao Yan remained calm and smiled, reassuring her that with him around, no one could harm her. Oh dear. Shui Binger's face turned red instantly. She turned her back and quietly said, "See you at the competition tomorrow," then ran away. Xiao Yan was still confused, asking if she was feeling unwell. A typical clueless guy, confirmed. On the other side, the first prince, Shui Qinghe, had already quelled the disturbance. The more he thought about it, the more something fell off. He suspected that someone was deliberately causing trouble to help Xiao Yan escape. His curiosity about Xiao Yan's identity grew, especially since just a few days ago, Pope Bibi Dong personally warned him not to mess with Xiao Yan. The more he thought, the more intrigued he became, thinking, "Interesting, I want to see how long you can hide your foxtail." The next day, the Soul Master competition officially opened. Wow, what a scene! Drums pounding, firecrackers going off, thousands of ceremonial cannons firing like they were free. Xiao Yan was woken up by the noise, and as soon as he opened the door, someone delivered his entry ticket. He took a carriage to the competition venue, and a journey that should have taken 10 minutes ended up taking over an hour due to traffic. By the time he arrived, the opening ceremony had already begun. Xiao Yan immediately spotted several big shots on the podium. Sitting in the middle was the emperor of the Dou Empire, Shui Yi, a soul master. Xiao Yan couldn't help but wonder how someone of such strength became an emperor. Next to him were Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the poisoned Douluo de Gabo. The host then highlighted none other than the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus, who stole the royal spotlight with his grandiose introduction. The royal family looked green with envy, but dared not show their displeasure. I couldn't help but laugh. Who told you to have no talent at home and had to spend money hiring outside help? This is just getting trampled by the Spear Hall. At that moment, Shui Binger waved at him from the crowd, and Xiao Yan hurried over to join the girls from the Heavenly Water Academy. The competition format was as follows. The preliminary rounds were team battles, while the later advancement rounds were individual matches to allow the big shots to pick the best talents. The plan for the Heavenly Water Academy was to use Xiao Yan as a secret weapon and let him appear in the finals. However, just a few days later, the schedule was released, and in the fourth match, the Heavenly Water Academy was set to face the Shrek Academy. Xiao Yan's expression turned serious as he saw their opponent. He said he knew the Shrek team and that they were not weak, especially a guy named Tang San, who was adept at using sneaky, hidden weapons that were hard to defend against. Upon hearing this, the director Ruo Hai frowned, as she had never heard of Shrek Academy. Xiao Yan insisted on being sent out tomorrow, saying that while they would definitely win under normal circumstances, they couldn't withstand Tang San's underhanded tactics. I thought to myself, this guy really has some ruthless ideas. He actually suggested going to deal with Tang San tonight to ensure he couldn't participate tomorrow. While saying this, he even gestured at his neck. Wow, this scared the girls from the Heavenly Water Academy enough to protest that it was too cruel. The director quickly rejected it, saying if anything happened to a Shrek member, they would be the first suspects. Finally, it was Shui Binger who made the decision. All right, Xiao Yan, you'll join us tomorrow. Now the issue was, with 7 people going into the match, who would Xiao Yan replace? Shui Binger is younger sister Shui Yue wanted, saying to let her take his place since her level was the lowest. Xiao Yan patted his chest and assured the little girl, don't worry, I'll take your spot, and I won't let them get hurt at all. On the day of the competition, when the Heavenly Water Academy team walked out, the entire venue erupted, because there was actually a guy on the team. The people from Shrek squinted to look, and Ma Hongjun shouted, what the heck, isn't that Xiao Yan? When Tang San and the others saw Xiao Yan, their expressions turned dark, as if they were filled with a desire to swallow him whole. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and said, get him. Only Ning Rongrong and a few of the girls remained clear-headed, knowing they couldn't win and urging Tang San not to get carried away. But Tang San was already plotting how to find Dugabo after the match to exchange Xiao Yan's life with his King of Hell's token. The two teams stood on the field, and the host began to introduce today's main event. I heard that not only was there Shrek competing against Heavenly Water, but also a Spirit Hall Academy? Hearing this name, Xiao Yan's pupils shook. Spirit Hall. Isn't that the lair of those evil soul masters? How do they also come to compete? The people from Spirit Hall Academy were all dressed in black, and their soul power fluctuations felt eerie. It was said they had already won 7 matches in a row. Even more outrageous, in the corner, Tang Hao, who had lost an arm, was cackling sinisterly. It turned out this Spirit Hall Academy was created by him. He not only didn't die, but also discovered that his son Tang San was still alive. He was now hoping that his team would face Xiao Yan so he could kill him openly in the competition. The match officially began, with the first round being Heavenly Water against Shrek. As both sides unleashed their martial souls, Shrek's side had 3 soul ancestors and 4 perfectly matched soul rings. Drawing gasps from the crowd, the Heavenly Water Academy's configuration was similar, evenly matched. Then, it was Xiao Yan's turn. He stepped forward, and 4 soul rings rose around him, 2 purple, 2 black. Good heavens! The chilling aura instantly swept through the entire venue, and everyone felt their soul power was about to freeze. This move directly burned my CPU. The audience, including Emperor Shui Yi and Ning Fengji on the podium, were all dumbfounded. The first soul ring was 1,000 years old, and the third soul ring was 10,000 years old. How on earth did he achieve that? Ning Fengji remarked that the strength displayed by this person made even soul kings feel ashamed. The morale of the Shrek team plummeted. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan's legs felt soft. They were already afraid of Xiao Yan. Shui Binger and the others were also astonished. They knew Xiao Yan was strong, but they didn't expect him to be this monstrous. Xiao Yan looked across at the opponents and calmly said, Everyone, a 1T hold back on the field. Ning Rongrong and Oscar quickly buffed the entire team, and Tang San's blue-silver grass instantly controlled the entire area. Dai Mubai shouted go, and he and Ma Hongjun rushed forward. What happened next? Xiao Yan flashed and appeared beside Ma Hongjun, cutting off the blue-silver grass on him with a single move, then tossed him into the back row of the Tian Shui Academy like a small chick. Ma Hongjun was instantly surrounded and beaten by 4 girls, with screams echoing continuously. In just one encounter, Shrek had already lost 1 member. Tang San's plan was instantly ruined. He thought Ma Hongjun's fire could counter ice. But Xiao Yan didn't play by the rules of attributes at all. He was a berserker. Tang San's mentality collapsed at that moment, and he shouted at Xiao Wu, who was trying to calm him down. Shut up. Why can't we win against him? I'm a once-in-a-century genius from Tang's sect. Does anyone understand this mentality? It's all about breaking the defenses. Whereas the main character I was promised. Why does it feel like I'm facing a villain? After venting, Tang San forcibly calmed down, and 8 spider legs suddenly emerged from his back. He reassigned tasks, sending Dai Mubai to hold off Xiao Yan while he and Xiao Wu surrounded Shui Wu, and had the newcomer Jing Ling distract the others. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and charged toward Xiao Yan, launching a powerful white tiger light wave right away. Xiao Yan didn't even use his martial spirit. He simply wrapped his arm in a layer of ice and swung his fist, shattering that light wave effortlessly. The shock wave exploded, causing the air to buzz. At that moment, as Xiao Yan neutralized the attack, Tang San and Xiao would already flanked Shui Wu, while Jing Ling forced out a skeletal clone, desperately holding off the other reinforcements from Tian Shui Academy, spitting blood on the spot, barely holding on. But let me tell you, just when it was a critical moment, Xiao Yan finally stopped playing around. He slapped Dai Mubai away with one hand and unleashed a big move. Shadowhawk clone. Let me tell you, that scene was like a version of the Master of Shadows Plus. In an instant, 6 identical Xiao Yans exploded onto the stage, their speed and power several times that of the original. 2 of the clones, attacking from both sides, with 2 crisp snaps, directly broke Tang San's 2 spider legs. Tang San let out a heart-wrenching scream. It was truly gut-wrenching. He wanted Ning Rongrong and Oscar to quickly buff him, but it was too late. What about the other clones? Let me tell you, Xiao Yan is a person who knows how to handle things. Facing the 2 supporters, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, he didn't use heavy hands at all. It was like gently pushing 2 princesses off the stage, sending them out with a light push. Who understands this, huh? This move directly showcased his gentlemanly demeanor, and Ning Fengji, watching from the stage, couldn't help but nod, probably thinking, this son-in-law is good. At this point, only Tang San was left standing alone, surrounded and beaten by the people from the Tianshui Academy. Let me tell you, this guy's mindset completely collapsed, unable to fight back. He started to resort to underhanded tactics. Taking advantage of the moment while engaged with Shui Wu, he flicked his fingers, and a poisoned dragon whisker needle shot straight at Shui Wu's neck. Damn, this is unbelievable. But who is Xiao Yan? He even activated bullet time, extending his finger and instantly freezing that poisoned needle. It stopped right on Shui Wu's skin without breaking the surface. When Tang San saw his sneak attack exposed, his mind raced, and he immediately raised his hand and shouted, I concede. Goodness, this move was all about losing face. Xiao Yan instantly pointed at him, questioning why he resorted to using hidden weapons. And Tang San? He looked completely innocent, as if saying, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The referee was also confused and hadn't seen clearly. But who could be fooled? The big shots on stage, Ning Fengji, the Emperor of Snow Night, and the people from the Spirit Hall all seemed to have eagle eyes, seeing everything clearly. Ning Fengji was also a tough guy. In order to avoid any accusations, right in front of the Spirit Hall, he stood up and loudly announced, Shrek Academy is disqualified for using illegal weapons. This caused an uproar. Tang San's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, glaring fiercely at Xiao Yan, his eyes practically screaming that this guy must not be left alive. Muttering something about how it was all your fault, while secretly plotting how to deal with the referee. On the other side, Ning Rongrong couldn't hold back her tears, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. After all, she just wanted to prove herself in front of her father, but ended up being let down by her teammate. Xiao Yan, seeing this, couldn't bear it either, and after they left the stage, he went over to comfort them, conveniently pointing out a clear path, saying that Shrek Academy couldn't accommodate them, so they should consider the 7-treasure glazed tile school instead. As soon as he finished speaking, good grief. Just as Cao Cao arrived, Ning Fengji came over with the SwordDual and Bon Dual, the 2 gatekeepers. First, there was a heartfelt father-daughter moment, And then Ning Fengji immediately made an offer to Oscar, saying he wanted to take him as his direct disciple, with the senior brother being the current crown prince. Shueqinghe. This treatment was a direct step up. Next, these big shots shifted their attention to Xiao Yan, with the ShowsDual directly stating he wanted to take him as his closed-door disciple, willing to impart everything. Even the bishop of the spirit hall, Salus, came over to poach him, saying the future in the spirit hall was brighter. Of course, Xiao Yan politely declined, saying he already had a teacher and couldn't switch sections. Just as they were negotiating, the next match began. Let me tell you, this is what you call heavyweight. A team called Soul Hall Academy, which no one had heard of before, stepped onto the stage, and everyone was stunned. 7 players, all showing their soul rings, all with the same 10,000-year black rings. 4 of them, all 4 ringed, all 10,000-year. How could they even fight against that? The Divine Wind Academy was directly turned into a sieve. The attacks were incredibly dark. The big shots on stage couldn't sit still either. What the heck was this superversion? While everyone was discussing, a blonde man appeared next to them like a ghost. And even the 97th level SwordDual didn't react. The person was the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuguan. Let me tell you, this guy looked like he had a beauty filter on. His entire aura was different. All the previous feminine charm was gone. He opened his mouth with a bombshell. He is now a 98th level Super Douluo. The whole venue gasped. He said he received help from a noble and shot a glance at Xiao Yan, and those who understood knew. Then he got to the point, saying he had long been carrying out Pope Bibi Dong's orders to investigate this soul hall, and the leader's aura was very likely that of the one who should have died. The Hao Yan Douluo. At this moment, the people from the soul hall below finished their work, each letting out a strange laugh. Xiao Yan looked at those people and coldly said, "The unique laughter of the soul hall has appeared." Oscar next to him was speechless. "Is that laughter? I thought they were going crazy." Xiao Yan patted his shoulder. "Listen more, you'll get used to it." Ning Rongrong beside him complained, "Aren't you afraid of having nightmares after hearing it too much? I told you, having nightmares is a small matter." At that time, I felt something was off, so I quietly slipped aside and pondered it. The leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, is a pure old fox. He keeps switching between the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire, like a wall grass, siding with whoever offers more benefits. It's all about extreme tug-of-war. To completely tie him to our battle wagon, relying solely on emotional appeals won't work. We must bind him with interests. However, this matter is too significant. And in the end, we still need our teacher, Bibi Dong, to make the final decision. Worrying about it myself is useless. Just as I was figuring things out, Shui Binger ran over with a look of panic, grabbed my arm, and shouted, "Did you see that? The Soul Hall Academy has destroyed the Shindao Academy." I nodded and calmly said to her, "Those people are quite sinister. It's best to stay away from them." As a result, the girls from Tianshui Academy all turned pale and chattered, "But we will have to face them sooner or later. What should we do? They're too ruthless." I sighed and patted my chest, assuring them, "What are you panicking about? Ladies, have you forgotten how I dealt with those evil spirit masters in the Stardow Forest? With their little strength gained from underhanded means, they are nothing but a bunch of useless chickens in front of me." When Shui Binger heard this and remembered how I easily took on the Spirit King, she finally relaxed. However, I still felt a bit uneasy looking at them. So I asked their teacher, "Teacher, can I ask, is it okay to lose one match in the preliminary rounds?" Their teacher nodded, and I immediately dropped a bombshell. "Then my suggestion is if we encounter the Spirit Hall Academy, we should forfeit." "Huh? Forfeit?" Everyone looked at me with strange expressions, as if they were looking at a traitor. I can only explain to them, "I told you, those people from the Soul Palace didn't even use their full strength today. When they fought against the Shunsheng Academy, it was like an adult beating a child. They looked so relaxed they could almost fall asleep. I suspect there are Soul Kings in their team, and maybe even more." As soon as I said this, the whole place fell silent. Everyone knew that if what I said was true, then the champion of this competition would basically have no one else to contend with. The principal of the Tianshui Academy, Ruahai, sighed and said, "It seems there is no hope for the top 3. The team members all looked dejected. Shui Binger looked at me and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Xiao Yan, we held you back." I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, went up and gave her a playful pat on the head. Smiling as I said, "Silly girl, what are you saying? I actively wanted to join you. How could I think you would hold me back? Besides, the Soul Hall has hidden strength. Don't I have any?" Shui Binger's little face instantly turned red, and she quickly hid behind Shui Wu. Dean Rawhai's eyes lit up, and he asked me, "Are you saying that your true strength?" I gave her a mysterious smile and said, "Dean, just wait and see. By nightfall, I strolled alone to the branch of the spirit hall. Let me tell you, I can walk in here with swagger. As soon as those knights at the entrance saw me, they were like seeing their father, nodding and bowing, afraid I would throw them into the oil pot to fry. I waved my hand to tell them to mind their own business and walked straight into the main hall. Goodness, as soon as I entered, both Dou Jiao and Bishop Salas were there, and even Zhu Zhuqing was standing below. I was surprised and pointed at Douluo, asking Zhu Zhuqing, "So, you became his disciple?" Zhu Zhuqing coolly nodded and said it was our teacher's intention. When Douluo saw me, he was incredibly enthusiastic, jumping up from his seat and giving me a big bear hug, excitedly saying, "Xiao Yan, my good son, thanks to that rare mushroom, the heavenly chrysanthemum you gave me, I've shot straight up to level 98. Damn, level 98. Family, who understands this? I'm almost reaching the threshold of the ultimate Douluo." Salas next to me was stunned, probably wondering what kind of background this kid has to make a super Douluo so enthusiastic. Zhu even complained to me, saying he has become stronger, but his relationship with Ghost Douluo has instead become estranged, and that old ghost looks at him differently now. I could only comfort him, saying that this thing also depends on opportunity. He then pointed at Zhu Zhuqing and praised her, saying this girl has extraordinary talent and is like a treasure found. After chatting for a while, Zhu finally got to the point, looking at me with a face full of suspicion. "Kid, I heard from Salas that you have advanced to Soul Saint?" Zhu Zhuqing's little eyes also shot over, filled with curiosity and disbelief. After all, just over a month ago, I was only level 49. I calmly nodded and casually added, "And I can help all Soul King level individuals directly advance to peak Soul Emperor." What? Boom! I felt the air in the entire hall freeze. 3 people, 6 eyes, staring wide like copper bells, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Zhu Zhuqing was the most excited, eagerly asking, "Quick, tell me what method." I kept you in suspense. "I'll tell you later. You're only at the Soul Sect level now. It's not useful." Zhu Douluo steadied himself and asked with a slightly trembling voice, "What level are you at now?" I stretched out 7 fingers and then made a 6, level 76, feeling nothing, as if I just reached it like that. Goodness, as soon as I said that, the way they looked at me changed. Their expressions seemed to say, "Do you still want to keep breaking through? We've worked hard for decades, and you've surpassed us in just over a month, and here you are showing off?" I smiled and brought the topic back. "All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's talk about the spirit hall." Zhu Douluo's expression darkened. "Those rats, if they dare to make any small moves, the spirit hall will naturally deal with them. It's that leader of theirs, always wearing a black robe over his face, making it hard to see who he is. I called you here today to discuss this matter. After the preliminary rounds are over, the Tiando royal family will hold a banquet, and that will be the best opportunity to reveal their true identities." We were discussing how to deal with the Soul Hall, while on the other side, several groups of people were already preparing to target me. That old guy Tang Hao was so angry in a dark corner that he slammed the table and shouted at his 7 subordinates. "That kid has injured my son multiple times. This time he must die. Who's going?" Meanwhile, his big son Tang San was also busy looking for the old poison master Dou Bo. Let me tell you, Dou Bo is quite a character. After Tang San nearly stripped his old home bear, he still thought Tang San treated him especially well. Tang San directly said, "Senior Dou, help me kill Xiao Yan. Once it's done, I'll give you as many mother and son soul-chasing pills as you want." At first, the old man held on to his pride, saying that as a titled Douluo, it would be shameful to assassinate a junior from the Soul Sect. But after Tang San wildly painted a big picture, saying he could practice the King of Hell's token anytime, the old man, who was usually good at listening to advice, immediately broke down and agreed. So that night, as soon as I came out of the spirit hall, I felt like I was being followed by 2 tails. One was sneaky, and the other, was actually a titled Douluo. With my soul-sensing ability, their little antics were no different from running naked in front of me. I couldn't help but sneer coldly in my heart and intentionally turned into a deserted alley. When they followed me in, I suddenly turned around and coldly said, "Gentlemen, you've been following me for so long. Isn't it time to reveal yourselves?" The Soul Hall lackey was obviously startled, probably not expecting to be exposed. Dou Bo was also taken aback, seeing that neither of them was coming out. I directly used my blue lotus earth fire to create a small fire lotus and threw it at the place where the Soul Hall lackey was hiding. With a bang, it blew him right out. That guy was severely suppressed by my fire, losing 30% of his soul power on the spot, and glaring at me fiercely. "You strange kid, I must kill you today." As a result, this guy turned out to be the ultimate pig teammate. He came up and introduced himself. "You've made Lord Tang Hao very unhappy, so you'll leave your life here today." I almost burst out laughing at that moment. Wow, I was just worried about not having any clues, and you just handed it to me on a silver platter? This is simply the living bodhisattva of 2025, all about information sharing. It seems the team leader from the Soul Hall Academy is definitely Tang Hao. Seeking death. The guy also realized he had let something slip and charged at me with a chain blade. I snorted coldly and directly caught the blade with my bare hands. With a slight exertion of strength, crack, his weapon shattered on the spot, and he was knocked back several meters. I immediately delivered a powerful strike, and a giant fire dragon roared forward. Just as he was about to be burned to ashes, suddenly, a green figure flashed out and blocked my fire dragon. Well, the old poison master Dou Bo finally stopped pretending. I looked at him and directly retorted, "Senior, as a titled Douluo, are you really going to collude with these evil soul masters?" At first, he was still stubborn, claiming that he was maintaining the public order in Heavendo City and prohibiting private fights. I shot back directly. When he came at me, I didn't see you stepping in to uphold justice, did I? The old poison was choked into silence by my words and simply tore off the mask. Fine. Just consider me on his side. Anyway, today you're going to die here. I smacked my lips and looked at him helplessly. Do you really think that you, the so-called weakest titled Douluo, can take me down? Tough talk. The old poison master was poked at a sensitive spot, his face turning green with anger, and he raised his hand to unleash poison. At that moment, suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. That aura was ridiculously strong, and Dou Bo immediately went weak in the knees, his whole body stiffening. A golden-haired figure appeared behind him like a ghost, a cold blade already pressed against his neck. The minion from the spirit hall saw that things were going wrong and had long since vanished without a trace. As soon as I saw it, I was amused. Zhu Douluo had arrived. His voice echoed softly in Dou Bo's ear. Old poison, after so many years, have you fallen to the point of targeting the younger generation? I tell you, Dou Bo was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as he asked, "Who might you be, titled Douluo?" Zhu Douluo sheathed his sword and pushed him forward. Dou Bo stumbled a few steps, turned around, and when he saw the person clearly, his eyes nearly popped out. "Yuguan? How could it be? Why is your strength so strong?" Zhu Douluo didn't even bother to acknowledge him and directly warned him to stay away from the evil soul masters and not to seek his own death. Dou Bo didn't dare to argue, and under pressure, he confessed everything like bamboo shoots being poured out a tube, saying that Tang Hao had entrusted him with a task. Upon hearing the name Tang Hao, Zhu Douluo's back trembled. It seemed the shadow from that year was quite significant. I coldly looked at Dou Bo. We originally had no grudges, but after today, this feud is established. The old poison master didn't even dare to let out a fart. Zhu Douluo waved his hand to let him get lost, and he fled like he was granted amnesty, crawling away in a pitiful manner that made me laugh. After he left, Zhu Douluo still seemed a bit scared and said to me, "Do you really think title Douluo is that easy to deal with? Even if you have the blue lotus earth fire, it won't be easy." I smiled and said nothing, quickly summoning the bone spirit cold fire. The temperature around us instantly dropped to freezing point, and within that extreme cold was a terrifying heat capable of incinerating everything. Zhu Douluo was stunned on the spot, pointing at the fire in my hand, struggling to articulate, This is fire?" The way he looked at me completely changed, as if he were staring at a monster. He shook his head in amazement. "Kid, how many secrets do you really have? I can't see through you more and more. You can't really be a divine incarnation, can you?" I shrugged and joked with him. Then, I said seriously, "Now, we can confirm that Tang Hao is still alive, and he has teamed up with the Spirit Hall." I asked Zhu to go back and tell the teacher about this, but not to mention that my strength has surged to level 76. I want to surprise the teacher myself when I return. Zhu Douluo helplessly agreed to my strange request. The next day, in the competition, Shinkai Academy was severely beaten the day before, so our Tianshui Academy won easily. Xiangjia Academy faced off against Spirit Hall Academy. They relied on their toughness and didn't sustain serious injuries, but still lost. The funniest part was that the second team of Tiando Royal Academy drew Spirit Hall the next day and was so scared that they directly admitted defeat on the spot. I have completely figured it out. The people from the Soul Palace just want to use this competition to gain fame and make a name for themselves, then recruit soldiers across the continent to challenge the martial Soul Palace. I heard this scheme even on my journey to the west to obtain scriptures. That emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shui Yi, is also a sly one. Tang Hao has already approached him privately, saying that as long as the Dou Empire supports the Soul Palace and offers sacrifices of tens of thousands of civilians each year, the Soul Palace can help him mass-produce experts above the Soul King level. This old guy pretends to refuse, claiming that with his identity and status, it's impossible for him to agree, but he has probably already overjoyed inside, just weighing the pros and cons. On the last day of the preliminaries, the Royal Academy's second team indeed conceded directly, allowing our Tianshui Academy to pass through and secure second place automatically. Just when I thought I could relax for a moment, the dean of our Tianshui Academy, Ruo Hai Exen, suddenly approached me, looking troubled, and advised me, Xiao Yan, how about we forfeit if we encounter the Soul Palace Academy in the finals? Let us not compete for the top 3 positions. I was taken aback at the time and asked her with some confusion, what do you mean by that, senior? Don't you want Tianshui Academy to achieve a higher ranking? She sighed and said something that made my heart skip a beat. A higher ranking comes with risks. After all, you are not one of us from Tianshui Academy. As soon as I heard this, I thought, wow, she is clearly distancing herself from me. I told her, Dean, you're thinking too small. Then she started venting her frustrations, saying that the competition is too deep and that the top 3 are like gods fighting each other. The Spirit Hall, the Soul Hall, and the 2 major Imperial Academies. Who's not a tough opponent? She said if our Tianshui Academy beats the Dou Royal Academy, we might as well forget about making a living in the Dou Empire, as it would be like slapping the Emperor in the face. But if we face that mysterious Soul Hall Academy, the risks are just too high. If anything happens to the students, she wouldn't be able to take responsibility for it. I understand now. She's scared and just wants to settle for 4th place. I said, Dean, I get your concerns, but they're not a big deal. She didn't believe me, looking at me with that expression of you're still too young, and said, Xiao Yan, no matter how strong you are, there are limits. Family. Who understands? My temper flared up instantly. I walked straight up to her and said, limits? I'm nowhere near my limits when it comes to defeating them. As soon as I finished speaking, I didn't waste any more words and activated all my spirit rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. The moment the 7 spirit rings appeared, the brilliance nearly blinded her eyes. She was completely stunned, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg, trembling as she pointed at me. Soul Sage. I received the soul ring and said to her, Senior, I'm sorry for hiding this from you before. I was mainly worried that you would overthink it. I came to participate in the competition to aim for the championship, because the champion can become the Pope's direct disciple. She was still processing this information and instinctively asked, so, your mysterious teacher is His Holiness, the Pope? I nodded and directly reassured her. That's right. So don't worry, my strength is at the Soul Sect level, and it's more than enough for us to secure 1st place. As for the Spirit Hall Academy, if we lose, I will take the responsibility. My teacher won't make things difficult for you. As for the imperial family of the Dou Empire, if they dare to cause trouble, your entire academy can directly move to the Pope City. My teacher will still give me this face. Let me tell you, this dean is quite ruthless. As soon as she heard this, her expression immediately changed, and she decided to go all in. She is betting on my potential, betting that our Tianshui Academy can rise to the top in one leap. So this matter was settled. Soon, the preliminary round ended, and we advanced. That night, when the results came out, the Dou royal family held a celebration banquet, which was essentially a large talent recruitment fair. The Snow Knight Emperor also spent a lot, saying that as long as we made it into the top 10 of the finals, everyone would be granted the title of Viscount. Unfortunately, for us Soul Masters, titles like this are really of no use. Strength is the hard truth. I scanned the banquet and didn't see those people from the Spirit Hall Academy. They were quite low-key. As a result, trouble found us. The Snow Knight Emperor came over with a wine glass, smiling at me. Xiao Yan, do you have any plans for the future? I understood at that moment that this was an attempt to recruit me. Before I could say anything, I saw the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe behind him, watching me with a look as if he were watching a show. His smile, TSK, was quite meaningful. I stood up and clasped my hands, directly stating, Your Majesty, I'm used to idleness and not suitable for serving anyone. The old emperor was still not giving up and started to raise the stakes. Xiao Yan, as long as you nod, I will immediately grant you the title of Marquis. If you reach the Soul Douluo level in the future, you will be directly made a king and serve the empire. I waved my hand, too lazy to act. Sorry, Your Majesty, but wealth and honor are things I can easily grasp. My aspirations lie elsewhere. At this point, the emperor's face couldn't hold up any longer. Although he was still smiling on the surface, his eyes had already turned cold. He turned to try to win over our dean, but she and the others firmly rejected him as well. Goodness, this thoroughly offended the Snow Knight Emperor. Before leaving, he even gave Snow Qinghe a knowing glance, clearly implying, find a chance to make things difficult for these ungrateful ones. Once they left, the girls from Tianshui Academy finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Shui Wearer was still daydreaming. Oh my, the Emperor just spoke to us. But her sister, Shui Binger, shot her glare. What does that matter? Our dean just rejected the Emperor. I looked at them and said with a smile, don't worry, what's a title? Once we win a place, I'll give you a gift that's 100 times more precious than a Viscount's. It's the Soul King Pill and Soul Emperor Pill that I refined using celestial-grade herbs. Treasures that can help them improve their cultivation at rocket speed. We were chatting when suddenly a gentle voice came. Haha, everyone has such good tempers. I turned around and saw Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, coming over in person with SwordDual and BoneDual. This scene startled our dean and the others, making them stand up to greet him. Ning Fengji politely said he was here to have a chat with me. I thought to myself, all right, let's see what this big shot has in store. As soon as he sat down, he got straight to the point and started to recruit me. He said, Xiao Yan, I know what you seek is not wealth and glory. Name your price, and as long as it is within the capabilities of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, I will do everything in my power to fulfill it. I really don't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as I was about to refuse, the SwordDual next to me suddenly spoke up. Kid, stop pretending. You've hidden it well, but when you saw those people from the Spirit Hall Academy, your soul power unconsciously fluctuated for a moment. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. Your true strength is at least that of a soul emperor. Well, I've been exposed. I decided to lay my cards on the table. Master Ning, since we've come this far, I'll be straightforward. I have very close ties with the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji smiled and said he knew, and even that I had a good relationship with the upright master Thailand of the church, which is why he trusts my character. I really have no way out, and can only sigh and say, Master Ning, my goal can only be achieved with the help of the Spirit Hall. After he heard this, he fell silent and did not insist further, but instead began to discuss serious matters with me. He said he had a premonition that the people from the Spirit Hall might be the biggest variable, possibly involving evil soul masters that hadn't been seen for 1,000 years. He even wanted to unite all the forces on the continent, including the Spirit Hall, to confront this potential threat together. I was shocked at that moment. The situation was just too big, but he was also very worried because the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the 2 great empires, as well as the 3 upper sects, had deteriorated to the extreme, making it impossible for them to unite. After discussing these heavy topics, I was ready to take my leave. Just as I stood up, a hand was placed on my shoulder. I turned around and saw that it was that Shui Qinghe again. He was smiling so kindly, saying, Xiao Yan, why are you in such a hurry to leave? My heart skipped a beat. Why won't this guy leave me alone? I quickly made up an excuse and slipped away, feeling like his gaze was off, making me uneasy all over. Late at night, I lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep, my mind filled with the day's troubles. There are just too many enemies of the Spirit Hall. This game is really hard to play. Just then knock, knock, knock. 3 slow knocks sounded at the door. I became alert in an instant. Who could be at this late hour? I walked to the door and asked in a hushed voice, who is it? A woman's voice came from outside. It's me. The voice was very unfamiliar. I hesitated for a moment, but slowly opened the door. Standing at the entrance was a woman in a silver robe, her hood pulled down low, covering her entire face. I asked her who she was, but she didn't answer. She just asked if she could come in. I let her into the house, and she closed the door behind her, then took off her hood. I tell you, at that moment, my eyes were almost popping out. This woman's face actually resembled teacher Bibi Dong by 7 or 8 points. I stuttered and asked, who are you? She pushed aside her golden long hair, smiled, and took out a mask as thin as a cicada's wing from her soul guide device, holding it up to her face, and teasingly said, what's wrong? Don't you remember me? You even said today that my hands are as soft as a woman's. Boom. My mind exploded. It's Shui Qinghe. That's right. I really am a woman. You guessed it. She put away the mask, her eyes carrying a hint of sorrow. Qianren Xue, this is my true name. I am still in shock and haven't recovered when she stepped closer to me, her gaze sharp as she asked, what is your relationship with the Pope? I instinctively said I didn't know him, and she immediately called me out. You're lying? I saw her a few days ago, and the way she looked at you was definitely not as if she didn't know you. I was forced by her to admit that I was her student. Who would have thought that after hearing this, her emotions would instantly break down? She grabbed my arm, her voice trembling. I am her daughter. Why didn't she tell me about having students? She still doesn't trust me. Huh? I was stunned at that moment. Although I had a vague guess. Hearing it with my own ears was still shocking. I looked at her like this and remembered what the teacher had mentioned about her past. So I tried to comfort her. But the more I comforted her, the more agitated she became, with red eyes saying, "First it was Ulaina, and now it's you. She must treat you like her own son, right? She just doesn't like me. I'm truly speechless. What is this all about?" Qianrenxue suddenly shook her head, as if she had made a certain decision. "Forget it. I don't want to do anything for her anymore. I've been lurking in the Heaven Dou Empire for so many years just to gain her recognition, but what I received in return was indifference and alienation. I'm done. I want to give up. I'm laying it all out." At that moment, I wanted to say, "Sister, have you been possessed by Wang Duoyu? This is a shocking plan to overturn an empire, and you're just going to give up? Your emotions are way too unstable." As I saw her say goodbye and start to walk out, I steeled myself, knowing I couldn't let her leave like this. I rushed over in a single stride, slammed the door shut with a bang, turned to stare at her, and shouted in the most serious tone of my life, "Sit back down." She was startled by my sudden outburst and froze in place. "I told you," she directly asked me at that time. What do you want to do?" I was so angry that I almost laughed. What could I do? I directly grabbed her arm and pushed her back in her seat. I said, "Sister, I just found out about your identity and mission being exposed. You've been acting for so long, and now at the last moment, you say you won't do it anymore? Isn't that just a waste of expression?" And guess what she said? She was quite reasonable and told me, "He doesn't like me, so why should I flatter him?" As soon as I heard this, my fists clenched, and I said, "You can't think like that." She immediately shot back at me, "What do you care?" I took a deep breath and decided to go all out. I said, "You keep acting for me, and I promise you that once the Soul Master competition is over, I will tell you all the secrets I know." But this girl was unyielding. She shot back, "Who cares?" Then her gaze turned cold as she said, "What I want to do the most right now is to kill you and Hulaina together." I laughed at that moment and said, "Sure, go ahead and try." Huh, does she really think I wouldn't dare? As soon as I finished speaking, she suddenly stood up, and her soul power surged out like a floodgate opening. 7 soul rings instantly lit up. Does anyone understand? This girl is really about to make a move. I took 2 steps back, but to be honest, I wasn't scared at all. Just as her overwhelming pressure was about to engulf me, my soul power erupted as well. And just like that, the 7 soul rings, not one more or less, shone brightly in her eyes. And let me tell you, what I unleashed this time was not just soul power. My hidden soul strength, like a 5G signal, instantly enveloped the entire room. She was stunned on the spot, her eyes wide like copper bells, murmuring this is... She certainly knew that 7 soul rings meant a soul sage, but what truly made her legs weak was that invisible, intangible power that could directly grasp her soul. It felt like with just a thought, her soul would be formatted on the spot. I stared at her and said word by word, "Now, can you listen to me properly?" My soul power was like a knife, already pressed against her neck. Soul Saint against Soul Saint? Sorry, but she really doesn't have the qualification to even come close to me here. She was completely stunned. Probably her brain's CPU was fried. Unable to understand how I managed to rise from Soul Sect to Soul Saint in less than 2 months. And even more unable to comprehend what kind of divine power I possessed that made her feel fear from the depths of her soul. There was no other way. She could only call for help, shouting, "If you kill me, my teacher won't let you go." I tell you, at that moment, I really had the intent to kill. On one hand, she wanted to kill Hulaina, which I couldn't tolerate. On the other hand, if she were gone, it would mean Bibi Dong would completely sever her past, which would be nothing but benefits for me. Under my soul pressure, her 7 soul rings shattered like paper, and she collapsed there like a fish on a chopping board. She looked at me with increasingly strange eyes, finally becoming afraid, her voice starting to tremble. "No way. You really want to kill me?" I was silent for a long time, and in the end, I still pulled back that force. I said, "Killing you would indeed put an end to everything, but our lives were given to us by the teacher. So your life and death must also be decided by her." I pulled back my hand, and she immediately collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face, her whole body trembling. Don't be fooled by her usual queenly demeanor. This soul-level blow had completely broken through her psychological defenses. Looking at her pitiful state, I sighed and picked her up, placing her on the bed. I said, "You should rest well. I'm leaving tomorrow. Tonight, you are Qianrenxue, but tomorrow morning, you have to be that Prince Shueqinghe." After saying that, I left the room and stood outside the hotel, feeling the cold wind. I slapped my forehead and cursed. Damn it, what am I doing? Early the next morning, I went directly to gather at the Imperial carriage team. Sure enough, the woman disguised as Shueqinghe was there. So it seemed she had come to terms with it. Sigh, just thinking about traveling with her gave me a headache. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? A hand suddenly slapped my shoulder. I turned around, and to my surprise, it was Zhu Zhuqing. What are you doing here? I was shocked. She explained. His Majesty the Pope sent me to join the main team of the Heaven Dou Empire to help Shui Qinghe win the championship. So we were setting off together today. Just as she was saying this, that so-called imperial fighting team, led by Yu Qianheng, also arrived. Yu Qianheng, the genius from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, strutted over and said to me, Brother Xiao, are you interested in joining our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? His tone was as if he was offering me a meal. I shook my head, too lazy to pay attention to him. A woman next to him introduced herself. I am Dou Yan. As soon as I heard the name, I was a bit surprised and casually asked, are you the granddaughter of Dou? As soon as these words came out, the members of the royal fighting team exploded, pointing at me and saying bold, how dare you directly call out the name of the esteemed poison Douluo? I found it funny at the time and said lightly, sorry. But the poison Douluo wanted to kill me a few days ago, so I can't be polite to him, right? What? Yu Tianheng and Dou Yan were all stunned and quickly asked what happened. I shrugged my shoulders. I was provoked by certain people. Zhu Zhuqing was also startled and nervously asked, what happened next? I shrugged. Isn't the result obvious? He failed. Dou Yan probably recalled the disheartened look of her grandfather from a few days ago, and her gaze towards me changed. I glanced at their team and felt that none of them were capable, so I asked Zhu Zhuqing, by the way, are you really planning to stay in this team? This imperial battle team is too weak, right? Zhu Zhuqing nodded, and there was something in her eyes that I hadn't seen before. She said, over these days, I've gradually understood that the power of a family is ultimately limited. As soon as I heard that, I understood. In front of the spirit hall, any imperial family is just a younger brother. I smiled and said, all right, then we'll meet at the Pope City. As soon as I left, I heard Yu Tianheng behind me complaining, this Xiao Yan has some talent, but he's too arrogant. He won't go far. Meanwhile, in another carriage, Tang San was asking his father Tang Hao, Dad, who exactly is that important person you mentioned? I tell you, Tang Hao's expression was like that of a fanatic, seriously saying, he is a true god. His strength surpasses that of the Pope. Just as the father and son were dreaming of revenge, a sudden loud crash echoed, and the entire convoy came to a halt. The carriage we were in suddenly exploded. I only heard a ShowsDual shout, cut off here. Then there was a loud rumble, and the valleys on both sides collapsed, with rolling boulders forcibly splitting the entire convoy into 3 sections. Tang Hao and the others from the Spirit Hall Academy were trapped right in the middle. Tang Hao's expression darkened instantly. Gripping the Haotian hammer in his hand, he turned to Tang San and said, people from the Spirit Hall, you stay safe. I will handle this. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of people emerged from the opposite side, led by a ShowsDual. But Tang Hao knew this was just an appetizer. Sure enough, at the top of the valley, 3 titled Douluos, Juju Dual, Ghost Dual, and Magic Bear Dual, slowly appeared. Tang Hao looked at them and sneered. Defeated opponents still dare to come? Juju Duo let out a cold laugh and clapped his hands. And on the other side of the valley, Sword Douluo and Bone Duo also stepped out. Good heavens, 5 titled Douluos. This whole setup was just for him. Beside them was Ning Fengji from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, holding his staff, clearly there to buff these 5 individuals. Tang Hao's expression finally changed, but he was still unafraid. Roaring, what nonsense, come on. With the hammer in hand, he charged forward. The sole power of the 6 titled Douluos erupted instantly, shaking the entire valley. We, the contestants, were all stunned. This was not a competition. This was simply a battle of gods. Ning Fengji's support was too powerful. The strength of Juju Duo and the other 5 surged dramatically, and they quickly suppressed Tang Hao. Tang Hao was forced to retreat step by step, eventually spitting out a mouthful of black blood, his aura instantly weakening. Damn the Spirit Hall! Tang Hao roared with blood in his mouth. In the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, one day, you'll be destroyed by the Spirit Hall. Sword Douluo snorted coldly, and a massive soul power greatsword formed. You won't see that day. Saying this, he thrust the sword towards Tang Hao's neck. Just as it seemed he would succeed, suddenly, a strange black energy appeared out of nowhere and instantly devoured that giant sword. Who is it? Everyone was shocked. A sinister voice echoed from the sky. Keek. It seems there are still some powerful beings on this continent. In the sky, a huge black vortex was forming. Juju mustered his courage and asked, who are you? Sir? The voice replied, you don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that today, you cannot take his life. As soon as the words were spoken, a bolt of lightning darker than ink descended from the vortex, striking Tang Hao directly. Tang Hao let out a tragic scream. His whole body began to break apart, skin splitting open to reveal a heart entwined in black lightning. This glow-up was certainly not a good thing. It was like a horror movie scene. Tang San saw his father like this and wanted to rush over. But as soon as he got close to the range of the lightning, he was electrocuted, turning black all over and fainting directly. I looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky and felt something was off. I said to Shui and the others, "Don't move, I'll go take a look." I quietly crept beside Ning Fengji, who looked pale at the scene before him. I patted him and said, "Sect Master Ning, don't worry. Even if a true god comes today, he will have to kneel before me." As I spoke, I summoned the heart fire of the azure lotus in my left hand and the fallen heart flame in my right, preparing to unleash my ultimate move. At that moment, the black lightning in the sky finally stopped. Tang Hao stood up, his eyes filled with black lightning, his body in tatters, with exposed bones turning black. He let out a wild roar at the sky. The pressure he exuded was absurdly strong. Not to mention title Douluo. Even limit Douluo seemed like a chick in front of him. This is bad. His strength exceeds ours by too much. The sword Douluo shouted in terror. Tang Hao looked at the fleeing crowd below, grinning savagely, and with a wave of his hand, a black mist shot out, and a team from one academy was instantly wiped out. Just as he was about to start a massacre, the black mist in the sky suddenly shouted, "Fool! If you kill them, who will be my soul hall's opponent?" Tang Hao was taken aback for a moment and actually stopped, turning his attention to Zhu Douluo and the others. The destructive fire lotus in my hand is almost taking shape, and the terrifying temperature makes Ning Fengji beside me involuntarily step back. Tang Hao finally noticed me and sneered, Xiao Yan, today even your teacher can't save you." I looked up at him and coldly said, "No need for her to come. Today, I will personally take you down." What a boastful kid. A stream of black energy shot towards me at an incredible speed, impossible to dodge. Seventh spirit ability, God of Flame's true body. Without hesitation, a gigantic flame statue rose up to block that attack. It was just a dead soul beast. Tang Hao roared, and the Haotian hammer instantly enlarged 100 times, smashing down towards my flame statue. The flame statue withstood for 30 seconds before finally beginning to crumble. I immediately released my Flame Demon King avatar to distract him while I hid inside the collapsing statue, making my final preparations. Shui and the others were panicking from a distance, searching everywhere for me. The entire valley was now like hell, with magma and giant fire boulders flying everywhere. This little time was enough. The destruction fire lotus in my hand had become exquisite like a piece of art, but the energy contained within was enough to annihilate everything. I leaped and stood atop the crumbling statue of the fire god, shouting, "Tang Hao, come on." He saw the fire lotus in my hand, but didn't take it seriously at all, grinning as he charged toward me. I looked at him and said softly, "Go ahead, destroy the fire lotus." I gently threw the fire lotus out. It didn't fly fast, but Tang Hao charged too quickly. In a second, the fire lotus reached him. The moment it made contact with his body, the calm lotus seat suddenly erupted. Boom! I tell you, that sounded like the entire world was being torn apart. A destructive energy spread through the air, and the sky, which had just been filled with black mist, was instantly engulfed by pale blue flames. The valleys on both sides were flattened by the shockwave, their edges smooth like mirrors. Ning Fengji and the others were stunned, but this energy cleverly bypassed them, not harming them in the slightest. The exploding fire lotus was like a sun, burning away the black mist in the sky completely. And at the center of that explosion, Tang Hao was reduced to nothing, evaporating into thin air. Hundreds of miles away in the Pope's city, several figures simultaneously looked up at the bizarre phenomenon in our sky, their faces filled with disbelief. The golden Douluo and the others stared blankly at the sky. As the brilliant flames continued to explode, raising the temperature of the entire world by several degrees. The competitors several kilometers away were even more dumbfounded, looking up at the sky, probably having never seen such a terrifying scene in their lives. I stand on the edge of the explosion, snorting coldly, considering how quickly you all ran. That kid Tang San has already been taken away by the people from the Spirit Hall Academy amidst the chaos. But to be honest, the power of this destruction fire lotus surprised even me. The entire valley has now turned into flat ground, and there are still hundreds of black spatial cracks in the sky, continuously spewing out violent energy. My flame god, giant, couldn't withstand that blow and was directly blown to pieces. I stood in the middle of the scorched earth, looking around. Wow, what destructive power. I even gave myself a thumbs up. Duo and Duo, with their old faces, looked as if they had seen a ghost, trembling as they floated over. I waved at them, saying it was all taken care of. That old guy Tang Hao was sent away by me once again. Douluo's lips were quivering. Why you? What was that move you just used? It can't possibly be a soul skill. I coolly shook my head. It's self-made, not worth mentioning. So how many times can you use this thing? Just once, to be honest, and it has to be against someone like Ironhead Kid, standing still for me to aim at for a long time. Tang Hao went crazy. Otherwise, how would there be such a good target? As soon as I finished speaking, suddenly, the hair on my body stood on end. A powerful surge of soul power erupted, and a sinister laughter echoed. Hee hee. As expected of the remnants of the Flame Emperor. Quite interesting. A man with black hair just appeared out of thin air in front of us. I tell you, the moment I saw him, I felt uncomfortable all over, as if the word enemy was engraved in my DNA. Who are you? I asked. The guy smiled with a twisted grin and said, I am the master of the Soul Palace. That useless Tang Hao, even with such strong power, he can't get up. How about, Flame Emperor, let us form an alliance? I directly refused. Get lost. I feel cursed just being associated with you bunch of evil soul masters. Evil soul masters? He laughed, a creepy smile, saying it was just a nickname given by weaklings to the strong. What we want to do is change the world. Make the entire Douluo continent ascend and merge with the Divine Realm. Divine Realm? My heart skipped a beat. This Hall Master of the Spirit Hall started his brainwashing speech like a madman, saying that the Divine Realm had already been taken over by his family's Soul Clan's Heavenly Emperor, and he just accidentally fell here. As long as he had enough power, he could take the entire continent with him. And then even the ultimate Douluo would be nothing but a younger brother. Spirit Hall, Soul Clan. Let me tell you, my head buzzed and exploded. A bunch of chaotic images flashed by. A blood-red giant pool, a knife that could kill an emperor, and this ruler in my hand. The Hall Master saw my strange expression and smiled even more smugly. Remember now? Back in the day, you fought with my family's Heavenly Emperor, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack, creating several rifts in different worlds. And the Douluo continent was one of them. That so-called demon flame volcano was created by you casually smashing it with a ruler. The few Douluo beside me all had their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Family, who understands? Was I really that amazing before? Even a casual strike can create a volcano? That guy is still rambling. If you were at full strength, just a breath would destroy this continent. What a pity. You are now just a remnant soul, while my great emperor is about to reach his peak again. So, cooperating with me is your only way to survive. I let out a cold laugh as fragments of memories began to piece together. I remember that when I fought against the Soul Emperor, you seem to have been thrown into that blood pool as a sacrifice, just like garbage, right? His expression stiffened, and he nodded slightly. It seems you remember quite a bit. You treated him like a rag, and yet you still serve him? To be a part of the Emperor is my honor. Suddenly, he broke down, roaring at me. But what about you? In over 30 years, you went from a useless person to a fighting emperor. What right do you have? I took a step forward, directly overwhelming with momentum. Wait until my memory fully recovers. Then I'll answer your philosophical question. But since you're here today, don't leave. Stay with me? He scoffed. Do you think I came unprepared? As soon as he finished speaking, 10 dark figures suddenly appeared behind him. Each of their auras was on the level of a tidal Douluo. I can easily create a tidal Douluo. What do you have to fight me with? He arrogantly flew into the air. Enjoy yourselves slowly. I'm going to participate in the Soul Master competition. That useless Tang Hao messed things up, so I have to handle it personally. I was completely dumbfounded. 10 level 95 tidal Douluos. I just finished using my ultimate skill, and now I'm in the cool-down period. How are we supposed to fight? That old man Douluo is really fierce, standing in front and saying, I'll hold off for. Douluo also stepped up. I can handle too. Secmaster, activate the buff. Ning Fengji quickly boosted the entire team status, but we had just finished a tough battle, and everyone was injured, so our condition was terrible. The Soul Hall's leader sneered and casually mentioned that they had captured 2 of our spies before disappearing. Douluo's expression changed, saying that something must have happened to Cichlid and Serpent Spear Douluo. All seniors, give it your all. I shouted, activating all 7 soul rings. Today, it's either their death or ours. This battle was chaotic and tumultuous. Ning Fengji's support was truly exceptional, managing to maximize the combat power of our ragtag group. Douluo fought like a madman, risking his injuries to take down 2 enemies. The fiery giant I summoned also tightly entangled one opponent. Douluo and Dou were also going all out, turning the entire battlefield into a mess. Fortunately, although the opposing sudden title Douluos were high level, their combat experience couldn't compare to our seasoned veterans. After a stalemate of more than 10 minutes, we finally began to counterattack. The scales of victory slowly tipped in our favor, and when the remaining 5 saw the situation was bad, they turned to flee. Douluo and Douluo wouldn't let them escape and chased after them. My soul power was depleted, so I could only command the fiery giant to help while staying close to Ning, Fengji, and Douluo. Despite being heavily injured, we finally managed to take them down. Douluo sat down on the ground, his face pale. The old man was already advanced in age, and just now, to protect us, his heart was pierced by a chain from an evil soul master. Although Ning, Fengji desperately healed him, he was injured at his core, and his time was probably running out. Ning Fengji's eyes were red as he supported him, repeatedly saying he would mobilize the entire sect to heal him. Another 2 hours later, the 5 who had fled were all captured again. I used my 3,000 flames to heat the iron chains, directly burning through their phalange bones and crippling their soul power. Douluo looked at these captives, his face darkened, saying that this kind of casually creating title Douluos was simply unheard of. I feel as clear as a mirror in my heart. I and the Soul Palace Master are simply not people from this world. Our power is a dimensional strike against this world. I explained to them that these people are primarily focused on cybernetic bodies, which look impressive but are actually exchanged for lives, as their bodies will face rejection within months. Moreover, their soul rings are all fake. As long as the soul power is sufficient, forget about 10,000 years, they could even create soul rings of millions of years. This explanation finally brought some balance to Douluo and the others. Otherwise, it would have been too frustrating to spend a lifetime training only to be surpassed by mass-produced individuals. After that, we reorganized the team and set off towards the Pope city. I returned to the carriage of the Tian Shui Academy, too tired to say a word. Shui, Binger, and the others looked at me like I was a monster when they saw I returned safely. Upon arriving at the Pope city, I directly told the girls from Tian Shui, "You all find a place to stay first. I have something to do. I'll come find you on the day of the finals. If you need anything, just report my name at the Pope's palace." Seeing their jaws almost drop to the ground was quite something. I arrived at the Pope's palace with great familiarity. Douluo had already made arrangements, and the Knights of the Temple directly led me inside. Wow! All the title Douluo from the Spirit Hall were basically present, and when they saw a young person like me, they looked at me as if I were a rare animal. I released my soul power, level 78, an 18-year-old soul saint, which immediately commanded the attention of the entire room. Douluo brought me to the entrance of Bibi Dong's palace and told me to go in by myself, saying she had been waiting for me. I pushed the door open and saw Bibi Dong sitting on the throne with her eyes closed, exuding that queenly aura just as strong as ever. I remember the last time I was here was 4 years ago. I smiled and said something. She opened her eyes, her gaze a bit complex, and beckoned me over. "Come here. Let me see how far you've come now." I'm not being polite either. I took a few steps up to the high platform and directly sat on the armrest of her throne. She grabbed my arm, and the blue lotus mark on her arm lit up as if greeting my. "That earth-shattering explosion a few days ago was caused by you, right?" she asked. I nodded. Tang Hao was strengthened into a god by the people of the Spirit Hall, and without using a big move, it couldn't be resolved at all. I told her about the fusion of the blue lotus earth core fire and the fallen heart flame, calling that move the destruction fire lotus. When she heard this, her face turned pale. "Is that the one from the cave that day? The one where we almost perished together?" I awkwardly nodded. She gave my hand a light slap and said, "I knew you'd get me into trouble." As we chatted, the atmosphere turned serious. I told her that the Hall Master of the Soul Hall could mass-produce title Douluos and even forcibly elevate people to god level. This situation is too tricky. Although my fire lotus can kill gods, it requires time to prepare. And not every god is as foolish as Tang Hao to just stand there and let me unleash my skills. Now, the old guys in the Elder Hall also know about your existence. Bibi Dong is looking at me. "Are you scared?" I let out a cold laugh. "Afraid? With the great enemy at hand, do they still have time for internal strife? If they really dare to have crooked thoughts, I'll just create a big treasure again, and we can all send it together." Bibi Dong nodded in approval. She had been annoyed with that group of Qian Dalu for a long time. Just then, a side door opened, and a blond man walked out with star-like eyebrows and sharp eyes, looking serious. The aura he exuded was, I tell you, incredibly strong. Definitely a super Douluo. However, the moment this old man opened his mouth, I almost vomited up the food I ate yesterday. He pointed at Bibi Dong's nose and started ranting, saying something about how the little punks from the spirit hall didn't deserve us to go all out. Goodness, with that commanding demeanor. Anyone who didn't know would think he was the Pope. He also said something like, "Bibi, you messed up the spirit hall, and our seclusion is not for you to mess around with." I was standing right behind Bibi Dong at the time, and I could see everything clearly. Bibi Dong's face suddenly turned cold, her gaze sharp as a knife, and she said, "Oh, so this is Xiao Yan coming back, especially here to put me on guard? You don't really think I'm afraid of that bunch of old fossils in the Elder Hall, do you?" I have to say, this is when Xiao Yan's prowess really shows. He takes a step forward and leisurely says, "Teacher, to defend against external threats, we must first stabilize internal affairs. If this old man is from the Elder Hall, I think it would be better to deal with him right here to prevent him from causing us trouble in the future. Family members, who understands?" As soon as these words were spoken, the golden-haired old man's face turned as red as liver, trembling all over, pointing at Xiao Yan and shouting, arrogant, "Didn't your teacher teach you how to be a person?" But Xiao Yan completely ignored his outburst and continued, "Am I wrong? The entire continent knows that our common enemy is the Soul Hall and those evil soul masters. Yet you all are busy scheming against each other and suppressing the Pope Hall. If a real battle breaks out, how is your behavior any different from treason? This verbal attack, I would call it the strongest." After hearing this, Bibi Dong let out a cold laugh, waved her hand at the old man as if swatting away a fly, and said, "Go back where you came from. I don't expect you to help fight the evil soul masters. Just don't drag me down from behind." The old man was completely enraged, trembling with anger, and shouted, "Bibi Dong, and you this junior, do you understand the consequences of humiliating me like this today?" Xiao Yan stepped forward, standing side by side with Bibi Dong, his gaze icy enough to freeze shards of ice. "If you don't mention consequences, you might leave here alive today. But if you dare to talk about revenge, then it's safer for you to die here." I was shocked when I heard it, thinking to myself, dude, did you just get your mouth blessed? The main point is to listen to advice. If you want me to consider the consequences, I'll just directly crush the consequences in the cradle. The golden crocodile Douluo exploded completely, his soul power bursting out with a roar, arrogant. "Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your teacher." Bibi Dong quickly reached out to pull Xiao Yan back, saying, "Step back. Let me handle this. This guy is level 98, not someone you can confront head-on right now." But Xiao Yan gently grabbed her arm, and the look in his eyes was incredibly determined. "Teacher, let me do it. Trust me." Bibi Dong hesitated for 2 seconds looking at him, and actually nodded. In that instant, the old man moved, without warning. His 9th soul skill unleashed a large halo that enveloped both Xiao Yan and Bibi Dong. His plan was to trap Bibi Dong for several seconds and then eliminate Xiao Yan. "This junior," in a flash. He muttered, "A title to law against a soul saint, the advantage is mine." Kid despair. Seeing the situation, Bibi Dong realized it was bad. Her 18 soul rings exploded instantly, frantically tearing at that halo. But the old man had already grinned and rushed in front of Xiao Yan, his hand turning into a claw, heading straight for Xiao Yan's neck, clearly aiming for a one-hit kill. What he didn't expect was that at that moment, Xiao Yan had a cold smile on his lips. Just as the claw was about to touch Xiao Yan's neck, a terrifying soul power suddenly erupted. The old man's mind buzzed, and his movements slowed for half a beat. In that half beat, the Xuanzhong ruler appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. The 1st and 3rd soul skills were activated directly, and then a technique I had never seen before was unleashed. The 6 Harmonies body ruler. Damn, that power is incredible. It's several times stronger than that previous technique. The old man's sneer instantly turned into fear as he hurriedly used his soul power to protect himself. But that defense was as fragile as paper and shattered with a snap. He was directly blasted away for dozens of meters by that strike, crashing through 2 walls before finally stopping, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Struggling to stand up, he licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes becoming even fiercer. "Good kid, you've intensified my killing intent towards you." At this moment, Bibi Dong also broke free from the halo and was about to make a move, but Xiao Yan shot her a glance, signaling her not to act. Seeing that Bibi Dong didn't move, the golden crocodile Douluo felt quite disdainful. Thinking to himself that this woman was nothing special and really believed this kid could defeat him, he made up his mind, maxing out his speed and charging forward again, this time with even more killing intent and fiercer moves. And the result? When he struck, he hit nothing but an afterimage. 3,000 thunder movements. Xiao Yan transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing like a ghost at his side. The old man hadn't reacted yet when he saw Xiao Yan forming an incredibly complex hand seal, and then a massive energy imprint slammed into his chest. Imperial Seal Art. Ground cover seal. Boom! Another loud crash, and the golden crocodile Doulo's chest caved in significantly, flying backward like a kite with a broken string, smashing hard against the palace door and leaving a long trail of blood, fainting on the spot. Just as Xiao Yan prepared to deliver a finishing blow, a golden figure suddenly appeared in front of him, exuding an aura even stronger than that old man. Dalu, this old guy finally showed up. He blocked Xiao Yan and said in a deep voice, "Kid, this is where it ends. We are all from the spirit hall, why bother?" He thought that by showing up, he could stabilize the situation and even promised Xiao Yan, "If you let the golden crocodile go today, I guarantee the elder hall won't trouble you again." Xiao Yan obediently put away the heavy Xian ruler, a hint of regret on his face, saying, "Senior, if you had come out earlier, we wouldn't have had a fight, right? What a pity, you're a bit late." Dalu was taken aback. "What do you mean late?" Xiao Yan smiled mysteriously. "You coming out is indeed a bit late." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone failed to notice a purple-black flame. The 3,000 flame of Yin Yin, quietly emerging from the ground and instantly engulfing the unconscious golden crocodile Douluo. The temperature of that flame was absurdly high, burning a super Douluo to a point of no return in just 1 second, even melting a large hole in the iron door of the palace. Dalu was dumbfounded at the scene, and by the time he reacted, the golden crocodile Douluo was almost reduced to ashes. Dou rushed in upon hearing the commotion, just in time to see this scene, quickly standing between Xiao Yan and Dalu, afraid that Dalu would lash out. Bibi Dong was also momentarily stunned, but her reaction was incredibly quick. Before the trembling Dalu could speak, she said first, "The golden crocodile Douluo conspired to rebel and even attempted to kill my student, but was accidentally killed by my student. This matter is settled." At that moment, I was silently applauding Bibi Dong in my heart. What incredible excuse she found. Dalu was left speechless by her words, pointing at Xiao Yan and Bibi Dong for a long time, but in the end, he could only flick his sleeve and walk away in frustration. Of course, with Bibi Dong here and Douluo clearly taking sides, what could he do? If he kept fighting, he might not end up well himself. Once he left, Bibi Dong had Douluo clean up the mess, changing the door and the carpet. Then she led Xiao Yan towards the back hall, and her gaze was, let me tell you, extremely complicated, both admiring and a bit fearful. As they walked, Xiao Yan proudly asked, "Teacher, how is my current strength?" Bibi Dong suppressed a laugh and calmly said, "All right, I admit, you are indeed very strong now." Xiao Yan was still not satisfied and quietly asked, "Is that all?" Bibi Dong stopped, turned around with a smile, and asked, "So, what else do you want to do?" Xiao Yan was caught off guard by the question, his face turning red. Bibi Dong sighed, suddenly stepped forward, resting her forehead against Xiao Yan's and hugged him tightly, whispering in his ear, "Look in my eyes. Are you still sad like this? Oh my, the atmosphere. That distance, let me tell you, it was simply intense." Just at this crucial moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Xiao Yan, what are you two doing? Hulaina, why did she have to come at this time?" At that time, Xiao Yan and I were both trying to act calm after separating at lightning speed. Hulaina pointed at us with her eyes wide open. "You two were just hugging." Xiao Yan shook his head frantically. "No, you must have seen it wrong." Bibi Dong was even more ruthless. She went straight up to touch Hulaina's forehead and sighed. "Nana, have you been eating too much junk food lately? Are you hallucinating?" The two of them played off each other so well that they completely confused Hulaina, who was eventually dragged by Bibi Dong to the back hall for a meeting, where she said they needed to discuss the Soul Master competition. Once in the back hall, Bibi Dong finally got to the point. It turned out that the mysterious Soul Hall Academy had infiltrated the participating teams of the Star Luo Empire and intended to compete in the tournament. Moreover, Bibi Dong warned us that the master of the Soul Hall could use a method that consumed lifespan to instantly elevate ordinary Soul Masters to title de law, and the contestants might include such monsters. Hulaina was shocked at the time. Then Xiao Yan calmly took out 2 small jade bottles from his ring and said, "Teacher, I've also developed pills that can quickly enhance strength. The Soul King pill and the Soul Emperor pill, with no side effects. Taking one can elevate several levels." He first gave Hulaina a few pills, making her so excited that she jumped around like an idiot, probably off to find a place to take them. Once Hulaina left, Xiao Yan directly handed a ring to Bibi Dong, saying, "There are thousands of each pill inside. Enough for our spirit hall to mass-produce 200 soul saints." Bibi Dong was so moved at that moment. This was not just any pill. This was a trump card to change fate. She looked at Xiao Yan, excited and speechless, and finally couldn't help herself, gently hugging him and whispering in his ear, "Thank you." Xiao Yan also hugged her back and quietly said, "There is no need for us to say these things." Bibi Dong hummed softly in his ear and said, "I just want to say it. Otherwise, how would you know my feelings? Oh my, who understands this emotional value?" It was like a roller coaster. Just a second ago, we were being affectionate, and the next moment, Xiao Yan, this guy, opened his mouth at the wrong time, cleared his throat twice, and actually asked, "Teacher, I remember you said you have a daughter." Crash. The teacup in Bibi Dong's hand shattered instantly. Her face darkened, and her entire aura changed from spring to the Siberian winter. She coldly asked, "Do you know who she is?" Xiao Yan nodded. Bibi Dong's reaction was even more intense than I imagined. She almost shouted, "I have never regarded her as my daughter. She is Qian Xuanji's daughter, the granddaughter of Qian Dalu. With her around, I could rightfully absorb Qian Xuanji and become the pope. After that, she has nothing to do with me." She even grabbed Xiao Yan's arm, her expression slightly frantic. "Why don't you kill her for me? If you kill her, I can sever all past ties, and we can truly be together." Xiao Yan was so frightened by her state that he took 2 steps back and frowned. "Teacher, think it through. She is not just Qian Rinxue now. She is also the crown prince of the Heaven Dou Empire, Shuqinghe." Bibi Dong, however, steadied herself, but her tone was still filled with hatred. "So what? Because she is my shame? Do you understand?" I told her. When those words came out of her mouth, my heart twisted into a knot. I quickly held her down and said, "Sister, calm down. You're getting carried away. If you really deal with Qian Rinxue, that old man Qian Dalu won't just let it go. By then, the Elder Hall and the Heavenly Dou Empire will be in chaos, and our whole plan will collapse." Well, my words seemed to awaken her. She realized she had just lost control. Mainly, this matter was brought up by me, as if I had personally uncovered her deepest scar. How could she not be on guard? She took a couple of steps back with a bit of lethargy and said, "Then, let's spare her life for now." As soon as I saw the opportunity, I quickly urged, "You guys need to come to an understanding about your relationship. It can't just stay like this." As a result, she suddenly said softly, "Xiao Yan, I'm no longer a complete person." I was furious at that moment and interrupted her directly. "Teacher, why bring this up? That beast's ashes have already been scattered. This matter has long been settled. Bringing it up again is just asking for trouble." I assented. She was taken aback for a moment, lowered her head, and said softly, "I thought you would care." Of course I care. Let me tell you, I was really gritting my teeth when I said that. If that old bastard King Sunji were still alive, I would guarantee to grind his bones to dust. Unfortunately, he died too cleanly, leaving no grave, so there's no place to dig him up. A fierce light also appeared in her eyes, and she said fiercely, "That's right. As long as I'm here, his tablet will never enter the Douluo Hall." I quickly brought the topic back. "So, you can't blame the child for this. If you want to hate someone, hate Qian Dalu. You can even kill him. But Qian Rinxue, aside from you, she is the most innocent one." She looked up at me, her eyes very complicated. "Can you accept her?" I shook my head without thinking. "No." She was taken aback. "Then why did you advise me? Isn't there any necessary connection here?" I quickly explained, "Sister, she is your daughter, not mine. What am I supposed to accept about that? What's the difference? Not now, and in the future. It will never be possible." I hurriedly waved my hand, afraid she would misunderstand, thinking it had anything to do with me. She's over 10 years older than me. After hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she hid it well. She must be thinking that this guy still can't fully accept me. However, she didn't say anything, probably thinking that I'm still young and who knows what might happen in the future. Who understands family matters? She has completely misunderstood. It's not that I don't accept her. I just feel that the generational hierarchy is too messy. She is my teacher, and Qian Rinxue is her daughter. So what does that make me? I can't let her call me dad, right? That image is too beautiful for me to even imagine. We remained silent for a while, and finally, she spoke first. "It's getting dark. Where are you going to sleep tonight?" I scratched my head. "I should go outside." "Outside?" She pretended to be very disappointed on purpose. "Not sleeping here with me?" At that moment, my mind just froze. Of course I wanted to, but my mouth felt like it was glued shut, and I just mumbled an aha. And guess what? She took the initiative. She extended her index finger and lightly traced it on my chest, and the sound was unbelievable. Why be insincere? Stay with me. I haven't talked to anyone up close like this in a long time. Bro, who can resist that? I just surrendered and nodded stupidly. Anyway, I had nowhere to go after leaving, and isn't this exactly what I wanted? I cleared my throat and said very seriously, "Teacher, I hope to trouble you a lot tonight." She chuckled and gave me a sideways glance. Humph, haven't you offended me enough already? Now you're trying to act like a gentleman. As soon as I heard this, I gained some courage. All right, since you, teacher, have said so, I won't pretend anymore. The next day, as soon as I opened my eyes, there she was, lying on her side, propping up her head and looking at me. I don't know how long she had been staring. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly closed my eyes again, trying to pretend to be asleep. But my movements were too exaggerated and directly gave me away. Once I woke up, I opened my eyes, and her voice was filled with amusement, asking if I wanted to go back to sleep. I could only awkwardly open my eyes and slowly crawl out of bed. Let me tell you, my whole body is so sore, it's even more exhausting than a day of training. I feel completely drained. Get up quickly, there's a lot to do today. She got out of bed and threw a set of clothes at me, saying that since you're here, you shouldn't be dressed like a monk. This is the uniform of the elders of the Spirit Hall, but I've made some adjustments for you. I had it ready for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be able to wear it so soon. I took the clothes, and my heart felt so warm. She had actually prepared them for me in advance. I felt a bit awkward holding the clothes. Teacher, should I change here while you watch? She raised an eyebrow. Can I stay here? Of course you can. My survival instinct kicked in instantly. Speaking of which, she sat on the edge of the bed, shaking her head helplessly. You kept calling me teacher last night, making me feel so guilty. From now on, I hope you just call me by my name. Teacher. Isn't that inappropriate? It's too rebellious. I quickly shook my head. She retorted with annoyance. Do you think your behavior last night was really respectful to your teacher? I woke up today, feeling like my bones were about to fall apart. How can you, a soul saint, have such ridiculous physical strength? I can only explain. It's all thanks to the exotic fire. When I absorbed the 3000 flame of the 3000, my body was modified once, and my strength has long surpassed that of an ordinary title Douluo. Later, with the bone spirit cold fire, I was forged inside and out through the ice and fire duality, so that's how it is, she pondered. And I feel that your soul power is much stronger than before. Well, my memory has also recovered a bit. I casually shared the secret of my soul power with her. This thing also has levels: mortal realm, spirit realm, heaven realm, emperor realm, and each realm is further divided into several subdivisions. So what realm are you in now? She asked curiously. I estimated and said with some embarrassment, it's just barely manageable. I would say it's an entry level for the ordinary realm, not even reaching the initial stage. What? She was taken aback, probably thinking that if the entry level is this formidable, then what kind of earth-shattering existence must be at the imperial realm? Her biggest concern came true, as my past gradually surfaced with the recovery of my strength. However, she was very clever and didn't ask further, and I didn't continue to speak either. I put on the magnificent robe she prepared for me, and she even squatted down to help me tie the straps on my legs. Let me tell you, this treatment is probably unique to me across the entire continent. When you leave the papal chamber, take off the outer robe. No one recognizes the clothes underneath, she advised. But today you have a lot on your plate, so you probably want to have the chance to go out. If I don't go out, then I want to go out. It's best to be by your side, I said with a grin. She shot me a glare. You little lecher. Hurry up and wait for me in the Great Hall. I quickly composed myself and asked, is there anything important happening today? She replied, there's a general meeting. All the elders and platinum bishops from various places are here. I had him notify everyone after returning from Chrysanthemum Pass. Do I have to go too? I was shocked. I thought I would have to wait until after the Soul Master competition to make my official debut. With your current strength, it doesn't matter whether you participate in that competition or not. She saw right through my thoughts. I nodded, but still felt a bit helpless. I promised Tinshui Academy that I would help them achieve a good ranking. I still have to participate in the competition, but I will suppress my strength to the soul sect level and won't use my soul power. You really teamed up with those little girls? She frowned, clearly a bit displeased. I quickly explained, time is tight. In Tiando City, the only strong team I know is them, so we have to make do. It's already good enough for Tinshui Academy to make it into the top 10, but with you here, winning against the Spirit Hall Academy shouldn't be too difficult. She nodded. I wasn't planning to have you withdraw from the competition anyway. This time, your biggest enemy is that group from the Spirit Hall Academy. As soon as I heard that, my goal became clear. It would be best to face them in the semifinals and crush them directly. She then asked, the Dean of the Water Academy is quite bold, allowing you to compete and take first place. Isn't she afraid her academy will be overwhelmed? I feel a bit embarrassed to say. I promised her that as long as we win the championship, Tinshui College will open a branch in the Holy City. She shook her head in annoyance. You really know how to give me trouble. I shrugged my shoulders and thought, anyway, the Pope City is so big. It wouldn't hurt to add another academy. There's enough space. Whether it can be established depends on their own abilities. I didn't expect her to agree. After all, the Tianshui Academy is a quality asset, and having it right at our doorstep means that outstanding graduates will have the advantage. Seeing that she didn't oppose, I breathed a sigh of relief, bid her farewell, and headed to the Pope's hall first. Goodness. Inside the hall were just Jude Douluo and a few resident title Douluo elders. I glanced at the new door and couldn't help but comment. Pretty efficient. The door was installed in just half a day. As soon as those elders saw me, they all saluted in unison. I quickly returned the gesture, puzzled about why they were being so polite to me today. Later I found out that Jude Douluo had revealed yesterday that I had single-handedly killed the golden crocodile Douluo. And now these old men looked at me as if I were a monster, no longer daring to treat me like a junior. I waited for more than 10 minutes before Bibi Dong, dressed in a magnificent pope robe and holding a scepter, walked out from the back. The elders hurriedly bowed, their attitude showing more fear towards her than towards me. "Why are there only a few of you?" she asked with a frown. "The other elders and bishops are waiting outside the hall," Jude Douluo explained. "Have them come in." "Is no one coming from the Douluo hall?" "You Douluo did." "Normally, for such a conference, the Douluo hall should send someone. It used to be the golden crocodile Douluo, but now that he is gone, they must have sent someone else today. Do I still need to invite them?" Bibi Dong snorted coldly. As soon as her words fell, the side door was pushed open with a bang, and that old man Dalu walked in with a dark face. He first glared at Bibi Dong, then turned his gaze to me, asking in a sarcastic tone, "Xiao Yan, why are you here too?" I directly retorted, "Can I be here? This is a meeting that only the worshippers, elders, and bishops can attend. Who do you think you are?" Dalu strode forward aggressively. "Pope. If even this junior can participate, what value does this meeting have?" Bibi Dong immediately fired back. "Old man, explain to me what you mean by value. Was the golden crocodile Douluo's death not fast enough yesterday?" Dalu was almost choked up, but when he saw the elders standing on Bibi Dong's side, he couldn't make a scene. I became even less accommodating towards him, walking directly in front of him and saying face to face, "If you think I, Xiao Yan, lack value, feel free to take action and throw me out. I guarantee no one will interfere." Dalu clenched his fists. Of course he wanted to act, but he didn't dare to take that gamble. I am someone who can be heavy-handed, and if he can't defeat me, he would either die today or be seriously injured. This feeling of everything being out of control made him very uneasy. Sharp-tongued little brat, I want to see what kind of tricks you can pull." In the end, he backed down and retreated to the side. At this moment, the door opened and the bishops and elders from various places poured in, over 100 people, all at least Soul Saint level 75, who all knelt down to Bibi Dong in unison. "Get up," Bibi Dong waved her hand. "I believe you all understand the purpose of calling you here." Everyone nodded. The matter of the evil soul masters had spread far and wide. "Elder Ju, please detail it." Elder Ju stepped to the front and said to the people below, 3 months ago, we discovered evil soul masters in Stardou City, but they were just small fry. However, this time it's different. The lair of the evil soul masters is in the extreme cold region of the Heaven Dou Empire, and the organization is called the Hall of Souls. Their Hall Master has strength that surpasses limit Douluo and can forcibly elevate ordinary soul masters to title Douluo, although the cost is that they can only live for a few months. This threat is truly enormous. What? The crowd erupted in chaos. Mass-producing title Douluo. What does that even mean? How can we fight against that? Dalu looked disdainful from the side, probably thinking that these hastily produced title Douluo were worthless. Someone panicked on the spot. Then our spirit hall won't be a match. 100 title Douluo in a few months is enough to flatten us. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. Elder Ju has exaggerated. These worthless title Douluo have real combat power comparable to high-level soul Douluo. Elder Ju has already fought them a few days ago. Elder Ju was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized that the Pope was trying to stabilize the morale. He immediately responded, "That's right. His Holiness the Pope is correct. With my strength, I can definitely kill one within 5 moves. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Next, Ghost Douluo stepped forward to add, "A few days ago, we ambushed the Hall of Souls in conjunction with the 7-treasure glazed tile school, killing 7 of their title Douluo and capturing 3 alive. During interrogation, we learned that these people are all desperate individuals who joined the Hall of Souls for power." Bibi Dong seized the key point and immediately ordered, "From today onwards, no living witnesses will be left in the prisons of each sub-hall. Regardless of the crime, all will be executed secretly. Not a single whisper of this can leak out. Those causing chaos in various places will be killed without mercy. cut off the source of the evil soul masters from the root. As soon as this order was given, the expressions of the people below varied. Some felt it was too ruthless, but most expressed support. After all, very few people who had made it to this position were soft-hearted. Saruth was the first to stand up and pledge loyalty. His Holiness the Pope is wise. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be employed. It is better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one escape. With him leading the way, everyone understood the stakes and expressed their determination to carry it out. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction and gave me a glance, signaling me to come up. I walked up to her, and she whispered a few words in my ear. After listening, I nodded. I understand, but it's better if you announce this news yourself, and I'll add some details. She agreed, stood up, and said to everyone, there is one more important thing. For rapidly increasing our strength, our spirit hall also has its own methods. As she spoke, she took out 2 small jade bottles from the soul guiding device. These are called Soul King pills and Soul Emperor pills. Eating a Soul King pill can elevate one by 3 to 6 levels, while a Soul Emperor pill can elevate one by 2 to 5 levels. And they can be used repeatedly with no side effects. What? This news is even more explosive than the previous one about the evil spirit masters. All the bishops and elders' eyes turned green, and their breaths became heavy. Now we have over 1,000 of each Soul King and Soul Emperor pills. If Bibi Dong continues to increase the stakes, with proper distribution, our spirit hall can at least gain 300 more soul saints. Therefore, I need all branches to take immediate action, go to the major soul beast forests, and bring back 10,000-year soul beasts for me. Immediately, someone couldn't hold back and cautiously asked, Your Holiness, can we get some of those pills? Before Bibi Dong could respond, I gently tugged at her sleeve and nodded at her. She immediately understood and said loudly, Rest assured, as long as you all work diligently, the pills will naturally be yours. Thank you, Your Holiness. The crowd was so excited that they almost knelt down. Bibi Dong placed her hand on my shoulder and introduced to everyone. These pills were refined by Xiao Yan. He is my student, but outsiders are unaware of this. All eyes instantly focused on me. I cleared my throat and stepped forward. Everyone, I won't say too much. I can refine more elixirs, but I have limited energy working alone. Moreover, the elixirs I'm studying are not just this one. Saying this, I took out a handful of colorful elixirs from my storage ring and introduced them one by one. This one restores mana during battle, suitable for those below Soul King. This deep blue one can be used by ShowsDual, instantly recovering a large portion of soul power. And these, some can forcibly enhance strength, some can heal quickly, and some can accelerate cultivation. Every time I mention one type, the eyes of the audience heat up a bit more. In the end, even Dalu feels a sense of shock. He knows that if these pills can really be popularized, the overall strength of the Spirit Hall would at least double. Bibi Dong looks at me in surprise, not even aware of the many tricks I've been working on behind the scenes. However, I quickly changed my tone, stating that it is unrealistic for me to meet the needs of the entire Spirit Hall on my own. Therefore, I need everyone's help. I scanned the entire venue and finally looked at Bibi Dong. She immediately expressed her stance. Whatever you want to do, I will fully support you. I laughed. I need some fire attribute soul masters, preferably with a bit of wood attribute, to help me refine pills. That's right. I want to create a brand new profession on this Douluo continent called alchemist. I want to establish our own alchemist teams in every branch hall. As soon as I said this, the crowd below erupted. It was like installing an engine in every branch. I felt a bit embarrassed and said to Bidong, I just thought of it too. I originally thought that over 1,000 pills would be enough, but now it seems like just a drop in the bucket. She sighed. That's a good idea, but it's not easy to implement. I nodded and said to everyone, First, we need medicinal materials. Many rare medicinal herbs are found deep in the Soul Beast Forest, and collecting them is very dangerous. In the early stages, we need professional doctors and powerful soul masters as escorts. No problem. We will send people. The crowd responded in unison. Next, I continued. Each branch hall must set up a special department, which I will temporarily call the Dan Hall. The Dan Hall is responsible for managing the inventory of medicinal materials, and all Dan Halls in the branch halls must communicate and share resources. The Stardow branch hall has abundant resources due to its proximity to the Great Forest, so it can allocate more. Some branch halls are located in prosperous areas and have money, so they can purchase more. Ultimately, all resources will be gathered in the Pope City, where the Central Dan Hall headquarters will allocate them uniformly. My plan, similar to the internet, left these ancient people completely bewildered. Although some of the resource-rich leaders were a bit reluctant, They dared not speak up in the face of the overall trend. After listening, Bibi Dong looked at me differently. She didn't expect that besides being strong, I also had such business acumen. Sherlin Tan, below, was even more amused and distressed. When I mentioned this to him back in Stardust City, he thought I was just a child making a fuss and ignored me. Now he was regretting it deeply. Dalu, listening from the side, felt a shock in his heart. He knew he was truly getting old. If the Dan Hall really got up and running, the most sought-after profession in the future continent would be alchemist, and even his angelic position would have to take a back seat. This move was a dimensional strike. Good. This matter is feasible. Bibi Dong made a decisive call, and from today onwards, everyone should start preparing. First, build the headquarters of the Dan Hall in the Pope City. The bishops responded in unison, each one looking energized. Today's meeting came to an end, and Bibi Dong finally turned her gaze to Dalu, coldly asking, I wonder if Grand Priest Dalu has any advice? Of course, she was just being polite. Everyone knew who was in charge now. Dalu's face was almost green with anger. Let me tell you, he was incredibly upset, but what could he do? In front of so many people, Bibi Dong directly shoved the microphone in front of him. Elder, when the time comes to confront the evil soul masters, you can't just slack off. Good heavens. This was simply moral coercion. Could Dalu refuse? Did he not care about his face? He could only grit his teeth and nod in agreement. I could imagine him internally ranting, this brat is setting traps everywhere, waiting for me to jump in, seeing the old man's expression as if he had eaten a fly. Bibi Dong was almost bursting with laughter inside. Hey, this is how you deal with these old fellows. However they suppressed her before, now she would return it double. Once this matter was settled, Bibi Dong and I left first. She directly handed over the trivial matters of the Wuhuan Hall to Douluo and the others, becoming a hands-off manager. On the way, I kept pondering my Dan Hall plan. Bibi Dong noticed, and of course, fully supported it. Let me tell you, from today onwards, besides Soul Masters, there would be another father figure on Douluo Continent called Alchemist. And I, Xiao Yan, am the founder of this profession. However, she also had doubts in her heart. With all these pills and formulas, it seemed like I was cheating. Did I really come up with this myself? This stuff? Others study their whole lives and still can't figure it out, yet I went from 0 to 100 in just a few years. Is that reasonable? Of course. It's not reasonable. This is all the old knowledge I had when I was the Flame Emperor. Every time I got a new, it felt like decompressing in my brain, automatically generating a bunch of formulas and techniques. What could I tell her about this? Including my true teacher, Yao Lao. Now is not the right time. Bibi Dong is also a smart person. She didn't ask directly, but instead praised me in a roundabout way. If it weren't for you, this time with the evil soul masters would have been really difficult to handle. I can only smile bitterly. Who understands my family? This mess is actually mine. Teacher, if it weren't for me, these evil soul masters might not even exist. I sighed and confided to her that the master of the soul hall knows me. I vaguely recalled that I seemed to have an unending feud with this soul hall. As soon as Bibi Dong heard this, she immediately changed the subject and started talking about Hu Laiana's training progress, saying that Nana is already at level 55 and will become a soul saint after taking the elixir. I understand what she means. She doesn't want to put pressure on me. I looked at her and said very seriously, Teacher, I'm sorry. There are many things I can't tell you right now because I haven't figured them out myself. But rest assured, what I, Xiao Yan, have promised will always count. Even if one day I become that ethereal Yin Emperor again, I will never let you down. As soon as I said this, Bibi Dong was clearly taken aback, then nodded heavily. All right, now the goal is clear. The number one enemy, the Soul Hall. I analyzed with her that although we now have Soul King pills and Soul Emperor pills, we can only mass produce some Soul Saints. We still lack top-tier combat power. She immediately came back to her senses and asked me, how many medicinal materials do you have on hand? I shrugged my shoulders helplessly and said, Teacher, those thousands of pills are all I have. I've used up all the celestial materials for alchemy. Bibi Dong was puzzled and said, but you were just bragging in the meeting, saying you would distribute some to each branch. I quickly explained, it's a celestial product, there's still some in the starry forest, it's just... What is it? She was so anxious, willing to go through fire and water as long as there are materials. I scratched my head. That place, surrounded by poisonous miasma, can only be accessed with. Moreover, there's a phosphorescent white dragon family in that place, and all these celestial items were sent to me by the dragon family. I have a good relationship with that dragon. I tell you, at that moment, Bibi Dong's face immediately fell, and her expression changed. You want to be friends with a soul beast? I felt a jolt in my heart. Oh no, I forgot about her prejudice against soul beasts. I could only grit my teeth and explain, saying that the dragon has human intelligence and treats me very well. Otherwise, as a mere soul sect member back then, I would have been easily dealt with by it. Besides, 100,000-year soul beast can take on a human form. Isn't that the same as being human? Trouble. Bibi Dong directly shot back at me, saying that Tang Hao fell in love with a transformed soul beast back in the day, which caused the entire Hao Yan sect to be in a mess. I thought to myself, what an old story this is. I quickly clarified the situation, saying that the Dragon Clan is isolated from the world and has no hostility towards humans, purely helping me. After listening to this, Bibi Dong pondered for a long time and finally relented, probably thinking that the elixir was quite important. All right, she finally decided, this matter is between you and me. It absolutely cannot be leaked. Otherwise, I won't even need to act. All the forces on the continent will rush to raid your friend's place. Then she directly gave me a KPI. As soon as the Soul Master competition ends, you must go there. The entire Spirit Hall needs at least 10,000 elixirs. Good heavens, this is going to strip the celestial herbs bare. It's simply a celestial herb assassin. I nodded and casually made a promise. Don't worry. I just happen to want to see if there are new materials. Maybe I can produce elixirs that enhance soul saints. While Bibi Dong was forming alliances and planning how to increase her strength, on the other side, in the Star Luo Empire, a big incident occurred. In the Star Luo Palace, the Emperor was sitting upright, looking at a person in a black robe below him, who was extremely tense. Let me tell you, that black-robed person is the master of the Spirit Hall, and the spiritual pressure emanating from him is even more terrifying than a limit de law. The master of the Spirit Hall smiled like a villain and tapped the table. Your Majesty, don't forget the matter I entrusted to you. The Emperor is also a tough character. He forced himself to say, what I promised you, I will naturally do, but your promise must be fulfilled as well. The master of the Spirit Hall nodded and transformed into a cloud of black mist, disappearing. As soon as he left, the Emperor felt weak all over. Family members. Who understands? The Emperor's eyes widened when he heard this. The master of the Spirit Hall made a deal with him. As long as he allowed a team called the Spirit Hall Academy to participate in the Soul Master competition under the name of the Star Luo royal family, he would help him create over 20 titled Douluos. Over 20. What does this mean? It's enough to unify the continent. The Emperor personally saw that guy casually promote a guard to a title Dou, although it was only a 6-month experience card. But this deal is a huge profit. So he agreed without a second thought. 3 days later, the competition began. I bid farewell to Bibi Dong and returned to the team at Xiao Academy. This time, I not only want to show the Spirit Hall my worth, but also let the entire continent see who the true answer is. The opening ceremony was something else. Bibi Dong brought the chrysanthemum Dou and the ghost Dou, followed by the 6 offerings of the Douluo Palace, a dark mass of over a dozen titled Douluo, displaying their power like it was free. Ning Fengji also brought the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo, standing brightly beside Bibi Dong. The lineup was such that it almost felt like they were writing I am from the Spirit Hall on my face. The people below were dumbfounded. Even the poison Douluo started to sweat nervously, quietly asking Xueqinghe, what is the Spirit Hall trying to do? Are they going to take us all out? Xueqinghe remained calm. Don't worry, they're just trying to intimidate certain people. When the competition began, the knockout rounds were individual elimination matches. When it was our turn at Xiao Academy, our opponent was the Royal Douluo second team. I thought there was no need to hesitate. So I went straight into my ultimate form. I was the first to take the stage, and the 7 opponents lined up like the Calabash brothers saving their grandpa, one by one, and I sent them back home, one after another. I defeated 7 with ease and advanced smoothly. Then the Soul Hall Academy, dressed in the Star Luo uniform, took the stage as well, and similarly, they defeated 7 opponents cleanly and decisively. On the 3rd day, the Soul Hall Academy faced off against the Elephant Armor Academy. The sect master of the Elephant Armor sect, Huyin Zhen, had a dark expression in the VIP seats, knowing that his academy would be used as a backdrop this time. The people from the Spirit Hall Academy, including Hulayina and Xiao, looked serious. When they saw the 7 individuals from the Soul Hall Academy, each with an average of 4 10,000-year soul rings, they completely lost their composure. In the end, it was without suspense. The Elephant Armor Academy was completely defeated by one person from the opposite side. Now, the Soul Hall Academy had gained complete fame. Hulayina, pale-faced, told her brother, this person's strength is not below ours. We are in trouble this time. I sat below and shook my head, thinking it's not just suspense. These guys aren't even using their full strength. If the Spirit Hall Academy wants to win, their only hope is the soul fusion technique of Hulayina and Xiao, which must be able to withstand a Soul Emperor. In the next match, the main event is here. The Tiando Royal Battle Team versus the Dou Empire Royal Battle Team. As soon as Zhu Zhuqing from our side saw the names on the opposing team, her eyes instantly turned red. Dai Mubai's brother Davis and her own sister Zhu Zhuyan were all on the other side. She went straight to the captain and firmly said, "I'll be the first to go." No one could dissuade her. This girl was determined to seek revenge today. The opposing Dou Empire didn't take her seriously at all and casually sent a random player up. Her sister Zhu Zhuyan even mocked Davis, saying, "My sister was only around level 20 when she left home. She won't amount to anything." However, as soon as Zhu Zhuqing took the stage and unleashed her martial soul, 4 pitch-black 10,000-year spirit rings appeared, and the whole arena erupted. The 4th spirit ring even had a hint of red, indicating it was at least 50,000 years old. What? Zhu Zhiyun's eyes almost popped out, and Davis's expression turned serious in an instant. When a match started, let me tell you, it was not a match. It was a massacre. Zhu Zhuqing's figure flickered, and before the guy on the other side could react, he was already sent flying out of the ring. One move, and it was over. The arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Douluo, not believing in evil, sent out a second, third, fourth, and fifth player. What was the result? All of them were defeated in one move. Zhu Zhuqing single-handedly took down 5 opponents without even breaking a sweat. I tell you, in that moment, Zhu Zhuqing directly ascended to godhood, both beautiful and cool. Who wouldn't love her? Now, on the opposing side, only her sister Zhu Zhuyan and Davis remain. Davis still wants to stop her, letting others probe further. But there's no one left to come up. Zhu Zhuyan can only grit her teeth and step onto the stage, immediately starting to trash talk. Have you fallen so low as to be a dog for the Dou Empire? Will you have the face to go home if you lose to me? Zhu Zhuqing let out a long breath. After years of nightmares, she could finally end it herself today. She clenched her fists, her voice not loud, but every word hit the ground like nails. From today onwards, you don't even have the qualification to be my opponent. If you're not convinced, bring out all your strength. Zhu Zhuyan shouted in anger and directly activated her 4th soul skill, the strongest move, the Netherworld Sky Slash, coming down. And guess what happened? Zhu Zhuqing was too lazy to dodge, just slightly turned her body as if taking a stroll, easily avoiding it. Then, in that split second, she slapped Zhu Zhiyun's stomach. It wasn't a soul skill, just an ordinary slap. Zhu Zhuyan flew out like a broken sack, spitting out blood, directly losing her combat ability. Zhu Zhuqing walked towards her step by step, her expression devoid of emotion, her gaze cold as a knife. Zhu Zhuyan was terrified, retreating while screaming, "What do you want to do? Davis won't let you go." Zhu Zhuqing paused for a moment, then smiled, shaking her head as she continued to walk. "Still relying on others? I used to be just like you. But later I realized that power is most secure when it's in your own hands." She cornered Zhu Zhuyan, who had retreated to the edge of the stage, suddenly tilting her head with a smile, hugging her tightly, and softly said in a voice only the two could hear, "Sister, I used to have nightmares every day because I was afraid of you. But now, you no longer have that qualification." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuyan trembled all over and closed her eyes in despair. I tell you, her sister was completely despairing at that moment. Her whole body was as limp as a noodle. As soon as I let go, she fell directly down to the stage. Goodness. The people from the Imperial Academy below were in a flurry trying to catch her, but at that moment, Zhu Zhuyan had lost all the light in her eyes. Completely broken. Her fiancé, Prince Davis of the Starry Empire, just shot her a cold glance, showing no intention to help her at all, and walked onto the competition stage without looking back. Let me tell you, this man doesn't care at all whether his woman wins or loses. What he cares about is me. Zhu Zhuqing, the future title Douluo, absolutely must not stay in the Tiando Empire, even if my return threatens his throne. He must bring me back. His ambitions are quite grand, but unfortunately, his brain doesn't work too well. As soon as he took the stage, that royal pretentiousness indeed intimidated quite a few people, but those with discerning eyes can see that he's going to get beaten today. All right, there's also a heavyweight clown in the audience, Dai Mubai. Let me tell you about his expression. It's just unbelievable. Ever since I kicked him and ran away, he hasn't seen me again, and now that I'm impressive, he's there scratching his heart and liver, regretting it to the core. He doesn't even think about what kind of person he was before. Now he's actually starting to fantasize about reconciling with me, his face turning red and white, making Ma Hongjun dumbfounded, asking if he's practicing Sichuan opera face-changing. As soon as Davis came up, he started labeling me, saying, as a person from the Dou Empire. Why should I help Tiando? I laughed at that moment and shot back. Who I help is my own business. It has nothing to do with the Zhu family. And don't use your identity as a prince to pressure me. Seeing that tactic didn't work, he actually started bringing up Dai Mubai, trying to use that useless guy's future to threaten me. I told him directly, Dai Mubai walks his own path, and I walk mine. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. No more nonsense. The match has started, and since you're a prince, I'll let you make the first move. Davis sighed in frustration and sarcastically said something about Mubai, claiming my skills in handling women were lacking. The next second, he would learn what absolute strength really meant. He unleashed all his soul power, using both his third and fourth soul skills to attack me, looking quite fierce. But what happened? I couldn't even be bothered to activate my soul skills. I relied on my freakishly strong body enhanced by 4 10,000-year soul rings to take him on head-to-head. Who understands? I'm a sensitive attack type, focusing on pure physical prowess. His flashy attacks felt like they were made of paper in front of me. I shattered his soul skills with one claw, turned my claw into a fist, and punched him right in the chest. He was completely stunned, never expecting a sensitive attack type soul master could overpower a strong attack type like him with sheer strength. What a joke. The enhancement from 4 10,000-year soul rings is not something to be trifled with. Davis was forced back repeatedly, and in just a few minutes, I had him cornered at the edge of the arena. He probably realized that if this continued, he would lose all his face and try to muster a counterattack despite the risk of injury. But would I give him that chance? Just as he was about to unleash a big move, I swung my arm to interrupt his action, lifted my leg, and kicked him off the competition stage cleanly. The entire audience was dumbfounded, like they'd been hit by a stun spell. This wasn't a competition. It was purely one-sided domination. Although Davis wasn't seriously injured, the humiliation he felt was something he would never forget in his life. He looked up at me, only to find that I wasn't even looking at him. Defeating him was as trivial to me as stepping on an ant on the way out. It was not worth mentioning. He was so angry that he started cursing Dai Mubai from below the stage, blaming him for causing all this trouble. As for Dai Mubai, sitting in the audience, he felt a mix of emotions. All of this was originally meant for him, but now, he didn't even have the qualification to make me look at him. The referee announced the victory for the Royal Combat Academy, and our side went crazy with joy. No one expected to win so easily. Now the whole venue was discussing who was stronger between me and Xiao Yan from the Tianshui Academy. Just when everyone thought I was going back to celebrate with my teammates, I turned around and walked straight towards the Tianshui Academy's resting area under the gaze of thousands of spectators. She's coming. Shui Wearer and her group of girls screamed on the spot. That guy Xiao Yan seemed like he wanted to hide, probably thinking it would be a hassle. But then he reconsidered. He had already become famous for being the 7th reincarnation, so he didn't mind this little thing and walked towards me. We stood facing each other, less than half a meter apart. I had just finished a fight, my face still flushed, and my forehead was covered in sweat. He smiled and reached out his hand, casually patting my shoulder, and asked, "Is everything settled?" I shook my head, my gaze particularly firm. "Not yet. Let me tell you, with just this one action." The gossip in the entire venue was instantly ignited. The two hottest newcomers of this competition interacted so intimately after the match. Who can withstand this? Xiao Yan asked me again. "So what are you planning to do next?" I looked into his eyes and said word by word, "Cultivate, become stronger, until one day I can challenge the entire Empire's order." "Thank you. It is you who gave me the courage to rebel against fate." After saying this, my emotions surged, and in a moment of impulsiveness, I stepped forward and hugged him tightly. Well, Xiao Yan was taken aback and instinctively pushed me away, taking several steps back and saying, "Zhu Qing, don't get too excited. This is just a small step." Being pushed by him brought me back to reality, and I realized what I had just done. My face turned red, I nodded at him, and then turned to run away. But in that moment of embrace, everyone saw it. I estimated that within half a day, the rumors about me and Xiao Yan would spread throughout the entire Pope city. Sure enough, in the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong's face turned dark immediately. If Xiao Yan hadn't pushed me away, I think she would have exploded right then and there. Douluo wanted to explain for me, saying something about how little girls just play around. Bibi Dong's gaze was as cold as ice as she directly warned him, "Playing is fine, but you must not forget who you are. What the Spirit Hall can give her, it can take away at any time. Let her understand her position." Xiao Yan below helplessly covered his head, knowing that he would definitely be lectured by Bibi Dong when he returned. On the other side, the members of the Spirit Hall battle team were also gossiping. Hulaina even muttered to herself that Xiao Yan could not possibly like a little girl who hadn't fully developed. As a result, her brother Xiaoyu overheard and chased after her, asking if she knew Xiao Yan. This little girl was loose-lipped and accidentally admitted knowing him, warning them not to offend Xiao Yan. That night, Xiao Yan was secretly summoned to the Pope's palace by Bibi Dong. Upon entering, the atmosphere was so tense it could be wrung out for water, as Bibi Dong was frowning over a map of the extreme north with Douluo and Dou. It turned out that two titled Douluo from the Spear Hall had been captured by a mysterious organization called the Soul Hall. Seeing Xiao Yan arrive, Bibi Dong threw out a bombshell, asking if he knew of a 10,000-year soul beast called the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King. This thing can parasitize within titled Douluo, controlling their mind, and even limit Douluo can't escape it. Then Bibi Dong revealed a shocking secret. One of the three limit Douluo of the current age. The ancestor of the Haotian sect, Tang Hao's grandfather, Tang Chun, was parasitized by this thing when he inherited the divine position, and has now become a mindless king of slaughter in the city of slaughter. Bibi Dong's plan was simple. The biggest enemy now is the Soul Hall, so all possible forces must be united. She planned to ally with the Haotian sect and Sea God Island, then send Xiao Yan to the city of slaughter to see if he could clear the virus from Tang Chen's mind. If he could be rescued, there would be one more top combat force. If not, he must be physically deleted before the Soul Hall could use him. Once Douluo and the others left, only Xiao Yan and Bibi Dong were left in the Great Hall. Bibi Dong brought up the past, sourly saying, "That Zhu Zhuqing from yesterday is indeed very impressive." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's DNA reacted, and he quickly put on a smiling face to explain that I was just a little kid who acted impulsively and accidentally called you old lady. Bibi Dong was immediately displeased, coldly saying, "I have told you before, if you're too nice to others, I will be unhappy too." Xiao Yan was so frightened that he quickly changed the subject. However, this guy's courage had truly grown, and when talking about strength, he even dared to joke, saying that your strength in bed is much greater than mine. Oh my, can you say that? Bibi Dong's face turned red, both angry and amused, scolding him for being too bold. Xiao Yan then became serious, saying that in his current state, even with he kept most high with Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong also confided in him, saying that due to the inheritance of the Rakshasa God, her strength was suppressed. Otherwise, she would have broken through the limit long ago. But now with Xiao Yan's Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, she was confident in competing with true gods. So she wasn't in a hurry to take the risk of becoming a god. Finally, Xiao Yan said heavily that he felt the appearance of the Soul Hall might be related to him, taking all the responsibility onto himself. Seeing him so busy with competitions and preparing the pill tower, and now having meetings all night, Bibi Dong told him to hurry and go rest, saying he didn't need to participate in the next day's competition. But guess what happened? Let me tell you, this competition could go on without anyone, but without my brother Yin, it truly could not continue. The next day, as expected, the Qihua Academy was once again wiped out by that guy from the Soul Hall, and it was a total disaster. Families, who understands? It was like playing against a machine with no power to fight back. After the knockout round, the atmosphere became extremely strange, as everyone stared at the Soul Hall Academy, feeling uneasy. Bibi Dong saw this and realized it was not good. These people were like they had activated hacks, and if they encountered each other in the semifinals, wouldn't Nana and the others be psychologically scarred? So, without waiting for the competition, she decided to take them out directly. She immediately arranged for several elders to prepare to resolve the group of little brats from the Soul Hall overnight. Well, let me tell you, this stirred up a hornet's nest. As soon as 3 elders at the ShowsDual level stepped out, they were brought back as if their souls had been snatched away, barely clinging to life. Following that, the entire sky over the Pope City was suddenly shrouded in a layer of black mist, making it feel as if some underworld filter had been activated, suffocating people. Bibi Dong's face darkened. This was not a competition at all. It was simply a demonstration of force by someone. At this moment, it was still my brother Yan. While everyone else was stunned, he directly condensed a concentrated version of the Destruction Fire Lotus, and with a whoosh shot it out, creating a big opening in the black mist without making too much noise. Guess what exploded? 6 char bodies. Judging by the aura, they were all title Douluo level in life. I was shocked. Is the master of the Soul Hall producing them in bulk? Is this a dumpling factory? Brother Yin immediately realized that every move we made was under their watchful eyes. So what kind of game could we play? Without saying a word, he directly hung the 3,000 yen fire in the sky, creating a soul signal jammer, which finally made things a bit quieter. But when Douluo led people to raid the Soul Hall Academy's lair, hey, the people had long since vanished without a trace. These evil soul masters were very cunning, clearly intending to publicly humiliate the Spirit Hall in front of the entire continent, during the competition. Bibi Dong was also a tough character. She directly called us for an emergency meeting. She looked at me with a serious expression and said, "Xiao Yan, do you think there's a possibility that the real strength of those 7 people is all title Douluo?" At that moment, I was taken aback. If it were true, then what is the point of this competition? The next day, the semifinals would be the Spirit Hall against the Soul Hall, and Bibi Dong slammed the table, flipping it over. If we couldn't win in the regular season, then we would go all out with an all-star lineup. She declared decisively, "Xiao Yan, you and Zhu Zhuqing, stop messing around outside, get back to the team." Not only that, but she also called Ning Fengji overnight, bringing in the top-tier support duo Ning Rongrong and Oscar. This move was like dropping a few king-level players into a bronze league. Who wouldn't be scared? The next day, during the semifinals, the entire audience was stunned. The Spirit Hall team underwent a major overhaul, with Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar all present. This lineup was simply the Avengers, Spirit Hall division, with an overwhelming aura. Of course, people in the audience were buzzing, saying the Spirit Hall couldn't compete and had to hire external help. As a result, Bibi Dong directly took to the high platform, grabbed a megaphone, and announced silence. "I have an announcement. Xiao Yan is my closed-door disciple whom I have hidden for 5 years." Once this identity was revealed, the entire venue fell silent. Then, the Tiando Crown Prince, Shui Qinghe, also stepped in to cooperate, stating that Zhu Zhuqing was also part of the Spirit Hall, just temporarily loaned to them for the Royal Fighting Academy. This wave of public relations earned a perfect score, completely reversing the public opinion. The people from Soul Hall still held their ground, pointing their fingers at me and saying, "You, the strongest of the younger generation? You wouldn't even make the top 7 here." I couldn't help but laugh at the time, slowly replying to him, "Oh, is that so? Then who ran faster than a rabbit last time?" With the referee's shout of start, the 7 people from the Spirit Hall suddenly activated their 5 soul rings, all of which were soul kings. The entire venue went wild. It was unprecedented, but we weren't backing down either. Hulaina, Xiao Yan, and I for soul kings, plus Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tile and Oscar's sausages crazily buffing us from behind. Strength, speed, soul, defense. The effects were maxed out. It was like a moving spring of water, directly leveling the combat power. As soon as the fight started, Hulaina's charm surprisingly didn't work on that group. Xiao and Yan went 2 against 4. The pressure was immense. I was the only one standing against 3 soul kings, still handling it easily, like walking a dog. Brother Yin consumed the buff and erupted. A sandstorm blaze directly stunned the 2 opponents. Seeing that we were about to win, the audience started popping champagne early. But then, the 7 people from the Spirit Hall, with a buzz, another soul ring appeared. All of them became soul emperors. Damn, can this competition upgrade live? This is simply the most popular cyber cultivation of 2025, too abstract. Now, it was troublesome. The opponents directly sent someone to cut off our backline, Ning Rongrong and Oscar. I was furious and activated my 6 soul ring as well. Sorry, I'm also a soul emperor. I directly blocked 3 of them, but the remaining ones still couldn't hold on. At a critical moment, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her ultimate move, Domain of Shadow Assault. In an instant, the entire arena went black, and it was impossible to see anything. Even perception was blocked. Family, who understands this? This skill doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. It's a pure, indiscriminate attack. In the darkness, various screams could be heard, and Zhu Zhuqing, like a ghost shadow, crazily outputted damage. I, with my soul power, wasn't affected, and took the opportunity to use a flame-split devouring wave to blast the 3 fighting me directly away, slamming them against the edge of the arena. 2 minutes later, the black mist dissipated. The people from Spirit Hall looked like they had been scratched by a cat, their clothes in tatters, utterly disheveled. But just when we thought we had secured victory, they buzz. Their 7th soul ring lit up. 7 soul saints. The entire venue was stunned. Shui Qinghe stood up, muttering that this was unscientific. Zhu Zhuqing, due to the side effects of her ultimate, had gone berserk, her eyes blood red, attacking anyone in sight. I had no choice but to rush up and knock her out with a palm, handing her over to Ning Rongrong and the others. Then, facing those 7 aggressive soul saints alone, I couldn't be bothered to act anymore. I stepped forward, and with a loud bang, my 7th soul ring, glowing with a strange red light, slowly rose from my body. Let me tell you, at that moment, even when I revealed my 7th ring, the people below still had expressions that said I couldn't make it, thinking I was doomed. After all, on my side, Zhu Zhuqing was already out of commission. Ning Rongrong's boost had run out, and Hulaina and the others had lost more than half of their strength. On the opposite side, there were 7 fully powered soul saints. My teammates, including Xiao, were all stunned, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg in. Hulaina knew I had some skills, but her gaze was filled with worry, and she was probably anxious, thinking I might mess things up this time. To be honest, I was also a bit startled, but it wasn't because I was afraid of them. What I was really afraid of was that my teacher, Bibi Dong's curse, would come true. If these 7 guys really managed to upgrade to title Douluo on the spot, it would be quite a spectacle. I turned around and shouted to my teammates, "Everyone step back a bit. If you see something wrong, just jump off the platform. I got this covered." As soon as I finished speaking, the chains from the opponents had already swung towards my face. I didn't dodge at all, and a wave of flames exploded from my body. 6th soul skill, Inferno Demon King Transformation. A giant fire figure over 3 meters tall erupted from my body, shaking the entire arena. I quickly stacked another buff on myself. 3rd soul skill, Shadow Owl Clone, with the double enhancement. The power of this Inferno Demon clone skyrocketed to the level of a soul, Douluo, and my own combat power also increased by dozens of times. I felt like even if a title Douluo came, I could take them on. The Inferno Demon roared and charged forward, delivering a brutal beating to the 2 soul hall unfortunate souls in front. Those 2 soul saints were like little chicks in front of it, instantly sent flying. I wasn't idle either. I went full speed, transforming into a shadow and directly flashing behind another person, delivering a punch. 8 extremes collapse. It was a loud bang, and the guy didn't even have time to scream before he flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground and lying still. He probably won't get up again. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone was stunned, probably just realizing that I was the one who had been hiding the deepest all along. With this move, my combat power shot up to the level of a title Douluo. My Flame Demon King avatar is fierce. In just a few moves, it took down 2 more. Now, only the last 2 are left on the field, trapped between me and my avatar, like beasts in a cage, unable to escape. I scoffed and said, "Is that all you've got? Then your match can end here." To my surprise, the leader on the opposite side stubbornly retorted, "Xiao Yan, don't get too proud. We haven't lost yet." I shook my head, thinking, fine, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? My buddies will handle it all. Just as I was about to take action against them, the most bizarre scene unfolded. I saw that the few guys I had initially knocked to the ground suddenly flashed a terrifying grin at the corners of their mouths. Immediately, streams of black soul energy erupted from their bodies, gathering above their heads. The intensity of that energy, let me tell you, skyrocketed to the level of a title Douluo in an instant. Does anyone understand what is happening here? Everyone on the scene was dumbfounded. No one had ever seen such a spectacle. Hulaina and the others shouted anxiously from below, "Quick, interrupt them." Xiao and Yin reacted and rushed over. But it was too late. I hadn't finished off the last 2 with a single move when I sensed something was off. Their aura surged dramatically in an instant. Hee. Those 2 let out strange laughter. Xiao Yan, just watch closely. Today we will definitely win. The era of your spirit hall has passed. As soon as the words left their mouths, the 8th and 9th soul rings materialized out of thin air on their bodies. Title Douluo. Damn, it really was title Douluo. What's worse is that just as Hulaina and the others rushed to the few guys lying there, the gathered black soul energy suddenly exploded. With a loud bang, the entire arena shook, and a terrifying shockwave sent Hulaina and the others flying, knocking them unconscious in midair. My teacher, Bibi Dong, had a dark expression on her face as she sternly shouted for someone to save the people. Ning Rongrong and the others were quite far away, but it was still intense. Oscar, that guy, was a real man. At a critical moment, he bravely stood in front of Ning Rongrong and the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing, taking the impact and nearly shattering his internal organs, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Little Oscar, Ning Rongrong was almost in tears. Oscar grabbed her hand and urged her to take Zhu Zhuqing away quickly. But that stubborn girl refused to leave, insisting that she would fight alongside him to the end. Just then, the 5 guys who had been lying down suddenly stood up, swaying like zombies. Their eyes were glowing with a dark light, and they were, jingling with exactly 9 soul rings. Good heavens, this was like a live version update. In the blink of an eye, there were 7 title Douluo standing right in front of me. The audience was in an uproar. Everyone realized something was off. This was no competition, it was clearly cheating. The elders and worshippers of the Spirit Hall stood up, all extremely tense. If the opponents made any move, they would probably rush in to gang up on them. Hey, This is our full strength. The 7 guys on the opposite side laughed arrogantly. I rubbed my temples and thought to myself that this was really troublesome. My Flame Demon King avatar had already been shattered by the explosion just now, and now it was just me and my support, Ning Rongrong, left here. I quickly moved next to Ning Rongrong and said to her, "It's too dangerous here. You go down first. I'll handle it." She looked worried and said, "How can you possibly fight them alone?" I turned my head and glanced at her. "I'm here to do just that. If you don't want to go down, then just stand behind me honestly." Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth, nodded, and directly activated her 9-treasure glaze tile to its maximum power, pouring the light of all 4 soul skills onto me, instantly maximizing my state. All right, let's do this. 7th soul skill, Flame God True Body. A flame giant, over 100 meters tall, rose from the ground. The entire arena instantly felt cramped like a small bathtub. Amidst the screams of everyone present, I controlled the Flame God Giant and slapped down toward the 7 tidal Douluos, the heat wave nearly igniting the air. As a result, the 7 of them joined forces to raise a huge black shield, and with a loud bang, they actually blocked me. The sound of the impact directly collapsed the surrounding audience stands. The Spirit Hall's law enforcement team quickly evacuated the crowd, and the scene was utter chaos. I know that relying solely on this thing won't solve their problems. This thing is just for clearing the area and controlling the map. To really kill, I have to do it myself. I stood directly on top of the Flame God statue, coldly looking down at them. This power does not belong to you. Borrowed things are ultimately garbage. Those guys still had the audacity to retort. Humph. Xiao Yan, you a mere soul, saint dare to challenge us? I couldn't be bothered to waste more words with them. If my soul power couldn't compete, I'd just show my skills. The soul power within me quietly activated, and in the next second, my body vanished from the spot. 3,000 thunder movements. By the time everyone reacted, I had already appeared before them like a ghost, forming a strange hand seal and pressing it down on one of the guys. Imperial Seal Technique, Mountain Crushing Seal. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying power erupted instantly, crushing a tidal Douluo into dust on the spot and heavily injuring another one behind him. The injured guy fell from the sky like a meteor crashing to the ground, and he probably wouldn't survive. One move took down 2. The entire place fell silent. I let out a cold snort. It seems that using the Imperial Seal technique against you counterfeit goods is a waste. The Xuanzhong ruler appeared in my hand with a swoosh. I looked at the remaining 5 people. Their faces were filled with terror, probably unable to understand why they had all become tidal Douluos, yet were being treated like vegetables by me. At this point, they had no way out. The 5 of them merged all their soul power together, and countless black chain blades formed into a single strike, launching their strongest attack at me. Seeing this, I also raised my ruler, the 6 Harmonies body ruler. Ning Rongrong was very sensible. As soon as she saw I was about to unleash my ultimate move, she immediately jumped off the stage. A giant blue ruler's phantom appeared out of thin air, and the overwhelming sense of oppression it brought made me think that even a limit Douluo would feel weak in the knees. It's over, I silently thought. The giant ruler descended with an unmatched momentum, effortlessly crushing their combined attack, and then it slammed down on them fiercely. The entire competition venue, along with the surrounding buildings, was instantly flattened. Debris flew everywhere, and the energy shockwaves continued to wreak havoc. As the dust settled, the referee shakily got up and shouted with all his might. I announced that the Wuhuan Temple Academy is victorious. I nodded slightly and said faintly, "Those people from Soul Hall Academy are probably all dead." My teacher Bibi Dong stood up and waved her hand, exuding an overwhelming presence. In the Soul Master competition, casualties are inevitable. However, Xiao Yan's indiscriminate killing of innocents, although he is my student, cannot go unpunished. I hereby announce that Xiao Yan's qualification to compete is revoked from this day forward. Goodness, at that moment I wanted to applaud my teacher. This move was simply out of this world. First, eliminate the strongest opponent, and then ban me. This nuclear weapon, isn't the championship pretty much secured for the Spirit Hall? Although everyone could see through it, who would dare to say otherwise? I will exit like this, and we will talk about the next match in 7 days. I went directly back to the Pope's palace. Hulaina and the others had already been healed. As soon as they saw me enter, they surrounded me and asked about the outcome. I smiled and said, "Of course we won. Don't you trust my strength?" Just then, Ning Fengji walked in with Ning Rongrong. The look in the eyes of the sect master Ning was like he was looking at a monster, and after a long pause, he finally managed to say, "Xiao Yan, your strength. I fear even Sword Uncle is not your match. How did you do it?" That last strike, it simply doesn't belong to our Douluo continent. I shrugged and joked. Maybe I really am some kind of god? Hulaina and the others didn't know what had happened afterward. They pulled Ning Rongrong aside to ask. And when they heard that I had single-handedly defeated 7 titled Douluos, their mouths dropped open and stayed that way. After a while, Bibi Dong returned with the elders. She was in a great mood, first praising Ning Fengji and the 7-treasure glazed tile school. But then her expression turned serious. The threat from the Spirit Hall was not over. Our next target is the City of Slaughter. That king of slaughter has been parasitized by the blood-red, 9-headed Bat King, a 10,000-year soul beast. 7 days later, I followed Zhu Douluo, bringing Zhu Zhuqing, and directly arrived at the City of Slaughter. Zhu Douluo was there to help me, while Zhu Zhuqing was purely there to see the world. I tell you, that place is simply uninhabitable, filled with blood and corpses everywhere. Zhu Zhuqing, being just a little girl, has never seen anything like this and immediately leaned against the wall to vomit. I had no particular feelings towards Zhu Douluo, and we walked smoothly to the deepest part. At that moment, an extremely terrifying aura enveloped us, and a tall man appeared before us with a cold gaze. Zhu Douluo immediately shielded Zhu Zhuqing and asked in a deep voice, "Are you the King of Slaughter?" However, I didn't follow the script and directly shouted his true name. "Tang Chun, it seems you haven't completely lost yourself yet." Upon hearing this name, the King of Slaughter, also known as Tang Chun, instantly erupted in rage, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and roared, "How do you know that name?" I stepped forward and stared at him. "Right now, are you Tang Chun or that blood-red, 9-headed Bat King? You know too much. You're asking for death." He roared and charged at me. Just as Zhu Douluo was about to make a move, I stopped him. I had already seen through it with my soul power. This guy was being controlled by that Bat King inside him. Does it want to make a move? That's just what I want. While dodging its attacks, I quietly activated the 3,000 flame of Yans. The Bat King, while attacking, felt something was off. How could a limit Douluo-level powerhouse not even touch the corner of a soul sage's clothing? Just as it was puzzled, a ball of purple-black flame erupted from my palm. The Bat King, upon seeing this fire, was so frightened that it nearly lost its soul and tried to run away. Too late. The 3,000 flame of Yans instantly spread, trapping it inside. This flame specifically burns souls, making it its natural enemy. What is this thing? Tang Chun, burned by the flames, let out a piercing scream. The Bat King couldn't take it anymore and began to backpedal. "Junior, if you dare to hurt me, Lord Rakshasa will not let you go." I was stunned for a moment. The Rakshasa God? Isn't that the divine position my teacher, Bibi Dong, is supposed to inherit? I tease it on purpose, so. What is your relationship with the Rakshasa God? It thought I was scared and said proudly, back in the day, when Tang Chun wanted to inherit the Azura God position, it was Lord Rakshasa who sent me to interfere with him to parasitize on him. I blocked countless talents for Lord Rakshasa, and if you dare to touch me, you are going against Lord Rakshasa. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard that. I didn't expect there to be such a part. I took a few leisurely steps forward and said, "What a coincidence. The heir of the Rakshasa God you mentioned is actually my teacher. Tell me, if she were in trouble, would you, as her subordinate, not help?" The Bat King was instantly dumbfounded, probably never expecting I had this identity. It stammered for a long time, and finally sighed, saying, "It's not that I don't want to help you. I haven't been in touch with the divine realm for a long time. Whether it's the Rakshasa God or the Azura God, it seems they have no presence anymore." I exchanged a glance with Zhu Douluo, both of us shocked. I asked, "What does it mean to have no breath?" The blood-red, 9-headed Bat King said something that sent chills down our spines. It means something similar to dying. This situation probably started about 5 or 6 years ago. When I heard this, my mind buzzed. 5 or 6 years ago. Let me tell you, that was exactly the moment I just crossed over to this damn place. The moment my memories started. There must be something fishy about this. I hurriedly asked that blood-red, 9-headed Bat King how to get to the divine realm. This guy replied, "Become a god, and you can ascend once you obtain a divine position." What a load of nonsense. If I could just become a god at will, would I still be chatting with you here? Seeing my disappointed face, he became curious and asked what had happened. So I decided to be straightforward and revealed everything about the Soul Palace and how the Soul Clan had already invaded the divine realm. The old bat exploded on the spot, shouting impossible, absolutely impossible. He went on about how powerful the Shura God and the Rakshasa God were, and how there were a bunch of experts like the Angel God and the Sea God, saying the Soul Clan was nothing. I tell you, Zhu Douluo couldn't stand it anymore and directly rebutted. "My lord, times have changed. Think about it. Can an ordinary soul sage force you into that state just now? He directly pointed out that the leader of the Spirit Hall could mass-produce tidal Douluos and even directly help people become gods, which is an outrageous means. This statement was simply a dimensionality reduction attack, and the old bat instantly fell silent, starting to seriously consider the seriousness of the matter. As soon as I saw that he had come to a realization, I quickly seized the opportunity and stepped forward, my expression serious enough to squeeze water out of it. Brother, we need your strength right now, not just yours, but the entire power of the city of slaughter. And also, hand over Tang Chun to me. He was taken aback for a moment and asked what I wanted to do. I said, I initially thought you were a mindless killing machine, but now that I see you can communicate, that's good. If you can rally the entire city of slaughter to fight against the Spirit Hall, our chances of winning will greatly increase. However, he immediately poured cold water on me, shaking his head and saying, You're thinking too much. This city is filled with fugitives, and they listen to me because I can instill fear in them. According to what you said, the Lord of the Spirit Hall is even more formidable than me. As soon as I rally a team, do you think those people won't turn around and join the Spirit Hall? Hearing this, I exchanged a glance with Douluo, and we both felt it made sense. The city of slaughter was simply a ticking time bomb. Unexpectedly, this old bat was even more ruthless than I was. Gritting his teeth, he made a firm decision. In that case, the city of slaughter cannot be left standing. You all hurry up and leave. I'll seal this place completely. As long as the Spirit Hall is not eliminated, the city of slaughter will never see the light of day. I nodded. This was indeed the most reliable method at the moment. But I immediately added, All right, but you have to return Tang Chun to us first. After all, he is a limit Douluo and an important combat force for us against the Spirit Hall. He readily agreed. The next second, we saw a huge bat illusion emerge above his head, growing larger and more realistic. The fallen ones below, upon seeing it, recognized it as the true form of the King of Slaughter. They all kneeled down in fear. Without the old bat's control, Tang Chen's body fell limply to the ground. I hurried over and touched him, my heart sinking. This was no longer a human. His body had been parasitized for so long that all vitality was nearly drained, looking as dry as a sun-dried orange peel. The old bat was still leisurely delivering fatal blows, saying that the poison from the yellow spring elixir he drank daily was extremely potent, and even if I used to help him detoxify, he might only live for another 2 or 3 years. 2 or 3 years. I calculated in my heart. Although time was tight, I was confident I could cure him completely. Just as I was preparing to leave with my people, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been silent, suddenly stepped forward and looked at the giant bat illusion with determination. Senior, may I ask how to obtain the inheritance of Ashura God? As soon as these words were spoken, we all froze. Who among our family understood this? This girl really dared to think big. A hint of a smile appeared on the old bat's fierce face. Walk the path of hell and pass the Ashura God test. Can I do it? Zhu Zhuqing asked, gathering her courage. Zhu Douluo quickly chimed in. We hope the senior will grant her this. The old bat pondered for a moment and shook his head. Those 2 killing gods are unreachable now. Passing the inheritance to you is not a problem. But this path of hell and the divine test, no one has succeeded in thousands of years. Even if I don't intervene, you'll be risking your life. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her fists and spoke every word clearly. I will embrace the belief of certain death. Her determination even shocked the old bat. It noticed the 4 10,000-year-soul rings on Zhu Zhuqing, realizing this girl was tough, and finally nodded in agreement. All right, I will look after her. But before sealing the city of slaughter, I will open the path of hell one last time. If you can walk out, you can leave here and qualify for the Ashura God test. So, I carried the half-dead Tang Chun back to the Spirit Hall with Douluo. The Soul Master competition had also ended over there, and the Spirit Hall was, without a doubt, the champion again. Hulaina and the others each took the pills I provided and went into seclusion to refine their skills. I also kept my promise to Tianxue Academy. The land was marked, and the pills were delivered, which was a big surprise for them. My next KPIs were just 2. Save Tang Chun and build the pill tower. To save Tang Chun, the resources I had were not enough. I needed to go to the Star Doe Forest again to find that armored white dragon and conveniently extract the destruction fire lotus from within it. Building the pill tower was even more troublesome, requiring massive resources and manpower. For resources, I still needed to stock up from that underground fairy-grade medicine garden. As for manpower, I thought Oscar had good talent, and with his food-type martial soul, he had an inherent advantage in alchemy. So I decided to take him along for an immersive on-site teaching experience. On the 3rd day, I set off with Oscar, carrying Tang Chun. Bibi Dong specifically urged me to hurry back, but I understood her gaze. I knew I wouldn't be back for at least a month or 2. As soon as I left the Pope City, I was surprised to find Ning Fengji standing there with sword Douluo and bone Douluo, as if for a business negotiation. He smiled and pulled Ning Rongrong from behind him, saying to me, "I heard that young friend Xiao Yan is going on journey. My little daughter also wishes to accompany you for some training. May I ask if that is permissible?" As soon as I saw Oscar and Ning Rongrong exchanging glances, I instantly understood that the two had already colluded. Oscar even chimed in from the side, "Boss, not bad. Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile is a top-notch support. With her around, your moves will be even more powerful." I shot him a glare and said, "You two have already made plans, haven't you?" Seeing the sly look on Ning Fengji's face, I couldn't refuse and could only nod in agreement. So we set off, and it took us 2 days for the carriage to travel from the Pope City to Dou City. I didn't let Oscar rest on the carriage either. I handed him a stack of nearly half a meter thick pharmacological notes and prescriptions, telling him to start by memorizing the herbs. Upon arriving in Dou City, I let them rest first, and then went to the Spirit Hall's branch to greet the church. I am now quite famous in the Spirit Hall. As soon as I arrived at the entrance, the steward hurriedly ran to announce my arrival. Xilin Tian came out in person with a group of elders and guardians to welcome me, and the scene made me feel a bit embarrassed. In the crowd, I even ran into an old acquaintance, Lu Erlong from Shrek Academy. She actually joined the Spear Hall as well, and judging by how she was hiding behind Luo Yun, their relationship seems to be quite special. Once we entered the branch hall, Xilin Tian quickly explained to me that he was worried I might have old grievances with Lu Erlong. I waved my hand, indicating that the past is the past. If Bibi Dong isn't holding grudges, what more can I say? During our chat, I learned that Xilin Tian had given the soul bone that the flame god had dropped to Luo Yun, allowing him to also possess fire attributes. At that moment, I had a flash of inspiration. Luo Yun, with her fire element soul power and being an auxiliary soul master, was just like a chosen alchemist. I immediately told her about my plan to establish the Dan Tower and formally extended my invitation to form a team. Luo Yun and Xilin Tian were both stunned. But Xilin Tian is a smart person. He knew this was a huge opportunity for Luo Yun and directly decided to let her come with me. When Lu Erlong heard that Luo Yun was going, she insisted on coming along as well, saying that it wouldn't be safe with 3 auxiliary types and 1 injured person. Luo Yun still wanted to refuse, but Xilin Tian couldn't stand it anymore and said, "You're being too unromantic. Let her go." I thought about it too. Having one more strong fighter couldn't hurt. I pointed at myself and helplessly complained, "You guys are really something. Oscar and Ning Rongrong are a pair, and you two are a pair as well. And here I am, dragging along a half-dead old thing." Xilin Tian curiously asked who that person was. I glance around and lower my voice, saying, "He is one of the 3 great limit Douluos in the world today, Hao Yan Douluo Tangchun." Tangchun? The eyes of the people present nearly popped out. I briefly explained the context, and they finally understood, all exclaiming about the unpredictability of life. The next day, Luo Yun and Lu Erlong came to the post station to meet us. The 3 of us, master and disciples, were extremely excited to see each other again. We prepared our supplies and set off into the Dou Great Forest in a grand manner. This time, our target was the poisonous miasma area, and we could only go on foot. I used mine to create a barrier to protect everyone as we ventured deeper. Along the way, Oscar and Luo Yun kept busy, fiercely studying my notes every day. After walking for most of the day, we finally arrived at the location. Those white phosphorus forest pythons still recognized me and obediently led us into the underground world. When Oscar and the others saw that strange world made up of various celestial products, their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. But I had no time to admire the scenery because I immediately spotted that armored white dragon, its massive body covered in bloodstains, its breath so weak that it could die at any moment. "What happened to you?" I rushed over, frowning and asking. This was its territory. Who could have heard it like this? It struggled to open its eyes, its voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. It was a human-shaped soul beast of 100,000 years. She was too strong. I felt a sinking feeling in my heart. To be able to inflict such injuries, it must be at least at the soul saint level. I shook my head and said, "Let's not worry about that for now. I'll help you heal first." "Do I still have a chance?" It asked weakly. "Let's treat a dead horse as a live one," I said as I released my soul power and spiritual energy to assess its injuries. "Close your eyes and take a nap. If you can open them again, it means you're alive." During my investigation, I found that its internal organs and meridians were almost completely shattered. It's a miracle that it has survived this long. I shouted to Oscar and Ranyan, "Stop lamenting and come help. Find some medicinal herbs for external injuries." We need to reconstruct its meridians. While I was working tirelessly to save the snake, on the other side, outside a black dark fortress in the extreme north, a young man in a blue leather jacket was putting on an annual bewildering drama. The girl behind him, Xiao Wu, was crying and shouting, "Third brother, don't go there. The Soul Hall is a place for evil soul masters." And guess what he said? With a pained expression, he turned around and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, saying, "Xiao Wu, whether power is evil is determined by the person using it. My enemies are insidious and cunning, but I, Tang San, will always remain pure and noble." Who understands this feeling of mediocrity? It was simply overwhelming. After saying that, he resolutely walked towards the entrance of the Soul Hall. When he reached the door, he coldly said to the few guarding Soul sect members, "I want to see your Hall Master." The guys exchanged glances, saw his strength, and disdainfully replied, "Shit." This infuriated our third brother, who thought these people were already on the path to death, and was about to pull out a hidden weapon from his 24 bridges on a moonlit night to give the Soul Hall a warning. However, they weren't interested in playing by the rules. As soon as they noticed his movement, they swarmed him and subdued him in no time, then tossed him out like garbage. Tang San lay on the ground, feeling unwilling, and said fiercely, "If you have guts, come out and fight me one-on-one." The leader laughed and stepped forward, disdainfully saying, "Can you fight well? What use is it to be able to fight? In this world, what matters most is having strength and background. Which faction are you from?" Tang San snorted coldly, struggled to stand up, dusted himself off, and proudly said, "My name is Tang San. If you don't like that, you can call me Young Master Tang San. I can take it. I told you." And as soon as I finished speaking, the person opposite me leaned close to my ear and said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, so it's the little beggar. Goodness." That made me so angry that I almost wanted to pull out my weapon and fight him right then and there. But just as I was about to go all out, a tremendous pressure suddenly descended from the sky, and the surroundings were instantly shrouded in darkness, so thick that I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. That laughter is so familiar. A figure emerged from the black mist, and when I focused, I exclaimed, "Damn, the master of the Soul Palace. It really is you." I gritted my teeth and said, "My dad said you could give me power, and I want it now. Help me with two things. First, flatten the Soul Palace. Second, take down Xiao Yan." And guess what? This old man actually shook his head and said he had other plans for the Soul Palace, and that even he found Xiao Yan a bit troublesome and couldn't let me run wild. Run wild? I laughed at that. What good are you to me then? I want the Soul Palace dead. Hey, little Tang San, that laughter gave me goosebumps. Don't you understand who the boss is now? The Soul Palace is hunting down people like you who are close to me everywhere. If you don't stay here, you'll be dead outside. Oh, and your little girlfriend. TSK. She'll end up as a toy for my Soul Palace. When those words came out, I was stunned. I asked him, "How strong of a power can you give me?" Upon hearing there was a chance, he immediately began to paint a grand picture. If you were an ordinary person, the best I could give you would be a title Douluo. But since you're Tang Hao's son and have twin martial souls, becoming a god is easy. As long as you agree, I can make you the strongest god. The condition is to willingly offer your little girlfriend to me. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Wu floated to the middle of us like a puppet. No way. I looked at Xiao Wu, who was trembling in fear, and without a second thought, I refused. "Don't be anxious," this old man coaxed me. "I want her because of her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. If you want to become a god, a 100,000-year soul ring is standard, you understand? I'm doing this for your own good." I have to tell you, I really hesitated at that time. He continued, "Think about it. If you don't become a god, you'll be trampled underfoot by the spirit hall for your whole life. It's up to you whether to live as an ant for a lifetime or to be someone great. To put it bluntly, it's just the life of this little girl. Who among my family understands?" What he said seems somewhat reasonable. A life in exchange for my godly existence for thousands of years. It doesn't seem like a loss, does it? A few hundred years later, I might only remember, oh, there was once a rather unfortunate girl. Xiao Wu looked at me with tears in her eyes. She saw that I was really weighing this calculation. She gritted her teeth and said to me, "Third brother, you promised to protect me for a lifetime. But if you really need it, my life, you can take it. You are my only family now. What you want is what I want. I just ask you, many, many years later, to still remember me." After listening, I felt completely stunned. I nodded blankly and said 5 words. "I will remember you. I swear, Xiao Wu's sacrifice must not be in vain. For revenge, I will make this deal with the devil today." As the atmosphere reached its peak, suddenly a woman's voice emerged, dripping with sarcasm. men are indeed unreliable. Surprisingly, the Soul Hall's leader was not angry, but instead smiled and agreed. For Soul Masters, strength is the most important. The woman walked up to Xiao Wu, shook her head, and said, "This little girl has good talent. Let her come with me. You, go catch another 10,000-year soul beast." Ridiculously, the Soul Hall's leader actually nodded, as if capturing a 10,000-year soul beast was as simple as buying a cabbage at the market. He even asked the woman, "Are you confident?" The woman sneered, "Don't worry. My charm technique has never missed." Meanwhile, on Xiao Yan's side, they had been in the poisonous area of the Star Dou forest for over 10 days, enjoying a peaceful time. The great white dragon had not yet awakened, but Grandpa Tang Chen's condition had improved significantly under Xiao Yan's medicinal treatment. Xiao Yan calculated and thought, "Hey, Grandpa will wake up today." During these days, Oscar and Luo Yun had not been idle either, learning alchemy for Xiao Yan, diligently refining medicinal materials by the furnace every day. Oscar, whose fire attribute was not strong, was told by Xiao Yan that his next soul ring must be fire attribute. Otherwise, his alchemy efficiency would be like a factory worker tightening screws, not improving at all. Just as Xiao Yan was studying a few immortal herbs in his hands, Tang Chun, who had been lying still for half a day, suddenly released a powerful surge of soul power. It startled everyone present. He was waking up. Xiao Yan immediately tensed up and shouted, "Everyone, step back. This old man doesn't recognize anyone now. He doesn't know we are good people, so don't act rashly." Lu Erlong quickly protected the three of them and stepped back, while Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in front of Tang Chun, ready to check his condition. As soon as Xiao Yan released his soul power, Tang Chen's withered hand shot out and grabbed Xiao Yan by the neck. His voice was rough like sandpaper. "Who are you?" Xiao Yan coldly snorted, not accommodating him at all. His soul power erupted instantly, buzzing, and knocked Tang Chun into a daze. The next second, Xiao Yan broke free, holding a purple-black flame-long sword against Tang Chen's neck. Predecessor of Hao Yan's sect. "Don't be nervous. We mean no harm," Xiao Yan said solemnly. Tang Chun was stunned. He had not expected that this seemingly mere soul sage had such strength, and that sword could genuinely injure him. "Who are you? Why am I here? I remember before I lost consciousness." The old man was confused. Xiao Yan gave him a brief summary. "Before you lost consciousness, were you fighting the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King?" Tang Chen's eyes lit up. "Yes. That beast was not my match, and I was about to win when something unexpected happened. The Rakshasa God cursed you, causing you to lose. Then you were parasitized by that Bat King, losing consciousness and becoming the king of slaughter for over 100 years. After hearing this, Tang Chun was stunned. But he also knew that what Xiao Yan said was mostly correct. He hurriedly asked, "When I was the king of slaughter, I didn't do anything heinous, right? You killed quite a few, but they were all fugitives from the city of slaughter. Killing them could be considered a service to the people." Xiao Yan comforted him. "Besides, that was the Bat King's control, so it can't be blamed on you." Tang Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his hands at Xiao Yan. "Thank you for your understanding. But how did I end up here?" Xiao Yan sighed and explained everything about the Soul Hall and the evil Soul Masters, stating that the continent was in chaos, affecting even the city of slaughter, which is why the Bat King voluntarily returned your body. When Tang Chun heard the words evil Soul Master, he immediately became furious. As a top-tier powerhouse, he held a deep-seated hatred for evil Soul Masters and decisively declared, "In that case, I have no choice but to help." He thought for a moment and asked, "By the way, I made a pact with Qian Dalu that whoever becomes a god first can go to Sea God Island. It's been 100 years. That old guy should have become a god by now, right?" Xiao Yan shook his head. "He is still a limit Douluo." This was strange. Tang Chun muttered, then inquired about the situation of the Hao Yan sect. Now, they got to the point. Xiao Yan revealed all the troubles of Tang Hao, saying that his good grandson Tang Hao dragged the entire sect into trouble for personal revenge, later colluding with the Soul Hall and mingling with evil Soul Masters, and was dealt with by the Spirit Hall, entirely self-inflicted. Tang Chen's face darkened, trembling with anger. The Spirit Hall was not something he dared to provoke easily. Colluding with evil Soul Masters was a crime that everyone wanted to eradicate. His grandson had completely disgraced the Hao Yan sect. This unfilial son, Tang Chen gritted his teeth. "When I see him, I will personally clean up the sect." However, he was relieved to hear that the current pope was willing to set aside grievances and even sent Xiao Yan to rescue him. This favor was immense. He immediately stated, "Young friend, rest assured, once I recover my strength and reorganize the Hao Yan sect, I will ensure that it becomes the backbone against the Soul Hall." Now the communication was smooth. seeing the old man being so reasonable. Xiao Yan also breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to call Oscar and the others over to see how to give the old man a full health check so he could recover quickly. Tang Chun looked at the several people walking over, quite curious. Luo Yun introduced himself first. Greetings, predecessor. I am Luo Yun, a protector from the border branch of the Spirit Hall. Auxiliary system at the Soul Saint level. Rare. Tang Chun immediately saw through Luo Yun's strength. Xiao Yan added, your rapid recovery these days is all thanks to brother Luo Yun's healing soul skills. Tang Chun nodded and then looked at Lu Erlong. You are from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Lu Erlong was taken aback, nodded. She had almost forgotten her identity. Ning Rongrong hurriedly stepped forward, nervously saying, hello? Predecessor, my name is Ning Rongrong. Actually, I help a lot too. Tang Chun was even more surprised at this sight. He couldn't see through this little girl, who was only a soul zone. Xiao Yan explained, Rongrong is the daughter of the seven-treasure glazed tile sex master. Her martial soul is even more powerful than the seven-treasure glazed tile tower. Goodness, Tang Chun thought, what kind of prodigies are these? He then glanced at Oscar, who had remained silent, and felt that this kid was also not simple. Oscar, seeing the situation, felt a bit socially anxious. He couldn't compare in background or strength, and could only awkwardly smile at Tang Chun. The future is promising indeed. Tang Chun sighed. How long do you think it will take for me to recover to my peak? Xiao Yan calculated, about a month. The immortal products here are abundant. I will refine pills for you, and you will definitely be fully revived. With this, Tang Chun felt reassured. In the following days, it was intense. Xiao Yan brought his 2 disciples to refine medicine every day, while Tang Chun watched and asked Xiao Yan about the current gossip on the continent. When he heard that the current pope was even more powerful than Dalu, his jaw nearly dropped. After more than 20 days, the phosphorescent white dragon finally woke up. When it opened its eyes and saw Tang Chun, its massive body instantly tensed up, looking like a mouse seeing a cat. Relax, we are on the same side. Xiao Yan quickly reassured it. The predecessor is also here to heal. Seeing that they had used so many immortal products, Tang Chun also politely exchanged a few words with the soul beast. Only then did the white dragon relax, and, under Xiao Yan's questioning, revealed the reason for its injury. A few days ago, a fox spirit that had transformed into human form came to the door, saying she wanted some celestial products. The white dragon thought to himself, I figured I wouldn't need these things, so I might as well give them to her. Unexpectedly, when the woman saw so many celestial products, she became greedy and wanted to take the ore buried beneath them as well. That ore was the energy core of this toxic miasma area. Without it, this place would be ruined. The white dragon, of course, refused and ended up fighting her, but was beaten badly and almost died. If she could hurt you, her strength was at least that of a soul saint or higher, possibly a 100,000-year soul beast. After Xiao Yan analyzed this, he suddenly thought of the legendary Qingxiu fox demon. Unfortunately, the ore had already been taken away. Xiao Yan asked the fox demon if she had left any clues, and the white dragon said, how would she know about the ore? Maybe the previous Dragon King told her. This matter was too big, and Xiao Yan felt he had to inform his teacher, Bibi Dong, immediately. But this toxic miasma area was like a maze. Who could get out? I'll go. Tang Chun stepped forward, saying he was a titled Douluo and couldn't embarrass himself in front of the younger generation. He had his own way to get out. He pulled out a soul guide device from his belt. There was a pointer inside that always pointed due south, no matter where you were. Good heavens. Isn't this just a compass? Luo Yun and the others were amazed. Xiao Yan nodded and gave Tang Chun a detoxification pill, urging him to set off quickly. Tang Chun also wanted to see what the current spirit hall and that powerful pope were like. After Tang Chun left, Xiao Yan laid it all out for the white dragon, saying he had come for the celestial products. The white dragon readily agreed, saying they could take the celestial products freely, but he asked them to help retrieve the ore, otherwise their entire clan would be doomed. Xiao Yan agreed. Thus, the next month was a crazy time for gathering herbs and refining pills. Luo Yun and Oscar worked hard to learn, nearly exhausting their soul power, and their levels rose rapidly. Luo Yun leveled up to 74, while Oscar was even more impressive, skyrocketing from level 43 to 47. As for Xiao Yan, he was even more significant. He improved a soul saint pill, which he defined as a 7th grade pill, a youthful version of the one he had taken before. The potency was a bit weaker, but it excelled in energy production, allowing each person to take 3 pills, with each pill capable of raising their level by 1 to 3. Those with good talent could go straight from soul saint to Soul Douluo. It was simply an electronic elixir in the cultivation world. His own soul power hadn't increased much, but his spiritual power surged during pill refining, and he was about to break through to the mid-stage of the mortal realm. A month later, looking at the nearly driven mad Ning Rongrong and Lu Erlong, Xiao Yan sighed and said, "Everyone, hold on for another month. Once I have thoroughly studied all the celestial products, we can leave." "What? Another month?" Lu Erlong went crazy on the spot. This life felt even worse than being in prison. Xiao Yan awkwardly scratched his head and pulled out 4 small boxes from his ring, giving 3 to Luo Yun and 1 to Lu Erlong. "What is this?" The two looked puzzled. Xiao Yan explained, "Soul Saint pills. Taking them can allow a soul saint to level up. Each person can take a maximum of 3. For the next month, you just focus on refining them." Lu Erlong and Luo Yun were directly stunned. With this incredible pill, didn't it mean they would have a chance to become Soul Douluo in a month? On Oscar's side, Xiao Yan also laid out a plan. "Little AO, in another month, you'll reach level 49. By then, find a fire attribute soul ring, combine it with Soul King pills and Soul Emperor pills, and charging all the way to Soul Saint 1 TB a dream." Oscar excitedly nodded. This made Lu Erlong and Luo Yun extremely envious, feeling that they had worked hard for most of their lives, and they were about to be overtaken by these young people. "What about me? What about me?" Ning Rongrong was anxious. Xiao Yan helplessly said, "I'm too busy. I don't have time to research pills for your level. You still have to rely on your own cultivation for Soul King." Seeing Ning Rongrong's disappointed expression, he added, "However, your martial soul is top-notch. If used for pill refining, combined with some fire attributes, the speed and quality will definitely crush others. If it weren't for your love of play, you would be much more suitable than little AO." Ning Rongrong glanced at the grinning Oscar next to her and stubbornly said, "If it's about cultivating, I could do it myself." Xiao Yan laughed. "Can you endure what he has suffered?" Ning Rongrong shook her head but stubbornly replied, "Not now, but gradually I can." "Then go work hard." Xiao Yan patted her shoulder and seriously encouraged her. "You have to believe me. Labor is the most glorious, and learning is the happiest." "Would I?" Xiao Yan lie to you? After calming everyone down, Xiao Yan plunged back into his research. Luo Yun and Lu Erlong, upon receiving the pills, couldn't care less about learning to refine pills and immediately began secluding themselves to break through to higher realms. Lu Erlong was already at level 78. After taking a pill, she would definitely be at the peak of Soul Saint, and getting a ring would mean she was a Soul Douluo. She remembered how foolish she had been to go against Bibi Dong for that scumbag Yu Xiaojiang. And now Xiao Yan had put aside past grievances and given her such a huge opportunity. She was truly grateful. Oscar chose to continue to stubbornly study pill refining, knowing that as long as he persisted, both his strength and pill refining skills would experience explosive growth. I tell you, this outbreak came so fast. A month just flew by. Yengu swept through like a locust, cleaning out all the celestial herbs and elixirs underground, and his storage ring was almost bursting. Goodness. It was my first time witnessing what it means to be as rich as a country. There were so many celestial products that, even after his sweep, it only looked like a tenth was gone. Simply outrageous. In this month, we didn't just sit idle. Sister Erlong and brother Luo Yun took the Soul Sage pills refined by Yengu and shot straight up to the peak of Soul Sage. Just a soul ring away from becoming Soul Douluo. Oscar also did great, reaching level 49, just stuck at the last step. Ning Rongrong, that little rich girl, has real talent. She also pushed to level 46, although a bit slower than Oscar, but who could blame her when that guy was like a blood-boosted madman? However, besides the celestial herbs underground, there was something strange. Yengu kept saying he felt a familiar energy deep underground, particularly eerie. So he followed the phosphor-armored white dragon to take a look, and wow, there was a pitch-black cave entrance. The deeper we went, the stronger the energy became. So intense that my scalp felt tingly, and Yengu also said he felt dizzy. This place was too bizarre. It felt like something bad would happen if we went any further. So we discussed it and decided that our lives were more important, so we quickly retreated. Our next target is the Demon Flame Volcano. Time to farm for equipment. Oscar, Sister Erlong, and brother Luo Yun all needed fire attribute soul rings. And that place is like a tailor-made dungeon for them. This time, the target isn't ordinary. Oscar can settle for a 10,000 year one. But for Sister Erlong and brother Luo Yun, Yengu directly assigned them a big boss. 80,000 year explosive red jackal and a 100,000 year sunfire ghost wolf. I tell you, These two soul beasts are famous for being a couple in the volcano, fierce as a bunch, who would dare to provoke them usually. But with Yingu around, that is not a problem at all. Folks, you haven't seen Yingu in action. It was incredibly clean and swift. Those two soul beasts were busy showing affection, and then Yingu came up and knocked the female one away with a couple hits, using a flame-splitting wave to send her flying, while the male one was stunned by a sea-flipping seal, and he was taken out in an instant. Really, just 2 moves. Until they died, the expressions in their eyes were, who am I? Where am I? How did I disappear? Just as Sister Erlong and Brother Luo Yun were preparing to absorb the soul rings, guess what? There were 2 people hiding in the bushes nearby. One was Xiao Wu, and the other, wow, a girl with fluffy fox ears, incredibly beautiful. That fox girl watched Yingu take down the 100,000-year soul beast, her eyes nearly popping out, completely shocked. On Yin Ji's side, he didn't care about the onlookers and first divided the spoils. 2 soul bones, one 8,000-year torso bone, and 100,000-year head soul bone were directly tossed to Oscar and Ning Rongrong. He told them to fuse them, as it would be convenient for alchemy in the future. As a result, Ning Rongrong got so excited that she rushed to kiss Yingu, saying it was to show her gratitude. I was dumbfounded. Folks, who understands? I really don't get this little princess's thought process. Yingu also had a black line on his face and quickly pushed her little face away, saying, you're with Xiao Ao now, why do this? If you really want to repay me, just learn alchemy well. I'm counting on you too for my alchemy tower in the future. After handling this, Yingu flashed and directly appeared in front of Xiao Wu and the fox girl. That fox girl was giving a lesson to Xiao Wu, saying something about how men can't be trusted. One moment sweet, the next moment a cow wife, but when she turned around, Yingu's face was almost touching hers, scaring her so much that she stumbled back 800 steps. Yingu pointed at her ears that couldn't be hidden and asked, what is up with your fox? That girl was stubborn and claimed she was hiding perfectly. But Yingu shot back, your ears are sticking out. Later, I found out that this fox girl is called Huiji, also a 100,000-year soul beast in human form. And she is a title Douluo. She was originally sent by the Spirit Hall to monitor Yingu. But after witnessing the earlier scene, she was completely scared. Xiao Wu was saved by her from the Spirit Hall. When Yingu talked about Tang San, Xiao Wu defended him, saying it was all the Spirit Hall's fault. Yingu directly educated her, saying her father colluded with evil soul masters and deserved to die. Guess who was the funniest? It was that Huiji. One moment she was telling Xiao Wu how dangerous the Spirit Hall was, and the next moment when Yingu appeared, she immediately agreed that yes, the Spirit Hall is bad, and that mingling with the Spirit Hall has a future. She was playing a complete face turn, her survival instinct maxed out. Yingu saw her strength was good and wanted to recruit her, but she got scared and said she didn't dare, afraid of being shut in and beaten. In the end, they agreed that she wouldn't join the Spirit Hall, but could temporarily be Yingu's henchman, on the condition that Yingu could keep her alive. We were chatting here, while over there, Sister Erlong had already finished absorbing her soul ring. With the 80,000-year soul ring in hand, she directly advanced to Soul Douluo. She stood up to feel her new power, and with a punch at a giant rock, she unleashed her 8th soul skill, Flame Demon Soul-Absorbing Fist. With a loud bang, that big rock turned to dust. A strong attack system, terrifying indeed. After that, she formally came over to kneel on one knee in front of Yingu to apologize for past events. Yingu didn't take it seriously at all, just helped her up and that was it. The mindset, you know, but things were a bit tense for Luo Yun. After all, he was an auxiliary type, and bearing a 100,000-year soul ring was sweating like it was raining, making us all feel anxious. However, Yingu said he had strong willpower, so it would definitely be fine. Then, the main event arrived. Luo Yun succeeded. Let me tell you, his 8th soul skill is simply outrageous. A warm feeling instantly enveloped all of us, our stamina and energy skyrocketing. Immediately after, a red light burst from his body, his eyes shining with golden light. And pointing at the air, he shouted, 8th soul skill, origin void domain. In the next second, a huge light circle appeared beneath our feet, and then with a flash. 3 seconds, just 3 seconds, all of us, including that fox girl and Xiao Wu, were directly teleported from a volcano thousands of kilometers away to the street of Stardew City. Isn't this better than a teleportation array? It's simply like the server administrator opening a backdoor. The people on the street were dumbfounded, and we were also stunned. Luo Yun floated in midair, a teleportation portal to the volcano opening behind him, saying this passage could last for dozens of minutes. This skill is just too heaven-defying. Luo Yin and Sister Erlong went to report at the Wuhan Hall branch first, and without a word, Yinge took me, Oscar, and the unwillingly tagging along Xiao Wu and Huiji, and we dove back into the teleportation portal. After all, Oscar's soul ring still hadn't been settled. Back at the volcano, Yanji's efficiency was astonishingly high, casually finding a 10,000 year Crimson Flame Eater Mouse for Oscar to deal with himself. Oscar didn't disappoint, successfully absorbing it, and his fifth soul ring was in hand, officially stepping into Soul Zone. The fire attribute soul power on him immediately became rich, and this time he could definitely refine medicine. It was enough. Let me tell you, Oscar immediately perked up, set up a furnace on the spot, and started refining medicine. Guess what? Hey, he actually managed to concoct a first-grade pill. Although the quality was just okay, the speed was already incredible. Yinge stood by like a proud father, nodding and saying, "This refining is linked to your soul power level. If you want to refine pills above the 6th grade, you have to at least be a soul sage." But no need to worry, he had stock on hand, directly arranging supplies for Oscar and Rong, ensuring that within 2 months, both of them would rise to Soul Douluo. Who understands, this isn't even training, it's like sitting on a rocket. Once they became Soul Douluo, the path ahead would be for them to walk on their own. Not long after, Lu Erlong and Luo Yun returned. Luo Yun had also realized that staying at the branch was useless. Learning the refining technique was the way to go. But then Yinge poured cold water on him, saying this wasn't something that could be done overnight. If you want to become a qualified 2nd-grade alchemist, it would take at least half a year. Moreover, in the future, these few elders would have to teach and spread the techniques. After all, Yinge couldn't always be a babysitter. He had been away from Bibi Dong for over 4 months, and heaven knows what those guys at the Spear Hall were up to. The scene shifted to 2 months later at the Pope's Hall. Let me tell you, the atmosphere was heavy. Bibi Dong sat there, her brow furrowed enough to kill a fly, while several titled elders below were reporting their work. They said that in the past 4 months, the Spirit Hall had been like a shot of adrenaline, causing trouble everywhere, especially in the Star Luo Empire, where they were practically in cahoots with the royal family. The Star Luo Empire had already begun secretly relocating the common people from the border, and this signal, those who understood knew, meant something big was about to happen. Ghost Dalu was licking his lips and analyzing, saying the Spirit Hall's black technology that could turn ordinary people into titled Dalu was incredibly tempting for the Emperor of Star Luo. Who could resist it? Our Wuhan Hall's influence in the Star Luo Empire was not as strong as the royal family, making it hard to intervene. Bibi Dong sighed, her head aching. Were they planning to go to war? Juju Douluo sneered, saying they didn't have the guts. The Emperor of Tiando was said to be level 98, but he was really only around level 93 or 94. The Star Luo Empire was even less formidable. He wouldn't dare to ask for too many powerful people from the Spear Hall. Otherwise, before the war even started, his own home would be robbed. Not necessarily. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd. A big shot dressed in a blue robe stood up, exuding a strong aura, but he didn't seem to be from the Spear Hall. Who was this? It was Tang Chun, who had been saved by Yinge. After a few months, he not only stabilized his strength at level 95, but also revitalized the Haoyan sect, restoring the momentum of the #1 sect in the world. Tang Chun directly declared, "Your Holiness, I think that the Emperor of Star Luo has probably been brainwashed by the Spear Hall and may even have been molded into a puppet god." Bibi Dong's brow tightened. She had thought of this, but she always felt that an emperor couldn't be that foolish, right? To become a puppet for power? Tang Chun directly pointed out, in the face of such power, no one can resist the temptation. You are the chosen one. You don't understand how crazy we mortals can be to become gods. Hearing this, Bibi Dong fell silent. Tang Chun added that he was no longer interested in becoming a god, reassuring Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong sneered and changed the subject. What about the batch of ores below the toxic miasma of the Stardo Great Forest? Do you have any leads? Tang Chun and Juju Dalu exchanged glances, caught off guard. That large batch of ores seemed to have evaporated into thin air, with not a trace of news. Bibi Dong saw their expressions and immediately ordered to mobilize all forces of the Spirit Hall, saying they must dig 3 feet into the ground to find those ores. That stuff could breed celestial-grade treasures. If obtained, the Spirit Hall would be nothing. At this moment, Juju Dalu brought up another matter. Your Majesty, the people we sent to Sea God Island have returned. Poseidon refuses to leave, saying he wants to guard the Sea God legacy. Bibi Dong exploded. This old fool is stubborn. The continent is about to be turned upside down by the Spirit Hall. And he wants to guard that broken legacy to pass it on to evil soul masters? Does he want me to personally invite him? Tang Chun quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying it wasn't that Poseidon was lacking in insight, but that there was a fierce beast outside Sea God Island called the Deep Sea Magic Whale King, which was about to break through the million-year level. If Poseidon left, that beast would definitely flatten Sea God Island. Bibi Dong looked at her hand, coldly saying, "Oh, it can hold its own against a level 99 title Douluo? Then I want to see how many moves it can take from me." Her tone sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Tang Chun wanted to suggest sending Dalu, but Bibi Dong became even angrier, saying that old man was only focused on his granddaughter becoming a god and wouldn't listen to orders. Otherwise, he would have been dealt with long ago. Just as Bibi Dong was preparing to personally lead the expedition, the doors of the Pope's Hall were suddenly pushed open with a bang. Since Senior Poseidon cares about the common people, our spirit hall cannot lack sincerity. I will take the life of the deep-sea magic whale king on behalf of my teacher. Oh my gosh. Everyone turned around and was shocked to the point that their jaws almost dropped. Yingu is back. Behind him followed a group of people, and wow. Except for Xiao Wu, everyone was at the Contra level. That shortest little girl exuded an aura that was even more terrifying than the elders present. When Bibi Dong saw Yingu, a long-lost smile finally appeared on her face as she waved her hand. All right, everyone disperse. Someone is handling the matter of the deep-sea magic whale king. The elders dared not stay any longer and quickly left. Yingu stepped forward and took out a small box, handing it to Tang Chun. Senior Tang Chun, this is a gift for you. The energy fluctuations from the box were so strong that it felt like it might explode. What is this? Tang Chun was astonished. It's a breaking barrier pill. An 8th grade pill. Yingu smiled slightly. It's specially for treating various internal injuries and can restore your strength to its peak. Congratulations. You can reclaim your true power now. This isn't just a pill. It's practically a physical cheat in electronic ibuprofen, specifically for treating various grievances. Tang Chun was so excited that he couldn't find the words to express his gratitude, repeatedly thanking him. Once everyone had left, only Yingu, his group, and Bibi Dong remained in the hall. Bibi Dong looked at the people beside Yingu and felt a surge of emotions. Ning Rongrong and Oscar were still little soul masters a few months ago, and now they were directly Contras. Luo Yin was the same, stepping from Soul Sage directly into Contra. Lu Erlong felt a bit embarrassed when she saw Bibi Dong and respectfully knelt down. Bibi Dong, however, had a mischievous smile on her face as she asked her, "Lu Erlong, are you satisfied with the lover I've chosen for you?" Lu Erlong was completely stunned. "Your Majesty, what do you mean by that?" "It's nothing." Bibi Dong was in a great mood. "Luo Yun is much better than that waste, so you should cherish him well." Then Bibi Dong's gaze fell on Huiji and Xiao Wu. Huiji was so intimidated by her gaze that she didn't dare to breathe, while Xiao Wu was indifferent. She had managed to obtain an even stronger love-stricken red flower this time, and the gods couldn't detect her true form. There are actually title Contras in this world that I don't know, and it's a little girl? Bibi Dong curiously asked Yingu. "Not going to introduce her?" Yingu smiled and made a joke, saying she's a friend who saved Xiao Wu. Bibi Dong, who is that person, had a barely perceptible smile flash in her eyes as she patted Huiji's head and said since she has come, she is a friend of the Wuhuan Temple. If she wants to be an elder protector, that's fine too. Yingu saw that Huiji was almost fainting from fear and quickly said, "Teacher, they've traveled a long way. Let them rest first." Once everyone had retreated, only the two of them were left in the hall. "Teacher, I'm back," Yingu said seriously. "It's good that you're back." Bibi Dong grabbed his arm and heavily knocked her staff 3 times on the ground. "I'm telling you, this is the highest order. Clear the area. No one is allowed to come in." Bibi Dong pulled Yingu into her back hall, and only then did they sit down. Yingu recounted everything that had happened in the past few months, especially Luo Yun's spatial teleportation soul skill, which was simply a strategic level weapon. But what Bibi Dong was most concerned about was that little girl named Huiji. Yingu knew he couldn't hide it, so he confessed that Huiji was a 100,000-year soul beast that had transformed and cultivated into a title Contra. In the past, Bibi Dong would have probably directly captured Huiji to give to Hulaina as a soul ring, but now, a living title Contra was worth much more than a 100,000-year soul ring, and she had to consider Yanji's face as well. After discussing serious matters, Yingu started to complain about how he couldn't condense the subfire of the falling heart flame no matter what. Bibi Dong comforted him, saying that the blue lotus earth core fire had been with him for so many years, and the falling heart flame had only been in his possession for a short while, so he shouldn't rush. Yingu, however, felt that his soul power was still not strong enough. Bibi Dong reminded him, is it possible that the issue lies with the strength of the itself? The stronger, the harder it is to condense the subfire? Yin Gu thought this made sense, and then said he wanted to put the subfire in the Dan Tower so that all alchemists could use it to improve the success rate of pill making. So you're doing this for that? Bibi Dong smiled helplessly and said, all right, don't think about it anymore. You've traveled for several days, so rest well. Yin Gu looked around and cheekily asked, Teacher, where am I sleeping today? Bibi Dong rolled her eyes at him. If you want to go out and sleep, I want to stop you. But it's late now, and without me accompanying you, the procedures will be troublesome. Yin Gu chuckled. Oh, that would indeed be too troublesome. It seems I must sleep here today. Bibi Dong snorted coldly, suddenly stood up and grabbed him. Go, I'll take you out. Hey, teacher, wait. I was joking. Don't you want to go out? Let us go. Bibi Dong intentionally pulled him towards the exit. Yin Gu, feeling helpless, suddenly turned around and directly wrapped his arms around Bibi Dong, and the two of them rolled onto the bed together. Wow, this time, the Pope's glamorous robe was all messed up. Their noses were touching, and their breaths became heated. Bibi Dong forcibly suppressed her wildly beating heart and looked at Yin Gu, asking, Didn't you travel for a long time? Aren't you tired? Yin Gu was already in the mood, but he whispered in her ear, Of course I'm tired, but we can't delay the important matters. A few days later, on the western coast of the Dou Empire, Yin Gu was sitting alone on a reef, watching the waves, and the sea heart flame in his hand was unusually lively. It seems this really has something to do with the sea. Xiao Yan, the ship is about to set sail. In the distance, Hulaina was calling him. This time going to Sea God Island. The goal is clear, to invite Poseidon out of the mountain and conveniently eliminate the deep-sea magic whale king that threatens Sea God Island. Accompanying him were Hulaina and Xiao, who had both taken pills and had now reached the soul sage level. This time they were going to Sea God Island to hunt soul beasts and obtain the 7th soul ring. On the ship, Hulaina decided that Sea God Island was really far away, taking more than a month by boat. Xiao had completely become Yin Ji's fanboy, calling him Xiao Gu all the time and pledging loyalty. Hulaina couldn't stand it any longer and directly pushed him away. She quietly told Yin Gu that her teacher, Bibi Dong, had already informed her of their relationship. Upon hearing this, Yin Ji's head felt heavy, saying that this matter was too public, so don't talk recklessly. Hulaina nodded, but hesitated to speak. Yin Gu quickly changed the subject and informed them about the situation on Sea God Island, saying that there were many rules there. One had to accept the test at 18, and those who failed would be directly expelled, so only elites remained on the island. Their faith wasn't in the Wuhuan temple, but in the sea god. Anyone who disrespected the sea god would face death. Hulaina pouted. Strength is cultivated by oneself. What does it have to do with the sea god? Yin Gu helplessly said, We may think that way, but they don't. In any case, once we get there, keep your mouth clean and praise the sea god. He added that besides the 99th level Poseidon, there were also 7 tidal contras on Sea God Island, all of whom were not weak. Historically, the Wuhuan temple had attempted to absorb Sea God Island several times, but had failed. The worst time, they sent 2,000 people. In less than 100 return alive. It was practically a total annihilation. Hulaina scoffed, saying that was because the Douluo Hall didn't take action. Now, if it weren't for her teacher wanting to unite with them, she could just bring an army to trample the Sea God Hall. Don't be too complacent. Yin Gu laughed and said, What if her teacher defeats Poseidon and the Sea God's true form descends? It would be your turn. Hulaina said irritably. Despite the bickering, the group still focused on training. Yin Gu also planned to take advantage of this more than a month to improve himself and strive to break through to Contra on the island. His current soul power was at level 77, having only increased by 1 level in the past few months, but that was already quite fast for a soul sage. The ship they were on was a trade ship between the Dou Empire and Sea God Island, loaded with several tons of goods. Usually, such ships have to spend a lot of money to hire Soul Emperor experts for escort. This time, they originally hired 2 Soul Emperors. But when Yin Gu and the other 3 Soul Saints appeared, the captain was overjoyed and immediately dismissed the 2 Soul Emperors, respectfully inviting them onto the ship. At first, the captain was quite nervous, seeing only Yin Gu sitting at the bow while Hulaina and Xiao went to cultivate, making him anxious. However, along the way, whenever there were any foolish sea soul beasts trying to attack, Yin Gu easily dealt with them, even taking out 10,000-year level beasts with a single strike. At this point, the captain and the crew completely relaxed, filled with admiration for Yin Gu. After more than 20 days, there were only 7 days left to Sea God Island. In the evening, The crew brought up the golden spear demon shark that Yingu had killed during the day and held a barbecue party. The captain took out a bottle of fine wine that he had cherished for decades and insisted on toasting Yingu. Yingu was a bit puzzled, wondering why they were celebrating before reaching their destination. The captain explained that they had already entered the territorial waters of Sea God Island, and the soul beasts in this area were very docile and would not attack humans. Is that so? Yingu retorted. Then what about the deep-sea demon whale king? I heard it has been a constant threat to Sea God Island. I tell you, as soon as Yingu said that, the captain's cup fell to the ground with a clatter, and the people around looked at Yingu as if they were looking at a ghost. The captain stammered, Xiao Yan, you shouldn't say such an ominous thing casually. If that thing really comes out, we'll all be dead without a burial place. Seeing their reaction, Yingu knew they must have encountered it before, so he comforted them. Don't be afraid, that thing should be rare, right? The captain nodded and said that in his decades of sailing, he had only seen it once. That's good, Yingu said confidently, but even if we do encounter it, I have the ability to ensure that everyone can retreat safely. The captain and the others looked at him in disbelief, not understanding where his confidence came from. The captain mustered his courage to ask, is the rumor true? I heard that you once single-handedly defeated 7 titled Douluos. Yingu nodded. It's true that I fought 7. But defeated is a bit of an exaggeration. It took some effort. The captain became even more excited. My lord, although I'm just a soul king, I know how difficult it is to fight above one's rank. May I ask a question that I shouldn't? Go ahead. What's there that can't be asked? Cool me. Everyone sit down. I'm in a good mood today, so let's have a good chat about what that title Douluo from the Soul Hall really is. Let me tell you, that Spirit Hall is just a bunch of crooked and evil characters gathered together. They may seem harmless now, but a few months ago, the incident in the Stardew Forest was their doing. The 7 sent for this competition all hold the title of Title Douluo, and to put it bluntly, they just want to step on us from the Spirit Hall, smash our golden signboard, and make everyone think they are the strongest. But who understands? They're just hastily trained Title Douluos. In a real fight, they would be evenly matched with top-ranked Soul Douluos, and some stronger Soul Douluos could easily overpower them. But I'm different. I'm the type who looks at life and death lightly, and if I'm not convinced, I'll fight back. Since leaving the novice village, I have never fought against opponents of the same level. My opponents are always of a higher level than me. Speaking of this, I directly snatched the drink from the captain's hand and gulped it down, wiping my mouth before boasting. No matter how many drugs they take, I, Xiao Yan, will always be above them. My 3rd spirit ring is the Eternal Shadow, and you can hardly find a second one like it on the continent. Once I activate my skill, my combat power skyrockets like a rocket, increasing by dozens of times. This ability can also stack with my 6th spirit skill, the Flame Demon King transformation, allowing me to directly wrestle with a genuine title Douluo. The captain and the others were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief, looking at me as if to say, Sir, your method is too wild. This kind of encounter is something ordinary people wouldn't even dare to imagine. I nodded and said solemnly, wealth and nobility come from taking risks, I understand that. But we can't always be reckless. Most of the time, we need to develop steadily. Everyone praised me enthusiastically, and I felt a bit elated. I don't know if it was the alcohol or the atmosphere, but I couldn't stop talking today. Later, we talked about the deep-sea demon whale king. The captain lit a cigarette, and his gaze instantly became distant as he began to recall that experience where he almost met the king of hell. He said their ship was 500 meters long, a real giant on the sea, making everything else look small. Until that day, when a small island suddenly appeared right in front of them, almost nose to nose with their ship. In that moment, their 500-meter giant felt like a small dinghy in front of the island. The next second, that island erupted with a water column hundreds of meters high. Who understands that was not an island at all, but a living creature? The terrifying soul power fluctuations shook their big ship like a sieve, making them feel like they could be swallowed whole at any moment. That creature was after the food on the ship. It had just finished cultivating, was hungry, and wanted something to fill its belly. It originally wanted to take both the people and the ship, but just as it opened its massive jaws, Poseidon, the big boss of Sea God Island, descended from the sky and saved their lives. The people on the ship would never forget the scene inside that whale's mouth. Its teeth were like mountains, with bits of other soul beast flesh hanging from them. The image was simply unforgettable. After listening, I pondered for a moment. The size is enormous. Soul beasts of this level can actually control their size. At that time, it was so big, probably because it had just finished cultivating and was somewhat weak, relying on its massive body to support itself. Under normal circumstances, I estimate it would be about 100 meters long. Captain Yin smoked one cigarette after another, clearly suffering from PTSD. I don't understand this. Anyway, we can't afford to mess with this thing. After 2 days, Hulaina and Xiao also finished their training. Their talent is truly outstanding. With 3 Soul Saint pills, they directly reached the peak of Soul Saint, just a soul ring away from advancing to Soul Douluo. Nana's 7th soul ring has been settled, which is the illusory red fox raised by Bibi Dong. Now her goal is to get an 8th soul ring that is over 80,000 years old. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard it, thinking to myself, what are you thinking, girl? A soul beast over 80,000 years old is like a cabbage? There are only about 4 of them on the entire continent that you can count on your fingers. However, on Sea God Island, there's a possibility of finding one that is 100,000 years old, but I don't know if they will pass that divine position to us land soul masters. A few days later, we could finally see the outline of Sea God Island from a distance. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that we could finally take a break. But, you can't let your guard down. Danger often comes at the moment you're most relaxed. Boom! With a loud crash, the whole ship shook violently, and I almost lost my balance. It felt like we had hit something hard. We, the stronger ones, were okay, but the ordinary crew members were in trouble. Many of them fell over, and one unlucky guy even tumbled straight into the sea. The captain and others rushed out of the cockpit, shouting, "Is anyone injured? Report the situation." A crew member scrambled up, panting heavily, and shouted, "Captain, it's bad. The ship's hull is leaking. We hit something unknown, and there's a big hole in the hull. Seawater is pouring in." I frowned. Reef? Hulaina immediately analyzed. Impossible. This ship draws only about 10 meters of water, and it's broad daylight with good sunlight. We can see clearly even 30 meters underwater. It can't be a reef. I suspect. It's a soul beast? Xiao retorted. What soul beast could make a hole in such a large ship? The image of the deep-sea demon whale king suddenly flashed in my mind, and I muttered, it can't be this coincidental. I directly sent my soul power underwater. Goodness, 2 big guys were fighting about 200 or 300 meters beneath the ship. The energy fluctuations were at least at the 50,000-year level. Fighting in the sea, their combat power was not inferior to that of high-level soul saints on land. The reason our ship was leaking was that it was hit by stones thrown during their fight. It seems it was just an accident. I breathed a sigh of relief. These 2 weren't coming for us, and probably didn't even notice the ship above them. But the problem is, if they keep fighting like this with skills flying everywhere, if they break the main keel of the ship, we would have to experience our own Titanic moment. I decided to go down and take a look. You 2 stay here and don't move, I instructed Hulaina and Xiao. They nodded, and under their watchful eyes, I plunged directly into the sea. I thought I would go down and reason with those 2 guys. But as soon as I went down, an attack came flying at my face. I quickly took out my Shin heavy ruler and smashed the attack, being knocked back several meters in the process. I was taken aback. This sea spirit beast is impressive, much fiercer than the land-based spirit beasts of the same level. I dove close to them and communicated with my soul power. Hey, big brothers, could you fight somewhere else? There are ships above, and if they get damaged, the people from Sea God Island will come to your KTV. The 2 spirit beasts paused for a moment, looking at me with a foolish expression. I asked again, you don't want to provoke the people of Sea God Island, do you? And guess what happened? The 2 guys exchanged glances, and then they both turned around and started attacking me. Roar. Although they weren't low in intelligence. They couldn't speak and could only express their anger through roars. The thought process of soul beasts is that simple. When they see a land soul master, no matter what you came for, they'll try to kill you first. So, the 2 guys who were fighting fiercely just a second ago united their front in the next second. I was speechless at that moment. Why are these creatures from the sea so difficult to communicate with? We can't even understand each other. Damn it. Can't you understand human speech? Well, it's a waste of breath. Don't blame me then. It's just right for me to practice on you too. Fighting in the water isn't effective, and my soul skills are restricted. But then I thought, isn't this a perfect opportunity? Engaging in a fierce battle with these 2 50,000-year-old sea soul beasts will definitely benefit me. With that in mind, I stopped using my soul power and put away I directly activated my first soul skill, maxed out my speed, and lured these 2 big guys to the surface of the sea. On the vast ocean, our boat was floating alone. Suddenly, a few hundred meters in front of the boat, 2 gigantic sea soul beasts emerged with a splash. And in front of them was my tiny shadow. The captain saw this scene and was so scared that his soul nearly left his body. He quickly shouted, "Turn the helm! Quickly turn the helm! If we crash into them, the whole ship will become fish food." I stood on the surface of the sea, watching the two huge creatures in front of me. Although they were over 100 meters in size, they were really fast and agile in the water. If it weren't for my speed just now, I would have almost been caught by them. The two sea spirit beasts saw that I was not moving and charged at me with loud roars. I swung the heavy ruler, activating my fourth soul skill, and donned the Xian turtle armor. I hadn't used this skill in a long time. It not only increased my defense, but also boosted my attack, making it perfect for the current situation. I didn't want to use any big moves. I just wanted to engage in pure hand-to-hand combat and see where my limits lay. The people on the ship were on edge. If I lost, they would be in trouble too. The captain was extremely anxious and asked Hulaina, Holy Lady, why are you just watching? Hulaina exchanged glances with Xiao and shook her head, saying, Captain, don't worry. Look on the surface. It seems like there's back and forth action, but have you seen Xiao Yan use any powerful soul skills? The captain and the others were taken aback. Indeed, Xiao Yan had only used a boosting skill from the beginning, clearly conserving his strength. Hulaina sighed, feeling a bit sorry for him, and said, the path of leveling up through drugs won't work. He wants to replicate his previous leveling method. Back in Stardust City, he did the same, forcing himself to grow stronger in the most dangerous ways. However, these two 50,000-year-old beasts may not be enough for him. Sure enough, after just a few minutes of fighting, the two sea soul beasts couldn't hold on any longer and were pushed back, retreating several thousand meters. By this time, the cargo ship had already sailed far away, and they no longer posed a threat. I shook my head, a bit disappointed. Is this all the strength you have? All right, you can continue fighting. I'm leaving. After saying that, I directly used my soul power to fly up into the sky, heading back towards the cargo ship that was almost out of sight. Although these two soul beasts were not my match, there was no need for me to wipe them out completely. After all, they were only 50,000 years old, and both Hulaina and Xiao looked down on them. Let them train some more. Perhaps they could reach 80,000 years in the future, which would leave some resources for future generations. I flew back to the ship after just over 10 minutes, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw me return. However, after that battle, the way everyone looked at me had changed. This kid is definitely not as simple as he seems. It was clear to anyone with discerning eyes that the three of us were led by me. So, even though Hulaina and Xiao were at a higher level than I was, in terms of actual strength, I was still the strongest. Everyone was quite impressed. These young people from the Spirit Hall are really something else. This time it was a close call, but we managed to plug the hole in the bottom of the ship, and although we lost some cargo, it wasn't a big deal. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It was just too coincidental. A few days later, the ship finally docked. Goodness, there were hundreds of people waiting to greet us, and the leader was a sole Douluo. Before leaving, the captain specifically reminded us, Gentlemen, once you disembark, you will be at Sea God Island. There are many rules here, so be very cautious with your words and actions, and don't offend them. We will wait for you to finish your transaction before leaving together. I nodded and said, Don't worry. We are here to discuss cooperation, not to cause trouble. The three of us stepped off the ship and onto the sandy beach of Sea God Island. We were all wearing magnificent robes, and as our boots sank into the sand, each step kicked up a cloud of sand. Just as we were walking, a strange voice rang out. I wondered why I could smell a stench from afar. Turns out it's the guys from the Spirit Hall again. Hulaina was not one to back down. She immediately retorted, It's still better than the fishy smell coming from your pretentious group. I glanced at Xiao and saw that the one speaking was a Soul Emperor, feeling quite helpless in my heart. It's a fact that Sea God Island has a poor relationship with the Wuhuan Hall, but isn't it too much to insult someone like this to their face? I spoke lightly. Friend, we are indeed from the Spirit Hall, but we are not acquainted. The two families are not at war right now, and we have come from afar. We can at least be considered guests, right? I can take what you just said as you venting your emotions. But the Spirit Hall is not something that a single Soul Emperor can insult at will. The Sea Spirit Master was not afraid at all. After all, this was his home ground. People from the Spirit Hall are indeed so aggressive. I didn't argue with him, just said, I don't like bullying others with power. I'm here this time to seek cooperation. I see, that guy had a look of disdain on his face. Previously, the Spirit Hall also sent people here, but they were unanimously rejected by everyone on the island. At this moment, more and more Sea Spirit Masters gathered around. Seeing our attire, they surrounded us. The leading soul, Dou, also walked over and asked displeasedly, What does the Spirit Hall want with you little guys this time? I smiled and cupped my hands, saying, This old brother, we came here with sincerity, wanting to help Lord Poseidon deal with the deep-sea demon whale king and eliminate future troubles for Sea God Island. And you? After hearing this, Those sea soul masters all laughed, and it was a mocking laugh. With just a few of you little soul saints? What qualifications do you have to help Lord Poseidon? Our sea god island is not lacking in soul saints. Soul saints? I stepped forward, and the power of my soul erupted instantly. An invisible energy field covered the entire area, and everyone's expressions froze. Just now, they hadn't reacted yet. I said loudly, "Everyone, if you don't believe in my strength, feel free to give it a try. I guarantee I won't let you down." Ha, what an arrogant kid. That soul Douluo was so infuriated by me. I can't wait to see what you have to back up such words. Today, he will definitely teach me a lesson. The crowd immediately stepped back, clearing a space. That soul Douluo directly revealed 8 soul rings, 2 of which were 10,000 years old. Hyena frowned and said to me, "Let me go. I've just become a soul saint and haven't had a proper fight yet." I thought for a moment and shook my head. No, you lack practical experience and can't unleash your full strength. If you lose, it will be a disgrace to the Spear Hall. Hyena was taken aback and said stubbornly, "Then you go." Xiao also advised, "Brother Xiao Yan has been a soul saint for a while, and his strength is definitely stronger than ours, so it will be the safest for him to go." The sea spirit master grew impatient and arrogantly shouted, "Hey, have you guys made up your minds? Who's coming up to take the beating?" I glanced at him and said, "I'll go." After saying that, I stepped forward and my soul rings lit up, 2 purple and 5 black. The crowd immediately erupted in exclamations. What? The first one is a 1,000-year soul ring. The third one is 10,000 years. Even the soul Douluo was stunned. He never dared to dream of such a soul ring combination. "Come on," I said calmly. "You are a soul Douluo, I'll give you 3 moves." The soul Douluo was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly furious. "All right, you said it. Don't blame me for being merciless." I snorted coldly, just in time to see what this soul master could do. 5th soul skill, Tsunami. As he made his move, his soul power transformed into a towering wave, surrounding me from all directions, leaving no place to hide. I directly summoned the Xianzhong ruler and began to spin at the center of the waves. Goodness. He instantly lost control of his soul power, and the waves started to revolve around me, like a washing machine. I shook my head. The range is quite large. But unfortunately, it's useless to me. If that's all you can do, then don't compete. Don't look down on people. Watch my 7th soul skill, Sea Thorns. He roared, and his soul power transformed into countless thorns that appeared around me. Another area attack. Just as I was about to complain, that guy suddenly moved. Hee. 3rd move. He had somehow added a huge harpoon to his hand, aiming directly at my throat. Playing dirty, huh? I easily dodged, and with a backhand, I struck him hard with a ruler on his back, sending him directly into the soft sand, giving him a taste of the Sand Guardian. Everyone was stunned. My reaction speed completely exceeded their expectations. That Contra felt the pain and quickly used the power of his soul skill to create distance. His first move was underestimating me, but the next 2 moves were serious, yet he didn't even touch a hair on me. He pointed at me, incredulously shouting, "You are definitely not a soul sage. You are hiding your strength." I laughed. I did hide my strength, but I really am just a soul sage. We clashed again, and I kept pressing him, making it clear to anyone watching that I was just toying with him. Damn it, that sea soul master was about to go crazy, unable to understand how a soul master like him could be played around by a soul saint. Just as he was about to charge forward again, a hand pressed down on him. The newcomer said, "You're being a bit rude like this." A strong voice rang out. I looked at the suddenly appeared person and smiled. Finally, someone who can talk. The person looked at us and coldly said, "What is the purpose of the Spirit Hall people coming here? We have already rejected the alliance, and there is no point in coming again." I replied, "This time we come with full sincerity and can help Poseidon Island solve a major hidden danger." You mentioned the deep-sea demon whale king? As a soul sage, even if you can challenge Soul Douluo, what use is it against the deep-sea demon whale king, who is comparable to a limit Douluo? He shook his head. "I need to meet with Poseidon. As for how I will deal with it, you will know when the time comes. I am one of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god, the seahorse Douluo. If you can defeat me, I will temporarily trust you and take you to meet Lord Poseidon. Otherwise, please leave." I nodded and said, "Please enlighten me." See me so calm. Seahorse Douluo directly unleashed the aura of a tidal Douluo, trying to overwhelm me. He wants to pressure me with his aura? I stopped wasting words with him and activated my 7th soul skill, True Form of the Fire God. Boom! A flame giant, several hundred meters tall, rose up directly from my body, and the terrifying sense of oppression left everyone present gasping for breath. The entire sea god island must have been stunned. My flame god giant can easily take down an ordinary tidal Douluo. I've realized that this seahorse Douluo is only level 91 and is no match for my big character. The seahorse Douluo is also confused, being chased and attacked by my massive flame god, and can only flee in embarrassment. Don't be fooled by my giant size. I'm quite agile. His attacks feel like mere tickles against me. The true strength of this flame god is around level 93 to 94. I didn't have time to waste with him, so I activated my first and third soul skills, skyrocketing my speed, and charged towards the seahorse Douluo along the body of the flame god giant. He was entangled with the giant and didn't notice me at all. I launched a surprise attack from behind, executing a smooth combo that knocked him down from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. He knew I'd held back, otherwise he would have been dead by now. I lost. The seahorse Douluo stood up, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and shouted at me, "Put away your huge demon. I will keep my promise and take you to meet Lord Poseidon." I nodded. The seahorse Douluo was quite straightforward. He accepted defeat. The flame god giant disappeared, but the way those sea spirit masters looked at me completely changed, filled with awe and curiosity. When we arrived at the sea god temple, all the tidal Douluo of the 7 sacred pillars were present. The way they looked at us was like they were looking at monsters. It was hard for anyone to comprehend how a soul sage around 20 years old could defeat a tidal Douluo. The sea dragon Douluo approached me, his expression unfriendly, and asked, "How did you defeat the seahorse?" "With your strength. I feel a bit helpless. Here it comes again. There's no way out. I can only show it off again." I directly released my soul pressure, and except for Hulaina and Xiao, all the tidal Douluo present felt as if they were being crushed by a mountain, unable to move at all. This is soul power, a power at the soul level. And currently, only I can cultivate it. I withdrew my pressure and explained, "It's just unbelievable." The sea dragon Douluo and the others looked astonished. At that moment, a strong fluctuation of soul power came from the center of the hall, and Poseidon finally made her appearance. She looked at me sharply. "Wuhuan Temple, Xiao Yan?" I nodded and said, "You must be Lord Poseidon, right?" She replied with a sound and directly asked, "So, do you really have the ability to help me deal with the deep-sea demon whale king?" I said, "I will do my best." Poseidon pondered for a moment, but shook his head. "But with just this, I still cannot leave Poseidon Island." "I don't understand. Why?" As soon as she raised her hand, the 7 tidal Douluos immediately understood and all retreated. "There's a very serious matter that I need to handle," Poseidon said helplessly. I asked, "May I ask, is it related to the sea god?" She paused for a moment and then said, "That's right, I can no longer communicate with the sea god." "Did it start 6 years ago?" I continued to question. Poseidon's expression completely changed. She realized I knew the details and hurriedly asked, "Do you know how to solve it?" I sighed and told her the words of the Soul Palace Lord and the situation in the City of Slaughter. The divine realm might have already been occupied by the Soul Clan, and the sea god had either surrendered or died at the hands of that Soul Emperor. Impossible. Lord Sea God has immense power. How could that Soul Emperor possibly compare? Poseidon simply did not believe it. I am also quite helpless, although there is no evidence. This is most likely the truth. What truth? Everything you said is too absurd. I frowned and said, "Do you really think that our spirit hall went through so much trouble to come here twice just to play a joke on you? Now that the spirit hall's power has risen, the Star Luo Empire may have already allied with them. Once the continent is under the control of evil spirit masters, your sea god island won't be able to escape either. Who knows what your spirit hall is plotting? You have invaded Sea God Island more than once in the past, and here, your credibility is zero." Poseidon looked very displeased. I said in a deep voice, "The new pope has been in office for decades. Has he ever taken any hostile actions against Poseidon Island? The teacher sent me here to demonstrate sincerity." "Your sincerity?" Poseidon scoffed. "I know you're not simple, but relying solely on yourself doesn't amount to much sincerity. Only if your pope teacher comes, perhaps he could spar with me. Not to mention the deep-sea demon whale king. To deal with the deep-sea demon whale king, you don't need her to take action," I said seriously. "Just the 2 of us are enough." Poseidon still shook her head. She didn't believe I had the strength to rival her. "Forget it. Let's not talk about that." She changed the subject. "Do you know how I can communicate with Lord Poseidon?" I frowned and said, "I don't know. The king of killers in the city of killers can't contact the Azura god either. But my teacher can still sense the existence of the Rakshasa God." Poseidon pondered. "Your teacher is the inheritor of a deity, so their perception of gods is stronger than ours as divine messengers. It would be great if we could find the inheritor of the sea god. Through the sea god's 9 trials, one could become an inheritor. But right now, I don't have time to search for you. I shook my head and said, we can only leave the Sea God Island and confront the evil soul master to obtain more useful information. No, Poseidon suddenly waved his hand. Looking at the three of us, you three are just right. I don't need to look anymore. The three of us were stunned. Hulaina quickly said, Senior, I am the saintess of the Spirit Hall and cannot participate in the Sea God's 9 trials. I shook my head as well. I'm also a student of the Pope, so I naturally cannot participate. The evil moon also expressed his stance. Poseidon sneered. Since the Pope sent you three here, whether you participate or not is no longer up to you. I felt something was off at that moment. This old lady was up to something. I frowned and said, are you really going to force us to participate? What do you think? As soon as Poseidon finished speaking, the entire Sea God Temple was suddenly flooded, with seawater rushing in from all directions. That seawater was transformed from her soul power, sweeping toward us like a tidal wave. Damn, they're coming in hard. We were instantly surrounded, with no way to retreat. And guess what? That old lady didn't waste any time talking to us. She immediately unleashed her big move. I tell you, that wasn't even a soul technique. She directly drew all the seawater from the Sea God Temple, transforming it into a massive water ball, trying to drown us alive inside. Does anyone understand that feeling of pressure? It was unreal. My mind went blank, thinking this was the end. But then my buddy Xiao Yan just stood there, his expression unchanged, and pointed a finger at the overwhelming seawater, gently tapping it. The next second, I swear I've never seen anything so ridiculous in my life. The entire water ball, with a crack, instantly transformed from liquid into pure white ice. One moment, it was raging waves, and the next it became a giant ice sculpture. Instantly frozen. That old lady was dumbfounded, her eyes wide as saucers, realizing that all connection she had with the seawater was wiped out by my buddy's finger. Xiao Yan took a step forward, and the vast expanse of ice instantly shattered into billions of ice crystals, gently drifting down like snow, unbelievably beautiful. But that old lady couldn't care less about admiring it. She abruptly stood up from her throne, pointing at Xiao Yan, her voice trembling. You are not a soul master. You are not from this world. Damn, that one sentence left us all speechless. Xiao Yan was quite straightforward, nodding to admit, you're right. But that's not important. What's important is that I have the strength to match yours, more than enough to help you deal with that deep-sea demon whale king. As for that sea god you mentioned, even if he comes, he might not be my opponent. Wow, that was impressive. I give a perfect score. The old lady was so furious, she couldn't help but laugh. And without saying a word, all 9 soul rings lit up with a bang. I focused my gaze and almost knelt down. 8 black and 1 red. 8 10,000-year rings and 100,000-year ring. This configuration is simply outrageous. A great battle was about to break out. Poseidon launched a fierce attack right away, but what happened? My buddy's speed was so fast it was like he was hacking, leaving a trail of afterimages in place, and the old lady couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. While she was stunned, Xiao Yan had already appeared in front of her like a ghost, using the 8 extremes collapse, landing a punch lightly on her stomach. I saw it clearly. He held back 90% of his strength with that punch. Even so, Poseidon was still knocked back several steps, disbelief written all over her face. She knew that if that punch had landed fully, she would be lying on the ground now. Your speed is too slow. Xiao Yan's voice came from behind her. And this isn't your home turf. You can only unleash your full power in the sea. At this point, Poseidon was completely out of temper. She knew that continuing to fight would only be humiliating, so she waved her hand and said, all right, I believe you. I acknowledge your strength. You see, that's how simple it is for masters to spar. In just a few moves, we reach a consensus. We'll help her solve the deep-sea magic whale king issue. And she won't obstruct us. However, she said the sea god trial would start soon, and we would have to wait a month. Fine, we can wait. By the way, my buddy mentioned needing to help Hulaina and Xiao get 2 high-year soul rings. When Poseidon heard this, she said that was perfect. Let's participate in the sea god trial, as there are soul beasts of 80,000 and 100,000 years inside. What a coincidence. So we joined the so-called Sea God 9 trials. During this month, Xiao Yan didn't even need to use his abnormal flames. He accompanied us to fight monsters and level up, directly reaching the peak of Soul Sage. Hulaina and Xiao also upgraded successfully to Soul Douluo. Just as we were reaching the 5th level, challenging the 7 Guardian Pillars, the main event arrived. The entire Sea God Island suddenly shook violently, and a massive shadow that could block out the sky emerged from the sea. Let me tell you, that thing could no longer be called a whale. It was almost turning into a dragon. Its aura was suffocatingly strong. Keek, Poseidon, this king has returned. The deep-sea magic whale king. It has finally appeared. Those guardian pillars, who usually acted tough, were now pale with fear. But Xiao Yan laughed and directly told Poseidon, "You hold it off head-on, and I'll find an opportunity to sneak attack and take it down in one move." Poseidon was straightforward and charged forward. The two top-tier powerhouses clashing fiercely on the surface of the sea, with waves high enough to almost flood Sea God Island. The magic whale king focused entirely on Poseidon and didn't even notice that a shadow had quietly circled around to its back. "Now's the time." Xiao Yan pushed the 3,000 thunder into overdrive, the Xuanzhong in his hand ignited with purple-black flames, and with all his strength, he struck down on the magic whale king's back. Six Harmony's body, and, at that moment, I felt the entire world lose its sound and color. A gigantic of black flame, indescribable by words, seemed to descend from the depths of the universe, instantly swallowing the once mighty, deep-sea magic whale king. It didn't even have time to scream before being evaporated, not leaving a trace behind. The terrifying energy wave sent Poseidon flying thousands of meters away. The sea beneath us, thousands of meters deep, was completely drained by that, revealing the pitch-black seabed. As far as the eye could see, the sea within 100 miles was boiling. Poseidon steadied herself, watching this scene, completely stunned, probably thinking, "Bro, you call that a sneak attack? Did you just erase the map?" After that strike, the sea surface was calm, but Xiao Yan had vanished. Just as we were worried, Poseidon suddenly sensed something, pointing to the seabed and saying, "I see. This guy really knows how to play his cards." Good heavens, I finally understood. My buddy wasn't just helping out for nothing. He had been eyeing the magic whale king's soul ring from the start. This was a nearly million-year soul ring. He had stayed in the deep sea for a full day and night. When he emerged, his aura had completely changed. He had successfully absorbed the soul ring and advanced to the 81st level of soul Douluo. But more critically, this upgrade seemed to have flipped a switch, releasing a whole bunch of sealed memories in his mind. A small baby made of flames, his spirit, Xiao Yi, jumped into his spiritual world. Through Xiao Yi, he remembered his hometown called Dou Qi Continent, the girl he had always thought about, sooner, and more importantly, his greatest enemy, the Soul Heaven Emperor. It turned out that during the final battle with the Soul Heaven Emperor, they shattered the barriers of the plains, and both were sucked into a spatial rift. His soul and Dou Emperor body were forcibly separated, leading him to this world. Meanwhile, the Soul Heaven Emperor likely went to this world's so-called divine realm. Just thinking about the Soul Heaven Emperor's world-ending methods made Xiao Yan's expression turn extremely heavy. He told me that he must retrieve his Dou Emperor body lost in the spatial rift to restore his full strength. Otherwise, not just the divine realm, but even the Douluo continent would suffer. At the moment he recovered his memories, the surging power within him triggered a monstrous wave, and a tsunami over 10,000 meters high was about to crash on a Sea God Island. Poseidon couldn't stop it with all her strength. It looked like the island would be destroyed and people would perish. However, just as Xiao Yan emerged from the sea, he slowly rose, facing the giant wave, and with a casual grip in the air, that apocalyptic tsunami was as if held by an invisible giant hand, abruptly stopping mid-air and then obediently retreating. Poseidon's expression at that moment was almost as if she wanted a hand over the sea god scepter and say, "Bro, you're the real sea god. I can't do it anymore. You take over. Now we really should head back." On the way back, Xiao Yan remained silent, exuding an aura that made others keep their distance. We all knew he had something weighing on his mind. A little over a month later, we finally returned to Douluo Continent. However, the scene before us made all our hearts sink. There were displaced refugees everywhere, and the Empire was madly conscripting soldiers. After inquiring, we learned that during the 2 months we had been at sea, an evil organization called the Spear Hall had emerged from the extreme south, burning, killing, and plundering, turning the southern part of the Empire into a hell on earth. At the same time, the Star Luo Empire was also massing troops, and war was on the verge of breaking out. After hearing this, Xiao Yan's fists clenched tightly, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "I understand now. This is the Soul Heaven Emperor's scheme, provoking war, creating slaughter. He is collecting the souls of the dead. He wants to turn the entire Douluo continent into a massive blood sacrifice pool." At this, even Poseidon gasped in shock. We dared not delay for a second and rushed back to the Pope City at the fastest speed. At that time, the Pope City had already turned into a war fortress, heavily guarded. We were directly taken into the Pope's hall. As soon as I entered, good heavens, I was almost overwhelmed by the aura inside. This wasn't a meeting. It was practically a conference for titled Douluos. The hall was filled with people. Over 100 Douluos, and among the dozens in the center, all were titled Douluos, with more than 20 super Douluos above level 95. Qian Dalu, Dangjian, and those legendary figures were all present. When they saw Poseidon behind Xiao Yan, they were instantly stunned and exclaimed in unison, "Poseidon, how is it you?" The atmosphere suddenly became delicate. It was practically a battlefield. Poseidon simply nodded lightly and said, regarding the Spear Hall, Sea God Island cannot remain uninvolved. Xiao Yan, however, had no time to care about their old matters. He looked at all the big shots in the room, also bewildered, wondering what the hell had happened for all the top combat powers to gather here. Let me tell you, as soon as Douluo saw my confused expression, he immediately gave me a summary of previous events at triple speed. Goodness, how long have I been gone? The outside world has turned upside down. Those guys from the Spirit Hall have no sense of martial ethics at all. They went straight to take down several branches of the Spirit Hall. And on top of that, they beat up the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, forcing them to move north with their families. You think that's it? On the northern border, the Xingluo Empire has been acting like they've taken gunpowder, sending small troops every day to stir up trouble, buzzing around like flies, driving people crazy. Fortunately, a teleportation portal was built between the Pope S City and the Stardow City, allowing top-tier experts to provide swift support. Otherwise, the border would have exploded long ago. But this is just the appetizer. The real storm is yet to come. A few days ago, the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire was assassinated in his own palace. Who understands this? A ruler of a nation just vanished without a trace. A poison needle was found in his body, and all clues pointed to Poison Douluo, who has also gone missing. This is clearly a frame-up. Now that the emperor is dead, the court is in complete chaos. Xue Qinghe, who is the sister of Qian Renxue, is being pushed by a group of nobles to take the throne. But then, that kid Xue Bing appeared out of nowhere, joining forces with a bunch of old hardliners to resist, and then their own people slipped away, playing at guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines. I glanced over and saw Xue Qinghe standing next to the Pope's throne, looking very worried. I understood right away. She was here to seek support, wanting to become emperor. But without her Spirit Hall's top combat powers approval, she has no chance. However, it's not all bad news. There is good news from the City of Slaughter. My little sister Zhu Zhuqing is simply the chosen one, having directly inherited the position of the Shura God. In just half a year, with the pills I gave her, she has already become a titled Douluo and is now in seclusion pushing for limit Douluo, preparing to step directly into godhood. I was shocked and asked Zhu Douluo, is she really that fast? He said that the Shura God was eager to clock out, dumping all the inheritance onto Zhu Zhuqing. This is great. Once she becomes a god and comes out of seclusion, her combat power would be enough to rival 10 limit Douluos. But the problem is, even if she comes out the fastest, it'll still take her at least a year. I sighed. A year? By then, everything will be cold. Those guys from the Spirit Hall won't wait for us. In my current state, trying to recreate that destructive fire lotus that can tear space apart is as hard as climbing to the sky. The only way is to fuse all 6 types of I have and create a powerful ultimate version. But the prerequisite is that I must first clean up the Spirit Hall here on the Douluo continent before I can leave. Back in the Dou Qi Continent, I could have taken down a Spirit Hall of this level with just a glare. Now I truly feel like a tiger that has fallen into the plains being bullied by dogs. Just as the hall was in an uproar, suddenly, the entire place fell silent. I looked up, and lo and behold, Bibi Dong had arrived, dressed in her pope robe. She walked in from the side hall and stepped onto the high platform, her aura commanding, making all the big shots in the room dare not even breathe. She scanned the room with her gaze, like a radar, immediately noticing something was off. It seemed we had an extra limit Douluo on our side. Her eyes landed on me, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, a smile that others couldn't see, and I understood her meaning. You brat is back, and that Poseidon must have come along too. We exchanged a glance, said nothing, as the serious matter was at hand. Bibi Dong's face instantly turned cold again. Her gaze at Xue Qinghe was still unfamiliar, but the previous hostility was gone. She spoke up, her voice not loud, but clear enough for the entire hall to hear, Your Majesty, Xue Qinghe. With just these 4 words, the signal was fully sent. The Pope acknowledged Xue Qinghe's throne. Those sect masters who had been wavering instantly understood, and all bowed to Xue Qinghe in unison. Xue Qinghe was quite tactful as well, slightly bowing to Bibi Dong and replying, Your Holiness. This was equivalent to telling everyone that from today onwards, the Heaven Dou Empire would be a subordinate of the Wuhuan Temple. Bibi Dong was very satisfied with this effect, and then began her performance. She announced that the death of the Snow Knight Emperor had enraged the Wuhuan Temple. Dark weapons used by Tang San were found on the scene, and according to reliable intelligence, Tang San had already defected to the Soul Temple. Wow. The way she shifted the blame was simply professional. Ning Fengji and the others turned pale. If the Soul Temple dared to kill an emperor, who would be next? This was it. Everyone was tied to the same boat now. The upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects, every single one of them, declared their stance to ally with the Wuhuan Temple and the Heaven Dou Empire to form an anti-Soul Temple alliance. Once most people had left, I took Hulaina up. Bibi Dong nodded when she saw us. Have you both become Soul Douluos? I hummed in response and said, I roughly understand the situation. It's worse than I imagined. Even if we gather 3 limit Douluos, it probably won't be of much use. Bibi Dong frowned, about to refute, but I looked around and shook my head. This matter was too significant, and with so many people around, it was inconvenient to speak. Bibi Dong looked at me with a strange expression, sensing that the azure lotus mark on her arm seemed to no longer respond to me. Hulaina noticed the atmosphere was off and quickly found an excuse to slip away. Once the door closed, only I, Bibi Dong, and the newly appointed emperor, Shui Qinghe, remained in the hall. Shui Qinghe. Oh no, she should now be called Qianrenshui. She took off her disguise and looked at Bibi Dong with a complex expression. However, Bibi Dong didn't give her a good face at all and coldly said, if there's nothing else, you can go back. You have plenty of matters to attend to. Qianrenshui sighed, probably used to it, said nothing, and left through the side door. I heard that Qin Dalu had told her that once she stabilized her throne, she would be allowed to inherit the angel divine position, and by then, she could surpass Bibi Dong and reclaim all the grievances she suffered. TSK. This mother-daughter pair was something else. Now, only I and Bibi Dong remained in the hall. She looked at me and suddenly asked, this breakthrough has increased your soul power quite a bit, hasn't it? I nodded and said, I'm at the early stage of the spirit realm now. She asked again, do you remember everything? I didn't hide it from her and honestly replied, I remember almost everything. Although I've lost my power, I am still that Xiao Yan. Bibi Dong let out a long sigh, her voice filled with disappointment. No wonder you don't call me teacher anymore. I was stunned and could only smile bitterly. Sorry, my teacher is someone else. I told you, as soon as I said those words, I felt the temperature in the entire hall drop by more than 10 degrees. Bibi Dong's face turned white in an instant, her gaze resembling someone who had been abandoned by the whole world. I quickly added, but in this continent, you are my greatest benefactor and the most important person. She looked at me and asked softly, important? Then before, was there anyone more important than me? I couldn't answer that question. I could only take 2 steps back to create some distance between us and say, at this point, no matter how you choose, it's wrong. But that's not the point. The Soul Hall is just a minor player. The real crisis lies ahead. I looked into her eyes and told her word by word. My enemy is the Soul Emperor. That guy became an emperor by sacrificing billions of lives and has now taken control of the divine realm. I need to find a way to blow open the dimensional rift and go back to find my Dou Emperor body. Otherwise, when he descends on Dou Continent, everyone will be doomed. Then at that time, will you still be my Xiao Yan? She asked, trembling. I closed my eyes, remained silent for a long time, and finally told the truth. In fact, I am not anymore. Those words were like a knife, piercing directly into her heart. She weakly sat back on the throne, the ever-high Pope showing panic and despair for the first time. I couldn't bear to look at her and turn my back. I told her the Soul Emperor was too strong. Not to mention my current destruction fire lotus. Even at my peak, I would have to exert all my strength. With just one breath, he could crush the Douluo continent. Bibi Dong rushed up, grabbed my arm, and asked anxiously, so if you enter that dimensional passage, can you really find your body? I nodded and said yes, but deep down I knew it was a matter of life and death. She slowly released her grip, her voice tinged with tears. Then after that, when you become that invincible Xiao Yan, I will no longer have the right to speak to you. I turned around, looked at her, and said seriously, no way. If I can survive and come back, I'll help you reshape and upgrade the entire Douluo continent. By then, you can treat me as your Xiao Yan. She was taken aback, then burst into laughter and scolded me. I continued, but if I die in there, the Soul Heaven Emperor won't come here, and you will be safe. How can you think like that? She said anxiously. I shook my head. This matter started because of me, and I had to solve it. I told her, I'll handle the Soul Palace matter on my own. I can't let the Wuhuan Palace go to war with them. The more people die, the stronger the Soul Palace Master becomes. They can absorb souls to upgrade. This cultivation method is simply a bug. But Bibi Dong said that the arrow was already on the string, and the 2 empires were about to go to war. I made a quick decision. Then I'll go to the border immediately and stop the war. The next day, I set off alone to the extreme cold land, seeking the lair of the Soul Palace. Guess what? That black ancient castle was empty. In the dungeon, I found many corpses, including the snake spear Douluo and the Douluo, and their deaths were extremely tragic, clearly tortured to death. Those two guys were tough, refusing to yield even in death. I had no choice but to return to the Pope's city. As soon as I returned to the Pope's palace, I sensed a destructive aura. A figure appeared before me, incredibly powerful, surpassing the limit. Douluo, truly a god. I focused my eyes and saw it was Zhu Zhuqing. My little sister had really become a god. She told me she was going back to the Star Luo Empire to stop the war. It turned out that the Star Luo Emperor, with the help of the Soul Palace, had also become a useless god, and compared to her, he was just a little brother. As long as she returned and took control of the royal family, the war wouldn't happen. Wow, this was simply a timely reign. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing had already arrived at the battlefield on the edge of the Stardow Forest. The scene, let me tell you, was an understatement to say blood flowed like rivers. It was simply a hell on earth. Corpses piled up like mountains, severed limbs were everywhere, and the air was filled with a sweet, bloody smell. Our Zhuqing, just having become a god, came down and was directly overwhelmed. Her eyes turned red as she gritted her teeth and said, "I absolutely cannot let this continue." She walked all the way to the main camp of the Star Luo Empire, where Commander Davis, the prince we had beaten in the Soul Master competition, was impatiently listening to casualty reports. Thousands of low-level Soul Masters had died, and he didn't even blink. Next to him stood 8 titled Douluos like wooden mannequins. Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Zhuyun, was sweetly comforting him, saying that the deaths of some commoners were nothing. Those two were simply an abstract couple, sitting there treating lives as numbers, emphasizing the disregard for human life. At that moment, a general named Zhu Meng came in to advise, saying the casualties were too great and asking if they could slow down. He was Zhu Zhuyun's uncle and a former border commander. But Davis completely ignored him and threatened him with a sarcastic tone. Zhu Meng could only leave, suppressing his anger, while his soldiers surrounded him, looking as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. They couldn't understand why they had to fight this war, why they had to be used as cannon fodder. Zhu Meng clenched his fists and told them that those noble lords just loved watching them. The commoners struggle in despair on the battlefield. Zhu Meng dragged his weary body back to his tent, furious to the point of coughing up blood. As a soul saint, he was truly angered to the point of internal injury. Just then, a cool voice sounded behind him. "Your blood is boiling. You are too tired." Zhu Meng jumped in shock, turning around abruptly to see a slender figure standing at the entrance. In the blood-red moonlight, he recognized the visitor's face, which resembled Zhu Zhuyun, but there was no fluctuation of soul power in her body. She seemed like an ordinary person. But he knew that someone who could sneak into a heavily guarded military camp unnoticed had unfathomable strength. "Uncle Zhu Meng, long time no see." Zhu Zhuqing forced a smile. Zhu Meng's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "You are Zhuqing?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "That's right. I am Zhu Zhuqing. I am not siding with the Tiandou. I am relying on the Wuhuan Palace to reclaim everything that belongs to me. Now I have surpassed the limit. Douluo. This war should not happen. I am here to stop it." Zhu Meng was completely stunned, stammering, "What do you want to do?" Zhu Zhuqing's gaze instantly became sharp, and she coldly revealed her plan. Kill Davis and his 8 titled Douluos. Then withdraw the troops 100 miles and negotiate with the Tiandou Empire for a ceasefire. "I'm telling you." As soon as she said that, the guy named Zhu Meng next to her completely froze, his eyes wide open like copper bells, stammering, "What? Kill the prince? My dear aunt, please don't make another mistake. You've already been disowned by the Zhu family. If you kill the prince again, the entire Xingluo Empire will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Who understands, huh?" After hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing just laughed. A smile mixed with 3 parts coldness and 7 parts disdain, and said the ultimate bombshell. "Hunt me down? Do you think the current Zhu family or the Xingluo Empire are worthy?" Goodness, once these words were spoken, Zhu Meng was completely at a loss. Yes. This little girl in front of him had strength that was utterly overpowered. The entire royal family couldn't produce anyone who could fight her. She truly had the capital to say such things. Zhu Zhuqing didn't give him a moment to breathe, pointing at the soldiers outside, her voice dropping another 8 degrees. "Look at those soldiers outside. Aren't they all born of fathers and mothers? Think about the corpses of those soul beasts on the battlefield. You've been a commander, don't you feel anything?" Zhu Meng was so frustrated, shaking his head. How could I not feel anything? But Davis is completely unyielding. He wants to even talk to me. Then what is there to talk about? Zhu Zhuqing's tone was so harsh it could freeze ice. I came to find you today, to prepare to take over the army. Davis has to die in his tent tonight, and I guarantee no one will know who did it. Hearing this, Zhu Meng was tempted. Indeed, killing a Davis could save countless soldiers. This was a profitable deal, but considering the royal family. Yet when he looked at Zhu Zhuqing's unfathomable strength, he felt that this might not be impossible. He tentatively asked, what happens after we kill the prince? The royal family definitely won't let you go. Zhu Zhuqing smirked, and what she said nearly made Zhu Meng's heart stop. Do I need them to let me go? Next, I'll directly parachute into the imperial city and take that dog emperor father of his away too. What? Zhu Meng's jaw nearly dropped. I guess that old thing probably took the back door of the soul hall and became a useless god. Zhu Zhuqing sneered, but that is not something he can compare to me, because absolute strength is now in my hands. The scene shifted to Davis's big tent. Let me tell you, this guy was just getting ready to get cozy with Zhu Zhuqing when suddenly a cold wind blew, and poof, all the lights went out. He immediately exploded in anger, cursing, damn servants, can't even light a lamp properly, drag them all out and chop them. As a result, a sharp voice floated over. Your Highness the Prince has such great authority, wanting to kill for just a gust of wind. How pitiful. Davis and Zhu Zhuqing both shivered, their hair standing on end. Davis shouted, who? And instantly, 10 dark soul rings exploded around him, unleashing the aura of a tidal Douluo. With the moonlight, he saw a blurry figure standing in front. Without saying a word, he unleashed a soul skill, cursing, playing ghost tricks. The next second, the lights in the tent turned back on. The figure calmly reached out and casually deflected Davis's attack, as if it were feather. Once he saw who it was, both Davis and Zhu Zhuqing's eyes nearly popped out, exclaiming in unison, it's you. Zhu Zhuqing crossed her arms, smiling playfully. Oh, it's been a few days, and the first prince has become a tidal Douluo. Such talent, it really makes one envious enough to want to give you a stab. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to unleash her might, on the other side, our brother Xiao Yan wasn't idle either. He was standing on the wall of a ruined city, where the Wuhuan Temple and the Soul Hall were battling at the front line, with debris scattered everywhere. Outside the city, several shadowy figures were sneaking around, all Soul Hall scouts. Xiao Yan frowned and coldly remarked, these flies, even after attacking for so many days, are still not giving up. Those who come today, shouldn't he expect to go back? An elder next to him immediately nodded and bowed, saying to a middle-aged man, Eagle Protector, go, take care of it. Without saying a word, the Eagle Protector unfurled a pair of large wings behind him with a whoosh, surrounded by 7 soul rings, diving down like an eagle catching a chick, clearing out those evil soul masters in just a few seconds. Just then, the nearby teleportation portal trembled, and Bibi Dong appeared with Hulayina and Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo. She was a bit dusty, walking up to Xiao Yan and immediately dropping a bombshell. I encountered a tough opponent today, an evil soul master over level 100, who has already become a god. Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned. Did you engage? Bibi Dong nodded, looking nonchalant. Of course. With the blue lotus earth heart fire you gave me, I easily dealt with him. Xiao Yan was shocked, thinking, wow, Bibi Dong is this strong now. Bibi Dong herself felt quite emotional. If I inherit the position of the Rakshasa God now, I'd probably be 100 times stronger than the last Rakshasa God. What a pity. What a pity. Not yet the time. Bibi Dong shook her head, not elaborating. Once everyone around dispersed, leaving just the two of them, the atmosphere became subtly tense. In the end, it was Xiao Yan who spoke first. Looks like I won't be going back anytime soon. Bibi Dong, we need you here. Xiao Yan sighed. I wonder how Zhu Zhuqing is doing. She has to face the entire Xingluo Empire alone. Are you worried about her? Bibi Dong suddenly asked, and the air was instantly filled with a hint of jealousy. Xiao Yan hurriedly explained, it's not like that. Her success or failure is related to our grand plan. If you really care about her, just go find her. Bibi Dong closed her eyes, her tone filled with deep melancholy. I'm here. The Soul Hall can't turn the tide. Xiao Yan was taken aback by her words and could only sigh. As a result, Bibi Dong directly unleashed her big move, turning to stare at him intensely. Anyway, you're going to leave sooner or later, right? I've felt it for a long time. You're no longer my Xiao Yan. What are you talking about? I'm the one avoiding. Bibi Dong's voice began to tremble. You're that what Emperor Yan. Not the title Douluo on this little broken continent. After you fight the Soul Heaven Emperor, can you not go back? Stay here forever? I don't care how many women you have, Zhu Zhuqing, Shu Bing, they're all fine. As long as you stay, everything of mine, including the entire Wuhuan temple, is yours. Who understands, huh? This 8 o'clock drama left me dumbfounded. Xiao Yan also looked pained, but in the end, he hardened his heart and said, "Sorry, Bibi Dong. In my world, I still have family and my wife. Wife." As soon as those words came out, Bibi Dong completely broke down, self-mockingly laughing. "I'm the one being overly sentimental. I will come back," Xiao Yan promised, "if I succeed." "So you've already decided to go die. Haven to you?" Bibi Dong became emotional. "I've checked all the records. It's impossible for a soul body to survive the dimensional storm, let alone retrieve a body." Xiao Yan could no longer hide it and could only admit, "There's no choice. I have to go. Otherwise, the entire Douluo continent will be buried with me." The two completely fell out, and Bibi Dong left in despair. Xiao Yan, frustrated, kicked a stone off the city wall, cursing, "Damn it, we'll all die sooner or later." At that moment, Hulaina approached, saying her teacher was going back to the Pope's palace, and asked Xiao Yan if he was going. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan immediately stood up. "Let's go back together." Meanwhile, in the Luo imperial city, another conspiracy was unfolding. Tang San, this kid, somehow became a god, sitting cross-legged next to the Emperor of Luo, scheming together. The old emperor was so intimidated by him that he didn't dare to make a sound, gulping nervously as he asked, "Are you sure this method will work?" Tang San sneered, "Of course. The Lord of the Soul Hall taught me that absorbing the souls of the dead can make one stronger. Don't you have many people from the Soul Hall under your command? Let them help you collect souls, and we can split it 50-50. Once our strength surpasses that of the Lord of the Soul Hall, I'll give you the entire technique. It's a cyber ascension. What do you say?" The emperor's eyes lit up at this. Great, this deal could work. He immediately decided, "Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll send the national army to clash with the heavenly battle empire, ensuring they bleed rivers to give you enough experience." His righteous son, Dai Bai, was locked in the dungeon by his own father for opposing the war. The old emperor even went to brainwash him, saying something about sacrificing for 100 years of peace. Dai Bai was almost laughing in anger, weakly retorting, "An emperor who relies on his strength to indiscriminately kill innocents is no justice at all." The old emperor left in a huff, saying, "Think it over." Now, back to Zhu Zhuqing. She didn't give Davis any time to react. With a thought, the Shura sword hovering above Davis's head pierced straight through his skull, chilling him to the core. Davis didn't even have time for a last word before he died on the spot. Her love-struck sister, Zhu Zhuqing, was so scared she screamed. But not a single guard came in. Zhu Zhuqing wiped her hands, which had no blood on them, and looked at her sister like she was a pitiful creature. "Stop screaming, my foolish sister. Everyone outside has been dealt with by me. Now you have two choices. 1, survive and roll out of this war. 2, be a loyal minister and accompany your prince to the grave." Zhu Zhuqing trembled like a leaf and suddenly knelt down. I withdraw. I want to live." "A clever choice." Zhu Zhuqing smiled and even reached out to pat her head. "Sister, we can go home now." Then she shouted outside, "Uncle Zhu Ming, you can come in to collect the corpse." Zhu Ming entered with his elite soldiers, seeing the blood-soaked ground and the unblinking Davis. Everyone was dumbfounded. A titled low-level prince, just like that. Gone? Zhu Zhuqing clenched her fists and fiercely declared, "Tomorrow, the army will retreat 100 miles. Then, I will directly assault the imperial city. The Luo Empire is due for a change of dynasty." The next day, in the Luo imperial palace, the old emperor tossed and turned on his dragon bed, feeling uneasy. He summoned all the nobles to wait for news from the front lines. But as the sun began to set, not even a ghost appeared. He finally grew impatient, pointing at 2 titled Douluos. "You two, go to the border and see what's going on." As the 2 titled Douluos stepped out of the main hall, suddenly 2 wind blades flew in from nowhere. Swish. Swish. 2 heads flew up into the sky, blood spraying like a fountain. What? The Luo Emperor himself didn't even see where the attack came from. The entire hall descended into chaos. At that moment, a crisp sound of footsteps echoed, and a girl had somehow appeared in the center of the hall. Her eyes cold like a cat's, surrounded by a blood-red glow. "I'm sorry, there are too many people. I get nervous." Zhu Zhuqing looked at the emperor on the throne with a half-smile. The head of the Zhu family recognized her first, his nose twisting in anger as he shouted, "Zhu Zhuqing, you shameless wretch, dare to come back." The Luo Emperor also reacted, standing up abruptly and roaring, "So, it's you? You actually dare to appear here?" Zhu Zhuqing surveyed the crowd, her gaze indifferent, as if looking at a bunch of dead people. I'm here to overthrow your decaying royal family. You dare? The star Luo Emperor roared. 10 soul rings exploding around him, divine pressure overwhelming the room. However, Zhu Zhuqing merely shook her head gently, and a colossal Shura statue slowly rose behind her, its pure killing intent instantly shattering the emperor's aura. The emperor finally felt fear. He understood that the source of his unease over the past few days was this girl. I have inherited the Shura divine position. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. A worthless god like you is no different from an ant before me. Saying this, the Shura sword reappeared above the emperor's head. Impossible. The emperor didn't believe it, but when the news of his son's death came from Zhu Zhuqing's mouth, he completely went mad, charging forward recklessly. However, the full force of the god's attack was easily crushed by Zhu Zhuqing. I told you, you are an ant. Before her words finished, the Shura statue waved its hand, and the divine sword struck down, severing the emperor's attacking arm. The emperor let out a terrible scream and stumbled back, while Zhu Zhuqing ascended the high platform, giving him his final choices. 1. Recall the army and then abdicate. 2. Die here, and I'll help you recall the army. Kill me. The emperor clutched his severed arm, howling, My son Dai Mubai will avenge me. I'll declare him the crown prince. Oh, this political marriage, I won't agree to. Zhu Zhuqing pierced his heart with a sword, whispering in his ear. He better not entertain thoughts of revenge. Otherwise, I guarantee I will send your whole family down to reunite. With the emperor's death, the nobles below instantly changed their faces, kneeling down in unison, fervently praising Zhu Zhuqing, declaring that the Zhu family would always support her, that they would make Star Luo great again, shouting slogans louder than anyone else. It was ridiculous. Zhu Zhuqing didn't even bother with these fair-weather friends. Coldly laughing, didn't you hear the dying words of that dog of an emperor? Dai Mubai is the new emperor of the Star Luo Empire. After saying this, she vanished in a flash. The next second, deep in the dark and damp dungeon, Dai Mubai, chained up, suddenly looked up, staring blankly at the suddenly appearing Zhu Zhuqing. He had no idea what was happening outside, and his first words were, What are you doing here? My father is looking for you. If he finds out you. What about it? Zhu Zhuqing looked at his miserable state and closed her eyes, asking. Dai Mubai was taken aback, continuing, His strength has already surpassed the limit Douluo. Even the Pope is no match for him. If he finds you, you'll be dead. Zhu Zhuqing sighed lightly, her fingertip brushing over the chains binding him, which then broke apart. Watching Dai Mubai's incredulous expression, she said indifferently, The fact is he has already died at my hands. Do you want to avenge him? Dai Mubai felt a wave of dizziness in his brain, shaking his head. Impossible. He has become a god. How could you possibly kill him with your strength? Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. If he can become a god, why can't I? But when I last saw you, you had just reached over level 40. And in less than a year, with Xiao Yan's help, I successfully obtained the inheritance of the Shura god. Compared to ordinary gods, I am even stronger. Zhu Zhuqing squatted down and spoke to him. Your father gave his last command before he died, which was to pass the throne to you. Me? Dai Mubai was extremely confused. Why are you telling me this? Don't you hate me? After all, I killed your father. Zhu Zhuqing looked into his eyes and asked. Hate? Dai Mubai couldn't express his current feelings, but he was clear that he didn't feel any hatred towards her at all. Since he had memories, the Star Luo Emperor had never given him even the slightest warmth. Every day, he lived in fear because he could never surpass his elder brother. However, Shrek Academy gave him a glimpse of hope, but Xiao Yan's appearance shattered his dreams, along with Zhu Zhuqing leaving him as well. But when Zhu Zhuqing told him that the Star Luo Emperor was dead, he suddenly felt a sense of relief, as if he was embracing freedom. With no more sense of threat. I should hate you, but I don't feel any hatred, Dai Mubai answered honestly. Although he is my father, I have always been afraid of him. I see, it seems we are alike. Zhu Zhuqing gently stroked his head and said in a deep voice. Originally, I didn't want to tell you, letting you fend for yourself here while I possess absolute power. All the nobles must submit to me. But why do you? Zhu Zhuqing said somewhat dejectedly, but after thinking about it, I realize I am not suited to be an emperor of a nation. I enjoy the process of killing, but I don't like indiscriminate slaughter. This is influenced by becoming the Shura god, and to the Spirit Hall, I should be a significant threat. So after you become the emperor, the Star Luo Empire will become even stronger, Dai Mubai said to her. But the Spirit Hall fears my power and will definitely wage war against the Star Luo Empire along with the Heaven Dou Empire, Zhu Zhuqing said helplessly. At that time, I will have to stand against Xiao Yan. So you're still thinking about him? Dai Mubai turned his head away and said painfully. Zhu Zhuqing frowned and said calmly, I was supposed to be your wife. It seems destined. But now, I can finally tell you and everyone else that I can resist this destiny. Do you hate me that much? Dai Mubai asked. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, shook her head, and said, I don't hate you. But I can't say I like you either. If it weren't for our family ties, we would be strangers. But our family relationship is here. What has happened cannot be changed, even if you were the Shura God. So I rebelled against this family and killed this emperor. Zhu Zhuqing's voice showed no ripple, as if these two matters were just a casual gesture for her. Understood, Dai Mubai nodded. We are no longer people of the same world. You have become a god, and I'm still an ordinary soul master. As long as you understand, but you are not ordinary. You are now the Star Luo Emperor. Zhu Zhuqing stood up and said. Dai Mubai continued with his weak voice, although I have been locked in this dungeon for these days. I also understand what is happening outside. The war between the two great empires has broken out, and the Spirit Hall is also putting pressure on the Martial Spirit Hall. The situation has become uncontrollable. I have no ability to break the deadlock. I will help you, Zhu Zhuqing said. After the situation stabilizes, I will return to the Martial Spirit Hall. Have you already regarded yourself as a person of the Martial Spirit Hall? Dai Mubai asked somewhat unwillingly. Wherever Xiao Yan is, I will be there. My strength has reached the peak of Douluo Continent, and there is no room for further growth. So I can always follow him, Zhu Zhuqing replied. But he has many people around him. Perhaps he will never understand your feelings, or he might avoid your feelings, Dai Mubai said harshly. Zhu Zhuqing smiled and said, What do you think my feelings are? Dai Mubai frowned and said, Isn't it about those romantic affairs? But with your looks, if you take the initiative, no man could possibly resist. So is that what you think? Zhu Zhuqing chuckled. Isn't it? Dai Mubai was puzzled. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and said, Do you know what the most important thing I gained for Xiao Yan is? 50,000 years of spirit rings? Or this divine position? I guess it's the divine position, Dai Mubai answered without hesitation. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and said neither. The most important thing is the mindset of becoming a strong person. Relying on external forces cannot last. Only having absolute power in your own hands is the truth. What do you mean? The strength Xiao Yan has shown is enough to prove that he is not from Douluo Continent. And the inheritance of the Shura God also made me understand the power of the divine realm. But Xiao Yan is even stronger than the gods. This also indicates that Xiao Yan comes from a higher level plane. As long as I follow him, I don't care whether he will respond to my feelings. I can become stronger, Zhu Zhuqing said, spreading her hands. Maybe I can also explore other planes. There must be many interesting things in those unknown worlds. Listening to Zhu Zhuqing's words, Dai Mubai completely severed his thoughts about her. With Zhu Zhuqing's current mindset, he simply couldn't grasp her. In a few days, it will be your coronation ceremony. You should go wash up. You look quite miserable. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head as she looked at him. I would go even if he didn't say so. Dai Mubai sighed heavily and lay back on the ground. Chapter 224. The situation of the war. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to leave the dungeon, she suddenly turned around and said to him, By the way, after you become the Star Luo Emperor, remember to abolish this cruel usurpation system. We have all suffered greatly from it. Dai Mubai raised his arm to indicate that he understood. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and said, Your strength needs to be rapidly improved. I still have some pills that Xiao Yan gave me. They will be very effective after you reach the Spirit King. Dai Mubai didn't know what the pills Zhu Zhuqing was talking about were. He just hurriedly replied and fell asleep on the dark and damp floor of the dungeon. A few days later, in the morning, Xiao Yan woke up in the Pope's hall, and at this time, Bibi Dong had already been handling the situation in the hall. The border troops of the Star Luo Empire expressed goodwill to the Heaven Dou Empire, and the royal family also dispatched personnel from the border to the south to resist the Spirit Hall along with other forces. The situation was much more relaxed compared to a few days ago. The Spirit Hall had shown signs of lacking momentum in just over a month. More than 200 title Daluos had been killed by various major forces, and 2 god-level evil soul masters had also died at Bibi Dong's hands. The Spirit Hall is nothing. As long as we unite a little, they are no match for us. The Bon de Law said to Ning Fengji and others in the Pope's hall. But in most cases, it is very difficult for us to unite, Ning Fengji said helplessly. If it weren't for the continuous slaughter of several cities and the destruction of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, perhaps the major forces wouldn't have seen the stakes clearly. Although the Spirit Hall had begun to retreat, everyone still couldn't let their guard down. The most mysterious master of the Spirit Hall has yet to show up, Poseidon reminded them, and in recent days, when we fought against the titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall, we clearly felt that their strength has increased a bit. The sword Douluo said, the increase is limited. In the past, a single sword could take one down. Now it just requires a few more moves. Tang Qin said, that may be the case, but what we worry about is if they continue to grow stronger. Listening to their conversation, Bibi Dong's face showed no joy of impending victory. Beside them, Judo noticed Bibi Dong's expression and felt a bit puzzled, not understanding what she was thinking. Judo had fought against the Spirit Hall several times, having single-handedly battled over a dozen titled Douluos and even clashed with the god-level evil soul master who surpassed the limit Douluo. He had now broken through to level 99, and with just one more step, he would become a god. Ghost Dalu was also quite envious of his strength. He had fought with the Spirit Hall many times and was now showing signs of a hidden breakthrough to level 96, but compared to Jude Dalu, it was insignificant. At that moment, Bibi Dong was frowning deeply because she was contemplating whether the Douluo continent needed a new layout after this turmoil. Originally, according to her plan, if the Spirit Hall hadn't suddenly appeared, the Pope Hall would first use Qian Rinxue to steal the Heaven Dou Empire and subsequently pressure the major sects to force them to integrate into the Spirit Hall or become its affiliates. Those who resisted would be killed without mercy. As long as one of the top 3 sects was eliminated, the remaining forces would be compelled to submit. After that, they would use Zhu Zhuqing to incite chaos in the Star Luo Empire, and with the Heaven Dou Empire under the control of the Spirit Hall, they would conquer the Star Luo Empire. After that, the Spirit Hall would dominate the entire continent, establishing a new Spirit Hall Empire. As for Sea God Island, Bibi Dong had no interest in conquering an island that was about the size of a city from thousands of miles away. The investment and return were not proportional. However, now that the Spirit Hall had appeared, all forces were forced to unite, and if she wanted to take action, she would need to find a justifiable reason to put them in a position of wrongdoing first. She now needed an opportunity, a chance to act against the major forces with justification. In the Douluo Hall, Qian Rinxue was sitting in front of Qian Dalu, looking at her grandfather, which gave her a long-lost sense of security. In the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong didn't like her. Only Qian Dalu treated her like a child and cared for her. What about the Heaven Dou Empire? Qian Dalu asked. Qian Rinxue replied, there's nothing major anymore. The Spirit Hall has been resisting the invasion, and the Heaven Dou Empire's army is just acting as support. The people of the Spirit Hall are very dangerous. Unless absolutely necessary, you cannot confront them directly. Qian Dalu said solemnly, come back in a few days. It's time to pass on the legacy of the angel god to you. So soon? Qian Rinxue understood what this meant. After she became the angel god, it would mean the end for Qian Dalu and the other worshippers. No, it has been a long time. Over the years, you have been helping your mother in the Heaven Dou Empire and neglected your training. Otherwise, with your talent, you shouldn't still be a soul sage at this age. Qian Dalu shook his head and said, however, once you become the angel god, absolute power will be in your hands. Even when facing your mother, you need not have any worries. At that time, will I have the strength to kill her? Qian Rinxue asked. Qian Oliu's face instantly turned pale, and then he sighed, saying, your mother has held a deep grudge against me for many years, and I feel the same. However, I still hope you two do not reach that point. If you must, then we need to talk in detail. Qian Rinxue swallowed hard. Discussing this topic made her very tense. Qian Dalu looked at Qian Rinxue's expression and said helplessly, you must want to know what happened back then. Qian Rinxue nodded. Although she knew her mother was Bibi Dong, she didn't understand why she was born. If she didn't like her, why did she do this? Qian Dalu solemnly told Qian Rinxue the story of that year and explained why the relationship between Bibi Dong and them had been so tense yet peaceful for so many years. The competition and covert struggles between the Elder Hall and the Pope Hall were never few, but they were interdependent. Aside from Xiao Yan killing the golden crocodile Dou, there had never been any casualties between the two parties because of it. Even now, Qian Dalu still felt regret over the death of the golden crocodile Dou, but after learning that Xiao Yan had been hidden by Bibi Dong for many years due to their reasons, he understood why Xiao Yan harbored such deep hatred for the Elder Hall. However, this still did not allow Qian Dalu to let go. He was simply old now, and his life was coming to an end, with no ability to do anything for the golden crocodile Douluo anymore. The grievances of their generation should end when they die. They shouldn't let future generations be troubled by it. Chapter 225, Blame It on My Foolish Son. Originally, with his talent, becoming the angel god was just around the corner. But he was unlucky enough to run into Tang Hao and the 100,000-year soul beast, Blue Silver Emperor, by his side. Qian Dalu said helplessly, Your father is a complete failure. His biggest mistake was enabling the current pope, yet his most correct action was giving birth to you. I understand, Qianrenxue said. I won't do anything to her after becoming a god, but I also don't want to say anything to her. I can't do anything about what happened back then. Blame me for not educating him well. Qian Dalu stood up and said, Before I die, should I have a serious talk with her? Would that help? Xiao Yan entered through the side door of the hall and saw the strong figures having a lively conversation. Today is quite lively. Xiao Yan smiled and walked to Bibi Dong's side, saying, So, is the situation as I expected? Bibi Dong was taken aback for a moment, her brows slightly relaxing as she smiled and said, You are truly insightful. Bibi Dong's smile attracted many people at once. They had never seen the usually dignified Pope smile so sincerely. It turns out that His Holiness the Pope also has such an attractive side. Ning Fengzhi looked at Bibi Dong and Xiao Yan, somewhat envious, and said, Having observed many battles, he had figured out the relationship between Xiao Yan and Bibi Dong. I'm different. I still think the stern-faced His Holiness the Pope is better. A title murmured softly beside him. Don't you think this feels a bit like a character collapse? Only a masochist like you would think that. Another title Douluo beside him retorted sarcastically. Tang Chun looked at Bibi Dong and then at Poseidon, unconsciously laughing. What are you laughing at? Poseidon frowned and asked, What? Do you think His Holiness the Pope, or I am more beautiful? What? Do you think you can't compare to her? Dang Chen Gao De. Poseidon glanced at Bibi Dong and had to admit that this Pope indeed had extraordinary charm. Both in strength and appearance, she was not her match. Bibi Dong was surprised that her smile could cause such a big ripple, but she didn't care at all now. She stood up and said to everyone, Ladies and gentlemen, the current situation is already very clear. The dawn of victory is beckoning us. We must seize this hard-won situation and capture all the people of the Spear Hall, cutting the grass and eliminating the roots. As soon as Bibi Dong finished speaking, Yu Yuanjin quickly added, His Holiness the Pope is right. Our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is at the forefront of this turmoil and has suffered the most losses. After it's over, I hope everyone will support us. The Master of the Yu family spoke well. Since everyone is on the same front, the matters of the Blue Electro-Tyrannosaurus family are my Haotian sex matters. Tang Chin replied cheerfully. However, for now, we should still focus on the Spirit Hall as the leader and deal a heavy blow to the Soul Hall. To talk about losses at this moment would be somewhat irresponsible. Yes, I was too abrupt. Yu Yuanjin's expression changed slightly, but he quickly concealed it. Bibi Dong looked at Yu Yuanjin and suddenly had an idea. Among the many sects, only the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family had the most thoughts. They had the best relationship with the Tiandou royal family. After the new emperor of the Tiandou Empire ascended the throne, Yu Yuanjin almost had to send letters of greeting every day and even personally visited. Little did he know that all his small actions had been controlled by Bibi Dong. Every time the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family communicated with the royal family, Qianrenxue would inform her. No one knew that Xue Qinghe was Qianrenxue, and even if he was a titled Douluo, he couldn't be detected. Qianrenxue. Bibi Dong instinctively glanced at Xiao Yan. This was an indelible stain she faced with Xiao Yan, but ultimately she still had to confront it. Xiao Yan did not notice Bibi Dong's gaze. He was just saying some morale-boosting words to everyone and explaining some potential problems that could arise, emphasizing that there should be no slackness when facing the Soul Hall. All the powers and titled Douluo experts appeared very humble in front of Xiao Yan, as Bibi Dong had already revealed part of his identity to them. Xiao Yan came from a higher plane, which was a rare treasure for every expert, not to mention the pills he refined. Even his soul power made everyone have to bow down. Xiao Yan knew the purpose of these people approaching him, but he did not resist too much. On Douluo Continent, these people's strength had already reached the peak. This was the limitation of this plane, and they could not move forward anymore. The strength of a limit Douluo might be comparable to a peak Douwang, but their physical strength was somewhat lacking, even inferior to Xiao Yan now. After being tempered by different fires, Xiao Yan's body had already reached the level of a peak Douwang, which was the limit achievable in this plane. However, his different fires and soul power indeed transcended this plane, allowing him to continuously grow stronger and even exert their original power. Rest assured, if Xiao Yan were to rise to prominence in the future, he would definitely not forget today's battle side by side, Xiao Yan said to everyone with cupped fists. The Dan Tower has been established, and the first batch of alchemists has settled in. Initially, only some low-level pills are available. Although they may not be of much use to you, they are rare spiritual medicines for the juniors. Afterward, the role of the Dan Tower will become increasingly significant. Everyone listened to Xiao Yan's words, feeling a sense of hope. The pills refined by Xiao Yan played a crucial role in many battles. Whether it was the kind that overdrew vitality to enhance strength or the kind that forcibly healed injuries, in the most desperate times, they were exactly the last straw, regardless of whether there were side effects. This had never happened in the history of the entire Douluo continent. So major forces also sent people to the Dan Tower in the Spirit Hall to learn alchemy, as long as a sect produced a high-level alchemist. The overall strength of that sect could increase by at least 30%. Xiao Yan, my young friend, this statement has given us great benefits, Ning Fengji said while slightly bowing to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan waved his hand and said, Sect Master Ning, this title should be changed. My age may not be less than that of everyone present. Oh, everyone was a bit surprised, but quickly realized that since Xiao Yan was also a peak expert in his own plane, his real age must be much older than he appeared. After Ning Fengji reacted, he quickly said, Sorry, Brother Xiao Yan, I underestimated. Xiao Yan waved his hand and continued speaking to everyone. Today, the Dan Tower only exists in the Papal Hall, but once we repel the enemy, the Dan Tower will start to extend to the main continent. Wherever there are branch halls, you all can benefit from them. Everyone nodded excitedly. No one would refuse such benefits, and the cost of receiving benefits was that they had to be affiliated with the Spirit Hall, which was based on mutual interests. However, what Bibi Dong wanted was not just these. What she wanted was the absolute obedience of all powers to herself. After everyone left, Bibi Dong looked at Xiao Yan with a somewhat strange expression, making Xiao Yan feel a bit uneasy. Why are you looking at me like that? Xiao Yan asked in confusion. Bibi Dong leaned closer and said, I always thought you should be younger than me. But today I found out that you are definitely older than me by quite a bit. Xiao Yan helplessly said, I'm barely 40 years old, so it shouldn't be considered too old. Bibi Dong was taken aback for a moment and then asked incredulously, even on Douluo continent, being 40 years old to become a sole Douluo can be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime genius. How can you stand at the peak at such a young age in that plane? Xiao Yan rubbed his nose and said, It all depends on my teacher. If it weren't for him, no matter how good my talent was, I would have died at the hands of the Soul Emperor. Your teacher? When Bibi Dong heard Xiao Yan's title for that person, she felt somewhat disappointed. Xiao Yan naturally understood. After all, before his memories were fully restored, she was also his teacher. Then, Xiao Yan said softly, My teacher has given me a rebirth. He led me into the field of alchemy, guiding me step by step onto the path of becoming strong. Speaking of which, I know nothing about what happened to you before, Bibi Dong said, lowering her head. I never dare to ask you if you had. Xiao Yan gently helped her sit down, then leaned beside her and said, I know what you want to ask, and I also think I need to tell you these things sooner. Bibi Dong looked into his eyes and said seriously, Okay, I'm listening. I was born into a small family in a remote empire. My father was a great dome master, one of the strongest in our small city, with strength roughly equivalent to a soul emperor or soul sage on Douluo continent. Xiao Yan told her. That's not bad. Whether it's a soul emperor or a soul sage, they have a place among the strong on Douluo continent. Bibi Dong nodded and said, But where we are, it's not the case. Even a limit Douluo has barely touched the threshold of being strong, Xiao Yan said helplessly. It's like I was born on the border of the two great empires on Douluo continent, and the strongest in my family was just a great soul master. That really is not enough, Bibi Dong said in surprise. Are there really so many strong people where Xiao Yan is from? I come from a place called Dou Qi Continent, where the levels of strength are very strict. A great Dou master can never defeat a Douling expert who is one rank higher than them, even if there is only a 2 or 3-star difference. Xiao Yan said solemnly, My talent was originally good, and I was expected to step into Dou Huang before the age of 30, which is equivalent to becoming a god on Douluo continent. However, an accident occurred later, and my strength could no longer grow. It even started to decline. After 3 years, I had already become a waste. How could you possibly be a waste? What happened? Bibi Dong was very puzzled. If Xiao Yan were on the Douluo continent, becoming a god at 30 would definitely make him the first person in the continent's history. However, now Zhu Zhuqing had become a god at her teens, and she couldn't help but sigh that due to Xiao Yan's appearance, the Douluo continent had changed a lot. Of course, it's because of my master, Xiao Yan said here, seeming much happier. My master was once one of the peak powerhouses of the continent and also the most powerful alchemist on the continent. However, he was unfortunately ambushed by a rogue disciple. While refining medicine, my senior brother colluded with the Spirit Hall and injured my master. With nowhere to escape, my master hid his soul in a storage ring. Bibi Dong guessed, You picked up that storage ring, and then the soul of your master has been absorbing your power? You're close. That storage ring somehow ended up in my mother's hands, and then my mother gave it to me. Since then, my strength has stagnated, Xiao Yan sighed. Then, the turning point that changed my life and my family appeared. My fiancée, Yi, is the student of the most powerful sect master in the empire. Although her talent is a bit inferior to mine before, it's still top-notch. She won't withdraw from the engagement, right? Bibi Dong squinted and asked. Xiao Yan helplessly replied, You're quite accurate. Let me think. In these 3 years, you must have received all kinds of disdain and scorn, even including your father's neglect. Then, just when she came to withdraw from the engagement, you finally couldn't hold back anymore, Bibi Dong said with a hint of amusement. However, Xiao Yan still sensed a slight sourness from her relaxed expression. Don't always speculate about my experiences, Xiao Yan said helplessly. I have indeed been neglected in these 3 years. But this has made my previously arrogant character become more reserved. My father treats me well and has not neglected me at all because of my decline in strength. In the entire family, besides him, there is also my future wife. Bibi Dong's expression darkened a bit. She had long thought of this. Someone as strong as Xiao Yan couldn't possibly be without women around him. Sun has been with me during these 3 years. Even when I try to distance myself from her, her kindness towards me hasn't changed at all. Sometimes I think I must have done something really good in my past life to deserve her being so good to me. Xiao Yan shrugged. I knew it. Bibi Dong turned her head away. Xiao Yan said seriously, She has given me a lot, and I cannot let her down. So what are you doing now? Bibi Dong asked. Xiao Yan gently pressed her hand and said, Of course, I can't let you down either. Can you handle both of us? Bibi Dong asked unhappily. Xiao Yan scratched his head and said, Don't rush. There are more than just you two. What? Bibi Dong's eyes widened, and she suddenly stood up and said, You. What exactly? Xiao Yan said somewhat helplessly. I didn't realize it during my hard training back then. But now I look back and find that I have quite a good fortune with women. Chapter 227. Yeah. Otherwise, why would you be named Xiao Yan? I guess your dad anticipated your future path. Bibi Dong rolled her eyes at him and continued. Go on about your fiancé. I want to see what else you have to say. My fiancé, Xiao Yan, felt embarrassed. She forced my family to withdraw from the engagement in front of everyone. This is a great disgrace for a family. So I divorced her. Weren't you weak back then? How could you divorce her? Bibi Dong asked. Even if I was weak, my ambition couldn't be short. 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Don't bully the young and poor. When Xiao Yan said this, his expression became serious, and his entire demeanor changed. After that, we set a 3-year appointment. 3 years later, I would challenge her in the Yunlan sect to wash away the shame of my family. I officially embarked on the path of cultivation. So, your initial reason for getting stronger was for your family? Bibi Dong couldn't help but ask when she heard this. Yes, during this time, I traveled from the monster beast mountain range to the Tegel Desert, covering tens of thousands of miles, not hesitating to torture my body to become stronger. I couldn't have done it without my master's help. I tamed strange fires, practiced alchemy, and became the youngest alchemist in the empire, all to prove that I am not a waste and that the Xiao family is not something anyone can insult. Xiao Yan said fiercely. What happened afterward? Did you win? Bibi Dong continued to ask. Xiao Yan nodded, his breath calming down a bit, and said, Of course I won, although her talent is good. She grew up under the protection of her sect and ultimately couldn't defeat me. After winning that duel, I felt relieved. It sounds like this story has reached its conclusion. Bibi Dong nodded and said, Moreover, if it weren't for your master, you might have always been that genius. Your fiancé, you wouldn't have come to withdraw from the engagement. Even if she wanted to, her sect behind her wouldn't agree. Xiao Yan smiled and said, That wouldn't have worked. If it weren't for my master, I wouldn't have had my later achievements. What happened after that? Xiao Yan sighed lightly, seemingly recalling some unpleasant things. After I won, the Yunlan sect targeted me. Thanks to Queen Medusa and Bibi Dong escorting me, I was able to escape. My story with Medusa was just beginning. In the imperial city of the Star Luo Empire, the eldest prince Dai Mubai ascended the throne, becoming the new emperor of Star Luo. After the deceased emperor was buried, some old nobles began to stir. This new emperor is just a soul sect. For these big families, he is simply insignificant. His strength is too weak. He has no right to be the emperor of Star Luo. However, after several rebellious families were suddenly blood-washed, people began to realize that behind Dai Mubai stood an incredibly powerful killing god. On that day, after Zhu Zhuqing killed the previous emperor of Star Luo, she left the palace in front of everyone, and everyone thought she had left. Little did they know she was actually supporting Dai Mubai to ascend. At this time, the Spirit Cat clan began to become active again. Although Zhu Zhuqing might not like her family, they felt that they were still family after all. and Zhu Zhuqing would definitely not be harsh on the Spirit Cat clan. However, soon after, they received the order to dismantle the Spirit Cat clan. After that, the Spirit Cat clan no longer bound itself to the royal family, and the royal family also stopped using the previously cruel methods of seizing the throne. Since ancient times, the royal family has been entangled in whether to establish the eldest or the capable. Although the throne of the Douluo Empire seems to be taken by the capable, in essence, it is still about establishing the eldest. After all, people born into the royal family are naturally not too bad in quality, and the firstborn has a few more years of cultivation time than their brothers, which creates a gap. Zhu Zhuqing, standing beside Dai Mubai, said lightly, "If it weren't for some fortuitous encounters, the winner of the throne contention is generally the oldest one, and the others are merely stepping stones to the throne." Dai Mubai nodded. He could relate to this as a victim of such a system, and he naturally loathed it. These days, I have educated those nobles who oppose you one by one. They probably won't dare to go against you again, Zhu Zhuqing said to him. Soon, I will have to leave. You need to quickly take control of the situation in Douluo and not let it deteriorate again. Are you leaving so soon? It's only been a few days, Dai Mubai sighed. But if I don't leave, there's nothing here for me to miss, Zhu Zhuqing said, looking at her fingers that still carried a hint of blood. I've killed too many people these days. I'm afraid that if this continues, I'll completely become a bloodthirsty Azura. So if you leave here, you won't be like that anymore? Dai Mubai asked. The spirit hall, with the inheritance of the angel god, should help cleanse my killing intent. Zhu Zhuqing replied. The pills I left for you. Remember to find an opportunity to refine them. Once fully refined, you'll reach the rank of soul sage, and after that, you'll need to cultivate on your own. This is the last thing I can do for you. My grievances with the Douluo Empire have come to an end. After saying this, Zhu Zhuqing left. Dai Mubai let out a long sigh. He had never felt so helpless. He had become the emperor of the Douluo Empire, where he could command the wind and the rain, yet he couldn't keep her. Hee, Dai Mubai, it seems you've been doing quite well lately, a cold voice rang out, instantly making Dai Mubai alert. A dark figure suddenly sat beside him, pressing down on his shoulder as he was about to stand. It's been a while. I wonder if you still recognize me? Dai Mubai froze for a moment, and, once he saw the person clearly, exclaimed, Tang-san? It's me, Tang-san. Tang-san smiled at the recognition. But now you're the emperor of the Douluo Empire, a position much higher than before. Dai Mubai swallowed hard. He knew that the current Tang-san was no longer the same as before. Not to mention strength, just his aura made him feel a chill down his spine. Dai Mubai, do you still love Zhu Zhuqing? Tang-san asked directly. Dai Mubai nodded. Who wouldn't love a woman like her? Tang-san chuckled. Indeed, she has already become a goddess, and all of this was granted to her by Xiao Yan. She will be grateful to him. In the eyes of others, she is a lofty goddess, but in front of Xiao Yan, she doesn't have any heirs and even... Stop it. Dai Mubai shut his eyes. No matter what happened before, I have no relationship with her anymore. Chapter 228. Cause and effect. Are you really that willing? Tang-san shook his head. She is destined to become your woman. Times have changed, Dai Mubai said, shaking his head. The Douluo Empire has changed hands. She entrusted this empire to me, which is also a sign of her trust. Of course, after all, we are classmates. She definitely trusts you, but you still have a chance to win her heart back. Tang-san patted Dai Mubai's back. What possibility is there? Compared to Xiao Yan, I'm insignificant, and besides, Xiao Yan comes from a more powerful realm. Zhuqing following him has a bright future. Dai Mubai lowered his head. Xiao Yan is the top powerhouse of that realm, but the Soul Heaven Emperor is too. Moreover, the Soul Heaven Emperor's strength has begun to recover, while Xiao Yan has lost his Dodi body and can never reach the peak again. Tang-san said to Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing following Xiao Yan is merely picking up scraps. But I will definitely replace the Soul Heaven Emperor and become the new peak powerhouse. You? Dai Mubai looked somewhat incredulous. That's right, Tang-san said seriously, follow me. And we both have a bright future. After leaving Zhu Zhuqing's palace, she began to prepare to return to the Spirit Hall. Along with her to the Imperial City were a few young generals from the border who acted as servants beside her. Pack up. We will leave tomorrow, Zhu Zhuqing said upon returning to her residence. The few immediately responded and began to prepare for departure. The next morning, Zhu Zhuqing and her group were ready to leave. But just as she reached the city gate, a strange feeling suddenly appeared. The god of killing's keen sixth sense told her that something would definitely happen today. So she immediately said something to a few people and let them leave. She stayed at the city gate, watching the endless crowd, feeling increasingly vigilant. At this moment, Tang San, hidden in the shadows, frowned at Zhu Zhuqing's reaction. He didn't expect her to have such a keen sense of danger. Just as he was about to make a move, she had already sensed it. It seemed he needed to prepare more to ensure nothing went wrong. At this point, Tang San had fully grasped Zhu Zhuqing's strength. If they were to engage, he should be able to entangle her for a while with his hidden weapons. But he was still no match for her. Fortunately, the Hall Master of the Spirit Hall was currently in seclusion, and the Spirit Hall was entirely under his control. He had brought 6 god-level evil spirit masters here to surround and attack Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai watched this scene from his side, feeling anxious and heartbroken. Don't you think about it? With her temperament, even if she loses, she won't submit. Don't worry, Dai Mubai, Tang San said with a sinister smile. After all, she is a woman. As long as we find a way to seal her strength, how she is dealt with afterward will depend entirely on you. Dai Mubai nodded slightly. He naturally hoped Zhu Zhuqing would stay. Right now, Tang San and the others were already poised to strike, and even he couldn't stop them. After a period of silence, Tang San finally waved his hand and said to everyone, attack. The 7 god-level evil spirit masters immediately launched an attack on Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing sensed the approaching danger and was just about to engage when she realized that her opponents were actually 7 gods. How flattering! Zhu Zhuqing thought helplessly. Even though she could easily kill an ordinary god, facing 7 at once was still daunting, especially since some of their auras were far stronger than that of the star Dou Emperor. Moreover, she noticed familiar auras among these 7. After fending off the attack from the frontmost evil spirit master, she looked up and saw Tang San at the back, watching her with a smile that was not quite a smile. Third brother? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in shock. How could it be you? Tang San slowly walked towards her, coldly saying, Zhuqing, you can't escape today, so why not just stay? The Spirit Hall is currently gathering strength for a counterattack. Afterward, even the Spirit Hall may no longer exist. No, that's impossible. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. Third brother, although you can be extreme, you would never ally with evil spirit masters. Tang San paused for a moment. Zhu Zhuqing was right. Although his hatred for Xiao Yan and the Spirit Hall surpassed everything, he also looked down on the actions of the evil spirit masters. Tang San had never considered himself one of them. He only needed the power that the Spirit Hall granted him, and his thoughts were not as simple as they appeared. I'm sorry, but that's just who I am. I'm a born evil spirit master, Tang San said arrogantly. Today, you have only 2 choices. Either stay and become mine, or leave your life behind. What about Dai Mubai? Zhu Zhuqing asked coldly. He won't come out. Do you think with his strength he can do anything for you? Tang San shook his head. I still hope you stay. Not to mention how strong you can become in the Spirit Hall. You know his feelings for you. If you agree to be his imperial concubine, he will definitely treat you well. Zhu Zhuqing snorted coldly, shook her head, and said, no need to say anything else. Whatever you want to do, just come. The great battle was about to erupt, and the fight between gods was something outsiders dared not participate in. They could only watch them duel in the sky. At this moment, the few people who had previously left Zhu Zhuqing also noticed the signal she left for them, and immediately rushed towards the border. Xiao Yan's story had been told for 3 days and nights, and it was finally nearing its conclusion. If it weren't for your fiancé, he calling off the engagement, there wouldn't have been so many subsequent events. The Soul Emperor said somewhat helplessly, if he knew that the reason for his failure was this. Would he die of anger on the spot? Xiao Yan also said helplessly, weakness is not a regression of my strength. How could I have been rejected? The reason for my strength regression is that my teacher was ambushed by the Soul Hall, so he had to absorb my fighting spirit. So, it turns out that the Soul Hall is the ultimate reason for the Soul Emperor's failure. It finally dawned on Bibi Dong that if your teacher hadn't come into contact with you, you would have lived a plain life without any intersection with the Soul Emperor. That's why I say, fate had everything arranged long ago. The Soul Hall works for the Soul Clan, and the Soul Clan obeys the will of the Soul Emperor. The various hardships they created made me, Xiao Yan said, shrugging. In the end, both he and I dramatically disappeared from the Dou Qi Continent. You'll come back. Bibi Dong gently grasped his hand and said, I believe in you. Chapter 229, News from the Xinglua Empire. Just as the two were feeling emotional, a guard suddenly came to report that the master of the Temple of Tilianshan at the border branch wanted to see Xiao Yan and His Holiness the Pope regarding a matter concerning the entire Xinglua Empire. Xiao Yan and Bibi Dong exchanged a glance, instantly understanding that it must be news from Zhu Zhuqing. If nothing unexpected happened, Zhu Zhuqing might have already supported someone or herself to become the emperor of the Xinglua Empire. Let him in, Bibi Dong nodded and said. just in time to tell me about the recent situation at the border. After the guard exited, Tilianshan hurriedly walked in, looking as if he had just come out of a desert. What happened to you? Xiao Yan went down to help Tilianshan, who was about to bow, and asked. The spatial passage from the border to the Pope's palace is still open. How did you end up like this? Tilianshan helplessly replied, I wasn't at the branch at first. A fast horse came from the palace to report that there was an important situation. After learning this, I rushed over. Something happened in the Xingluo Empire. The girl that His Holiness the Pope sent has been hunted by the Soul Hall. Xiao Yan frowned and said, Zhu Qing is already a Shura god. Ordinary 2 or 3 god-level evil soul masters are simply no match for her. Moreover, her temperament has greatly improved after walking the road of Yellow Springs. It's unlikely she would fall into anyone's trap. However, this time, the Soul Hall dispatched a total of 7 god-level evil soul masters. And such a lineup would be more than sufficient to control the royal family and the entire Xingluo Empire, Tilianshan said anxiously. But it's not too late now. It's not yet to the point where the Soul Hall can control the Xingluo Empire with another large army. Bibi Dong's expression instantly became serious. 7 god-level evil soul masters. Even she wouldn't dare to confront them lightly. Although Bibi Dong had not yet become a god, she had already broken through to level 99 with the power of the Blue Lotus Earth Fire, forcibly raising her soul power to level 100. The Blue Lotus Earth Fire was more powerful than any soul ring, and as long as it was present, even a Shura god would not be a match for Bibi Dong. At this moment, Bibi Dong was only one step away from becoming a god. As long as she took the initiative to step forward, she could truly enter the divine realm. But she had never done so. The Rakshasa God, compared to the Shura god, was even more murderous, and they were incompatible. After receiving the inheritance of the Rakshasa God, her body and appearance would undergo significant changes. The Shura god would no longer allow her to be the holy and elegant pope, but would turn her into a demon like a beast. She tightly clenched her blue lotus mark, closed her eyes, and said, In that case, we have no choice but to intervene. At first, Bibi Dong was concerned about fighting with the Soul Hall, and the Spirit Hall's influence within the Xingluo Empire wasn't particularly strong, which was why she let Zhu Qing go alone to the Xingluo Empire. But now, if the Spirit Hall did not intervene, not only the Xingluo Empire, but even Zhu Qing could be lost. Where's Zhu Qing now? Bibi Dong asked him. The few soldiers who refused to send back news said that Zhu Qing had engaged the 7 god-level evil soul masters and had fallen into a disadvantage from the very beginning. However, the battle situation did not show a one-sided trend. Zhu Qing had sent a secret signal for them to seek help from the Spirit Hall, Tilianshan truthfully answered. Xiao Yan nodded and said, It seems Zhu Qing should be fine. What we need to do is help her eliminate all hidden dangers in the Xingluo Empire. What are you going to do? If I go, those 7 god-level evil soul masters wouldn't be a problem, but Bibi Dong glanced at the enormous palace, shook her head, and said, What if the Soul Hall retaliates? I won't be able to return immediately. Xiao Yan smiled and said, Then it must be me who goes. I can face the god-level evil soul masters alone and can still fight back without using the destruction fire lotus and soul power. Bibi Dong nodded and said, It is indeed safer for you to go, but what are you planning to do? After a moment of thought, Xiao Yan said, Even though Zhu Qing is very strong, she doesn't have anyone she is familiar with in the royal family and nobility of the Xingluo Empire, let alone trusted aides. Perhaps she can temporarily subdue everyone with force. But once a stronger power appears, those nobles and the royal family will turn to the other side. After all, she is still too young. Bibi Dong shook her head and said, Without her own ruling base, no matter how strong she is, she can't quickly stabilize the situation. Solving the god of the Soul Hall is simple, but eliminating the Soul Hall is very difficult. Xiao Yan pondered and said, I can. Bring some people with me. Many have recently been promoted to Soul Saint in the Spirit Hall. Just 50 would be enough to temporarily stabilize the situation. Bibi Dong said, But it must be ensured that these 50 people are absolutely loyal to the Spirit Hall. And if they take control of important positions in the Xingluo Empire in the future, they can continue to be used by me. Xiao Yan couldn't help but sweat. Those who play with power have no clean hearts. However, he also understood Bibi Dong's reasoning. Once they controlled the 2 major empires, the Spirit Hall after the war would be the only superpower. Then it's settled, Xiao Yan nodded and said, But she will definitely know about these circumstances. Zhu Qing is not foolish. She will certainly understand such a price. Bibi Dong stroked her scepter and said, However, she is not a talent for governance. So she probably won't resist. Xiao Yan let out a soft breath and continued, However, they cannot go over yet. We must at least ensure that there are no threats to the soul saint within the royal city of the Xingluo Empire. Bibi Dong nodded and said, yes. You must go first. I will set off immediately. This matter cannot be delayed, Xiao Yan said solemnly. Tilianshan, let's go. Tilianshan nodded, once again bowed to Bibi Dong, and left with Xiao Yan, returning to the border branch through the spatial passage. After Xiao Yan left, Bibi Dong sighed softly and turned back into the inner hall. After a period of time, she would have to part ways with Xiao Yan again. In the border branch hall, there were piles of wooden blocks and huge stones everywhere. These were all preparations for war. Although the border troops of the two empires were no longer at each other's throats, the risk of war still existed. The Dou city was not prosperous to begin with, and with this situation, many border merchants had left. It was estimated that it would be difficult to return to its former state even in 10 years, Ti Lin Tian complained to Xiao Yan. This was unavoidable, but fortunately, it hadn't broken out into war yet, right? Xiao Yan comforted him. Due to the high risks here, there were 3 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall stationed here, including the already advanced title Dou, Ju, and Dou, along with an old man who had just advanced to title Dalu during the war. Chapter 230. Arrival at the Luo Empire. After arriving at the branch hall, Xiao Yan saw many familiar faces. Luo Yun, who should have been studying alchemy in the Dan Tower, was also here. Beside him was Lu Erlong, who had already reached the 83rd level as a Soul Douluo. She had also made many contributions in the battles with the Spirit Hall and officially became the guardian of the Spirit Hall. She had made up her mind to separate from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. After a brief preparation here, Xiao Yan was ready to head to the Luo Empire. To reach the Luo Empire, it was inevitable to enter the Dou Great Forest and pass through the military camp of the Luo Empire. However, this was not a problem for Xiao Yan now. As soon as he entered the Dou Great Forest, Xiao Yan remembered the scale armor White Dragon clan in the poisonous fog area. The matter of the ores in the underground world had also ended up unresolved. But Xiao Yan had a premonition that there must be something wonderful in the mysterious cave where the ores were stored in that underground world. After understanding the situation with the Spirit Hall, I must go take a look, Xiao Yan thought as he passed through the Dou Great Forest, casually repelling some soul beasts that attempted to attack him. However, the corpses along the way made Xiao Yan feel helpless. War was a game for the powerful, but it was the end of life for these soldiers. He entered the military camp of the Luo Empire without shedding blood. And after learning about Xiao Yan's strength and intentions, the leader of the border troops of the Luo Empire immediately prepared a carriage for Xiao Yan and told him the locations of the relay stations along the way. With these relay stations, it would only take half a day by fast horse to reach the capital. It seemed that the army of the Luo Empire did not wish for war either, Xiao Yan sighed. With his current soul power strength, traveling would definitely be faster than a horse, but it consumed a lot of soul power. And traveling in the air made it easy to be discovered by the evil soul masters lurking within the Luo Empire. He disguised himself as a soldier and quickly rode in the carriage towards the imperial city of the Luo Empire. At that moment, in the palace of the imperial city of the Luo Empire, Dai Mubai sat on the throne, looking troubled. He couldn't understand why the seemingly certain victory situation had been escaped by Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San was also somewhat helpless. After Zhu Zhuqing's 4th soul ring, each soul skill on her soul rings was incredibly powerful. Although the few of them could defeat her together, they could not deal fatal damage to her or even restrain her movements, which led to the 7 gods being unable to stop her. Xiao San, that was our last chance, Dai Mubai said with some disappointment. But I never expected to keep her. Now that she has left, she must have developed animosity towards me. Tang San said to him, don't worry, Mubai, she can't do anything to you. After you become a soul saint, I can activate the secret technique of the Spirit Hall to help you advance to title Dalu. After a few months, if your realm stabilizes, you could be promoted to God. Is it really that easy? Even if I can upgrade, finding suitable soul rings is extremely difficult. Dai Mubai shook his head and then asked him, where did you get those 100,000-year soul rings? Tang San sneered and said, do you still remember Xiao Wu? Of course I remember. Xiao Wu is very good to you. You two are a natural pair, Dai Mubai said. But you probably don't know her other identity. She is actually transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast. A hint of ruthlessness appeared on Tang San's face. You killed her? Dai Mubai was stunned. Tang San quickly shook his head and said, how could that be? How could I bear to kill her? That's good. Don't tell me Xiao Wu is among your few soul rings. Dai Mubai gently patted his chest and said. Tang San continued. The Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python in the Star Doe Great Forest are both 100,000-year-soul beasts. And Xiao Wu is friends with them. I learned their locations through Xiao Wu, killed them, took their soul rings, and even obtained 2 premium soul bones. Xiao Wu won't hate you? Dai Mubai asked. Tang San shook his head and said, I told her that all of this was done by the Spirit Hall, and she will only hate the Spirit Hall. Dai Mubai said unhappily, Xiao Wu being able to know you. I don't know what kind of karma she accumulated in her past life. Being able to befriend me is the fortune she earned from her past life. And I will also help Xiao Wu become a god. Tang San stood up and said, Soul beasts can also become gods? Dai Mubai asked curiously. Tang San pondered for a moment and said, I have never regarded her as a soul beast. She is just like my own sister. Dai Mubai raised his hand and said, All right, I believe you. But now let's talk about the soul rings after I advance to Soul Saint. Do you have any connections? Tang San's eyes turned, and he said to Dai Mubai, By Xiao Wu's side, there is a fox of unknown age, Qingxiu Yao Fox. The Qingxiu Yao Fox. It is said that this soul beast has been in human form for many years, and its strength must not be weak. Dai Mubai frowned and said, Indeed, her current strength is between level 95 and level 96. Originally, she was used as a tool to charm Xiao Yan, which is why she caught the eye of the Spirit Hall's master, but she is too useless and can't even do this little thing well. Tang San said with a grin, Now she has lost her value. When the time comes, I will lure her over, injure her, and you can kill her. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Sound good, let's do it. I'll prepare to refine the medicinal pills right away, Dai Mubai said with a cold smile. That's more like it. Cultivate well. If all goes well, you will advance to title Douluo in a little over a month. Tang San continued to sit cross-legged and said to him, You don't know, Dean Flander and teacher Xiao Wujia miss you very much. Have they also become titled Douluos? Dai Mubai asked with wide eyes. Tang San nodded and said, Yes, and my teacher, the master, has also become a titled Dalu. His martial soul has evolved into the dark gold sacred dragon. After gaining such powerful strength, he recklessly unleashed it once and died in the siege of the Spirit Hall. Humph, the people of the Spirit Hall are always so overbearing. Dai Mubai had no good feelings towards the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall had taken away everything that should have belonged to them. As long as we become strong enough, whether it's the Spirit Hall or the Soul Hall, it will ultimately be within our control, Tang San said, rolling up his sleeves. On the official road, Xiao Yan changed to a fast horse, galloping all the way. Every 20 miles, he would change horses at the relay station, and finally, before sunset, he saw the shadow of the Imperial City. The Imperial City of the Star Luo Empire is not as prosperous as the Heaven Dou Empire, but the stationed troops in the Imperial City are indeed numerous. From a distance, Xiao Yan could already see countless guards and harvesting machines. It seems that the Star Luo Empire truly is an empire that values military power. Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 231, even though the lives of the lower-class citizens are already so difficult, every guard in the Imperial City wears a set of expensive armor. Such things are not given to the soldiers guarding the borders, but instead to the Emperor's private troops. An empire like this will ultimately head towards destruction. A few days ago, Zhu Zhuqing was defeated by 7 god-level evil soul masters and has been hiding in a cave in a dense forest to heal her wounds. Xiao Yan was unaware of this, but he knew that Zhu Zhuqing was definitely not within the Imperial City. To find her, he could only search in the vast forest. Xiao Yan released his soul perception, and the area within 100 miles was under his precise awareness. In his perception, he discovered the specific military forces hidden in the city, as well as the infiltrating power of the Soul Palace. Indeed, there were 7 god-level evil soul masters, and surprisingly, 2 of them were titled Dalu evil soul masters. Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at this, but it was not his main concern. He continued to search for Zhu Zhuqing's presence within this range, and soon detected her aura in the dense forest. Let's go. Xiao Yan turned his horse's head, gave it a pat on the rear, and headed towards the direction where Zhu Zhuqing was healing. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had her eyes tightly closed, sitting cross-legged on a smooth, round boulder. This was a dark current of an underground river, but it hadn't seen water for a long time. However, due to the moisture, it was very damp here. Zhu Zhuqing had been here for over a day, and her clothes were completely soaked, but she didn't care. What she was most concerned about was the injury within her body during the chaotic battle with the gods of the Soul Palace. Although she didn't suffer any serious injuries, she had to use some trump cards to escape successfully, so her recovery wouldn't be swift. If only Xiao Yan were here. He has so many pills. Perhaps one could restore me to my peak state. Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes again, feeling the stickiness of her clothes against her skin, and sighed helplessly. What's wrong? Do you need me that much? A clear yet playful voice rang out, and Zhu Zhuqing instinctively became alert. However, upon seeing the visitor, she sat back down. When did you arrive here? Zhu Zhuqing was very surprised by Xiao Yan's arrival. Xiao Yan said, I just arrived, relying on my soul power. I quickly found you. I entered the cave, and I didn't even notice it. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Xiao Yan and said, I originally thought that after I advanced to the Shura God, I could finally surpass you, but now it seems your strength is far beyond this. Xiao Yan smiled, stuffed a pill into Zhu Zhuqing's mouth, and sat beside her, saying, Don't compare with me. At your age, becoming a Shura God is unprecedented on the Douluo continent. Zhu Zhuqing chewed on the slightly bitter pill, but only felt a warm current spreading through her body. Without you, I might still be worrying about how to advance to Soul King. Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes and said, Sometimes I wonder, where exactly do you come from? And why do you have such powerful fortune and strength? Rather, these were originally mine. Xiao Yan gently patted her shoulder and said, No matter what, you have now become a Shura God, and that is enough for you. I have a premonition. One day, you will leave the Douluo continent. Zhu Zhuqing sighed. This is not a premonition. It is something that will inevitably happen, Xiao Yan said helplessly. But I will come back. I promise. Then, can I leave with you at that time? You, with me? Xiao Yan frowned and looked at her, saying, That sounds strange. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward and tightly wrapped her arms around Xiao Yan's neck, whispering in his ear, You understand what I mean, right? Xiao Yan sighed, did not push her away, but said, Of course I understand, but you make it very difficult for me. Difficult? Zhu Zhuqing looked puzzled. Xiao Yan continued, How about you have a fight with the Pope and see if you are her match? Why? Isn't she your teacher? Zhu Zhuqing asked. Xiao Yan said lightly, In fact, our true relationship is not that of teacher and student, but of what you think it is. Zhu Zhuqing was shocked, quickly releasing Xiao Yan, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were like this. It's fine, Xiao Yan smiled. He appreciated Zhu Zhuqing's personality, as she wouldn't cling to matters of the heart. So he said, Don't worry, after everything is over, I will also find a way to make you stronger. With your talent, you can at least become a Dozun. Dozun. Zhu Zhuqing pondered this term, having never heard of it, so she asked, How strong is that? Xiao Yan smiled lightly and said solemnly, With a wave of your hand, you can split mountains and crack the earth, tear apart space, and with a single punch, the force can extend for hundreds of miles. It is not an exaggeration to say that you would have the power to move mountains and cover the sea. What? Zhu Zhuqing listened to Xiao Yan's description, her eyes full of longing. For a soul master who has become a god, being able to become such a great power is her lifelong pursuit. Xiao Yan stretched and said, All right, you should refine the pill first. Once you have healed your injuries, we will go find trouble with those evil soul masters. This time, we must resolve them. Zhu Zhuqing responded and began to refine the pill she had just taken. An incredibly powerful soul power gathered from all directions, transforming into divine power within Zhu Zhuqing's body. The enhancement of energy forms is something that can never be crossed, which is why even the strongest limit Doa desires to become a god. Xiao Yan released a soul barrier, isolating the soul power in this area, making it so that no one could discover them here. After a day of travel, he was somewhat tired and could take the opportunity to rest while Zhu Zhuqing refined the pill. Not long after, it was already deep into the night, and Xiao Yan opened his eyes. The cave was dark during the day, and at night, it was pitch black. He released a bit of blue lotus earth heart fire, illuminating the cave brightly while also drying Zhu Zhuqing's and his own clothes. Blue lotus earth heart fire, when I took you from Kailin, today you have ended up in another world. I truly feel guilty towards you. Xiao Yan looked at the blue lotus earth heart fire, which had followed him for the longest time, and couldn't help but sigh. The blue lotus earth heart fire sensed Xiao Yan's remorse and began to flicker. To it, Xiao Yan was its one and only master. Although it was only a fleeting moment, it had indeed become a part of the Emperor flame, which is something every kind of yearns for. However, speaking of which, little E is in my spiritual world. Where has that swallowing void flame gone? Xiao Yan couldn't help but ponder. After all, that swallowing void flame, like the purifying lotus demon fire, also possessed its own intelligence. Chapter 232, Thinking of this. Xiao Yan couldn't help but recall that demon flame volcano. Within that demon flame volcano, he sensed extremely pure and powerful fire elements. If it weren't for this reason, the demon flame volcano wouldn't stretch for hundreds of miles. Moreover, the last time he subdued the 3,000 flames in the demon flame volcano triggered a disturbance that made Xiao Yan suspect whether there were flames inside the volcano similar to the. Otherwise, the demon flame volcano would have been burned to ashes by the 3,000 flames long ago. It seems he needs to visit the demon flame volcano again. This time, he could try to delve deeper into the magma of the volcano to see what is going on inside. As Xiao Yan pondered, he also felt that the aura of Zhu Zhuqing beside him had stabilized. It seems her injuries were almost healed. Xiao Yan nodded and said, "Sure enough." After a few minutes, Zhu Zhuqing slowly opened her eyes, and in an instant, an unmatched divine power swept out in all directions, shaking the area. Zhu Zhuqing looked at her hands and said to Xiao Yan, "This pill of yours is really powerful. Even minor injuries shouldn't heal this quickly." Xiao Yan just smiled lightly, jumped down from the stone, and asked, "What, do you need to rest a bit more?" Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and said, "No. I have handed over the throne of the Star Luo Empire to Dai Mubai, but he conspired with Tang San to keep me here. I need to understand this matter quickly." Tang San. Xiao Yan frowned. He was not unfamiliar with this name, but he didn't expect that Tang San's current strength could threaten Zhu Zhuqing. He joined the Spirit Hall and fought against me with 6 god-level evil spirit masters from the Spirit Hall, making a total of 7. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and said, "I didn't realize back when we were classmates that he would act so unscrupulously. I noticed it long ago." Xiao Yan shrugged. "I wonder how many god-level evil spirit masters the Spirit Hall has. It would be great if we could catch them all." Zhu Zhuqing said with a frown. Xiao Yan told her, "It's not that there is no way. My current soul power can kill them all together. However, to be safe, I need you to help me restrain their speed and prevent them from scattering." "That's easy. My Shadow Strike domain combined with the Killing God domain, with the power of the Azura God, can create a perfect killing domain. In that killing domain, they will experience hundreds of times the gravity from the outside and will have no visibility. It can probably slow them down by half," Zhu Zhuqing explained to Xiao Yan. "But maintaining the killing domain will consume quite a bit of my energy. Although I have the blessing of the Azura God, I won't fall into a berserk state. But on the Douluo continent, it's still not enough to support my full combat power." "Understood. Let's make it quick," Xiao Yan nodded. After the two made up their minds, they walked towards the Imperial City under the moonlight. Although the Imperial City was heavily guarded, for 2 powerful beings far beyond title de law, sneaking in without anyone noticing was still not a problem. What they needed to guard against was the Spirit Hall spies lurking in the shadows. At this moment in the palace, Dai Mubai was soaking in a large bath, attended by several female attendants. Ever since he spoke up, he had never indulged like this before. Although he came from royalty, he was not favored and naturally could not enjoy the treatment that royalty should receive. Lying on the water's surface and looking at the luxurious ceiling of the palace, he felt somewhat empty inside. He stretched out his arm, peering through a layer of steam, and pointed at the painting above, saying, "Someone change that painting for me." The servant quickly asked, "Your Majesty, what do you want to change it to?" "Change it to a portrait of Zhuqing. I want to see her while bathing." Dai Mubai closed his eyes and said. Suddenly, the 2 large doors of the bathroom were violently kicked open, and a rather discordant voice rang out. "Your Majesty seems to be in high spirits. But before you change it, please tell me where Tang San is." Facing Xiao Yan's sudden appearance, both Dai Mubai and the unclad female attendant were startled. He quickly stood up and took a few steps back, trembling as he asked, "Why you? How did you get in? Where are my guards?" "Don't worry. I'll let them sleep well." Zhu Zhuqing also walked in from outside and saw the scene inside, feeling very angry. Zhuqing, let me explain, Dai Mubai panicked even more upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing. He had already violated the agreement with her, and now he was in this situation in front of her. Zhu Zhuqing disdainfully said, "What do you want to explain?" "You don't need to explain. You have become the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire. It's nothing to enjoy it. But time is running out. Tell us Tang San's whereabouts, and then you can continue enjoying." Dai Mubai's face was very grim at this moment. Tang San and the others were still in the palace, and he naturally wouldn't foolishly protect Tang San in front of Xiao Yan and Zhu Zhuqing. After obtaining Tang San's address, Xiao Yan and Zhu Zhuqing left, with Zhu Zhuqing glancing back a couple of times and shaking her head in disappointment. Watching the two leave, Dai Mubai slumped in the bath like he had lost his soul, losing interest in the beautiful women around him. Zhu Zhuqing was fuming all the way, and seeing her like this, Xiao Yan helplessly said, "No one expected to see this scene. If you're really angry, you could just beat him up after everything is done." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and said, I thought he would work hard after obtaining this hard-won throne, but it turns out I was thinking too highly of him. Since Tang San represented the Spirit Hall to negotiate with him, it must have promised tremendous benefits. In front of the temptation of the Spirit Hall, no one could remain unmoved, Xiao Yan advised, but we need a Star Luo Emperor who will never cooperate with the Spirit Hall. The rightful heir of the Star Luo is only Dai Mubai. Even if I become the Star Luo Emperor, I won't be able to rule the Star Luo Empire. After all, those powerful families would submit to me only through force, and internally, they would definitely collude with each other, Zhu Zhuqing said worriedly. If it's just a few families, they could be eliminated with thunderous methods. But if it's all like this, we can't just kill them all, can we? Xiao Yan looked into her eyes, and the meaning in his gaze was self-evident. You don't really want to kill them all, do you? Zhu Zhuqing was shocked. Xiao Yan shook his head and said, I'm not that cruel yet. However, if we want to change the situation, reform is unavoidable. All these old nobles should be demoted to commoners, their property confiscated, and they should retain their original positions. But they must be told that if they want to accumulate benefits for their families, they can only do so by establishing merit, whether in governance or war. That would only plunge the empire into chaos. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. Chapter 233. Spirit Hall Bunker. Xiao Yan spread his hands and said, These nobles have deep influence within the empire. It is impossible to completely uproot them. But the Spirit Hall can help you. Then let the Spirit Hall take the opportunity to control the entire Star Luo Empire? Zhu Zhuqing asked. Xiao Yan did not deny it. The Spirit Hall indeed had such an idea, although somewhat reluctant. This was indeed the best way at present. Once the Spirit Hall controlled the Star Luo Empire, the Star Luo Empire would naturally not ally with the Spirit Hall. And the interests of the Heaven Dou Empire had already been bound to the Spirit Hall due to the Spirit Hall's influence. This way, there would no longer be any war among the original powers of the Douluo continent, Zhu Zhuqing analyzed. As they spoke, they had already approached the location where Tang San and the others from the Spirit Hall were. Xiao Yan released his soul perception and indeed found 7 powerful auras. I don't know what means the Spirit Hall used, but when entering the city, my soul power didn't detect them at all. Xiao Yan frowned and said, but now it has returned to normal. Zhu Zhuqing didn't know what had happened, but since these people had already found them, it was time to take action. At this moment, Tang San was lying on the bed, holding Xiao Wu and comforting her with some soothing words. Xiao Wu once again thought of the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python in the Stardow forest. And as soon as she remembered how they were cruelly killed by the Spirit Hall, she felt like crying. This Spirit Hall is truly despicable. Not only did they kill your mother, but they also killed my mother, and that Xiao Yan even killed my father. Now they want to kill 2 soul beasts. Tang San said angrily, Xiao Wu, don't cry. Don't worry, we will definitely avenge them. As long as I master the cultivation methods of the Spirit Hall, I can reach a higher level. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with teary eyes and said, Third brother, you must work hard. I'll be relying on you in the future. Don't worry, I've never failed. Tang San patted his chest and promised. At that moment, an invisible force suddenly enveloped him. Others couldn't detect it, but Tang San felt it. In fact, these evil soul masters who had reached God level all had a certain perception of soul power. After all, they had devoured many souls. He had already felt this sensation once during the day, and he had used some secret methods of the Spirit Hall to block this kind of soul perception, but after it failed, it came back. Tang San felt a bit uneasy and worried. Could something happen? Zhu Zhuqing activated the domain of slaughter, and everyone within it suddenly lost their vision. Third brother, Xiao Wu, Tang San shouted, tightening his grip on Xiao Wu's hand and saying, Don't worry, I'll protect you. After Zhu Zhuqing activated the domain of slaughter, Xiao Yan rushed in with her, and within just a few minutes, they dealt with 2 titled Dalu and the 6 god-level evil soul masters that Tang San had brought. However, Xiao Yan searched everywhere, but did not find Tang San's figure. Even with soul perception, he couldn't detect him. That's strange. Xiao Yan scratched his head. 10 minutes quickly passed, and Zhu Zhuqing's domain of slaughter was forced to close. The scene was littered with a few corpses, with no signs of battle at all. All the gods and titled Douluo present had been taken out with a single blow, leaving no room for resistance. It was as if Tang San had evaporated from the world, suddenly disappearing. Xiao Yan frowned and said to Zhu Zhuqing, I don't know what method he used to evade my soul power detection. Zhu Zhuqing was also puzzled, but among these 7 people, Tang San should be the strongest. If he were even stronger, he might be able to rival Zhu Zhuqing. Keep searching. We can't let him escape like this. Xiao Yan told Zhu Zhuqing otherwise. It will definitely lead to endless troubles. After Zhu Zhuqing activated the domain of slaughter, Tang Xin used the Spirit Hall's secret method to teleport himself and Zhu Zhuqing to the bunker where the Spirit Hall army was located. This place was on the edge of the Heaven Dou Empire, and the secret method Tang Xin had just used had spatial displacement capabilities. Tang Xin looked grimly at the shattered jade tokens. These tokens represented the lives of these gods, and once shattered, it indicated that the corresponding god was dead. In just a few minutes, unexpectedly, Tang Xin's heart felt like it was bleeding. Besides him, there were a total of 8 god-level evil soul masters in the Spirit Hall, including the previous poison Douluo. Their strengths had all been titled Douluo before. After being promoted by the Spirit Hall's master, they became gods. But now he had accidentally wiped out this entire base. How could he not be anxious? No. I can't panic now. There's still a way. Tang Xin looked towards the secret room where the Spirit Hall's master was in seclusion. The master had warned him not to disturb him unless there was something important to break through to Dou Zone. Just a few months ago, he had gone to an underground cave in the Star Dou Forest as per the Spirit Hall master's instructions, where there were extremely rich Dou Qi ores. According to the Spirit Hall master, that place used to be a passage to another plane, but for some unknown reason, it was blocked by an unknown powerful being. However, the Dou Qi that remained inside did not disappear but became solid ores. The energy intensity of the Dou Qi was so immense that it was unbearable for the Douluo continent. Hence it turned into toxic gas. Fortunately, it was in the forest, so it wouldn't spread throughout the continent. The initial Evil Soul Master incident was also manipulated by the Spirit Hall Master. It was then that he discovered the treasures in the poisonous mist area. At that time, the Spirit Hall Master was not an independent soul, but a remnant soul of the Soul Heaven Emperor, and his strongest power was only at the peak of Douhuang. However, after the battle with Xiao Yan, the consciousness of the Soul Heaven Emperor was cut off from him, forming an independent consciousness. Although Tang Xin didn't know what Dou Zone was, it must be an existence far beyond this plane. If he could obtain such power, he could truly stand invincible. Xiao Yan and Zhu Zhuqing searched throughout the night, covering several dozen miles, but still could not find Tang Xin's figure. At this point, Xiao Yan had realized something was off. Tang Xin must have practiced some skills from the Spirit Hall. Some skills didn't necessarily require Dou Qi to activate. As long as the energy was sufficient, they could produce certain effects. There were many skills in the Dou Qi Continent that could conceal one's aura, shape, or teleport instantly. The natural laws on the Douluo continent were very weak, so some useless Dou techniques on the Dou Qi Continent could exert great effects here. No need to search anymore. At this point, Tang Xin must have escaped far away. Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly and said, "Let's return to the Imperial City first and see how to deal with matters in the Star Luo Empire." Chapter 234, The Sun Dragon King. Dai Mubai entered the palace with an unhappy expression. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was sitting on the throne, and the surrounding nobles and officials looked on with confusion. Seeing the situation, Dai Mubai quickly said, "I never intended to be the emperor of this country. If you want a throne, just take it. I will leave right now." "You can't leave." Zhu Zhuqing suddenly appeared behind him, pressing down on his shoulder and saying, "To prevent you from causing trouble in the future, you should stay here forever." Afterwards, Zhu Zhuqing used the power of the Spirit Hall to replace the functions of the nobles with some powerful figures from the Spirit Hall. The Star Luo Empire also promised, along with the Heaven Dou Empire, that the two empires would not go to war for the next 100 years. After leaving the Star Luo Empire, Xiao Yan first arrived at the Demon Flame Volcano. This volcano was somewhat related to him. When the soul beast in the Demon Flame Volcano began to evolve wildly, it was also when he saw Bibi Dong. Everything is indeed connected. Xiao Yan closed his eyes, releasing his soul power to probe the depths of the magma. In the magma lake that reached several thousand meters deep, he still did not sense anything unusual. Although the range of soul perception was large, the internal barriers of the magma were numerous. If he really wanted to probe deeper, he would have to dive in. Since that's the case, a layer of barriers surrounded Xiao Yan, and without any hesitation, he jumped into magma at the volcano's mouth. After diving down for tens of thousands of meters, Xiao Yan noticed that the color of the surrounding magma began to change, becoming a bone spirit cold firelight pale white. It seemed that there was indeed something remarkable inside this magma. Xiao Yan felt a surge of joy. This change was enough to prove that his guess was correct, that there was something similar to down there. However, he did not have high expectations. After all, this was a product of Douluo Continent, and it was somewhat difficult to compare it with Strange Fire. Nevertheless, as Xiao Yan descended over 100,000 meters, the color of the magma became increasingly transparent, and the temperature rose higher and higher, but he still did not discover anything different. Just as he began to doubt his judgment, the magma beneath him suddenly erupted, and a gigantic eye with a diameter of 50 meters suddenly opened in front of Xiao Yan, startling him into retreating hastily. "What is this? I didn't even notice." Xiao Yan looked nervously at the enormous and fierce face not far away. Roar. The massive creature let out a beastly roar. To Xiao Yan, its strength was not overly powerful, but it was definitely the strongest being he had ever encountered in Douluo Continent. What on earth is this? Behind Xiao Yan, the true body of the flame god slowly rose, reaching several thousand meters in length under the enhancement of 6 types of strange fire. Facing this gigantic creature without any fear, the creature seemed to be startled by the sudden emergence of the flame god avatar as well, and it spoke. "Human, how did you perform such a technique? It can talk." Xiao Yan could see the complete form of this creature on the flame god avatar. It was long and covered in scales infused with a fiery aura, with 4 powerful claws, seemingly the legendary Sun Dragon King. "I have been cultivating here for millions of years. You are the first human to venture this deep, and you can control the flame god. You must have surpassed the God King," the Sun Dragon King said in surprise. Initially thinking Xiao Yan had come here by some rare means, but the flame god avatar it summoned forced it to acknowledge Xiao Yan's strength. "This is the interior of the Demon Flame Mountains. You have cultivated for millions of years, and your strength is not weak." Xiao Yan assessed the giant soul beast, but then shook his head and said, "But just you alone doesn't seem enough to stop the 3,000 flame fires from turning the Demon Flame volcano into a flat land. You have a familiar aura about you. It was this aura that triggered the recent magma disturbances here," the Sun Dragon King said, not understanding Xiao Yan's intentions and thus being very wary of him. 3,000 flame fires? A purple-black flame appeared in Xiao Yan's palm, and instantly the magma here began to violently recede. The suppressive force of the 3,000 flame fires was simply too great for them. Yes, that's it." The Sun Dragon King could not help but step back. Xiao Yan smiled, and in his other hand, another type of golden flame appeared, asking, "What do you think of this golden emperor burning heaven flame?" "What?" The Sun Dragon King was stunned. It had never seen such a powerful, strange fire. "Indeed, it's not you," Xiao Yan said, somewhat disappointed, shaking his head. "Is there anything else besides you in this magma?" The Sun Dragon King nodded woodenly and said truthfully, "Not long ago, a flame collided here and immediately penetrated to the bottom of the magma, increasing its depth by several times in just a few years. If this continues, burning through Douluo Continent will just be a matter of time." "Burning through?" Xiao Yan frowned. "How could Douluo Continent, with its structure, be burned through?" "There will always be a time when it burns to the end," the Sun Dragon King replied. "I want to see what it is that has such power." Xiao Yan said to it, "You lead the way. If possible, I might be able to resolve this hidden danger." "Okay, Lord God King," the Sun Dragon King said respectfully, now completely certain that the strength of the person before it far exceeded its own. Xiao Yan felt a bit helpless being called that. He had no idea what a God King was, but he didn't bother with the dragon about it, and just wanted to see the flames it mentioned. Under the guidance of the Sun Dragon King, he descended several tens of thousands of meters further, but the deeper he went, the more he felt something was off. Why did the aura of the magma feel a bit like that old fellow, void devouring flame? However, if it truly was, it would instantly collapse this space, and naturally, it couldn't allow the magma to flow so recklessly. He needed to go deeper to confirm the situation. Finally reaching the bottom layer, Xiao Yan stood on the ground where the high-pressure magma continuously flowed, looking towards the strange fire that was burning in the distance. The Sun Dragon King's size was also controlled by itself, shrinking to several dozen meters. It only dared to watch from afar, not daring to approach. "Forget it. I'll go myself." Xiao Yan approached the area where it was located, and it became clear to him that it was indeed, or more accurately, a child fire of. "Come here." Xiao Yan lightly beckoned, and that child fire obediently came to his hand. At the bottom of the child fire, there was a goose egg-sized warm jade stone. "This is Nalink," Xiao Yan exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the unassuming jade stone. Chapter 235. Dou Qi Continent. Upon hearing the words Naling, the child fire of immediately jumped up excitedly, and at the same time, Xiao Yan felt in his spiritual world becoming active. This Naling was previously the dwelling place of the within Xiao Yan, but due to the spatial storm, it had left the Dou Emperor's body along with the spirit body, and the places they landed in were completely different. The green lotus earth heart fire was the first Xiao Yan subdued, and it had long lost any resistance towards him. So it opened up a space within his spiritual world that could accommodate during the battle with the falling heart flame. After that, whenever Xiao Yan obtained more powerful, he could temporarily store them in the spiritual world, and with the addition of this spiritual world along with the soul power, would become stronger. That being said, there should be no other within this Na Ling holding the warm jade stone in his hand, Xiao Yan sighed, saying that although he commanded all during the battle with the Soul Heaven Emperor, they were all devoured within him and did not exist in Na Ling as before. And this, child fire, was merely a product of, it seemed that it used its remaining consciousness to send this to Douluo continent. Although this power was already comparable to most, it had not fully grown. It seems left me a good thing, Xiao Yan played with this, leaving the Sun Dragon King watching in awe from a distance. The Sun Dragon King had never experienced fear in all the years it spent beneath the magma, but today, Xiao Yan truly made it feel a sense of fear or perhaps shock. Since you were sent hereby, then stay by my side for now. Xiao Yan said to the of, you should temporarily reside within this Na Ling. Otherwise, if you stay here any longer, the entire plane will collapse. They understood Xiao Yan's meaning and would not defy him. After he spoke, it obediently entered Na Ling. Xiao Yan was also contemplating whether he should place this Na Ling back within his body. The Ev's power was already no less than the 3,000 flame fires, perhaps even surpassing them. However, Xiao Yan still could not fully unleash the power of all the, so even if he obtained this, its usefulness would not be very significant. Sigh, this body is too weak. Even if I could have a Dou Saint's body, that would be fine, Xiao Yan sighed helplessly. If he were in the Dou Qi Continent, he would definitely abandon this weak body. Perhaps he could even replicate Yao Lao's experience. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan jokingly shook his head. Since the mystery of the demon flame volcano has been solved, it's time for him to return the same way. Lord God King, are you leaving? The Sun Dragon King asked eagerly, hoping that this person could give him some opportunities. Xiao Yan helplessly said, I'm not a God King, so please do not address me as such. But only a God King can reach your level. The Sun Dragon King was puzzled. Xiao Yan shook his head and said, you can see it too. That fire falling from the sky is definitely not of this world, and neither am I. The Sun Dragon King was taken aback, but still followed behind Xiao Yan and said, Lord, if you are not a God King, then where do you come from? Can I accompany you? Xiao Yan frowned and asked, what's wrong? Aren't you cultivating here? I have already reached the highest level of soul beasts. After cultivating for millions of years, I consider myself invincible, but the Sun Dragon King circled around Xiao Yan and said, today I have witnessed what a true strong person is, and only someone like you can achieve it. Sigh. But now my strength is almost gone. Xiao Yan shook his head and said, if I were at my peak, I could tear apart the dimensional space and return to the Dou Qi Continent. The Dou Qi Continent? The Sun Dragon King was momentarily stunned and asked, may I ask if you are from the Dou Qi Continent? Xiao Yan nodded and said yes. Do you know about the Dou Qi Continent? The giant dragon's eyes were filled with a sense of ancient sorrow. It had lived for millions of years and had witnessed strong individuals from the Dou Qi Continent come here when it was just 100,000 years old as a soul beast. Back then, the Douluo continent was still vast and desolate, and the humans who established the two great imperial civilizations had just entered the Stone Age. Speaking of which, I should be considered one of the first soul beasts to start cultivating. At that time, soul beasts were the absolute rulers of this world. I remember that the great ones from the Dou Qi Continent created some soul beasts, but only left disappointed after taking a glance here. The Sun Dragon King recalled the past. 1,000,000 years later, the divine realm descended on the Douluo continent, teaching humans the ways of cultivation, to punish the humans who killed many soul beasts. The god set the path for humans to become stronger as only achievable by killing soul beasts. So that's how it is. It seems that ancient people from the Dou Qi Continent had already stopped here hundreds of years ago. After hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel emotional, not expecting that these two planes had such a history. However, 10 million years ago was also an extremely distant era for the Dou Qi Continent. The ancient monsters among the 8 ancient clans, like Gu Yuan and the Soul Heaven Emperor, were only a few thousand years old. And even living fossils like Zhu Kuan wouldn't be 10 million years old. Yes, even though I have cultivated for 1,000 years, that's the limit of the Douluo continent. I want to find a higher plane, but now there are no dimensional passages available, the Sun Dragon King sighed. You just said that you could tear apart dimensional rifts. It seems your strength must have reached the Dou Emperor level. Yes, Xiao Yan nodded and said, I accidentally tore apart the dimensional plane while battling the Soul Heaven Emperor. Due to my misjudgment of the situation, it ended up like this. However, the Soul Heaven Emperor's body is still intact. If he descends into this plane, I will not be his opponent, and the countless lives of the Douluo continent will also suffer. The Sun Dragon King's body trembled slightly. It still clearly remembered that among the group of people who came from the Dou Qi Continent, they all referred to themselves as Dou Emperors, and there were even stronger existences. After dealing with the Spirit Hall, I will open the dimensional rift, but it cannot lead to the Dou Qi Continent. This is a one-way ticket. If I can reclaim the Dou Emperor's body, I can connect the two planes. If I fail, I will fall here, Xiao Yan said solemnly. Although I do not fear death, I'm not willing to die like this. Chapter 236. The location of the Dou Emperor's body you want. I want to secure more resources to survive before entering the dimensional rift, Xiao Yan said, looking at the spirit he held in his hand. Then what do you think we should do to succeed? The Sun Dragon King asked. Xiao Yan said, naturally, I must first enhance my strength. I am currently only a beginner soul Douluo. I can first elevate myself to a title Douluo, then obtain the pure lotus demon fire. And my soul power can also break through to the heavenly realm. Although I won't be able to survive for long under the ravages of the spatial storm, I will at least be much stronger than I am now. It seems the hope is slim. The Sun Dragon King lowered its head and said, this is the only way. If I can find the Dou Emperor's body, I can successfully traverse this dimensional rift, Xiao Yan said helplessly. The Dou Emperor's body. The Sun Dragon King's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light, twisting its body closer to Xiao Yan and saying, I know where the Dou Emperor's body is. Xiao Yan was taken aback, somewhat in disbelief, and asked, really? The Dou Emperor's body? It's true, the Sun Dragon King said. Back then, among the group of people from the Dou Qi Continent who came here, 2 Dou Emperor powerhouses remained and chose to sit down. Why would that be? Xiao Yan was puzzled. Although he knew that before the source of the Dou Emperor disappeared, there were still many Dou Emperors in the Dou Qi Continent. Those who could become Dou Emperors were all gifted with opportunities and hard work in tandem. It was impossible to give up their lives so easily. The Sun Dragon King shook its head and said, I don't know, but I vaguely remember it seems to be related to a man with the surname Zhou. With the surname Zhou? Xiao Yan couldn't figure it out, but no matter what, the news from the Sun Dragon King was like a timely help. Even if it were someone else's body, he could refine it for his own use. Although he might not be able to exert his full power as the Flame Emperor, it would still be a Dou Emperor. Once he became a Dou Emperor, he would have no more worries. Even if he stepped into that dimensional rift, he wouldn't be affected by the spatial storm unprepared. As long as he reclaimed his body, he could reach the peak, and the fusion of 2 Dou Emperor bodies would further enhance his power. Right here in the Star Dou Forest, the Sun Dragon King replied, back then, I witnessed the 2 great beings sit down. The forest was created by the aura of their sitting down. We're in the Star Dou Forest. Xiao Yan asked. In the center of the poisonous miasma area, there's a large cave. That cave leads underground, and within the vast underground world, there's a secret passage that can lead to where the 2 great beings sat down, the Sun Dragon King told Xiao Yan. To reach there, one must pass through the Dou Qi Continent's Dou Qi cleansing, and the people of the Douluo continent cannot withstand such a powerful form of energy. The underground world's secret passage. Xiao Yan was stunned. Isn't that the place where he felt dizzy last time? The last time his reaction was the strongest. It should have been because his soul and body were not in sync. His soul was extremely eager for Dou Qi, but without a body to contain it. It instinctively wanted to absorb all the Dou Qi around into his body. But his body was formed on the Douluo continent, and he couldn't absorb Dou Qi into it, naturally leading to a more intense discomfort compared to others. In this regard, I can't enter there with my current body. Xiao Yan came back to his senses and analyzed. Although this was great news for him, successfully obtaining the body of a Dou Emperor would still be quite difficult. The Daylight Dragon King looked at Xiao Yan eagerly, hoping he could come up with some solution. After a long time, Xiao Yan sighed and said, since this body is so weak, why not just abandon it? My lord, do you mean? The Daylight Dragon King asked in confusion. Flesh is ephemeral, and the soul ascends. If what you said is true, then I will abandon this body and enter the secret passage to seek the body of a Dou saint, Xiao Yan said fiercely. Suddenly, he changed his tone and continued. But if what you said is not true, then my soul body won't be able to survive for long on its own and will have to rely on consuming other soul power to live. And to sustain the soul power I need, it must at least be at the level of a title Douluo. My lord, rest assured, I can guarantee that every word I say is true. If there is even half a word that is false, you can kill or torture me, and I will not resist. The Daylight Dragon King immediately assured. Good, if there are no other words, even if I only have a soul body left, I can still kill you, Xiao Yan said coldly. But seeing the Daylight Dragon King's appearance, he continued. After I succeed, I will also take you to a higher plane. But everything must be based on the premise of eliminating the Soul Heaven Emperor. Understood. The Daylight Dragon King nodded quickly and said, in that case, I can lead you. Xiao Yan asked, do you know where the Dou Emperor's body is in the secret passage? The Daylight Dragon King replied, yes. I've been down there a few times to see if there are any good things. Many soul beasts over 100,000 years old also went there. But as soon as you touch anything there, you will be instantly killed by an invisible force. So although I've seen the Dou Emperor's body a few times, I couldn't damage it. That's good, Xiao Yan said. But he was also a bit wary of the invisible force mentioned by the Daylight Dragon King, which should be a restriction left by the two Dou Emperors before they passed away. He just wasn't sure if that restriction was still effective after 1,000 years. If it had expired, then there would be no problem, but if it was still in place, could he withstand it with his current strength? However, everything would have to wait until he got there. Once there, he would activate that to protect himself, and ordinary attacks wouldn't be able to harm him. If there were any dangers, he would retreat and reconsider. After confirming with the Daylight Dragon King, Xiao Yan rushed toward the magic flame volcano entrance with it. Boom! As the Daylight Dragon King ascended, it regained its massive form. With its appearance, the magma surged into the sky, splashing around, resembling a volcanic eruption. The Daylight Dragon King's powerful soul beast pressure extended for hundreds of miles, and all the soul beasts in the magic flame mountain range bowed before its might, trembling as if waiting for this true king to decree their fate. Roar! The Daylight Dragon King let out a roar, causing some weaker soul beasts to be paralyzed with fear, while others fainted. It's been too long since I've been out. I momentarily couldn't control my aura. The Daylight Dragon King said somewhat embarrassedly, as it was originally a peace-loving dragon that didn't like fighting and killing. I said, with your size, thinking of going with me. Isn't it a bit too big? Xiao Yan said helplessly. Even if you turn into a few dozen meters long, you still can't fit into that secret passage. Chapter 237, This is easy, the Daylight Dragon King said, and then its body began to rapidly shrink, transforming into a man just like Xiao Yan. I can't believe it. Xiao Yan was somewhat speechless at its actions. This guy could actually transform into a human? But why did it have to turn into his appearance? Seeing Xiao Yan's confusion, the Daylight Dragon King explained. As a soul beast at my level, I can naturally switch between human and beast forms at will. But in the magma, the soul beast physique is more useful. No, why did you turn into my form? Xiao Yan shook his head and said, looking strange. Hurry up and change into someone else. The Daylight Dragon King sighed and said, my lord, it's not that I intended to. My appearance is born of the heart. And for millions of years, I've long forgotten what others look like. Let me slowly recall and change. All right, Xiao Yan said speechlessly. The Daylight Dragon King's memory wasn't very good either. They quickly arrived at the interior of the poisonous mist area, where the poison mist still lingered, and the disappearance of the ores did not cause any changes in the poison mist here. The two reached the central area, and Xiao Yan once again saw the figure of the scaled white dragon, but now it was even stronger than when Xiao Yan last saw it, and its dragon horns appeared crystal clear. It seems that in these few months, it has absorbed all the medicinal power from the leftover materials I use for alchemy. If it were in its home ground, it might be able to match an 80,000-year soul beast, Xiao Yan said unexpectedly. The scaled white dragon was also surprised to see Xiao Yan, but it was even more surprised to see two Xiao Yans. Wait, the scaled white dragon widened its eyes and looked at the Daylight Dragon King. As a soul beast with dragon blood, it could clearly sense that this person also had dragon blood flowing through him. Oh, there's actually a dragon-type soul beast here. The Daylight Dragon King looked at the scaled white dragon with some interest. Although it didn't appear particularly powerful in front of Xiao Yan, it could easily suppress a 50,000-year soul beast with just a slight release of its aura. However, the scaled white dragon was still a younger generation among dragon-type soul beasts. So the Daylight Dragon King naturally had the intention to mentor it, as soul beasts with dragon blood were quite rare. Xiao Yan explained the purpose of their visit to the scaled white dragon and also introduced the Daylight Dragon King to it. Under normal circumstances, the scaled white dragon was the absolute ruler here, possessing the mating rights to all the white phosphor giant pythons. Even when Xiao Yan arrived, it regarded him as an equal friend. However, facing the Daylight Dragon King was different. The other party was a soul beast like itself, so instinctively felt a sense of crisis, but then let it go. After all, with its 50,000-year cultivation, comparing it to the Daylight Dragon King was like a grain of rice challenging the bright moon. However, The Daylight Dragon King clearly expressed that it had no intention of competing for mating rights. After all, the scaled white dragon was still a soul beast and could not understand the thoughts of the big shots. Xiao Yan stood still in the underground world, looking at the entrance of the secret passage, not knowing what he was thinking. A whole day and night passed, and the Daylight Dragon King's appearance changed somewhat. But Xiao Yan had not yet made up his mind. Suddenly, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, took out a small table and paper, and hurriedly wrote a letter on it. If all goes well, after I start merging with the Dou Emperor's body, you will deliver this letter to Pope Bibi Dong. Xiao Yan handed the letter to the Daylight Dragon King. Remembering to make yourself look better, you will scare others looking like that. The Daylight Dragon King touched its face, then took Xiao Yan's letter and said, "Rest assured, I will do it." Then you. Before the Daylight Dragon King could finish, Xiao Yan's soul power suddenly erupted, shaking the entire underground world. "Since I have already decided, then let's start." Xiao Yan shouted softly, his soul power increasing again, and his body began to show varying degrees of collapse. Veins bulging, the color gradually deepening, this strange fire began to consume this body from the inside out. At this moment, Xiao Yan endured immense pain, watching helplessly as his body turned to ashes under the dual pressure of spiritual power and, at this point, Xiao Yan had broken free from the constraints of his body, reaching his strongest state so far. However, without a physical body, his spiritual power would dissipate quickly. Within a few months, he would become weak and then weaker still. Once his spiritual power was completely extinguished, his life would come to an end. "Hurry up. Lead the way," Xiao Yan commanded the stunned Sun Dragon King. The Sun Dragon King had yet to recover from the terrifying scene it had just witnessed. It had just seen its body being destroyed by its own will, and a new body would surely be reborn from the... After entering the mineral passage, Xiao Yan indeed felt no discomfort. He just needed some time to adapt to being a spiritual entity, so their pace was very slow. The Sun Dragon King could shield its aura and no longer absorbed any fighting spirit. Here, while Xiao Yan felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. Indeed it was. Feeling the energy here, Xiao Yan said excitedly, but he soon discovered that small crystals had appeared on the walls around. Upon closer observation, they resembled the minerals mentioned by the scale armor white dragon. Xiao Yan was puzzled. There were no such things last time he was here, and how could new minerals have grown in just a few months? However, he didn't have time to dwell on this now. As long as he could cultivate the DNGD body, he could restore everything and all problems would be resolved then. Once Xiao Yan adapted to the light and airy feeling of being a spiritual entity, he quickened his pace with the Sun Dragon King, moving down the passage. During their journey, Xiao Yan saw many high-level techniques and fighting techniques scattered on the ground, including precious items that reached the heavenly level, which could only be produced by fighting saints. After delving thousands of meters deeper, Xiao Yan suddenly sensed that there seemed to be something below, and when he focused his spiritual perception downward, he sensed two hidden auras hundreds of thousands of meters below. These two auras affected the entire passage, and he was virtually certain they belonged to the bodies of two fighting emperors that had passed away, even after millions of years. The residual warmth from their bodies still had a significant influence. Just like the last time he came, it was indeed formidable. After millions of years, the aura showed no signs of diminishing. The Sun Dragon King exclaimed. Xiao Yan smiled lightly. It was naturally powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone so far as to destroy his own body to obtain it. Since that's the case, let's move forward. For myself, I have my reasons to go back, Xiao Yan thought as he continued onward. Chapter 238. This place was winding and twisting. Xiao Yan didn't know how long he had walked with the Sun Dragon King before finally stopping in front of a heavy black stone door. The aura was cut off here. It seemed that they must be behind the stone door. Xiao Yan said in a deep voice, "How do we get through this stone door?" The Sun Dragon King appeared somewhat flustered. There was no stone door the last time it came here. Xiao Yan frowned. Although he was just a spiritual entity, he could still reach out and touch the heavy stone door, which seemed to be made of some familiar material. Wait, this feeling is... Xiao Yan's ethereal eyes suddenly solidified a bit. This sensation was exactly the same as when he first picked up the Xianzhong Qi, mysterious heavy ruler. "What's going on?" the Sun Dragon King asked. Xiao Yan did not answer, but continued to release his spiritual power, searching for every pattern in the stone door. He had a premonition that this stone door was definitely not simple. However, after searching for a long time, he found no clues on the stone door, which left him puzzled. Back then, the mysterious patterns on the Xianzhong Qi were numerous, which gave it the effect of suppressing Why could this stone door also possess such qualities? Although he couldn't figure it out, the primary goal now was to get through here. If Xiao Yan had the strength of fighting Zun, he could shake the stone door a bit, but at present, he was even struggling to maintain the strength of a fighting zone. Since that was the case, he could only use strange fire to forge ahead. Various flames of different colors appeared in Xiao Yan's hands, flying toward the stone door in all directions under his command. The temperature in this space instantly rose dozens of times, and the terrifying flames frightened the Sun Dragon King into retreating repeatedly, its face filled with fear as it stared at the four flames above. Jin Di, Fun Tian Yin, Golden Earth-Burning Sky Flame. Su Wu Tun Yin Zihua, Void Devouring Flame. San Xian Yin Yin Hua, 3,000 Flame Fire. And Gu Ling Lung Hua, Bone Spirit Cold Fire. As long as it came into contact with any one of these flames, it would be burned to nothing. Strangely, once the flames raised the temperature of the stone door to a certain extent, the color of the stone door still showed no change. Xiao Yan continued to manipulate trying to break through the stone door, when suddenly the stone door began to tremble. Is it about to open? Xiao Yan wondered, but his movements did not stop. Black fragments of stone slowly fell from the door, followed by a continuous stream of debris. Behind this layer of rubble was an ancient and peculiar pattern, which was now glowing red from showing signs of melting. This thing is really related to the Xian Zhongqi. Xiao Yan was shocked. The patterns on it were identical to those on the Xian Zhongqi, practically a magnified version of it. However, before Xiao Yan could think further, the outer layer of rubble had completely fallen away, and a massive stone door began to rise. The enormous stone door slowly lifted, its unparalleled weight causing the underground tunnel to start shaking. Immediately after, an aura far more terrifying than before emanated from behind the door. Even Xiao Yan's gaze couldn't help but tighten. The Sun Dragon King couldn't withstand the pressure and directly fell to the ground. Xiao Yan felt the two terrifying auras. Even at his peak, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat these two. As expected of, their strength is even greater than when I first arrived as a. Xiao Yan couldn't help but exclaim. In ancient times, powerhouses were numerous, and it was expected that there would be stronger individuals than himself. However, this further confirmed his belief that there must be higher realms beyond. He and the Soul Heavenly Emperor were both newly entered and surely couldn't be compared to these ancient monsters. Flame Emperor, an ancient and majestic voice, carrying the weight of endless years, swept in from all directions. Xiao Yan did not dare to be negligent. This voice was extremely harmful to him as a spiritual entity. A barrier instantly unfolded beside him, blocking all the soul attacks that came with the voice. He then said in a deep voice, "May I ask which senior this is? How do you know my title?" "Hee, I have waited for millions of years once more, and now we finally meet." Two ethereal figures stood beside Xiao Yan, their demeanor akin to that of a master of a generation. Xiao Yan frowned, dispelling his barrier, and curiously asked, "Are you two seniors who remained on this Douluo continent?" Indeed, the two nodded and said, "We sealed our spiritual bodies in this door on the day we passed away, waiting for the one who bears to open the door." Xiao Yan was taken aback and asked, "You all knew I would come?" "That's right, we knew," one of them replied. "And we share the same cultivation method." Another added, "The burning decision?" Xiao Yan inquired. "The burning decision was created by the two of us working together," they said, shocking Xiao Yan. He never imagined that the burning decision he cultivated was actually pioneered by these two. Xiao Yan took a deep breath and recalled what the ancient Emperor Dou Qi had told him about the burning decision. Even the ancient Emperor Dou Qi himself did not know who had created the burning decision, and now it seemed he had found the creators. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan clasped his fists and said to the two, "Thank you, Senior, for your cultivation method. My achievements today are largely due to the burning decision." You don't need to thank us. Although we also cultivate the burning decision, it has been improved by you juniors over time. The two shook their heads and said, "We don't know what the Dou Qi Continent is like now, but in our time, exotic fires were rare and no one could ever subdue them. We can say we were the only two who succeeded." "I see." Xiao Yan nodded, realizing that during their time, many high-level cultivation methods, combat skills, and pills probably hadn't appeared yet. He then said to them, "On the Dou Qi Continent, no Dou Emperor has appeared for thousands of meters now. I and the Soul Heaven Emperor are the only two Dou Emperors to emerge in these thousands of years. However, did you come here for our Dou Emperor bodies?" The eyes of the two Dou Emperor spirits suddenly became sharp as they looked at Xiao Yan. Without any concealment, Xiao Yan replied, "That's right. It has come to this. I need your bodies to return to being a Dou Emperor. Please forgive me for any offenses. Logically, we have been dead for so long. So this body is yours to take. It's just, they paused, their expressions somewhat strange. What do you require? Please state it, Xiao Yan said. Alas, the two of us sat down to await your arrival. However, once you return to being a Dou Emperor, you must go to that great thousand world. They told Xiao Yan. Chapter 239. Great Thousand World? Xiao Yan had never heard of such a place. The Great Thousand World is a powerful realm composed of countless planes. And the Dou Qi Continent is just an inconspicuous place within it. With a single palm strike from a powerful being, an entire plane can be reduced to ashes. The two described to Xiao Yan. Is there truly such a realm? A fleeting fervor flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes, but his expression quickly returned to normal as he said, if I have the chance, I will definitely go take a look. However, right now, the Soul Heaven Emperor is trying to make a comeback, and I must return to Dou Emperor to protect the beings on the Douluo continent. Of course, they nodded. We wanted to go to the Great Thousand World for the same reason. What? Xiao Yan frowned. Could the Soul Heaven Emperor also be causing trouble in the Great Thousand World? However, the two did not elaborate, only telling Xiao Yan that he would understand once he reached that level. Although we only have a trace of remnant souls left, there is still considerable power within those remnants. Our consciousness is about to dissipate, and you can then devour this remaining power to restore your soul to the Emperor realm. I apologize for the offense, Xiao Yan said, clasping his fist towards the two Dou Emperor spirits. No need. No need. As they spoke, the two Dou Emperor spirits became increasingly ethereal and soon vanished from the world. Xiao Yan closed his eyes, activating the swallowing void flame, gathering all the remaining soul power around him to his head and beginning to refine it. The scale of this soul power would likely require at least 10 months to refine. Xiao Yan was somewhat stunned. The density of the soul power here far exceeded his expectations. Restoring to the Emperor realm soul would take a long time, but this was still much faster than upgrading to a title Douluo. This soul power did not belong to Xiao Yan. To draw it into his soul, he had to endure the pain of soul tearing, which would last for quite a while. The Sun Dragon King was affected by this powerful soul power and dared not move at all. Xiao Yan noticed it and said, you should leave here. I need to enter seclusion for a while. Remember to deliver the letter. The Sun Dragon King quickly nodded and, after receiving Xiao Yan's permission, slipped away. What awaited Xiao Yan was a terrifying trial in this dark space. As the soul power entered Xiao Yan's soul body, he felt not only the sensation of his soul being forcibly torn apart, but also a sense of swelling, which occurred because the soul power had not yet been refined. To refine the soul power, he needed to complement the 3,000 flames and the fallen heart flame, with the former suppressing the unrefined soul power and the latter enhancing Xiao Yan's capacity to absorb the soul power. Hurry up. Perhaps the time left for me is already limited. Xiao Yan closed his eyes, focusing on drawing the soul power here into his soul body for refinement. At this moment, in the stone door cave, the bodies of the two Dou Emperors also emitted some faint light, which Xiao Yan did not notice at all, as two flames of different colors emerged above the heads of the Dou Emperor bodies. The Sun Dragon King hurried back to the underground world. The sights and sounds below made it somewhat difficult to adapt, as under that pressure, it felt no sense of resistance at all. So brutal. The Sun Dragon King couldn't help but say, but it soon felt a wave of ecstasy, since the strong from the Dou Qi Continent had such power. Its future achievements would surely be great. At this moment, it remembered the task Xiao Yan had entrusted to it, and prepared to leave to find the Pope in that spirit hall he mentioned. However, just as it was about to leave, it saw the phosphor-armored white dragon twisting its large body behind it, and, in a fit of excitement, forcibly elevated the cultivation of the phosphor-armored white dragon to 100,000 years. Transform into human form and come with me. The Sun Dragon King said to the phosphor-armored white dragon, don't worry, within 10 years, I guarantee you will surpass your current strength. The phosphor-armored white dragon nodded. For it, this was undoubtedly the most persuasive soul beast. While it might have some hesitations about Xiao Yan's words, it unconditionally trusted such an ancient million-year soul beast. Shortly after Xiao Yan left, Bibi Dong suddenly felt a wave of anxiety in her heart. The azure lotus mark on her arm showed no response. She sighed lightly, contemplating what to do in the future. Although Xiao Yan repeatedly assured her that he would not return with his own body, Bibi Dong knew Xiao Yan. Once he set his mind on something, he would undoubtedly pursue it, with a high chance he might never return. No, I can't let this happen, Bibi Dong thought anxiously in the Pope's palace. I must speak to him about this again. I cannot just enter that so-called spatial passage. In recent days, Hulina also noticed that Bibi Dong seemed anxious. It was clear it was because of Xiao Yan, but Hulina could do nothing to help, only watching her from afar as she pondered. However, recently, an uninvited guest arrived in the Pope's palace. Hulina looked at the visitor with a displeased expression. It was none other than Qian Rinqiu, who had disguised herself as the Emperor of the Dou Empire. At this moment, she had removed her disguise and appeared before Bibi Dong and Hulina in her true identity. Bibi Dong frowned and asked unhappily, "What are you doing here instead of properly managing the Dou Empire?" Qian Rinqiu, no longer retreating as she had before, met her gaze directly and said, "I came here to settle things with you." "Settle things?" Bibi Dong scoffed. "What do you want to settle? Are you going to accuse me?" "Your Excellency, the esteemed Pope." "How could I dare?" Qian Rinqiu shook her head. "In a few days, I will be taking the angel god's trial. And with the help of my grandfather and the others, it will only be a matter of time before I inherit the angel god's legacy. Is that so? Then I should congratulate you." "No, I should congratulate my spirit hall for having a god appear." Bibi Dong showed no signs of surprise. Qian Rinqiu's talent was already extremely powerful, and if she hadn't needed to disguise herself as the crown prince of the Dou Empire all these years, she might have already accepted the angel god's legacy. Bibi Dong had previously allowed Qian Rinqiu to enter the Dou Empire disguised as the crown prince, not only to control the Dou Empire, but also to slow down Qian Rinqiu's cultivation progress, preventing her from becoming a god too quickly. Although Bibi Dong was known as the most powerful pope in history, she also knew she was not a match for a god. However, things were different now. With the enhancement of the blue lotus earth fire, Bibi Dong had gained the strength to rival any god, and even if Qian Rinqiu became a god, the threat she posed to Bibi Dong was far less than before. Chapter 240, Don't you have anything to say? Qian Rinqiu asked. Bibi Dong looked at her nails and smiled. What do you want me to say? Do you want to see my panicked expression? That I am so frightened that I lose my senses because you're going to become a god, and once you become a god, you'll have the power to replace me, right? No, that's not it. Qian Rinqiu hurriedly said, I want to see you proud of me. Am I not your daughter? You think you deserve that? Bibi Dong retorted angrily. Qian Rinqiu glared at Bibi Dong and said, I don't care what grievances you had with my father, but why should I have to bear all of this? Just because you have his blood running through you? Bibi Dong stood up and said fiercely, It disgusts me. You. Qian Rinqiu's face turned red. Although she had not held any expectations for Bibi Dong, she never imagined Bibi Dong would say such things. Hui Yuhao, observing the tense atmosphere between the two, instinctively took a few steps back. Although Bibi Dong usually treated her like a biological daughter, she felt fear when Bibi Dong was angry. Bibi Dong closed her eyes, sighed, and shook her head, saying, If there's nothing else, you can leave. I will send someone to manage the Dou Empire. You can focus on inheriting the divine position. Her voice calmed down slightly, and Qian Rinqiu couldn't understand what Bibi Dong truly thought of her. Well, this result was expected, Qian Rinqiu said and turned to leave angrily. Bibi Dong slowly sat back on the Pope's throne, one hand supporting the scepter while the other tapped lightly on the cold armrest of the throne. Seeing Qian Rinqiu leave, Hui Yuhao also breathed a sigh of relief. Nana, Bibi Dong suddenly spoke. Hui Yuhao was taken aback and quickly replied, Teacher, what's wrong? Go. Tell Silin Tian to quickly contact Xiao Yan. He has been gone for a week. It's time for him to return, Bibi Dong said slowly. Hui Yuhao nodded and immediately set to work after receiving Bibi Dong's order. Just then, the doors of the Pope's hall opened again, and Tang Chan walked in with strange expressions. Bibi Dong looked at the three of them and asked with some confusion, What brings you here? The three of them bowed and said, Your Excellency the Pope. There is a senior at the border branch who is looking for you, and says he has a letter from Xiao Yan. Bibi Dong frowned. She couldn't think of anyone who could be referred to as a senior by these three, especially Tang Chan, who was also a veteran limit Douluo. Has he come? Bibi Dong asked. He is waiting outside the hall, Douluo replied honestly. To have the three of you come together to deliver a message, it must be someone significant, Bibi Dong said to herself. Let him in, I want to see the letter he brought. Outside the hall, the Sun Dragon King and the Phosphor Armor White Dragon walked towards the hall after receiving Bibi Dong's permission. The Spirit Hall was filled with powerful beings, and there were many soul masters at the Soul Douluo level, which made the Phosphor Armor White Dragon feel uneasy. Anyone could easily discover his true form with a slight probe. However, with the Sun Dragon King here, no one would dare to act recklessly against him. You. Bibi Dong stood up and looked at the two below. The strong man, transformed from the phosphor armor white dragon, was automatically ignored by Bibi Dong. Her attention was on the imposing yet oddly shaped Sun Dragon King. It had been a long time since the Sun Dragon King had seen humans and had forgotten what they looked like. Initially, he transformed into Xiao Yan's appearance. But after arriving at the border branch, he had seen many people, remembered their looks, and pieced together what he thought were attractive features on his face. However, his aesthetic still differed significantly from that of normal people. But looks were just external. Bibi Dong could clearly sense that this person's strength was likely on par with her own. The strongest beings on Douluo continent had always been limit Douluos. When did such a god appear? However, apart from being powerful, this person also gave Bibi Dong a strange feeling. He didn't seem like a god. Judging by the fierce aura of his soul power, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was a soul beast. Who are you? Bibi Dong asked as she stood up. What do you want with me? The Sun Dragon King looked at Bibi Dong and asked, Are you the Pope? Bibi Dong nodded. Yes, that's me. Did Xiao Yan send you? The Sun Dragon King replied, That's right. If you are Bibi Dong, then we have found the right person. After saying that, he handed the letter from Xiao Yan to Bibi Dong, who took it and began to read. Upon seeing the content of the letter, Bibi Dong's pupils suddenly constricted, and she trembled as she sat down, her eyes filled with shock. He is reconstructing the body of the Dou Emperor, Bibi Dong muttered, which meant he no longer needed to take risks entering the dimensional passage. He said he still wants to go to the dimensional passage. But after he returns to the Dou Emperor, he will have the strength to fight against the Soul Heaven Emperor. However, I believe he definitely won't choose Douluo continent as the battlefield. Just the pressure of the Dou Emperor would be enough to crush the entire Douluo continent. The Sun Dragon King spread his hands and said. Bibi Dong looked at him with some confusion and asked, Who are you, and how did you meet him? The Sun Dragon King immediately recounted how Xiao Yan had entered the Demon Flame volcano and revealed his true strength, explaining that he had been cultivating for millions of years and was not at all inferior, even compared to gods. Is that so? I didn't expect there to be such a long-lived soul beast on Douluo continent. However, you residing in the magma is also a good place. No one can get close to it. Bibi Dong finally understood the strength of the Sun Dragon King. Even if she used the Blue Lotus Earth Fire, it wouldn't be easy to surpass the Sun Dragon King, who had very high fire resistance. In that case, would you like to stay in the Spear Hall? Bibi Dong asked. I believe that after Xiao Yan returns to the Dou Emperor, he will come back here. The Sun Dragon King shook his head and said, No, I have already delivered the letter. Next, I will help this child enhance some strength. At this moment, Bibi Dong noticed the phosphor-armored white dragon beside him. With her strength, she easily recognized the true form of this being, which was a 50,000-year-old soul beast, the phosphor-armored white dragon. I heard from Xiao Yan that he discovered an underground world in the poisonous miasma area, filled with various celestial treasures. That must be your territory, right? Bibi Dong asked. The phosphor-armored white dragon looked at her, unsure how to respond. It had just recently transformed into human form and still couldn't control its body well, including how to speak. It was forcibly transformed into human form by me, so it's normal that it can't speak, the Sun Dragon King explained. Chapter 241. So that's how it is. Bibi Dong nodded. Since you have such plans, then go ahead. However, the relationship between soul masters and soul beasts has always been incompatible. For those of our level, we no longer need to hunt soul beasts to become stronger. But ordinary soul masters can only enhance their strength by hunting soul beasts. I understand. I won't interfere. I am promoting this child simply because I see a trace of the same bloodline in it, the Sun Dragon King said, not caring about the matter. It had never regarded those weak soul beasts as its kind. Not only do soul masters have to kill soul beasts, it also enjoys eating some soul beasts. That's good. Bibi Dong stared at him and said, If you become enemies with the soul master world, then I'm sorry. Although you are strong, you're not invincible. We have many ways to eliminate you. The Sun Dragon King was taken aback. It didn't expect Bibi Dong to suddenly say such things. However, before it could retort, Bibi Dong added, Of course, I still hope you can become friend with the Spirit Hall. If you need anything in the future, you can ask the Spirit Hall. Listening to Bibi Dong's words, the Sun Dragon King had nothing more to say. This woman before him was not weak. Although she was only a limit Douluo, her twin martial souls combined with the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire made her not someone he could easily provoke. After the Sun Dragon King left, Zhu Douluo and Tang Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the pressure they felt from the Sun Dragon King was no less than that from Bibi Dong. So, where did Poseidon go on Sea God Island? Bibi Dong asked Tang Chun. Tang Chun replied truthfully. There are very few remnants of the spirit hall left. She is preparing to return to Sea God Island. If I guess correctly, the Sea God examination will open again. Bibi Dong looked at Hulaina and said, you take Xiao and Oscar from the Dan Tower to Sea God Island to participate in the Sea God's position examination. Do we still have to go? Hulaina was taken aback, then nodded and said, okay, I'll go notify them right away. Sea Spirit Masters have a unique advantage in participating in the Sea God examination. If they go, it is likely. Tang Chun frowned. Bibi Dong's actions undoubtedly aimed to seize the Sea God position. If they succeeded, then the Angel God, the Rakshasa God, and the Sea God would all be taken in by the Spirit Hall. Not to mention, there was also a Shura God with ambiguous ties to the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong stood up and smiled. What? Does the Lord Sect Master not trust them? Although Nana isn't as strong as Xiao Yan, they are all my students, and their strength is naturally impeccable. Tang Chin knew he couldn't stop Bibi Dong and could only helplessly say, Your Majesty, the Pope, you overstated. I just feel that there is no need for the Spirit Hall to take the Sea God position. After all, the Angel God will soon. How do you know? Bibi Dong suddenly pressed. Tang Chan was taken aback, then explained, Chin Dalu told me, and he also informed Poseidon. That old guy really knows how to get me into trouble. Bibi Dong snorted coldly and left with Hulaina. In the hall, the three titled Douluo were left looking at each other. Senior Tang Chun, you shouldn't have said so much just now. Jute Douluo sighed and shook his head. I fear that the Spirit Hall won't be stable for some time to come. Tang Chin also sighed, realizing that the current situation of the Spirit Hall, dominating everything, was unshakable. Ghost Law also said, the Spirit Hall has not disappeared, but we will first become chaotic internally, which is not a good sign. Rest assured, I will keep the Haoyan sect in check and will not let them speak out. Tang Chan said to the two, but if your Spirit Hall also takes the Sea God position, it will pose too great a threat to other forces. Everyone will fear you and, under pressure, have to submit to the Spirit Hall. Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo exchanged glances, and the former asked, what's wrong with that? All major forces would merely submit under the threat of force, and they would not truly respect the Spirit Hall from the heart. Tang Chin reiterated, they only need to fear the Spirit Hall. Fear can truly constrain them, while morals cannot. Ghost Douluo said fiercely. Zhu Douluo nodded and said, indeed, and we have the existence of the Dan Tower, which has already taken shape. This is quite an attraction for every force. Sigh, you guys are too domineering. Tang Chun helplessly sighed. After a century of muddling through, the Douluo continent was facing a monumental change not seen in a millennium. Even as a limit Douluo, bearing the Haoyan sect, he could only adapt to this era. In the deep of night, Bibi Dong stood alone at the peak of the Pope's palace, overlooking the scenery of the entire city. She was waiting for someone here. Soon after, a person, led by Hulaina, walked slowly to her. This person was dressed in noble and luxurious garments, exuding an elegant aura with every move. Like Bibi Dong, she held a staff, and her powerful yet cold presence made it daunting to approach. This was the first time the two met alone. Even Poseidon had to admit that the aura and strength of this Pope surpassed her own, and even her appearance was a few points more attractive. Your Majesty the Pope. Poseidon greeted her. She had not learned much about Bibi Dong, but through these months, witnessing Bibi Dong's dominance over the Spirit Hall and her confrontation with the Spirit Hall, she held great respect for Bibi Dong. The Pope was significantly younger than her, yet her abilities and strength were above Poseidon's, which gave Poseidon a feeling of being conquered. But surprisingly, she did not dislike this feeling. Hearing Poseidon's respectful title, Bibi Dong turned around, looking at her with a faint smile, and asked, calling you over at this time, I hope it won't affect you? Poseidon shook her head and said, it is my honor to meet with you. Really? Bibi Dong asked. I heard from Nana and others that Sea God Island holds a hostile attitude towards the Spirit Hall. Poseidon nodded and replied, that's right. Sea God Island and the Spirit Hall have had grievances for a long time. They engaged in battle on Sea God Island over 100 years ago. Bibi Dong sighed. In the years since becoming Pope, I have not paid attention to Sea God Island. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall's emergence this time, I wouldn't have rashly disturbed it. Your Majesty the Pope is being too humble. If it weren't for Xiao Yan and others bringing me off the island, Sea God Island would still be lost in the illusion of the strongest power. Unable to awaken, Poseidon slightly bowed to Bibi Dong, compared to the previous popes. You are the one I respect the most. Me? Bibi Dong smiled. Thank you for your evaluation. Chapter 242. This is what you deserve. Posey answered truthfully compared to them. You're more emotional, although others may find it hard to feel, but you can empathize. Bibi Dong looked at her serious gaze and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. then somewhat self-deprecatingly said, "Yes, it seems we have quite a few similarities. Indifference is our disguise, hidden beneath this cold exterior." As Posey spoke, she was suddenly interrupted by Bibi Dong. "We are not exactly the same. I have hatred, but this hatred is towards the internal matters of the spirit hall." Bibi Dong gently pressed her index finger against Posey's lips, "But you are right about your first statement. I need this disguise." Posey felt the hairs on her body stand up instantly, but this feeling only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. "So, His Majesty the Pope called me here for what important matter?" Posey asked. Bibi Dong walked behind her and whispered, "What do you think of my student?" Posey understood that the student she was referring to was naturally Hulaina, but Posey didn't know what Bibi Dong was really after, so she could only answer honestly. In terms of talent and strength, she is among the best among young people. "So do you think she has a chance of passing the Sea Goddess test?" Bibi Dong finally revealed her intention. Posey's pupils suddenly constricted. She understood that this was likely Bibi Dong's purpose. Although ordinary soul masters do not have an advantage in the Sea Goddess test compared to sea soul masters, Hulaina's strength is much greater than that of sea soul masters of the same age. If she participates in the test, there is an 80 to 90 chance she will successfully inherit the Sea Goddess position as the High Priestess of Sea God Island. Her mission is to prevent such a thing from happening. "Your Majesty the Pope, the Spirit Hall has extended to the entire Douluo continent. Can you not spare even this small Sea God Island?" Posey asked weakly. "I don't intend to do anything to Sea God Island. I'm just asking whether my student can pass the Sea Goddess test," Bibi Dong said with a light laugh, showing no anger at Posey exposing her intentions. Posey sighed, looking at the innocent-looking Hulaina beside her, and slowly uttered a word, "Yes." Then it's settled. If Laina really inherits the Sea Goddess position smoothly, it would be the best thing for my spirit hall. Bibi Dong nodded and said, "But for Sea God Island, it will be a disaster," Posey said fiercely. Even in the face of the much stronger Bibi Dong, she had to say these words. Bibi Dong frowned and asked, "Why do you say that?" Everyone knows that the faith of the people on Sea God Island is the Sea God, and the existence of Sea God Island is also because of the Sea God. If there is no Sea God, then there is no need for Sea God Island to continue to exist, Posey said solemnly. "Your Majesty the Pope says she doesn't want to do anything to Sea God Island, but this action can thoroughly affect Sea God Island. What kind of impact do you think there would be?" Bibi Dong smiled and asked softly, "If she becomes the Sea God, then Sea God Island must follow her. And this child's teacher is you, which means she is absolutely loyal to the Spirit Hall." Posey turned around and stared into Bibi Dong's eyes as she said this. Exactly. Bibi Dong did not deny this point at all. "Then, wouldn't Sea God Island become a vassal of the Spirit Hall?" Posey countered. Bibi Dong sighed, shaking her head. "The allegiance of Sea God Island to the Sea God has no necessary connection to Laina becoming the Sea God." Posey's face turned red as she said, "I made myself very clear." "No, you're not clear. If the Sea Goddess position were passed to a dog, would you also have to be loyal to it?" Bibi Dong said with a hint of mockery. "Your Majesty the Pope, I know you are powerful, but that does not mean you can insult the Sea God." Bibi Dong's words angered Posey. Looking at her angry expression, Bibi Dong found it somewhat amusing and continued to explain, "Back then, the Sea God merely helped you once, and yet you want everyone on Sea God Island to serve him for generations. It has been hundreds of years, and you still harbor such unrealistic fantasies about that Sea God?" "I can't hear what you're saying," Posey said as she turned around. "I only know that where the Sea God is, Sea God Island is." "Then where's the Sea God?" Bibi Dong asked her. "The Sea God you speak of has not appeared for 100 years. Due to the existence of the Soul Heaven Emperor, he is very likely already dead. Even if he stood in front of me, he certainly would not be my match. Your Sea God is not invincible. No, it's impossible. I absolutely do not believe that the Soul Heaven Emperor has the strength to match the Sea God." Posey took a few steps back in her eyes. The Bibi Dong before her had clearly become a heretic. Sigh. Bibi Dong gently covered her face and said, "Then how much stronger do you think the Sea God is compared to Xiao Yan?" Posey had seen the true strength of the Sea God, but she had never witnessed Xiao Yan's full power. His soul power was incredibly strong, and she feared she would not last even one move against him. The Soul Heaven Emperor's current state is thousands of times stronger than Xiao Yan. Although I do not wish to admit it, whether it is the Angel God, the Azura God, or the Rakshasa God position I inherited, they cannot compare to them. And I believe the Sea God is not much stronger either. Bibi Dong closed her eyes and sighed. Their level of strength is powerful gods in the divine realm, unmatched gods in the Douluo continent. But in the eyes of strong individuals like Xiao Yan and the Soul Heaven Emperor, they are not much stronger than an ant. Listening to Bibi Dong's words, Posey remained unwilling to believe. Although she had not contacted the sea god for a long time, she still held a glimmer of hope for the sea god's existence in her heart, hoping that in times of despair, the sea god would stand up to protect their safety. You might as well think carefully about why the sea god, with such great power, allowed the deep-sea demon whale king to exist for 1,000,000 years. Why did he clearly have the ability to make you worry-free, but instead made you fend for yourselves? Bibi Dong gently pinched Posey's handsome chin and said close to her face, because he is a god you cannot aspire to, he is in the divine realm. While you are in the Douluo continent, you treat him as a faith, but in the eyes of the sea god, you are just a group of pitiful soul masters. He enjoys watching you struggle for survival and likes to see how fragile you are after surviving a crisis. No, don't say any more. Posey covered her ears. It seemed that Bibi Dong's words had stirred up some unbearable memories. Chapter 243. Back to the Imperial Realm. He does not love you, because he is a god. Bibi Dong did not stop her assault on Posey. If this god is really watching this time, protecting this world, then where do all these sufferings and deaths come from? Even if there are, this god is not our god. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call him a devil after the worship. No. Posey retreated. The sea god is watching us, protecting us. That is absolutely true. Bibi Dong stepped forward and said, if after your own reflection, you still believe that everything that has happened to Sea God Island over the past century is a result of the sea god's protection, then I have nothing to say. However, no matter what the sea god is, he no longer exists. Perhaps he has become nourishment for the heavenly emperor of souls, dissipating in the realm of the gods. I now have the right to announce that the relationship between Sea God Island and the sea god is over. Over? Just like that? Poseidon couldn't understand. This master-servant relationship that had lasted for a century was suddenly declared over by Bibi Dong. It's over. From now on, Sea God Island is free. They no longer need to worship the sea god, nor do they need to offer their resources to anyone. They have complete freedom. Bibi Dong said to her, and you can go anywhere, be with anyone you like. Isn't that much better than guarding that desolate palace? Poseidon sat on the ground in a daze. The words Bibi Dong spoke today were things she had never dared to imagine. She had always believed that her existence and everything on Sea God Island was to serve the sea god, but Bibi Dong shattered the construct of all her beliefs. Regardless of whether Sea God Island is willing, the position of the sea god will be taken by the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong continued. If in the future Sea God Island faces a strong enemy, the Spirit Hall will definitely not hesitate to help. This promise is valid forever. The Spirit Hall will help us. Poseidon did not expect Bibi Dong to say such words. The Spirit Hall can help anyone. Whether that person wants to remain in the status quo or wants to grow stronger, Bibi Dong said with open hands. As long as you stand with the Spirit Hall, you are friends of the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, you are enemies. You really are not like the previous pope. Poseidon closed her eyes and said, sorry. It's hard for me to accept your words right now. It's hard to accept, but you have to accept it. I'm not asking for your consent to continue living on Sea God Island. If you insist on blocking, with the current strength of the Spirit Hall, it wouldn't be difficult to flatten Sea God Island. Bibi Dong spoke sweetly, but also threw out some threatening words. All right, I'll take back some words. You are still as domineering as ever, Poseidon said with her eyes closed. If she were still on Sea God Island before, she would definitely look down on this, because the Spirit Hall had failed to make Sea God Island submit despite multiple attempts. But this time, she witnessed the true strength of the Spirit Hall, which not only had a number of top-tier powerhouses far exceeding Sea God Island, but even the unified combat capability of the disciples was incomparable to Sea God Island. It seems I have no choice, Poseidon said self-deprecatingly. I don't know if agreeing to you today means courting death. Then it depends on the sincerity of Sea God Island, Bibi Dong said calmly, and I, representing the Spirit Hall, have complete sincerity. 7 days later, Poseidon left the Spirit Hall and headed towards the coastline of the Tiando Empire, accompanied by a group of young talents from the Spirit Hall. Nana, I've fought for this opportunity for you. From now on, it depends on you. Bibi Dong stood on the hall and gazed into the distance, feeling a bit emotional. Now that Xiao Yan and Hulaina had left her and entered crucial cultivation, there was a huge trouble still within the Spirit Hall. Qian Rinxue had already begun to inherit the position of the angel god, and in a few months, her strength would be on par with Bibi Dong. Meanwhile, the threat from the Soul Hall was getting smaller, and the Douluo Hall's offerings had also cut off their connection with the Pope Hall. It was likely that after Qian Rinxue became a deity, the Spirit Hall would split into two factions, one following her Pope Hall and the other following the true angel god, the Douluo Hall. If a conflict arose between her and Qian Renxue, it would lead to internal chaos within the spirit hall. In fact, Bibi Dong was fully capable of stopping the Douluo hall from inheriting the angel god at this time, but deep down, she didn't want to do so. On one hand, she wanted to witness the birth of the angel god with her own eyes. After Qian Renxue ascended to the angel god, her own understanding of the divine position would become more profound. On the other hand, she did not wish to take advantage of someone else's crisis. Although she did not like Qian Renxue, she would not intentionally harm her. Indecisive, I don't seem like a pope anymore, Bibi Dong sighed, self-deprecatingly. In the underground world beneath the poisonous miasma area of the Star Doe forest, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. He did not know how long he had been. It all seemed like a dream. At this moment, although he was still a spiritual body, he had become much more solid than before. If one did not look closely, they would think he was a normal human with flesh and blood. With a thought, the entire underground world began to shake. Seeing this, Xiao Yan hurriedly used his soul power to stabilize the area. After that last shake, it was almost about to collapse. I didn't control my soul power well just now. I almost buried myself alive. Xiao Yan breathed a sigh of relief and continued to use his soul power to repair the area. During the process of using his soul power, Xiao Yan clearly felt the strength of his soul power. Emperor-level soul. Xiao Yan was taken aback, then released his soul perception. And in an instant, the entire Douluo continent came into view. His soul power crossed mountains and rivers, seeing Bibi Dong in the Pope City, who was currently dealing with the war with the Soul Hall in an orderly manner. He could even see clearly what she had written on the paper. Suddenly, Bibi Dong seemed to sense something, abruptly turning her head to look in the direction where Xiao Yan was. But clearly she saw nothing, as Xiao Yan was in a secret passage tens of thousands of meters away from the surface. Bibi Dong furrowed her brows. She clearly felt that it seemed Xiao Yan was looking at her. She knew this feeling was absurd, but it undeniably existed. Counting it all, it's already been 10 months. I wonder how Xiao Yan is doing now. Bibi Dong sighed lightly. Forget it. Maybe I miss him too much. This strange feeling is probably because we've been apart for too long. Seeing her missing him so much, Xiao Yan couldn't bear to let her worry. So he used his soul power to control her pen and wrote a few words. All is well. Do not worry. Xiao Yan. Chapter 244. A new strange fire. Bibi Dong widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at the pen that had just written. However, when she saw those words, she was instantly stunned. She stood up and looked around the hall, trying to find Xiao Yan's figure, but found nothing. Where are you? Bibi Dong couldn't help but ask. Xiao Yan sighed, but at that moment, the door of the hall was pushed open and Zhu entered with a group of strong individuals. Looking like they had important matters to discuss, Bibi Dong immediately adjusted her expression and looked at them coldly. Sorry, teacher, there's still things that need to be completed. Once I regain the body of a Dou Emperor. Xiao Yan thought to this point and couldn't he help but shake his head. Bibi Dong listened to Zhu Douluo and the others, but her mind was still on what had just happened. Bibi Dong quickly guessed the reason. Xiao Yan must have awakened even more remarkable soul power, allowing him to see her from thousands of miles away. What kind of soul perception is this? Bibi Dong sighed inwardly while she was looking forward to Xiao Yan's return once again. Xiao Yan's spiritual power swept across the entire Douluo continent. He saw Hulaina inheriting the Sea God position on Sea God Island, as well as Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who were also inheriting divine positions. He also saw Zhu Zhuqing, who was busy and overwhelmed with a pile of affairs. They were all getting stronger. If I don't show up, Douluo continent might be much more peaceful, Xiao Yan thought, feeling a sense of melancholy in his heart. As he slowly retracted his spiritual power, he finally saw the Catholic Church in the border branch, where the master was on guard against the sudden appearance of the Spirit Hall, while also being wary of the two great empires going to war. Everything will return to normal once I return to the Dou Emperor, Xiao Yan thought, recalling all the spiritual power he had released. At this moment, he did not dare to fully unleash his spiritual power. Every move had to be cautious. The space of Douluo continent was so fragile that imperial-level souls could easily cause rifts in the surrounding space. He had solidified his body and sat cross-legged, preparing to control the pure lotus demon fire within his spiritual world. Once again in his spiritual world, he finally felt in absolute control over this place. Although this spiritual world had belonged to him before, it was built with the aid of the heavenly lotus earth fire and the fallen heart flame, making it difficult for him to fully master it with his spiritual power. But now, Xiao Yan's spiritual power had reached the imperial level, and even the powerful pure lotus demon fire could be subdued. This time, Xiao Yi did not raise any objections to Xiao Yan. although it had developed an independent consciousness. It could not exist independently of Xiao Yan. Remaining within Xiao Yan's body, it was an extremely important component of the imperial flame. However, separated from Xiao Yan, it would just be an ordinary strange fire. In this regard, void-devouring flame shared the same thoughts as it. This time, regaining control over the pure lotus demon fire had a far lesser impact on Xiao Yan compared to previous times. At this moment, Xiao Yan's strength was not inferior to that of a Dou saint. Xiao Yan once again fused with other strange fires and evolved into a more comprehensive consciousness, as well as a more powerful strange fire. However, before Xiao Yan could carefully examine Xiao Yan, he suddenly felt a wave of threat and had no choice but to quickly return his consciousness from the spiritual world to reality. At this moment, deep within the underground palace, two nameless flames stood before Xiao Yan. They both had human-like features, but Xiao Yan understood that there could not be any other human presence in this place. He released the perception ability of his imperial-level soul and immediately discovered their peculiarities. These two flames were strange fires he had never encountered before and were not listed on the strange fire ranking of the Dou Qi Continent. Although the strange fire ranking included strange fires from all over the world, the history of the Dou Qi Continent was long and vast, and it was obviously impossible to collect all strange fires solely based on this ranking. According to Xiao Yan's estimation, the strength of these two strange fires should be enough to place them in the top 10 of the strange fire ranking. However, as Xiao Yan looked at the appearance of these strange fires, they seemed somewhat familiar, and he soon recalled the two Dou Emperor powerhouses whose souls had completely dissipated. The forms these strange fires took resembled theirs. It seemed that this was the strange fire carried by those two predecessors. Xiao Yan frowned and said, this strange fire had already developed its own intelligence, and it was their first encounter with Xiao Yan. Facing him, these two strange fires felt an unprecedented threat. The two strange fires took on an attacking posture against Xiao Yan. If this were outside, the temperature in this space would have already soared for thousands of meters. But here, it was enveloped by Dou Qi, and even with such powerful strange fires, it would not spread to the outside world for a while. It seemed it was time for a quick resolution. Xiao Yan quickly made up his mind. He would devour these two strange fires in his soul state. Although the pure lotus demon fire was much stronger than them, it was, after all, a fire that recognized its master, and during Xiao Yan's control, it would not resist at all. However, these two strange fires were different. To them, Xiao Yan was a highly threatening figure. Devouring strange fires in a soul state was an extremely crazy decision for any powerhouse, and only Xiao Yan dared to do so. In terms of controlling flames, Xiao Yan could be considered a true master. At this moment, he possessed 7 kinds of strange fires, and his spiritual power was virtually inexhaustible, making it not difficult to devour these two strange fires. At this time, a childlike figure appeared behind Xiao Yan. This person was the embodiment of Xiao Yan. After merging with the grown-up void-devouring flame, Xiao Yan's strength had also improved significantly. I'll leave it to you. It should be fine, right? Xiao Yan smiled at Xiao Yan. You can freely use my spiritual power, but leave some for me. I need to create a soul barrier to seal off the retreat of these two strange fires. Xiao Yan nodded without hesitation. At this moment, it felt virtually certain of victory against these two ancient strange fires. Even with just the pure lotus demon fire, supported by sufficiently powerful spiritual power, it was enough to suppress them. As the strange fires engaged in battle, Xiao Yan immediately used his immense spiritual power to seal off this space and then joined the game between the strange fires. Faced with Xiao Yi's suppression and Xiao Yan's sneak attack, these two newly awakened strange fires quickly fell into defeat. Capturing them was not difficult. The challenge was how to devour and refine them. At this moment, Xiao Yan was only a soul body, facing the scorching of the strange fires directly. This was something many top powerhouses would not even dare to imagine. Come on, Xiao Yan summoned Xiao Yan back into his body, then seized a wisp of strange fire and swallowed it into his soul body. Chapter 245, This Feeling. As the strange fire entered his body, Xiao Yan felt his soul instantaneously heat up, as if it were about to explode. Logically speaking, the process of devouring strange fires was extremely dangerous, and one must be fully prepared before devouring, including but not limited to medicinal pills, protective measures, and various contingency plans. Xiao Yan's actions were indeed too risky. However, although strange fires were powerful, they were not invincible in the face of true strong individuals. The strange fires ranked outside the top 10 of the strange fire ranking had basically reached the level of Dou Zun, and during battles, The enhancement to strength was nearly negligible, with only the ancient spirit cold fire from Lao being somewhat effective. The preciousness of strange fires was primarily for alchemists, and most alchemists were not adept at combat, possessing weak bodies and thus requiring extensive preparation. The strange fires ranked from 5th to 10th were highly sought after even among Dou Zun powerhouses, providing significant advantages in battle. However, the gap exceeding 5 stars between Dou Zun powerhouses could not be compensated by these strange fires. 4 top powerhouses like Dou Saints. The truly useful strange fires were only the Void Devouring Flame, Pure Lotus Demon Fire, and Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame. Even Dou Saints would be wary of their power. As for other strange fires, even the Flame of Life, Dou Saints would have a certain chance of forcibly controlling them. But no Dou Saint was willing to take that risk, as the costs and returns simply did not match. However, Xiao Yan had the confidence. He had experienced devouring strange fires many times before. If he could devour and refine these 2 strange fires after regaining his Dou Emperor body, the Imperial Flame would reach a new height. Enduring the scorching of the strange fires, Xiao Yan brought the strange fire into his spiritual world, where it was attacked by his existing strange fires in succession, and within a short time, its momentum waned. The second new strange fire was the same. In Xiao Yan's home ground, it had no chance of resisting at all. Next, Xiao Yan truly subdued the 2 types of. After merging the 2 new, Xiao Yi's strength also increased significantly. If Xiao Yan were to use all of his to create a destruction fire lotus at this moment, even a half-step Dou Emperor would find it difficult to withstand. After devouring these 2, Xiao Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. With such rare treasures appearing here, he naturally could not let them leave easily. Next, Xiao Yan needed to prepare to refine 2 Dou Emperor bodies. Xiao Yan arrived at the hall where the 2 Dou Emperor powerhouses had passed away. No one could imagine that there was such a magnificent palace deep underground, several tens of thousands of meters down. Inside this palace, there were 18 alchemy furnaces on display. Although they were ancient, Xiao Yan recognized at a glance that these furnaces were not ordinary items. Even those on the heavenly furnace ranking could not compare. Such rare treasures. Xiao Yan was stunned. In addition to the furnaces, there were countless rare medicinal materials, and even some ancient that Xiao Yan had never seen before. Wait, Xiao Yan's eyes fixed on a delicate box. Inside the box, he faintly sensed a slight fluctuation of Dou Qi, accompanied by a hint of medicinal fragrance. Xiao Yan's eyes widened as he looked at that small box. He was very sure that what was inside must be a 9th grade. Even when he was at the Dou Saint level, this 9th grade was still an extremely rare item. As he looked around, there were at least 1,000 such boxes floating in the air, truly worthy of the foundation of a Dou Emperor powerhouse. Xiao Yan sighed, recalling the scene in the square. Moreover, there were countless, and he even discovered many whose names he couldn't recall. Among them, there were 2 that even Xiao Yan felt were extraordinary in their previous lives. The strength of such could even match that of a Dou Emperor. Terrifying indeed. Xiao Yan looked at these powerful and strange, carefully placing them in a jade box that was completely isolated from the outside world. With his current strength, he still did not have the ability to use these 2 in a storage box infused with Dou Emperor aura. Xiao Yan found the method to reforge the Dou Emperor body. To reforge a Dou Emperor body, at least a half-step Dou Emperor's body was needed. Along with the Imperial grade medicinal pill, Chinka 9-turn pill, the 9th grade Life Soul pill, and the other Dou Emperor powerhouse. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. If he were to refine a 9th grade, he might have a chance of success. But refining an Imperial grade medicinal pill would be far too difficult. At this point, Xiao Yan could be considered a peak 9th grade, even with the support of Dou Emperor origin. The hope of successfully refining such high-level Imperial grade medicinal pills was still incredibly slim. Fortunately, Xiao Yan found enough materials here to refine 9th grade, and there were over 30 portions of materials for refining Imperial grade medicinal pills. 6 from 9th tier, the accompanying from the eternal water with 100,000 years of age, and the need for 9 types to assist in refining this Imperial grade medicinal pill. If an ordinary were to do this, at least 9 people would need to work together. Xiao Yan stared in astonishment at the harsh conditions for refining an Imperial grade medicinal pill, feeling even more uncertain in his heart. Although his fire control ability had reached its peak, a capable of refining Imperial grade medicinal pills was certainly not just a name. Their fire control techniques would only be stronger than his. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Yan could only shake his head and say, "Forget it. I'll refine the 9th grade first. I haven't practiced this in a long time." Although he often refined pills in the Douluo continent, those pills were of little significance. On the Dou Qi Continent, they could only be considered small affairs. Moreover, refining pills above the 7th grade would definitely attract celestial phenomena, and such phenomena would launch powerful attacks against the alchemist. If the alchemist's strength was not strong enough, it would certainly lead to failure in pill refining. When Xiao Yan had just been able to refine 7th grade pills, his method was to use puppets to help shield him while also enhancing the puppet's own strength. However, at this moment, there were no puppets by his side. His gaze involuntarily turned to the bodies of the 2 Dou Emperor powerhouses. If he wanted to reforge a Dou Emperor body, he only needed 1 Dou Emperor's body. Xiao Yan slowly stepped forward, facing the ancient bodies. And a sense of respect arose in his heart as he slightly nodded in greeting to the 2 old predecessors. However, just as Xiao Yan lowered his head, a scroll suddenly flew out from the seam of 1 Dou Emperor's clothing, hovering in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was stunned, reached out to grab the scroll, and upon opening it, 3 words were written prominently. Yin-Yang Puppet. Chapter 246. Refining the puppet. This Yin-Yang puppet could be said to be the pinnacle of puppets. It could only be refined from the body of a Dou Emperor powerhouse. It needed to be soaked in Yin-Yang rebirth powder for 49 days, and then tempered with 3 different to succeed. After successful refinement, the strength of the Yin-Yang puppet's body would far exceed that of ordinary Dou Emperor powerhouses, and it could continuously improve through external stimuli. Once it reached a certain level of enhancement, the master could introduce a trace of soul into it, allowing the Yin-Yang puppet to have its own consciousness, practice techniques, use, and possess a flexible fighting style like a living person. However, its only loyal object would always be its master. The puppet Xiao Yan had refined before, no matter how strong their bodies were, could only rely on their physical strength to attack enemies or defend against enemy attacks. When encountering true powerhouses, they could only block a few attacks and could not truly pose a threat. However, once this Yin-Yang puppet was fully formed, it could rival a true Dou Emperor powerhouse. In this way, even if Xiao Yan did not return to being a Dou Emperor, he would not fear the sole Heavenly Emperor at all. Xiao Yan stared in astonishment at the information on the scroll, feeling immense admiration for these predecessors. He wondered if the 2 had anticipated that he would need a powerful puppet, which was why they both passed away here. Since that is the case, I cannot let the 2 down. Xiao Yan deeply bowed to them and said, I have heard that in the higher realm of Dou Emperors, there are means to allow the deceased to be reborn. If I am fortunate enough to reach that level, I will definitely resurrect the 2 of you. Xiao Yan collected a trace of residual soul and a drop from the 2 deceased Dou Emperors, thinking that these would be of great use if he were to resurrect them later. Next, Xiao Yan needed to start making the puppet. The creation of a Yin-Yang puppet was extremely complicated and time-consuming. Xiao Yan estimated that he would have to stay here for at least another year. Time passed second by second, and when Xiao Yan opened his eyes again, he had no idea how much time had passed. After a long period of refinement, the Yin-Yang rebirth powder finally achieved its intended effect. Then, Xiao Yan placed a Dou Emperor body into the Yin-Yang rebirth powder. The pure Lotus Demon Fire, Golden Earth Burning Heaven Flame, and 3,000 Flame Fire all emerged, wrapping the medicinal liquid inside. He used his soul power as a cauldron and the Dou Emperor body as a pill, starting to refine the Yin-Yang puppet, just like refining medicine. The difficulty of creating this level of puppet was worlds apart from the puppet Xiao Yan had refined using the Dou Saint body. The forging difficulty was top-notch. However, this was not a difficult task for Xiao Yan. The Yin-Yang puppet required 3 types of forging, but Xiao Yan had more than just 3 types of. After refining with the pure Lotus Demon Fire, Golden Earth Burning Heaven Flame, and 3,000 Flame Fire for 15 days, Xiao Yan slowly activated the 4th type of Swallowing Void Flame. The more different fires this Yin-Yang puppet experiences during the refining process, the greater its strength. This is Xiao Yan's first time refining a puppet of this level, and he estimates his limit to be using 5 types of different fires. Currently, he has only used 4 types of different fires and needs to wait another 15 days before using the Bone Spirit Cold Fire that Yao Lao gave him. Come on, let me see how powerful this ancient puppet will be. Xiao Yan made up his mind and continued to invest more of his soul power. Even though the density of fighting energy around him was extremely high, under such a terrifying momentum, the surrounding space began to shake. After all, it was 4 powerful, different fires refining the body of a Dou Emperor, and even on the Dou Qi Continent, such an action was unheard of. After being subjected to this terrifying temperature for an extended time, the temperature of the entire underground palace had risen countless times. But this scorching aura made Xiao Yan feel very comfortable, and the soul body that activated the different fires became even more solid. It seems that the consumption of my soul power over these days has elevated my soul power to a new level, Xiao Yan thought to himself. The imperial realm of the soul is by no means the end of this soul power. I am still far from my peak period. Another half-month passed, and Xiao Yan once again used his bone spirit cold fire. In an instant, 5 powerful, different fires appeared together, and everything around them began to ignite. Xiao Yan had long anticipated this situation, so he had previously used his soul power to protect those precious items he would need. And what got burned were merely some alchemy recipes or some earth and Xian-level techniques. In less than 20 days, it would be the day of the Yin-Yang puppet's birth. And by then, I would have the strength to contend with Dou Emperor-level powerhouses, Xiao Yan thought, feeling even more excited. In a dim, underground bunker, Tang Sen lay on the damp ground, his face extremely pale, showing no trace of blood, looking less like a living person. Hee, kid, do you really think you can steal my cultivation with the power I granted you? The master of the Soul Hall looked at the nearly dying Tang San and laughed triumphantly. How naive. Do you think the body of someone from Douluo Continent can contain my strength? Tang San was completely powerless. He gritted his teeth and, with all his might, could only lift his eyes to look at the grim-faced master of the Soul Hall. You won't be able to survive today. Just suffer your remaining days in pain here. I'm going outside to see what you've made of the Soul Hall. The master of the Soul Hall said coldly before leaving. Seeing the Soul Emperor leave, Xiao Wu hurriedly went to help Tang San. But now Tang San's body seemed as if it had been stripped of its bones, making it impossible to lift him. Third brother, how are you? Speak to me. Xiao Wu anxiously called out Tang San's name. Tang San weakly lifted his eyelids, looked at Xiao Wu, wanted to say something to her, but at that moment, he couldn't even make a sound. A tattered book fell out from his damaged clothing and landed on the ground, flipping open to a page that Tang San had marked, blown by the ominous wind. This is... Xiao Wu looked at the pattern drawn on it, which was the same as the one on the wall of the bunker. Tang San exerted all his strength and said in a blurred voice, "Take me to obtain." Although Xiao Wu didn't fully understand Tang San's meaning, she still brought him to the wall. Just as Xiao Wu was unsure of what to do next, Tang San suddenly sat up and bit through his own neck, pressing the wound against the wall. In an instant, the wall was covered with Tang San's black-red blood, filling the entire bunker with a foul odor. Chapter 247. The Secret Method of the Soul Hall. But at that moment, an unknown force enveloped Tang San's entire body, causing it to turn black instantly. This is... Xiao Wu looked at the scene in horror. Suddenly, screams echoed from all directions, originating from visible soul bodies. These are the souls of the dead? Xiao Wu was speechless, watching the chaotic scene. But at this moment, Tang San's expression was one of immense enjoyment, because the pattern on the wall was something he had researched for a long time before discovering its secrets. This was drawn by the master of the Soul Hall, based on descriptions from ancient texts, and Tang San had thoroughly studied this ancient book and finally found various uses for it. He only needed to make slight modifications to the pattern to transform it into a brand new formation. Soul Hall Master, didn't he expect this, did you? Tang San laughed triumphantly, as he was now absorbing the energy of the Soul Hall Master. After leaving, the Master of the Soul Hall suddenly felt something was off, as his power was gradually dissipating. This situation was beyond his expectations. He was merely a remnant soul of the Soul Emperor, just recently gaining independent consciousness, and many things he couldn't comprehend on his own. Could it be that the formation malfunctioned? The master of the Soul Hall thought of this and immediately turned back. During his cultivation, he had devoured tens of thousands of soul bodies. Originally, these soul bodies could have allowed his strength to reach the level of a beginner Dou zone. However, due to Tang San's interruption, he had only managed to stabilize his strength to about 7 or 8 stars of Dou zone. But this level of strength was already unmatched on the Douluo continent. Sigh. I'm just afraid that Lord Soul Emperor won't look favorably upon me. After all, there are many strong individuals in the Soul Clan, and there are quite a few Dou Saints, although they are all gone now. Thinking of this, the master of the Soul Hall felt a wave of fear. If he couldn't become stronger, he would definitely be devoured by the Soul Emperor again. At this moment, Tang San had already absorbed 30% of the cultivation from the master of the Soul Hall, but just then, the master of the Soul Hall returned. And after a search, he finally spotted Tang San wrapped in black mist inside the bunker. This feeling. It's really you, the master of the Soul Hall said fiercely. Tang San, stop it now. Seeing the master of the Soul Hall's fierce expression, Tang San didn't take it seriously at all and replied coldly, "Hall Master, I need to borrow your cultivation for a bit. Kid, stop right now. The master of the soul hall launched an attack, but suddenly a black soul body appeared from the black mist, blocking his fierce attack. The collision between the two generated extremely violent energy fluctuations, which even startled the master of the soul hall, while Xiao Wu, who was watching from a distance, was directly blown away by the shockwave. Xiao Wu was crushed under a falling boulder. At that moment, she had just recently advanced to Soul King and had no ability to move the 1,000-pound boulder. Xiao Wu, in a moment of urgency, Tang San immediately controlled the soul body in the black mist to charge at the stone, completely shattering it. So you do care about her. The master of the soul hall saw this, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. As long as I capture Xiao Wu, Tang San should have to stop. Tang San clearly sensed his intentions and quickly dispatched more soul bodies to surround the master of the soul hall. The master of the soul hall looked at the soul bodies blocking his way with disdain, saying, people from the soul hall are born to deal with soul bodies. Do you think these soul bodies can pose a threat to me? Tang San naturally knew all of this. He was meticulous in his planning, including the recent incident where he was almost killed by the master of the soul palace. What the master of the soul palace did not know was that Tang San had already prepared for this. One by one, the soul bodies began to merge, their ethereal forms becoming extremely solid. This is another form of blood sacrifice, the soul sacrifice. The master of the soul palace said in shock, not expecting that this person could utilize the skills of the soul clan to such an extent. Lord Palace Master, you never thought that this outsider could also learn your so-called soul clan secret techniques. Tang San grinned, having meticulously planned this for over a month, and now was finally about to succeed. The master of the soul palace looked at the increasingly powerful and solidifying soul body before him, his expression of wariness growing stronger. His own strength had declined significantly, and now he could only contend with an initial level dozo. In at most 10 minutes, his strength would revert to the state he was in when he first met Xiao Yan, resembling a soul Douluo. Inside the hall of the Pope, Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and other elders of the Spirit Hall were nervously kneeling at Bibi Dong's feet, while Bibi Dong's gaze was directed towards the Douluo Hall. More than 2 months had passed since Xiao Yan's departure, and Qian Renxue, who had accepted the angel god's inheritance, would soon emerge from her seclusion. By then, she would possess the complete power of the angel god, vastly stronger compared to other gods. Everyone get up. Bibi Dong, holding her staff, heavily struck the ground and said angrily, it's just an angel god. With me here, what can the Douluo Hall do to you? Douluo sighed and said, Your Holiness, you may not know this. If the inheritor of the angel god's legacy wants to obtain the complete divine position, everyone involved in the Douluo Hall will have to sacrifice their lives, including Qian Dalu. Bibi Dong frowned, having already vaguely guessed this, but for her, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. If Qian Dalu died, the Douluo Hall would be rendered a mere name, with only Qian Renxue truly belonging to the Douluo Hall faction. And since Qian Renxue was the emperor of the Dou Empire, she would not have the energy to manage the Douluo Hall, and thus, the Douluo Hall would lose its conditions for rising in the future. Then let them die. If they die, I won't hold their past against them. Bibi Dong returned to her throne and waved her hand at them, saying, You can all leave. I know what you're thinking. The Douluo Hall is the place where titled Douluos of past generations fell. They died for a reason. I will no longer require you to submit to the angel god's inheritance. The titled Douluos exchanged glances and then withdrew one after another, especially the likes of Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who were extreme Douluos and super Douluos, most likely to enter the Douluo Hall as offerings to the Spirit Hall. Becoming an offering meant cutting off all ties with the outside world and being solely loyal to the angel god. Both of them had been serving the Pope and were already above tens of thousands in the Pope's hall, making it impossible for them to submit to the so-called angel god. After watching them leave, Bibi Dong couldn't help but think of Qian Renxue. Chapter 248, The Angel God. Years ago, after Bibi Dong completely devoured Qian Xuanji's cultivation, Qian Dalu did not immediately seek trouble with Bibi Dong because of the existence of the child within her. Bibi Dong initially planned to use her soul power to kill the child, as she considered it a filthy product. However, Qian Dalu warned her that if she did that, it would be tantamount to digging her own grave, ultimately leaving her with no place to be buried. Her only choice was to give birth to the child of the person she loathed, and although it was her own flesh and blood, Bibi Dong could never treat her properly. Looking back, if Qian Oliu's attitude had not been so hardline at that time, threatening Bibi Dong with life and death, Bibi Dong might not have been so indifferent to Qian Renxue. Boom! A sound of breaking air rang out, and from the direction of the Douluo Hall, people discovered a sacred pillar of light shooting straight into the sky. The energy emanating from this pillar even moved Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong looked at it with an unfriendly expression, speaking to herself excitedly. It succeeded. Qian Rinxue, with 6 angelic wings, looked down at the entire Pope City from a height of 1 kilometer. The feeling of becoming a god was completely different from that of a soul master. She now felt as if the world was in her grasp. Then, as if recalling something, she swiftly flew down and returned to the Douluo Hall. There, she saw the deceased offerings and the critically injured Qian Dalu. Boom! Affected by Qian Rinxue's ascension to godhood, the entire sky darkened, and a thunderclap sounded, casting light on Qian Daolu's aging face. He was already very old, and after passing the position of the angel god to Qian Rinxue, he had automatically aged. At this moment, he was like a candle in the wind, about to extinguish. Grandpa! Qian Rinxue supported Qian Dalu, looking at his aged appearance. Feeling a pang in her heart, her nose sour, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. In his final moments, Qian Dalu wiped her tears for her, softly saying, "Don't cry. Don't cry." The light in his eyes gradually faded, and only his arm reached out towards Qian Rinxue, but a few seconds later, that arm suddenly drooped, and he seemed to lose strength like a puppet with its strings cut, collapsing into Qian Rinxue's embrace. He died. This once mighty title Douluo who had shaken the world fell before his lifelong pursuit. Grandpa! Qian Rinxue shed her last tear, and from this moment on, she lost all protection. She would face this cruel and indifferent world head-on. Bibi Dong sensed the aura from the Douluo Hall and felt a wave of emotions. Although she had long since disregarded Qian Daolu's strength, he had once given her an immense sense of pressure. The most challenging times of her life were spent in his shadow. Qian Rinxue waved her angelic wings behind her and slowly ascended into the air. Clad in golden armor, her golden hair paired with white 6 wings made her look so holy, unapproachable. The powerful aura attracted everyone's attention. The believers in the Spirit Hall, upon seeing such a scene, easily thought of the angel god being worshipped in the Douluo Hall and immediately knelt down before Qian Rinxue. Angel god! It is the angel god! The crowd shouted excitedly. Although the Pope represented the highest authority in the Spirit Hall, the angel god had already become a form of faith for the people. After a brief commotion, the titled Douluos from the Pope's Hall also arrived here. Facing the angel god, they nodded in greeting, as they were different from ordinary soul masters. They represented the Pope. The Pope had not yet appeared, so these titled Douluos would not make any statements. If the Pope believed that this angel god was the master of the Spirit Hall, they would naturally bow and submit. Otherwise, even a god could not make them bow. Why are you not kneeling? Qian Rinxue looked at the few people standing before her and coldly asked. Her voice filled with a threatening tone. Zhu Douluo looked at Qian Rinxue and respectfully said, Angel God, the Pope has yet to acknowledge you. Ridiculous. I am the angel god, the one who is the offering of the Spirit Hall. Do I still need the Pope's approval? Qian Rinxue angrily rebuked, causing the entire area to tremble slightly. Becoming an angel god is certainly something to celebrate, but if one forgets their own worth because of it, it would be a loss rather than a gain. Bibi Dong's voice rose from all directions as she stepped on the green lotus and walked through the air, arriving in front of Qian Rinxue in just a few steps. She said sternly, being weak is not a sin. Arrogance and ignorance are, and they will lead to your destruction. Destruction? Qian Rinxue had already become a god and faced Bibi Dong without fear. Indeed, Bibi Dong did not feel nervous at all about Qian Rinxue's divinity. With the green lotus earth fire, she did not fear any god. So, shall we get a try? The sword in Qian Rinxue's hand appeared. After gaining power, she no longer wished to coexist peacefully with Bibi Dong. She wanted to fight for something with her strength. Do you have that qualification? Bibi Dong looked at her indifferently, showing no intention of attacking. Are you afraid of me? Qian Rinxue asked. Bibi Dong shook her head and said, I am mocking you inside because I don't know what you want to do. After becoming a god, do you think you could become the Pope? I never thought of becoming the Pope. I am the angel god, a servant of the Spirit Hall, and the Pope should show some respect in front of me, right? Qian Rinxue hated Bibi Dong's indifferent demeanor. Bibi Dong sneered twice and immediately said, Everyone, as the Pope, I announce that from today onwards, the Douluo Hall will be erased from the Spirit Hall. The angel god will no longer be served by the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall is the Spirit Hall, and no god can become our faith. Bibi Dong's words completely enraged Qian Rinxue. She swung the sword in her hand and charged at Bibi Dong, saying, Bibi Dong, I will not let you destroy everything my grandfather and the others have fought for. Their persistence? Bibi Dong waved her staff, and a fierce aura pushed Qianringshu back. While she contemptuously said, his persistence has cost the spirit hall countless resources. The gods demand our worship, but have never done anything worthy of it. Now, he has passed the angel god onto you, and his life has also been taken by the angel god. No, I believe everything my grandfather fought for is meaningful, and you, a cold-hearted woman, cold-blooded like a beast, will never understand. Qianringshu roared and launched another attack on Bibi Dong. Chapter 249. Can't help but strike? Lacking any composure, I really don't know what Dalu saw in you. Bibi Dong watched as Qianringshu charged at her. Although she continued to mock her, she knew that Qianringshu had already become a god and had to take her seriously. The angel god sword emitted a dazzling light and fiercely stabbed in front of Bibi Dong. This attack from Qianringshu showed no mercy. After losing her grandfather, she was engulfed in immense sorrow, and Bibi Dong's words had completely enraged her. Bibi Dong horizontally raised her staff, drawing a circle in the air, creating a lotus petal-shaped shield in front of her to block Qianringshu's powerful strike. After being hit, she couldn't help but take half a step back. Indeed, the power of the angel god is formidable. Bibi Dong felt the force that had just transmitted over. Even with the shield, she could feel that Qianringshu's strength had undergone a qualitative change. Gods and spirit masters are two completely different concepts. Even a powerful spirit master is no match for a god, and this cannot be reversed. However, the green lotus earth fire on Bibi Dong did not belong to this system. Its power could allow Bibi Dong to match or even surpass so-called gods. The true power of the green lotus earth fire had never been fully unleashed. When Xiao Yan's strength was weak, he could never exert its true power. After becoming a soul sage, he could have unleashed the green lotus earth fire with full force. But he had always intentionally or unintentionally suppressed its power. Unless using the destructive fire lotus, the green lotus earth fire could easily go out of control. At this moment, Bibi Dong had none of Xiao Yan's concerns. Facing a strong enemy, she showed no hesitation. The green lotus earth fire instantly enveloped her body, and even the air was filled with a massive amount of green flames. The flames were transformed from Bibi Dong's soul power, to be precise. They were the fuel for the green lotus earth fire. The green lotus earth fire blazed in the air, quickly covering the entire spirit city and transforming into a gigantic green lotus shape. Under the cover of the green lotus earth fire, Qianringshu felt that the operation of her divine power had momentarily stalled. The angel god was born in radiance and had a natural resistance to such intense auras. But the green lotus earth fire was too powerful. Even the angel god's passive abilities could not withstand it. After failing her first strike, Qianringshu immediately began her second attack. But this time her offensive was far from her previous one. My strength has actually been forcibly suppressed by 30%. Qianringshu, pushed back by the green lotus earth fire, appeared somewhat disheveled. The 6 angelic wings behind her had already turned black, carbonized by the high temperature. At this moment, Qianringshu realized that the influence of being enveloped by the green lotus earth fire was far greater than she initially felt. Not only was her divine power operation hindered, but her attack speed and strength had also decreased significantly. Your Majesty the Pope, Douluo felt uneasy as he saw Bibi Dong fully unleash her power. Although Qianringshu recklessly attacked Bibi Dong, she was ultimately a person of the Spirit Hall, and if the two sides fought too fiercely, it would not be good for the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong glared at him but said nothing, instead continuing to look at Qianringshu. She remained in a defensive posture and had not yet attacked Qianringshu. It was not because she had any sentimental attachment, but because she wanted to test Qianringshu's strength. And now she probably had a clearer understanding. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have fully unleashed the green lotus earth fire. I didn't expect it to have such a strong suppressive effect, even on gods. Bibi Dong shook her head as she looked at Qianringshu, who was holding her chest. Qianringshu, if that was your full strength just now, then I am very disappointed. I thought you could create some trouble for me. Bibi Dong, don't get too proud. Qianringshu, suppressing the discomfort within her, unleashed the soul skill she obtained during the angel god trial. Angel, true body. Qianringshu's martial soul was the 6-winged angel super martial soul, and the amplification brought by her martial soul true body was extremely terrifying. When Qianringshu unleashed the angel true body as a soul sage, her strength would increase several times, and the angel domain would only show its true effect through the martial soul true body. Watching Qianringshu's strength surge, Bibi Dong felt a glimmer of excitement. With the illusion of the six-winged angel, Qian Ringshu's aura continued to rise, and this was another powerful soul skill after her angel true body, Angel Phantom. The innate domain of the six-winged angel, named Angel, symbolizes justice. Once the domain is unleashed, it can cover thousands of square meters in the air, and within this range, Qian Ringshu is the absolute ruler. The angel domain allows Qian Ringshu to become ethereal, increasing her strength by 30%. Indeed, looking at Qian Ringshu's appearance, Bibi Dong had to admit that Qian Ringshu had reached an extremely terrifying level of strength, but this was not the capital with which she could confront her. The bottom of the staff lightly tapped the blue lotus pedestal, and the blue lotus beneath immediately emitted a more intense rainbow glow, which shot up into the sky, merging with the blue lotus in the heavens that descended upon the world. And Bibi Dong smiled as she said to Qian Ringshu, "This is the name I gave to this move. I can fight using, but creating a dedicated skill for it is somewhat difficult. This skill is something I have only imagined before. It's my first time using it in actual combat." Qian Ringshu was taken aback, watching the massive blue lotus slowly descend, with her position at its center. No matter where she went, the blue lotus would crash down on her fiercely. "Humph, don't get too proud. I will show you the true gap between us," Qian Ringshu said, swinging the holy sword in her hand, as myriad golden lights fell from the sky, illuminating her. The reddish gold gradually transformed into pure gold, and the energy fluctuations around Qian Ringshu's body underwent a qualitative change at that moment. The angelic armor she wore gained an extra layer of flowing liquid gold. "This is a soul skill?" Bibi Dong looked at the divine power Qian Ringshu was displaying, feeling quite puzzled. She had never seen a soul skill in this form. Qian Ringshu scoffed, "This is the fundamental difference between soul masters and gods. What I am using is not a soul skill, but a divine skill that can only be possessed by those who have become gods. Holy light, shine." The soul skill Qian Ringshu unleashed significantly increased her defensive power. At this moment, she activated the soul skill angel shield again, placing it above her. "Come on, I want to see which is stronger, the blue flame in your hand or my angelic armor," Qian Ringshu said fiercely. Chapter 250. Bibi Dong did not hold back either. The blue lotus descended in response and instantly collided with a massive angel shield. In an instant, a huge energy explosion swept outward from the point of impact in all directions, sending powerful shockwaves that lifted surrounding buildings. Under such a powerful pressure, even a tidal Douluo could only tremble. The angel's shield began to slowly descend after 2 seconds of resisting the blue lotus's earth core fire, indicating that Qian Ringshu's angel shield was not a match for the blue lotus's earth core fire. At that moment, the angelic apparition raised its hands, dragging the angel's shield to withstand the attack of the blue lotus's earth core fire. This angelic apparition was somewhat similar to Xiao Yan's flame demon king embodiment, but also different. The actions and techniques of this angelic apparition were all replicas of Qian Ringshu. It only had combat power when commanded by her. At this moment, both sides were locked in a stalemate. All of Qian Ringshu's energy was focused on resisting the blue lotus's earth core fire. If Bibi Dong were to attack again, she would undoubtedly lose. However, after weighing her options, Bibi Dong ultimately chose not to strike. The offensive of the blue lotus's earth core fire showed no signs of slowing down, and Qian Ringshu felt an immense pressure weighing down from above, rendering her unable to move. What kind of flame is this? Why? Why can it suppress me so thoroughly? Qian Ringshu couldn't comprehend it. She had already become a divine angel. Why couldn't she defeat Bibi Dong? "You are still too green if you want to defeat me." Bibi Dong naturally knew what Qian Ringshu was thinking. Looking at Qian Ringshu's sweating face, she slowly shook her head. Time passed second by second, and Qian Ringshu's aura began to feel unstable. Although the angel's shield was continuously replenished by her divine power and supported by the angelic apparition, the prolonged high-temperature collision had made it weak. "Look, the angel shield is actually melting," the elders of the Spirit Hall exclaimed in surprise. The legendary angel shield was incredibly strong. No attack could pierce it, yet now it was on the verge of being broken right before their eyes. Douluo and Douluo exchanged glances, unable to help but sigh. Bibi Dong was indeed powerful, capable of suppressing the already divine Qian Ringshu to such an extent. With a sound of shattering, the angel's shield instantly broke apart, and the blue lotus's earth core fire lost the shield as obstruction, descending with the might of a mountain. Qian Ringshu's angel's shield was broken, and she could only rely on the divine armor on her body to withstand the damage from the blue lotus's earth core fire. This filled her with fear, for no matter how strong the divine armor was, its defense could not compare to that of the angel's shield. And the blue lotus showed no signs of weakening. Angel's hexagram. In a moment of desperation, Qianrenxue unleashed her strongest defensive divine skill, making the holy sword float before her. She pointed 3 times in front of her with both hands, and 6 golden light spots erupted with intense golden light in the air. At the same time, each of the 6 pieces of her angelic armor shot out a point of golden light to merge into it, forming a golden hexagram behind the angelic holy sword. The angelic holy sword split into 6, the 6 long swords intertwined, and then in an instant, they spun and condensed into a conical golden energy. Go! Qianrenxue lifted the golden energy into the air, piercing through the blue lotus's earth core fire. However, she did not know that the temperature inside the blue lotus's earth core fire was dozens of times higher than on the outside. Although the golden conical body pierced through the blue lotus's earth core fire, it was melted away by the unparalleled high temperature after reaching its center, becoming nourishment for the blue lotus's earth core fire. The scorching feeling is getting closer. Qianrenxue realized that she was at her wit's end. She had unleashed her strongest defensive divine skill, yet could not withstand Bibi Dong's attack, and her soul power was nearly depleted, insufficient to activate her soul skills again. The golden light on her body dimmed considerably, but even so, she still held the angelic holy sword, glaring at the blue lotus's earth core fire that had reached her. The fierce and scorching temperature seemed to dry her eyes out. "I'm sorry, Grandpa. I may not be able to fulfill your wishes. If I die here today, I suppose it counts as an ending." Qianrenxue had already resigned herself to death, but the countless feelings of unwillingness in her heart dissipated as she faced her demise. Sigh. In the void, a helpless sigh echoed as Bibi Dong extended her arm, grasping that descending blue lotus's earth core fire. "This blue lotus's earth core fire is too powerful. It seems I need to be cautious about using it in the future," Bibi Dong said calmly. The mountain-like pressure instantly lessened, and the relieved Qianrenxue took a deep breath as her angelic 6 wings became incredibly ethereal. She stumbled to the ground, feeling so weak that she couldn't stand. Sitting on the ground, she gasped for air, unable to believe that Bibi Dong had let her go at the last moment. Bibi Dong looked at her with satisfaction and nodded, her figure moving to appear before Qianrenxue. Bibi Dong's sudden approach made Qianrenxue instantly vigilant. She rolled back twice, warily watching Bibi Dong, unsure of her intentions. "You have indeed become much stronger after becoming a god, but that does not give you the capital to challenge me." Bibi Dong approached Qianrenxue, stepping closer. Qianrenxue took 2 steps back only to find herself at the steps leading to the Pope's Hall. She did not retreat further, but chose to face Bibi Dong directly and asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" Bibi Dong looked at her and said sternly, "What I said before still stands. The Spirit Hall will cancel its worship of the angel god. If you want the Spirit Hall's worship, then go earn it yourself. Relying on the ignorance of the world to gain respect makes you no different from that evil soul master." Qianrenxue still wanted to argue with Bibi Dong, but at this moment, she already understood Bibi Dong's meaning. Countless words were stuck in her throat, but she couldn't say them. Bibi Dong walked to her side, gently grasped her shoulder, and said, "What the Spirit Hall worships is not the angel god, but the person who becomes the angel god. Today, I have canceled my foolish pursuit of the angel god. I don't know if you will have a chance to reclaim these in the future." Listening to Bibi Dong's words, for some reason, Qianrenxue instinctively looked into Bibi Dong's eyes and said solemnly, "I can. Then I will wait and see." Bibi Dong seemed to deliberately avoid Qianrenxue's piercing gaze, closed her eyes, and said, "Go back to where you should be. With you here, the Spear Hall. The Heaven Dou Empire will soon be won." Chapter 251. The might of the Yin-Yang puppet. Xiao Yan stared intently at the Yin-Yang puppet wrapped in the strange fire. The Yin-Yang rebirth powder had been completely evaporated by and its essence had been controlled by soul power to enter this body. At this moment, through the light of the outline of the Yin-Yang puppet was becoming faintly visible. This was Xiao Yan's first attempt at refining the Yin-Yang puppet, and had achieved great success. It was unclear how long had passed when an unparalleled wave of fighting spirit suddenly appeared, shaking all the present away. "It's done." Xiao Yan looked at the Yin-Yang puppet that had broken free from the restraints of filled with joy. In the sky above the poisonous area of the Star Dou forest, an unknown energy suddenly tore a gap, and powerful void energy surged downwards. This was a phenomenon of heaven and earth triggered by the birth of the Yin-Yang puppet. The entire world, wrapped in this starry sky energy, became even darker, while the yin-yang puppet was crazily devouring this energy to complete its final evolution. The black and white patterns on the yin-yang puppet intertwined. These complex patterns were extremely difficult for even Xiao Yan's soul power to read. However, it was precisely because of the existence of these patterns that the yin-yang puppet could absorb this violent energy, which was comparable to the without restraint. Truly powerful. This method of energy refinement, even I couldn't achieve it when I was a Dou Emperor, Xiao Yan couldn't help but exclaim. After hours of devouring starry sky energy, the runes on the yin-yang puppet began to shine brightly, and the absorbed starry sky energy gradually decreased. It seems the evolution is complete. Xiao Yan's soul body crossed through the violent starry sky energy and observed the yin-yang puppet up close for the first time. He could still faintly see the face of the predecessor, indicating that the yin-yang puppet had retained its original appearance to the fullest. Xiao Yan felt a bit emotional. This Dou Emperor powerhouse had been so formidable in life, and now had been transformed into this form by himself. While those above Dou Emperor could potentially resurrect the deceased, no one had ever verified whether it was truly feasible. Sigh, forget it, no need to think about that, let us focus on the present. Xiao Yan shook his head and said, right now, I need to refine some 9th grade spirit pills. As for the imperial grade pills, thinking of this, he felt helpless again. If he were to become a Dou Emperor, there might be a chance to refine imperial grade pills, but in his current state, the hope was slim. However, this was his only opportunity to return to being a Dou Emperor, and perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. If he were to retreat now, there would be no hope at all. Then let's get started. Xiao Yan made up his mind and said to the yin-yang puppet beside him, brother, I'll trouble you to help me withstand the pill thunder. The yin-yang puppet seemed to understand Xiao Yan's words and nodded slightly. Xiao Yan smiled. This yin-yang puppet had the strength of a Dou Emperor and also possessed its own battle consciousness, which was a manifestation of its intelligence. The first pill Xiao Yan prepared to refine was the flowing bright yin-yang pill, which belonged to the 9th grade high-level pills and had the lowest difficulty in refinement among these pills, and he had enough materials to fail hundreds of times. Once again, using his soul power to refine the 9th grade pills, Xiao Yan seemed to regain the feeling of those years. However, even he couldn't guarantee 100% success with this 9th grade high-level spirit pill. As the second kind of flame was introduced, the flowing bright yin-yang pill suddenly exploded, marking the first attempt at pill refining as a failure. No good, this swallowing nothing illusory flame and pure lotus demon fire are not suitable to be used together. The temperature difference caused the pill to deteriorate, Xiao Yan concluded after inspecting the remaining medicinal residue. Of course, this only applied to the flowing bright yin-yang pill. Failure was expected, and soon he began his second attempt. However, having not refined such high-level pills for a long time, he still failed on the second attempt. Failure is the mother of success. Let's try again. Xiao Yan started the third refinement once more. With each failure, Xiao Yan did not feel discouraged. His character was not one to give up easily. How could a mere 9th grade high-level spirit pill defeat him? In failure, Xiao Yan summarized his experiences, which was something he was accustomed to. During his years of pill refining, he had experimented hundreds of thousands of times to achieve what he wanted, so a few failures were nothing. Finally, on the 12th attempt, Xiao Yan successfully refined the flowing bright yin-yang pill. A powerful pill thunder descended, striking fiercely on the body of the yin-yang puppet. The yin-yang puppet stood firm under the thunder, like a mountain blocking Xiao Yan's path. All right, brother puppet. Xiao Yan laughed heartily. This yin-yang puppet was indeed immensely powerful, capable of withstanding such a level of pill thunder, something even a 7-star Dou saint would not dare to face. The 7-colored pill thunder fell again, and the yin-yang puppet blocked it all once more, indicating that the pill had succeeded. However, Xiao Yan understood that he could not celebrate too early. The reason why 9th grade pills are called spirit pills was that upon reaching the 9th grade level, the pills gained a form of intelligence. The intelligence of 9th grade high-level pills could rival that of ordinary people. As expected, when the pill furnace opened, a strange light burst forth. Had Xiao Yan not been prepared, he might have been blinded by this light. This was a common tactic for pills trying to escape, and Xiao Yan had experienced it several times. He immediately took out a special container to control the 9th grade spirit pill and captured the escaping flowing bright yin-yang pill. Hee, little one, you still want to run? Xiao Yan looked proudly at the flowing bright yin-yang pill that was frantically moving around in the container. He guessed that the intelligence of this flowing bright yin-yang pill should differ from other 9th grade high-level spirit pills, as it contained very few materials for magical beasts. Regardless, Xiao Yan had obtained his first pill, and now he needed to refine other pills. In addition to the imperial grade pill, the Qingquan 9 transformations pill, there was also a 9th grade spirit pill, the everlasting soul breath pill, which had significant effects, although its refinement, difficulty, and rarity could not compare to the Qingquan 9 transformations pill. It was the most important material for combining the imperial level soul with the body of a Dou Emperor. Without it, Xiao Yan could not fuse with the body of the Dou Emperor. The refinement difficulty of this top-grade spirit pill was even higher than that of the 9th grade high-level spirit pills. However, with my level, it shouldn't be too difficult to refine. Xiao Yan was always optimistic about such matters. Even if he failed, he could always try again. The materials required for this pill were extremely complex, or one could say, chaotic. There are thousands of medicinal materials, some of which may only be a tiny bit, but all play a crucial role. The refining process is extremely complicated. One misstep can lead to disastrous consequences, such as an explosion in the furnace. Chapter 252. The strange fire roasted everything in the hall, and it was unclear how much time had passed. Xiao Yan's face was already showing signs of exhaustion. Refining the soul essence pill was exceptionally tedious and complex, requiring at least 15 days for successful completion. Today was the last day for him to refine this pill. The soul essence pill had undergone transformations with 3 types of strange fire, with each transformation enhancing the soul aura of the pill. Once the pill was successfully refined, its inherent soul power would be comparable to that of a heavenly realm soul. This is the terrifying aspect of the soul essence pill. Such powerful soul power possesses a complete and complex consciousness, along with combat capabilities rivaling those of a Douzun. For ordinary alchemists, it would be impossible to refine it, let alone subdue it. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's soul power had reached the Emperor realm. Although the intense pill refining over these days had resulted in a significant depletion of his soul power, subduing a heavenly realm soul pill was not difficult for him. After several more hours, the pill clouds in the sky began to gather. This time, the pill clouds were multicolored, far more powerful than those of the flowing bright yin-yang pill. But in the presence of the yin-yang puppet, it was just a piece of cake. Boom! Thunder rumbled, instantly changing the color of the world. People within hundreds of miles could witness this marvelous sight. The 7-colored pill clouds continued to gather. The pill thunder was just beginning. The violent lightning energy mixed within the pill thunder was all blocked by the yin-yang puppet, allowing Xiao Yan to focus entirely on refining the pill without distraction. At this moment, he had entered a meditative state, fully immersed in the alchemy process. Without the yin-yang puppet, he would never have been able to refine this pill. As the pill thunder continuously fell, the yin-yang puppet showed no signs of retreating. It braved the power of the pill thunder, continuously expanding the area behind it. After enduring several strikes of pill thunder, the yin-yang puppet seemed to have understood how to weaken the thunder. If Xiao Yan were to observe the yin-yang puppet at this moment, he would be greatly surprised. The puppet's methods for dealing with the pill thunder had changed. It had evolved from merely enduring the thunder to now dissipating it. After several strikes of pill thunder fell, the 7-colored thundercloud above began to become ethereal, indicating that the pill had succeeded. As the pill thunder gradually dissipated, Xiao Yan distinctly felt the cauldron shaking, indicating that the soul essence pill was struggling inside, trying to escape the furnace. It's done. A hint of joy flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. This meant he was one step closer to the Dou Emperor body. The soul pressure of the Emperor realm unfolded as he opened the lid of the cauldron. The soul essence pill immediately escaped, but upon feeling Xiao Yan's soul pressure, it quickly wilted. Don't even think about running, Xiao Yan thought to himself, grabbing the soul essence pill in his hand. The pill transformed into the shape of a small rabbit, its red eyes looking pitifully at Xiao Yan, making it quite adorable. I didn't expect you to turn into a pill beast, but unfortunately, I can't let you go, Xiao Yan said, shaking his head as he placed it into a specially made container. Huff! The soul essence pill is complete. Xiao Yan exhaled deeply, then frowned and said, now, only the Emperor-grade pill remains. That Emperor-grade pill is the most difficult to refine, not to mention the 9 types of strange fire being used simultaneously. Just the words Emperor-grade reflect its power. Back then, the Soul Emperor only obtained an incomplete Emperor-grade pill and was able to advance from the 9-star Dou Saint level to the Dou Emperor level, demonstrating just how formidable the Emperor-grade pill is. The Emperor-grade nascent pill was refined by the ancient Emperor Dou Qi. When Xiao Yan first saw it, he only felt its power, but now that he was truly about to refine an Emperor-grade pill, he realized how hard it was to do so. Generally speaking, the grade of alchemy is not absolutely fixed. For example, a 6th grade alchemist usually has a success rate of about 30 to 80% when refining 6th grade pills, varying between beginner, intermediate, and peak levels. A 6th grade alchemist is not guaranteed success when refining a regular 5th grade pill, with a success rate typically above 80, but still with a chance of failure. When attempting to refine a 7th grade pill, a 6th grade alchemist may not necessarily fail, with a success rate of around 10 to 30%. However, as the probability increases, it becomes rarer. A 7th grade alchemist has only about a 10% success rate when trying to refine an 8th grade pill, while an 8th grade alchemist's success rate for refining a 9th grade spirit pill 1T exceed 2 to 3%. A peak 9th grade alchemist attempting to refine an Emperor grade pill would find it impossible without the source of a Dou Emperor, and even with the source, the success rate wouldn't exceed 1%. TSK, this is really not optimistic, Xiao Yan sighed, suddenly turning to the puppet beside him. Brother Puppet, if I manage to refine this Emperor grade pill, you must help me withstand the heavenly phenomena that arise. Otherwise, I would have refined it for nothing. The yin-yang puppet seemed to understand Xiao Yan's situation, shrugging its shoulders to indicate that it would do its best. As the heavenly phenomena produced after successfully refining an Emperor grade pill are far beyond what a 9th grade spirit pill could compare to. After receiving the puppet's assurance, Xiao Yan took a short break and prepared to start refining this Emperor grade pill. He had the source of the Dou Emperor here. After all, it was the place where 2 Dou Emperors had fallen, and all the necessary materials were available. The Qinquan 9 turn pill required the simultaneous use of 9 types of strange fire, which had never been done in Xiao Yan's alchemical experience. Just the first step required all of Xiao Yan's concentration. Huff! Xiao Yan closed his eyes, trying to calm himself down, then suddenly opened them wide, as the 9 types of strange fire appeared in his hands. This time, Xiao Yan chose the best cauldron to refine the Emperor grade pill. According to his estimates, if everything went smoothly, he would only need 2 months to refine this pill. However, this was based on ideal conditions. He did not expect to succeed on the first try, and he was prepared for a prolonged battle. During his first attempt at refining the Emperor grade pill, he quickly made a mistake. After some shaking, the cauldron spewed out a black-red liquid due to poor control of the heat, resulting in a violent reaction with the magic core. Really, Xiao Yan felt a bit helpless. This was something that could have been avoided. It was just that refining with so many types of strange fire for the first time made it difficult to control accurately. Chapter 253, Heavenly Phenomena, here we go again. After analyzing the reasons for his failure, Xiao Yan began to refine the Qinquan 9 turn pill once more. 9 types of strange fire, each with different temperatures, shapes, and colors, surged into the cauldron. For this new round of refining, Xiao Yan made some modifications. He first raised the cauldron to a certain temperature and locked it in before adding the materials, which could help avoid the mistakes made last time. Time passed second by second, and refining the Emperor grade pill consumed a massive amount of soul power. Even with Xiao Yan's Emperor realm soul power, he could not continuously refine more than 2 pills at a time. Xiao Yan's mind was tense to the extreme. He hoped he could quickly refine the Qinquan 9 turns pill. Just be a bit more careful, I can do it. Xiao Yan precisely controlled every step of it with his soul power, while also ensuring the materials in the furnace that didn't need to be roasted were protected. After a period of time, the pure energy from the magic core was finally refined by him, condensing into a crystal. However, this was just the first step. The accompanying essence of the wanted to combine with the magic core crystal, which was a time-consuming task. At the same time, Xiao Yan had to refine many related materials. Once the accompanying essence combined with the magic core crystal, he would use his soul power to compress it into a pill. Xiao Yan had simulated this step in his mind dozens of times before the refining began, but when he actually got to this point, he felt the difficulty of practical operation. The 2 materials repelled each other. No matter how high the temperature, they couldn't fuse. He had to let his mental power and roast simultaneously, allowing both sides to merge under high temperature and pressure, but he couldn't overdo it, or it would ruin the components. Damn it, who invented this pill? Refining it is no different from tormenting a person, Xiao Yan sighed inwardly. Compared to this, the pills he concocted in the Douluo continent could only be considered somewhat strange medicinal pills. In this second attempt, even though Xiao Yan did his utmost to manage everything very well, it ultimately ended in failure. Xiao Yan looked at the ashes of the medicinal residue in the furnace, shook his head, and said, "Just a small setback. I've only failed twice, the 3rd time. I'm not seeking success, just aiming to surpass the previous attempts." With that, Xiao Yan devoured some soul-nourishing pills and spiritual liquids, and after a brief adjustment, began the third refining. After that, Xiao Yan continuously tried to refine this imperial-grade pill, but the results were, as expected, failures. He failed consecutively 20 times, and he hadn't even formed a pill. However, after so many failures, Xiao Yan's heart had already calmed down. After repeated attempts, finally, on the 28th try, the materials finally formed a pill in the furnace. Seeing this, Xiao Yan immediately stabilized all his soul power, controlling all the methodically guiding the essence of various materials to further condense. At that moment, a flurry of sand and stones surged in the surrounding space. The yin-yang puppet sensed the power of heaven and earth sweeping in from all directions and immediately activated its own power to isolate Xiao Yan's pill refining area from the surroundings. It was really about to form a pill. Xiao Yan was overjoyed, and he prepared to respond to any sudden situations. The heavenly phenomena accompanying the formation of an imperial-grade pill should not be underestimated. Even the yin-yang puppet could make mistakes. But now was also the most difficult moment for Xiao Yan. If he relaxed even slightly, the pill refinement could still fail. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's pill refining skills were already extremely proficient. In just a few minutes, all the essence of the materials had been fully integrated into this small pill. At that moment, Xiao Yan suddenly sensed danger approaching. Instinctively, he controlled the furnace to flip and had the yin-yang puppet shield him. Just as the yin-yang puppet took its position, a suddenly emerged from the ground, splitting the earth and separating Xiao Yan and the yin-yang puppet. Oh no! Xiao Yan was alarmed. The heavenly phenomena of the imperial-grade pill's formation were no longer limited to just pill thunder. Other phenomena could also appear. After they appeared, the pill thunder fell from the sky, and this pill thunder was even more terrifying than the colorful pill thunder, its color black-red and its shape like a dragon. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was no ordinary powerful thunder. It contained the will of heaven and earth mixed with the power of the starry sky, and the thunder dragon shattered the surrounding space, descending toward Xiao Yan with overwhelming force. The yin-yang puppet was currently entangled with and could not reach him in time. This is bad, Xiao Yan thought darkly, having to allocate part of his soul power to resist this pill thunder. But the pill thunder came on fiercely. If Xiao Yan didn't resist with all his strength, he wouldn't be able to block it. The pill thunder instantly broke through Xiao Yan's soul defense, crashing down on his soul body and simultaneously wrapping around the furnace, penetrating inside. Xiao Yan felt an unprecedented pain, a sensation that nearly made him faint. However, he understood that he absolutely could not fall now. The Qian Kunnin turns pill had to be refined. Therefore, he disregarded the pill thunder entering his body, mobilizing all his soul power to protect the pill inside, while controlling the furnace to shatter the strange lightning that had invaded it. At that moment, a second wave of pill thunder fell, followed closely by a multitude of thunderbolts. Oh no! Xiao Yan realized he had no chance of resisting the second wave of pill thunder. His soul body had become extremely ethereal, and if so many bolts of lightning struck him, he would ultimately end up with his soul scattered. The only option left was to abandon the pill in the furnace. But he would never do that. The success rate of refining an imperial-grade pill was absurdly low, and he had very little material left, making it difficult to support another failure. Just at this critical moment, the yin-yang puppet suddenly appeared above Xiao Yan, taking the brunt of the thousands of mighty thunderbolts with its own body. Although there was one of the heavenly phenomena triggered by the formation of the imperial-grade pill, the yin-yang puppet could contend with emperor-level powerhouses, quickly resolving in just a few exchanges and returning to Xiao Yan's side. Good timing, Xiao Yan thought to himself, seeing the yin-yang puppet become even more radiant after enduring the thunderbolts, seemingly growing stronger. Could it be that the yin-yang puppet could evolve from this? Xiao Yan recalled his first puppet, which also evolved by absorbing pill thunder. However, it turned out that Xiao Yan was overthinking. The yin-yang puppet merely absorbed the power of the lightning as its own energy. Nevertheless, that was already quite strong. Alright, since that's the case, I'll focus on refining the pill, Xiao Yan thought, feeling slightly relieved as he looked at the back of the yin-yang puppet. Chapter 254, however. Xiao Yan quickly found that he couldn't be happy for long because he noticed that due to the previous pill thunder, which had struck both him and the furnace, the pill inside the furnace had already developed several cracks under the influence of the pill thunder. Strictly speaking, this pill was already rendered useless, as its effectiveness had been greatly diminished and could no longer serve its original purpose. At this time, the thunderclouds dispersed, and the powerful thunder force evaporated all the poisonous mist in the poisonous area, leaving a deep pit over 100,000 meters deep where the pill thunder had fallen. Could it be that it failed just like that? Xiao Yan looked at the blue pill in his hand that was full of cracks, his tone filled with unwillingness. After all the effort I put into refining it successfully once, the pill thunder caused me to lose so thoroughly. In an instant, emotions of regret, frustration, and unwillingness surged in Xiao Yan's heart. He wanted to throw away this broken pill fiercely, but he couldn't bring himself to give up just like that. He checked the remaining materials. He only had enough for 3 more attempts. If he didn't succeed within those 3 tries, he would lose his last chance. No, this is too passive. Xiao Yan shook his head frantically, trying to adjust his thoughts. His mental state was extremely unstable right now. He couldn't let himself do something foolish in this state. He carefully stored away the already discarded Qinquan 9-turn pill, then also stored the remaining 3 sets of materials. After preparing some soul-nourishing medicines, he began to consume them one by one, restoring his soul power. The yin-yang puppet stood by his side, its lifeless eyes watching Xiao Yan, seemingly lost in thought. During the process of restoring his soul power, Xiao Yan also entered a state similar to sleep. He saw all that he had experienced in the Dou Qi Continent, starting from being looked down upon as a waste from a branch family, step by step reaching the 100 Clans War, where he topped the rankings in a trial filled with geniuses, finally able to take revenge on his enemies. No, this doesn't seem to be my memory, Xiao Yan suddenly realized. He had never participated in the so-called 100 Clans War and didn't even know what a branch family was. However, this incident had awakened him considerably. Time passed, and he slowly opened his eyes, looking at the mess before him, left in the wake of the pill thunder. Looks like I'm still here, Xiao Yan sighed. At this point, his soul power had nearly recovered, and it seemed he had been here for about 10 to 15 days. He once again took out the already discarded imperial-grade pill, feeling a wave of emotion. For a long time, he had made significant achievements in the field of pill refining, yet he had never experienced such a severe failure. However, this could be understood. With Xiao Yan's current pill refining skills, attempting to refine an imperial-grade pill was no different from a 7th-grade alchemist rashly trying to refine a 9th-grade spirit pill. From the beginning, his pill refining skills had been taught by Yao Lao. Starting from Blackrock City, he became a 2nd-grade alchemist, and during his journey, he won the championship at the Alchemist Conference of the Gamma Empire, later defeating Pill King Gu He in pill refining. Once, such a powerful pill king seemed insignificant to Xiao Yan after he reached that level. Since then, his pill refining skills had continued to improve, and he won 1st place in the Alchemist Conference held by the Central State Pill Tower. Whenever he reminisced about his youth, Xiao Yan couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Although a hero should not dwell on past glories, every single thing he had done had a huge impact on him. Teacher, I wonder what you would do at this moment. Xiao Yan looked at the discarded imperial-grade pill, recalling Yao Lao's figure again. How many times had Yao Lao helped him out of trouble in times of crisis? He seemed truly omnipotent until Xiao Yan's footsteps gradually approached and even surpassed him. Yet Yao Lao remained Xiao Yan's most trusted teacher, who had solved many of Xiao Yan's troubles even after he had surpassed him. He remembered that during the Gamma Empire Alchemist Conference and the Pill Tower Conference, he had been guided by Yao Lao, especially the method of pill elevation that allowed him to look down on all alchemists. Pill elevation. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. Yes, although this imperial-grade pill was not as potent as a finished pill and had already been discarded, the method of elevation could still be useful. This discarded Qinquan 9-turn pill, although lacking in potency, had already formed into a pill. At this moment, Xiao Yan still had 3 sets of refining materials in hand. As long as he extracted the essence from these materials and infused it into the discarded pill, he could achieve the same effect as the Qinquan 9-turn pill. Although Yao Lao had never done such a thing, Xiao Yan just needed to make some slight improvements, and he would surely succeed. While it couldn't be guaranteed that the Qinquan 9-turn pill would be complete after this was done, it was at least more reliable than refining a new one. Without hesitation, he decided to act. Success or failure hinged on this one attempt. A fierce fire reignited in Xiao Yan's eyes, and his fighting spirit returned. Teacher, bless me. The 9 types have reappeared, Xiao Yan silently chanted in his heart. He had made it through the previous 2 times, and he would definitely succeed this time. Inside the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong was looking towards the direction of the Stardow Forest. Nearly 5 months had passed since Xiao Yan left, and during these 5 months, there had been 3 massive thunder strikes there, each one more intense than the last, with the last one occurring 15 days ago. Even from 1,000 miles away in the Pope's hall, the intensity of the thunderclouds was clearly visible, and Bibi Dong could also distinctly feel their power. Teacher, Hulaina approached, exuding an extremely powerful aura. A keen observer would notice that the space around Hulaina seemed to ripple like water. Bibi Dong turned around to look at Hulaina, asking with some confusion, Nana, you have inherited the sea god's position for so long, yet you still haven't fully mastered this power? Hulaina sighed and replied, it's not that I can't fully master it. It's just that my foundation is too shallow. Inheriting the sea god's position as a land-based soul master is already an act against heaven, so it's impossible to master it perfectly within 3 months. All right, but even so, you are already very strong, Bibi Dong nodded and said. What surprises me even more is that Oscar and Ning Rongrong have also broken through in the sea god's examination. Yes, they inherited the positions of the food god and the 9 heavens mysterious woman, but at this point, Hulaina's gaze flickered. But you haven't seen the previous holders of these positions, have you? Bibi Dong asked. Hulaina nodded and continued. Not only that, but it seems we heard some chaotic voices after becoming gods, almost like the whispers of ancient gods. Chapter 255, Bibi Dong nodded gravely. She had experienced what Hulaina described. Whenever she tried to communicate with the position of the Rakshasa God, she would hear similar voices. Sigh. I wonder what the situation in the divine realm is like. Right now, we can only enhance our strength to gain more leverage in the potential disasters that may occur. Bibi Dong lamented. It's still far from enough with just the 4 of us. Hulaina, Qian Renxue, Zhu Zhuqing, and myself. Although Xiao Yan is currently refining the body of a Dou Emperor, Bibi Dong is always accustomed to planning for the worst. Hulaina strongly agreed with Bibi Dong's philosophy. For a period afterward, she diligently practiced, fully integrating the sea god's power with herself. In the dim bunker, Tang Sen opened his crimson eyes, and around his body floated terrifying auras of black, blue, and red. Such a presence would normally not exist in Douluo Continent. If Xiao Yan were here, he would immediately recognize that this was not soul power, but Dou Qi. Dou Qi. Tang San was intoxicated, enjoying his current state. This feeling was completely different from becoming a god. He could feel himself over 100 times more powerful than before. Tang San had obtained all the cultivation of the Soul Palace's master, and by absorbing a large number of soul bodies, his strength was already comparable to that of an ordinary 3-star Dou Zone. It was just a pity that he had wasted quite a bit while seizing that old man's cultivation. Otherwise, he could have become even stronger. Tang Sen looked at the withered corpse of the Soul Palace master and said with some regret. Several months passed, and Tang San's strength underwent a qualitative change, all of which Xiao Wu witnessed. As Tang San gained Dou Qi, his cultivation as a soul master gradually faded, and during this process, Xiao Wu clearly saw the true forms of all of Tang San's soul rings. Deming? Erming? Xiao Wu couldn't believe that her friends had become Tang San's soul rings. She wanted to escape, but this bunker had long been tightly guarded by the Soul Palace, and she alone could never get out. At this moment, she felt despair once again. Without Tang San, she truly felt worthless. However, Tang San was completely unaware of these matters. He was immersed in the joy of his power upgrade. The hatred in his heart was reignited, and he believed he could reclaim everything that Xiao Yan and the Spirit Hall had taken from him. At least, that's what he thought. Tang San stood up, and the pressure of a Dou Zone instantly covered an area of several dozen miles. The members of the Spirit Hall knelt under this pressure. With only Xiao Wu looking at this familiar yet strange person, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Members of the Spirit Hall, follow me to flatten the Spirit Hall. I, Tang San, will share the Douluo Continent with all of you. Tang San said fiercely, his voice echoing in the ears of everyone in the Spirit Hall. Upon receiving Tang San's order, the members of the Spirit Hall instantly erupted with excitement. I can finally do this. Tang San soared into the sky, instantly overturning the entire bunker that spanned hundreds of meters. His target was the Papal Hall located within the Spirit City. Third brother. At that moment, a crisp voice interrupted Tang San's ecstasy. He finally turned his gaze to the girl he had vowed to protect with his life. Xiao Wu. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, then instantly appeared in front of her, saying, Xiao Wu, my strength has now reached its peak. I can avenge my father, my mother, and your mother. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with a complicated expression. She didn't know if the current Tang San was still the Tang since she knew. She had just summoned all her courage to call out to him, and now she no longer had the extra courage to say anything more. Seeing Xiao Wu silent, Tang Xin took it as her being too excited to speak, and without overthinking, he gave her a few instructions before gathering the members of the Spirit Hall. At this moment, the bunker had collapsed, and the members of the Spirit Hall would no longer obstruct Xiao Wu's freedom. After a few minutes of being stunned, Xiao Wu suddenly realized that Tang San was about to start a war. She didn't know how strong Tang San was now, but she was certain that no titled Douluo would be his opponent. No, I can't stay here. I must tell Xiao Yan about this, Xiao Wu instinctively thought. At that moment, a small hand gently patted her from behind. Startled, Xiao Wu quickly turned around and found it was Huiji, who was anxiously looking at her. Hurry, we need to leave here, Huiji said to Xiao Wu. It seemed that the Spirit Hall was about to initiate a new war. The entire Douluo continent was no longer safe for anyone with a soul master. We should quickly return to the Star Dou forest. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment and quickly whispered, let's leave here first. The two quietly left while Tang San wasn't paying attention. After distancing themselves, Xiao Wu told Huiji that she needed to go to the Spirit Hall to inform Xiao Yan about what was happening. Huiji thought Xiao Wu was crazy. Tang San's target was the Spirit Hall. If they went there, wouldn't they be right in the thick of the battle? However, Xiao Wu felt that Tang San was not doing the right thing. If the Spirit Hall was caught off guard, it would surely suffer greatly, and Tang San might do something cruel then. In the end, Huiji couldn't refuse Xiao Wu and agreed to go to the Spirit Hall with her. However, they were stopped when they reached the Border Branch Hall. At that time, Xiao Wu and Huiji were still wearing the Spirit Hall's attire and hadn't had time to change, so they were surrounded by the strong members of the Branch Hall, including 3 titled Douluos. Huiji and Xiao Wu immediately explained their intentions and requested to see the Pope. Seeing that they were not faking, Si Lin Tian reported the situation to Bibi Dong. After learning about this matter, Bibi Dong realized something was wrong. The Spirit Hall had been particularly quiet lately, and the powerful Hall Master had not shown up since the two sides went to war, which was unreasonable. Indeed, the Hall Master of the Spirit Hall must be plotting something significant, not wanting to have his achievement stolen by Tang Hao's son, Bibi Dong said fiercely. She then summoned the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall for a meeting and spread the news that the Spirit Hall was going to launch an attack on the Spirit Hall across the Douluo continent. The cruelty of the Spirit Hall was witnessed by powerful figures across the continent. So upon hearing this news, many knew they could not stand idly by and thus united with the Spirit Hall to resist the Spirit Hall's advance. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, far away in the Star Luo Empire, also received this news. The Star Luo Empire had very few strong figures left. She could only lead a guard team and rush to the Spirit Hall at full speed. Chapter 256. After just finishing another meeting at the Spirit Hall, only 4 people remained in the entire Papal Hall. Apart from Bibi Dong, the others were the already ascended Zhu Zhuqing, Qian Renxue, and Hulaina. According to the intelligence we have gathered, Tang San's current strength must surpass that of an ordinary god. He might even be invincible in the entire divine realm. Bibi Dong informed the 3 who had already ascended after the others left. How is that possible? Even if Tang San is strong, he can't possibly be stronger than the divine officials, right? Zhu Zhuqing expressed her disbelief. He might be stronger than the God King. Don't underestimate the gap between divine power and fighting spirit, Bibi Dong replied. Through Xiao Yan, Bibi Dong had gained some understanding of the levels of fighting spirit in the Douluo continent. According to what Xiao Yan said and the intelligence he controlled, Tang San could walk in the air, and his strength should have reached the level of Dou Zone. Meanwhile, her current strength, according to Xiao Yan's estimation, was about at the peak of Dou Huang, thanks to Bibi Dong's exceptional talent and the enhancement from the strange fire. As for Zhu Zhuqing, who had become the Shura God, her true strength should be at the peak of Dou Huang. Qian Renxue, the angel god, was slightly stronger than Zhu Zhuqing, probably at the initial stage of Dou Huang, not far off from Hulaina. With our lineup, we probably have about a 50% chance of winning against Tang San. The rest will depend on our cooperation, Bibi Dong said seriously. By the way, where is Xiao Yan? Zhu Zhuqing asked, where did he go? Bibi Dong sighed and informed them of the crises facing Douluo continent and Xiao Yan. Upon learning these details, they all gasped in shock, realizing that they had been in danger all along. At that moment, Xiao Yan had more important matters to attend to, and we must protect this continent before he emerges from seclusion. At this point, all struggles for power have been cast aside by Bibi Dong. If we can't get through this time, even unifying the entire continent will be meaningless. Sure enough, 3 days later, the members of the Spirit Hall appeared again in the Tiandou Empire, now possessing even greater offensive power and strength. In just a few days, Tang San forcibly elevated the members of the Spirit Hall at the title Douluo level to god status, at the cost of these individuals having only 1 month to live. But that was enough for Tang San. The Spirit Hall, with overwhelming strength, continuously eliminated several large branch halls of the Spirit Hall and extended its claws into the Papal City. Hee, Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, I'm back again. Tang San laughed triumphantly above the Spirit Hall. At that moment, he appeared here with the aura of an absolute powerhouse, and his mindset had undergone a significant transformation since his last visit. Bibi Dong sighed. This moment had finally arrived. She was about to face a powerful opponent she had never encountered before. Teacher, let's go. Besides us, there really is no one else who can match him. Hulaina's voice trembled. The fighting spirit emanating from Tang San instilled fear in her, but even so, she understood she could not back down. Bibi Dong nodded to the others. Qianren Xue and Zhu Zhuqing had no objections either. Tang San approached with absolute malice, and the evil soul masters in the Spirit Hall could not be underestimated. At this moment, there were dozens of evil soul masters behind Tang San who had reached the divine level. Even Bibi Dong would feel considerable pressure facing such a powerful lineup. Did he really intend to destroy my Spirit Hall today? Although the title Douluo experts like Zhu Douluo had seen a lot, they had never encountered such a scene. Oscar and Ning Rongrong had also ascended to godhood, but since they were not skilled in battle, they naturally could not contend with so many divine-level evil soul masters. There was no way around it. Even though these divine-level evil soul masters were not our match individually, if they joined forces, they would not be weak. Zhu Zhuqing had once experienced the power of 7 divine-level evil soul masters teaming up, and even she had nearly been unable to withstand it. However, with Ning Rongrong and Oscar present, their enhancement abilities had raised their strengths to a whole new level. At this point, Bibi Dong's strength was already infinitely close to that of a Dou Zong expert, while Hulaina and Qianren Xue's strengths could match that of a 5-star Dou Huang. Naturally, Zhu Zhuqing had also reached the initial Dou Huang level. In that case, let us fight. Bibi Dong held her staff, and a powerful soul power surged instantly. I will block these divine-level evil soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing immediately activated her killing God Domain and Shura divine technique. After the enhancements from the 9 Heavens Mysterious Woman and the God of Food, the power of these divine techniques had qualitatively improved compared to before, and it seemed that blocking them for a while would not be a problem. All elders of the Spirit Hall, follow me to face the enemy, Zhu Douluo commanded, and all Spirit Hall experts with strength above Soul Douluo joined the battle, engaging in a chaotic fight with the evil soul masters of the Soul Hall. In another area, the experts from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and Hao Ian School also entered the fray, turning the entire city into a battlefield. Keek, this is the final battle. It seems I can absorb a lot of quality soul bodies again, Tang San said with a sinister smile. Not if I can help it. Bibi Dong coldly snorted and, along with Hulaina and Qianren Xue, launched an attack on Tang San. A massive fire lotus appeared in the sky and fell towards Tang San. Looking at the gigantic fire lotus, Tang San felt little panic, only some surprise that Bibi Dong could still launch such an attack. The Blue Lotus Earth Fire ranked low on the chart, and while it might pose some threat to ordinary Dou Huang experts, it was not particularly powerful against Dou Zong experts. Of course, if 2 lower-ranked merged, it would be another story. After all, the power of the Destruction Fire Lotus could not be easily resolved. Tang San withstood the pressure of Bibi Dong's Fire Lotus and summoned the blade of 10,000 souls, shattering the massive Blue Lotus. Let you see how strong this Spirit Hall weapon is, Tang San said cruelly, as the chain blade in his hand attacked the 3. Tang San's offensive was fierce. After Bibi Dong used her to deflect this attack, she once again launched an attack on Tang San. However, Qianren Xue and Hulaina found it quite taxing to block this attack. The two combined their defensive divine techniques and finally managed to stop it after expending a large amount of divine power. The chain blade seemed to have its own consciousness, making it impossible to chop off. Coiled around Bibi Dong's staff, and the blue flames transformed into a giant fire, snake charging towards Tang San, while Bibi Dong had already summoned her martial soul behind the giant snake. Chapter 257. Qianren Xue's angelic illusion wielded the angelic holy sword and struck fiercely at Tang San, while Hulaina's sea god trident also launched an attack at him. Faced with the overwhelming attack from the 3, Tang San no longer acted arrogantly. A black mist instantly enveloped his body, spreading to a radius of 100 meters within just a few seconds. This level of attack is still a bit immature for me, The black mist around Tang Sen blocked all their attacks, except for the blue giant snake. Qian Renchua's angelic holy sword was bound by the black mist and could not break free, while Hulaina was also entangled by the mist, and the blue light emitted by the sea god trident was completely devoured. Burn for me. Bibi Dong raised the flames contained within the blue giant snake to their peak. The temperature of the was certainly impressive, and even the black mist surrounding Tang San had its limits. What on earth is this fire? Why is it so strange? Tang San frowned. Besides this, he could ignore all other attacks. However, this did not mean that Bibi Dong had the capital to fight Tang San. After a few exchanges, even if Bibi Dong and the others coordinated perfectly, they could not hurt Tang San at all. Instead, every attack from Tang San forced Bibi Dong and the others to exert all their strength to resolve. Meanwhile, in Zhu Zhuqing's location, several divine-level evil soul masters had already broken free from her domain and began slaughtering the soul masters below. Even the powerful title Douluo could not contend with the divine-level evil soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her killing god domain while hunting down those escaping evil soul masters, and the battlefield was becoming somewhat uncontrollable. Kik, Bibi Dong, it seems your subordinates are about to collapse. Tang Sen pushed back the three again, laughing arrogantly. At this moment, he felt victory was in his grasp against the spirit hall. Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and Hulaina also noticed Zhu Zhuqing's defeat below, but at this moment, they could not spare any hands to help her. The three's cooperation was the only thing keeping them at a stalemate with Tang San. Any mistake would give Tang San the opportunity to deal a heavy blow, and if one of them lost their fighting ability, then Tang San would have already won. Don't get distracted. Focus on the battle at hand, Bibi Dong said sternly. Only by killing Tang San can these problems possibly be resolved. Understood, Hulaina nodded. Although Qian Renxue was not on good terms with Bibi Dong, she also recognized the truth in Bibi Dong's words at this moment. Today, they could only succeed. If they failed, the spirit hall would cease to exist. The great battle was about to erupt, but this time, the three were clearly running low on energy. Tang San had an abundant supply of fighting spirit within him. Once he experienced significant consumption, he could use the secret methods of the Soul Clan to capture soul bodies and quickly replenish his energy, but Bibi Dong and the others did not have such conditions. What's wrong? Is your energy running low? Tang Sen looked at their awkward state with delight in his heart. As long as he quickly defeated them, it would all be over. After that, he would ruthlessly trample these few, as well as Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who had pursued his mother. Even in death, he would not let them die so easily. So, Spirit Hall, die for me. The black mist around Tang Sen spread once again, and his aura instantly became much stronger, causing the entire battlefield to freeze. Be careful. Bibi Dong sensed this was a sign of Tang San about to attack, and immediately warned, but it was too late. Tang San focused on the closest Qian Renxue, whose strength was not greater than Bibi Dong's. As long as he could kill or severely injure her first, he could then turn his attention to the other two. Before Qian Renxue had a chance to react, Tang San's chain blades were already in front of her. Her pupils suddenly constricted. She had no time to defend herself. If she were hit by such a powerful attack, she might die on the spot. Move! At this critical moment, Bibi Dong used all her speed to push Qian Renxue away, forming a petal-shaped shield of blue lotus earth fire in front of her. However, this shield clearly could not withstand Tang San's full force strike. It shattered in an instant. The chain blade pierced through Bibi Dong's body, and blood gushed out. With her rich combat experience, Bibi Dong understood that although she had not died from this attack, Tang San would surely use the chain blades to pull her closer and launch another attack. She gritted her teeth and forcefully broke free from the chain blades gripping her flesh, causing her entire abdomen to become a bloody mess. Teacher, seeing this, Hulaina shouted and quickly flew towards Bibi Dong. At this moment, Qian Renxue looked at Bibi Dong in disbelief, but after a brief moment of shock, she immediately went forward to support the swaying Bibi Dong. A large amount of blood flowed down from her wounds. She was clearly unable to continue fighting. Even a title Douluo could not heal from such severe injuries quickly. Are you okay? Qian Renxue asked in a voice only she could hear. Bibi Dong glanced at her with a complicated expression, but soon pain replaced all emotions in her eyes. Everyone was observing the battle situation above. When they saw Bibi Dong get injured, the strength of the Spirit Hall felt a chill in their hearts. If Bibi Dong could no longer fight, victory in this battle would be impossible. Hulaina arrived and, along with Qian Renxue, supported Bibi Dong. At the same time, Ning Rongrong and Oscar used their healing abilities to stabilize Bibi Dong's injuries. Tang San's first attack had failed, but seeing Bibi Dong severely injured, his goal was effectively achieved. After retracting his chain blades, he looked at the flesh and blood attached to the serrated edges and couldn't help but admire Bibi Dong's courage. As expected of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, even I am somewhat lacking in such courage. Tang San shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, you are no longer the powerful Pope. It seems that I have won this battle." The three of them, looking at Tang San's smug expression, understood that they were going to lose today. If Xiao Yan didn't arrive in time, the Spirit Hall would be wiped out. Tang San launched another attack, but this time he did not use the chain blades. He took matters into his own hands. Bibi Dong pushed Hulayina and Qianrenxue away, ignoring the torn wounds from her frozen injuries, and said fiercely, "Spread out. I can still fight. You stay behind me and organize the defense together." Hulayina and Qianrenxue looked at Bibi Dong with worry. Her current state was like a candle in the wind. If she fought Tang San in close combat again, she would likely die here. "Teacher, let me take the front." Hulayina stood in front of Bibi Dong, saying, "I am in good condition and can withstand this blow." Chapter 258. Bibi Dong did not hesitate at all. She wrapped Hulayina with blue lotus earth fire and formed several exotic fire shields in front of her. "Be careful, even with this exotic fire protecting you. A moment's carelessness could get you hurt by his attack," Bibi Dong advised her. At this moment, Bibi Dong's injuries were more severe, and her ability to use blue lotus earth fire was significantly weakened. As soon as Bibi Dong's voice fell, Tang San was already in front of the three. A layer of black substance condensed around his body, instantly transforming into sharp blades aimed at the frontmost Hulayina. The exotic fire shields shattered instantly, and Hulayina used her defensive spirit ability to protect herself. But Tang San's attack was indeed powerful. In midair, she couldn't stabilize her form and was violently smashed to the ground by this powerful attack. "Ha ha! Pointless resistance," Tang San sneered, and his next strike was aimed again at Bibi Dong. "Be careful." Qianrenxue's 6 wings protected the two, but the holy light from the angel god's wings was not enough to block Tang San, who was comparable to a battle master. After a series of attacks, Qianrenxue's 6 wings were consecutively severed, and both Bibi Dong and Qianrenxue were injured. They had no choice but to descend from the air to the Pope's palace. What a fierce combat method. Tang San was somewhat surprised by the tactics of Qianrenxue and Bibi Dong in battle. Just now, his attack could have killed them. But Bibi Dong found a flaw in his technique and exchanged her severe injuries for a chance to survive. But that was all. Bibi Dong had exhausted her last bit of strength. Her injuries made it nearly impossible for her to continue fighting, let alone engage in combat. It had been a long time since she had been forced into such a desperate situation. Supported by Qianrenxue, Bibi Dong looked up at Tang San above. "It's over, Bibi Dong." Black mist swirled around Tang San's hand, and within that black mist, it seemed that countless weapons were rolling. Bibi Dong glanced at Qianrenxue beside her and pushed her away, saying, "This person is not from the Spirit Hall. She has a close relationship with Prince Shuqinghe. If you want to destroy the Spirit Hall, you will still need her to gain the support of the Heaven Dou Empire, so spare her life. How about it?" Qianrenxue listened to Bibi Dong's words and was very confused, but she quickly reacted. Bibi Dong was trying to find a way to save her life. "I am from the Spirit Hall." Hulayina stepped forward and said, "If you want to kill someone, then kill me first." "You." Bibi Dong gritted her teeth, looking angrily at her. She had wanted to find a way to protect her, but she didn't expect Qianrenxue to be so ungrateful. Qianrenxue turned back and said, "I know what you are trying to do, but the bond between us cannot be severed by mere words. However, I'm not here to debate our relationship with you. As the angel god, I absolutely cannot survive after the destruction of the Spirit Hall. Ha ha, it doesn't matter. Whether you are from the Heaven Dou Empire or the Spirit Hall, I will not let any of you go." Tang San's chain blades reappeared. Hulayina, after continuously repelling several god-level evil spirit masters, returned to the air and stood between Bibi Dong, Qianrenxue, and Tang San. "Do you want to die first?" Tang San looked at her, his eyes filled with cruelty. "Hulayina, get out of the way." Seeing Tang San about to attack, Bibi Dong shouted. But her injuries could no longer support her in helping Hulayina. Hulayina looked back at Bibi Dong and resolutely charged towards Tang San. Qianrenxue gritted her teeth and followed her. At this moment, Bibi Dong watched her student and neglected daughter about to march to their deaths. Her heart had already turned cold. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel a bit of resentment toward Xiao Yan. It had been so long. Why had he not appeared yet? Tang San looked at the two approaching and sneered, cruelly saying, "Looking for death? I'll grant you that. After saying this, the three began to fight. However, within just a few exchanges, Hulaina and Qianrenxue both fell defeated. The divine abilities of the Sea God and Angel God, even when pushed to the limit, could not stop Tang San. Just as Tang San was about to kill the two, a beast claw appeared out of nowhere, knocking Tang San's chain blade away several dozen meters. Who is it? Tang San did not expect that at this moment, the sixth one would come to meddle. At this time, a burly man emerged from the chaotic crowd below, someone Bibi Dong had never seen before, but she still recognized the aura around him. This is the Sun Dragon King? Bibi Dong was stunned, not expecting it to appear. Fortunately, it arrived in time. The Sun Dragon King rose into the air, with two dragon wings behind it igniting in red flames, clearly ready for a full battle. What are you? Tang San angrily looked at the suddenly appearing Sun Dragon King, extremely frustrated that he couldn't kill Bibi Dong despite several attempts. The Sun Dragon King did not respond. It had been enhancing its power with the scaled white dragon in the Stardow Forest, and only recently learned of the Soul Palace's declaration of war against the Spirit Hall. Since Xiao Yan was on the Spirit Hall side, it naturally had to come to help, but it didn't expect the battle here to be so fierce. Not going to speak? Then die. Seeing that the Sun Dragon King was silent, Tang San prepared to kill it. The two sides entangled in battle. The Sun Dragon King's strength was comparable to Bibi Dong's, and it naturally could not surpass Tang San, at most relying on the formidable body of the Soul Beast to hold Tang San back for a while. Teacher. Hulaina was shaken. If it weren't for the Sun Dragon King's timely intervention just now, she would have already been a soul under Tang San's command. Bibi Dong held Hulaina and gently patted her back, saying, "Quickly take the pills, adjust your breathing well. The Sun Dragon King won't hold on for long. But if we can strike together, we still have a chance to defeat Tang San." Hulaina nodded, immediately sitting cross-legged and taking several pills to heal her injuries and stabilize her breath. Qianrenxue watched the two being so close, feeling quite uncomfortable. But now she could only grit her teeth and adjust her breathing like Hulaina. At this time, Ning Rongrong and Oscar finally found a moment to use their healing abilities on the three of them. Under the effect of the pills and the two's healing abilities, the injuries of the three were rapidly recovering. Tang San and the Sun Dragon King exchanged several hundred moves. Tang San aimed at the enemy's vital points with every attack. But the Sun Dragon King's body was not comparable to a human's, and Tang San's attacks could only inflict some minor injuries on it. I've been soaking under that magma for millions of years. Do you think your attacks can break my defense? The Sun Dragon King laughed proudly as Tang San's attacks proved ineffective. Chapter 259. Well then, try this move. Tang San did not intend to waste time with this turtle-shelled creature any longer and directly activated his martial skill. Soul-destroying claw. Dark mist swirled around Tang San's hand, transforming into sharp claws that fiercely dug into the Sun Dragon King's back. The Sun Dragon King cried out in pain, wanting to escape, but was firmly caught by Tang San's claws around its ribs, unable to break free quickly. Seizing this opportunity, Tang San unleashed several claws in succession, causing the Sun Dragon King to bleed. The Sun Dragon King managed to escape to the side, severely injured, but the recovery speed of Soul Beast was also extremely fast. So it had not lost its fighting capability yet, though it had already lost the capital to hold its own against Tang San. The battle between the two resumed, and this time, the Sun Dragon King finally felt a significant threat. After a while, the injuries of Bibi Dong and the others had mostly recovered. Although they were not at their peak, they at least had some combat power. Bibi Dong opened her eyes and looked at the Sun Dragon King in the sky. Then without hesitation got up and charged into the battle below. Over 40 god-level evil soul masters had already been killed by Zhu Zhuqing, but her condition was also poor. Facing several god-level evil soul masters' attacks, she could only barely protect herself. The remaining evil soul masters began a slaughter against other titled Douluo powerhouses. Even the chrysanthemum Douluo and Tang Chun could not withstand. Bibi Dong's green lotus appeared in her hand, a huge green lotus floating in the low air, about to fall to the ground in just a few more meters. All elders and deacons of the Spirit Hall, evacuate the area of the fire lotus. Bibi Dong used her to encircle the killing range of this fire lotus, allowing her own people to enter and exit normally. Following the Pope's orders, everyone immediately sought a way to escape, leaving over 20 god-level evil soul masters inside. As the fire lotus fell, the powerful energy shock severely injured them. The god-level evil soul masters no longer had their peak strength. After executing this move, Bibi Dong's wounds tore open again, and a sweet taste surged up her throat. Cough, cough. Bibi Dong knew she had sustained severe internal injuries, but she could not show it at this moment. She simply coughed twice and forcibly swallowed the blood that surged up. Your Holiness, it was your Holiness who made the move. This grand strike caused the people from the Spirit Hall and various forces to stir. As long as the Pope was present, the Spirit Hall would not fall. As long as the Spirit Hall stood here, all soul masters would have hope. All elders, protectors, and deacons of the Spirit Hall obey orders, exterminate the evil soul masters, leaving no one alive. Bibi Dong's throat was choked with blood as she spoke in a hoarse voice. However, amidst the counterattack from the crowd, no one noticed anything amiss in her voice. Zhu Zhuqing also felt the pressure from above. She randomly tossed a few pills to recover her breath in her mouth, and then killed several god-level evil soul masters before arriving in front of Bibi Dong. At this moment, Bibi Dong tightly gripped the Pope's staff, her whole body trembling, her eyes tightly closed, as if enduring something. Zhu Zhuqing's divine power swept over her, discovering that Bibi Dong's body was already in chaos. Without the support of soul power, she might have died long ago. You can't go on like this, in your current state. Even pills can't save you. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Bibi Dong anxiously. Bibi Dong raised her hand, signaling her not to say more. She slowly opened her eyes again, looking once more at the Sun Dragon King fighting Tang San, which was now covered in injuries and likely to be defeated soon. I cannot retreat. Even if it's just a step back, Bibi Dong shook her head and said, these god-level evil soul masters have already been heavily injured by me. Taking them down can be left to ordinary elders to handle. You and I will go up together to deal with Tang San. Seeing her like this, Zhu Zhuqing could only nod. Just as she was about to ascend to unite with Qianren Xue and the others, Bibi Dong called her again. Wait, take me up with you. At this moment, sweat was oozing from Bibi Dong's forehead. She had long since become numb to the intense pain within her body, but she needed to keep herself awake. So she continuously circulated soul power through her severely injured meridians. Has it come to this extent? Zhu Zhuqing wanted to persuade her again. But Bibi Dong's decision was not something she could change. Saying more would only make Bibi Dong feel resentful. The few of them regrouped, and at this time, the Sun Dragon King had also been pushed back, its injuries making it almost unable to move. Just now, the flame you used seems somewhat similar to, Bibi Dong said to the Sun Dragon King. The Sun Dragon King wiped the blood from its face and said, this flame is something I accidentally obtained from the bottom of the magma. It belongs to the essence of the magical volcanic fire, burning for millions of years without extinguishing, so its power is naturally extraordinary. Just now, Bibi Dong saw the Sun Dragon King using flames to resist Tang San's attack. The flames were quite powerful, but the technique it used was very unfamiliar. Can I borrow it for use? Bibi Dong asked. The Sun Dragon King was somewhat troubled. The essence fire from the demon flame volcano was something it had painstakingly refined, and it was naturally unwilling to just lend it to Bibi Dong. With this fire, I can find a way to defeat Tang San. Otherwise, we will all be killed by him. Bibi Dong said to it. I will return this fire to you afterward. The Sun Dragon King looked at Bibi Dong's serious demeanor and seemed to realize she wasn't just talking big, so it gave her the source of the flames. Although Bibi Dong couldn't refine this essence fire, relying on her experience with controlling the Blue Lotus Earth fire, she was still able to manipulate the flames with ease. What method do you have? The Sun Dragon King asked. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly had a bad premonition. She recalled how Xiao Yan dealt with the god-level Tang Hao that day. Could it be that Bibi Dong wanted to imitate Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan had told her how he fused the destruction Fire Lotus, but he dared to do so because both types had already submitted to him and wouldn't harm him. At this time, Bibi Dong had only mastered the Blue Lotus Earth fire, and the damage she would receive would not be any less than that of her enemy. The fusion of the two flames can unleash unparalleled energy. You all help me hold off Tang San. I need some time, Bibi Dong said. The Sun Dragon King and the others exchanged glances. They could only trust Bibi Dong at this moment. Nana, after this battle, take me to the secret chamber beneath the Pope's palace. I still have a glimmer of hope, Bibi Dong suddenly said to Hulaina. Hulaina was taken aback and exchanged a glance with Qianren Xue. Bibi Dong's tone had a somewhat last-minute arrangement feel to it. Chapter 260. Don't hesitate, promise me, Bibi Dong said seriously. At this moment, she had once again regained the authority of the Pope, issuing a command to Hulaina. Hulaina nodded with difficulty. She had already anticipated the outcome, but felt powerless to change it. The group once again engaged in battle with the approaching Tang San. Although the Sun Dragon King was severely injured it still relied on its powerful beastly physique to attract most of Tang San's attacks, forcing him to reveal his true form. A massive dragon spanned across the sky above the spirit hall, blocking out the sun, leaving everyone in shock. It was also the first time Tang San had seen such a gigantic creature, momentarily intimidated. However, he quickly realized that this giant dragon was merely a paper tiger and swiftly incapacitated the Sun Dragon King. One after another, it's so annoying. As the Sun Dragon King fell, Qian Rinxue and the others also engaged with Tang San, but they only hit and ran, never lingering in battle. So even though Tang San was immensely powerful, the intricate attacks from the three of them made him quite annoyed. This was Bibi Dong's first time attempting to fuse like Xiao Yan. She had mastered both types but with her talent, there was hope for her to fuse a fire similar to Xiao Yan's Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Soon, the Fire Lotus began to take shape. An incredibly violent energy caused the heavens and earth to change color, even scaring Tang San with the energy fluctuations coming from Bibi Dong. Damn it, I can't let that thing in her hands fully condense. Tang San was determined and flew towards Bibi Dong, completely ignoring Hulaina and the others' attacks along the way. Bibi Dong knew Tang San had discovered her, so the blue lotus pedestal beneath her reappeared, carrying her to an altitude of 10,000 meters while she continuously solidified the fire lotus in her hands. This fool, Bibi Dong thought as she watched Tang San catch up. This was precisely what she wanted. At this moment, they were already several thousand meters away from the spirit hall. If she could go a bit further, she could unleash the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Qian Rinxue, Hulaina, and Zhu Zhuqing watched as Bibi Dong and Tang San rapidly flew into the distance. Feeling extremely anxious yet helpless, given Bibi Dong's current state, it was likely difficult for her to protect herself from Tang San. Minutes later, a sudden darkness appeared in the sky, followed by a strong light. A massive shockwave accompanied by a sonic boom instantly swept through the spirit hall, and a gigantic lotus flower bloomed in the air. Everyone looked at the enormous fire lotus, understanding that only the Pope could unleash such an attack. Your Majesty the Pope. Zhu Douluo and the other elders of the spirit hall looked towards the explosion, feeling immense shock. In the air, Qian Rinxue and the others were unable to stabilize themselves under the impact of the energy, retreating over 1,000 meters before dissipating the force of the shockwave. Teacher, Hulaina, facing the waves of energy, struggled towards the direction of the explosion, and seeing this, Qian Rinxue followed closely behind her. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the explosion in the sky, understanding that Bibi Dong had definitely succeeded, but she had no idea what would happen to Tang San. She immediately returned to the battlefield below, swiftly slaying the remaining god-level evil soul masters. The Sun Dragon King watched the explosion in the distance, feeling greatly shocked. It hadn't expected the Pope to possess such boldness. No wonder Xiao Yan held this person in such high regard, but what concerned it more was stillits. While the battle in the Pope City raged on, far underground, Xiao Yan was also engaged in an even more difficult battle. At this moment, all the herbs for refining the Qinquan 9 transformations pill had been melted down by him. He injected these essences into the incomplete Qinquan 9 transformations pill. This process was extremely complex and difficult. Any slight negligence could lead to the pill's destruction and the furnace exploding. As the pill continued to be perfected, signs of a heavenly and earthly phenomenon began to emerge. Xiao Yan knew he could not afford any accidents, so he slowly abandoned the medicinal cauldron. He intended to use as the cauldron to refine this imperial-grade pill. Even if the pill thunder struck him, it would not affect the pill within the. However, this required a higher level of control over and even Xiao Yan had to be extremely careful. The heavenly and earthly phenomenon appeared as expected. With the imperial-grade pill thunder, the earth dragon below, and a newly emerged ice phoenix all rushing toward Xiao Yan. The yin-yang puppet blocked the earth dragon, smashing the ice phoenix, but it was somewhat too late to intercept the pill thunder. This time, Xiao Yan was well prepared. He placed the Xian heavy ruler several thousand meters above, blocking all the pill thunder. This Xian heavy ruler was incredibly sturdy. Such a strong pill thunder could not destroy it. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of extraordinary means the Soul Hall Celestial was using to leave their mark on it back then. But now was not the time to think about such matters. He focused on refining the pill, continuing to draw the essence from the materials into the pill. The yin-yang puppet dealt with the earth dragon and ice phoenix before once again engaging with the now transformed giant dragon of the pill thunder. In the heavenly and earthly phenomenon, this pill thunder was undoubtedly the most troublesome. The yin-yang puppet could no longer block it as easily as it did with the 9-grade spirit pill's pill thunder. However, it possessed the strength of a Dou Emperor. And with the experience from dealing with the Thunder Dragon last time, it successfully blocked all the pill thunder. After several hours of the pill thunder's assault, the yin-yang puppet clearly sensed the pill thunder weakening, indicating that the heavenly and earthly phenomenon was about to disappear. Usually, Xiao Yan would be very happy. The disappearance of the heavenly and earthly phenomenon represented the completion of the pill's refinement. However, this time he distinctly felt that he had not completed the refinement. The disappearance of the pill thunder was related to the insufficient supply of the essence for this imperial-grade pill. This isn't right. At this level, it can only be considered an imperial-grade embryo pill, not a complete imperial-grade pill. Xiao Yan was quite puzzled. It wasn't that the essence extracted from his materials was insufficient, but rather that this pill had already reached its limit. If he injected more, it would explode. As the thunder of the pill gradually faded away, the imperial-grade embryo pill began to struggle violently in the alchemy furnace formed by refers to a special type of fire in the novel. Before long, it transformed into a human shape, and upon closer inspection, it bore a resemblance to Xiao Yan. Furrowing his brows, Xiao Yan observed the situation before him. Although the outcome was not the worst he had anticipated, it was by no means good. If this pill did not reach the imperial grade, Xiao Yan estimated that he could at most recover to the peak of a 9-star Dou Saint, still far from the Dou Emperor. All the remaining Dou Emperor essence was contained within this pill. Without it, he could not advance to the Dou Emperor level. However, at least he could reclaim some of his power. Entering the dimensional passage with 9-star Dou Saint strength would be better than his current state. Xiao Yan sighed and accepted this reality. He looked at the imperial-grade embryo pill that had taken on his appearance and commanded the yin-yang puppet, which immediately captured the imperial-grade embryo pill and presented it to Xiao Yan. Chapter 261, Imperial-Grade Embryo Pill. Holding this imperial-grade embryo pill, Xiao Yan carefully sensed the imperial source energy it contained. The finished effect of this pill was slightly better than Xiao Yan had expected, but it still could not help him cross that threshold. Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly. However, he had no way to retreat now. Next, he needed to begin refining the Dou Emperor body. Only after the soul fused with the body could he afford to enter that dimensional passage. The fusion of the Dou Emperor body was no trivial matter. It could take a year. After such a long time, Xiao Yan reassessed the time it would take to fuse with the Dou Emperor body. Initially, he had underestimated it and had not considered the need to prepare materials for the fusion. In front of Xiao Yan floated thousands of 9th-tier magical beast cores, which were also for him to regain his body. The vitality contained within them could enhance the fusion process with the Dou Emperor body. Xiao Yan refined some heavenly materials to restore his soul power, and once he had restored it to its peak, he began preparing for the body fusion. By this time, Xiao Yan had been here for half a year. In the Martial Soul City, after the final battle between the Spirit Hall and the Martial Soul Hall, the evil soul masters were completely eradicated by the powerful beings of the Douluo continent. During this battle, the Martial Soul Hall suffered heavy losses, with many elders at the level of Soul Duo and Title Duo sustaining severe injuries. Even the powerful Ju Duo ended up gravely wounded. Nevertheless, no force dared to underestimate the Martial Soul Hall at this time. Bibi Dong single-handedly killed the evil god Tang San, who made all the powerful beings tremble in fear. Just this alone was enough to earn the respect of all soul masters. Not to mention the angel god and sea god, who restrained Tang San during this battle. Now, on the Douluo continent, there are only 5 gods. Zhu Zhuqing belonged to the Star Luo Empire, and although Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who belonged to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, were not battle gods, the angel god and sea god were immensely powerful gods. As long as they remained in the Martial Soul Hall, no force dared to underestimate this holy land that had stood for tens of thousands of years without falling. After that great battle, the Spirit Hall was in ruins, and various forces left after regrouping. Everything seemed to have settled. In the depths of the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong lay quietly in a scarlet liquid, which smelled like blood, making Hulaina and Qianrenxue feel a chill in their hearts. At this moment, Bibi Dong had no vitality left. If one carefully sensed her aura, it would be almost imperceptible. The meridians within her body were shattered beyond repair, and there was no possibility of healing. Her body was covered in various shocking wounds, and even her once beautiful and majestic face had been completely destroyed by the fire lotus. The teacher said to take her here, but did not say you could come along. Hulaina looked at Qian Rinxue with an unkind tone, saying that if Bibi Dong had not blocked that attack from Tang San for Qian Rinxue, she might not have fallen to this state. Qian Rinxue snorted coldly and replied, "You have no right to say such things on her behalf. Whether I have the right or not is not up to you to decide. I advise you to leave quickly and not disturb the teacher." Hulaina knew that Bibi Dong disliked Qian Rinxue, so she assumed that Bibi Dong had helped Qian Rinxue block Tang San's attack for the greater good. Qian Rinxue did not want to argue with Hulaina. She was also quite confused inside. Bibi Dong exchanged her life for victory and had saved her life multiple times during the battle. Even now, no matter how much resentment and hatred she had for her, she had to leave some respect for her. Watching Qian Rinxue leave, Hulaina's previously overbearing demeanor softened a little. She looked worriedly at Bibi Dong, praying that this place could preserve Bibi Dong's life. "Xiao Yan, you idiot. You're not here at such an important time." Hulaina was furious. If Xiao Yan were here, he would definitely be able to resolve this matter better. Bibi Dong's life and death now depended entirely on herself. Neither supporting soul masters nor alchemists could save her. At this moment, a very faint energy fluctuation came from the stalactite above. Hulaina inadvertently caught this energy fluctuation and felt a sudden chill. "What is this?" Hulaina looked up. This area was filled with these stalagmites. Observing the layout here, after several calculations, Hulaina finally discovered some unusual places. This was actually the location of the Rakshasa God's divine seat. She was extremely surprised. She did not expect Bibi Dong to rely on this opportunity to ascend to godhood. If successful, she would surely be able to reshape her body. Several months had passed since the battle between the Spirit Hall and the Martial Soul Hall. Xiao Wu and Hui Ji returned to the Stardow Forest. A series of blows had almost drained Xiao Wu of her will to live, but fortunately, she was not alone here. Although Hui Ji could not comfort people, at least she could ensure that Xiao Wu would not die. One day, as Xiao Wu was sleeping, she suddenly heard someone seemingly calling her name. She opened her hazy eyes and looked at the empty tree hole, feeling somewhat confused. "Is this a dream?" Xiao Wu sighed. Ever since Tang San was killed by Bibi Dong, she often heard him calling her. Hui Ji also noticed something was off with Xiao Wu and said to her, "You aren't still dreaming about that demon, are you? Even in death, he doesn't let you go?" Xiao Wu shook her head. She didn't know how to respond. Just then, a flash of black light flickered in Hui Ji's eyes. Her body paused for a moment, and then she calmly said to Xiao Wu, "Don't think too much. Just go back to sleep." Xiao Wu nodded. It was already late at night, and she needed to practice tomorrow. After Xiao Wu fell asleep, Hui Ji looked at her, and a barely noticeable cold smile appeared on her lips. "Hee, that Tang San is dead. I used this soul beast body to absorb his soul power. Now my strength can reach the Do Wang level. As long as I further enhance my soul energy and absorb and refine all the soul entities from that battle, I can still return to the Do Zone realm." Hui Ji, possessed by the Spirit Hall's master, said fiercely, "But the first step is to devour this little girl." The soul ring of a 100,000-year soul beast contains a significant amount of soul power. Combined with the Soul Clan's secret techniques of the Hall Master of the Soul Palace, it can be transformed into fighting spirit and stored within one's own body. The reason he hadn't done this in the past was that he didn't have complete confidence in seizing this body. But now he needed to regain his strength and reorganize the Soul Palace. Chapter 262. Lord Soul Emperor, the task you assigned to me, I will definitely accomplish. The Hall Master of the Soul Palace laughed arrogantly, then grabbed onto Xiao Wu and began to absorb her soul power. However, when Xiao Wu's soul power entered his body, the Hall Master immediately sensed something was off. What? The Hall Master of the Soul Palace saw that the soul power entering him was not Xiao Wu's, but a familiar yet troublesome soul power. Hall Master of the Soul Palace. Didn't expect this, did you? Tang San's voice appeared in the Hall Master's mind. What? You're still alive? What are you doing? The Soul Emperor realized that Tang San was actually stripping away the control of this body. You wonder why you can have a soul wandering in the world. I have long comprehended your Soul Clan's secret scriptures. This time, to be safe, I used some methods on Xiao Wu, Tang San said coldly. If I had won that battle, then you would naturally have no reason to exist. However, I lost, and you absorbed my soul power. I was betting on whether you would lay hands on Xiao Wu. What? The Hall Master of the Soul Palace was greatly shocked. It seems I bet correctly. At first, I was very curious why a mere 100,000-year soul beast would cause you to treat it this way. Tang San sneered, gradually taking control from the Hall Master. So it turns out, you had already plotted this out, the Home Master sighed. You are indeed very clever and quite lucky. But in the face of absolute power, schemes and tricks are futile. What? Tang Sen was taken aback. Could the Hall Master still have a backup plan? Lord Soul Emperor, you see, your servant is pleading for your help. The Hall Master of the Soul Palace shouted in his heart. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, and the space around them distorted, altering the surrounding environment. This was a vast sea of corpses and blood. Tang Sen saw tens of thousands of tall, crimson bodies, shrouded in deathly energy. But their blood-red eyes told him that these creatures were not to be trifled with. This is divine power? Tang Sen sensed that this place was different from the Douluo continent, and he had encountered this kind of power when battling with Qian Renshua and others. However, while this power was similar, it also had its differences. These tall, crimson bodies stared at Tang Sen, and even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, he felt a hint of fear. Fortunately, these beings did not seem to intend to attack him. However, at the center of the blood-red throne among those crimson bodies, there was a black figure meditating with closed eyes. Although this person wore a black robe, his appearance was strikingly handsome, giving off a distinguished air at first glance. Lord Soul Emperor, please quickly eliminate this despicable human, the Hall Master of the Soul Palace said excitedly. Tang Sen looked at the figure and felt an unprecedented sense of pressure. He could sense that the gap between himself and this person was greater than that between an ordinary person and a god. Sigh, this is what you promised me, to offer the entire Douluo continent as a gift to the Soul Clan? The Soul Emperor shook his head in disappointment and slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to contain boundless mysteries, so profound. I know you're strong, but you don't seem to belong to this world, right? Tang Sen noticed that the surroundings seemed to be illusions. The Soul Emperor frowned, seemingly unwilling to speak with Tang Sen. What's wrong? Did I hit the nail on the head? Tang Sen provocatively asked. The Soul Emperor said indifferently. How can a despicable ant stand before this emperor? The Soul Emperor's words seemed to carry the weight of heavenly laws, and Tang Sen felt an inexplicable, immense pressure that made him kneel to the ground. Wait, this isn't right. Tang Sen did not expect this person to possess such abilities. How could this happen across worlds? The Hall Master of the Soul Palace urged. Lord Soul Emperor, quickly kill this kid. The Soul Emperor waved his hand and said, No rush. I seem to have seen some interesting things in his memory. Tang Sen lay on the ground, not daring to move, nor to ask what the interesting things were that the Soul Emperor mentioned. You know this person named Xiao Yan, right? The Soul Emperor asked. Tang Sen suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with rage as he said fiercely, Yes, I know him. Everything I have done is because of him. I want to kill him and destroy the Spirit Hall. A good ambition, but unfortunately you can't kill him. The Soul Emperor shook his head and said, He is currently refining the body of the Dou Emperor in some secret realm, a place so bizarre that even I cannot detect his whereabouts. Tang Sen frowned and asked, Then you must have a way, right? Once I recover to my peak, I can personally go to the Douluo continent and kill Xiao Yan. The Soul Emperor smiled, but for now, that cannot happen. I don't like to engage in things without certainty, but you can start with others. Your meaning is... Tang Sen was confused. You think the Spirit Hall killed your parents, right? The Soul Emperor asked, Although this thing has no effect, it seems very important to you ants. You could also kill someone important to him, right? Tang Sen suddenly realized and immediately said, Of course I will do this. Go kill Bibi Dong. I would love to see Xiao Yan's frantic expression. If this matter is accomplished, I will grant you the power of a Dou saint. The Soul Emperor said indifferently. Tang Sen also learned about the ranking system of the Dou Qi Continent in the Soul Clan's secret scriptures. The power of a Dou saint is stronger than that of millions of gods. If he obtained such powerful strength, he would have nothing to fear. All right, I promise you. Tang Sen nodded and said, I will definitely do it. I hope you can also deliver on your promises. Although I disdain you, I will never go back on my word, the Soul Emperor said lightly. Lord Soul Emperor, why? I can also do such things, the Hall Master of the Soul Palace said unwillingly. The Soul Emperor frowned and said disdainfully, You are merely a remnant soul, repeatedly defeated. You no longer have the qualification to obtain independent consciousness. After saying this, the Soul Emperor reached out to the Hall Master of the Soul Palace in the void and obliterated him. The Hall Master of the Soul Palace, whose strength was comparable to a god, was easily destroyed by him. You can refine the remaining soul power. I will inject some fighting spirit into you. Once you fully bloom, you will be comparable to the peak of a Dou zone. The Soul Emperor waved his hand and said, I await you good news. But if you cannot please me, you will meet the same fate as him. Tang San was taken aback and then said, "Good, since I will have such power, I will have complete confidence in killing Bibi Dong." Chapter 263. Last time, Tang San did not know that Bibi Dong could unleash such a level of attack. But next time, he guaranteed she would not have the chance to entangle with him again. The figure of the Soul Emperor slowly faded away, and the surrounding environment returned to normal. In a scarlet divine realm, the Soul Emperor curled the corner of his mouth and softly said, "Watching these humans fight among themselves is really interesting." However, although the Soul Emperor promised to grant Tang San the power of a Dou saint after he succeeded, he did not guarantee that Tang San would still be alive after becoming a Dou saint. Although Tang San's strength is not strong, he really dislikes two-faced and treacherous people. At this moment, Tang San was completely unaware of the Soul Emperor's thoughts. He happily looked at the soul power and fighting spirit within him. Although the refinement would take a long time, the benefits were enormous. What troubled him was that his current body was that of Huiji, and his previous body could not be recovered at all. "I wonder if Xiao would be willing to accept my new form," Tang San said helplessly, and then began to refine his fighting spirit and merge it with his soul power. Almost a year had passed since the last battle. During this year, Hulayina had taken over all matters of the Spirit Hall in place of Bibi Dong. Although her methods were still somewhat immature, her strength as a sea god made no one dare to challenge her authority. The injuries of the elders, such as Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo, had also basically healed. The Dan Tower had experienced tremendous growth during this year, and after becoming a god, Oscar was already able to provide the recipe for the 8th grade pills left by Xiao Yan. In the Pope's Hall, Hulayina sat beside the Pope's seat. Although she had taken full control of the Spirit Hall, she did not claim to be the Pope because she understood that the true Pope was in the process of revival. "Your Holiness, I wonder if the Pope's injuries have healed. We have not seen the Pope for a year." Ning Fengji asked Hulayina with some concern after the powerful figures of various factions had left. "The Pope has made great contributions in that war, protecting the safety of the entire soul world. If our 7-treasure glazed tile school can help in any way." "Sect Master Ning, the teacher is fine. Just not convenient to appear right now," Hulayina said indifferently. "If you have something to say, just tell me. There's no need to disturb the teacher." Ning Fengji was taken aback, then shook his head and said, "The holy maiden thinks too much. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school is just worried about the Pope. If there is no issue, then that is naturally the best. Is that so?" Hulayina looked at him coldly, sensing that what Ning Fengji said was not his true thoughts. Under Hulayina's gaze, Ning Fengji felt somewhat nervous. After gritting his teeth, he said in a deep voice, "Holy maiden, allow me to say something unpleasant. If the Pope really has some untold difficulties and cannot continue to manage the Spirit Hall, then you should quickly ascend to the position. It has never happened in the history of the Spirit Hall that the Pope has been absent for such a long time. Although things are flourishing now, the Douluo continent is still turbulent beneath the surface. You must ascend quickly to deter some people." "Are you talking about the Star Luo Empire or the Tiando Empire?" Hulayina did not blame him for saying these words, but instead asked him, "If I ascend, what if the teacher appears?" "But the Pope has not appeared for a long time." Ning Fengji shook his head. "She is not here. Does that mean we must have a new Pope? Have you seen any movements from the Tiando Empire or the Star Luo Empire?" Hulayina pressed. "Don't say anything else. Just answer my question." Ning Fengji looked at her, and after long, while shook his head and said, "No." "No? Then what are you worried about? Is there any other force that can turn the tide?" Ning Fengji sighed. What he referred to as the undercurrents was not these. The 7-treasure glazed tile school lost 2 titled Douluo offerings in the last war, namely the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, who had protected the 7-treasure glazed tile school for nearly 100 years. However, after losing them, the hard power of the 7-treasure glazed tile school could no longer compare to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Haotian sect. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were still there, and the 7-treasure glazed tile school could still navigate smoothly. However, various factions were deliberately or inadvertently approaching the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and even the Dan Tower was mostly controlled by Oscar. He feared that if this continued, the Spirit Hall would become unfavorable to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. However, if Hulayina became the Pope, then the Spirit Hall would have a new leader, and they would not be overly sensitive to the actions of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. "I know what you're worried about." Hulayina also grasped a lot of information about the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The nature of the 7-treasure glazed tile school is different from that of other sections. Without strong military deterrence, just having abundant resources cannot constitute a complete sect. Ning Fengji nodded, This was also what troubled him the most. Right now, the strongest combat power in the entire seven-treasure glazed tile school was still Oscar. However, although Oscar was highly capable, he was too young and could easily have disagreements with him, and he could not restrict him. Your concerns will not be resolved even with a new pope. You can only rely on strong individuals or other sects, and this sect can only be the Spirit Hall. Hulaina said with a smile, I will point you a clear path, and that is to let Oscar become the leader of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. What? Ning Fengji was shocked. Oscar is just a child. He cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. Sectmaster Ning, you are getting old and should step down. In the years you have led the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the sect has flourished. Now that you have achieved success, wouldn't it be beautiful to retire? Hulaina stood up and walked in front of him, patting his shoulder and saying, although Oscar is only in his teens, he has been in the Dan Tower for so long that his will far exceeds that of his peers. As your successor, he is quite perfect. Ning Fengji did not know what to say. This was not the result he wanted. However, it seemed that there was no other way now. Just as the two were talking, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from the ground, causing the entire Pope City to shake for a moment. A golden light flashed in Hulaina's eyes as she instinctively looked underground. The aura of that energy fluctuation was indeed Bibi Dong. Ning Fengji also sensed something, but before he could ask, Hulaina issued an order to dismiss him, instructing a group of guards to escort Ning Fengji out. At that moment, the door of the side hall was pushed open, and Xianrenxue also sensed the aura that Bibi Dong had just unleashed, which was even stronger than that of the two of them. You're still here? Hulaina did not expect Xianrenxue to be present. You don't want the Tiando Empire anymore? I have appointed Bishop Salas as the Prime Minister of the Empire. He will naturally resolve all matters. Xianrenxue replied. You sense it just now, right? Hulaina nodded. It seemed that Bibi Dong had awakened, and the two immediately rushed down through a secret passage. During the year that Bibi Dong was absent, Hulaina and Xianrenxue, due to their identities, had met several times, and their relationship had eased considerably. Upon arriving at the place where Bibi Dong inherited the position of the Rakshasa God, the blood pool there had long been evaporated, emanating an incredibly intense, scorching aura. A powerful divine pressure filled the area, making Hulaina and Xianrenxue feel somewhat breathless. Teacher? Hulaina tentatively called out, but they did not find any trace of Bibi Dong here. Nana, Bibi Dong's voice came, but it was thick and hoarse, as if it were emanating from hell. Xianrenxue sensed that something was wrong. She felt extremely uncomfortable here, likely due to the aura of the Rakshasa God that was causing the sensation. Are you okay? Xianrenxue asked. Bibi Dong was silent for a moment, seemingly somewhat helpless as she said, You are here too. Xianrenxue nodded and said, Thank you for saving my life. Bibi Dong sighed and said, You all can go out now. I want to be alone for a while. Teacher, your body. Hulaina wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Xianrenxue. Then you should rest well. If there's anything, just call us, Xianrenxue replied, and then pulled Hulaina out of the place. After the two left, a terrifying figure appeared behind the shattered milk stone. At this moment, Bibi Dong was no longer the noble pope she once was. After becoming the Rakshasa God, she exuded only a strong and intense aura of evil. Her face could hardly be described as anything less than grotesque. The blue face contrasted sharply with the purple armor she wore, and all over her bizarre armor was a layer of purple mist with an evil scent. From both sides of her back, for enormous scythes extended. Having turned into this form was also unavoidable for her. Bibi Dong looked at her reflection on the smooth stone wall and thought it would be better not to go out and scare anyone. She would just stay here for the rest of her life. Suddenly, it seemed she thought of something and looked toward the direction of the Stardow forest. Are you not okay yet, Xiao Yan? A few murky tears fell from Bibi Dong's fierce eyes as she lamented. A year was promised. How long has it been now? But perhaps it's better this way. You'd best never come back. You should return to the Dou Qi Continent, where your wife is, where the one you love more is. And I am just a wildflower casually plucked by the Dou Emperor. In this form, I'm not worth your return. Sigh. A sigh echoed in the vast cave as Bibi Dong lamented again. Back in the hall, Hulaina was puzzled as to why Xianrenxue had pulled her away. Xianrenxue, aware of her confusion, explained the Rakshasa God is different from the Shura God. Although both are gods of slaughter, the Shura God represents righteous slaughter, while the Rakshasa God embodies absolute evil. After inheriting the title of the Rakshasa God, one will become the true form of the Rakshasa God. Hideously ugly, are you saying? The teacher has become a very ugly person? Hulaina was shocked, and then continued to ask, there must be a way to restore her, right? Qianrenxue lowered her head and sighed. I don't know, and furthermore, she may not even be human anymore. What? She's not just an ugly person. If one were to describe it accurately, she can only be called a monster. Qianrenxue explained to Hulaina. Perhaps she doesn't want us to see her like this, which is why she is hiding. How could it be like this? No matter what she has turned into, she is still my teacher, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. After saying this, Hulaina wanted to go down to see Bibi Dong. Qianrenxue quickly stopped her, saying no. Perhaps she has a way to restore herself? If we go down now and see the side of her she least wants us to see, what meaning does that have? It will only make her sad. Hearing Qianrenxue's words, Hulaina also sighed helplessly. I haven't seen the teacher in so long. I really want to talk to her. Suddenly, the door of the hall was pushed open, and a deacon of the Spirit Hall rushed in anxiously. Saint Lady, Angel God, Your Highness, the Stardo branch has been destroyed. The deacon was clearly covered in wounds from a fierce battle, looking as though he had suffered extremely violent attacks. Hulaina paused and quickly said, First tell me about the casualties, then explain how the branch was destroyed. Half of the deacons and congregation in the branch were killed. But fortunately, the Temple of Heaven and several elders are safe. The branch was attacked by evil soul masters. How can there still be evil soul masters? Hulaina and Qianrenxue exchanged glances. Weren't all the evil soul masters wiped out in the war a year ago? They are indeed evil soul masters, and they are coming fiercely. Within a few days, they will reach here. The deacons said anxiously. Hulaina looked at Qianrenxue and then said, Immediately convene an elder meeting. Notify all major forces from the upper 3 sects, the lower 4 sects, and the 2 empires to come to the Spirit Hall for discussion. Qianrenxue added, We need detailed intelligence on the evil soul masters' strength and numbers. I believe that even if there are remnants of the evil soul masters left from our battle back then, they shouldn't be able to wage war to this extent. The deacon immediately took his orders to do so. At this time, the Temple of Heaven also entered slowly with the support of a deacon. What happened in the Temple of Heaven? Hulaina immediately asked. Seeing both gods present, the Temple of Heaven, who had just experienced a life and death battle, finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to them, Saint Lady, the evil soul masters have come again. Although there are no god-level evil soul masters among them, there are no less than 10 title-level evil soul masters, and the branch was wiped out by tens of thousands of evil soul masters before it could even react. What? Hulaina was greatly puzzled. Why are there still so many evil soul masters? This time, the evil soul masters are different from before. There was not a flicker of emotion in their eyes. I suspect whether these evil soul masters are still living soul masters, the Temple of Heaven said. They seem to have no idea what fear or pain is. Even with severed limbs, they continued to attack us. Is it really like that? Hulaina asked. Yes. All of them are like this, and their combat methods are extremely terrifying. If they are pushed to a desperate situation, they will immediately choose to self-destruct, which is how I got injured, the Temple of Heaven said, still feeling the lingering fear. Chapter 265. So, these evil soul masters have become puppets? Hulaina and Qianrenxue realized the seriousness of the situation. After the Temple of Heaven left, Qianrenxue prepared to return to the capital of the Tiando Empire, while Hulaina directly entered the place where Bibi Dong was receiving the Rakshasa God's inheritance. Teacher, can I come in? Hulaina asked. Bibi Dong did not respond, and Hulaina cautiously walked in, immediately feeling a wave of intense wind rush toward her. This smell, even having walked through the road of the underworld, this bloodiness still made Hulaina frown. Nana, why are you back again? Bibi Dong's voice suddenly sounded, and a purple figure darted past in front of Hulaina. Although she was very fast, as the angel god, Hulaina could still see clearly. Hulaina was also shocked by the evil and ugliness of that figure. She knew it was Bibi Dong. Leave this place, Bibi Dong's voice echoed again. At this time, Bibi Dong walked out from the side, draped in a heavy black robe that enveloped her completely. Hulaina steadied her mind and said to Bibi Dong, I'm sorry, teacher, but the evil soul masters have appeared again. No one could see Bibi Dong's expression beneath the black robe, but Hulaina could guess what Bibi Dong was feeling. Where did the evil soul masters come from? Bibi Dong asked with a trembling voice. Hulaina shook her head and said, I don't know. But the first news of the attack by evil soul masters came from the Stardo branch. It has already been destroyed, and we are temporarily unaware of the situation in other branches. Notify the bishops and elders of each sub-temple. Bibi Dong said decisively. Reduce the activity range of the small sub-temples and merge them with the large subtemples in the city as quickly as possible. Hulaina nodded. This way, it would naturally be harder for the evil soul masters to deal with these gathered subtemples. However, teacher, this time the evil soul masters are different from before. Hulaina shook her head and said, they seem to have become puppets. Every move they make is completely controlled by someone behind them. The person behind, could it be the Hall Master of the Soul Hall? Bibi Dong said coldly. Ever since the evil soul masters began their aggressive attacks, that Hall Master of the Soul Hall has never shown up. I don't know, but it could also be that Tang San, who knows. Hulaina lowered her head and said, it can't be. His body has been blown to ashes by the fire lotus. He can't be resurrected. Bibi Dong shook her head and said, you stay here to organize the spirit hall to respond to the possible impact. I need to investigate who is controlling these evil soul masters from behind. Hulaina nodded, and before she could say anything else, Bibi Dong disappeared from there. I can't even catch my teacher's movements? Hulaina was very surprised. It seems that Bibi Dong has indeed become much stronger after becoming a deity. At this moment, Bibi Dong had already appeared at the peak of the spirit hall, her body shrouded in a black robe, looking extremely strange. Her strength had now reached the level of an ordinary Dou zone. If she were to face Tang San again, she would have a 90 certainty of defeating him. No matter who is behind this, I will drag them out and eliminate the future threat. Bibi Dong said fiercely and with her hoarse voice. Anyone present would surely feel a chill down their spine. In the next moment, Bibi Dong disappeared from there, and with her Dou zone level strength, she could walk through the air relying on the blue lotus earth heart fire, covering thousands of meters in a single step. By the time Hulaina returned to the Pope's Hall, several elders and representatives of various forces had already returned one after another. They had just left not far when they were called back by the Holy Knights of the Spirit Hall, feeling quite puzzled. Everyone, the evil soul masters have returned. The first sentence Hulaina said upon her appearance was like a thunderclap, making everyone's hearts tense. What? The evil soul masters have appeared again? Everyone doubted whether they had heard correctly. Hulaina nodded and said, everyone, war is about to come again. After Bibi Dong left the Spirit Hall, she headed straight for the Stardo subtemple. Although Stardo City is located in a remote area, it has never been this devastated. The city walls that had stood for 1,000 years had completely collapsed, and there were no intact buildings inside the city. The ruins were filled with severed limbs. Bibi Dong felt the soul power information left by the evil soul masters here. This soul power was different from ordinary soul power. It was filled with a sense of threat and death. It seems that these evil soul masters may not be alive. They are very likely in a puppet state. It seems Laina was right. Bibi Dong sighed. The situation here is more serious than she thought. Blood stained the entire city, and there were no signs of life within dozens of miles. Although the previous evil soul masters committed all sorts of atrocities, at least they did not disdain to slaughter too many ordinary people or animals. Yet the actions of this time's evil soul masters made even Bibi Dong feel outraged. Who exactly? Is it? Bibi Dong observed her surroundings. The blood-red footprints were chaotic, leading in one direction to the Star Dou Great Forest and in another to the heart of the Tiando Empire. The Star Dou Great Forest. Bibi Dong looked in that direction. Perhaps that is where Xiao Yan is. There's been no news for so long. I wonder how he is doing now. At this moment, Bibi Dong did not want Xiao Yan to see her current state. She did not plan to look for him, but she still unconsciously walked into the Star Dou Great Forest. Upon re-entering the Star Dou Great Forest, Bibi Dong's heart was filled with mixed feelings. This place almost carried her most important memories, but she understood that she no longer deserved to have such memories. In the poison mist area, Xiao Yan had already spent more than a year here. Since he began to refine the body of the Dou Emperor, he had not awakened. Around his body, thick fighting spirit was continuously surging, stirring up the poison mist area. At this moment, the poison mist area was swirling like a vortex, and it was constantly sweeping outward. Bibi Dong also noticed the abnormality here. This poison mist area was something ordinary soul masters would fear and avoid, but for Bibi Dong, it was nothing. With the presence of the blue lotus earth heart fire within her, resisting this poison mist was naturally easy. This poison has changed somewhat. Bibi Dong discovered that the poisonous gas emanating from the poison mist area was even stronger than before. And for soul masters, once the poisonous gas entered the body, they would die completely. How could this be? Is it Xiao Yan? Bibi Dong felt very anxious. She did not understand what Xiao Yan's condition was like now. If this poisonous gas continues to spread like this, it would also be a disaster for the entire Douluo continent. Chapter 266. Bibi Dong wanted to go deeper, but when she reached out to touch the poison mist, she felt something was off. Wait, this is fighting spirit. Bibi Dong was shocked. The fighting spirit content in this poison mist had reached an extremely high level. It wouldn't be long before all the poison mist would turn into fighting spirit. It is indeed Xiao Yan's doing. This fighting spirit should all be emitted by him. Such a massive amount of fighting spirit could not even be exhausted by a Dou zone. And only the legendary Dou Saint or Dou Emperor could emit so much fighting spirit. Bibi Dong pondered. Although she wanted to go in, reason told her that it was best to leave immediately. Sigh. Bibi Dong sighed and ultimately retreated slowly, following the blood-red footprints. Bibi Dong found the location of these evil soul masters. Here, there were corpses of various soul beasts everywhere, and that dark mass of people was the controlled evil soul masters. The air was filled with death energy. This evil aura was even heavier than that on me. Bibi Dong frowned and said, "It seems this is the place where the evil soul masters are located. If I can kill the person controlling them from behind, perhaps I can strangle this war in its cradle." However, there are numerous evil soul masters here, and even with Bibi Dong's mental power perception, it would be extremely difficult to find the person controlling them from behind. She swept around, thoroughly investigating the outer evil soul masters, but did not find anyone different among them. Bibi Dong stepped into the void, looking down from high above, and discovered some clues behind this evil soul master camp. There were faint fluctuations of fighting spirit operating there. Could it be Tang San again? Bibi Dong was suspicious in her heart, but she immediately summoned the Blue Lotus platform. The Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire transformed into a gigantic fire lotus, covering the sky and smashing down toward that direction. Boom! The fire lotus fell, and a large number of evil soul masters did not have time to make any defense before being burned to ashes. At this point, Bibi Dong's strength could already rival that of a Dou zone, and the techniques she displayed were naturally even more powerful. God of Killing Domain. Bibi Dong did not hesitate at all. The in-soul skills were all unleashed, swiftly charging toward the source of the fighting spirit. Although Bibi Dong's sudden move had killed many evil soul masters, there were countless evil soul masters here, and many still stood in front of Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, now a ruthless killer, broke through all the defenses she had set up. Although she charged forward like a raging storm, her speed was still delayed, causing her to miss the best opportunity to attack. Coming alone. You can't threaten me at all. Tang San stepped out from among the crowd of evil soul masters and looked up at Bibi Dong in the sky. It's really you. Why are you still alive? Bibi Dong felt disgusted and, without waiting for Tang San's reply, charged at him again. Soul masters are already outdated. Even if you become a god, you can't be my opponent. Tang San laughed arrogantly and attacked Bibi Dong. Suddenly, a powerful aura of fighting spirit erupted from the center of the poisonous mist area, startling even Bibi Dong, who was hundreds of kilometers away. The powerful pressure swept over Bibi Dong's body but did not affect her. Instead, Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward, instantly left with only half his life. The tens of thousands of evil soul masters below were all turned to dust under this pressure. Bibi Dong looked at the scene before her, and her shock was evident. However, Tang San was seriously injured at this point, and without any hesitation, Bibi Dong stepped forward to deliver the final blow. No, this isn't right. The anger in Tang San's eyes gradually faded. Bibi Dong, don't be complacent. I still won't die this time. After saying that, Tang San was burned to ashes by the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Bibi Dong clearly sensed that Tang San's strength was somewhat off, seemingly only comparable to an ordinary god. However, at this moment, she was more concerned about the aura of fighting spirit that had just erupted. At this time, Xiao Yan, who was in the poisonous mist area, had awakened. After waking up, he automatically released his soul perception, instantly covering the entire continent. Upon discovering such a large number of evil soul masters in the Stardow Forest, he unleashed a pressure that destroyed all those evil soul masters. That person just now. Xiao Yan naturally noticed Bibi Dong fighting the evil soul masters, but he did not recognize her. Although her aura was somewhat similar to Bibi Dong's, even through the thick black robe, Xiao Yan could still see the appearance of the person inside. Forget it, I'm at a critical moment now. I can't get distracted. Xiao Yan shook his head and said. At this time, he had not completely refined the energy, and although his strength had reached the peak of 9-star Dou Saint, the Emperor Source energy within the Qinquan 9 Transformations pill had not yet been exhausted, giving Xiao Yan hope to break through to Dou Emperor. It seems that evil soul masters on the Douluo continent have begun to run rampant again. I must break through as soon as possible. Resolving this in his mind, Xiao Yan immediately entered a meditative state again, beginning to guide the Emperor's source energy for his breakthrough to Dou Emperor. Bibi Dong decided to enter the poisonous mist area to investigate, but she was blocked by a thick barrier of fighting spirit at the edge of that area, which even she could not break through with her strength. Damn it, Xiao Yan, what are you doing? Since you can unleash such a powerful attack, why haven't you come out yet? Bibi Dong felt very confused. Xiao Yan's strength must have reached a level she could not match, yet he still did not emerge. Forget it, even if he comes out, what can I do? Tang San has been dealt with, and the evil soul masters should be eliminated. Bibi Dong pondered as she returned to the Spear Hall. At this moment, thousands of miles away in the Tiandou Empire, Tang San opened his eyes under the protection of a group of evil soul masters. His eyes were filled with blood vessels as he said harshly, "There's something unclean in the Stardow forest. My clone has been killed." Xiao Wu looked at him timidly. After a year, her strength had reached level 67 Soul Emperor. Although she had made rapid progress, it was nothing significant compared to Tang San. Seeing Xiao Wu's expression, Tang San smiled and said, "Don't worry, Xiao Wu, I guarantee that I will win this time. The mysterious powerhouse in the Stardow forest must be Xiao Yan without a doubt, but within 3 days, the Soul Heaven Emperor will descend upon this world. At that time, even Xiao Yan will not be able to match the Soul Heaven Emperor." Xiao Wu did not know what to say and could only smile at him. During this year, to prevent himself from leaving again, Tang San had those evil soul masters stay by her side every day, and any thought of escape would be detected by Tang San. Chapter 267. At this point, Tang San was no longer a lover to her, but a demon. She witnessed how those evil soul masters flattened city after city, slaughtering countless people. After each city's destruction, Xiao Wu could see from Tang San's smile that he was genuinely happy. Tang San had already fallen into the beautiful vision set for him by the Soul Heaven Emperor. However, every time Xiao Wu brought it up, Tang San would deny it and even threaten her with death. For Tang San, Xiao Wu just needed to be a good emotional support for him. After returning to the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong chose to go back to the secret chamber for inheriting the divine position. But Hulaina told her that the evil soul masters had not been completely eradicated. The evil soul masters had successively conquered several cities, leaving no grass behind wherever they went. The Tiandou Empire was already overwhelmed. Qian Rinxue and Hulaina had never been so united. The two of them worked together to halt the advance of the evil soul masters, while Bibi Dong observed these evil soul masters in secret to see if anyone was manipulating them from behind. Finally, on the third day, Tang San finally appeared, injuring Hulaina and Qian Rinxue, and all the evil soul masters launched an attack on Jialing Pass. Tang San. Bibi Dong looked at the man and stepped forward to block him. Bibi Dong. Tang San looked at the figure in the black robe. Although no one could see her appearance clearly, Tang San still recognized Bibi Dong by her aura. "A few days ago, you destroyed the clone I painstakingly created, and today you will pay with your life." After saying that, a terrifying power, rivaling the peak of Dou Zone, erupted from Tang San once again. "I didn't expect you to have reached this level, but you won't get past Jialing Pass." With that, Bibi Dong waved her staff and charged at Tang San. The clash caused the surrounding space to tremble, and sonic booms rang out continuously. The onlookers could hardly see the figures of the two. They could only see two streams of black and purple light colliding in the air, ravaging the already shattered space. Such a level of battle is beyond our participation. Hulaina sighed, while Qian Rinxue beside her was also very impatient. Although the two of them were injured, they had not lost their fighting ability. Yet they could not participate in the war between Bibi Dong and Tang San at this moment. All the powerful beings on the ground were watching the battle in the sky, a battle that concerned their very survival. Although the fight below was intense, everyone knew that the true outcome of the war would be decided by those two in the sky. Cracks in space appeared and healed. Powerful spatial storms intertwined, changing the color of the world. Everyone felt as if they had entered the apocalypse. The battle between such strong beings actually made us feel such pressure. Although the two were fighting fiercely, it seemed unlikely that a victor would be determined anytime soon. Everyone discussed among themselves, "Who is that mysterious person? Even the Sanus is not a match for the leader of the evil soul masters. How can that person fight evenly with him? Could be the Pope? But wasn't the Pope killed in the last battle with the evil soul masters? The Pope is recuperating. How could he fall so easily?" In an instant, Bibi Dong engaged in combat with Tang San, exchanging dozens of blows, each strike targeting vital points. In this level of battle, Bibi Dong could only fight Tang San with her strange fire, and her divine abilities were insufficient against him. Although you have become much stronger this time, you are still not my opponent. At this moment, Tang San had already figured out Bibi Dong's strength. She could only rely on the inner hands to fight him, and this killing divine ability had little effect on him. Bibi Dong's face turned pale, and under her thick black robe, her arms trembled uncontrollably. Tang San was several times stronger than the last time they fought, and with her current strength, it was a delusion to think she could defeat him. This time, she had no chance to merge with the Fire Lotus. The Sun Dragon King could not possibly withstand Tang San. With just one confrontation, he would be defeated, and she needed at least 2 minutes to successfully merge with the Fire Lotus without being disturbed by Tang San. At this moment, she could only place her hopes on Xiao Yan. A few days ago, Xiao Yan suddenly took action and wiped out many evil soul masters in the Stardew Forest, which led Bibi Dong to deduce that he might be about to succeed in breaking through. I know what you're thinking, Bibi Dong, Tang San coldly said as he watched Bibi Dong deliberately delay time. To tell you the truth, the Soul Sky Emperor will soon descend upon Douluo Continent. And even if Xiao Yan is here, he can only die. Hearing Tang San's words, Bibi Dong felt a chill in her heart. If what Tang San said was true, then no one could escape. However, for now, she could only try to buy time, hoping Xiao Yan could quickly take action and drive Tang San back. The two crossed several hundred miles in the air, from Jiaoling Pass to the capital of the Dou Empire, leaving behind scattered clouds and a devastated space. Douluo Continent had not experienced such a battle between strong opponents for a long time. Even those watching below had suffered injuries from the clash between Bibi Dong and Tang San, and the attacks they unleashed were not something even titled Douluo would dare to provoke easily. Tang San's strength indeed surpassed Bibi Dong's, but his combat experience and determination were still somewhat lacking compared to hers, which ultimately allowed Bibi Dong to find an opportunity to severely injure him. The Blue Lotus Earth Fire invaded Tang San's meridians, causing him unbearable pain, which made it impossible for him to fight calmly. In just a few encounters, Bibi Dong ruthlessly hammered him to the ground. The enormous Blue Lotus descended, crashing down on Tang San, burning away all his clothes and charring his skin, which continued to crack. Ugh! Tang San's eyes were the only parts of him that remained intact as he struggled to get up. However, Bibi Dong's attacks surged forth once again, pushing him further down the path towards death. This isn't right. Tang San couldn't believe he was losing to someone who was still using divine power. Bibi Dong coughed up a mouthful of dark red blood. She had just risked serious injury to embed the Blue Lotus Earth Fire into Tang San's body, and now it seemed her decision had been correct. It's over, Tang San. Bibi Dong personally ended Tang San's life, and thus, the days of the Tang father and son dominating Douluo Continent came to a complete end. Bibi Dong also slumped onto the ground. Her black robe had been damaged in the fight, and she simply removed the tattered robe, revealing her true appearance to the many onlookers. Everyone was startled to see the Rakshasa God, and some even screamed, What? What kind of monster is this? What about the Spirit Hall? Spirit Hall! Do something about this. What is this thing? People shouted, and due to the immense power Bibi Dong had just displayed, no one dared to approach her. Chapter 268. Humph. Bibi Dong coldly snorted, disdainfully looking at the crowd she regarded as ants, and began to heal herself while sitting on the ground. The onlookers were bustling, but upon seeing that Bibi Dong did not make any special movements, some ill-intentioned individuals attempted to approach and capture this unknown demon to gain merit with the Spirit Hall. However, when a Soul Emperor approached within 100 steps of Bibi Dong, a green flame suddenly ignited within him, and in less than 10 seconds, he was consumed by thee and died. At this moment, people realized that although Bibi Dong seemed to be healing, her strength was beyond their reach, and they quickly retreated. By now, Bibi Dong could exert the full power of the Blue Lotus Earth Fire. Even a title Douluo would be reduced to ashes if they touched it, let alone a mere Soul Emperor. Half an hour later, Qian Rinxue finally found Bibi Dong, who was surrounded by a thick barrier of, and anyone approaching would be affected by the. She should be fine, Qian Rinxue murmured to herself. Upon seeing the arrival of the nobles from the Dou Empire, people began to bow to Qian Rinxue. Although she was secretly the empress of the Dou Empire, her true identity had been changed to that of a worshipper of the Dou Empire, giving it the capital to be on par with the Xinghua Empire. You all surround this area. No one is allowed to approach within 10 miles. Qian Rinxue commanded the knights of the Dou Empire. After receiving Qian Rinxue's command, the knights immediately began to drive away the surrounding crowd, marking out a large open area. However, before this isolation zone was fully established, A breath of the Rakshasa God suddenly swept through, affecting all the knights, whose eyes glowed with a blood-red light. This is murderous intent. Qianrenxue sensed something was wrong and immediately soared into the air. However, those knights, influenced by this murderous aura, began to slaughter each other. The Shura God possesses both evil and murderous energy, capable of influencing human nature, awakening the most primitive desire for killing within humans, plundering others' flesh and blood. As an angel god, Qianrenxue represented supreme purity and could not tolerate this. Waves of holy light erupted from Qianrenxue, and those knights affected by the Rakshasa aura showed some signs of recovery, but their swords were already stained with the blood of their comrades. At this moment, Bibi Dong seemed to sense that Qianrenxue had dispelled the Rakshasa aura from these knights, and a surge of Rakshasa divine power suddenly swung towards Qianrenxue. Even though Bibi Dong was injured, her strength was not something Qianrenxue could resist. Qianrenxue was unable to dodge in time and was struck by that Rakshasa divine power. Her already injured body flew away like a kite with a broken string. Worshipped Lord, the knights saw Qianrenxue injured and, not having time to think about what had just happened, some rushed to check on her injuries, while others drew their swords to attack Bibi Dong. No, Qianrenxue shouted at them. Don't hurt her, come back quickly. The knights were confused, but Qianrenxue's words could not be disobeyed. They could only sheath their swords and retreat cautiously. However, Bibi Dong did not want them to leave. Although the Rakshasa goddess power could make her stronger, it also made her more brutal, especially after just experiencing a life-and-death battle. While healing, she urgently needed a fresh supply of blood. A massive black spike with blood-red patterns shot up from the ground, piercing through a knight's thick armor in an instant. That knight's body immediately wilted, as if all the moisture had been squeezed out of sponge. His flesh and blood were actually absorbed by that ground spike. The knight beside him was stunned. Their strengths were around the Soul Sovereign to Soul King level, yet they were instantly devoured by this ground spike. Get away! Qianrenxue wanted to rush forward to save him, but it was already too late. Black spikes suddenly shot up from the ground, slaughtering the knights here within seconds. In an instant, those imperial knights who had just been flaunting their power were completely devoured. Bibi Dong opened her eyes, and an extremely intense aura of bloodlust erupted, sweeping across in all directions, as the flesh and blood of the hundreds of knights greatly alleviated her injuries. She's gone mad. A thought suddenly appeared in Qianrenxue's mind. The price of inheriting the position of the Rakshasa God was the greatest, and the evil aura of the Rakshasa God would also affect Bibi Dong, turning her completely into a demon. And just now was proof that Bibi Dong was stepping into that darkness. Bibi Dong ignored Qianrenxue and looked up at the sky. At this moment, the void shattered by Bibi Dong and Tang San had healed, but it was still a gray haze with no light visible. I see it. That gray hand controlling everything. Bibi Dong's strength far surpassed that of others. Even if Qianrenxue did not notice, she could see that behind the thick clouds, there were signals of extreme danger. The reason she had just devoured those lives was to recover her injuries in order to combat the threat from the sky. Bibi Dong stepped into the air, and the blue lotus earth heart fire in her hand transformed into a wave of strange fire, breaking open the clouds, revealing the hell hidden behind them, a threat from the heavens. Without any hesitation, Bibi Dong launched an attack in that direction. Seeing Bibi Dong coming, two blood-red figures leaped out from the crack and jointly repelled Bibi Dong with a single move. This is the corpse of a god? Bibi Dong recognized at a glance that this thing was neither human nor ghost. It was not an evil soul master, nor a member of the soul race. This was the appearance of a fallen god from the divine realm, but for some reason, it had become like this. The two towering blood-red god corpses charged towards Bibi Dong. Their strength was considerable, and even Bibi Dong did not dare to confront both of them at the same time. Were these things? Seeing Bibi Dong battling with the blood-red figures, Qianrenxue disregarded her own injuries and immediately rushed toward their fighting area. The two sides engaged in an intense chase, with Qianrenxue unable to take the attacks from the god corpses head-on, only able to fight while retreating. Get out of here! Bibi Dong pushed Qianrenxue forward several hundred meters. You will only be a hindrance here. Don't disturb me. Qianrenxue looked at her unwillingly, but she knew very well that she could not compete with these god corpses. Having come this far, does Xiao Yan still have no intention of showing up? Bibi Dong sighed helplessly, but all she received in response was the frenzied attacks from the god corpses. Chapter 269, Misfortunes Never Come Alone. Bibi Dong was soon injured by the two god corpses, and from the crack in the dimension, two more blood-red figures emerged. Their powerful aura making even Bibi Dong feel somewhat terrified. Is this the gap between dimensions? Bibi Dong's heart became silent. Relying on Xiao Yan's blue lotus earth heart fire, she had already surpassed the limits of Douluo Continent and even the divine realm. Yet the god corpses were still stronger than her. God corpses continued to emerge from the dimensional crack, each one dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than her. Faced with such a huge disparity in strength, Bibi Dong knew that resistance was futile. She let her arms drop, and Xian Rinxue flew to her side, holding onto a glimmer of hope, looking at her with expectation. Every time they reached a desperate situation, Bibi Dong would step forward to turn danger into safety, but this time, Bibi Dong's eyes instantly became moist. At this moment, no amount of sentiment could be smoothly expressed. For the first time, she gently embraced this child who was connected to her bloodline and softly said, "I'm sorry. I could do nothing more." 8 blood-red god corpses crossed through the crack, their powerful divine power causing the space to begin collapsing. With each step they took forward, the space distorted and deformed, the distance between the ground and sky continuously shrinking. The 2 god corpses that had first emerged to attack Bibi Dong were torn apart and devoured by these 8 powerful god corpses. For them, being able to devour these weaker god corpses would enhance their own strength. They are coming. Bibi Dong sighed. It seems today we cannot escape death. What? We have clearly tried very hard. Why is it still this outcome? Xian Rinxue said unwillingly. Bibi Dong replied, "This is the gap between dimensions. Relying on one's own strength cannot bridge it. I have already done my utmost. Is it going to end like this?" Xian Rinxue still had many attachments to this world. She did not want to die like this. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth and said, "Even if we cannot escape the final outcome, I will not give in. The only option now is to fight with all I have." With that, a surge of divine power erupted from her body. Although it was not even 1/10,000th of the strength of those 8 god corpses, she did not retreat at all. Seeing Bibi Dong intentionally resist, the speed of the advancing god corpses immediately doubled, as if they could not wait to tear them apart. Here they come. Xian Rinxue's gaze sharpened, and before she could react, the sharp claws of the god corpse were already in front of her eyes. Suddenly, a cold aura instantly enveloped their bodies. Bibi Dong and Xian Rinxue discovered that the god corpse that had charged in front of them had turned into an ice sculpture. What? Before the two could react, they saw an old man in a blue robe with white hair, holding a spear, standing in front of them. "Little girl, I assure you, neither of you will die today." The old man turned his head and said, "This little gadget created by the Soul Heaven Emperor will be taken care of by me." In a bottomless palace, the Yin-Yang puppet, covered in strange patterns, was diligently guarding beside Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan's body had reached the final refining stage. If this stage passed smoothly, he would be able to absorb the Imperial Source energy and step into the Dou Emperor level. Feeling the strong reaction of the Imperial Source energy, the black door deep in the palace began to shake. The door slowly opened, and the Yin-Yang puppet vigilantly looked toward it. Suddenly, it blinked like a human, and the next second, a bewildered Bibi Dong appeared there. What happened? I remember I was in the Flame Alliance Hall. How did I suddenly end up here?" Bibi Dong was very confused, but he also noticed the powerful aura emanating from the Yin-Yang puppet. Having seen much of the world, Bibi Dong had never encountered a Dou Emperor-level puppet, but he realized that the puppet had no hostility, and there was also an aura here that he was very familiar with. The Yin-Yang puppet pointed in the direction of Xiao Yan, and Bibi Dong followed its direction and indeed found Xiao Yan, who was breaking through to the Dou Emperor with the Imperial Source energy. "This is Xiao Yan." Bibi Dong was stunned, then immediately filled with wild joy. Since the last battle of the 2 emperors, the entire Dou Qi Continent had been searching for the trace of the Flame Emperor, and the ancient clan, Flame Alliance, Xiao Clan, and Starfall Pavilion had put in tremendous effort for this matter, but they had searched the entire Dou Qi Continent and found no trace of the Dou Emperor. Now, Bibi Dong suddenly appeared here and found Xiao Yan, which is a joyous event for the entire Dou Qi Continent. Am I not dreaming? Bibi Dong pinched his thigh hard, and the real pain made him feel so unreal. Moreover, everywhere here is filled with heavenly-level cultivation methods, high-grade medicinal pills, and even this Dou Emperor-level puppet. Back in the day, the ancient emperor's cave mansion was not this rich. At this moment, the Yin-Yang puppet walked up to Bibi Dong. Although Bibi Dong knew that this Yin-Yang puppet meant no harm to him, facing such a powerful puppet, he still could not easily let down his guard. A glimmer of light gathered at the fingertips of the Yin-Yang puppet and tapped on Bibi Dong's forehead. A large amount of information about the Douluo continent flooded into Dong's mind, all of which came from Xiao Yan, including his memories in the Douluo continent. It was not easy for Dong to fully accept this information. His expression remained dazed for a day before he mastered all of it, and he was already exhausted. At this moment, he also understood why he appeared here. This is a dimensional passage left by several Dou emperors from ancient times, but this passage is a one-way ticket. People from the Dou Qi Continent can come to the Douluo continent, while people from the Douluo continent cannot use this passage to go to the Dou Qi Continent. This is quite troublesome. Dong knew that he, like Xiao Yan, was in a predicament. However, if Xiao Yan could successfully advance to Dou Emperor, these troubles would not matter. He just understood that Xiao Yan's forced refinement of an imperial-grade pill had a very small chance of success in advancing to Dou Emperor. At this time, the matters of the Evil Soul Master and the Wuhuan Temple, as well as Xiao Yan and Bibi Dong, made Dong realize something. This dimensional passage left by the Dou Emperor can only be used by Dou Emperors, and only this puppet can do so. Xiao Yan was unaware of the outside world at this moment. He was in a critical moment and could not be disturbed. After gaining some visions from Xiao Yan's mind, the yin-yang puppet conducted extensive analysis and reached its own conclusion. The dimensional passage, absorbed by Xiao Yan's imperial source energy, was reopened, and the yin-yang puppet made a decision for him and called a powerful person from the Dou Qi Continent. As for why it was Dong, it was probably because Dong was one of the most reliable people in Xiao Yan's heart. Chapter 270. The strength of Yaochun is too strong. If a Dou Saint were to rashly enter this Douluo continent, the entire continent would experience a tremendous shock. The body of a Dou Saint is like a black hole. If they do not conceal their aura, they can easily destroy the entire Douluo continent. Therefore, Dong was the most suitable candidate. At this moment, his strength had reached the peak of 9 turns Dou Zun. This was already the limit Dong could achieve. The Yin Alliance had invested a large amount of resources in him to get him here. Alas, it seems I have to be your thug again. Dong shook his head helplessly. Since that's the case, I will go. Xiao Yan, you must succeed. After saying that, Dong disappeared from here, and the next moment, his figure appeared above the sky. Thunderclouds rolled in, and through the light of the lightning, he saw the dimensional rift in the distance, which was emitting the aura of the Soul Clan. It seems this is what I have to face. Since reaching the peak of 9 turns Dou Zun, I have not fought with all my strength. Today, I will see what the strong ones from this other world are like. Dong said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out for thousands of miles. After Dong left, Xiao Yan still had his eyes closed quietly, seemingly unaware that Dong had come here. The yin-yang puppet scratched its bald head and continued to stand not far from Xiao Yan, guarding him. In the sky, Dong engaged in combat with the divine corpse. He said little. The blue ice spear in his hand easily pierced through the divine corpse's chest, and then the chilling ice enveloped its entire body. With just a gentle squeeze, the divine corpse shattered. So strong, Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong were shocked to see Dong eliminate another divine corpse so cleanly. Dong's ice spear continuously thrust out, shattering several divine corpses, and he calmly turned the spearhead to block the divine corpse that attempted to sneak attack from behind. However, a mere 1-star Dou Zun dares to be arrogant before me? Dong was completely indifferent. The difference between Dou Zun's strongest of each star is like heaven and earth, and after reaching the peak of 9 stars, further advancement requires exhausting all cultivation. Each advancement is 1 turn, and 9 turns means 9 times. Stepping through the void, 9 turns into Saint, refers to the advancement from Dou Zun to Dou Saint. In front of Dong, these small divine corpses were no different from killing Dou Zun. The opponent could not withstand his attacks at all. Even if he stood still and let those divine corpses attack him, they could not pose any threat to him. After several rounds, the divine corpses were completely dealt with by Dong. Qian Rinxue, seeing that several divine corpses were easily eliminated by this old man, couldn't help but ask, "May I ask your esteemed name, sir?" Dong smiled and said, "Young girl, listen well. I am the investor of the Mytel Angel, the founder of the Peak Competition, and the Ice Emperor of the Yin Alliance, Dong." Dong. Qian Rinxue repeated the name. She had never heard of it. Bibi Dong was taken aback for a moment and cautiously asked, "Sir, are you from the Dou Qi Continent?" Dong looked at this fierce-looking person and frowned. "What? You know the place?" Bibi Dong wanted to say something, but the words were swallowed back. She lowered her head, recalling her current appearance, and said softly, "I heard it by chance." "Oh, has my Ice Emperor's fame reached here?" Dong was somewhat surprised, But thinking of Xiao Yan being here, it made sense. This peculiar-looking person must have learned about him through Xiao Yan. At this moment, several bolts of lightning flashed, and the dimensional rift widened significantly. This time, everyone saw the sea of corpses and blood within the rift, and the divine corpses standing on the bodies, roughly counting at least hundreds of thousands. Indeed, it is the method of the Soul Clan. Could the Soul Emperor be inside there? Bibi Dong finally recognized the seriousness of the situation and sternly told Qianrenxue and Bibi Dong, "You two, quickly retreat. Do not let me accidentally harm you." Bibi Dong and Qianrenxue nodded and immediately flew away into the distance. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong stood alone in the air, calmly staring at the huge rift. So what if it's the Soul Emperor? If it weren't for Xiao Yan becoming an emperor early on, I would have made that Soul Emperor taste my 2 moves of Xianbing Longxiang. Bibi Dong spoke in the air. The long spear in his hand disappeared, replaced by a unique aura of Dou Qi swirling around his arm. Xianbing Longxiang, a massive ice dragon, suddenly appeared, its size comparable to the true body of the Sun Dragon King. The Yin Alliance has maintained good relations with the ancient Void Dragon clan, and Bibi Dong has also received many good things from the ancient Void Dragon clan. At this moment, the Xianbing Longxiang he unleashed already possessed the aura of a true dragon. The enormous body of the ice dragon passed in front of the spatial rift, and its sharp scales shredded all the divine corpses that reached out from the rift. The giant body of the ice dragon filled the entire sky and created a powerful tornado that spread toward the rift. This is the strength of a Dou Qi Continent expert. Qianrenxue looked at the scene before her, filled with longing. The power to manipulate the forces of heaven and earth, to change the colors of the world, is what can truly be called a strong person. The Dou Qi Continent. A single word can make a world of difference. Bibi Dong's heart was filled with sorrow, although she and Qianrenxue had managed to preserve their lives. The appearance of a powerful figure from the Dou Qi Continent here meant that others would surely follow, perhaps even Xiao Yan's 2 wives. With her current ugly appearance, she no longer had the face to appear before Xiao Yan. Bibi Dong grew more courageous with each battle as the Xianbing giant dragon easily crushed the attacks organized by the divine corpses. The battle continued for several hours before it finally came to an end. At this moment, beneath the rift in space, the mountain of severed limbs and broken arms of the divine corpses sent chills down everyone's spines. Bibi Dong enveloped the corpse mountain and blood sea with cold air, freezing all, and then controlled the Xianbing giant dragon to reduce it to dust. Is it over? Qianrenxue instinctively asked. Bibi Dong shook her head, knowing that the Soul Heaven Emperor had not yet appeared, and that things were far from over. However, if the Soul Heaven Emperor did show up, even this old man would not be able to compete. The enormous ice dragon gradually disappeared, and Bibi Dong slowly descended to the ground. The battle had taken a considerable toll on him, and he swallowed several recovery pills to regulate the surging energy and blood within him. At this moment, Hulaina led the strong members of the Spirit Hall to arrive. The momentum of the Xianbing giant dragon that Bibi Dong had summoned just now had nearly covered 100 kilometers, making it so that none of them dared to approach. Chapter 271. The Xianbing Dragon Soars Heavens. What on earth happened here? The crowd looked at the devastated scene, having only seen the Xianbing giant dragon flying from afar. Upon arriving, they found that the area within hundreds of miles had been flattened. Could the Douluo continent still be preserved? Hulaina shook her head and glanced at Bibi Dong's location. Although the old man did not possess an overwhelmingly terrifying aura, the ice frost giant dragon he had just displayed had shocked everyone. Qianrenxue and Bibi Dong also began to heal themselves, while Hulaina sent people to protect them in preparation for possible attacks that might emerge from the rift in space. Although they all understood in their hearts that if someone did attack from that rift, aside from the old man, no one would be able to withstand it. After a brief recovery, Bibi Dong stood up and narrowed his eyes at the massive rift in space. Beyond that rift, there was an existence that made even him feel somewhat suffocated. The Soul Heaven Emperor. From his appearance, it seemed he had already recovered to his peak. But this rift in space was still insufficient to support his passage. Bibi Dong calmly analyzed, but this rift would not block the Soul Heaven Emperor for too long. With the strength of a Dou Emperor, even the space they could easily open up would exceed that of the Douluo continent by several times. This small rift was merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Sure enough, after a period of silence, the spatial rift began to violently shake, and the surrounding space shattered, merging with the elongated crack. It's coming. Bibi Dong, closest to the rift, felt as if his body was under the pressure of millions of tons, causing his knees to bend involuntarily. However, his peak 9-turn Dou Zun strength allowed him to quickly adapt to such pressure. But the others from the Spirit Hall, even at a distance of several hundred kilometers, were not so fortunate. Those with weaker strengths, like Soul Emperors and Soul Kings, were instantly affected by the aura emanating from the spatial rift, causing them to bleed from their 7 orifices. Only the titled Douluo could ensure they were not too greatly affected. The terrifying pressure of a Dou Emperor. I have experienced it once, and this time is even stronger. Bibi Dong couldn't help but exclaim. The Soul Heaven Emperor's strength must have recovered in that realm, and even progressed slightly. He was no longer in the state he was when he first entered the Dou Emperor ranks. The Xianbing dragon soared up, its head directed at the massive rift. Previously, the rift was merely the size of a few dragon scales compared to the Xianbing giant dragon. Now, however, this rift was large enough to allow the Xianbing giant dragon to pass through. Bibi Dong instructed Hu Liena and Qian Rengshu to lead everyone back, while she intended to approach and inquire about the situation of the spatial rift. If the Soul Heaven Emperor truly descended, she wondered if that old man had a way to counter him. Bibi Dong's expression was more serious than anyone else's. He could clearly see the scene beyond the spatial rift. A towering black shadow was approaching the Douluo continent. "Old sir, do you have a way to repel the enemy?" Bibi Dong asked as she flew next to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong frowned and suddenly noticed the Qinglian platform behind Bibi Dong. Surprised as he asked, "Is this Qinglian platform related to the Qinglian earth fire?" Bibi Dong nodded, revealing the Qinglian earth fire given to her by Xiao Yan, saying, "This was given to me by an old friend, but I am no longer worthy of possessing it now. You carry a heavy aura of evil. Are you also a friend of Xiao Yan?" Bibi Dong asked in confusion. "Since you know Xiao Yan, please pass this fire to him on my behalf. With his soul power, it would be easy for him to erase the spiritual imprint within it." Bibi Dong placed the Qinglian earth fire into the Qinglian platform and handed it to Bibi Dong. "Why is that?" Bibi Dong was quite puzzled. Since it was a gift from Xiao Yan, she could simply give it to him herself. "In my current state, how can I face him?" Bibi Dong shook her head, her grotesque face filled with sorrow. She was about to transcend the Douluo continent and return to where she belonged. It was better for her to live on in his memories. Bibi Dong did not know what had transpired between the two, but he accepted the Qinglian platform and said, "All right, I will pass it on to him. But we must leave here now. The Soul Heaven Emperor is about to cross the rift in space. This place is too dangerous." Bibi Dong shook her head, saying, "It's fine. Although my strength is weak, being able to hold him back for even a second is worthwhile." Looking at this strange person speaking such words in such a calm tone, Bibi Dong could only nod and say, "Then act according to the situation." Within the rift, a massive black withered claw slowly emerged, covered in blood-red patterns that seemed to flow like blood, constantly changing. The hand of a Dou Emperor. Bibi Dong felt a great sense of danger. The Xianbing giant dragon beneath him let out a roar and charged towards that withered claw with a self-destructive stance. Bang! The withered claw merely swiped at the Xianbing giant dragon in the air, and the ice dragon instantly exploded, turning into huge shards of ice that scattered to the ground. "It's so powerful?" Bibi Dong was shocked. The Soul Heaven Emperor was able to crush his Xianbing dragon with just one hand. It seemed the gap between him and a Dou Emperor was even greater than he had imagined. Watching the arms slowly extend, Bibi Dong had no time to be stunned. Behind it, 20 enormous ice dragons rose up. The entire world could see the flying Xianbing giant dragons, continuously attacking that withered black arm. After receiving such powerful attacks, the black arm seemed to pause for a second. Immediately after, a peculiar wave of energy emanated from that black arm, and the frost giant dragons affected by this energy wave turned into vapor, disappearing from this world. Bibi Dong stepped into the void, his Xianbing spear continuously slicing through that arm. The Dou techniques he personally released were even more powerful than the Xianbing dragon, with countless ice flowers blooming on that arm. But for a Dou Emperor, Bibi Dong's attack was nothing more than an ant trying to shake a tree, completely ineffective. How could it fail to even slightly hinder his tremendous speed? Bibi Dong felt helpless. He had already exerted all his strength, yet still could not affect the Soul Emperor. Bibi Dong was also continuously attacking from behind Bibi Dong. Although her divine skills could not compare to Bibi Dong's earth-level combat skills, she still contributed somewhat. However, even with their combined efforts, they could not shake the Dou Emperor's arm in the slightest. Desperate, Bibi Dong gritted his teeth, and his icy Dou Qi suddenly surged several levels. faintly exuding the aura of a semi-holy expert. Chapter 272. He unleashed a sky-level Dou skill similar to the Heavenly Fire 3 transformations, significantly boosting his power. The impact of using it was considerable, but the ability to rival a semi-holy expert made the risk worthwhile. After enhancing his strength, Bibi Dong launched a fierce attack again. This time, he summoned the ice dragon to his spear, unleashing a terrifying sky-level Dou skill, instantly consuming half of his internal Dou Qi. However, this attack finally pushed that enormous black arm back a bit, and a cacophony of roars erupted from the space rift. Soon after, an incredibly terrifying energy gathered on that massive black arm, launching a counterattack against Bibi Dong. A counterattack from a Dou Emperor was something Bibi Dong could not block. The spear in his hand was shattered by the attack, and Bibi Dong, not far away, was also affected. This was just the beginning. The strike passed through Bibi Dong's body and forcefully penetrated the depths of the Douluo continent, causing the entire continent to tremble. Thousands of miles away, the demon flame volcano erupted in an instant, with magma pressure causing the volcano to erupt thousands of meters high, instantly filling a 100-mile radius with volcanic ash. Sea God Island was swept away by a wave towering 1,000,000 feet high, and the entire civilization collapsed in an instant. Even Poseidon, despite exerting all his strength, could not protect anyone in the face of such a natural disaster. This strike was enough to destroy the entire Douluo continent. Bibi Dong was gravely injured, crashing to the ground, but fortunately, he still had a breath left. However, Bibi Dong, affected by the aftermath, was not so lucky. The residual force shattered her internal meridians. Divine power flowed back in her body, and her body began to collapse. She slowly descended to the ground, a wave of dizziness preventing her from supporting herself, and she gradually fell. Was it not over yet? Bibi Dong's vision blurred. She could no longer move or make a sound. She watched the space rift that controlled the entire Douluo continent and the Dou Emperor's arm that had fully emerged, her heart sinking into silence, unable to rise and resist. The entire Douluo continent began to experience a violent earthquake. The continent split in two by this attack. Qian Rinxue and Hulaina looked on anxiously, realizing that even standing at the pinnacle of this Douluo continent, they could not intervene in such events. People knelt on the ground, praying to the gods. In the face of this disaster, no one could stand aloof. If there was no one to save them, all that awaited them was annihilation. But they did not know that the gods in their hearts were as humble as ants when faced with such power. If there were truly a savior, then why would there be so much suffering? Far away in the star Luo Empire, Zhu Zhuqing also noticed the space rift thousands of miles away. But it was too late. She could do nothing. We're doomed, Zhu Doa said to Ghost Luo beside him. Did you notice? Something seems to be coming out from beneath the ground. It's something burning deep within the Douluo continent. The attack from that arm just now destroyed the structure of the entire world, Ghost Doa replied, shaking his head. Tang Qin looked at the massive space rift with great unwillingness and asked Hulaina, is there really no way out? What to be done? The methods employed by such a strong expert have surpassed the power of heaven and earth, and we are merely beings born from this very world. What can we rely on to contend with such a person? Qian Rinxue said. Indeed, Hulaina sighed. That old man also comes from the Dou Qi Continent. Even in their powerful realm, Dou Emperors are invincible, unless... Qian Rinxue frowned and asked, is there another way? Just as everyone fell into despair, a beam of light rose from the toxic area of the Star Dou Forest, cutting through the sky and piercing through the clouds towards this place. What is that? Qian Rinxue pointed and asked. Whose light is that, so bright like the sun? The light illuminated the entire land, and miraculously, the turmoil deep within the Douluo continent calmed down, and the sea that had just been stirred into monstrous waves returned to tranquility. Yan Emperor. A piercing voice came from within the space rift, and everyone heard a whisper that sounded like that of an evil god. The light did not respond but suddenly appeared beside the massive arm, unleashing an attack that struck fear into everyone. Huangquan finger, Xiao Yan pointed out, pushing that arm back. The powerful attack formed a substance similar to a black hole in midair, frantically devouring the surrounding energy of heaven and earth. The arm, in pain, could only retreat, but Xiao Yan did not give a chance to escape and unleashed a mid-level sky Dou skill, Huangquan Palm. At this moment, although Xiao Yan had not truly stepped into the Dou Emperor realm, he was already considered half a Dou Emperor. His current state was closer to the Dou Emperor than Xiao Xian. Because of this, The Sky Dou skills he unleashed would require even a Dou Emperor to exert some means to withstand. However, this was not Xiao Yan's full power attack. Among the three Huangquan techniques, there was still the strongest high-level Sky Dou skill, Huangquan Tianru. After many years, Xiao Yan unleashed this level of Dou skill again, feeling no signs of weakness. The continuous attacks of 3 sky-level Dou skills could even make the Soul Emperor's arm struggle to contain itself. Xiao Yan, if you think you could defeat me now, you are too naive, the Soul Emperor said fiercely from beyond the rift. This time, I will not let the tiger return to the mountain. Xiao Yan looked seriously at the Soul Emperor beyond the rift, knowing that such sky-level Dou skills would forcefully tear space to enter the Douluo continent. The speed would undoubtedly not be fast, but if he exerted all his strength to enter the Douluo continent, he would definitely not be his opponent. Not letting him enter here yet, Xiao Yan said coldly. It seems I need to summon the yin-yang puppet in advance. From within the space rift, another massive arm suddenly reached out toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan immediately dodged, and the 5 seals of the Emperor's seal were stacked, crashing down heavily on the other arm. Xiao Yan, a terrifying massive head emerged, composed of countless divine corpses. Even Xiao Yan's composure was nearly broken. Damn you, Soul Emperor. Your Soul Clan is always doing these underworld things. Can't you make them look a bit better? Xiao Yan cursed fiercely. Today, you cannot enter the Douluo continent. Chapter 273, The Diamond Glazed Body Unleashed. Xiao Yan's body rapidly expanded to several dozen meters. Facing the massive, withered claw, he swung his fist, and upon collision, a tremendous shockwave erupted, causing the entire continent to tremble under the clash of these two forces. At this moment, Xiao Yan infused his fighting spirit into the core of the Douluo continent, stabilizing the entire shape and aura of the continent, preventing it from being destroyed in the confrontation between him and the Soul Emperor. An invisible force field enveloped the entire continent, halting its trembling, and even the wind calmed down. However, high above in the sky, people could still see those 2 gigantic arms and the terrifying head. Howl! The enormous head opened its gaping maw, and a surge of black fighting spirit energy rushed toward Xiao Yan. At this time, it was still somewhat difficult for Xiao Yan to face the Soul Emperor's fighting skills, but he could not evade. Otherwise, this energy would directly shatter the Douluo continent. Wherever this black fighting spirit energy passed, the space shattered completely. Unlike distorted or cracked space, once space is completely shattered, it cannot close again. The chaotic energy of the space rampaged through everything around it, but upon colliding with this black energy, everything turned to nothingness. No one understood the power of a Dou Emperor better than Xiao Yan. In a moment of desperation, he quickly summoned the yin-yang puppet, allowing it to unleash its most powerful defensive measures to protect him. The black and white patterns on the yin-yang puppet became increasingly vivid, forming a complex yin-yang formation in front of it. The formation rapidly rotated and changed, ultimately forming a mysterious seal that collided with the attack unleashed by the Soul Emperor. The immense attack from the Dou Emperor collided with this seal, creating an indescribably marvelous sensation in everyone's hearts, a feeling of fear towards a power they could not comprehend and a reverence for that power. So powerful, Qianrenxue stared blankly at the scene, though she did not know how far apart they were. The brilliance emitted from the clash of the 2 Dou Emperors was even more dazzling than the sun. At this moment, the sun seemed insignificant in front of them. The surrounding light was completely consumed by this clash, leaving behind an endless shattered space. This strike seemed to have obliterated something on the Douluo continent. Qianrenxue and Hulaina, being powerful beings, were the first to notice that their divine power seemed to be slowly dissipating, followed by the tidal Dalu, who also discovered that their soul power was declining. What is happening? The surrounding space's soul power is actually starting to decrease. A soul master exclaimed in shock. I can't believe it. Another soul master beside him also said in panic. Hulaina seemed to have discovered something. She looked up at the vanishing space and saw countless stars hidden in the darkness. Around that disappearing space, it was frantically devouring the soul power on the Douluo continent. The soul power of the Douluo continent was leaking away. If we do not fill in that disappearing space, we will eventually become ordinary people due to the lack of soul power. Hulaina said to Qianrenxue. But who can fill in that disappearing space? Qianrenxue shook her head and said, and besides, their battle is not over yet. The destruction that may follow will definitely not be lesser than now. Behind the yin-yang puppet, with it blocking the immensely powerful attack, Xiao Yan seized the opportunity to once again unleash the Emperor Seal technique, stacking 5 seals and smashing them down onto that head. At this moment, the gigantic withered claw struck toward Xiao Yan. Even though the diamond-glazed body he unleashed had increased his physical strength to a formidable level, he did not dare to be careless against the attack of a Dou Emperor. 3,000 thunder movements. 3,000 thunder clones. Xiao Yan chose to dispel the diamond-glazed body and used his movement technique to evade this strike. At this moment, half of the Soul Emperor's body had already appeared on the Douluo continent. That massive body possessed a speed that did not match its size, and even Xiao Yan had to be extremely careful when using such techniques. Buddha's Fury Reincarnation. In the face of the Soul Emperor's counterattack, Xiao Yan did not hesitate to unleash the fighting technique he had created when he advanced to Dou Saint. The power of Buddha's Fury Reincarnation was comparable to a heavenly-grade fighting technique, merging his strongest types into a strange circular ring with 9 colors around its edge, which looked like a black hole from a distance. Any object that approached this Buddha's Fury Reincarnation would be distorted, decomposed, and devoured. Even light could not escape the powerful gravitational pull of this Buddha's Fury Reincarnation. Part of the powerful black energy fighting spirit unleashed by the Soul Emperor was attracted by this Buddha's Fury Reincarnation, and the immense devouring force caused the shattered space to become even more chaotic. A black light column suddenly appeared, enveloping the Soul Emperor's 2 skeletal hands, seemingly showing a trend of decomposition. At that time, Xiao Yan had used this move to battle 3 half-saints, killing 2 and severely injuring 1. If this Buddha's Fury Reincarnation devoured too much matter, it would be compressed to the extreme and upon contact with the enemy, would create a massive explosion, far exceeding the damage caused by mere fusion. At this moment, Xiao Yan had advanced to Half-Emperor, and the he controlled had reached as many as 9 types. Under such conditions, the power of the Buddha's Fury Reincarnation he unleashed far surpassed that of an ordinary high-level heavenly-grade fighting technique. The Soul Emperor roared in anger as his arm was trapped by Xiao Yan's Buddha's Fury Reincarnation, and the black energy fighting spirit in his mouth stopped being unleashed. The yin-yang puppet withstood this energy for a while, and some cracks appeared on it, but they were quickly healed by its own powerful regeneration ability. The strength of this yin-yang puppet could only be compared to someone who had just entered Dou Emperor, while the Soul Emperor at this time was even stronger than the last time. Relying solely on the yin-yang puppet was not enough to counter the Soul Emperor. Soul Emperor. Off in this move, Xiao Yan controlled the enormous black hole transformed from and swiftly smashed it towards the Soul Emperor's head. At this moment, the energy contained within this Buddha's Fury Reincarnation had exceeded the limit that the Soul Emperor could withstand. Although Xiao Yan's realm was indeed inferior to that of the Soul Emperor, the devouring of multiple granted him a much stronger ability to fight above his level. The Soul Emperor looked at the black hole that was drawing closer to him, and fear finally appeared in his eyes. If he insisted on moving forward, he would likely perish here today. Xiao Yan, today I have not revealed my true form, and the power I have unleashed is only about 20 to 30%. Next time, I will truly step into this Douluo continent, and at that time, I will make you wish you were dead. After the Soul Emperor finished speaking, he quickly retreated. Seeing this, Xiao Yan showed no intention of stopping. He raised the enormous black hole and plunged it into the spatial rift along with the Soul Emperor. Chapter 274. 2 seconds after the black hole disappeared, an unparalleled powerful wave of fighting spirit erupted from that rift, instantly filling the shattered space with an enormous amount of fighting spirit. Even with Xiao Yan's fighting spirit protection, the entire Douluo star began to tremble more violently under this power. If this Buddha's Fury Reincarnation were to explode in the plain of Douluo continent, even Xiao Yan could not ensure that the Douluo continent would remain intact. However, to eliminate the Soul Emperor, such sacrifices were necessary. Xiao Yan had never hoped to save everyone from the very beginning. At this moment, the enormous planar rift was sealed by the Soul Heaven Emperor, and the void was filled with fragmented spaces. The violent spatial power continuously erupted around, and if an ordinary tidal Douluo were there, they would surely meet a fate of being turned to dust. Xiao Yan did not dare to relax at all. He had also noticed the draining of soul power on the Douluo continent. The Douluo continent was not large to begin with, and such a vast vacuum area connected to the void would soon lead to a drastic reduction in soul power on the continent. While ordinary strong beings would certainly be unable to repair such an enormous space, Xiao Yan was already half a foot into the Dou Emperor realm. He could create a space of his own, and this space would be dozens of times larger than the Douluo continent. The areas where the ancient 8 clans resided were all spaces opened up by ancient Dou Emperor powerhouses. Even the sole Heaven Emperor, without any other means, could not forcefully break through the plane to enter here as he did today. With a wave of his hands, Xiao Yan enveloped the entire Douluo continent, including the vast ocean and the sea god island, in a milky white light. To create a space, one must have an incredibly powerful battle skill to break through the existing space, and Xiao Yan just happened to possess such means. The 9 types of different flames fused together to transform into an exquisitely beautiful 9-colored lotus. Although this lotus was small and delicate, the terrifying energy contained within it had to be taken seriously even by true Dou Emperor powerhouses. Under Xiao Yan's command, the yin-yang puppet took the 9-colored lotus and brought it into the void to detonate. The intense sunlight was once again instantly devoured, and the people of the Douluo continent only saw a fierce light coming from the sky, followed by an incomparably terrifying temperature descending. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment before being dissipated by the milky white light above their heads, allowing everyone to lift their heads to look at the sky. The fire lotus shattered the void and simultaneously created a broader, different fire space. The surging Dou Qi within Xiao Yan extended out, taking complete control of this space and causing it to rapidly expand, with the original diameter of just a few thousand miles quickly expanding to over 1,000 miles. This operation took Xiao Yan several dozen days to complete, as creating a space was not a simple matter. By the time he finished, the entire space had a radius of 90,000 miles, which was the limit of what Xiao Yan could currently achieve. After all, he could not create an independent space of millions of miles like a true Dou Emperor. However, this area was already sufficient for the Douluo continent, considering that the distance across the entire Douluo continent was only about 20,000 miles. Xiao Yan controlled the Douluo continent and merged it into the space he created. This step was crucial and quite difficult, as the Douluo continent was not created by him and had developed for over 10 million years, making the operation very troublesome and even more complicated than opening up the 90,000-mile space. Strangely, during these days, I have felt changes occurring within my divine power, Qianren said to Hulaina on the Douluo continent. Do you feel the same way? The intensity of the divine power seems to have increased by more than half compared to before. Hulaina nodded and said, I feel the same way, and recently, the elders like the Chrysanthemum Douluo have also reported that the intensity of their soul power seems to have more than doubled compared to before. It seems to have started changing about 7 days ago, Qianren said, although I cannot confirm it. I have a feeling that something earth-shattering is happening on the Douluo continent, and this change seems to be related to Xiao Yan. It's needless to say, it must be related to him. Hulaina sighed, but it has been so long since he fought with the Soul Heaven Emperor, and the teacher still hasn't woken up. When will he return? At this moment, Bibi Dong walked in. He had also stabilized his injuries after 2 months of closed-door cultivation and had, due to misfortune, shown signs of advancing toward Dou Saint. The battle with the Dou Emperor had gradually stabilized his Dou Qi, but whether he could grasp it well depended on Bibi Dong's understanding. To break through to Dou Saint, bloodline was crucial, something Bibi Dong had never expected. Mr. Hai. Hulaina and Qianren greeted respectfully upon seeing Bibi Dong's arrival. Is your body all right? Bibi Dong shook his head and said, It's nothing. These minor injuries are not a big deal. That's good. It would be terrible if you were to suffer any hidden dangers due to our Douluo continent matters. Hulaina said humbly. She showed great respect toward this powerful being from another world, as strength was revered everywhere. Bibi Dong did not respond, but looked at Hulaina and Qianren with a strange expression, saying, The energy in both of you seems to be subtly transforming into Dou Qi. What? Hulaina and Qianren were taken aback. What do you mean, mister? Hi. Bibi Dong answered. The form of energy within you has changed from before and is slowly transforming into Dou Qi. If the transformation completes with your current strength, you are likely to reach the level of high-level Dou Zone. High-level Dou Zone? Hulaina and Qianren were shocked. Although this level of strength was not comparable to Bibi Dong, it was still a qualitative leap for them. Strangely, why is this happening? Bibi Dong furrowed his brows and said, Moreover, Xiao Yan hasn't returned yet. I wonder what he is doing. Could he have been injured in the battle with the Soul Heaven Emperor? Hulaina and Qianren couldn't say anything, only exchanging glances and seeing various doubts in each other's eyes. Sigh. Bibi Dong sighed. looking at the milky white barrier in the sky. This barrier was transformed from Xiao Yan's soul power. If he were in any danger, this barrier would naturally disappear. I believe he will be fine. Wait, at this thought, Bibi Dong suddenly realized something and asked his children, you just said that the soul power in the other soul masters is also undergoing changes, right? Hulaina and Qianrenxue nodded. A glimmer of light flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, and he smiled, saying, I think I have a rough idea of what Xiao Yan is doing. Chapter 275. So what is he doing? The two women asked in unison. He is using his Dou Emperor might to transform the Douluo continent into a plane similar to the Dou Qi Continent. At that time, the soul power or divine power within you will naturally transform into Dou Qi. Bibi Dong nodded and said, and those titled Dou with a strength of level 95 or above, after their soul power transforms into Dou Qi, their strength will definitely reach the Dou Huang realm. Even those titled Douluo below level 95 will at least become high-level Dou Huang. So, they will all become stronger. Hulaina and Qianrenxue were very curious. Naturally, the transformation of soul power into Dou Qi will increase energy intensity, and the total amount will certainly be stronger than before. Bibi Dong et Lai, what is the realm above Dou Zone? Hulaina asked curiously. On the Douluo continent, once one becomes a god, they have reached the peak of cultivation and cannot improve further. Above Dou Zone, there is naturally Dou Zun. I am at this level, Bibi Dong said, but every time a Dou Zun powerhouse levels up, it requires a massive amount of Dou Qi reserves and innate support. To advance from Dou Zun to Dou Sheng, one cannot do it without some bloodline power or fortuitous encounters, not to mention Dou Di above Dou Sheng. So, does that mean we still have a chance to reach your level? Qianrenxue asked. Bibi Dong nodded and said, your talents are quite good. If you were in the Dou Qi Continent, you could also become a Dou Zong strongman. In Zhongzhou, Dou Zun strongmen are already considered the peak of the pyramid. Most Dou Sheng strongmen tend to avoid the world and strive towards Dou Di. However, the gap between this Douluo continent and your place is really too far. Hulaina sighed. Even though Bibi Dong said this, she still felt a bit lost. This is just a part of the journey to becoming stronger, Bibi Dong said calmly. I believe that there must be even more powerful realms above Dou Di, but right now, we simply cannot look up to them. And Xiao Yan will eventually reach that level, but we can also become stronger. Speaking of Xiao Yan, Hulaina worriedly said, I wonder when he will return. The situation with the teacher is not optimistic. If Xiao Yan doesn't come back soon, I fear she will truly become a monster that knows only killing. Bibi Dong was severely injured in the last battle between Bibi Dong and Hantian Emperor. The tenacious life force of the Rakshasa God saved her life, but the divine power of the Rakshasa God was continuously eroding Bibi Dong's body, and she fell into a coma. If she wakes up, she is likely to become a bloodthirsty Shura with a very severe, killing aura. Bibi Dong also sighed lightly. He guessed that the relationship between Bibi Dong and Xiao Yan was somewhat complicated. Although she currently looked grotesque and ugly, when Bibi Dong saw Bibi Dong's previous portrait, he couldn't help but marvel at the beauty and nobility of this pope. Such a woman matched Xiao Yan very well. However, she was now at a critical moment of life and death, losing her sanity, and even Bibi Dong couldn't help her. If Xiao Yan never comes back, Bibi Dong would have no choice but to give up her life or become a cold killing machine. Speaking of which, this woman's cultivation talent is better than both of yours. If the divine power within her were transformed into Dou Qi, she would at least be at the level of a 9-star Dozuan. Bibi Dong sighed, but it's strange. She seems not to belong to this world at this moment. In the grand scheme of things, all changes in this world seem to have never happened for her. The teacher was already severely injured when she defeated Tang San, and then she was injured again by the divine corpse and Hantian Emperor. It has been very difficult for her to hold on until now. Hulaina said worriedly, using the strength of a junior Dozong to defeat a peak Dozong. She really did give it her all. Qianrenxue also had to show her some respect for Bibi Dong's performance in that battle. It could be said that no one could match her. Bibi Dong had also heard of the battle between Bibi Dong and Tang San. Tang San was forcibly elevated to the level of a peak Dozong by Hantian Emperor, with a hollow realm and extremely unstable fighting power. Coupled with the fact that he had just become a 9-star Dozong, he was unable to fully unleash the power of a peak Dozong. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong's realm had remained at title Douluo for more than several decades, and it was natural for her to become a god afterward. With the enhancement of the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, her strength could be considered a true 3-star Dozong. Moreover, compared to Bibi Dong, Tang San's battle experience and determination were somewhat weaker. Otherwise, he could have endured the pain of it to injure Bibi Dong. But he did not do so and missed the best opportunity. What a pity. Such a genius, even if placed in the Flame Alliance, would need to be nurtured. Bibi Dong thought. As for whether her relationship with Xiao Yan would affect Kai Lin, the vice leader, Bibi Dong could only smile awkwardly. It would be better for Xiao Yan to face that kind of sure scene himself. He couldn't handle that kind of situation. If he witnessed it all, he feared he would embarrassingly carve an ice sculpture with his toes. In the void, within the space created by Xiao Yan, the Douluo continent had completely merged into it. Xiao Yan filled his Dou Qi throughout the entire space and began to change the nature of the Douluo continent. He first expanded the area of the Douluo continent by more than 10 times, and the Sea God Island, which was thousands of miles away, was also integrated into the continent. He turned all soul power into Dou Qi, then changed the soul power within all soul beasts and soul masters in a thicker Dou Qi. In an instant, the strength of the entire Douluo continent increased by dozens of times. For Xiao Yan, this was just a moment, but for the Douluo continent, it had already been 81 days. Although the space created by Xiao Yan had been set up, it still lacked something that could continuously provide Dou Qi energy. At this moment, his gaze turned to a star that was neither far nor close from the original Douluo star. This was the first time Xiao Yan had seen such an enormous fireball composed of incredibly fierce fire elements. According to his estimates, the area of this fireball was even larger than that of the Dou Qi continent. For millions of years, it was this star that provided everything needed for the Douluo continent, from the first strand of soul power's birth to the present day with soul masters everywhere. The soul power within them all came from this dazzling star. Xiao Yan attempted to control this unknown object, and within him began to jump wildly the moment it touched the star, bursting out of his body and diving into the star, recklessly absorbing the violent energy within. If this thing explodes, it will be much more interesting than that. A hint of long-lost enthusiasm appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes. Chapter 276. Although the is strong, it cannot unleash its true power without the impetus of Dou Qi. Even the second ranked on the list could only reach 9-star Dou Sheng at its peak. The enormous star body before him was almost constantly undergoing explosions with power comparable to his 5-color fire lotus. And even more so, its power was not inferior to the he had previously used. Compared to the, if he could subdue such a celestial body, even 10 Hantian emperors would not be his match, Xiao Yan said fiercely. However, subduing this enormous fireball was not easy. At this moment, all of Xiao Yan's resided within his spiritual world. If he had a spirit to absorb it, he could try. It seemed he still needed to retrieve his body and return his peak, Xiao Yan sighed. However, although this star could not be subdued by Xiao Yan, he could borrow some of its energy to maintain the operation of the world within the space he had created. Xiao Yan released the star's energy into the space he had opened, and immediately, an incredibly rich Dou Qi began to fill the entire space. Within a radius of 90,000 miles, it only took a few months to fill it up. As time passed, all the soul masters on the Douluo continent noticed the changes within themselves, and they discovered that the original strength level system seemed to have been broken. Now, even without hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings, their strength could still improve. Moreover, some talented soul masters could already create some simple techniques on their own. Although these techniques were somewhat immature compared to soul skills, there was a lot of room for improvement. During this period, Bibi Dong also took out some simple yellow rank Dou techniques and gave them to the Wuhuan temple for their disciples to practice. Although these yellow rank Dou techniques were something only beginners in the Dou Qi continent would touch, they were more than enough for these people. With the enthusiasm of soul masters for Dou techniques, the proportion of soul skills and martial souls in battles became increasingly smaller, and soul beasts were no longer needed by soul masters. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In the Star Dou forest, apart from the official exchanges between the two major empires, no one had set foot there for several months. After all, soul masters do not need to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul skills, so naturally no one would kill soul beasts recklessly to become stronger. Xiao Wu looked at everything now with satisfaction. Although she had lost all her family and companions, at least she could see the day when soul masters and soul beasts temporarily coexisted in peace, even though both sides were still fundamentally incompatible. This delicate peace could be broken at any time. Xiao Yan finally finished everything he believed he needed to do, and he returned to the Douluo continent. Looking at the vast land now, he felt a bit of satisfaction in his heart. If it weren't for him, the Douluo continent would not have suffered such a disaster. Whether it was the Spirit Hall or ordinary people, at least they would not be threatened by the Spirit Hall, which had transformed into evil soul masters. What Xiao Yan did was, in his heart, merely a compensation to the Douluo continent, allowing the entire Douluo continent to evolve to a higher level. Although he couldn't say whether this was a good thing for the entire Douluo continent, it was still better than a low-level plane that could be crushed by the physical body of a Dou Saint. On this day, Bibi Dong, as usual, came to the spirit hall after practicing to guide everyone. In recent days, Bibi Dong could be said to have received unprecedented flattery in the Dou Qi Continent. Although his identity made everyone give him some face, he did not feel particularly powerful when facing those old monsters and people with similar strength. However, things were different here. Among everyone, he was the strongest. Hulayina and Qianrenxue were only at the 7-star Dou Zone and 8-star Dou Zone levels, respectively, and Zhu Zhuqing, who frequently visited the spirit hall, seemed to have the best talent. A few months ago, she was only a 5-star Dou Zone, but now she could catch up with Hulayina. Mr. Hai, Mr. Hai. Along the way, everyone who saw him bowed their heads in greeting, and Bibi Dong nodded in response. This resembled the retirement life Bibi Dong had envisioned, teaching some juniors in a sect every day, free from trivial matters, and happily cultivating talent for the Flame Alliance while enjoying himself. Mr. Hai, where are you going? A very ordinary greeting came. Bibi Dong did not feel anything wrong and replied lightly, I'm going to the spirit hall. A few days ago, I just handed them a mid-level Xian-ranked fighting skill, and I want to see how they are practicing. Mr. Hai is really enjoying himself, unlike me. In these days, I Haven T had a moment's rest to change the Douluo continent. Xiao Yan laughed behind him. Bibi Dong finally noticed something was off. He turned around, raised his slightly stooped body, and looked at Xiao Yan excitedly, saying, Xiao Yan, you're back? Xiao Yan smiled and nodded, saying this time, pulling you from the Dou Qi Continent here was unintentional. I hope you can forgive me. Ah, you brat, just know how to mess with me. You never think about my age. Bibi Dong shook his head helplessly and said, however, although the battle with the Soul Heaven Emperor was dangerous, I did gain some insights, which are quite helpful for me to break through to Dou Saint. Unexpectedly, after not seeing each other for many years, Bibi Dong's strength had actually reached this level. Xiao Yan was a bit surprised. He could see at a glance Bibi Dong's current strength. This was a huge change for the Ice Emperor of the small Jaimar Empire. Bibi Dong sighed, looking a bit regretful. Over the years, the Flame Alliance has invested a lot of resources in me. Originally, these resources would have been better spent on some talented juniors. Giving them to me is quite a waste. Mr. Hai, don't say such things. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be the Flame Alliance today. As a veteran of the Flame Alliance, you have selflessly protected me and safeguarded the Xiao family multiple times. Such kindness cannot be repaid with mere resources. Watching Bibi Dong talk about these things, Xiao Yan couldn't help but reminisce about the past. Bibi Dong could come here because, in his subconscious, he considered Bibi Dong one of the most reliable people. Let us not mention old matters. Bibi Dong waved his hand and closed his eyes, saying, as one gets older, one becomes more sentimental. Don't be like me. Mr. Hai, is there any sign of breaking through to Dou Saint now? Xiao Yan inquired. Bibi Dong shook his head, saying, although I have gained some insights into Dou Saint level power, wanting to break through is still a pipe dream. At most, it only allows my current strength to increase a bit. Xiao Yan said seriously, is that so? Mr. Hai, don't worry, I will find a way. As long as I return to Dou Emperor, I will definitely find a way for you to break through to Dou Saint. Chapter 277. Bibi Dong was stunned for a moment, then relieved, saying, forget it. I'm already very satisfied to reach this level. Without the Flame Alliance, with my qualifications, being able to break through to Dou Zone would already be quite good. There is no need to allocate resources to this old man. Mr. Hai, don't say that anymore. Xiao Yan shook his head and said, I wonder how the Flame Alliance is doing now? Xiao Yan intentionally changed the subject, and Bibi Dong answered truthfully, everything is currently well and thriving. Ever since you were swallowed by that spatial rift and arrived at the Douluo continent, the Vice Alliance Master has searched for you in the Central State for several years without success, so he had to take Xiao back to the Flame Alliance. That little girl Xiao is now a 9-star Dou Saint, and with her Dou Emperor bloodline, she can already spar with the clan leader of the ancient clan. Kai Lin, is she doing well? Xiao Yan cleared his throat, and his voice became a bit softer. The Vice Alliance Master naturally has nothing to worry about, but she is quite worried about you. However, you are in this Douluo continent. Bibi Dong was saying when he was interrupted by Xiao Yan. I will find a way to return as soon as possible, Xiao Yan said firmly. The Douluo continent has already merged with the space I opened up. Within this space, all Dou Qi can be used by me. Even the Soul Heaven Emperor cannot defeat me here. But you still can't do anything to him, right? Bibi Dong frowned and asked. Xiao Yan helplessly nodded. Due to the lack of quality in the Emperor-grade pills, he had only reached the half-step Dou Emperor level. Although he could compete with a true Dou Emperor using the yin-yang puppet, the Soul Heaven Emperor had indeed become much stronger than before. If I recover to my peak strength, I can fight the Soul Heaven Emperor without holding back. This time, I won't show any mercy, Xiao Yan said fiercely. Right now, I can only tear open the spatial rift leading to the Dou Qi Continent and retrieve my Dou Emperor body from within. Hypocritical nodded and said, if you can tear open this spatial rift, you can also open a passage between the two planes. At that time, this place can utilize the resources of the Dou Qi Continent, and the overall strength will improve. Xiao Yan shook his head, saying no, that wouldn't be good. We have already intervened enough. In the Douluo continent, the Spirit Hall is the ruler of this world. After all, we are ultimately outsiders. Bibi Dong was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. The Spirit Hall in the Douluo continent was like the position of the Flame Alliance in the Northwest continent. If one day a stronger being from another plane descended and incorporated it into their own plane, there would definitely be a lot of complaints from the Flame Alliance. Maintaining the status quo is good enough, Xiao Yan sighed. I have been stranded in this Douluo continent, and the Spirit Hall has helped me a lot. I have already increased the area of the Douluo continent several times, and all evil soul masters have been eliminated. The external threats are gone. Next, we need to see the capabilities of the Spirit Hall. The chessboard has already been set, and it depends on how they proceed. After I leave, whether it's the Spirit Hall ruling Douluo continent or someone else taking over, that's just the rule of development on Douluo continent, and it has nothing to do with me. Is that really how you think? Bibi Dong asked. Xiao Yan nodded and said, that's right, except for her. Her? Bibi Dong paused and handed the seed of the green lotus earth heart fire to Xiao Yan. Is she the new master of this? Xiao Yan was shocked and asked, how could it be with you? Bibi Dong sighed and said, that person has now become very ugly. I advise you to forget her. She is not worthy of you, and it's also not good to say about the deputy leader and Miss Sunner. Holding the seed of the green lotus earth heart fire, a hint of hot light flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes, and he asked in a deep voice, where is she? Bibi Dong also said seriously, are you really going to go? Of course. After seeing her appearance, you will definitely regret it. Bibi Dong shook his head and said, she entrusted this to me, asking me to give it to you, precisely because she didn't want you to see her current appearance. According to her wishes, she hopes to remain in your heart as she used to be. No, she won't be so weak. Xiao Yan closed his eyes and shook his head, saying, if you don't tell me, I will go find her myself. Bibi Dong sighed deeply and said, she is under the Pope's hall. She has ascended to the land of the Shura. After getting the location, Xiao Yan disappeared from here, leaving Bibi Dong standing alone in the breeze, sighing continuously. The Empress of the Spirit Hall. It's not that I am unwilling to help you to the end, but you also know Xiao Yan's temperament. If it comes to this result, he will definitely not agree. Bibi Dong walked slowly towards the Spirit Hall while sighing. This is a blood-red world. Once crystal-clear stalactites have been covered by this blood-red color, a strong smell of blood fills the entire space. In the center of this blood-red world, a humanoid creature with a Rakshasa face is sitting here, absorbing the surrounding murderous aura. At this moment, Bibi Dong is still in life-threatening danger, although she has some consciousness. She is not fully awakened. The chaotic injuries in her body still exist. The energy here is repairing her injuries, but pain occasionally comes, and every time she frowns, her already hideous face looks even more terrifying. Xiao Yan hides behind a blood-colored stone, looking at the scene before him with disbelief. Why is this happening? Xiao Yan clenched his fists and shook his head. What exactly happened? Xiao Yan continued to look at Bibi Dong, wrapping her in soul power, deducing from the residual aura on her body why Bibi Dong had become like this. All of this started because, if it weren't for my insistence on returning to Dou Di, you wouldn't be in this situation. Xiao Yan walked in front of Bibi Dong with some guilt. He did not hide his aura. Even while Bibi Dong was healing, she discovered this unexpected guest. Xiao Yan, Bibi Dong exclaimed, her aura becoming even more chaotic. She did not expect Xiao Yan to suddenly appear here. You. Xiao Yan wanted to reach out to touch her face, but was avoided by Bibi Dong. Sorry, you have mistaken the person. Bibi Dong shook her head and said, there is no one you are looking for here. You should leave. Xiao Yan sighed and said, I haven't said who you are. I am the Rakshasa God. I am supposed to be like this. Bibi Dong raised her head to look at him. Does my appearance scare you? Chapter 278. Why go through this? Xiao Yan said sadly. I'm sorry, I came late. You always say I like to save people at the last moment, but this time I was late. Bibi Dong said nothing more, but turned her head again. unwilling to let Xiao Yan see her current appearance. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in front of her, gently holding Bibi Dong's arm, sensing her slight resistance, and said softly, "Don't worry, I'm here to help you heal your injuries." "No need, I'm fine like this." Bibi Dong shook her head and said, "You should leave here quickly. We shouldn't meet again. I know very well how ugly I am." "Not ugly. This is the result of your struggle for the countless beings on this continent, but it is not the final result." Xiao Yan said seriously, "I once disappointed you, but this time please believe me again." Bibi Dong lowered her head and said, "I am willing to believe you, regardless of whether you disappoint me. But, do I still deserve your efforts?" Xiao Yan rubbed his slightly red eyes with one hand and said, "Worthy, definitely worthy." After saying that, a pink flame appeared in Xiao Yan's hand, instantly covering Bibi Dong's entire body. This is, feeling the warm sensation coming from her body, Bibi Dong found that her injuries were rapidly increasing, fearing that before long, this body would be destroyed. This body is weak and has been unable to heal. Now there's only the option of starting over. I will separate your soul from your body, and then reshape your body for you. Xiao Yan's voice sounded a bit strained. Although Bibi Dong could clearly feel her body collapsing, she felt no pain. Instead, it seemed that Xiao Yan was enduring something. Seeing Bibi Dong's confusion, Xiao Yan endured the intense pain in his body and forced a smile. The pain of burning the body is something ordinary people cannot endure. But I've been burned a lot, so I've gotten used to it. What are you doing? Bibi Dong was shocked. She grabbed Xiao Yan's arm and said, "You don't need to bear this pain alone. It's okay. Consider it a small compensation from me to you." Xiao Yan said through gritted teeth, "Don't forget, I am the body of Dou Di." Bibi Dong watched as her body collapsed and collapsed, while her soul was perfectly separated by Xiao Yan. With the protection of Xiao Yan's soul power that transcends the Emperor realm, Bibi Dong's soul was not affected by the murderous aura of the Rakshasa God at all. Looking at this somewhat ethereal, yet familiar figure, Xiao Yan finally showed a hint of a smile. What do you want to do?" Bibi Dong asked. Xiao Yan said, "Now it is not difficult to find a suitable body for you, but the best is not a mortal body, but this pure lotus demon fire in my hand." "What?" Bibi Dong was shocked. She had heard Xiao Yan mention this pure lotus demon fire before, which ranks among the top 3 on the list. Its power is unimaginable. "I will let the burn away this false god's power, forging a body for you." A hint of madness flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. "No matter what you want to do in the future, I will be with you. I want to know, will this have any impact on you?" Bibi Dong wasn't particularly concerned about her body. If it would have any adverse effect on Xiao Yan, she would never agree. Xiao Yan smiled and said nothing more. The pink flame in his hand had already enveloped Bibi Dong's entire body, and this pink flame was the green lotus earth heart fire. "Xiao Yi, I'm counting on you," Xiao Yan said to it. Bibi Dong's soul was wrapped in the pure lotus demon fire, completely cut off from her perception of the outside world. At this moment, she was very anxious and wanted to break through the barrier of the... From Xiao Yan's recent actions, she speculated that it would definitely have an impact on Xiao Yan himself, even affecting his strength. "Have you really decided?" He looked at Xiao Yan with surprise. "If you use me as her body, you will lose this pure lotus demon fire." Xiao Yan nodded and said, "I've decided. However, if that's the case, your strength will be greatly reduced if the Soul Emperor returns." Xiao Yi said, her eyes showing some reluctance toward Xiao Yan. Not because she wanted to become Bibi Dong's body, but because she was worried that without her, Xiao Yan would be defeated by the Soul Emperor. Xiao Yan smiled and said, "Even so, I am still the Flame Emperor." Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned, then sighed helplessly. "All right, it seems I still cannot understand what you call feelings. It's too absurd." You can rest assured, once her body is fully formed, I think you might understand." Xiao Yan laughed. Then his voice returned to calmness. "You do have a point, but I will not give up on her out of fear of the Soul Emperor." Xiao Yan had made this decision after careful consideration. Among the he possessed, only the pure lotus demon fire had a fire spirit. With his half-step Dou Emperor strength, he could fuse the soul with the fire spirit, making the pure lotus demon fire the most suitable to serve as Bibi Dong's body. Moreover, the strength of the pure lotus demon fire itself was not inferior to that of a 5-star Dou Saint, and after Bibi Dong obtained the pure lotus demon fire, her strength would greatly increase. Although he would lose the pure lotus demon fire, he had 2 new types of, which he had not officially named yet, but their power was not weaker than the top 10 on the. As long as he regained his Dou Emperor body and returned to the Dou Emperor level, plus the yin-yang puppet, he would definitely have the strength to fight against the Soul Emperor. If he truly could not defeat the Soul Emperor, Xiao Yan had already made all preparations. The most powerful on the was himself. Dian, Xiao Yan whispered, even if it meant burning his Dou Emperor body. He would defeat the Soul Emperor. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already merged into the pink flames. The pure lotus demon fire began to change shape. Countless petals formed a female body that looked almost identical to Bibi Dong. At this time, the restrictions of the pure lotus demon fire on Bibi Dong were also lifted. Bibi Dong looked at the transformed body of the pure lotus demon fire in surprise, not expecting that could really have such marvelous uses. Xiao Yan controlled this body and stood in front of Bibi Dong's soul, saying to her, "This is you from my memories, but you can modify it according to your own wishes." Bibi Dong frowned and asked, "Really?" Xiao Yan nodded. "You can fuse with the body now. I have all the materials ready, and I will definitely satisfy you. Will this affect you?" Bibi Dong asked worriedly. "If it does, I would rather die than do it." Chapter 279. Xiao Yan felt somewhat helpless. He did not expect that Bibi Dong was still entangled with this issue. He did not want to deceive Bibi Dong, but he also did not want her to give up just like that. After a moment of thought, he said seriously, "If you're not here, it would have an impact on me. In this Douluo continent, you're the only person I care about. If I don't have you, I naturally have no reason to stay here. What about the evil soul master and the soul emperor?" Bibi Dong said anxiously, "That's because you are here. If there's no one I want to protect in this world, why should I still fight for it?" Xiao Yan shook his head and said, "Only if you survive. Do I have the motivation?" Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Bibi Dong suddenly smiled, floating in front of him, and said, "So to keep me alive? You're willing to make up such a reason?" Xiao Yan swallowed hard. He knew that what he just said was somewhat absurd, but he indeed had this thought in his heart. "All right, tell me how this will affect you, whether good or bad. I will listen to you," Bibi Dong sighed. "But don't hide anything from me, okay?" Xiao Yan nodded and said, "All right, it's a deal. It's a deal." Bibi Dong replied. After receiving Bibi Dong's affirmative answer, Xiao Yan said to her, "Losing the pure lotus demon fire doesn't have much impact on me. I am still the Flame Emperor. However, I need to be more cautious when facing the Soul Emperor. But I have the yin-yang puppet, which is comparable to a Dou Emperor, so it's still 2 against 1. And I have the advantage." At this moment, the bizarre-looking yin-yang puppet appeared behind Xiao Yan. Feeling the powerful energy from the yin-yang puppet, which was much stronger than Xiao Yan, Bibi Dong was quite surprised. However, she believed Xiao Yan's words and thought he was already sure of victory. "All right then." "Thank you," Bibi Dong said. "The new body is also born for you." Hearing Bibi Dong's words, Xiao Yan's face turned a bit red, and he turned his head away, saying, "Do we still need to talk about things between us? You should prepare to fuse with the body. It's not as simple as you think and will take some time." "What should I do?" Bibi Dong asked. "Just relax your soul," Xiao Yan said as he took out the materials needed to fuse the body from his storage ring, which included many 9th-rank spirit pills and rare treasures. Bibi Dong's soul was pressed into the body by Xiao Yan, and she was immediately wrapped in the pure lotus demon fire, subsequently losing consciousness. Several 9th-rank spirit pills were injected into the body of the, followed by the pure lotus demon fire refining these pills. The other materials included, but were not limited to, the magic cores and blood of 9th-rank magical beasts, which were important parts for forming the body. In this blood-red world, a brand new body was slowly forming. As the pure lotus demon fire spread, the evil aura and killing intent possessed by the Rakshasa God were completely burned away, replaced by extremely pure fire attribute energy. This situation lasted for nearly a month, and the entire papal city became scorching hot due to the temperature here. Bibi Dong felt the powerful energy of the coming from deep underground and knew that Xiao Yan was doing something. "Mr. Hai, the source of this scorching aura is where the teacher is in seclusion. She won't run into any trouble, will she?" Hulaina asked, somewhat worried. But Bibi Dong had repeatedly advised her not to go check. "Don't worry, with Xiao Yan around, nothing will happen," Bibi Dong said lightly. "Perhaps the next time you see her, your teacher will return to her original form." Hulaina was very confused, but Xiao Yan had powers beyond her imagination, so she could only choose to trust him. "Stop worrying. We should trust him." At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing also said, since a few days ago, she had arrived at the Wuhuan Palace. The Star Luo Empire had stabilized, and the influence of the Wuhuan Palace and the Star Luo Empire was growing stronger. Zhu Zhuqing had handed the throne over to a wise noble, as she indeed could not handle being an emperor with her temperament. Hulaina looked at Zhu Zhuqing and nodded, saying, "But are you really decided to go to the Dou Qi Continent with Xiao Yan? Here, you are above everyone. But in the Dou Qi Continent, your strength is just ordinary." At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's divine power had also been completely transformed into battle chi. Just like Hulaina, But Hulaina had already entered the realm of Dou Zone, while Zhu Zhuqing had only touched the threshold of Dou Zone. I'm not pursuing being above everyone. What I seek is even more powerful strength. Zhu Zhuqing smiled and said no more. Months passed, and the long silent Pope City suddenly erupted with an extremely powerful heat wave from deep underground, which could be clearly felt by people even 100 miles away. What happened? The holy knights of the Spirit Hall became tense, and the elders immediately gathered to prepare to find Hulaina for a decision. At this moment, Hulaina was looking down in shock, and Bibi Dong said to her, "It seems to be the aura emitted by your teacher, but from her appearance, she should be not fully awakened yet." Hulaina nodded and said, "However, my teacher's aura has changed significantly, and she seems to have become much stronger." "Yes, it looks like she is even stronger than me," Bibi Dong said helplessly. "I don't know what Xiao Yan used, but if it's suitable, I also want to try it." In the place of Ashura, God's inheritance, Xiao Yan was also filled with joy as he looked at Bibi Dong's current condition. The blood-red world had completely disappeared, replaced by the pink pure lotus demon fire. The pure lotus demon fire filled the entire cave, turning everything into pink. The aura that just erupted from Bibi Dong was a sign that she was about to awaken, and Xiao Yan assisted her by providing the last material. Bibi Dong's body was enveloped by a giant lotus flower, and Xiao Yan placed the seed of the green lotus earth heart fire on top of it. The lotus flower seemed to be stimulated by something and trembled slightly, then began to devour all the green lotus earth heart fire, and its color changed from pink to a deeper pink. The green lotus earth heart fire was the she was most familiar with. With the help of the green lotus earth heart fire, she could more quickly master this body composed of pure lotus demon fire. Xiao Yan nodded as he watched the changes in the lotus flower and said, "At this moment, Bibi Dong's aura had already reached the level of a 5-star Dou Sheng, and the battle chi pressure she emitted was extraordinary. Waves of battle chi spread out in all directions, and Xiao Yan resolved these fluctuations so that they would not damage the Pope City above." In Chapter 280, powerful continuously impacted the surroundings, while Xiao Yan resolved everything. Thanks to Xiao Yan's efforts, even the stalactites here were unharmed. Although Bibi Dong's current cultivation could match that of a Dou Sheng, she lacked techniques and skills, and her true strength was still far from that of a Dou Sheng. If she directly practiced a technique, it would likely require a heavenly ranked technique to meet her needs. But Xiao Yan had long been prepared for this. In the Dou Emperor's cave, there were excellent heavenly ranked techniques. Although the ancient techniques were not perfect, perfecting a technique was not a difficult task for a Dou Emperor. The two Dou Emperor powerhouses who had perished here possessed this ancient burning decision. Although they could only control one source of, they could use this technique to enhance the power of, and this enhancement had no upper limit. As long as they continuously devoured fire attribute battle chi, they would see results after reaching a terrifying threshold. Moreover, this burning decision could also devour and beast fire. But unlike the burning decision practiced by Xiao Yan, the devoured and beast fire could not merge or exist independently. They could only become nourishment for the source. Bibi Dong's source was naturally the pure lotus demon fire that had transformed in her body, and once the green lotus earth heart fire completely integrated with this body, it would automatically become nourishment for the pure lotus demon fire to be devoured by it. Xiao Yan also discovered the wonderful use of this ancient burning decision after stepping into the half-step Dou Emperor realm. With some modifications, he changed the function of the burning decision to this form. This body was incredibly powerful. If Bibi Dong cultivated it to perfection, its growth potential would not be inferior to Xiao Yan's burning decision. The enormous red lotus petals became crystal clear under the impact of this, and one could vaguely see the outline of Bibi Dong's body outside. At this moment, Bibi Dong's soul and body had merged completely. Next, she needed to refine Bibi Dong's soul power. With Bibi Dong's current soul power, she could not control a body comparable to a Dou Sheng. After countless trials, "Let me help you bear this," Xiao Yan thought, unwilling to see Bibi Dong's soul power grow stronger through pain. He wanted to actively transfer this pain onto his own soul. However, he was intentionally rejected by Bibi Dong. Although she could not speak yet, ripples emanated from her soul, slowly pushing away the soul power that wrapped around Xiao Yan. For Bibi Dong, becoming stronger was particularly important, but she knew that enduring the corresponding pain was part of the process, and she had to bear it herself. Power gained without cost was not genuine. Since she had come this far, the rest would be completed by herself. Bibi Dong thought, her soul resolutely rushing into the hottest part of this body. Boom! Boom! The muffled yet powerful sound of heartbeat came. Xiao Yan knew that this body had come to life. Bibi Dong's soul endured the burning of the pure lotus demon fire, even though the green lotus earth heart fire turned into a barrier to protect Bibi Dong. The gap between the two was too great. No matter how much the green lotus earth heart fire exerted itself, it could not have much effect. Green lotus earth heart fire. It's quite a coincidence. You, me, and Xiao Yan are all fated, but this is my body, and I can't let you be devoured here. Bibi Dong felt the waves of weakness coming from the barrier of the green lotus earth heart fire. She pushed it away with a palm, facing the soul attack from the pure lotus demon fire directly. The green lotus earth heart fire transformed into a flame seed, reappearing above the pink lotus. Bibi Dong didn't want it to dissipate, so she released it, but the green lotus earth heart fire seemed unwilling to leave Bibi Dong. You once abandoned it, so this time it naturally can't bear to part with you. Xiao Yan shook his head and said helplessly. This flame had been nurtured by her since childhood, and over time, the chance of it developing intelligence had increased. After spending some time with Bibi Dong, it returned to Xiao Yan's hands, and that touch of intelligence was awakened due to the burning decision and Xiao Yan's half-step Dou Emperor status. Bibi Dong steeled her heart, no longer looking at the green lotus earth heart fire. She felt an unprecedented heat. The pain of burning her soul was something no one else had experienced besides Xiao Yan, and now Bibi Dong had become the second person to endure it. In an endless sea of pink flames, Bibi Dong's soul was deep within this ocean. At this moment, she had no idea how long had passed. She had not opened her eyes for a long time. Suddenly, a giant pink python made of flames attacked. Bibi Dong immediately struck out with a palm, shattering the giant python. During this time, Bibi Dong had been battling the monsters transformed from the flames almost every moment. Her soul was now exhausted, but her soul power gradually strengthened through the continuous battles. Pure lotus demon fire, after all this time, do you still think I can't control you? Bibi Dong said fiercely. However, in the busy sea of flames, there was still no one to answer her question. If I had to say there was a response, it would only be this incoming monster. It had been an unknown amount of time for Bibi Dong. Her soul was approaching nothingness. Although her soul power was growing stronger, the endless consumption could not be replenished, and the final result would only be annihilation. Xiao Yan looked at the scene before him, understanding that Bibi Dong was in a very critical state. If she could endure, she could truly be reborn. If she could not overcome the pure lotus demon fire, she would ultimately remain at this level, unable to progress further. This was not because the pure lotus demon fire was intentionally making things difficult for her. On the contrary, it had been very considerate. The trials Xiao Yan faced when he subdued the pure lotus demon fire were thousands of times more severe than this. At this moment, the pure lotus demon fire only wanted Bibi Dong to be able to control it perfectly. If she rashly allowed her soul to dominate this body, it would only harm her. The endless battle seemed to show no signs of stopping, as Bibi Dong forced herself to support her weakened soul, aimlessly fighting against these monster forms created by the strange fire. Really, I can't hold on any longer. The consciousness in Bibi Dong's eyes gradually faded, and her soul stopped moving, quietly lying in this ocean of strange fire. The pink flames continued to burn fiercely, and numerous monsters surrounded Bibi Dong's soul. If she could not resist any longer, these monsters would immediately pounce and tear at her soul. It's over. Xiao Yan closed his eyes. Unable to bear to witness what was happening, Bibi Dong had already failed, which meant she would be stuck at this level from now on. Chapter 281. Just then, a violent wave of scorching heat suddenly erupted from the blue lotus heart fire above the pink refining flames, transforming into a small lotus flower that abruptly entered the massive lotus below, hovering above Bibi Dong's forehead. The blue flames surged from the small lotus, entering Bibi Dong's soul, enveloping her soon-to-be unconscious, illusory soul, and eliminating all the surrounding monsters. The blue lotus heart fire. How could this happen? Before Xiao Yan could ponder, Bibi Dong's soul was indeed strengthened by the replenishment of the blue lotus heart fire, and her soul suddenly became solidified. When Bibi Dong separated this blue lotus heart fire from herself, she had already damaged her spiritual power. Although this spiritual power was not equivalent to the soul, it originated from her soul. At this moment, Bibi Dong's soul was complete, and her consciousness awakened again, discovering the blue lotus heart fire swirling around her soul. So it was you, Bibi Dong exclaimed in surprise. How did you come back? The blue lotus heart fire danced around her soul, eliminating the monsters that attacked again. Although it seemed unable to answer Bibi Dong's question with its spiritual intelligence, it was driven to act this way. All right, this pure lotus demon fire cannot make me submit, and I will absolutely not let it consume you. Bibi Dong said fiercely. "But for now, let's subdue it together." At this moment, Bibi Dong's soul power surged rapidly. After 6 months, her soul power had risen from the mortal realm to the heavenly realm, which also included Xiao Yan's contributions. Although Bibi Dong chose to endure the trials of the pure lotus demon fire, Xiao Yan could no longer interfere, but could use his own soul power to help her rapidly improve. Xiao Yan's soul power had already surpassed the imperial realm, entering a higher level, and he himself did not know what stage he was at, but helping Bibi Dong was very effective. In the Dou Qi Continent, no matter how strong one's talent, it was impossible to evolve from a mortal soul to a spiritual soul within a year, yet Xiao Yan helped her achieve it. If Yao Chen were here and saw this scene, he would only silently say, "Against the heavens." The monsters formed by the strange fire were completely annihilated by Bibi Dong, and her soul power had reached a considerably powerful level. With her soul power released, most of the Heaven Dou Empire was within her perception. This is the heavenly realm soul. Bibi Dong felt all of this incredulously. She had never hoped to be this strong one day. At this moment, the sea of fire also turned to nothingness, and the massive pink lotus began to tremble slightly. With a thought, Bibi Dong controlled his body to raise her arm, touching the petals transformed by the pure lotus demon fire within this lotus. The powerful soul power and Dou Qi swept out in all directions. Under Xiao Yan's control, these highly destructive auras were neutralized, preventing the area from collapsing. The lotuses trembling gradually calmed, and the petals that had just been tightly closed now relaxed slightly, showing signs of blooming. The pink Dou Qi continuously spread around, but it was no longer as fierce as before. Instead, it was incredibly gentle, and the petals slowly began to blossom under the gentle push of this Dou Qi. Xiao Yan stood up, looking at the blooming lotus. In the center of that splendid lotus, he could see a beauty lying there like a water lily, shyly gazing at him. Xiao Yan swallowed hard and politely turned his head away. Seeing this, Bibi Dong realized that she was now without a stitch of clothing. Her face immediately flushed, and she did not forget to control the Dou Qi to transform the lotus into fitting clothing. Strange, why am I so nervous? Bibi Dong thought to herself. Having already been open with Xiao Yan several times, and she had enjoyed it, yet now she was shy upon seeing him again. Xiao Yan cleared his throat a couple of times and said softly, "It seems you succeeded." Bibi Dong nodded slightly. "Thanks to you. It was your own effort." Xiao Yan smiled, but there was a hint of desire in his gaze towards Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong noticed Xiao Yan staring at her and felt a bit helpless. The clothing formed from the lotus petals could only serve as a somewhat tight robe, perfectly outlining her body's curves. "Hee, you seem to have become more beautiful," Xiao Yan said after a few seconds, redirecting his gaze to her feet. "Humph, little pervert." Bibi Dong turned her head away, seemingly uncontrollably. This was not in line with her character, as she would not normally be shy in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan walked in front of Bibi Dong, gently embracing her, and softly said, "Thankfully, you succeeded." Bibi Dong's heart raced to the extreme, and her hands instinctively wrapped around Xiao Yan's broad back, feeling extremely flustered, and her face was burning. "The pure lotus demon fire reshaped my body. Perhaps this is related," Bibi Dong thought, realizing that the scorching aura from Xiao Yan was surprisingly similar to her own. Both of their cultivation methods were burning decision. Although slightly different, they attracted each other. The strange fire within Xiao Yan could produce subfire as he grew stronger, and the subfire could be consumed by Bibi Dong's strange fire body, enhancing her strength. Bibi Dong instinctively kissed Xiao Yan's lips, and the surrounding scorching aura combined with the pink world made everything that happened reasonable. After their kiss ended, Xiao Yan looked at Bibi Dong, whose pupils had turned pink with some surprise. "This is the desire brought by the burning decision," Bibi Dong whispered softly in Xiao Yan's ear. "If you see blood later, don't stop." As the passion between the two ignited, the hot energy of the began to riot, constantly impacting the holy city above. Bibi Dong felt the tremors from deep within, but fortunately, the impact on the holy city was not significant. He frowned slightly and didn't think much of it. He merely released his cold, ice fighting spirit to reinforce the entire holy city, preventing any accidents due to the earthquake. However, the two deep underground did not think too much about it. Seemingly to celebrate this long-awaited reunion, they vented their desires as much as possible, while simultaneously allowing their fighting spirits to merge. As their exchange deepened, Bibi Dong's fighting spirit became increasingly thick due to the interaction of various during the process. Several hours later, Xiao Yan and Bibi Dong lay together on the pink lotus platform, embracing each other in sleep. Chapter 282, when Bibi Dong woke up again. She found herself lying on the bed in the back hall, with a continuous soreness in her body and below, making her feel somewhat helpless. Although her body could now match high-level Dou Saint experts, she was clearly inferior compared to Xiao Yan, and naturally, she would lose in the long hours of confrontation. However, I guess this counts as a rebirth. Bibi Dong looked at her hands, and with a thought, her body turned into pink flames. Although the temperature of this flame was extremely high, under Bibi Dong's control, it would not affect the surroundings. The body, truly mysterious? Bibi Dong marveled in her heart. At this moment, she had not yet determined her true strength, but she was sure that she would not be weaker than that old man controlling the ice dragon. She opened her wardrobe, filled with gorgeous clothes, and the most precious was the Pope's robe that she hadn't worn for a long time. Since she inherited the position of the Rakshasa God, she could no longer wear this Pope's robe, which had always been a significant regret for her. However, even though she had regained her strength, she no longer held much obsession with it. After some thought, she changed into the white robe she wore when she traveled with Xiao Yan in the Stardew Forest. Now, the position of Pope seemed less important to her. Xiao Yan had sacrificed his to regain himself, and Bibi Dong knew that this was due to Xiao Yan's guilt. But she was not a narrow-minded person and had never held a grudge about it. Xiao Yan forcibly elevated himself to a height that did not belong to him, and she could only hold on tightly to be worthy of Xiao Yan's efforts for her. Whether or not to be Pope didn't matter. Bibi Dong looked at the portrait above of herself dressed in the Pope's splendid attire and wearing the crown, and with a wave of fire, she burned it to nothingness. Xiao Yan, I will closely follow in your footsteps. Her body had been reshaped, no longer that unclean body. Although Xiao Yan had never been troubled by this, Bibi Dong could not get over that hurdle. Now, both her perspective and strength were no longer what they used to be. Those of the thousand ways flow were merely dissipated smoke in her eyes. However, there was still one person she had to deal with. Xiao Yan was the first to wake up on the lotus platform, while Bibi Dong was still fast asleep. She was too tired and needed a good rest. So Xiao Yan picked her up, stored the Qinglian platform, and placed her on a soft bed while he wanted to take a good look at what the Douluo continent looked like now. He and Bibi Dong had been isolated from the world for nearly a year, and in this short year, the Douluo continent had undergone tremendous changes. A large amount of land appeared out of nowhere, leading some cultivators to form independent empires. By now, more than a dozen small empires had risen, beginning to play their historical roles on the Douluo continent. Xiao Yan looked at these empires with satisfaction, knowing that their territories were certainly not as they appeared now. In the process of the empires advancing, numerous wars would break out, countless strong individuals would emerge, and many would die as a result. Civilization should be like this. The entire Dou continent cannot have only two empires, Xiao Yan said to Bibi Dong beside him. Bibi Dong stroked his beard and said, yes, just like the Northwest continent, where countless empires stand tall. Although the Amethyst Empire is located in a remote area, due to competition among the empires, a giant like the Yunlan sect has emerged. The Yunlan sect? Xiao Yan smiled and said, speaking of which, the Yunlan sect has quite a connection with me. If it weren't for Nailan Yinran's withdrawal from the Xiao family back then, there probably wouldn't be the current emperor Yin engaging in a battle of the heavens and earth with the sole emperor, right? Bibi Dong was taken aback, then exchanged a glance with Xiao Yan, both bursting into laughter. He deserves it. Xiao Yan. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing arrived beside Xiao Yan and said to him, the Pope has already woken up, and she is looking for you. Xiao Yan nodded and said to Bibi Dong, Old Hai, just continue enjoying yourself. I'll go see her now. Xiao Yan, you're having a lot more fun than this old man. Bibi Dong said with a laugh as he watched Xiao Yan leave. Xiao Yan sighed helplessly, realizing that this old fellow had probably guessed what he and Bibi Dong had done. Hu Laina and Qianrenxue were now almost inseparable. The rise of the new empire had created a significant sense of crisis for both the Heaven Dou Empire and the Star Luo Empire. They chose not to oppose each other anymore, but to form alliances to combat the new empires. The Spirit Hall also played a crucial role in this, and the distance between the Heaven Dou Empire and the Spirit Hall was getting closer. At this point, the Spirit Hall had almost mastered the high-ranking nobility of both great empires. Today, Hu Laina and Qianrenxue were looking forward to the future of the great empire and the Spirit Hall as usual. Although new forces were rising, the ruling position of the Spirit Hall had never changed. All empires could only establish themselves legitimately after being recognized by the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, they would provoke war from other empires. Qianrenxue was currently helplessly saying to Hu Laina, just at the western border of the Dou Empire. Another small nation has declared its emergence, and its emperor is a Dou Ling expert, with 2 low-level Dou Ling and several great Dou masters under him. He is considered the most powerful among these emerging empires. More and more empires are rising. The Spirit Hall's reach is ultimately limited, and the national strength of the 2 great empires is not invincible. Hulayin sighed and said, "Let us stop here. As long as we maintain the number of top experts in the Spirit Hall, it doesn't matter how many empires appear. That's all we can do." Before Qianren could finish her sentence, she felt an extremely powerful aura appear here. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been idly hanging around in the back hall, also noticed her. It was Bibi Dong, who had already woken up. Bibi Dong was not dressed in the luxurious Pope's robe with a scepter, as she remembered, but in plain clothes, smiling at her. "Zhu Zhuqing?" Bibi Dong asked. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback for 2 seconds and quickly replied, yes. Have you seen Xiao Yan?" Zhu Zhuqing truthfully informed her of Xiao Yan's whereabouts, and Bibi Dong nodded. "Then please do me a favor and call him back." "Okay." Zhu Zhuqing did not hesitate at all. Although Bibi Dong looked amicable, she truly sensed an incredibly powerful aura from her. I seem to have startled her. Bibi Dong felt a bit helpless. Her strength had surged, yet she couldn't properly restrain her aura. She entered the Pope's palace, where Hulayin and Qianren were already waiting for her. The 2 girls seemed a bit reserved when they saw her. Bibi Dong made an effort to suppress her aura and said to them, "You've worked hard these days." Chapter 283. Teacher, it really is you. Hulayin said with red-rimmed eyes. "You've finally returned to your original self." Bibi Dong smiled and said, "Was I really that ugly before?" Hulayin vigorously shook her head and replied, "I prefer how you look now." The 2 gently embraced each other, then separated. Bibi Dong looked at Qianren, her eyes no longer cold and filled with disdain. Qianren didn't know how to face Bibi Dong and quietly asked, "Are you okay now?" Bibi Dong nodded and replied, "With Xiao Yan's help, I've been reborn." "That's good." Qianren swallowed and continued, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. If there are any changes in the Spirit Hall, just let me know in the Dou Empire." "Wait," Bibi Dong called out to her. "What is it?" Qianren turned back to ask. Bibi Dong sighed and said, "It's nothing, just consider the previous Bibi Dong to have died at the hands of the Soul Sky Emperor. The current me has no blood relation to you anymore." "You?" Hulayin was taken aback by Bibi Dong's words. "If you still hold a grudge against how I treated you before, I'm sorry. What I've been through shouldn't have been imposed on you." Bibi Dong sighed. "If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. The Spirit Hall will always be open to you." Qianren didn't say much more and directly left. "Teacher, your words were too hurtful for her," Hulayin said, seeing Qianren's dejected expression. "During the uncertain days of your life and death, she was always thinking about you. Is that so?" Bibi Dong wondered if she would regret her earlier words. However, even though she could treat Qianren with equanimity now, she still didn't want to acknowledge this daughter. Hulayin nodded, biting her lip. Although Qianren resented Bibi Dong, she wasn't unreasonable. Bibi Dong sighed and said nothing more. Qianren would forever be a thorn in her heart. Perhaps that was her fate in the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong and Hulayin reminisced about the past. And Bibi Dong also informed Hulayin that she planned to pass the position of Pope to her, as she now had enough capability to take on this role. Just as Hulayin was about to decline, a gust of fresh wind blew in from outside the palace, and a man in a black robe appeared beside them. "You are Xiao Yan?" Hulayin recognized a newcomer, who looked just like Xiao Yan, but his aura was vastly different from before. At this moment, Xiao Yan was no longer that youthful figure. Even Bibi Dong felt a pressure in his presence. What's wrong? Can't recognize me after just 2 or 3 years." Xiao Yan laughed and added, "By the way, you've changed quite a bit too." Xiao Yan now gave Hulayin an unfathomable feeling. She glanced at Bibi Dong's half-smiling expression and then at Xiao Yan, obediently retreating. My senior sister is quite cute and obedient. How come I didn't notice that before?" Xiao Yan chuckled as he watched Hulayin leave in a very restrained manner, finding it amusing. Bibi Dong shook her head helplessly and said, "You've put too much pressure on her. Is it too much?" "I intentionally didn't show a hint of fighting spirit." Xiao Yan shrugged and continued, "How's her body now?" "Aside from feeling a bit sore, there's nothing else unusual." Bibi Dong's face flushed slightly. "Sore?" Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, then coughed twice and said, "Well, it seems you were the more active one." Bibi Dong shot him a glare and said, "Right now, I am using the pure Lotus Demon Fire as my body, and I can control it perfectly. I've separated the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire from it. Even with the pure Lotus Demon Fire, I don't want to lose it." As she spoke, the blue flame transformed into the shape of a lotus flower in her hand. Xiao Yan sighed and said, "If you were to devour this blue lotus earth heart fire, your strength would rise even further, but would be quite limited." At this point, Xiao Yan took the blue lotus earth heart fire from Bibi Dong's hand and continued, "If possible, I can place it in the depths of the magic flame volcano. The magma there is thousands of meters deep. Over the years, it can grow into an even more powerful." "And then what?" Bibi Dong frowned and asked. "Since this level of no longer has much effect on you and me, let's leave it for future generations," Xiao Yan smiled. "I'll leave the blue lotus pedestal as well. When a destined person in the future picks this, a new blue lotus earth heart fire will grow from the pedestal." As he spoke, a hint of melancholy appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes, and he involuntarily said, just like it was in the beginning. Listening to Xiao Yan's words, Bibi Dong nodded. If the blue lotus earth heart fire could still benefit future generations, then it was worth it. However, I noticed that after our almost frenzied actions yesterday, your aura seems to have changed. It seems to be stronger, Xiao Yan said with a hint of mischief. It seemed that you were stimulated by something at that time. In that state, you couldn't fully control yourself. Bibi Dong blushed and said, "Do you have to mention that?" Xiao Yan shrugged and said, "I just want to know the reason." Bibi Dong had no choice but to tell the truth. "You know, the burning decision I cultivate is different from yours. I need to constantly devour flames. Fire attribute, fighting energy, and even strength to become stronger. Inside you, there are various present. I couldn't resist that feeling at all. That wildly violent yet pure fire attribute energy entered my body and wandered around inside." Xiao Yan pretended to think and said, "So that's how it is." "What do you mean, so that's how it is? You just want to see me make a fool of myself, don't you?" Bibi Dong huffed. Xiao Yan chuckled. In fact, he had vaguely guessed the reason, but hearing Bibi Dong admit it made him feel quite relieved. That kind of pleasure wasn't limited to the body. It reached the soul. It was like a person in the desert seeing a water source, a hungry person seeing food, or someone in the icy wilderness seeing a spark of fire. It was a craving from the depths of the soul, the simplest and purest desire of life. Xiao Yan joked, "It seems that for you, I need to stay in a constant state of readiness." Chapter 284. Bibi Dong gave him a roll of her eyes and ignored his strange question. However, for Bibi Dong, this was indeed very important. Not just for Xiao Yan. Even Bibi Dong realized that as Xiao Yan's strength grew, after multiple unions, Bibi Dong would also reach his level. As for whether true strength can be consistent, it's hard to say, but at least in terms of realm, it is possible. Sigh. It's really a bit ridiculous, Bibi Dong thought, but this feeling is also quite nice. At this moment, Bibi Dong's true strength was at the peak of a 5-star Dou Saint. In the previous Douluo continent, she didn't need to exert her full strength. Even a slight release of her aura could shatter this space. However, the Douluo continent now is different from before. After Xiao Yan's transformation, the strength of the dimension can now rival that of the Dou Qi Continent, and even a Dou Emperor wouldn't cause the dimension to collapse. Although I now possess the realm and techniques, I do not have matching Dou skills. Bibi Dong felt somewhat helpless, even though she wanted to practice some Dou skills. Those below the high level of Earth rank were basically ineffective, while the Heaven rank Dou skills were obscure and difficult to comprehend, not something that could be mastered overnight. Take it slow. No need to rush, Xiao Yan smiled and said, Heaven rank Dou skills are indeed the creations of heaven and earth, so it's natural that you can't learn them easily. But if the Soul Emperor descends again, won't I be unable to? Xiao Yan furrowed his brows and then shook his head, saying, Don't worry. This dimension was created by me, and everything within it is under my control. If the Soul Emperor dares to come, he will surely fall here. Xiao Yan is equivalent to the creator of this dimension. In reality, he is not far off, with the power of an entire dimension backing him. Even he, who is only half a step into the Dou Emperor realm, can contend with a true Dou Emperor. Of course, whether he can win is another matter, but with the addition of the yin-yang puppet, he would undoubtedly be stronger than an ordinary Dou Emperor. Although the Soul Emperor is not an ordinary Dou Emperor, he wouldn't dare to recklessly descend into this dimension. Xiao Yan has ample time to find his Dou Emperor body within the dimensional rift of the Dou Qi Continent. However, after that, he still has a Shura field that he must face. On a vast and boundless snowfield, Xiao Yan and Bibi Dong stood atop a snowy mountain, overlooking the entire icy world. Are you really ready? Although Xiao Yan had already assured Bibi Dong 3 times that he would return safely, she could never completely relax her mind about him. What Xiao Yan needed to do was forcibly tear the dimensional rift and then search for his Dou Emperor body within it. This nearly mad action had been planned by Xiao Yan for several years. Seeing Bibi Dong's worried expression, he gently embraced her, leaning close to her ear and saying, "Don't worry, I will leave the yin yang puppet in this dimension, and if the Soul Emperor attacks during this time, it can block him for a while." "You know, I'm not talking about this." Bibi Dong broke free from Xiao Yan's embrace, looking into his eyes anxiously and saying, "Must come back." Xiao Yan solemnly nodded and said, "I promise. I'm just afraid that you will return to the Dou Qi Continent and become a revered Dou Emperor. In the blink of an eye, forget about everything here." "Forget about me," Xiao Yan said sheepishly. "That can't happen. I can forget anyone, but I can't forget you. Besides, old Hai is still here. If I don't find a way to bring him back, that old guy will probably nag me for a lifetime." Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Bibi Dong couldn't help but smile and said, "After these 2 months, my strength has nearly approached 7-star Dou Saint. And this continuous rise of nearly 2 stars is not the end." Xiao Yan soared into the air, looking down at Bibi Dong and saying, "Don't worry, you will eventually advance to Dou Emperor. I guarantee it." After saying that, Xiao Yan shot out thousands of miles away. A half-step Dou Emperor could easily traverse the entire Douluo continent in just 1 step. In the starry sky, Xiao Yan looked once more at the gigantic fireball. Although it was unknown how many thousands of kilometers away, its brilliance was still blinding. If it contained, it would certainly be a flame comparable to the Emperor flame. Or perhaps this gigantic fireball itself is a type of. Xiao Yan speculated, not daring to draw conclusions rashly. However, this time when opening the dimensional rift, Xiao Yan also planned to harness the power of this fireball. The 8 types of within Xiao Yan could merge together, and even without using they could shatter dimensional space, but compared to the dimensional rift from the last battle of the 2 emperors, it was still quite lacking. If he entered such a dimensional rift, the chance of retrieving his Dou Emperor body would not be high. But if he could use the power of this fireball, combining it with a flame not weaker than the Emperor flame, along with he could undoubtedly simulate the power of that battle between the 2 emperors. However, this fireball was not the Emperor flame transformed from the within Xiao Yan's body, so it was not easy for him to borrow its power. After numerous attempts, Xiao Yan completely denied this approach. Now, what lay before him seemed to be that could be used with these 8 types of flames. No, there should still be other methods. Looking at the gigantic fireball, a bold idea emerged in his mind. Since you share the same fire attribute energy as I can categorize you together with and as long as it is that can devour and refine it. As Xiao Yan thought of this, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. The soul power gradually penetrated the outer layer of the fireball, and even Xiao Yan felt a bit horrified by the high temperature. Moreover, the deeper he went, the more pure the fire attribute energy became. They would also be swallowed within this fireball. Finally, after exploring for an unknown number of tens of millions of kilometers, Xiao Yan's body transformed into a fire seed. As his soul delved into the core of this fireball, although it was called the core, its surface area exceeded that of tens of thousands of previous Douluo continents. Here, the extremely hard fire attribute material made Xiao Yan feel somewhat overwhelmed, and after spending too long here, he felt as though he would be melted. Xiao Yan's soul continued to delve deeper into the core. Inside the core was the fundamental reason for the formation of this gigantic fireball. Massive amounts of fire attribute energy continuously erupted from the core outward, while the core was being compressed by the external forces, ultimately forming this gigantic fireball. Xiao Yan speculated that this fireball's weight must be much greater than that of the Douluo continent. The flames burning within were not ordinary flames. They must have been burning for over 10 million years, longer than any type of, thus let us call it the eternal flame. Xiao Yan gazed at the inside of this core, speaking with an immensely shocked heart. Chapter 285, Time flies, and 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The Douluo continent has undergone earth-shattering changes. The entire Douluo continent has almost been fully explored by humans, with more than 10 new empires emerging each year. The Spirit Hall has lost its control over the entire Douluo continent, yet remains the overlord of this land. The Tiandou Empire and Xingluo Empire, which the Spirit Hall is involved with, have become the central regions of the continent. Although there are now more empires standing alongside them, they also possess more vassal states, and the strength of both empires is continuously increasing. Within the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong still wore a white robe, comfortably sitting in the elder's seat, listening to the branch leaders from various regions of the continent discussing Hulaina, who has already become the Pope. After Xiao Yan left, she also set aside the burdens of the Spirit Hall, taking up a leisurely elder position within the Spirit Hall. After 10 years, Bibi Dong has reached the peak of the 7-star Dou Saint. Her talent was already impressive, and even without Xiao Yan, it would have been possible for her to become a 9-star Dou saint with the body of the pure lotus demon fire. However, as time passed, her anxiety grew more intense. Although Xiao Yan promised that he would definitely return, there had been no news from him for a decade. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but ask Bibi Dong when Xiao Yan would come back. However, Bibi Dong had great trust in Xiao Yan. He was not worried about when Xiao Yan would return, where he had gone, or whether he had encountered any insurmountable troubles. All of this was because Bibi Dong believed in the boy who had emerged from Wutan City. He always managed to create miracles in adversity time and again. And Xiao Yan did indeed do so. In the endless void, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled some turbid fire energy. During these 10 years, he had not returned to the Dou Qi Continent, but had been subduing this eternal flame. After several dangers, he ultimately succeeded. In the cave where the Dou Emperor fell, he obtained many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, among which everything that helped in subduing the was now exhausted. He stretched his body slightly, and at this moment, the massive eternal flame had vanished without a trace. Xiao Yan extended his palm, and the eternal flame appeared in his hand. Although the fireball's diameter was only a dozen centimeters, the energy contained within it was not less than that of a fireball with a diameter of tens of millions of kilometers. This eternal flame was not weaker than the Emperor flame. In fact, it was even stronger. After using the burning decision to devour it, Xiao Yan had truly entered the realm of the Dou Emperor. At this moment, even without reclaiming his Dou Emperor body, he was not afraid of the Soul Emperor at all. I didn't expect to have such powerful strength, allowing me to directly enter the Dou Emperor. Xiao Yan was also surprised. The burning decision could indeed improve his cultivation after absorbing powerful, but this effect diminished after he reached the 5-star Dou Saint. Now, Xiao Yan's attention was focused on the distant stars. As a Dou Emperor powerhouse, he had already sensed that each tiny star was like a fireball, just like this eternal flame. In other words, they were that could be absorbed by the burning decision. Having stepped into the Dou Emperor realm, the strength of the burning decision had long surpassed that of heavenly tier techniques. If he could devour another type of powerful, he could step into an even higher level. Beyond the Dou Emperor, Xiao Yan was not clear, but he knew that there must be such a level. And the answer lay in the vast world mentioned by those 2 Dou Emperor predecessors. However, the answer was now right in front of Xiao Yan. In the void, Xiao Yan had lost track of time. He lifted his foot and walked towards the nearest star. For him, it was just a leisurely stroll, but his speed had already surpassed the speed of light. In just a few breaths, that star appeared before him. This fireball was different from the red eternal flame. Its color was blue. Although its size could not be compared to the eternal flame, its temperature was significantly higher. Another knew. Xiao Yan was overjoyed. With the previous experience, it was no longer so difficult to use the burning decision to devour this level of. At this moment, Xiao Yan's only goal remained, to devour more and make himself stronger. The Soul Emperor was no longer that important to him. Time passed, and Xiao Yan had already devoured no less than 10 new. He fused all these and unleashed the Buddha's fury reincarnation. In an instant, a powerful light illuminated half of the universe, and dozens of supernovae merged and exploded, tearing open a massive spatial rift that spanned tens of thousands of light years. Xiao Yan's spiritual power also grew to an unparalleled level with his increased strength. In just a few breaths, he locked onto the location of his Dou Emperor body. Looking at the intact body in his hand, Xiao Yan felt a bit emotional. He no longer needed this Dou Emperor body. He initially devoured the new to better open the spatial rift, but after the addition of over a dozen comparable to the Emperor flame, this Dou Emperor body had become more of a symbol. Forget it. Xiao Yan casually extracted all from the body and subdued them in an instant. He stored the body in his storage ring. This Dou Emperor body had no use for him, but it was something that others could only dream of. The Dou Emperor bloodline and Dou Emperor essence could mesmerize countless people. The Dou Emperor body was an invaluable treasure, and Xiao Yan decided to pass this treasure on to his father. With his father's qualifications, he would never have a chance to become a Dou Zun or Dou Saint in this lifetime, let alone a Dou Emperor. However, with this Dou Emperor body, it would only be a matter of time before he advanced to the Dou Emperor. At this moment, the once invincible Dou Emperor no longer held much deterrence in Xiao Yan's eyes. He had reached a higher level. Although he did not know exactly how strong he was now, he was certain that if the Soul Emperor appeared before him again, he could easily handle him with one hand. Why should I make him appear before me? Really? Xiao Yan shook his head and said, having been in the position of the weak for too long, Even my thoughts have become rigid. Wouldn't it be more convenient for me to find him? With that, Xiao Yan disappeared from there. The next second, he mysteriously appeared in the hellish divine realm, standing right in front of the Soul Emperor. You? The Soul Emperor looked at the person before him, his strength unfathomable. Even he felt a subtle sense of pressure from the other party. Chapter 286. Soul Emperor. It's been years, and you still can't recognize me? With overwhelming strength, Xiao Yan's laughter gradually became menacing. You are Xiao Yan? The Soul Emperor looked at the person before him. Wasn't this the Xiao Yan he had been hunting down all along? The last time the Soul Emperor attempted to forcibly break into the Douluo continent, he was injured by Xiao Yan. After taking 2 years to heal, he found that Xiao Yan had dragged the Douluo continent into an unknown dimension, a dimension that even the Soul Emperor's strength could not easily break through. After confirming multiple times, the Soul Emperor realized that this space had been opened up by Xiao Yan, with the Soul Emperor's strength. Entering this dimension to confront Xiao Yan would not allow him to defeat the opponent. So he decided to wait until his strength broke through again before seeking a decisive battle with Xiao Yan. However, unexpectedly, after several decades, Xiao Yan had taken the initiative to come to him. Dozens have ignited behind Xiao Yan, especially the 12 spherical above him, which made the Soul Emperor feel a sense of suffocation. Flame Emperor, I think we don't need to make our relationship so tense. The Soul Emperor hurriedly called out, seeing that the current Xiao Yan was not something he could contend with. Xiao Yan smiled and said, speaking of which, your Soul Clan has also caused me quite a bit of trouble. The entire Dou Qi Continent and Douluo Continent have suffered countless casualties because of you. Now that you are at the end of your rope, I will not do something like letting the tiger return to the mountain. Xiao Yan's tone was very calm, but the more he appeared indifferent, the heavier the Soul Emperor's heart became. From what you're saying, am I destined to die today? The Soul Emperor asked harshly when negotiations failed. Xiao Yan remained non-committal, simply stepping forward to unleash a palm strike. And a massive palm imprint pressed down towards the Soul Emperor like Mount Tai. The Soul Emperor, feeling the unprecedented pressure, roared in anger. And a powerful fighting spirit swept through the entire space. A gigantic hand made of bones emerged from the black fighting spirit, directly clashing with the palm that Xiao Yan had released. In an instant, immense energy filled the entire divine realm. Countless spaces shattered, intertwined with innumerable colossal divine corpses which, in the eyes of ordinary people, were unbeatable, yet were shattered into pieces by the broken space. The first clash between the two Dou Emperors had already left this plane in ruins, but although Xiao Yan's casual palm strike had put immense pressure on the Soul Emperor, it had not taken his life. At this moment, the Soul Emperor's white robe was completely stained black, his sleeves shattered, and his hair was messily scattered behind him, looking completely devoid of the demeanor expected of a Dou Emperor. To his surprise, you actually managed to take my palm strike. Xiao Yan looked at him with a hint of amusement. Ever since his memories had returned, he had been worried about the Soul Emperor's arrival. Now, this strongest enemy he had faced so far no longer seemed to be a threat, and this feeling was very unreal. Xiao Yan, why? Why are you so powerful? The Soul Emperor, having been beaten to half his life by Xiao Yan, looked at Xiao Yan's cold face with unwillingness, unable to comprehend. Why? Xiao Yan glanced at the in his hand, shook his head, and said, just lucky. Lucky? The Soul Emperor was so enraged by this reason that he spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled toward Xiao Yan, muttering indistinctly. I spent 1,000 years planning for my Soul Clan, and countless Soul Clan members had sacrificed their lives and efforts for this. Why? Why did it fall into the hands of a young brat like you? Unwilling? Xiao Yan suddenly appeared behind the Soul Emperor and said lightly, do you think who caused this outcome? The Soul Emperor was taken aback, turned around, and asked Xiao Yan, what do you mean? Why did I end up in this situation step by step? Xiao Yan shook his head and said, why? It seems that if you hadn't collaborated with the Yunlan sect to capture my father, I wouldn't have had much of an issue with your Soul Clan. If Nalan Yinran hadn't come to annul the engagement, I might not have formed a grudge with the Yunlan sect. As long as I didn't have a grudge with the Yunlan sect, my father probably wouldn't have been captured by you. Xiao Yan meticulously calculated the events of the past. What? My Soul Clan's 1,000-year plan was actually ruined by a little girl's annulment. The Soul Emperor felt his blood rush to his head and could no longer fight, sitting down heavily on the ground. If I were Nalan Yinran, I would also come to annul the engagement. After all, who would want to marry a waste? Xiao Yan closed his eyes and said, if it weren't for my teacher absorbing my fighting spirit for 3 years, I wouldn't have become like this. And my teacher was hurt by a disciple incited by your soul palace, which is why he hid in the ring to absorb my fighting spirit. Now I know why you failed, right? So it was. The Soul Emperor felt that everything he had done seemed to lose its meaning. After all, during the progress of the Soul Clan's 1,000-year plan, who would pay attention to a young boy in the small city of Wutan on the edge of the continent? Without my teacher, I would have been a once-in-a-century genius of the Gamma Empire, and neither the ancient clan nor the Xiao clan would have had any interaction with me. More likely, I would have remained at the Dou Zone or Dou Zun level, then taken over the Yaman sect, and, at the time of becoming an emperor, I would have died at your hands, Xiao Yan said nonchalantly. But unfortunately, there are no ifs. I regret it. The Soul Emperor gave up all resistance, sitting in front of Xiao Yan with his eyes closed, and said, "The ups and downs are indeed hard for me to accept. Go ahead. I am destined to die today." Xiao Yan gently patted the Soul Emperor's head, and the next second, countless violent energies entered the Soul Emperor's body, instantly burning through all his meridians. A trace of blood red appeared in the Soul Emperor's eyes, which soon lost their luster. This ambitious figure who had plotted for 1,000 years to become a Dou Emperor fell here at this moment. "It's over, Soul Emperor." Xiao Yan turned the Soul Emperor's body into nothingness and looked at this ravaged plain, sighing. This plain has no living beings left, and it seems there is no need for it to continue existing. However, there are countless divine corpses in this plain, although they can only be classified as puppets. The death of the Soul Emperor left them without a master. Xiao Yan frowned, and a plan formed in his mind. Dou Emperor-level beings already possess the ability to reshape the world and can endow puppets with consciousness, but with so many puppets, all Xiao Yan could do was grant them the most basic form of consciousness. Chapter 287, they would be like primitive beings, a combination of countless desires, seeing only survival and reproduction. Divine corpses are incredibly powerful. By absorbing fighting spirit, they can maintain activity, but to grow stronger, they need to devour other divine corpses. In the process of devouring, their consciousness would further merge, producing a higher level awareness. Once new divine corpses are born from them, they will retain this advanced consciousness. And after tens of thousands, or even millions of years, these divine corpses could exist like normal humans. Xiao Yan merely made a hypothesis. He repaired all the spatial rifts in this plane, leaving the divine corpses of this plane to fend for themselves. In the Douluo continent, after decades of development, it was completely different from before. Several powerful empires had risen, their scale even comparable to the Tiando Empire. Although their foundation was not as strong as the two great empires, they had already become significant forces on the vast Douluo continent. The Pope of the Spirit Hall had also been replaced again. Hulaina had stepped down from the position of Pope and was waiting for Xiao Yan's return alongside Bibi Dong. But why hasn't he returned yet? After decades, Bibi Dong's appearance had not changed at all. Bibi Dong was also somewhat uncertain, although he believed in Xiao Yan's strength and luck. He never expected Xiao Yan to be gone for so many years. At that moment, a red light streaked across the sky, landing on the Douluo continent. In an instant, Xiao Yan appeared in the Spirit Hall. Everyone, long time no see, Xiao Yan appeared before Bibi Dong, Hulaina, Bibi Dong, and other powerful figures, leaving everyone dumbfounded. This sudden appearance also attracted the attention of the Soul Hall guards, who immediately surrounded Xiao Yan. "Although it's been a long time since we last met, you shouldn't have forgotten me, right?" Xiao Yan said, somewhat puzzled. Bibi Dong waved her hand to disperse the guards, stepping forward in disbelief, gently touching Xiao Yan's face, excitedly saying, "You really came back? I can't be dreaming, right?" Xiao Yan grasped her weak and delicate hand, puzzled, and asked, "What happened? Why does it seem like you all thought I wouldn't come back?" Bibi Dong also excitedly said from behind, "It's not that we thought. It's clearly the case. You've been gone for 70 years. At first, I firmly believed you would return, but who would have thought? 70 years? Xiao Yan was stunned. He thought he had only been away for a short time, at most a few months, but how had 70 years passed in the blink of an eye? Don't you remember, or have you forgotten the concept of time? Bibi Dong buried her head in his chest and whispered. Xiao Yan gently embraced Bibi Dong, feeling a deep shock in his heart. In that vast void, all he could see were countless stars, and he had already lost the concept of time. So he mistook 70 years for just a few months. It seems that there's indeed something mysterious in that void, with endless stars and countless. Xiao Yan thought to himself, and said to Bibi Dong, "I'm sorry I'm back late. I was too absorbed in improving my strength and lost track of time." Bibi Dong released him, looked into his eyes, and asked, "Will you leave again in the future?" Xiao Yan replied, "I will take you with me to the Dou Qi Continent." Bibi Dong shivered. Although she knew this day would come eventually, she still felt a bit worried when Xiao Yan said it out loud. Xiao Yan gently patted her back and said softly, "Since I have already been in that void for 70 years, Sun Er and Kai Lin have also not seen me for over 70 years. I must go back. I've said it before, once the Soul Heaven Emperor is dealt with, the operation of the Dou Qi Continent will no longer need me. And I will leave here." "Understood. I will go with you," Bibi Dong nodded and said, "but I don't know how to face them." The them she was referring to were naturally Kai Lin and Sun Er. Xiao Yan also felt a bit troubled. The three of them would have to meet eventually. Although Sun Er was completely obedient to him, she naturally would not accept a third person besides Kai Lin in her heart. As for Kai Lin's character, she was even more strong-willed, a woman of basically the same type as Bibi Dong. If the two women didn't get along, he would be in for it. Sigh. Xiao Yan sighed and said, "I'll go talk to them first." Upon learning that Xiao Yan had returned, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and many of Xiao Yan's acquaintances rushed over. From Oscar, Xiao Yan learned that the Dan Tower system had been perfected and alchemy had spread throughout the Douluo continent, with new recipes emerging endlessly, creating a great scene. Listening to Oscar's depiction of the future of the Dan Tower, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile and said, "If you can truly achieve that, you can also be considered a strong figure in the Dou Qi Continent." I'll strive for it." Oscar scratched his head and said, "If it weren't for the limitations of this plane, I might surpass the strong figures on your continent." At this moment, the Sun Dragon King came running over, asking Xiao Yan to take him to the Dou Qi Continent, along with the Lin Jiao Bai Long he had taken as his disciple. Xiao Yan naturally would not refuse such a request. He would open a dimensional passage to the Dou Qi Continent tomorrow, right at the location of the Flame Alliance headquarters. Accompanying them, besides Hulaina, were Zhu Zhuqing, Bibi Dong, and others. Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing had already reached the Dou Zun level and could also be considered strong figures in the Dou Qi Continent. The next day, Xiao Yan opened the dimensional passage, took Bibi Dong's hand, and together they stepped onto the road back to the Dou Qi Continent. How many years has it been? Finally back, Xiao Yan felt the familiar flow of Dou Qi upon returning to the Dou Qi Continent, and his heart was filled with infinite emotions. This was the headquarters and core area of the Flame Alliance. The sudden appearance of the few people immediately triggered the Dou Qi restrictions set here, and dozens of powerful figures suddenly appeared around them, surrounding them. This is the core of the Flame Alliance. Who dares to trespass? A furious roar echoed, and an extremely powerful aura erupted from these people. These people are actually Dou Sheng experts. Bibi Dong exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Yan sensed the Dou Qi from these dozens of people. They all seemed to be from the Xiao family, and he had no impression of them. "I didn't expect the Dou Emperor bloodline to be so powerful. These people must be the younger generation of the Xiao family after me. And they probably won't be over 70 years old," Xiao Yan said slowly. Chapter 288. At this moment, facing such a tense atmosphere, Xiao Yan did not act rashly, but said to them, "Everyone, please don't be anxious. I accidentally wandered in here. Could you kindly inform the Alliance Master that Xiao Yan has come to see him? Who are you?" "The Alliance Master has many matters to attend to and is too busy to see you," the leader said harshly. "Be sensible and surrender without resistance." Xiao Yan stepped forward, slightly releasing the aura of a Dou Emperor, which suppressed the Dou Qi within these people's bodies to the point that they couldn't operate even a little bit. "Wait," one person suddenly exclaimed. "He just said he is Xiao Yan. Could he be from our Xiao clan? The Flame Emperor?" At this moment, everyone calmed down, and their gazes toward Xiao Yan were filled with respect. Xiao Yan retracted his aura and said helplessly, "It's normal that you don't recognize me. It seems I've been gone for quite a long time. Moreover, I have never met you all. I only recognized you as members of the Xiao clan by your bloodline. Predecessor, I will go report to the Alliance Master right away." The leader, a Dou Xing expert, quickly said, "I, Xiaoling, apologize for the earlier offense. No harm done. This is the most core area of the Flame Alliance, and you all did well." Xiao Yan raised his hand and said, "But since you have recognized me, please take me directly to the Alliance Master." "Yes." Xiao Ling nodded. Xiao Yan exchanged glances with Bibi Dong, gently nodded at her, and continued, "Please send a few people to take them to rest and properly introduce them to the Dou Qi Continent. As for Hai Laoji, your sudden disappearance must have worried many people. Go and report to your old friends first." Bibi Dong said, Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have to go. If I talk about the reason for my sudden disappearance, I might have to speak ill of you." Xiao Yan said helplessly, "Do as you wish. I guess Elder Guhi and you'll have a lot to talk about." Bibi Dong parted ways with Xiao Yan and was taken to the courtyard for VIP guests of the Flame Alliance with Hulaina and the others. At this moment, she felt very anxious, not knowing what Xiao Yan would do next. However, it is worth mentioning that the Dou Qi in the Dou Qi Continent was surprisingly identical to that in the Douluo continent that Xiao Yan had transformed. They did not feel any discomfort, only that their bodies felt a bit heavier than before. Under Xiao Ling's guidance, Xiao Yan arrived at the central hall of the Flame Alliance, which had also undergone tremendous changes since he left. If it weren't for someone leading him, he probably wouldn't have recognized it. How long has it been since the battle of the Twin Emperors? Xiao Yan asked. Xiao Ling immediately replied, almost 80 years. As expected, Xiao Yan frowned and continued to ask, is the current alliance master still Kai Lin? Xiao Ling shook his head and said, the former alliance master left many years ago. Left? Xiao Yan stopped and asked in confusion, where did she go? Xiao Ling explained, 40 years ago. The former alliance master had already advanced to the Dou Emperor level and went to a higher plane. She actually stepped into the Dou Emperor level? Xiao Yan was very shocked. Since you became a Dou Emperor, you opened the connection to a higher plane, and the source energy descended upon the Dou Qi Continent again, allowing Dou Sheng experts to become Dou Emperors. Xiao Ling continued to explain. Is it just her? Xiao Yan was very worried. Although Kai Lin was strong of heart, she was still a woman, and going alone to a higher level realm was inherently unsafe. No, besides a former leader, they're also the master of the Starfall Pavilion, the clan leader of the ancient clan, Miss Sunner, Zhu Kuan from the ancient dragon clan, the Dragon Emperor, and 13 of our clan's predecessors who have reached the Dou Emperor level. Xiao Ling recounted the Dou Emperor powerhouses that had appeared in the Douluo continent over the past few decades. Hearing this, Xiao Yan felt relieved. With Yao Lao, Gu Yuan, and Zhu Kuan there, Kai Lin and Sunner should be safe. However, Xiao Yan found it hard to understand how Yao Lao, with his talent, could reach the Dou Emperor level on his own. This was indeed quite remarkable. Xiao Ling explained, Yao Lao's alchemy skills are extraordinary. After reaching the 9-star Dou Saint level, he successfully refined an imperial-grade embryo pill, entering the half-step Dou Emperor level. Although he is not a true Dou Emperor, he has qualifications comparable to those of Dou Emperor powerhouses. I see, Xiao Yan nodded. With nearly 20 Dou Emperors accompanying them, it should be a decent force even in that higher-level realm. Who is the current leader? Xiao Yan asked again. By this time, the two had entered the hall. Xiao Ling did not speak but knelt on one knee and loudly said, Xiao Ling, protector of the Xiao clan, requests an audience with the leader. A few seconds after his words fell, a powerful Dou Qi aura emerged from behind the hall. In the next moment, a familiar figure appeared in the leader's position. Xiao Ling, what did I trouble you? A cold voice came. Even someone as strong as the 3-star Dou Saint Xiao Ling felt a bit intimidated. Xiao Yan looked at the person above in shock and exclaimed, Xiao Xiao? The woman frowned, displeased that someone dared to call her by her name directly. She was about to reprimand him, but when she clearly saw the person's face, she was instantly stunned. I didn't expect you to be the leader of the Flame Alliance now, Xiao Yan said. Noticing that the aura she emanated indicated she had also become a Dou Emperor powerhouse. You old father. Xiao Xiao was astonished. She never thought that her father, who had disappeared for decades, would return today. Xiao Yan stepped forward, feeling a bit awkward as he looked at Xiao Xiao. When he left, she was still a little girl half his height, and now she had grown so much that he didn't know how to respond. Is it really you? This isn't a dream, is it? Xiao Xiao looked at Xiao Yan in disbelief. Xiao Yan sighed. He found it hard to imagine that the lively little girl from back then had now become the leader of the Flame Alliance. He gently patted Xiao Xiao's head and said, Young lady, this is certainly not a dream. I don't know how much hardship you have endured over the years while I was away. It's my fault. Xiao Xiao's eyes became moist as she struggled to control herself, not letting the tears fall. She was no longer that naive little girl. After becoming the leader, she learned to cry alone in secret. Xiao Ling discreetly stepped out, and at that moment, Xiao Xiao could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. You old man, why did you leave for so long? She protested while crying. Xiao Yan could only comfort her helplessly, listening to her grievances over the years in the Flame Alliance. Although she had become the leader, it wasn't a particularly joyful position. On the contrary, it felt more like a tangible shackle. Chapter 289. Conclusion through Xiao Xiao's account. Xiao Yan learned about the changes in the Dou Qi Continent over the decades. The energy of the Emperor's source had already poured into the Dou Qi Continent, and both the ancient clan, the Xiao clan, and the ancient dragon clan had produced more than one Dou Emperor powerhouse, with the Xiao clan being the strongest, essentially becoming the sole overlord of the Dou Qi Continent. Mother said that if one day you return, You should go to the Great Thousand World to find her, Xiao told Xiao Yan. The Great Thousand World again surprised Xiao Yan. Could it be that after becoming a Dou Emperor, the Great Thousand World was the destination? At this point, Xiao's strength had also reached the Dou Emperor level, but compared to Xiao Yan, she was still far behind. Although Xiao Yan still referred to himself as a Dou Emperor, his true strength was far beyond what a Dou Emperor could compare to. Since that's the case, then let's go, Xiao Yan decided without hesitation, preparing to head to the Great Thousand World. However, Xiao shook her head and said, I want to go with you. Xiao Yan frowned. It wasn't that he didn't want to bring Xiao along, but if she left, who would look after the Flame Alliance? Just then, several people rushed in from outside. Xiao Yan focused and saw that it was his father and two older brothers. Father, eldest brother, second brother. Xiao Yan was stunned and quickly stood up to greet them. Xiao Yan. Xiao Zhan was also taken aback. Little Yan, you really came back. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li looked at Xiao Yan and rushed over to hug him tightly. I told you two brothers to ease up a bit, Xiao Yan said helplessly. The two of them had also been influenced by the Dou Emperor bloodline and had entered the Dou Saint level, so their bear hugs were quite strong. The group sat down together, sharing stories of what had happened over the years since Xiao Yan's departure. Hearing their accounts moved Xiao Yan deeply. In the end, it was decided that Xiao would accompany Xiao Yan to the Great Thousand World, and the Flame Alliance would be left to them. Although Xiao Zhan's strength was not great, he was the clan leader of the Xiao clan, and with the strength of the Xiao clan as a backing, no one in the Flame Alliance would dare to disobey. After some thought, Xiao Yan informed them, including Xiao, about Bibi Dong's situation. Xiao Zhan, Xiao Ding, and Xiao Li were somewhat surprised, not expecting Xiao Yan to have any connections with other women. But since this was Xiao Yan's matter, they didn't say much. The most reactive was actually Xiao. Xiao Yan, feeling helpless, managed to calm Xiao down after much persuasion. And then he arranged for Xiao to meet Bibi Dong. The scene was quite awkward at first, but both were reasonable people, and after a night of discussion, the relationship between the two softened considerably. After settling in the Daybreak Dragon King, Hulina, and others who had come with him in the Flame Alliance, Xiao Yan prepared to take Bibi Dong and Xiao to the Great Thousand World, where perhaps he would find his true home. At the farewell, Xiao Zhan and the others came to see them off and said, Xiao Yan, Kai Lin has been gone for decades, and there have been few messages coming back from the Dou Qi Continent. Recently, the Flame Alliance received news that they have established a considerable force, but it seems they are being suppressed by a greater force, and the situation is unfavorable for them. Xiao Yan frowned and said, understood. Although my strength cannot be said to be top tier right now, I believe I will not be lacking in the Great Thousand World. This time, I will definitely help them clear all obstacles. Xiao Zhan nodded and said, be careful. We will wait for you to return. Xiao Yan bid farewell to everyone, gazing into the endless void. He tightly held onto Bibi Dong and Xiao as they soared into the air, transforming into a beam of light, disappearing into that void. Synopsis. In the Battle of the Dual Emperors, the Flame Emperor and the Soul Sky Emperor fought until the Dou Qi Continent space collapsed, accidentally drawing the myriad worlds into the Douluo continent. In the space tunnel, Xiao Yan's Dou Emperor body was destroyed, and he lost all his memories. What awaits him will be another round of training. Obsession is not ugly. On the contrary, it is the meaning of our existence. Looking at Bibi Dong, who has transformed into the Rakshasa God, Xiao Yan felt a wave of emotion in his heart. Let them burn away this hypocritical divine power. I will forge a body for you. Whatever you wish to do in the future, I will assist you.